You appear to be a generous and kind prince on the surface, but secretly you are the only immortal on land in the world. However, in addition to this, you are also a reincarnated person with memories of your past life. Just because in your past life you were used by the empress, indirectly causing the death of your loved ones and friends who loved you the most, and in the end you were also used by the empress and killed with poison. Just as you opened your eyes, you returned to the very beginning of everything. At this moment, you look at the young empress in tattered clothes in front of you. Thank you, young lord, for saving my life. I am a nearby villager. Because my father owed debts, we were chased by our enemies. If it weren't for the young lord's help, I would not have survived. Seeing that you did not speak, Morong Yen quickly added, with a pitiful look on her charming face, tears in her eyes, making me feel sorry for her. He, still deceiving yourself. Your gaze fell on Morong Yen, scanning her tattered clothes, with a cold look. Chase? In the previous life, you only knew when you died. The Great Yu country sent 10 heavenly-level experts to escort Morong Yen. Who dares to chase? Moreover, it's in the Yen capital, at the doorstep of the Lu country duke. Although the clothes are dirty, the skin is still fair and tender. Not a single injury, clearly deliberately cut. Now thinking back, it seems that someone had already reached into the duke's mansion, living a second life, only then realizing how foolish I was back then. Uncle Fu, little lord, your orders. Investigate. Find out who exactly dared to reach into my country's public office. Your smile was cold, your voice icy. Fubo's face changed, a trace of sternness passing without a trace, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding guards like a hawk. Mayan was slightly surprised by your reaction, but when she saw your gaze turn towards her, she quickly revealed that pitiful appearance again. Also, this woman is indeed pitiful. A gentle smile appeared on your face, a strange look flashed in Mayan's beautiful eyes. Seeming somewhat self-satisfied, you slowly lowered your head, facing that beautiful face, almost touching it. Feeling your face so close, Morong Yen's eyes flashed a hint of disgust, but it quickly disappeared, making a shy look. You caught this hint of disgust in your eyes, and smiled ambiguously, saying, "Is it not pitiful enough? Break her hands and feet, make her mute, and throw her into the Huayu building. Tell the madam, in the future, when the young master goes to the Huayu building to play with the courtesans, she should charge 30% less." Morong Yen widened her eyes, slightly opened her small mouth, and looked at you incredulously. From the Flower Moon Tower, from officials to commoners, as long as you have money, you can have fun there. How dare he? Fubo looked at you with a look of satisfaction, indeed worthy of being the grandson of the old duke. Young master, you are oppressing a common woman, Morong Yen said angrily, and some of the deliberately applied dust on her face fell off. You sneered. You're ice cold. How can a common woman be surrounded by a group attack, with all her clothes torn open, yet not a single injury on her body? The fabric on you is the top-grade silk from the Jade Cloth Manor, which is expensive. A common woman working all her life probably can't even afford a cuff of your clothes. Unknown identity, disguised as a common woman, trespassing into the Duke's mansion. Clearly an assassin. Assassins infiltrating the Duke's mansion to assassinate. Come on, capture her. Bold. I am Princess Dian of Dian, the Emperor's sister. Morong Yen. I came to you in disguise this time to discuss important matters. How dare you treat me like this? I will make you pay with your life. Morong Yen's face looked ugly at this moment, scolding angrily. Things have gone beyond the plan, but it doesn't matter. With her identity, she can make him kneel at her feet and obediently act like a dog. Morong Yen's eyes were full of confidence and pride. Pa! The crisp sound made Morong Yen spin in place. She looked at you, who withdrew your hand, in disbelief, her lips trembling, disguised as a commoner to infiltrate my country's public office for assassination. Daring to impersonate royalty after being discovered. Butler, dispose of this woman. Shut her up. And don't let her talk nonsense again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for finding oneself. The system is activated, and the first stage task is initiated. Clear thoughts. Are your thoughts clear? Your fists clenched tightly. The hatred in your mind surged like a tide, and the killing intent in your eyes solidified. Every time the host releases themselves and clears their mind, they will receive a system reward. Ding dong. Slapped the white-eyed wolf. Congratulations, host. Took the first step of enlightenment. System reward, immortal body. Land immortal cultivation. Feeling the rapid changes in your body, you take a deep breath. Revenge. And I can still get rewards. Wonderful. Looking up at the sky, you exhale the stagnant air hidden in your heart. Phew. Refreshing. Let's start with you first. Let's collect some interest first. Empress. At this moment, Morong Yen has already had her hands and feet broken by Fubo, curling up in pain on the ground. The pretty face, with slightly distorted features, was covered in sweat on the fair skin. She wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't make a sound. Fubo had already pressed her mute acupoint. Young master, why not just bury her? Send her to the flower house, where there are many people and mixed voices. Fubo looked at you with a complex expression in his eyes, carefully advising against it. No, bring all the servants of the Duke's mansion. Beat the gongs and drums. Let everyone in Yendu know that there is an assassin in our Duke's mansion. You smiled faintly, rubbed your face, and walked towards the Duke's mansion. Fubo did not hesitate any longer, and quickly arranged all the slaves of the Duke's mansion to beat the gongs and drums, escorting Morong Yen, whose hands and feet were broken and whose acupoints were sealed, unable to make a sound, towards the Waiwa building. Is there any street performance over there? Why are there so many people watching? Don't you know? I just arrived. I heard that there is an assassin disguised as a commoner, intending to attack Lord Lu Xiaogong. After being exposed, she even pretended to be a member of the royal family. Now she has been disabled by Lord Lu Xiaogong, and the whole city is parading. Lord Lu Xiaogong is famous for his generosity. Which commoner among us has not received his help? It's better to seek justice from Lord Lu Xiaogong than from the Ministry of Justice. To think that there are such heartless and vicious people attacking Lord Lu Xiaogong. Keep your voice down. I heard someone say that maybe when Lord Lu Xiaogong spoke out for justice before, he offended some high-ranking corrupt officials, and this assassin must have been sent by them. No, I just bought some eggs. I need to go throw a few. Wait for me, I've got some rotten leaves here that I didn't sell the other day. Throw them in together. Looking at Morong Yen, whose entire body was covered with rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, Lucen clenched his fists and a flash of ghostly coldness flashed under his eyes. The Lu family is full of loyalists. Grandfather Lu Yuanfang was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and was honored as the Duke of State for his achievements for the great kingdom of Yen. The enemy army attacked, the great Yin country was beaten to retreat, and even the main general defected, Lucen's father, Lucian, in the face of danger, to fight to the death to stop the enemy, and ultimately died in battle. The old Duke Lu Yuanfang, after experiencing the pain of losing his son in his old age, once again put on his armor, repelled the enemy army, stayed at the border to guard, and preserved the peace of Great Yen for 15 years. Lu Sun, the young lord, also had a reputation in Yen for being kind and charitable, and for liking to help ordinary people in their fights. The grandchildren have been loyal for 3 generations. The result is to support Morong Yen, this snake-scorpion poisonous woman, to the throne. Even with the trumped-up crime of collaborating with the enemy, the Lu family copied the family to destroy the clan. Before beheading him, he pulled all the Lu family loyalists and circled around Yendu 3 times. It was also arranged for someone to lead the crowd, throwing rotten eggs and rotten leaves. A family full of loyalists, but before they die, their names are torn apart. Live again. Everything will never happen again. Lucen muttered, his gaze firm, and his steps became more determined. Outside the Flower Moon building, a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure had long been waiting outside the building. With her long black hair coiled up and a smile on her delicate face, she welcomed Lucen and his party and walked up. Young Master Lu, what wind blew you here? Lu Xiaoxiao had a pretty face, and her proud figure under the colorful red gauze skirt, instead of being tacky, it also accentuated a few points of seduction. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao in front of him, Lu Sun's eyes slightly flashed with a glint. If he hadn't experienced a life, he wouldn't have thought that Flower Moon House was actually an intelligence agency under His Majesty Moronghua, the current emperor of the Great Yin Kingdom. It was also her desperate reminder in her last life that made her wake up and realize that she was being used by Morong Yen. Casually wrapping this last life's enemy in his arms and gently pinching her with his big hands, Lucen frivolously laughed. Sister Lu is really good at jokes. Do you really don't know why I'm here? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were slightly annoyed. She did not move to get rid of Lucen's palm and covered her mouth and laughed softly. Little Lord Lu, don't make fun of me. I'm just a pimp at the Flower Moon House. Where would I have such a great ability to guess why little Lord Lu is here? Since Sister Lu is pretending to be confused, I'll be blunt. Lu Sun once again wrapped Lu Xiaoxiao in his arms. The palms of his hands gently rubbed together, and there was some awe in his eyes. In her last life, she was used and was only concerned with helping Morong Yen gain the trust and regard of the royal family, and had no time for recreation and entertainment. I really didn't expect that this redhead of the Imperial court had so much material on her. Lu Sun rubbed his hands for a moment and released Lu Xiaoxiao the next moment she was about to get annoyed. The timing was just right, making Lu Xiaoxia feel like she had punched cotton. There is even a strange feeling that this little Lord Lu seems to be very familiar with himself. It's weird. Walking over to Morong Yen, whose entire body was covered in rotten vegetable leaves and egg liquid, emitting a foul odor, and whose arms and legs were broken, unable to make a single sound, Lu Sun laughed. This woman disguised herself as a civilian woman and sneaked into the State Duke's residence to assassinate Lu, and then disguise royalty after things fall apart. Lu Sun had a bright smile on his face, but his voice was unconsciously lowered and his eyes flashed with a cold light. She will be escorted to the Ministry of Justice for trial, and can't be convicted of anything. Thinking about it, why don't we let her stay at the Flower Moon House, and receive guests here for free, and serve those who have passed through, in order to make up for the harm she has done to Lu? None of the surrounding spectators thought anything strange about not being escorted to the Ministry of Justice. The person who dared to assassinate the young lord must have a powerful background. Sent to the Ministry of Justice, they will soon be sent out by secret operations as well. Moreover, for this kind of assassination behavior, from the late emperor began to give the princes and feudal lords to dispose of their own right, no matter how to dispose of, the Ministry of Justice will not be overly concerned. Turning his head, Lu Xun looked at the many spectators present and smiled. This is also considered Mr. Lu's welfare for all of you. Free pickup? And that's a good thing? Hiss. Can't see the face, but that body is tops. Young Master Lu is righteous. Don't worry, a certain person will come a few more times to take out the anger for the young lord. Boom! Morong Yan's face went completely white. Her body twisted with all its strength, trying to tell who she really was. Only at the moment, he was pointed at the mute point and couldn't make a sound at all. Under the twisting of that dimpled figure, the white skin was revealed along the deliberately torn shirt, causing even more revelry among the people around. Lu Xiaoxia's face remained unchanged, but a trace of gravity that left no trace flashed under her eyes. Remember, it's free, no money, hurry up and go inform your friends and family to come together to help Lu out. Lu Xun's words quickly spread through the streets and alleys. Free? Notify friends and family to come along for the ride? The Imperial study. Manhwa was sitting upright. The tip of his pen that was reviewing the Zhangzi suddenly paused. Slowly looking up, the face looked young, with clean features and a touch of femininity, though majestic, with deep weariness in the depths of his eyes. It was only at this moment that that clear face revealed an odd expression. Looking at the kneeling on the ground, a guard dressed as Lu Xiaoxiao, Manhwa eyes slightly moving, the tip of the pen once again fell on the Zhang, opened his mouth, passed the decree. The great Yan eldest princess Morong Yan did not return to the national capital on time, after investigating the department of the encounter with assassins of a foreign country, the guest death of a foreign country, on a certain date to set up the clothes and crown graves, the preparation of the state letter, so that the great Yu country to give an account of the statement. Said here, paused for a moment, the corner of the lips slightly curved up, revealing a good-looking arc, slightly nostalgic opened his mouth. Lu Xun. Don't know if you can still remember me as a young playmate. Should have forgotten, after all, that the time of me is still. Pass the decree. I heard that Lu Guigong's grandson Lu Xun encountered assassination, deeply worried, with the eunuch to go to the diagnosis and treatment, tomorrow called Lu Xun into the palace to see. Chapter 4 Past Memories. Pain. It hurts too much. Hoo. Morong Yan snapped out of her panic. Her face was pale, and her bodysuit had been soaked through by the cold sweat on her body. Agony. Not only from the broken limbs, but also from the pain coming from the fusion of memories in his mind. Her eyes brightened and flickered as endless images flashed before her eyes. In her last life, she took advantage of Lu Xun's heavy-heartedness and deceived him into thinking that she only wanted to gain the trust of the royal family. And after getting the trust of the royal family and being completely accepted, she poisoned her half-brother of the emperor to murder her, just did not expect that the emperor was poisoned and suddenly disappeared, and did not find any trace in the imperial palace. In that case, she would simply claim that His Majesty had been struck down by an illness and had died, and that he had passed the throne to her on his deathbed. But later, Lu Xun actually opposed her claiming the throne. It was also said that she didn't have the talent of an emperor and would misuse the country. On what grounds? After working so hard for so long, why can't you be an emperor? Who the hell is Lu Xun? It's just a stupid, stepping stone to be used by yourself. Although he has some strength, his talent and military skills are above par, and he has made great achievements for Great Yin. But so what? You're still being fooled by yourself, aren't you? Against himself, he must be tortured and made to feel remorse. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun was so fragile that he could not withstand the torture and died easily. It was clear that he was a peak heaven-ranked martial artist. Even if he was wasted by her with poison, his physical body shouldn't be that fragile. Since Lu Xun's death, Yan suddenly and directly collapsed off a cliff. No matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. Rebels rose up in all directions. Eventually the palace fell. The leader of the rebel army, that woman, there is a sense of déjà vu, that clear face, always feel as if they have met somewhere. With their own that half-brother of the emperor seems like Before she could ask more questions, she was beheaded with a sword. After his eyes went gray, he opened them again and returned to the day when it all began. Nope. It's all wrong. Lu Xun's reaction was completely different from his last life. How? Did he break his arms and legs and send himself to Flower Moon House? Looking at her arms and legs that had been broken off, Morong Yan, who had already had her mute points unlocked, let out a hoarse low growl from her throat, like an angry beast. Die! Lu Xun! I will break you into pieces. Cut out your heart and cut out your liver, I'll make your life worse than death. The voice was spiteful and hoarse, tinged with pain and growling. Outside the woodshed, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes were slightly cold. Listen carefully to what else she says. Record it all. After a moment's pause, Lu Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice, especially the names in her mouth, memorize them clearly and check if there are any accomplices. Before the words fell, his face suddenly changed. When he raised his head, he saw dozens of figures standing soundlessly above the roof. Under the moonlight, the black clothes and the pitch-black mask worn were incomparably eerie. Sky level. So many sky level. Lu Xiaoxia's face instantly changed. The only ones who could appear in one's vicinity without a sound were celestial-level powerhouses. Make it quick. Save the people and go. With a low growl, the leader's voice was feminine and shrill. Enemy attack. Lu Xiaoxiao let out a low roar, and dozens of figures instantly rushed out from the surrounding room, instantly meeting them. Flower Moon Tower, as the intelligence agency of the Great Yen Kingdom, was not without heaven-level experts in attendance. Those incoming heaven-rank experts did not engage in a battle and quickly disappeared after guiding Lu Xiaoxiao and the other experts away from the location of the firewood room. Crap! Lu Xiaoxiao shook off her opponent with a palm and tried to return to the firewood room, but found that the door of the firewood room was already wide open and it was already empty. Lu Sun took a nap. A long, long sleep. He didn't dream it. It was the most comfortable sleep he had ever had after experiencing a life and being reborn. When I woke up, it was the middle of the day. With a swing, he walked out of the room and looked up at the high sun, and Fu Bo and the others who were anxiously waiting for him, as well as the panicked eunuchs and the cold-faced inner guards. There was a moment of silence and a grin that revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Fubuki opened his mouth to say something. Lu Sun raised his hand to stop Fu Bo's words and spoke, "For the family matters, wait until I return from my stately visit. It is thought that the spies in the house have been detected." Lu Sun had always had trust in Fu Bo's abilities. Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly and stepped aside. "Young Duke, depart, we've already missed the hour." Lin Tongxian, the head of the great inner guards, opened his mouth, his face a little dark. "Yesterday, the imperial decree has been transmitted to this brat, but still can sleep until 3 poles of the sun, do not know that he should be early to go to the palace to wait for it? It's this hour, and I don't know how long his majesty has been waiting. If you are relenting, it's just. After all, he is the grandson of the old duke, so let himself take the blame." With a black face, Lin Tongxian blew his beard and glared at Lu Sun with a look of a criminal. "Uncle Lin, long time no see." Lu Sun's smile tightened as he looked at Lin Tongxian in front of him, his eyes slightly dimmed. As a good brother of his father Lu Xun, and an elite expert brought out by his grandfather himself, Lin Tongxian was transferred to the palace and arranged into the Great Inner Guard Battalion due to his strength reaching the peak of the martial artist heavenly level and being loyal enough to become the chief of the guards in just 1 year. Nowadays, he is the most trusted guard of the emperor. In his last life, he had gone to convince Lin Tongxian to help Morongyan gain a firm foothold in the royal family under Morongyan's persuasion. Lin Tongxian did not agree. As a result, Lin Tongxian had just returned home when he was surrounded and assassinated by 10 heaven-level assassins, and in the end, Lin Tongxian died in battle in his own home. The entire Lin family was killed without leaving their chickens or dogs behind. The result of the investigation, but only Lin Tongxian owed money and was approached by his enemies to take revenge. 10 heavenly assassins, just for the money they were owed, rounded up and killed the head of the Imperial household guards? Now that I think about it, at that time Morongyan was planning to use Lin Tongxian to do something in the palace. It just didn't occur to me that Lin Tongxian would actually disagree. It was also my own stupidity that caused Uncle Lin to suffer. Being able to call on so many heaven-level experts and still control the results of the investigation, even reaching into the State Duke's residence too. The power behind Morongyan was really not small. Lu Sun clenched his fists. "Didn't we just meet a few days ago? You brat, you still have the heart to joke? Hurry up and get moving." Lin Tongxian directly changed his name to Lu Sun, and with a black face, he angrily rebuked, "If His Majesty condemns you, I'll personally hit you with the board." "Uncle Lin, don't be in a hurry, wait for nephew to prepare for a moment or two." Lu Sun spread a smile. Lin Tongxian was stunned and looked at Lu Sun with some doubt, frowning slightly, and after a moment he seemed to understand something and spoke, "Count on your understanding, prepare more treasures for His Majesty to calm his anger." Lu Sun coughed dryly. "It's not like Jumbo can quell the fury of what he's done. Sent the princess to the Flower Moon house and declared that she would let the peddlers play for free. Even if this Rapunzel was born to the late emperor and the enemy spy, and was not recognized by the royal family, but after all, it is also flowing with the blood of the late emperor." Glancing at Uncle Fu, he spoke, "Uncle Fu, go to the ancestral shrine." Uncle Fu froze, bowed slightly, and asked with some confusion, "Is the young lord going to pay his respects?" Lu Sun waved his hand, fetched the late emperor's Imperial gold medal of exemption from death. Oh nar. Chapter 5 Microsoft No. The Imperial Study. Manhwa was dressed in a dragon robe, his clean face matched with a lean figure. He looked like a man of letters, but that pair of eyes carried a kind of superior majesty. Just one more look was chilling. At this moment, on the dragon case in front of Manhwa, there was a state letter with a stamped jade seal. In front of the dragon case, Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, and Li Qinsong, the Minister of Martial Arts, stood on either side. The two men stood in opposite positions, and the atmosphere was tinged with a bit of saber rattling. "My great Yen and great you have not been at war for 15 years, peace is not easy to come by, if the state letter is sent out, it is inevitable that there will be strife again." Minister Sun Ruofu's voice was calm, but with a hint of undetectable irritation. Martial Prime Minister Li Qingsong snorted coldly, his voice carrying a bit of gruffness, his eyes seemingly scornful, glancing at Sun Ruofu. Pieces piled up with lives. Do you think that this 15 years of peace is something you, Sun Ruofu, begged for on your knees? Back then, when the Dai Viet suddenly declared war, the army pressed in, and the main general defected. General Lucian was ordered to lead the resistance in the face of danger, and with 100,000 soldiers and horses, he took on the Dai Viet's 500,000 soldiers and horses, and eventually wrapped his body in his horse's hide. Elder Duke Lu should have been taking care of himself in his old age, but he forced himself to endure the pain of losing his son and put on his armor. In addition to the Lu family's father and son, there are so many other famous and honorable generals who are all good men with iron bones of my great Yen. If it weren't for their fight to the death and not taking a single step back, today you, Sun Ruofu, would already be a slave of the Daiyue family. They piled up the dignity of my great Yen with their lives, and now that the eldest princess of Great Yen has not returned the capital safe and sound by the time, and even a letter of state to question them has to be so cowering, you'd better not be for the phase. Why don't you just go to Dai Viet to be a house slave? You. Sun Ruofu's old face reddened with anger, pointing at Li Qingsong, his fingers trembling. You old piker, vulgar. Old me has never denied the achievements of the great Yin generals. Speaking here, a touch of sadness flashed under his eyes. Lucian, that child, but the old man watched him grow up, or the old man's student. Do you think that I don't know the dignity of the great Yin generals who fought to the death for my great Yin? The old man is just seeking stability. Besides, the eldest princess bones have not been found, cannot be sure that has died. If it appears again, what should we do? Wouldn't Great Vietnam take this matter? Sun Ruofu's face flickered, and between his words, he carried a few hints. Moronghua did not open his mouth, his face was calm as he watched, only his fingers were gently tapping on the dragon case, his eyes slightly turning, not knowing what he was thinking. The Great Yin Kingdom was different from other great powers in that there was no distinction between left and right ministers, but between civil and military ministers. All the world worships literature, but only the Great Kingdom of Yen treats literary officials and military generals equally. It is just that civil ministers and military generals always consider different perspectives and have different personalities, and quarrels between civil ministers and military ministers have become a common occurrence. In the midst of the chatter between the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts, the sound of a pass came from outside the door. Your Majesty, Lu Sun, grandson of the Duke of Lu, is outside the Imperial study asking for an audience. Upon hearing this name, the left and right phases clearly froze for a moment, their brows slightly furrowed with a few complexities. What Lu Sun had done yesterday had long since spread throughout Yin capital. We are not stupid, and we have some idea about the identity of the so-called female assassin. Just that after all is the royal bloodline, even if you see no light, not to be seen by the royal family, some words cannot be said too clear. The two phases, too, could only pretend to understand. Shen. The corner of Moronghua's eyes picked up slightly. Outside the door of the Imperial study, Lu Sun was dressed in a white robe, his face was full of indifference. When he heard the voice that declared himself to go in, the first thing he did was to hang the gold medal of immunity from death on his waist, and walked into the Imperial study with a big stride. The moment they first saw Lu Sun, the Wen and Wu phases were in a trance. That face, that temperament, was practically identical to the young Duke Lu and his father, General Lucian. The Minister of Culture, Sun Ruofu, even had a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. Just when they saw the gold medal of exemption from death hanging from their waist, the corners of the mouths of the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts twitched with anger and laughter. The moment Moronghua saw Lu Sun, he also froze for a moment. It's been a long time since I've seen my childhood playmate, but he's become a handsome man. When his eyes swept over and saw the gold medal of exemption from death hanging on his waist, Moronghua was also in tears. I, Lu Sun, pay my respects to your majesty. Lu Sun bowed respectfully. Little Duke of the State House is just an honorific. There are no posts. But Lu Sun had also enlisted in the army with his grandfather. With the army on the battlefield, kill the enemy and make achievements, is the vanguard of the army. It was only in order to preserve the last sole seedling of the Lu family that Lu Sun was sent back to Yendu and arranged for an idle official position to be held. Level off. Moronghua spoke with a faint smile. Lifting his head, Lu Sun looked at the thin figure, and a trance flashed through his eyes, flashing a flash of complexity. In his last life, he had been used by Morongyen, and was determined to help her write her name in the royal family and gain the trust of the royal family. How did she know that Morongyen had just gained a firm foothold when His Majesty the Emperor had a sudden outbreak of malady and even died suddenly and violently within a few days? Now that I think about it, what kind of coincidence is there? Malady. And what malady can break out without warning and kill you violently within a few days? The imperial physicians in the palace are all famous doctors from all over Great Yen, and they haven't found anything on a regular basis? It's clearly all an arrangement. His Majesty's sudden illness was simply Morongyen's handiwork. Clenching his fists, Lu Sun's body shook as his eyes became resolute. I heard that Lu Qing sent a female assassin to Flower Moon House yesterday? Moronghua's knuckles were long and thin with well-defined bones, gently tapping on the dragon case. Yes. The female assassin approached the microcosmic minister in disguise as a folk girl, and when she was exposed, she claimed to be of royal blood, so the microcosmic minister broke her arms and legs, and threw her into the Flower Moon building, so that she could atone for her sins by accepting guests for free. Lu Xun said it in a non-condescending manner, without the slightest hint of evasion. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. This kid, he's really good at playing dumb. This was the first time that the two civil and military ministers had thought so much alike. Bright eyes slightly raised, Moronghua looked at Lu Xun, seemingly smiling, opened his mouth and said, that Lu Qing no, last night the Flower Moon building was attacked, the female assassin was saved. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze slightly cold. He had thought that the power behind Moronghyan was big enough, but he had not thought that not only was the power big, but the guts were big enough as well. Flower Moon House, but he had deliberately chosen the place. There were dozens of heaven-level experts sitting there besides the ostensibly windswept women. Unexpectedly, the forces behind Moronghyan were so bold as to go directly to Flower Moon House to rob people. The bony fingers tapped the dragon case a little faster. Moronghua's face was slightly cold. Lu Qing, do you know the identity of the female assassin? Lu Xun slightly tilted his head, stroked the exemption gold medal on his waist, and said with his head held high, I know that the female assassin is the eldest princess of Great Yen, Morongyan. Text phase. Martial phase. This arrogant look, there's no hint of a mistake at all. But it's exactly the same as when Lord Lu was young. Chapter 6 I want to know the truth. The fingers tapping on the dragon case stopped. Moronghua narrowed his eyes slightly, emotions flickering in the depths of his eyes, and said in a deep voice, no? Then do you know where Flower Moon House is? Microcosm, I know. Lu Xun's face remained unchanged, his voice still full of vigor. The largest flower house in Yen capital, a place patronized by peddlers and merchants. Sending the eldest princess of Great Yen to the flower house, Lu Qing, I wonder if this is an offense to the royal bloodline? Moronghua's voice was calm, but underneath the calm voice, there was a hidden dark tide. When Xiang and Wu Xiang's faces became serious as they looked at Lu Xun, not knowing what they were thinking. But Lu Xun's face at the moment still had the same oil and salt look on it, and on his handsome face, with a few points of determination written on it, he opened his mouth and said, I know. Then why do you still want to do it? Moronghua stared at Lu Xun, a flash of color in his eyes. Lu Xun's fingers slightly pinched tightly, suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Moronghua. 5 years in a foreign country, but the first day back to Yendu was not to return to the palace, but to make a play to approach the micro-ministers, to approach the State Duke's mansion, and the inside man to take over. The State Duke's mansion has all had its hands stretched into it, and I can't swallow this breath. For a single thought to pass through, the micromanager will do the same. Those eyes made Moronghua vaguely drift off. For a moment, it was like going back to my early childhood. That little body rolled in mud at that time, blocking itself. Stubbornness and resilience were written all over the silk-muddled face. At this moment, all the words that Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang had thought of in their stomachs were stuck in their throats and could not be said. Looking at Lu Xun, the eyes of the two were filled with worry. This kid, sharp as a tack, doesn't know how to cover up. The corner of Moronghua's mouth curved up in a slightly undetectable arc. Sure enough, he's still him. Even after all these years, he still has this dead look. Lu Xun, on the other hand, was in a slight daze. In the back of his mind, a voice came. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. Do not bow your head in the face of royal authority, nor be humble. System reward, cloud climbing technique. Cloud climbing technique, you can climb the clouds and drive the mist, standing in the void, traveling 100,000 miles a day. Note, although the land immortals are not real immortals, they are still considered immortals, so naturally they should know how to climb clouds and drive mist. Be careful when practicing the art, bumping into the eagles and birds in the sky, and easily smashing the flowers and plants on the ground. Almost instantly, Lu Xun felt a slight lightness in his body, and the means of performing the cloud climbing technique melted into place, firmly imprinted in the depths of his mind. A sense of wonder appeared in the mind. One must know that in his last life, his top cultivation level was only at the heavenly level, and this world's celestial level experts were already at the top, and even at this top, they could only do so much as fly over the eaves and walk on the walls. Standing up in the air, voiding the clouds? Is this the way of the immortals? Lu Xun's blood surged with a sense of anticipation. In his last life, he was used and did a lot for Morongyan to gain a foothold in the royal family, giving a lot of time and energy, and had absolutely no life or thoughts of his own. To live again, in addition to making them pay and protecting all those who don't deserve to die, to actually see beyond the top of this world. Lu Xun, do you know how many experts the person who robbed the eldest princess last night had? Moronghua's voice returned to calm, drawing Lu Xun's mind back. When he came back to his senses, Lu Xun heard Moronghua open his mouth. 20 celestial levels. Lu Xun's knuckles clenched slightly. 20 heavenly levels. In order to save Morongyan, that serpentine and poisonous woman, that power behind her was really willing to put down money. Flower Moon House is a secret agent that I have cultivated. Moronghua's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something that didn't matter. The faces of the two people, Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang, obviously changed. Old me didn't hear it. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu spoke with a bitter face. Oops, old me went to the military camp on patrol some time ago and accidentally got my ear hurt. Why do you just open your mouth and not speak, Your Majesty? Martial Minister Li Qingsong's reasoning was much more refined, giving Sun Ruofu a slightly smug look. Sun Ruofu's old face fell. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. This is a lesson learned from the late emperor. The courtier knows the emperor's secrets and already has a way of taking his own life. Manhwa's clear face revealed a few smiles as he shook his head and said, "There's no need for the two phases to be like this. The two of you were summoned here today to discuss this matter." Speaking here, looking at Lu Sun, he spoke with deep meaning. I don't know whether it was by mistake or on purpose, but Lu Qing sent the Rapunzel to the Flower Moon building, which happened to have some experts sitting in it, and more or less left some clues. Lu Sun's eyes lit up and he spoke without hesitation. Your Majesty, this matter started because of my humble servant, and my humble servant is willing to go and investigate this matter. Find out who's behind this, and no matter who it is, the micro-minister will definitely bring it out. Lu Sun knew well who those stupid and bad think tanks around Morong Yen were, but that dark hand behind her is hidden deep. Whether it was Morong Yen, her think tank, or the black hand behind her, he had to uncover it. One by one, make them lose their names, and watch with your own eyes as everything they've been seeking comes to naught. In this way, you can make your thoughts clear. Pull out? Moronghwa's fingers once again tapped on the dragon case, only the frequency of tapping seemed to have become much more relaxed. Pull out for what? Kill. Lu Sun spoke without hesitation and raised his head. In his last life, His Majesty treated Lu Sun well. It's just that at that time, Lu Sun was used and hoodwinked, and with his own identity as well as his efforts, he paved the way for Morong Yen, and indirectly got His Majesty killed. Nowadays, he didn't want to hide his intention to kill those people. Besides, he believed that after experiencing this matter, His Majesty should also notice something unusual. A foreign country is a hostage. The first thing you do when you return home is to have a group of masters accompanying you in a play to get close to the never-before-seen little Lord Lu. The State Duke's office also has a cultivated inner circle. More than 24 celestial-level experts out to rob people. It's not right, any way you think about it. Lu Sun, Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu's face changed and he just wanted to reprimand. Moronghwa raised his hand slightly, stopping Sun Ruofu. Lowering his palms, the entire Imperial study fell into an eerie silence. Effective immediately, Lu Sun will be appointed as the Deputy Chief of Flower Moon House to investigate the matter of the eldest princess's robbery. Whoever is behind the curtain must be uprooted. I want to know the truth. The complete and whole truth. Moronghwa folded her hands together and placed them on the tip of her nose, her eyes looking straight at Lu Sun. Looking at that pair of eyes, Lu Sun actually vaguely developed a trace of inexplicable familiarity. Out of nowhere, it seemed like I'd seen it somewhere before. In the back of his head, though, came a voice. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. Make no bones about your killing intent. System reward, immortal beheading technique. Immortal beheading technique, a single point of the finger will cause an immortal god to fall. Note, land gods can also behead immortals, be careful, the power is too great, the aftermath can destroy a city. Lu Sun. To destroy a city at the drop of a hat, does one system have a grudge against cities? Chapter 7 Seeker Me, now strong and scary. The old man can't see it. The old man, too, can't see it. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu and Minister of Martial Arts Li Qingsong stood in front of the palace gate with a few moments of trance in their eyes. They were not as accomplished as Elder Duke Lu, hadn't been a member of 3 dynasties, and had only assisted the late emperor and His Majesty today. The lesson from the previous emperor is that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Therefore, in front of His Majesty today, the two of them have always been cautious and discreet, and they do not know as much as they can about the affairs of the emperor and the royal family. Available at. When they were in the Imperial study room today, they realized that His Majesty today seems to be very obviously different from the previous emperor. The two sages, are they waiting for Lu? Lu Sun took a relaxed step and slowly walked out of the palace. Seeing Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang standing in front of the palace gate with complicated faces, he showed his teeth and smiled. Sun Ruofu's old face pulled back and he grunted coldly, "You've just gained His Majesty's trust and honor, and you're raising your tail?" In the face of Sun Ruofu's reprimand, Lu Sun did not resent it in the slightest. His father, Lu Shun, was a student of Sun Ruofu. Shut down disciples. With his grandfather going to war all the time, his father was basically watched by Sun Ruofu as he grew up. Like father, like son. Sun Ruofu treated himself more like he was treating his own grandchildren harshly. In her previous life, Morong Yen had allowed herself to take a visit to Sun Ruofu. I don't know what was talked about during that time. Morong Yen's face was blue when she left, but after she left Sun Ruofu was assassinated. Although he didn't die in the end, he was seriously injured and eventually retired to his hometown. Now think about it, at that time, Morong Yen should be pulling when Xiang failed, annoyed and angry killed. Looking at the stern-looking Sun Ruofu in front of him, Lu Sun clenched his palms, but a relaxed smile appeared on his face as he opened his mouth. Grandpa Sun, Sunnerme, I'm terribly strong right now. Let Seeker protect you from now on. After laughing twice, he took the lead and walked towards the distance. You. Sun Ruofu pointed at Lu Sun's back, his lips shivering for a moment. On the side, Martial Minister Li Qingsong stroked the beard on his chin and persuaded, at your age, don't get angry and hurt yourself. This kid, he hasn't called me grandpa in 3 years. Not too young, it's time to get married. That little girl in my house happens to be a year younger than him, go back and discuss it. Sun Ruofu grinned and withdrew his finger. Li Qingsong immediately chased after him with a displeased face and spoke in annoyance, you old thing, you're really good at exploiting loopholes and bullying the old man for not having a granddaughter? The bright laughter carried far and echoed at the palace gates. The Imperial study. The corner of Manhwa's lips curled up slightly as he gently set aside the state letter written to Dai Yu and muttered, let me see, your true strength. Go kill for me. Immediately kill the entire state duke's residence for me. Not a single one. A spiteful voice lingered in the mansion. On the edge of Yendu, where the mansion was bought in the name of a wealthy foreign merchant, the small mansions near the mansion were bought. Those who live in the neighborhood seem to be ordinary people, but every one of them is powerful and strong, with a robust body, walking like the wind, obviously practicing. The sounds of resentment coming from the mansion didn't cause any ripples. The white cloth was tied with a splint, immobilizing Moron Yan's limbs to death. That exquisite face full of charm, at this moment, the features were slightly distorted, and the depths of the beautiful eyes were filled with resentment. Nowadays she could do nothing but hiss resentfully from her bed. A man dressed in black walked slowly, his face wearing a pitch-black mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, his voice shrill and feminine, eldest princess, didn't you say that the matter of approaching the young lord was 10 times more secure? How could you be so careless? Shut up! Moron Yan's gaze was icy cold as she looked at the figure wearing a black mask, mad as hell. Quickly tell your master that if he still wants to help me take the throne, he should immediately send someone to kill Lu Sun. She came back with memories, knowing that in her last life she had managed to gain Lu Sun's trust and had used him. But in this life, everything has become different. She suspected that Lu Sun had also returned with his memories. It would be bad if that happened. Thinking about the moment she had her limbs broken made her more certain of her suspicions. The first genius of Great Yan is not a joke. In her last life, she utilized Lu Sun, and easily obtained the royal trust that would have been impossible to obtain. If she had to face a Lu Sun who came to take revenge in this life, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. Must die. Lu Sun must die. And Lu Sun's family, those household servants, and everyone in the State Duke's mansion. Anyone who could possibly stand in their way must die. The black-robed figure wearing a black mask frowned slightly, his eyes carrying a few moments of skepticism. The feminine and shrill voice carried a few points of contempt. If the eldest princess is only for the sake of a moment's anger, arbitrarily destroying the plan, then this throne, I'm afraid there's no need to fight for it. You can't compete. You dog lackey, you also dare to reprimand this palace. Moron Yan's face was completely twisted, and her voice became sharp. This palace is because of the heavy. Speaking here, Moron Yan suddenly stopped. Almost said too much. Even if one said that he had come back to life, no one would believe him. Besides, there will be trouble later. Although she has no real talent, she is vicious and sinister enough. Her experiences as a child have taught her that the human heart is a dangerous place, and she has become serpentine enough to do so. Being reborn, knowing a lot, holding a lot of secrets, and what was going to happen in the future was all in the back of his mind. It's its own undercard. Moron Yan smiled morosely. That smile was bizarre and incomparable. Looking at the figure in front of her, her tone became light and calm. Dog slave, go tell your master. Now Lu Sun is no longer worth pulling in, and it's possible that he guessed our plan. If it's half a minute late, there's a chance it'll leak out. Let your master think for himself. If he is willing to let Lu Sun go, then it doesn't matter to this palace. And, speaking here, her head laboriously upward enough, caricatured smile and opened his mouth, tell your master, Lu Laogui Gong, has been investigating the death of General Lu Xun in that year. There's no hurry to do it, so I'll see you on the execution ground. With the memories of her last life, she knew the identity of the man behind it and what he cared about most. The black-robed figure standing in front of Moron Yan was obviously startled by Moron Yan's appearance, and left the room with quick steps after a moment. An unnatural blush flashed across Moron Yan's face, and her smile became hideously twisted. Lu Sun, I could make you die from torture in the last life, and I still can in this life. Want revenge? You deserve it? I am destined to be a female emperor for the ages. No matter how many times you start over, you will always be nothing but a pawn to be used, a stepping stone for me. This is your destiny. What happens when you defy your destiny is that you are sent to your death early. It's my regret that I didn't torture you again. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 8 let you off the hook. State House. Lu Sun dressed in a long shirt, picked up a cup of tea, gently blew off the floating foam, sip, refreshing tea flavor makes Lu Sun happy. This look of enjoying himself like no one else was a stark contrast to the guards kneeling in front of him, who were tied up in 5 different ways. Uncle Fu stood beside Lu Sun, his body slightly bowed like a panther ready to strike. The guard hung his head, unable to read his expression. Tell me, what promises did the people behind this give you? Lu Sun's voice was bland. He didn't know much about the person in front of him. In his last life, he failed to recognize Morong Yan's exploitation and was tricked by Morong Yan. This insider buried in the State Duke's residence was naturally not activated. The guard lifted his head, unable to stop the flow of tears. His eyes had cried until they were red, and he spoke in an aggravated manner. My subordinate really has no choice. They threatened my old mother. If you don't comply, they will kill my old mother. Sobbing by the end of the sentence. I know that I deserve to die for my sins, and I only ask that the young eunuch will allow me to see my old mother one last time before I die. As he spoke, the guard thumped his head. Lu Sun held his teacup and placed it on his lips, blocking the teasing at the corners of his lips. Well played. Don't act next time. This fool, really think that in such a short period of time, the state council can't find out his identity? He does have an old mother, but his old mother died 5 years ago. A year ago he borrowed the identity of a straggler and entered Yin capital, and by chance he saved Lu Sun before he was brought into the mansion as a guard. Now it seems that the chance encounter was also organized in advance. It's a big game to play behind the scenes. The corners of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes glowing. Sun Xiangyu. Fu Bo's face sank, just wanting to break it down. Lu Sun waved his hand, interrupting Fu Bo's words. Standing up, he helped the guard up with a look of admiration and spoke. Mr. Lu admires the most filial people in his life. You did this, for your mother's sake, it was out of filial piety and justifiable. Mr. Lu is willing to let you off the hook. Uncle Fu, bring the dagger and untie me. Lu Sun extended his hand and looked at Fu Bo. Fubuki froze, a little hesitant. However, he quickly came back to his senses and drew the dagger he was carrying from his waist, handing it to Lu Sun. Lu Sun lifted his dagger and instantly cut through the rope tied to that guard Sun Xiang. A look of surprise flashed under Sun Xiang's eyes, vaguely revealing a bit of self-satisfaction, and his gaze unconsciously fell on the dagger in Lu Sun's hand. Thank you, young lord. The young lord is righteous. Sun Xiang had a grateful look on his face, only that his palms had begun to turn slightly, and his head, which was hanging down, flashed a touch of viciousness. Swish! Almost in an instant, the dagger had fallen into Sun Xiang's hands. At the same time, Sun Xiang swept Lu Sun up in his arms, his dagger against Lu Sun's neck, and roared through gritted teeth, tell him to get out of my way. Young Duke. Fu Bo's face changed. Lu Sun shook his head slightly and spoke, no one is allowed to come over, let him go. Not only am I leaving, you have to follow me as well. Sun Xiang sneered and spoke disdainfully, who knows if I'll be able to leave Yendu alive after offending your little eunuch. You'll have to follow me and ensure my safety. Sun Xiang, how dare you? Uncle Fu let out a low roar, his body tensed, ready to strike at any time. Alright Uncle Fu, I'm willing to go with him, and when he's safe, I'll naturally come back. Lu Sun smiled faintly, not feeling nervous about being hijacked. That's right, as long as I'm safe, your little lord will be safe. Sun Xiang looked around and backed up step by step. Uncle Fu's face was anxious and wanted to make a move, but when he saw that Lu Sun was shaking his head slightly, he didn't dare to make a move easily. There were not many people who knew the secret that the young lord had long been a celestial-level expert, and Uncle Fu was one of them. But he still couldn't stop worrying, heaven-level experts were also human. The dagger is placed on the neck, and the slightest mistake can kill you. All stand down until I return. After being held hostage by Sun Xiang, Lu Sun and Sun Xiang quickly left through the back door. Lu Sun was also kind enough to point out some paths for him that few people passed by on weekdays. You're not bad. Sun Xiang's dagger was placed on Lu Sun's neck, and the smile on his face gradually became hideous. But it can't be helped, you're too valuable, if I can bring you back, I'll have made a great achievement. What do you mean? Aren't you going to let me go once it's safe? Lu Sun had already known this outcome, but still had to play along with the show, with some panicked looks on his face. Ho 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 ho. Little lord, you are really good at cheating. Such words are believed. Sun Xiang let out a sardonic laugh and tugged Lu Sun's collar to rush towards the east of Yin capital at a fast pace. Lu Sun didn't resist and let Sun Xiang tug at him, but the coldness under his eyes grew. Good, that's it. Let yourself take a good look at who is the person who dares to put his hand into the State Duke's residence. Half a pillar of incense later, two figures appeared in the east of Yin capital city. Fortune Place. Raising his head, looking at the gambling house in front of him, Lu Sun's face sank. The Fortune Place in the eastern part of Yin capital city was the largest gambling house in the entire Yin capital. In addition to the fact that the proprietor behind the funding of this place has a royal descendant, but also because of this place, there is more than just gambling. Behind the gambling house was a stretch of private houses connected to the gambling house. But this private house is not for ordinary residents, but you need to be in the gambling house and pay enough money to get in. There are criminals who have committed crimes living in this private house. There are unseen dealings. There are also some unseen forces that meet here. With the golden signboard of the descendants of the royal bloodline, no ungrateful ones dared to go in and search. Lu Sun was well aware of all this because in his last life, he had personally terminated this place and even found out the true identity of the person behind this. Ending the gambling house that had discredited the royal family was a big credit, and Lu Xun had purposely placed this credit on Morong Yen in order to give her a foothold in the royal family in the first place. Though she was granted royal recognition, I remember her face was hard to look at the time. Now that I think about it, maybe it's because it's also a force raised by the people behind her. Go! Sun Xiang was excited and tugged Lu Xun toward the inside. Passing through the chaotic crowd and skimming over the faces of those who gambled to the point of insanity, the two soon appeared at the back door of the gambling house. This is the only door that connects to the private houses behind. The back door is guarded by layers of guards. However, Sun Xiang was obviously a regular customer here, there was not much checking at all, and Sun Xiang was quickly let through. By this point, Lu Xun obviously didn't want to hide it, and took a step ahead of Sun Xiang, quickly walking towards the private house not far away. You want to escape? You can't escape when you come here. Sun Xiang wasn't worried and quickly followed Lu Xun, quickly going ahead. Number plates are posted on the doors of private homes. Walked to the door of the private house labeled 9, Sun Xiang pulled open the door. The 5 figures inside the private room rose suddenly and raised the weapons in their hands without hesitation. Just seeing that it was Sun Xiang, the 5 instantly relaxed. Sitting at the far end was a figure in a black robe with a black mask, a young voice with a few hints of femininity and trepidation, patting his chest and speaking in a sinister tone, scared the hell out of me. For a moment, but the eyes under that mask suddenly widened, and his voice became sharp. Wait, aren't you in the State Duke's mansion? Wasn't it checked? How did you make it back alive? With a smug look on his face, Sun Xiang smoothly pulled Lu Xun out from behind the door and spoke, I didn't just come back alive, look at you guys, who else I brought with me? Boom! Those 5 figures' bodies shook, and they all stayed in place. Kill! A few moments later, the black-robed figure wearing a black mask growled hurriedly. That voice is out of tune. Lu Xun smiled back. It's all small fry though. Available at. You can always find the real kingfish by following the small fish and shrimp. Chapter 9. Will you die by yourselves or will I help you? Boom! 1 heaven-ranked expert and 4 earth-ranked experts. At this moment, the aura on their bodies surged, and without hesitation, they rushed towards Lu Xun with their weapons. Sun Xiang visibly froze. If he had known that he was going to kill Lu Xun, how much better would he have just done it on the way? But the reactive Sun Xiang didn't hesitate for a second, and the dagger in his hand was violently flung towards Lu Xun's neck. Just. A terrifying force like the impact of a giant mountain suddenly appeared at his waist. Sun Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Xun. He saw that Lu Xun was just kicking out a leg. Just. The eyes went black, a sharp pain that instantly traveled down his waist and spread throughout his body. In the meantime, click. The sound of bones cracking, centered from the waist, spreading to all parts of the body. Boo! Sun Xiang impacted powerlessly on top of the wall of the private house, but collapsed the wall in an instant, and the entire private house collapsed most of the way in a rumbling sound. Sun Xiang, who had already had his entire body's bones shattered, had his entire body buried in it. The remaining 5 people all froze. Cold sweat covered his forehead. They all saw it. A kick. Just a kick. Even that heaven-level black-robed masked man couldn't help but be chilled at this moment. In his place, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to do this. Will you die yourselves, or will I help you? The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled slightly, and his hands gently rubbed together as he leaned against the still-collapsed doorframe. Is this the power of a land god? Really? So scary. Just by using the power of his physical body, he had already far exceeded the peak of the heaven rank dozens of times. If one were to use the cultivation and techniques within their body, God knows how terrifyingly destructive it would be. At this moment, Lu Xun also realized how true the system's reminder of farting and destroying a city was. Together! Those 4 Earth-level experts shouted harshly, their speed was incredibly fast, from different directions, they attacked Lu Xun. Just. This speed was slow in Lu Xun's eyes. Lu Xun, too, was not in the mood to play with them. Both fists were clenched, and the moves of the military high school were now like the roar of a true dragon under the power exertion of a land god. A punch landed on the expert directly in front of him. At that instant, the entire earth shook. Boo! That expert didn't fly backwards. His body was directly smashed and crumbled into a piece of flesh and blood by that terrifying force. Odd force. The other 3 who were still trying to attack Lu Xun were covered in the blood and flesh and even organs of their companions. His body stiffened in place, a cackling sound came from his throat, and his pupils fluttered violently. They've seen celestial-level experts, but the sky-level master is not like this either. The only one who was a heaven-ranked expert, the black-robed and black-masked figure, was terrified and rushed up to the collapsed house with quick steps. Stepping over the wreckage, he took a few steps to the roof of the house that had not yet collapsed, flying over the edge. Just before the figure could leave the roof, Lu Xun's feet pushed hard. Boo! The earth instantly trembled violently. There were still some houses left that hadn't collapsed yet, and they collapsed with a bang. Before that heavenly great expert could use his strength, he was directly shaken down. Boo! Boom! The 3 Earth-level experts beside him had their lips trembling, holding back their fear and preparing to make their moves, but they were instantly blown away by Lu Xun, one by one, with a single punch. As for the heaven-ranked expert that fell before his eyes, Lu Xun grinned. You don't mess with. I am. The shrill voice was sharp and piercing, with a characteristic sense of femininity. You don't have to tell me now, you'll have the chance to do so later. Lu Xun slowly crouched down, his palms toward the pair of legs, smashing down hard. Click. Ah. A sharp voice that spread throughout the fortune place. The commotion just now had already startled the private houses behind the fortune place. Some are too visible to come out and look, while others are already out. As they watched from afar, they could only see a figure in a long shirt, stained with blood, dragging a man in a black robe and a black mask, step by step towards the outside of the fortune place. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but shiver. At the back door of the fortune place, the only passageway leading to the private rooms, the guards didn't dare to stop them. When carrying the black-robed man who had broken his leg and fainted over inside the fortune place, the eyes of those red-eyed gamblers finally became clear. Panicked, he dropped the gambling equipment in his hands and rushed out of the gambling house with a shriek. Yesterday, it was a sensation in Yendu, and today, it will still be a sensation in Yendu. Lu Xun tugged at the black-robed man's already broken foot and left the fortune place one step at a time. The whole Yen capital, once again sensational. Is it the young lord? That's right, look carefully, it's the young lord all right. Great, the young lord has escaped from the thieves and bandits. What do you mean? You don't know? Yesterday that female assassin had an inside man in the Duke of State's residence. That inside man hijacked the young lord today and escaped from the Duke of State's residence. And just now wasn't there a Duke of State's residence soldier and guards posting notices all over the place asking for clues? The young lord is truly blessed with a great life. I don't know where the beasts came from that could even lay their hands on someone as good as the young lord. Needless to say, it must be those few in the court. Cough. There was a lot of chatter around. Lu Xun was a bit surprised. He had thought that this activist would cause a lot of people to disagree, but to his surprise, Uncle Fu had posted a notice in advance, rationalizing his actions a lot. And that's enough to make those behind it sit up and take notice. I'm sure they'll be up to something soon. After all, he himself had shown enough strength to scare them. In addition to the assassination, I'm afraid, there's going to be a new move in the court. Really looking forward to it. Of course, prying the mouth of this live one open might bring some good news for himself as well. Get out of the way, all of you. The Duke of State's government soldiers have arrived. Seeing the arrival of Uncle Fu with the government soldiers, Lu Xun lightly pointed to the fortune place behind him and spoke indifferently, sealed, whoever comes is forbidden to enter or leave. Uncle Fu's face straightened and he said gruffly, it's the little eunuch. This guy is. Seeing that the person Lu Xun was carrying in his hands didn't seem to be Sun Xiang, who had hijacked the young lord and escaped, Uncle Fu was a bit cautious. Arrange the carriage. Lu Xun didn't say much. Uncle Fu quickly evacuated the surrounding people who were watching and quickly blocked off Fortune Place, arranging a carriage to carry the black-robed man up. Young lord, is it to return to the house? No, go to Flower Moon House to have some fun. Lu Xun looked at the fainting black-robed figure and spread a smile. I've been on fire for the last few days, I always have to let off some steam. Flower Moon House. Standing on the roof of the building, Lu Xiaoxia's flirtatious pretty face was written with dismay. Wide-eyed, cold sweat had seeped from his forehead. What? Sealed the Fortune Place? And bring up unknown thieves to my Flower Moon House? This new deputy governor of ours can really be afraid of the strictness of our Flower Moon House's hide. Chapter 10. Too greedy. Sister Willow, I'm here again. Lu Xun smiled as he swept over Lu Xiaoxiao's fragrant shoulders, his palms rubbing over the smooth skin a few times without skimping. Smooth, delicate. Excellent. The smile on Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face was about to become untenable. Looking around, the carriage was in the backyard, and the black-robed man on the carriage had been carried into the woodshed. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth and said, Little Duke. No, Vice Governor, there are no outsiders here, so if you have something to say, just say it. As the chief administrator of Flower Moon House, Lu Xiaoxia felt like she was suffocating. It was clear that he was one level higher than Lu Xun, but now he even had a feeling of being governed. This person is related to the person behind Morong Yen. Lu Xun spoke in a bland tone. Lu Xiaoxiao's face changed and she immediately ordered her men to mobilize all the heaven-ranked experts in the vicinity of Yendu. But the young lord is so flamboyant, I'm afraid. Lu Xiaoxia said this, but she saw a smile on Lu Xun's face. Her pretty face stiffened slightly and blushed slightly. I'm just waiting for them to come back. More would be best. Lu Xun looked to the sky and showed his teeth. I don't know how many heaven-ranked experts they are planning to send this time. More would be best. That way, you can get more clues yourself. Lu Xiaoxia, however, revealed a worried look. She didn't know Lu Xun's strength and only felt that Lu Xun was too rampant. One slip-up at Flower Moon House and it would be completely destroyed. No. An interview with His Majesty is necessary. A little arrangement, Lu Xiaoxia hoofed it to the palace. The Imperial study. Manhwa sat in front of the dragon case, his eyes gazing at the middle-aged man in python robes in front of him. Dragon robes for the emperor. The python robe is king. In front of him was Manhwa's clan uncle, King Manhwa of Jinan. Although it was called the King of Jinan, it was only a vassal name and had no fiefdom. No fiefdom, no military power. But the influence is not small. That Lu family, but a small state government, dared to make trouble in the street, sent government soldiers to besiege the normal business merchants, resulting in public grievances. Moron cold face full of indignation, with a few points of hostility. I passed by there, want to go in to see, but even by the state duke's small government soldiers stopped down. He, the Duke of State, treats this world as if it belongs to his Lu family? This is treason. The voice was tinged with indignation and murderous intent. Manhwa's face was always calm, his eyes looked straight at his royal uncle, and he said lightly, Imperial uncle, don't get agitated, the state duke's office has always been loyal to the king and the country, and would never do anything to conspire against the country, and this matter might just be a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Manhwa's face was full of frost, sternly rebuking, I am a member of the royal family, representing the face of the royal family, his Lu family. A small government soldier dared to stop me, in the future that's not good enough? Your Majesty, you must punish that lawless state government. Imperial uncle, you are one of the proprietors of Fortune Place, aren't you? Manhwa's face remained unchanged, his slender fingers gently tapping the dragon case. Instantly, the scene went quiet. Manhwa's face changed as he looked towards Manhwa, his heart shocked. He didn't even say where that merchant was and this royal nephew of his already knew? I can't believe you know you've invested money there? What else does he know? Manhwa clenched his palms, a dense layer of cold sweat coming out on his forehead. It seems that all the royal families have underestimated this royal nephew. Fortune Place itself not only operates a gambling house, but also lends money to the people at high interest rates, encouraging them to gamble, and most of them lose their homes, helping to commit adultery with all sorts of blackmail cover. Imperial uncle, you've shared a lot of red over the years, haven't you? Manhwa's eyes were flat, but they exuded a kind of majesty that one didn't dare to look directly at. Puff! Manhwa's face was pale and panicked as he knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, even his voice trembled with him. Your Majesty, I'm just really short of money at hand. Can't help it. No way? The corner of Manhwa's lips hooked up slightly, his slender fingers tapped on the dragon case a few times, his knuckles reddened, his voice crunching, and he said in a deep voice, Imperial uncle, don't tell me that the 10,000 taels of silver that the royal family distributes to Imperial uncle every year isn't enough to spend. Spending so much and still lacking money. Speaking here, Manhwa looked deeply at Manhwa and spoke, Imperial uncle, you're not raising private soldiers, are you? A public vassal's house can raise government soldiers. The royal family may not. Keeping private soldiers in the royal family is tantamount to conspiracy. Hearing Manhwa's words, Manhwa's entire body shook like chaff as he spoke in panic. No. Your Majesty, listen to me. I am in no way using it to feed my troops. Yes, it's me. It's me being greedy. It's all because I was greedy. Manhwa looked at Manhwa, who was shaking like a chaff sieve, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, waved his hand with disinterest, and spoke, forget it, don't get involved in this kind of stuff in the future. About the money you've gotten from Fortune Place over the years, I will submit this to the treasury. Manhwa lowered his head, his fingers pinching the corner of his coat. As for the matter of Lu Boigong's government soldiers, Manhwa spoke again. Duke Lu's soldiers stood firm on their duties and did the right thing. It was me who was wrong. Manhwa's voice was low. Go on. Manhwa waved his hand and once again ambled on top of the dragon case to read the Zhangji. Until the footsteps left the Imperial study, Manhwa stopped his pen, slowly raised his head, and said to himself, I'll give you a chance to smooth out the affairs of the court, and outside of the court, we'll have to rely on you. Uncover it. I am also curious as to who it is. Outside the door, once again came a feminine and sharp voice, Your Majesty, Chief Lu seeks an audience. Let her in. Manhwa's eyes lit up with a few moments of anticipation. Lu Xiaoxia entered the Imperial study with quick steps, closing the door and saluting before being filled with bitter smiles. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Vice-Governor Lu, whom you have just appointed and who has yet to take up his post, is so high-profile that he will make it impossible for Flower Moon House to hide completely. Flower Moon House is the deepest hidden intelligence agency in the hands of His Majesty. Now that Lu Sun is openly taking people to Flower Moon House, how can this be hidden? There is no need to worry, I think that he should have his reasons. Manhwa opened his mouth to comfort. This comfort, however, made the smile on Lu Xiaoxiao's face even more helpless. Incidentally, there was some curiosity. Your Majesty, why do you trust Lu Sun so much? After causing such a big trouble, not only was he fine, but he was even appointed by His Majesty as the Deputy Governor of Flower Moon House, which was completely out of character. The corners of Manhwa's lips curled slightly, and he did not open his mouth to explain. It just asked, how strong is Lu Sun, have you tried? Not really, but, said Lu Xiaoxiao, his face became grave and raised his head. According to the account of the person he caught, he wasted that person's leg in one move. That man, he's a heavenly rank. Chapter 11. Coincidentally, Lu had the same idea. Ah, don't come over here. Inside the slightly dark and narrow woodshed, a figure wearing a black robe and a mask was twisting and crawling on the ground. The scene was extremely creepy, but only because the man's legs had been broken. At this moment, his hands, too, had been stepped on until they were twisted. Sharp, piercing sounds like ghostly cries coming from down in hell. Just this ghost screamed in the flower building that obscene noise completely covered down, leaking not the slightest. Lu Sun sat on the eunuch's chair, gently dusting off his blood-stained robes and revealing a gentle smile. Ha! A fainting person can actually still feel pain? Mr. Lu was just curious and wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect to really see it. Lu Sun's words instantly made the two heaven-ranked experts behind him unable to help themselves. A person who faints cannot feel pain. Even if you can feel the pain, it's not that easy to wake up. Only those who pretend to be dizzy will wake up instantly. Obviously, the young lord did it on purpose. Lu Sun, you're dead. You're dead. The figure squirmed, its voice feminine and full of pain. Whether I die or not, you shouldn't be able to see it. Lu Sun slowly got up and lifted the eunuch chair with his hand. The palm of the hand was slightly hard. Click. The armrest of the eunuch's chair snapped open in an instant, and at the point of fracture, there was a regular slant. It looks as if it is naturally sharp. The two heaven-rank experts were stunned, staring blankly at the sharp wooden handle in Lu Sun's hand, their hearts trembling slightly. This means, heaven level can really do it? They weren't peak heaven level experts, but they had seen peak heaven level experts before. Breaking wood with one's hands, such a tactic could be done by a heaven-ranked expert. It was possible to be so glib and still control the force to such an outlandish degree that the peak of the celestial rank would not be able to do so. At this moment, the eyes under that mask trembled slightly, the pupils contracted as they watched Lu Sun walk over step by step, and the face under the mask had been soaked with cold sweat. You don't want to ask. Ask me something about the man behind the... He swallowed and shuddered involuntarily. In the face of Lu Sun, a harmless-looking young lord, he actually developed an inexplicable sense of fear. You know what I want to ask, and I don't need to bother with more words. Lu Sun smiled, his eyes falling coldly on that mask. Previous. It was a group of heaven-ranked experts dressed in black robes with pure black masks on their faces that had been doing Morong Yan's bidding. Nope. To be precise, it was not working for Morong Yan, but rather working for the person behind Morong Yan. Just listening to him speak, Lu Sun always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In his last life he remembered hearing about it somewhere. Feminine, treacherous. Each word seemed to clip at the throat. Like it's eunuch. Lu Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as a figure flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, he spoke. Sunda? Minion at. That black-masked figure subconsciously spoke, only for his entire body to stiffen after speaking. A moment later, a sharp, piercing and slightly trembling voice came from under the mask. How did you? You know. Lu Sun laughed. Yes. How would one know? In his last life, this Sunda was the most loyal little eunuch beside Morong Yan. She has made some bitter tricks of her own, and Sundar suffers along with her. He himself had also admired Sun Tak for his loyalty and was even willing to befriend him as a friend. The cup of poison tea that Morong Yan later poisoned herself with was also hand-delivered to her by Sunda. Sun Mao, a eunuch, to have a confidant like little Lord Lu, this life is enough. At that time, he shared a drink with himself and had a good conversation. But after one glass of wine, he himself was poisoned and lost his cultivation. I still remember the sharp and sinister voice before I fainted. Little eunuch, don't blame the lackey, who made you know no better than to get in the way of someone you shouldn't be in the way of. If you die, don't blame others. One's last life was stupid. Being tricked, he didn't even notice that there was a heaven-level eunuch hiding around him. In this life, however, he had not yet approached himself, and was naturally filled with shock at his ability to recognize him. It's really coincidental. One by one, the people who had harmed him in his last life were just delivered to his eyes. Looking at the black mask in front of him, Lu Sun had an intriguing smile on his face. You think you can hide everything about yourself by covering your face with a mask? The spikes in his hand, falling gently. Swish! The spike easily penetrated Sundi's thigh. Wooden slivers, stained with blood, poked out from below and fell listlessly. A scream of shocked rage and agony escaped from Sunda's mouth. Ah! It's more painful than a broken arm or leg. He could feel the wooden spikes, driven by that huge force, piercing even his leg bones. No, not piercing, but hardening the bones under that terrifying force. Don't! Stop fighting! I say ah! What did you say? Lu Sun shook his head and smiled, his face full of helplessness as he spoke. And you're going to confess even before any punishment is used? What was said must have been a lie. The bitter tricks designed by Morong Yan in her last life, Sunda was always helping Morong Yan to suffer. Beaten until his skin was broken, even breaking an arm as well, he managed to endure it without giving away half of his hidden secrets. Lu Sun naturally didn't believe that he would be willing to tell any truth right now. Let Mr. Lu have a good exchange with you first. We still have a long time. We will give you time to tell the truth later. The expression on Lu Xun's face at the moment was like a death wish in Sunda's eyes. Lips trembled beneath the mask, and a horrified purr escaped his throat as his eyes went round. No. No. Please. I say everything. Look guys, I volunteered to take off my mask. I'm willing to say it all, said Sundowner, alarmed, went to remove his mask. A large hand gently covered that mask. Lu Xun with a soft smile on his face, gently covered that mask and softly said, don't be anxious, the time is still early. You two, go fetch some poison wine. It's going to be the kind of poison that doesn't kill you, but makes life worse than death. Lu shared a drink with him. Turning his head, Lu Xun looked at the two heaven-level experts and opened his mouth to ask, you should have that kind of bar here. The two heaven-level experts looked at each other, opened their mouths, but finally nodded and quickly went to fetch the wine. The woodshed door closed, and the corners of Lu Xun's mouth slowly fell. Sunde had also apparently given up begging for mercy and gradually revealed his original face. The voice became sinister. Young Master Lu, I advise you, slave, not to mess around. As you know, the slave is a eunuch. The identity of the person behind this is not something you can mess with. Beware of ending up with a full house. Lu Xun's left palm gently rubbed the knuckles of his right hand, his eyes icy cold. Coincidentally, Mr. Lu has the same idea, ready to make that master behind you a full house. If I can't behead it, Mr. Lu is prepared to personally take action and exterminate that master of yours. What do you think? Chapter 12. A man, how could he stir up such a big mess? Bold, huffing and puffing. Sunde was trembling with anger, his eyes were red, and his shrill voice was filled with resentment. Lu Xun, you're complacent. Think you can get a lead on the master by arresting the minion? Slaves aren't the type to sell out. But the slave advised the young lord to worry about your Lu Guo Gongfu. Speaking of this, Sunde's face under the mask became all smiles. The master has given the order to kill. You Lu Xun will surely die. Your family, the Duke of Lu, will also become a traitor, and your family, the Lu family, will be decapitated. Ha. Slave, just watch. Just watch that loyal and patriotic elder Duke Lu be escorted to the execution ground for treason. Even your deadbeat father, his bones were dug out and flogged. Ho. Just thinking about it, the slave is excited. Everything that Lu Guo Gongfu experienced in his last life appeared in front of Lu Xun's eyes, scene by scene. Dying grandpa, smashed full of rotten leaves and rotten eggs. The government soldiers of the Duke of Lu's house, those warriors who defended the land and the country for Great Yen, were scolded as traitors. One by one, they were escorted to the execution ground. In the midst of the spitting and cursing, they all tilted their heads back, preferring to die rather than bow down. Until the moment the head was chopped off, blood splattered 5 feet and the wind and clouds changed. At that time, he was tied up by that poisonous woman Morong Yen at the edge of the execution ground, watching the scene with powerlessness and despair. Boom! The aura on Lu Xun's body instantly stormed out. The aura of the land's gods and immortals rushed up to the sky in a flash. A shadow rushed out from his body and transformed into a god statue, standing behind Lu Xun. This moment, Lu Xun is like a true immortal. The might of a true immortal is like a mountain through the sky. Even though Sunde was already a heaven-ranked powerhouse, at this moment, his entire body trembled violently. Facing the impact of the aura emanating from Lu Xun straight on, he felt like he had been hit by a giant mountain. The whole body went limp in an instant. All the bones shattered in this instant. Wide-eyed, Sunde stared blankly at Lu Xun in front of him, disbelief filling the depths of his eyes. Just for a moment, as if something suddenly came to mind, his eyes almost glazed over and a cackle escaped his throat. In the end, but still the corners of the mouth overflowed with blood, and the vitality instantly passed away. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xun withdrew all of his chi and his face became gloomy. This power is too strong. Not enough to send and receive freely. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lu Xun sighed. He himself possessed the cultivation level of a land god, but he did not have a gong method to match it. The original cultivation technique used to control the cultivation of a land goddess was always still a bit difficult. Looking at Sunde, who had already been washed into a puddle of mud by his aura, he shook his head. That black robe and a mask had been rushed to pieces by his own aura, and at this moment that face had also appeared before him. It was clearly Sunde, the eunuch. Dead. The trail is dead for now, but Lu Xun didn't regret it. In his head, a system beep appeared. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. The killing heart starts at random, and the temporary intention to take revenge is considered a good idea. System reward, the skill of passing the sky. Tong Tian secrets, this is a top-level cultivation technique. Those who cultivate this technique, as long as they don't die halfway, they will all be the strongest in all times. Note, after practicing this technique, in addition to rapidly increasing strength, you can also control the size of the power at will, so in the future, the host will not have to worry about a fart crushing a city. Lu Xun owned this system. Have a grudge against the fart or the city? In an instant, that cultivation technique appeared in his mind. A complicated pattern appeared in the depths of his mind, and in a moment, it was deeply imprinted in it. Words that were originally obscure and difficult to understand are now blended together in a single breath. The power that was originally raging within his body instantly quieted down. Even the aura on his body has changed. From the sharp edge at the beginning, it became gentle and natural, looking like an ordinary to the core commoner. Retracting his mind, Lu Xun slowly opened his eyes. But it was instantly baffled. Lu Xiaoxia, at this moment standing at the entrance of the firewood room, her pretty lips shivering, looking at Lu Xun, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Xun was just about to open his mouth when Lu Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand, breathing heavily, and the plump principal on her chest trembled violently for a few moments as she tried to calm herself down. Her voice was soft, but with a few tremors. Deputy Chief Lu. Little Lord. Never would have imagined that before. Slave knew you. One man. A normal person. How did he? Stirring up such a big mess. The last sound was almost pitchy. Lu Xun spread his hands with an innocent face and spoke with a bitter smile. I didn't want to. One slip up and he died. Lu Xiaoxiao. A heavenly master. Even if he was a heaven-ranked expert who had his arms and legs abolished, how could he die in a single slip of the tongue? Lu Xiaoxia felt like she was going to break down. As the chief administrator of Flower Moon House, she did business on the bright side and was comfortable in both black and white. The secret intelligence network has even reached out to the whole of Great Yen. As long as His Majesty wants, he can even find out in which place a certain courtier is keeping a concubine. However, ever since the moment she met Lu Xun, everything seemed to be going in the worst direction. First, he sent the eldest Princess Morongyan, who had broken her arms and legs, to himself. He actually had to say in front of the entire Yen capital people that he wanted Morongyan to receive guests for free at Flower Moon House. It's already a hot potato. In the back, there were surprisingly so many heaven-ranked experts out to rob people. This made Lu Xiaoxia feel like the sky was falling. Every country's heaven-level experts were recorded. Yendu suddenly appeared with so many heaven-ranked experts, but Flower Moon Tower was completely unaware of it. This is a big mistake. What a dereliction of duty. Fortunately, His Majesty was magnanimous and did not condemn him. Available at. Here comes more devastation. Lu Xun, after going to the palace to meet the saint, actually became the deputy head of Flower Moon House? The news hadn't even finished digesting, but he had actually brought a heaven-ranked masked expert associated with Morongyan here in a bright manner. Then, himself just went to the palace to report the time. He killed the man. Days. The sky is falling. Lu Xiaoxia felt her brain hurt. Did you ask anything before the person died? Died? Strongly enduring the discomfort in her brain, Lu Xiaoxia tried to calm herself down. Lu Xun shook his head with a helpless face and spoke, this is a tough one, so I didn't ask and hit first. Lu Xiaoxia? Ha? So, no questions asked, pure torture? Looking at the body that was as rotten as mud all over, Lu Xiaoxiao's red lips opened slightly and her eyes were dumbfounded. Lu Xun, however, squatted down and looked at the face that was incomparably familiar from his previous life, and his gaze became dark. Ask, and you won't get the truth. A dead man can't tell a lie. Chapter 13 Master of the Eunuchs. As the chief administrator of the Flower Moon Tower, the commander of all the intelligence networks in the entire Great Yen, Lu Xiaoxia was also considered to have seen a lot. But Lu Xun was like this, the first time she had seen it. People are dead, and he can still say things like, dead people don't tell lies. Talent. A heavenly eunuch, from where? And who, again, can be his master? Lu Xun's eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was talking to himself, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He's got the answer. It was only these words that instantly caused Lu Xiaoxia to freeze, a layer of fine beads of sweat breaking out violently on her forehead. The beautiful eyes widened and her body trembled slightly. Imperial tomb. Lu Xun got up and slowly walked towards the outside of the woodshed. Walking to the door, he stretched and spoke, these clothes are too dirty, arrange a room for me and take a bath to change. Give notice, and all refresh yourselves, for after nightfall, I fear there will be friends to come. Looking at Lu Xun, who had left the firewood room, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly came back to her senses, and her pretty face instantly turned red. I'm the chief steward. Only, Lu Xun has gone far away. Dai Viet and Dai Yen border. Lu Yuanfan was dressed in a mottled battle armor and stood on top of the city wall. The dry and icy wind was bitterly cold, blowing the florid white beard up in a haphazard manner. The pale face was furrowed and cracked, and in some places it had dried up, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Even though the old Duke of State was already a heaven-level expert, he was dying after all. Celestial-level experts are not detached from mortals, they are just a bit more powerful in terms of force. A pair of cloudy eyeballs at the moment, looking in the direction of Dayoshi with a few worries in the depths of his eyes. What are you doing here, Kuni? Don't worry, with you on guard, I'm sure that Dai you won't dare to do anything. Behind them, two stout generals came forward, one carrying a fur cloak, ready to drape the old duke. Lu Yuanfang shook his cloak, but did not put it on, but casually draped it onto the body of a young soldier on the side. His face was slightly gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, it has been a year. Yes, it's been a year. Dai Viet should have been scared by the beatings. They haven't come one step closer to my great Yen for a year. the old duke's deterrent power is still there, and the last time should have scared them. The burly general behind him laughed a few times. Lu Yuanfang, however, gently slapped his palm against the city wall, staring dead on in the direction of Daiwa, and snapped, 1 year with no movement, this is not like Daiwa. These words froze the two generals behind them. What do you mean by that, Mr. State? Tilting his head slightly, Lu Yuanfang's eyes carried a few moments of contemplation as he spoke. The grudge between Great Yu and my Great Yen has been going on for an unknown number of years. Since the old man joined the army, he has been fighting against the Dai Viet. Every year, they send troops to harass them several times. In that battle 8 years ago, the Dai Viet army tried to secretly attack the border and was discovered by the army scouts. The old man led the troops to repel them, and the Dai Viet deaths and injuries amounted to 30,000. But it still comes back year after year, several times a year. A year ago, Dai Viet, died a mere few thousand deaths, and that's all it took to get scared and not be ready to come and violate my borders? Or is Dai Viet ready to make peace with my Great Yen? Lu Yuanfang's words immediately caused the faces of those two generals to freeze. Whether they are scared of being beaten or ready for peace talks, both are impossible. The enmity between Dai Viet and Dai Yen is one that is almost impossible to resolve. Anyone who has the chance will surely kill the other. Saying things like beating the out of Dai Viet was just a joke, for fun. I'm afraid, Dayoshi is waiting for the opportunity to make a big move. Lu Yuanfang's palm that was patting the city wall suddenly stopped for a moment, turned around, and walked towards the bottom of the city wall. I will immediately write a military report and send it to Yen capital. Aside from this place, all cities bordering Dai Viet should be on heightened alert. My subordinate obeys the order. Go and make arrangements immediately. The general hesitated for a moment, and after a few moments, he looked at Lu Yuanfang and whispered, then, Duke of State, in a few days it will be your day of rest and change of defense. Will you still return to Yendu? Since Lu Yuanfang had been guarding the border, he had only had half a month off each year to change his defense. Only at that time could he fast-track his way back to Yendu to meet up with his grandson Lu Sun. It was a long way to travel, and most of the half-month was spent rushing, so there were only 3 or 2 days when they could really get together. Lu Yuanfang's eyes sank and he sighed. Looking at the Dai Viet border always gave him a bad feeling. Not going back, I'll write a letter later, you have someone send it to Yendu Duke's mansion. Yes. The two generals complied and left quickly to make arrangements. It was only a short time before one of them turned back again. Elder Duke, my subordinate has a scout in Dai Viet who was going to cross the border of Great Yen in the last 2 days under the pretext of doing business, and perhaps he will bring some news from the Dai Viet side. The general hung his head, and on his lowered head, his eyes flickered slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Yuanfang did not notice anything wrong with his subordinate, nodded his head and opened his mouth to ask, is that scout reliable? Firmly, a relative of the subordinate. The general spoke, his tone firm. Lu Yuanfang nodded and waved his hand. The general turned, but a struggle flashed across his face. The sound of silk and bamboo. The piano bells and drums are pleasing to the ear. Mannequin is dancing. Lu Sun carried a bottle of 100 Flower Dew, a liquor unique to Flower Moon House, and lay on the collapse with a face of enjoyment, admiring the delicate figure not far away. Looking at Lu Sun with this appearance, Lu Xiaoxiao was furious. I don't know what His Majesty believes in him. And, this young lord, where does he look like the image of justice and kindness that people talk about? He's clearly a wannabe, and a master of breaking and entering. Go down. Lu Xiaoxia, who really couldn't help herself, walked into the room with a sullen face. The girls around the room instantly exit the room. Lu Sun sent the 100 Flower Dew down his throat with a disgruntled expression, drinking it in one gulp before speaking, how did you let the girls go? It's getting late, time to do some business. Lu Xiaoxia was disgruntled. From the moment he changed his clothes, Lu Sun had been enjoying himself here, with absolutely no intention of getting down to business. If we do the right thing now, I'm afraid that this Flower Moon mansion will be demolished clean. Lu Sun shook his head with a helpless face. These words instantly caused Lu Xiaoxiao's face to change, and she walked to the window, and through the window, she swept over the Flower Moon building, and her face changed again. At this moment, the Flower Moon building still looked like the same lively scene. But, there are hardly many familiar customers. It's all faceless. There are quite a few more, deliberately hiding their breath. If a heaven-ranked expert deliberately hid his breath, it would be hard to detect at the same level. You found out a long time ago? Lu Xiaoxia's pair of big eyes slightly glared, her red lips slightly wriggled, and she whispered, not telling us earlier, so that we could prepare earlier. Lu Sun did not explain and casually placed the already empty wine pot on the table. Tell them? The ones who came this time were all peak heaven-level experts. The gap between the existing experts here at Flower Moon Tower, whether it was in terms of strength or number, was too great. Lu Sun hadn't intended for them to make a move. Prepare a wagon and carry the body of that castrated dog up there. Find a fast-legged expert who can escape, and follow me as I drive outside of Yendu. What the hell are you doing? Lu Xiaoxia looked at Lu Sun in a daze. Lu Sun smiled, a bright smile, but with an inexplicable chill. I'm afraid. To fart and destroy Yendu City. Although it seemed like he was joking, Lu Xiaoxiao inexplicably trembled, and an unexplained chill arose in her heart. Chapter 14 One Step Up. There was a commotion just now. Someone carried something onto a carriage and headed out of Yendu City. Flower Moon Mansion, inside the private room on the third floor, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes was laughing and drinking. The news from his men caused the smile on that middle-aged man's face to hide. Where are the experts from Flower Moon Tower secretly following? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice with a cold gaze. The henchman hesitated, shook his head, and spoke. There's only one expert driving, and Lu Xun is in the car. Ho 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 ho. Think that will confuse us? That middle-aged man's gaze held a few moments of disdain as he spoke smugly. How stupid. The people should have already been transferred to the carriage. They kept those experts just to make us think that the people are still at Flower Moon House. Inform everyone to catch up with that wagon and follow it at a distance. When we leave Yendu, do it immediately. The Golden Master said life or death. Yes. The originally prosperous Flower Moon building was, almost in an instant, much cooler. Many guests left Flower Moon Mansion in 2s and 3s, and after they left, they quickly dispersed to different streets, quickly disappearing cleanly. Chief Steward, are we really not going? A Flower Moon building's heaven-ranked expert stood outside the building with Lu Xiaoxiao, watching those people disperse and leave after the carriage. Lu Xiaoxiao clenched her silver teeth as she thought about what Lu Xun had said to her before she left. If you come, you'll only make a mess. Lu has a plan, don't disrupt Lu's plan. After a moment of silence, her beautiful eyes became stern and she spoke. Notify everyone, follow them far away and go outside the city. If there is danger, save the young lord first. Yes. Flower Moon Tower experts also quickly poured out, but after all, there was a delay of some time, even for a moment lost the trace of those people. Outside the city, Gung Biao drove the carriage, determination written all over that straight face. Don't worry little lord, my subordinate has excellent driving skills. Later if there is any danger, my subordinate will find you a safe place for you to hide first, and my subordinate will lead away those enemies. Looking at that sincere face is really soothing. But, Lu Xun's gaze was filled with eccentricity. This skill of driving a carriage is really worrying. I can't say it's not there, I can only say it's a mess. If it wasn't for the fact that those experts needed to wait until no one was outside the city to make their move, I'm afraid they would have been stopped by now. Well, stop in the bamboo forest up ahead. Lu Xun ordered. The carriage slowed to a stop. It was an extremely deep bamboo forest. The bamboo forest could not be seen to the end, and the carriage was in the bamboo forest, which looked with a few eerie and spooky feelings. As the carriage came to a stop, a figure in the distance came out of the shadows and brightly surrounded the direction of the carriage. Alright, you escape first. Lu Xun looked at Gung Biao. Alright. Without saying a word, Gung Biao generated wind under his feet and disappeared in front of Lu Xun's eyes almost in an instant, and with a few tumbles, he burrowed into the bamboo forest and disappeared. This set of movements flowed in a fluid manner, leaving Lu Xun dumbfounded. His is quite the escapist talent. Turning his head, Lu Xun saw the dozens of experts. Heaven-level experts made up a minority, but there were more than 20 of them. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in brocade clothing. Just seeing this middle-aged man, Lu Xun frowned slightly. No hidden identities, no covered faces, and no black robes. The aura on his body was not as weird as that. This friend, after following all the way, can you report your name so that Lu can die with peace of mind? Lu Xun jumped off the carriage and grinned. This reaction made the middle-aged man freeze. The young man was unique in being able to laugh when he was on the verge of death. Young lord, you and I have no grudge, it's just that someone paid a high price for us to save someone and kill you in the process. You are the Black Blades? Lu Xun's face sank slightly. The Black Blades, the largest assassin organization in all of Great Yen. The organizers behind it have their hands full, are not bound by the state, and are deep underground with countless killers under their command. The middle-aged man froze for a moment, bowed slightly, and smiled. It's really an honor for us that such a person as the young lord knows about our Black Blade. Lu Xun, however, couldn't laugh a bit. I thought I could wait until the black hand behind the scenes sent someone to rescue me, but I didn't realize that I had paid for a hitman to come. It's just, there are just some twists and turns. It's nothing. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, looking towards the middle-aged man and taking one step at a time. You can't save anyone. The man is dead. Murder, I'm afraid, is also difficult. I'm afraid I don't want to die that badly. As the words fell, Lu Xun's body suddenly radiated a surging aura. One step at a time. Under the shocked gazes of all the killers, Lu Xun took one step up into the void. The hands were slightly open, like an immortal god descending into the world. The wind howled, and the surrounding bamboo forest was uprooted in an instant. The berserk power instantly rolled through the void. The bottom of Lu Xun's eyes flickered with a murderous intent, and his finger leapt forward to point out. Immortal beheading technique. Rumble. At this moment, all the killers were stunned. They saw the whole heaven and earth turned upside down. Endless stars fell before his eyes, and in the next moment, a terrifying power like a giant mountain came crashing down. Put. A figure was almost instantly crushed and burst by that terrifying power. Even the celestial-level powerhouses, in shock, threw down the weapons in their hands and turned around to flee. Just, shoo! The bamboo swarmed around it. A sharp bamboo bar viciously pierced through those bodies, and the huge force nailed them in place. Phew! Retracting his fingers, Lu Xun's face was vaguely white, and there was also a hint of excitement. Before my eyes, there was blood. Some of the Earth-level powerhouses were as if they had been crushed by some terrifying weight. Some heaven-level powerhouses with broken arms and legs. The bamboo forest has disappeared. In its place was a bamboo prison. Those killers, firmly immobilized by the bamboo, could not move. Lu Xun, on the other hand, had only used 30% of his power. 30%! Lu Xun finally understood that line from the system. A single fart can shatter a city. The land gods, it is true, can do this. That middle-aged man is still alive. Only, he was cloaked and his entire body was shaking violently. A couple of bamboos angled through his arms and legs, pinning him to the ground. This was deliberate on Lu Xun's part. Keeping him is always a clue to the person behind the money. The feeling of standing in the void as he slowly landed was too good to be true. Click, click. Stepping on the fallen leaves, Lu Xun slowly walked to that middle-aged man, his palm gently rubbing on that bamboo. I think you should be able to help me provide the identity of the person who was ready to take my life. Lu Xun looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was hideous, and his whole body trembled violently. You. What exactly are you? Little Duke of Lugua Gongfu, don't you know? Lu Xun looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised face. The middle-aged man forced himself to endure the pain of his limbs being pierced through by the bamboo, trembling violently as he spoke in shock and anger. No. This means of yours is not something that a heavenly rank can do. What on earth are you? Is it important? Lu Xun smiled non-committally, and the hand that was touching the bamboo pressed down slightly harder. Inch by inch, the bamboo slowly disappeared deeper into the middle-aged man's leg. The middle-aged man's eyes instantly filled with blood, veins rolled on his forehead, and his entire body arched up like a boiled shrimp. I Black Blade tradition. Die without revealing your employer's identity. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled. You can't reveal your employer's identity even if you're dead? That's not enough pain. Flower Moon House, there should be someone who is good at forcing confessions. It's just. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, turning around to leave this bamboo forest that had been destroyed in a mess. A few moments later, the Flower Moon Tower powerhouse finally arrived late. Just looking at the scene in front of them, all of them stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. Chapter 15 The Princess Returns. Fortune Place did not turn up any useful clues. Lu Xun soon let the government soldiers return to the State Duke's mansion as well. But Fortune Place posted a notice the next day, saying that due to the name of the proprietor of Fortune Place, some people in Fortune Place have committed crimes and harbored villains, and have been sent to the officials for punishment. The proprietor of Fortune Place will also close Fortune Place permanently. Lu Xun walked past the Fortune Place and looked at the announcement posted on the Fortune Place, his gaze flickering slightly. The people behind Fortune Place were afraid that they would hate themselves. But it's also his bad luck. In his last life, when he was being used by Morong Yen, he had knocked down the Fortune Place in order to help Morong Yen gain a foothold in the royal family. In this life, it was again because of himself that the Fortune Place was shut down outright. Why are there so many people outside the palace? Haven't you heard? It's the Rapunzel who's back. What? The Rapunzel is back? Didn't you say 2 days ago that the eldest princess had an accident on the road? Who knows? Anyway, I heard that the first princess has returned, or was escorted back by an expert from the Great Yu. I hear there are also quite a few Dai Viet apostles here, bringing with them a lot of rare and good stuff. Go watch the fun. The people on the street instantly swarmed in the direction of the palace. Lu Xun's eyes were slightly cold, and a murderous intent flashed under his eyes. It's also really interesting. The person behind Morong Yen really has a lot of guts. Every step of the way, it was beyond expectation. Outside the palace gates, Morong Yan's limbs were wrapped in cloth bands to secure them. Her face wore a gentle smile as she swept through the crowd, her delicate features carrying a few points of flamboyance. At this moment, protected by the experts of the Great Yu, a few stout men carried the magnificent sedan carriage and waited outside the palace. Why do I feel that this Rapunzel has some sense of familiarity, as if I've seen her 2 days ago? Yeah, especially that body. Hiss. I remember a female assassin went to the young lord's house 2 days ago. It seems that her limbs were also broken. Yes, the Rapunzel's limbs seem to be injured as well. No way. Hush hush. Don't talk nonsense, this is the eldest princess. Nonsense is to kill the head. What are you guys babbling about? How could the eldest princess be an assassin? There was a clamor of voices all around, but that ear-piercing sound was still audible to Morong Yen. The affable smile on his face was about to become untenable, even vaguely distorted. The light under his eyes seemed to be quenched with poison. Land Seeker. This time, I came back here to whip you into shape. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a crane-like figure in the crowd. The figure that was dressed in long robes and stood in the crowd, but exuded a unique aura that one would instantly notice with a sweeping glance. Lu Xun. Morong Yan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face, which had just calmed down, instantly twisted. The lackey who had been tricked by himself in his last life, and who had nearly had his tendons and skin removed, had dared to break his own limbs in this life. If you dare to do it, you have to suffer the consequences. Thank you for your concern. This palace just encountered some robberies on the road and was tortured by evil people. Fortunately, I am blessed with a great life. Retrieving her mind, Morong Yan looked at the people around her with a gentle smile on her face. The words made the people around them talk. Some were even concerned about what had happened to Rapunzel. What happened? I need to ask the little eunuch. I'm afraid the little eunuch should be able to know something. Morong Yan suddenly opened her mouth at this moment, looking towards Lu Xun, who was not far away, with a few moments of panic hidden on her face. That expression was as if he had seen something horrible. Acting. It's a really good performance. Lu Xun always had an unsavory smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Morong Yan's body as if he had already seen through all of Morong Yan's underhandedness and disguises. Such an expression caused Morong Yan's heart to burst with annoyance and resentment. She just hated Lu Xun's expression. Obviously just a dog that has been fooled by himself, must feel as if how powerful, everything is in control. This time, there is a great Vietnamese mission in, and that one gives to find the human evidence and physical evidence. Let that Lu Xun and Lu Gui Gongfu once again become a traitor. Let Lu Xun once again watch everyone in the State Duke's office lose their heads in the execution ground. That feeling should drive Lu Xun crazy. Thinking about it, Morong Yan was soothed. Giving Lu Xun a spiteful glance, Morong Yan however once again put on an aggrieved look, looking up at Lu Xun every now and then, only to shrink her eyes back in horror as if she had been frightened. It's a look that makes you want to be there. There was a flurry of speculation from the surrounding populace, until a shrill, feminine voice rang out at the entrance to the palace. Declare the Dai Viet embassy, the first princess and the young lord of the Duke of Lu's house to the palace for an audience. That's the summons. The guards at the entrance of the palace who had gotten the news had to be as fast as they could, to get the news to the State Duke's mansion. Just before the guards could go to the State Duke's mansion, Lu Xun had already separated from the crowd and walked to the palace gates. The gaze lightly swept over Morong Yan, and that blandness and disregard instantly caused Morong Yan to explode. Damn! What's that stare? How dare he look at himself like that? That's what it means. His heart was angry, but he forced down this anger. Morong Yan's body trembled slightly as she let the great Yu experts and those sturdy men carry herself and enter the palace. The Great Hall. The civil and military officials have stood. Manhwa was wearing a dragon robe, and his thin body was sitting on top of that dragon chair, but there was no sense of incongruity. Instead there was an inexplicable dominance. A pair of eyes flickered with a strange color, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of expression on his face, as if he was not the slightest bit surprised by the arrival of the Rapunzel. Only in his hand, he was holding a sonnet. This is the sonata that the Rapunzel had the officials send in advance before she returned to the palace. It says that the princess was assassinated on the way, and the assassins were people from the Duke of Lu's house, and the princess was also nearly humiliated. The corners of his lips tugged slightly. The parties involved are well aware of what the truth is. Even Manhwa and Wen Xiang Wuxiang knew it. But there are some truths that cannot be told. So, Morong Yan drilled this hole. Your Majesty, your eldest princess, the Daiwei envoys and the young lord are waiting outside the palace. Manhwa was a bit surprised. Lu Xun got the news so quickly? But that's fine, it's better than coming in late and having to incriminate yourself. Shen. With a pronouncement, the ambassadors of Dai Yu carried Morong Yan into the Great Hall. It was just that before they even arrived inside the Great Hall, Morong Yan's sobbing voice had already come. Imperial brother, do it for Imperial sister. Morong Yan's pretty face was pearly and full of grievances. The 100 officials were instantly thrown into turmoil. There were even people who had already begun to look at Lu Xun, who had come in from the back, with hostile gazes. Lu Xun acted as if he didn't hear it, always with that bland look. Chapter 16 The pot calling the kettle black. Above the main hall, Morong Yan's limbs were wrapped in cloth bands. The pearly blossoms on her delicate face were so beautiful that I felt sorry for her. Before she was pronounced in, an official had already handed in a petition, and in the presence of the Duke of Lu's grandson, Lu Xun, was accused of impersonating a murderer to commit murder and harm the royal family. The eyes of the civil and military officials looking at Lu Xun were hostile, complicated, and some were worried. Lu Xun, do you know your offense? Moronghwa's voice was not loud, and his gaze fell on Lu Xun's body, his eyes not knowing what he was thinking. What is the offense of the microchen? Lu Xun spoke, his gaze fell on Morong Yan, paused for a moment, shook his head and said, it is not the sin of forgetting to salute the eldest princess in front of the palace gates. When the micro-minister was shocked at the fact that Her Highness the eldest princess had her limbs wasted and looked so miserable. Put. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other and nearly burst out laughing. This kid, he's really damaged. Which pot is the wrong pot? Morong Yan's pretty face, the aggrieved look almost can't be maintained, beautiful eyes trembling, as if quenched with poison, voice sharp, it's you. It's you. It was your hand that broke the limbs of this palace. I remember it clearly. Lu Xun immediately looked surprised and looked at Morong Yan, wondering, huh? Eldest princess, how did you see that it was a humble servant? Could it be that when I committed the murder, I didn't cover my face, and purposely told you, eldest princess, that I was the youngest prince of the state duke's house, and then saved your life to come back and tell the royal court in front of his majesty? Morong Yen was almost furious. A pair of pretty faces turned red. Sharp-tongued. You sharp-tongued. She's just vicious, snaky, and not very talented. At this moment, facing Lu Xun, the anger in her heart had made her lose her mind, even the words of complaint that she had arranged before, and even the evidence and witnesses that she had prepared had been forgotten. Lu Xun knelt down on top of the hall with a helpless face, facing Morong Hua, and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, if the eldest princess has to place the matter of the broken limbs on the body of a microchin, the microchin has nothing to say. I beg your Majesty for death. These words instantly caused an uproar in the courtroom. The officials who were still a bit skeptical of Lu Xun, at this moment, looking at Morong Yen and the frank-faced Lu Xun, their hearts vaguely began to sway. Ho ho ho! The rumor in the community is that the Lu family's young lord is upright and kind, but I didn't expect it to be so oily and despicable. Among the 100 officials, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe with a slightly gloomy face slowly spoke out. King Morong Han of Jinan. As a member of the royal bloodline, although he had no real power, he was still allowed to attend the court. Generally, the royal family seldom attends the court in order to avoid suspicion, but today, he attended the court. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked meaningfully at King Jinan. Oh, which neighborhood rumor? Fortune Place? Lu Xun spoke with a curious expression. King Jinan's face instantly darkened. The expressions of the surrounding officials also became complicated. When Xiang and Wu Xiang glanced at each other, their hearts slightly worried. Who doesn't know that Fortune Place was sealed because of Lu Xun? As for the person behind the Fortune Place, no one knew before. But after it was sealed, there were rumors that the person behind the Fortune Place was the King of Jinan. Now that Lu Xun said that, it was like dancing on the tip of a knife. Your Majesty, words are not proof. It might be better to listen to the testimony of the witnesses. King Morong Han of Jinan did not want to pay attention to Lu Xun and spoke sternly. Lu Xun was happy. It's really a snooze fest. It seemed that there was a connection between the person behind Morong Yen and the Jinan king. But this not-so-smart look of the King of Jinan was obviously just being used as a gun. Morong Hua sat on top of the dragon chair and did not get more involved, tapping his fingers on top of the Jingji, and after a few regular taps, he opened his mouth and said, "Where are the witnesses?" Your Majesty, the Dai Viet envoy is a witness. Morong Yen couldn't wait any longer and spoke with an angry face. That thief pretended to be a thief and attacked the caravan, causing chaos in the caravan. Taking advantage of the confusion in the caravan, he presumed to disrespect this palace. When she said this, she gave Lu Xun a deep look, with a hint of horror still hidden on her face. Fortunately, this palace resisted to the death, and when this thief saw that things could not be done, he broke my limbs with hatred. It took the desperate efforts of the Daiyue envoys to save my palace. Morong Yan's pearly blossoms made the entire civil and military officials in the hall all look righteously indignant. Your Majesty, the eldest princess is a member of the royal family of Great Yan. She endured the humiliation of going to Great Vietnam as a hostage for the sake of peace between Great Yan and Great Vietnam, and now that she has returned, she has to put up with such insults, and that thief's heart can be put to death when the 9 clans are executed. The surrounding courtiers were filled with righteous indignation. When Xiang and Wu Xiang's faces flushed red as they looked at Morong Yen with unsightly gazes, they would love to get the facts out, but they are aware that there are some facts that cannot be made public. Your Majesty, may I have your permission to say a word? Lu Xun ignored the civil and military officials and raised his head, looking towards Morong Hua. On that cool face, the eyes flickered slightly and seemed to carry a different kind of meaning, causing Lu Xun to be somewhat surprised. Soon that strange feeling was gone. Morong Hua nodded his head and said, Secretary Lu can naturally speak. Lu Xun rose suddenly, his gaze sweeping over the Daiyue envoys, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, his smile becoming cold and abnormal. Dare I ask the ambassador of the Great Vietnam, is it certain that it was Lu who attacked the caravan with his hand? Although the ambassadors of the Great Vietnam were all heaven-level experts, they were faced with Lu Xun's eyes, but they actually developed a kind of trembling from their souls. But after all, he was an ambassador and had prepared for it, so he quickly stabilized himself, looked straight at Lu Xun, and spoke without hesitation, that's right. Lu Xun, however, threw back his head and laughed, his gaze became gloomy, and he said in a chilling voice, do you know that Daiyue has an undying enmity with Lu? If you attack a Dai Viet convoy. Speaking here, Lu Xun's voice was full of murderous intent. There is only one scenario where Lu will kill all the ambassadors of Dai Viet, leaving no one behind. Rumble. Everyone above the hall only felt a roar in their minds, as if there was thunder rolling and roaring above the hall. The courtiers looked at Lu Xun and their eyes became complicated. In his mind, a burly figure clad in battle armor and holding a lance appeared. Lands sinking. Lu Xun's father. Years of war with the Great Yu. Because of the army pressure, the main general suddenly led the troops to defect, Lu Xun in the face of danger with 100,000 Danyan generals, against the 500,000 troops. But in the end, he ended up on the battlefield in a horse's hide. Only one head remained, which was used by the Dai Viet as a trophy and hung from the city wall. This killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. Dare to love, dare to hate, do not hide their killing intent, vented at will, and also the thoughts are clear. System reward, Heaven's Eye. Heaven's Eye, with a single movement of the mind, one can see the reality and recognize the truth, and can also see everything that happens in the distance. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Note, land immortals are also considered immortals, should have the means of the immortals, but the host is careful when watching, do not use to see shameful things. Oh, Lu Sun. This system, why does it always have to follow up with a not-so-serious comment? Chapter 17c1, Kill 1. Young lord, this is the courtroom. What you say represents the temperament of my great Yen subjects. In the face of the Dai Viet envoys, you shall have the temperament of a great nation. King Morong Han of Jinnan snorted coldly. Swish. Lu Sun suddenly turned his head, coldly stared at the Jinnan king, and chillingly said, "Oh? Then if you, Jinnan king, are for Lu, and your father dies in the hands of the Daiyue people, would you be willing to show your great Yin courtier's temperament?" You. The Jinnan king's face went black, pointing at Lu Sun, half speechless, "And you are simply strong words. Mr. Lu never uses strong words. Just above this great hall, Mr. Lu can swear to heaven." Lu Sun's gaze was icy cold as he swept over the hall and finally landed on the Dayu envoys with an icy expression. "In this life, if I see a Dayu person, I will kill a Dayu person. I hope the ambassador had better be within the palace at all times. One step out of the palace, Mr. Lu will kill you all. Your Majesty, this Lu Sun is wildly disobedient to the extreme, so arrogant in front of the Imperial court. I beg your Majesty to severely punish him." Immediately, a courtier spoke up and angrily rebuked Lu Sun. "Your Majesty, as I see it, Lu Sun is only blinded by the revenge of killing his father, and is only in a moment of anger, a young man's heart, no harm done." Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu spoke up, turning his head and sweeping the courtier who had just opened his mouth. The courtiers who had been filled with righteous indignation a moment ago instantly turned white and closed their mouths. Martial Minister Li Qingsong also stood out and saluted before speaking. "I also feel the same. It is precisely because of such a hot-blooded young man that we can keep the winds and rains of my great Yen in good order." Speaking here, he glanced at the Jinnan king again, shook his head and smiled. "If my father died in battle, and still want to show the style of a great country, he does not deserve to be a great Yen. Go and be a dog slave of the great Yu, it should be good. You, old piker." King Jinnan's face became gloomy as his gaze swept towards the 100 officials. Soon a courtier stepped forward and spoke. "Minister Wu's words are too vulgar. The Dayu envoys have already returned the eldest princess safely. Naturally they have the intention of peace talks. Are you, like this, sabotaging the peace talks?" "Oh, peace talks? How to make peace?" Minister Sun Ruofu glared angrily at the minister who opened his mouth and said in a chilling voice, "Let Dai Viet kneel down to make peace with us? Or are you going to give Dai Viet kneeling peace talks?" Boom! There was a clamor in the courtroom. All the courtiers looked at Minister of Wen Sun Ruofu in shock and were filled with dismay. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts have always been at odds over the years. Not a day goes by in the courtroom without a fight. But why, today, is it so uniform? Even on Sun Ruofu, he actually saw the shadow of Martial Minister Li Qingsong. Lu Sun's heart warmed slightly. It was clear to him that the two Sangha members were just trying to back themselves up. They know the truth, but they can't tell it, so they have to use this method and help themselves. "Imperial brother, please do it for me. Don't let the culprit escape punishment." Morong Yan's shrill voice instantly pulled the discussion that had already gone askew back again. King Jinnan also took a deep breath and tried to suppress his anger. His gaze coldly swept towards Lu Sun. His eyes landed on the Dayu envoy and gave a wink. The Dayu envoy understood, his gaze was cold, and he said sternly, "I have long heard that the young lord of the Duke of Lu's residence is upright and kind, but I did not expect that he would be such an arrogant young man. Can a teenager be called a teenager if he is not crazy?" Lu Sun turned around, walking step by step towards the Dayu envoy, veins rolling slightly on his forehead, his gaze-killing intent not hidden at all, but Lu's madness has always been displayed only to the enemy. "Great Vietnamese, don't force Lu to kill you within the palace hall. Your Majesty is above. Mr. Lu doesn't want your Majesty to see the filth." Boom! These words even drew shock to the faces of all the courtiers in the entire hall. Such a wild and paradoxical words. Thinking about it, it seems that Lu Yuanfang, the old Duke of Lu, at the time of the reign of the late emperor, also said a lot of things on top of the Great Hall. What a lineage! The civil and military officials wanted to accuse Lu Sun, but they suddenly lost their collective voice. However, some of the frontier military generals responded in a low voice at this moment. "Well said. To be so arrogant within the territory of my great Yen, and to try to wrongly accuse the young lord, is to deserve to die." The Dayu envoy's face turned blue, the corners of his lips twitching as he looked at Lu Sun, who was close at hand, and an inexplicable sense of awe actually arose in his heart. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. The corner of Moronghwa's mouth curled up slightly, looking at Lu Sun's look of murderous intent that was not hidden at all. His heart whispered, I don't mind too much to watch them being killed on top of the main hall. That's something that can't be said, though. Alright, Lu Qing, above the Great Hall, you must not be reckless. His Majesty has given the word. Mr. Lu has spared your life, so I hope you will cherish your life. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled slightly, and his palm gently patted the face of the Daiyu envoy in front of him. It was loud, like a slap in the face, almost indistinguishable. The face of the Dai Viet envoy reddened in an instant. With his eyes staring dead at Lu Sun, he didn't care about the so-called evidence he had forged before, and said angrily, although that attacker of the caravan was masked before, he also fought with me. While speaking, he saluted Moronghwa. I beg His Majesty of the Great Yen Kingdom to allow me to fight with this young Lord Lu, to test the young Lord's moves and strength, and to determine if there is any suspicion. That's right, Imperial brother, I beg for your fulfillment. Morong Yen instantly brightened up and spoke excitedly, looking at Lu Sun as if he was looking at a dead man. Imperial sister also wants to return the young Lord's innocence. Lu Sun, at this time in his last life, had not yet reached the peak of the celestial level. The Daiyue expert beside himself was the top expert of the Daiyue kingdom, the peak of the heaven rank. The gap in strength couldn't be bridged by tricks. If you cut like that, you'll be crippled if not dead. Moronghua's eyes were slightly cold as he looked towards Morong Yen, his eyes narrowed. Your Majesty, I happen to think so. Lu Sun's gaze was slightly cold, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Hooked. As expected, the masters of Dayoshi still couldn't help themselves. Lu Sun knew that they must still have a backhand. If you dare to come, you must be well prepared. Evidence, witnesses, must be very complete. It would be a pain in the ass to claim innocence and argue the case. From the very beginning, Lu Sun did not follow their lead. Instead, he directly diverged from the topic. It led the Dai Viet envoys to become progressively violent and lose their temper. Now, it's just as one wishes. Morong Yen in the last life will often make all kinds of false accusations of suppression of their own things, so that they go to prove their innocence, after consuming their minds, often get just a salty sentence of appeasement. Full of it, you let yourself get more and more numb, even beaten down to the point of losing yourself. Being utilized by Morong Yen was thought to be helping her gain a foothold in the royal family, and for that reason, she was still complacent. Being born again, everything has been figured out. No self-certification is required. Whoever wants to make himself prove his own innocence, then kill him and let him go underground to King Hades to ask for proof. Moronghwa eyes retracted, looked at Lu Sun, spoke, Lu Qing. Dashui envoys have just arrived at Yen capital. The boat is tired, if so exchanged, the sword is not I. Lu Sun was stunned and nearly laughed out loud. How did I not realize in my last life that this Majesty is such a wonderful person? With one sentence, the Dai Viet envoy was directly forced into a corner. Your Majesty, I, the strongest man of Daiyue, have never been afraid to fight. How about a sword without eyes? When a master fights, there is no regret in life and death. The Dai Viet envoy's eyes were bloodshot with righteous indignation. Chapter 18 Life and Death. My humble servant, I am willing to fight the ambassador of the great Yu state and live and die without regret. Lu Sun resounded, his eyes looking straight at the ambassador of the great Yu country, only but glancing gently at Morong Yen. Morong Yan's body trembled slightly, and an inexplicable coolness, starting from the soles of her feet, instantly rushed to the sky. She stared blankly at Lu Sun, an uneasy feeling suddenly arising in her heart. It's like something is out of your control. That's right. It's very wrong. Although she always felt as if something wasn't quite right, Morong Yen eventually let out a sardonic smile and revealed a few bits of killing intent. It was estimated that the arrangements on the frontier side should also begin. The Duke of State's house will still be full of people. It would be a shame for Lu Sun not to see the State Duke's house being decimated with his own eyes. He should be made to watch. Let him see the entire Lu family die before his eyes again. Keep Lu Sun's life. Don't kill him, just crush his whole body bones. Morong Yan's voice was as thin as a thread as she told the masters of Daiyu to keep Lu Sun alive. The Daiyu expert's gaze was contemptuous as he looked at Lu Sun with a few provocative looks. Since the two of you are so determined, it's no good for me to stop you. Just so, let me, then, see the strength of Lu Qing. Moronghwa stood up long and clear, his cold voice spread throughout the hall. The civil and military officials looked at each other with a few puzzled eyes. Your Majesty, think so highly of Lu Sun? Outside the Great Hall was a huge open space. Here on weekdays, in addition to the civil and military officials gathered before the court, there will also be a large inner guards here to practice. Lin Tongxian, the commander of the great inner guards, stood at Lu Sun's side and reprimanded him in a low voice. You bastard, you must be careful for me. If you are not defeated, quickly admit defeat and I will come on the field to stop it. As a peak heaven level expert, he could naturally see the strength of that great Yu expert. Although the strength in Lu Sun's body was a little hard for him to understand, he remembered that not long ago Lu Sun's strength had just been raised to the celestial level. It should not peak in such a short period of time. The difference between the two, huge. Lu Sun's heart warmed slightly and he nodded. Just looking across the room at the Dayoshi master, his smile gradually grew wider. I have fought with that thief and have seen the thief's methods. All that is needed is to fight with the young lord, and then we will know if the young lord is a thief or not. But swords have no eyes, so I hope the young lord will pardon me. The Daviate that envoy also wore a wide smile on his face, his gaze slightly cold. Lu Xun sneered in his heart. Since he had already decided to falsely accuse himself of being a thief, no matter what tricks he used, he would be said to be a thief's tricks. In that case, then, let him not see out of the move. Raising his head slightly, Lu Xun's gaze fell on the sun in the sky. It was slightly chilly, but the sun was a bit harsh. What an arrogant brat! Seeing Lu Xun's unconcerned look, the face of the Dayu envoy once again became gloomy and ugly. With a low roar, he smoothly took the long sword from his own attendant and drew it, his figure like a cheetah, snapping out several meters. Almost within a few breaths, he had rushed to Lu Xun's body. A set of flowing swordsmanship with sword blossoms and flashes of cold light, with a tricky and bizarre angle, plunging from bottom to top towards Lu Xun's neck. Phew! The civil and military officials blanched and covered their faces, not daring to look down. Morong Yen, however, stared excitedly, muttering, "Don't kill him. Keep him. I'm going to keep him, break his limbs, and let him watch the state duke's house die out." Manhwa stood at the head of the 100 officials, his slender fingers clenched tightly, his forehead hidden in a layer of cold sweat. Just, swish. Manhwa didn't know what was going on, and it just took a moment for his eyes to blossom, and Lu Xun, who was originally standing in front of the Dayu envoy, suddenly appeared behind the Dayu envoy. The Daviate envoy, still standing in place, had a hideous and cruel smile on his face. The sword in his hand, however, was fixed in place. A moment later, all of them opened their eyes and subconsciously looked at the picture in front of them, only to be somewhat bewildered by the bizarrely framed picture. Only the Grand Inner Guard Lin Tongshuan's body trembled violently, his eyes were wide open, and his expression seemed to have an undisguised shock and excitement. What is it? Playing around? Do it! Who are you standing there for? Morong Yan's eyes were filled with hostility as she roared towards the Dayu envoy. Only, it met Lu Xun's smiling face. For a moment, Morong Yan felt like the air was going to condense. Put! There was a muffled thud, and the Daviate envoy's eyes widened as his body stiffened and shook. And on his neck, a blood scar widened violently, and blood gushed like a spring. What a dirty hand! Lu Xun sighed, casually lifting the sleeve of his robe and wiping it on his own fingertips. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Winning? Surprisingly, Landseeker won. And, winning is so unbelievable. A hit. Even. They didn't even see how the blow was done, and Lu Xun directly killed that great Vietnam envoy? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to believe it. Morong Hua's tightly clenched palm finally loosened. Morong Yan's eyes rounded, excitedly shouted, "Impossible! How is this possible? Oh, the eldest princess is questioning the micro-minister? How about the eldest princess sparring with the micro-minister?" Lu Xun raised his finger with interest, and on his fingertip, a trace of blood remained. Morong Yan's face instantly turned pale, her body trembled and she didn't dare to say much. Only the gaze was still filled with a resentful look. I don't know if I've cleared my suspicion? If there are still those who question the micro-minister, they can fight with the micro-minister to see if the micro-minister's moves are the same as that thief's. With a sincere look on his face, Lu Xun swept towards the 100 officials and eventually landed on those ambassadors from Great Vietnam. The faces of all the Dayu envoys instantly turned pale, and without the slightest hesitation, they unanimously shook their heads. This still needs to be cleared? One move killed the most powerful of their envoys. If Lu Xun was the so-called thief, then there could never be a single survivor among those present. Although I don't know how he did it, he must be. Morong Yan's eyes were resentful and spoke pointedly. Eldest princess, tired from the long journey, go back and rest. Morong Hua waved his dragon robe and turned around. That instant, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he returned to the grand hall. Morong Yan wanted to say something else. Just seeing the Jinnan king on the side shaking his head slightly, he eventually closed his mouth. Seeing Lu Xun standing blandly in place wiping his fingers and looking at himself with interest, Morong Yan's heart went ice cold. Eldest princess, if you look at the micromanager so much, do you think that the micromanager is somewhat like a deceased person and want to communicate? There's no need to be so courteous, the microminister often goes to the Flower Moon House. It's not appropriate for you, eldest princess, to go to that kind of place. Lu Xun smiled purely. Chapter 19 Powerful Ministers. The body was trembling violently. Morong Yan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lu Xun in front of her with a deadpan expression. How is that possible? How could Lu Xun possess such strength? And the last words spoken were full of teasing and threats. It caused Morong Yan's heart to inexplicably panic. Above the great hall, the civil and military officials stood once again. The great inner guards wanted to carry Morong Yan away, but Morong Yan forced the ambassadors of Dayu to carry her inside the great hall again. Morong Hua frowned slightly, his gaze slightly cold. I told you to go back and rest. Why, is there anything else? This palace has been bullied and humiliated. How can we let the thief off so easily? Morong Yan reddened her eyes, her voice filled with aggression and humiliation as she stared at Lu Xun dead in the face. Lu Xun looked and smiled to himself. To say that Morong Yen was a snake, it would be better to say that she was stupid and bad. In her last life, she did hoodwink herself and played herself for a fool. But she has a fatal stupidity, always thinking she can grasp everything, but always managing to screw things up. Every time she does something stupid, she's the one who has to go and make things right for her. But at that time, he only thought that Morong Yen was unable to be accepted by the royal family because she was not able to understand the world, and now he understands. She carries, fundamentally, a kind of arrogance and haughtiness that is above everyone else, thinking that everything under the sun should be in accordance with one's own mind. The same is true today. It seemed to her that everyone should follow her heart when she was wronged. But here, it's the Great Yen Dynasty Hall. Her lofty arrogance was misplaced. Boo! Moronghua fiercely threw out the previous Zhangji with a huge force, ruthlessly slapped on the ground. The Zhangji on the thick book cover, contact with the ground, issued a dull sound. A few rare moments of anger appeared on that clear face. The eldest princess has not yet returned. There are already important ministers in the court got the news, without confirmation, will be written into the Zhangjiang submitted to me to see, but also request to punish the state duke house. Moronghua's voice was unperturbed, but it caused all the courtiers to lower their heads and their bodies to tremble slightly. Especially the courtier who presented the petition, his face went white. Yeah, that's great. Loyal to the king and patriotic to the country, all of them are loyal subjects and righteous men of my great Yin kingdom, with no room for the slightest bit of nastiness in their eyes, aren't they? Your Majesty, my humble servant is only loyal to your Majesty. The courtier who presented the medallion panicked and knelt on the ground, throwing himself on the ground, his whole body shaking like chaff. Drag him down. Moronghua's voice was icy cold, falling down in that courtier's ears. Give me a good check, whether he is loyal to me, or loyal to Daiyu. Your Majesty. Have mercy, Your Majesty. I'm really just speaking out for justice. Your Majesty. Microchen everything is for Great Yana. Calm returned to the Great Hall once again. All the courtiers hung their heads, and even Moronghan, the king of Jinnan who had originally targeted Lu Xun, wisely lowered his head at the moment, avoiding the front line for the time being. Moronghua's pair of eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on Morong Yen. His tone became unusually harsh. Now in order to prove himself, Lu Qing made a public strike, but you are still unforgiving. What, is it determined that Lu Qing attacked you? In that case, how about letting the Dai Viet envoys who saved you, one by one, try Qing Lu again? Muyonghua bit down hard on the word saved. Morong Yan's face went white and her eyes flickered. Things must not be done for the sake of it. What a shame. Many of the masters of the Dai Viet mission were given arrangements by the one behind the scenes. It was supposed to be about framing Lu Xun, but Lu Xun's strength. Even the strongest one among the ambassadors could be killed with a single move, and I'm afraid that if the others went on, they would only be killed by a single move. I'm afraid that person would be very unhappy if they all lost their lives just to frame Lu Xun. One's own plans to seize the throne would also completely go down the drain. A twinge of reluctance grew within, but eventually he gave up. The beautiful eyes turned slightly, like a poisonous snake, coldly stared at Lu Xun and spoke through clenched teeth. It's Imperial brother is right. It's just that my sister's mind is a bit unclear due to the shock on the road. The little duke. Looking at Lu Xun, Morong Yen gritted her teeth, her voice practically popping out from between her teeth. This palace has recognized the mistake. This matter has nothing to do with young lord. Nothing to do with it? Lu Xun opened his mouth with a surprised look. The Microchin still wanted to say that if the eldest princess must take out her anger, then let his majesty punish the minister, so that you, eldest princess, will be relieved of your anger. It's irrelevant so soon. The Microchin is still a bit lost. Put. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other and nearly laughed out loud. This kid, he really is in the same lineage as that Lu Guogong. Thinking back to the time when the late emperor was on the throne, the entire courtroom, only Lu Guogong dared to roar the great hall, got a bargain to sell the good. Not even the face of the late emperor. Now Lu Xun, the young prince, already has the style of the Duke of Lu. Morong Yan's eyes were red with anger. The newly attached limbs were trembling slightly. By the way, all of you Dai Viet ambassadors, what Lu Mao said before were just words of anger. Don't take them seriously. Lu Xun looked at those great Yu ambassadors with a sincere face and said aloud, Mr. Lu is known to be righteous and kind. The matter of committing adultery has never been done by Lu. Not to mention killing a Dai Viet envoy under this clear sky, this kind of thing would never be done by Lu. So, speaking here, the corner of Lu Xun's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke, if all the ambassadors accidentally died within this Yin capital, it could never be Lu's doing. Boom! This killing intent went straight to the head. The faces of all the Dai Viet ambassadors were blackened. Even the civil and military officials all looked at Lu Xun with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Even the dumbest of them all could hear the threatening intent within Lu Xun's words. Your Majesty, Lu Xun, as the youngest prince of the state duke's house, went so far as to threaten the Daiyu envoys in front of the royal court. The king of Jinnan sank his face and looked at Lu Xun. Just before the words were finished, Lu Xun innocently waved his hand and spoke, King Jinnan, don't wrong Mr. Lu. What Mr. Lu said was true. Unlike you, a powerful official who has been in the officialdom and enlisted a number of officials, Lu prefers to speak in a straightforward manner, never beating around the bush, and never likes to beat around the bush and talk to keep people guessing. These words immediately caused a layer of white-haired sweat to develop on the Jinan king's forehead. It was well known that he, the king of Jinan, had always liked to befriend the 100 officials and was close to the civil officials and military generals. Although doing those things was not to seize power, but only to make things easier for himself. But from Lu Xun's mouth, the meaning was different. Powerful ministers, in a certain sense, can be called treacherous sycophants with bad intentions, especially powerful ministers of royal blood. Lu Xun's phrase, minister of power, directly made the king of Jinan feel like he had beheading knives on the necks of his entire family. Raising his head, he saw Moronhua's face sink slightly, and Jinan King Moronhan was even more shivering at the bottom of his heart. Your Majesty. The Jinan King was just about to open his mouth to explain. King Jinan, don't explain, His Majesty trusts you, Lu Mao is just using you as an example. No need to be vain if you haven't done it. Lu Xun smiled brightly and turned his tone, Lu Mao just wanted to tell you all. If one hears something hidden from Mr. Lu's words, then one can only say that all of you, your hearts, are dirty. In one sentence, he scolded the civil and military officials. Chapter 20 Killing the Heart. There was silence above the great hall. A courtier wanted to retort, but could not utter a single word. You, yellow mouth, sharp-tongued. King Jinan was already so angry that he covered his chest. Looking at Lu Xun, he even had an urge to cry. Never in all my years have I suffered so much. Under his own patronage, the fortune place had been safe and sound for many years, and had even earned himself a staggering fortune. But Lu Xun went. In the blink of an eye, fortune place was closed, and all the wealth earned over the years had to be paid into the treasury. That niece of his found himself and asked him to help her out. Originally, everything was well arranged, but as a result, who knew that Lu Xun's force value was so high that he directly solved the Dai Viet envoy. In the latter, he even went so far as to place himself directly under the name of a minister of power, cursing one's own heart in front of civil and military officials. It's outrageous. At the same time, the system's voice came from Lu Xun's mind. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. Instead of consuming yourself internally, you should consume others externally. If you have anger, you should let it out. Make others unhappy in order to make your thoughts clear. System reward, half-step true immortal realm. Half-step true immortal, above the land immortals, for the true immortal, half-step true immortal, is to touch the threshold of the true immortal, 1 foot into the true immortal realm. Note, the host to remember never fart. Oh, half-step true immortal really will be a fart to destroy a city. Lu Xun. I can see that my own system really has a grudge against the city and farts. But, instant relief through the body. A raging power appeared in the body in an instant. Lu Xun could clearly feel his entire body undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. It's as if it's been refreshed in an instant. Even the aura on his body had become a bit more dusty. All of this changed in just a split second, and no one even noticed. Moronhua's expression on the dragon chair did not change. The corner of his lips slightly curled up, and said aloud, today, Lu Qing was falsely accused, and fortunately, Lu Qing was able to prove his own innocence with his strength, and cleared the suspicion. But after all, it is also aggrieved. I do not know what compensation Lu Qing wants, I can promise you. Lu Xun slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, the entire hall seemed to light up for a moment. Soon after, Lu Xun smiled and spoke, the humble minister does not ask for anything. I only hope that the eldest princess will be able to export her grievances, and the humble minister will be satisfied. Kill and kill. Killing her would be too easy. Torturing her and making her life worse than death was what Lu Xun wanted more. This, just the beginning. The smile on Lu Xun's face was gentle. At this moment, Morong Yen couldn't wait to directly tear Lu Xun apart. But at the moment, she couldn't do anything. He could only use his own pair of eyes that looked like poisonous snakes to stare at Lu Xun with a deadly gaze. In that case, then compensate Lu Qing with 3,000 taels of gold, which will come out of the princess's royal example money. Moronghua waved his sleeves and left in a good mood. Dismiss the court. The civil and military officials walked towards the outside of the great hall with complicated eyes. Morong Yen stared at Lu Xun dead in the face, watching the moment Lu Xun passed by her. A flash of sternness suddenly flashed under her eyes, and she whispered, "You've come back too?" Boom! Lu Xun's heart shook. Back? Could it be that? Morong Yen also. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lu Xun's face revealed a touch of doubt as he looked at Morong Yen and spoke, What? What came back? What is the eldest princess talking about? Mr. Lu has already said that the attack has nothing to do with Mr. Lu. Lu Xun spoke with a solemn face. Morong Yan's beautiful eyes froze and her eyebrows knitted slightly. After all, was it not what she had guessed? Earlier she had guessed that Lu Xun was just like herself, otherwise how could she have made a completely different choice from her last life? But now it seems to be floundering a bit. Morong Yen tightly frowned, carefully thinking, always feel where there is not quite right, but always cannot say, no matter how to think, cannot think of the key point. In the end, he could only allow the palace guards to carry him away. Lu Xun stood on top of the already empty hall, his eyes flashing. After a moment, a sudden grin. The eyes grew cold. I didn't realize that you'd come back as well. Great. It's just so delightful to me, so that you can feel even more unbearable pain. Lu Xun's body radiated a chill and trembled violently. After a few moments, he raised his feet and walked towards the outside of the hall. Outside the Great Hall, Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu and Minister of Martial Affairs Li Qingsong exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and walked in two different directions at the same time. The civil servants are pretty much gone too. The courtiers who originally had a good relationship with the King of Jinan, after the next dynasty, the first time to avoid the King of Jinan went away, and even saw the King of Jinan to greet, as if they had seen a ghost. King Jinan's face was ugly. Behind them, however, came the sound of hurried footsteps. A hand, on a shoulder. King Jinan's face instantly became gloomy. The shoulder of royalty is not for everyone. Turning his head to look, he saw Lu Xun's young face. The face that was already gloomy had completely turned into a black potbelly at this moment. You, Jinnan King, it's better to invite Mr. Lu to have a seat at the king's residence. Lu Xun looked at Jinnan King with a smile. His palm slightly tapped Jinnan King's shoulder. The force was not too strong, but it shook Jinnan King's heart to the core. Mr. Lu just happens to have some words that I want to ask Jinnan King. Morong Han wanted to refuse, but when the words came out of his mouth, they inexplicably softened a bit. Naturally, it's possible. In all the people saw a ghost expression, just now in the hall above the tit-for-tat two people, at this moment even hooked shoulders on the Jinnan King's carriage, disappeared in everyone's line of sight. In the Imperial study, Morong Hua sat in front of the dragon case. The kneeling Lu Xiaoxiao in front of her caused Morong Hua's eyes to condense slightly. Just now, Lu Xiaoxia recounted what happened last night, in every detail. Are you saying that when you arrived, you didn't see Lu Xun make a move, but the scene was extremely tragic, as if there were hundreds of heaven-level experts mixing it up a bit? Morong Hua's voice trembled slightly with some disbelief. There was even a hint of a female voice hidden by the excitement. Your Majesty, your voice. Lu Xiaoxia raised her head and carefully reminded before Morong Hua sank his voice and became calm. There is only one survivor left. What can be asked from that survivor? Hearing this question, Lu Xiaoxia's pretty face became serious. In a deep voice, he said, Your Majesty, the living man has confessed. It was someone who took out a large sum of money and placed an order with the largest underground assassin organization, Black Blade, requesting them to go to Flower Moon Mansion to rescue the people and to kill the young lord. Speaking here, he emphasized, the next person said that the person can be saved or not, but the young lord must be killed. Morong Hua's eyes trembled slightly, and his knuckles pinched a little white from excessive force. The clean-cut face sank slightly. Who's behind this? Lu Xiaoxia shook her head and spoke with a bitter expression. After getting the specific information, she immediately sent people to the Black Blade headquarters to arrest them. All dead. Not a single one left alive. Even the family members and relatives of all of the Black Blade's powerhouses, and even their friends who were in any way connected to their identities, were all killed. One day, those who could do it so cleanly, even the Flower Moon House, which controlled the entire intelligence of Great Yen, couldn't do it. There are only two scenarios, one of which is that there is a traitor in Flower Moon House. The second was that the other party possessed an intelligence organization that was even larger than the Flower Moon building, and the number of experts controlled by the other party was several times more than the number of heaven-level experts in the Flower Moon building. No matter which one it is, it makes Lu Xiaoxiao's heart heavy. The hardest part is that the trail is broken. After pondering for a long time, Morong Hua said in a deep voice, check the great Vietnamese envoys, where they rested their feet these days, and what people they have come into contact with. Yes. Chapter 21 Within 5 steps, Heavenly Masters kill quickly and wow! There are koi of all colors fighting to cross underwater under the gurgling water. An elaborate stone bridge spans the current. Not far from the stone bridge, a gazebo with a body of golden nanmu, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The floors are tiled with green bricks and the walls are inlaid with night jewels. Lu Xun sat in the pavilion, looking at the royal residence whose luxury far exceeded that of the Imperial palace, and looked at the Jinnan King's smile, which became bright. I'd been here myself in my last life. It was because he had found out that the King of Jinnan was associated with the fortune place, and the King of Jinnan had specially invited himself here, wanting to be bribed. Living again and coming to this place, the state of mind was actually completely different. Lu Xun, what exactly do you have to say? Having come to his own place, the Jinnan King finally got his breath back. The eyes that looked at Lu Xun carried a bit of gloom and anger. In the courtroom, his face was going to be swollen by Lu Xun. At this moment within his own royal residence, it was natural to make him suffer. With a sardonic laugh, the Jinnan King continued to speak, Lu Xun, you've really eaten the heart of a bear and eaten the guts of a leopard. Do you really think that if you're powerful, you can do whatever you want? Rapunzel, even if she is no longer favored by my royal family, she is still of royal blood. You want to bully just like that? Where will you put my royal family? The Jinnan King's voice was icy cold, and the moment his words fell, dozens of guards rushed outside the gazebo and surrounded it. Among the guards, there were clearly 2 heaven-level experts. As if he didn't see it, Lu Xun looked at the Jinnan King with a slight smile and spoke, Mr. Lu came here just to ask a question. Other than the Rapunzel, who else stepped in and asked for your help in attacking Mr. Lu in the courtroom? King Jinnan's face stiffened, and he turned his eyes to sneer. What kind of words are you saying? The eldest princess, no matter how you put it, is also my Morong Han's niece. Why, if my niece is injured, I, a royal uncle, shouldn't stand up for her? Lu Sun shook his head and smiled, looking at King Jinnan and speaking with disinterest. It seems that you want to hide it to the end? The matter of the royal family standing up for Morong Yen was simply impossible. But to say that because he had smeared the face of the royal family was unhappy and stepped in to punish Lu Sun, that was possible. Sure, perhaps someone from the royal family would step in, but that person could never be the Jinnan king. He had the guts to amass wealth, but not the guts to go out and offend the state duke's office. When his own grandfather, Lu Yuanfeng, elder Duke Lu, was angry, the entire royal family would have to avoid him. What are you babbling about? King Jinnan's face was grim as he stepped back without a trace and said in a cold voice, above the imperial court, you were rampant to the extreme, and now that you're in my king's residence, you still dare to be so rampant? Could it be that you really dare to make a move against the royal family? The Jinnan king burst out. Lu Sun slowly stood up, his palm gently patted the thick stone tabletop. The corner of his lips brought on an individually meaningful smile. The king of Jinnan might as well make a bold guess as to whether or not the Rapunzel's limbs being broken was done by Mr. Lu or not. Boom! King Jinnan's face turned white in an instant, and he took a few steps backward in panic, looking at Lu Sun with a look of disbelief. When Morong Yen looked for him, he did say that his limbs were broken by Lu Sun, but when he was allowed to take the lead, he also deliberately arranged for some witnesses and physical evidence, and said in advance. This made King Jinnan guess that the injuries to Morong Yan's limbs might simply be fake. Or maybe it's just trying to plant evidence on Lu Sun. To this, even if he had guessed it, he was unconcerned. After all, it wasn't like he was really standing up for Morong Yen. Just want to take it out on Lu Sun. Besides, there are benefits to be had. But now, looking at the smirking expression on Lu Sun's face, the king of Jinnan suddenly felt like his brain was going to turn up in smoke. No way. He wouldn't really dare to take on the royal family. Hiss. King Jinnan's legs were a little unsteady. 5 paces away, a celestial level expert is very accurate in killing people. Within 5 paces, a celestial master kills, fast and accurately. King Jinnan, do you want to try and see if the heaven-ranked guards outside the gazebo can stop Mr. Lu before you die? Lu Sun was still smiling and stood still without moving. King Jinnan's body stiffened as he looked at Lu Sun, who was only 2 steps away from him, and a scene from before the death of that great Yu envoy inexplicably appeared in his mind. Blood spattered from the neck, staining the ground blood red. He subconsciously covered his neck, his lips trembled, and his legs went weak as he sat down on the edge of the stone bench. You want to. Mr. Lu is just asking for something, and once I've asked clearly and made sure, I'll leave. Lu Sun spoke. The Jinnan king's face stiffened, his eyes flickered, and after a moment, with some difficulty, he waved his hand and let the guards all leave. Morong Yen arrived with the Daiyu envoy and begged me to help her out. I didn't want to help. Jinnan Wang was silent for a long time before he spoke. He knew what Lu Sun wanted to know. After a moment of entanglement, he gritted his teeth and spoke. It was Eunuch Chen, the chief director of the Grand Interior, who came personally and said that if I could help Morong Yen, I could find a way to get the fortune place back in operation after the fortune place matter had passed. I get half the dividends for not stepping up. A cold light flashed under Lu Sun's eyes. The great inner chief. It's not the Grand Chamberlain who's talking. There is only a commander-in-chief of the great inner guards, not a governor. The only one who can be called the chief of the great household is the chief of the great household eunuchs. Another. Dead eunuch The last one, it was from the Imperial tomb. This time this, actually is the highest status of eunuch rights in the Palace Grand. That hand behind your back, it seems to be beyond imagination The king of Jinnan is just being used as a gun in this. Seeing as your riches have been spoiled by Mr. Lu advises you not to touch anything related to Morong Yen if you can. Lu Sun raised his eyes slightly and glanced at King Jinnan. In his last life, the king of Jinnan did not end well. Despite his greed for money and love of power, in his last life, when Morong Yen was about to ascend to the throne and become the emperor, he stood on the same side as Lu Sun, insisting on orthodoxy and even questioning Moronghua's sudden and violent death. He was eventually clubbed to death by a mob on his way back to the royal residence. The Jinnan king's face changed, as if he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned ironic. He wasn't smart enough, but a member of the royal family who had experienced the temptation of the throne and still managed to survive wouldn't be stupid enough. Naturally, he understood that he was being used. Thanks for reminding me, young lord. I know. The Jinnan king's attitude towards Lu Sun had also undergone a big shift. Lifting his foot, Lu Sun walked towards the door of the mansion. One by one, the guards nervously followed Lu Sun. Just after crossing the stone bridge, Lu Sun stopped in his tracks. Turning his head, he looked at King Jinnan and spoke, "Don't go out in recent days. Yendu, a lot of people are going to die." Lu Sun's gaze was leisurely as he left with a big stride. Standing within the gazebo, King Jinnan opened his mouth, his lips trembling slightly. After a long silence, a sigh escaped. What exactly is the bloodline of the Lu family? Net out some crazy people. Quickly, inform down, strengthen the guards in the mansion, and spread the news to the outside world. Say that this king has contracted a serious illness and is close to visitors. No matter who comes, even if they are royal blood relatives, they will not be seen. Chapter 22. Dead people can't talk. It's too risky to take this step. Inside the eldest princess chambers, Morong Yen was lying on top of her bed, her pretty face carrying a sinister look. In front of her was Chen Lingquan, the chief of the great household. A sinister smile appeared on that face that had been whitened by lipstick, and eunuch Chen's sinister and treacherous voice carried a few points of triumph. This is the master's plan. As long as you return to the palace, the false emperor who sits on top of that dragon chair today will not be able to deny your existence openly and honestly. You will then still have a chance to flip. The old slave will also operate for you in the palace. If you don't show up all the time, after a long time, you're afraid that you really won't be able to return to the palace. Pseudo-emperor, this title was what eunuch Chen called Morong Hua when he was facing Morong Yen. Morong Yen liked this term of endearment. She was just a little dissatisfied with the plans of the one behind her, but she didn't dare to refute them. Just hatefully changing the topic, it's just a pity that I didn't break that Lu Sun's limbs, that group of experts in Dayu, when it's really a waste. Wasn't it said to be some kind of peak heaven level? How come it was killed in one move? Morong Yan's voice was filled with resentment, and every time she saw her broken limbs, she hated it so much that she wanted to whip Lu Sun into shape. Eunuch Chen let out a shallow laugh, his feminine voice whispering, maybe, that young eunuch is actually hiding his strength, and he's also at the peak of the celestial level. That expert from Dayoshi was lightly defeated before he was killed by a single move. This was only eunuch Chen's guess, but he felt it was very likely. Morong Yen also nodded, but she accidentally tugged on her broken arm, instantly distorting her features in pain. The two ordinary people who did not have a bit of strength and had not practiced kung fu, at this moment, both felt that this speculation should be the truth. After a burst of pain, Morong Yan's face twisted as she spoke. Those people I asked you to find, have you found them? Eunuch Chen froze for a moment, hastily nodded his head and opened his mouth. The old slave found it, just. At this point, he paused. Before he could continue speaking, Morong Yen revealed a look of surprise and laughed sardonically. Great, several of them can be strange women with superior intelligence and not bad backgrounds, so they can assist us in our great endeavors. Eunuch Chen opened his mouth, but a trace of bewilderment and doubt flashed in his eyes. Is that right? But it's not quite the same as what he investigated. 2 days ago Morong Yen asked him to find a few people and to bring them into his camp. It was then that Eunuch Chen immediately sent someone to look for it. The person was found, but what was investigated always made Eunuch Chen feel less reliable. Those people, all of them are from powerful families or families of the world, but most of them are born from concubines or foreigners. They did have some talent in Yendu, but according to the information that Eunuch Chen had gotten, these people's talent was proclaimed by money. Real talent is not available, just so you can have a foothold in your own family. Rapunzel, the old slave tuned. Eunuch Chen just wanted to continue to speak. Morong Yen, however, spoke with some urgency. Quickly go and draw them in, no matter what the cost. Make sure to bring them under our command. Trust this palace. There will be no mistake. Morong Yan's affirmative words caused Eunuch Chen to freeze. But after hesitating for a moment, he could only nod helplessly in the end. Seeing Eunuch Chen leave, Morong Yan's beautiful eyes erupted with a prevalent light, her features caricatured into a twisted smile, her voice as piercing as a ghost coming from the 9 specters. Lu Sun, do you think that this palace can't do it without you? With the help of my few wise men, I, will still return to the top. Whether you come back or not, you will be made to re-experience the pain of having your heart gouged out and your chest cut open, being bitten by a poisonous python, and having your head stabbed by a steel needle. I want you to kneel in front of this palace and beg for mercy and pain, to make you understand that it's your honor for this palace to use you. You are only worthy of kneeling at the feet of this palace and being a stupid loyal dog. Morong Yen, a pair of eyes colorful, seems to have thought of the picture when he regained the great treasure. The night of Yendu is not a curfew. It's just that it's late at night, and it's not very lively, and all the ordinary people have turned out their lights and are resting. Even if there were still scattered pedestrians on the road, they just walked through the streets quickly with their heads down, and no one noticed that in the air above their heads, which was like a black curtain, there was a figure dressed in a black robe treading on clouds. Lu Sun felt the sensation of his feet stepping on the void, and his heart fluttered with excitement. So this is what it feels like to be an immortal god? Feet on the void, looking down on everything. Celestial level, never dared to imagine how terrifying this power is. Wrapping his black robe tightly and touching the pure black mask on his face that was copied from Sunda's mask, Lu Sun's eyes under the mask revealed a few moments of morose coldness. There may be something to be found at the Dai Viet envoy. It was only a pity that one could not use the strength and means that truly belonged to an immortal god. If he showed his devastating strength, I'm afraid that the hand behind him would be so frightened that he would directly cut off all the clues and wouldn't dare to show his face again. After all, even if one's ambitions are great, one has to consider whether or not he or she will have the life to enjoy it. Ambassador Stagecoach. The Dai Viet envoys did not sleep. The hall of ambassadors was filled with all the ambassadors of the day, and their faces wore looks of anger and awe. Unlike Eunuch Chen and also Morong Yen, there were heaven-ranked experts among them. They clearly knew how terrifying it was to kill an expert of peak heaven rank strength with a single move. Are we taking the wrong step? A thinner envoy spoke in a low voice, his eyes carrying a bit of cowardice. To cooperate with them is the will of our great Your Majesty, who dares to question it? The strong-built envoy on the side spoke through clenched teeth. But that Lu family's young lord is too strong. It feels as if he has even exceeded the peak of the heavenly rank. The skinny envoy who had just begun spoke again, already feeling disheartened. He also said that he would kill our great Vietnam envoys. If he's so bold, he dares to make a move in Yendu? Besides, have you forgotten the backhandedness of the arrangement? Another envoy interjected, sneering, as long as Duke Lu's charge of collaborating with the enemy is confirmed, the entire Duke's house will be executed. Even if that Lu Sun is strong, he can't be strong enough to fight against the entire Great Yin Kingdom's heaven-ranked powerhouses. At this point, the ambassador stroked his beard, a sardonic smile on his face. If that's true, it's not bad. We're happy to watch Great Yin dog eat dog. Ha 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 ha. That's right, that's right. The Dai Viet envoys, who were still worried, instantly became relaxed. Even laughed out loud. Boo! The door to the room slammed open. It's as if it's been kicked in the face. Only the doorway was not occupied. The voices of all the ambassadors came to a screeching halt. In the pitch blackness outside the doorway, a figure covered in pitch black slowly appeared. Dressed in black robes, his face was a mask of pure black. At the sight of this figure, instead of being tense and alert, the Dai Viet envoys revealed a look of anger. Wasn't it you who said yesterday that after we checked into the stagecoach we'd hold off on contact? Why now? Aren't you afraid of being seen and leaking out? The head envoy among the ambassadors of Dai Viet opened his mouth. Underneath the mask, the corners of Lu Sun's lips hooked up slightly. Ho 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 ho. Won't give it away. Dead man, can't talk. Chapter 23 Lifting the chessboard. Boom. The face of the Dai Viet envoy changed instantly. Those who had weapons in their hands instantly drew them, and those who didn't clenched their fists as they looked toward the black-robed figure. Getting ready to unload now? Don't forget that the letter you forged about Duke Lu's collaboration with the enemy is still in our hands, and even if you can still forge the letter, you won't be able to move Duke Lu without us as witnesses. The face of the Dai Viet envoy standing at the front was ugly, and he growled in a low voice. Step by step, the black-robed figure walked towards the gate, his palm gently rubbing the pure black mask on his face. Eyes gently fell on the envoy who spoke at the front, his voice becoming flat. It seems that you know the most? The envoy's face sank as he snapped. What do you mean? Want to kill me? Ho ho ho, let's see if you have the strength. The black-robed figure shook his head and smiled, casually waving his hand as the door behind him closed with a loud bang. At the same time, a hand gently removed the pure black mask from his face. The moment they saw that face clearly, all the ambassadors of Dai Yu were frozen. The head envoy's face even turned pale as he looked at Lu Sun with disbelief. You really dare. He wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't even complete a sentence. Don't worry, you know a lot, you will be kept. Lu Sun's mouth carried an evil smile, and as the words fell, his body suddenly disappeared in front of that envoy. Ah, no, kill me. Ah, mercy. Ah. There were intermittent voices from behind them, but more than that, they were screams. The envoy's face was pale, his whole body was stiff, and the blood on his body was cold. Listening to the voices behind him, in this instant, he lost the courage to even glance backward. It was only when all the voices had vanished that the black robe returned to the envoy once more. The ambassador's whole body trembled, his head hung down in death, his eyes could only see the black robe. Above the black robe, it became a demonic deep purple due to the blood-soaking. Heaven-level expert. Ah. Don't be so timid, it's not like you haven't seen this kind of scene. Lu Sun's bland voice, and a pair of bloodstained hands, appeared in front of him. Ah. The envoy took a few steps backward in terror, only to instantly trip over the body behind him. In that instant, he fell to the ground and saw everything around him clearly. Slaughter. It was simply a slaughter with no suspense. As far as the eye could see, all of the ambassadors, all of them were staring with dead eyes, with horrified and twisted expressions on their faces. Blood stained the ground, and none of the bodies were intact. And it was evident that every envoy, no matter how strong or weak, was killed by a single blow. A chill, from the soles of his feet, instantly rushed out of the sky. The envoy's face went white. He swore that he had seen all kinds of scenes of heaven-level experts striking in his life, but never before had I seen such a heart-wrenching scene of despair. Got any water? I can change my clothes, I just want to wash my hands, they're so dirty. Lu Sun shrugged it off with a look of disgust. Blood splattered from his hand and flung itself into the envoy's face. The still warm blood and water instantly made the envoy shiver, climb to his feet in horror, and rush toward the outside almost on all fours, speaking as he did so. There is water. I'll go fight. This time. Don't try to escape. You're useful to me and you can still stay alive. If you are useless to me, you will also be a corpse. Lu Sun's voice came from behind. The envoy, who had also entertained the slightest thought of fleeing for his life, shivered and shook that thought, which should not have appeared, out of his mind. Trembling, he fetched a basin of water and kneeled in front of Lu Xun in fear. Celestial level masters, poised like slaves. After cleaning his hands, Lu Xun was slightly relieved. Holding that pure black mask in both hands, he looked towards the Daiyu envoy, and on his handsome face, a kind smile appeared. This time, it seems that Mr. Lu has found the right place. Other than this thing, I can't believe there's a windfall. Lu Xun tapped his fingers on the pure black mask. The face of the Dai Viet envoy was pale and his whole body shook like chaff. Backbone? He has. Courage, he had that too. But that was against a being of the same level. The existence of backbone and courage in the face of a terrifying existence that was not at all on the same level was like a joke. Besides, there was no need to guard those that Lu Xun was going to ask with his life. Little young lord, it's not us, Daiyu, who want to frame the old princes. It's your first princess, and also the master behind the man with this black mask on his face. They did everything. The ambassador was frantic to skim himself. Lu Xun's fingers, which were tapping on the mask, stopped. The corner of his eye picked up slightly, grinned, and spoke, "You know I don't want to hear this." The envoy kowtowed repeatedly, swallowed, and spoke nervously. The person behind that forged a number of letters between the old Duke of State and my Dai Viet generals. Inside framed the old princes. Framed the old princes, carefully raised his head, a touch of deliberate curtness appeared on his face, framed the old princes slaughtering civilians at the border and falsifying military achievements. Even sold secrets to Dai Viet. Lu Xun's fingers pinched the mask, his knuckles slightly white. Again. In her last life, when Morong Yen claimed the throne, this is how she framed the state duke's house. This means, rather, because of the change in himself, a little in advance. It seems that this is what they have long prepared, regardless of whether or not they are submissive to Morong Yen, the state duke's office, all have to be decapitated. Taking advantage of Lu Xun's contemplation, the envoy quickly rushed to a side room, and after rummaging through the box, he quickly rushed back to Lu Xun with a large stack of letters in his hands. Holding it carefully, he spoke, These are the ones they forged. Seeing the handwriting on the envelope, Lu Xun's eyes instantly condensed. The writing on it. It's 90% similar. There were some differences, but it would have been difficult to tell the difference if someone who wasn't familiar with his grandfather's handwriting hadn't done so. The cold light under Lu Xun's eyes was great. Looks like there were already hands reaching in around Grandpa, too. What a big one. The corner of Lu Xun's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the envoy and spoke faintly. Other than that, what else do you know? The envoy's throat quirked, his pupils fluttering wildly as he wondered what other secrets he knew. I only know that Rapunzel also seems to be somewhat jealous of the master. Those black-masked people said. Many things have to listen to his arrangement. Frowning, Lu Xun was not satisfied with this answer. But it didn't seem as if the envoy knew much more than that. The clue, it seems, will have to come from the eunuch side after all. Want to live? Retracting his mind, Lu Xun looked at the envelopes and his smile became wide. The hand behind you wants to play chess? Then the board will be lifted. Want so much. The envoy nodded without hesitation. Listen to me, tomorrow, go and sue the Imperial court. Lu Xun patted the ambassador on the shoulder. Envoy, huh? Chapter 24 Injustice. Clunk. The moment the door of the legation post was opened, blood cheese surged out crazily. There weren't too many people on the streets, but a scattering of people still saw a man in a black robe with some dark purple on it, with a pure black mask on his face, strutting out of the post house. Blood-colored footprints were left where they walked. A moment later, a figure covered in blood rushed out of the stagecoach. His shrill voice, in the darkness of the night, was particularly piercing. Murder. The Dai Viet mission has been assassinated. Help. The mid-air voice caused Lu Xun's footsteps to pause, and the corners of his mouth twitched under the mask. Let him shout louder, he shouted with his full strength exerted at the celestial level. The whole of Yendu would have to hear it. People who were sleeping were awakened by the noise and went out to see. Some were horrified, some were curious. Not far away, the great inner guards who heard the sound had rushed in. The ambassador's post is not far from the palace. The stagecoach is also in need of protection from the Grand Guards. Lin Tongxian, the commander of the guards, rushed towards the post house with his guards with an obscure face. Tonight should not have been his duty, but due to the return of the princess, the vice commander was temporarily reassigned to escort the princess, so he could only be on duty temporarily. I didn't realize that before I could doze off, something happened to the stagecoach. He didn't want to protect the Dai Viet envoys. But duty calls. Swish. Lin Tongxian dashed in the direction of the stagecoach with his men, only to pass by a black-robed man wearing a mask on his head. An inexplicable chill instantly made the sweaty hairs on his entire body stand up. And the smell of blood. Lin Tongxian stopped violently and turned back suddenly. Available at. Where is anyone? The empty streets were as if the black-robed man he had just seen and the faint smell of blood were all hallucinations. Chief, what's wrong? Some of his men saw that Lin Tongxian had stopped and stopped to ask as well. Lin Tongxuan's brows wrinkled slightly as he asked, "Did you guys see a figure in a black robe just now?" Not paying attention. "What's up, chief?" Nothing. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Tongshan led his men to quickly rush into the post house. Just the moment they rushed in, all the great inner guards sucked in a breath of cool air, their scalps tingling. Just looking at some of the corpses, the neck of the familiar that a blood scar, Lin Tongshan fell into a deep thought. What? The Dai Viet envoy was attacked and killed? Damn, what about our plan? If we only have the evidence provided by the border side, we can't move that old dog Lu Yuanfang at all. Lu Sun must have done it. Morong Yen sat up in shock, only for the sharp pain in her limbs to cause her face to distort as she lay back down again in agony. Eunuch Chen's face, which was too late to be powdered, revealed deep exhaustion. His voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were a little deeper as he opened his mouth. The old slave has just come over from the false emperor's side. The Dai Viet envoy was killed with only one survivor left. One left. Fortunately. Morong Yan's pretty face twisted slightly as she smiled like a poisonous snake, causing one to shudder. This way our plan can still go ahead. That old dog Lu Yuanfang will definitely be labeled as a collaborator and traitor. I'm really looking forward to how good Lu Sun's face will look when the state duke's house is exterminated from all 9 clans. LOL. Morong Yan licked her somewhat dry and cracked red lips and smiled cheerfully. But, Eunuch Chen was silent for a moment, or decided to remind Morong Yan a sentence. I heard that the last living mouth said that the murderer is wearing a black robe, face wearing a pure black mask of people. Morong Yan's face changed dramatically. What? Wearing a black robe and a pure black mask on his face? Isn't that the sign of the one's men? Did he suddenly change his mind? Or is it any other arrangements? A sudden change of plans. Why wasn't there any notification? Morong Yen complained, but she didn't dare to say much. The one behind her, she didn't dare to offend for the time being. But in the future, when she ascends to the throne of the empress, she will count the account at this time. Eunuch Shin spoke in a feminine manner. The old slave has some guesses. Perhaps, in doing so, the play will be more genuine. More true? Morong Yen was stunned, somewhat confused. Eunuch Chen laughed sorrowfully a few times, seemingly with a few points of bragging, opened his mouth. Old slaves climb to this position now. Planted things have seen a lot, experienced more, but also can guess some. There is no credibility in letting these Dai Viet envoys, without warning, come up with that evidence. But if it is because the Dai Yu envoys know too much, by the state government to send experts to kill and exterminate, the only living mouth in order to take revenge, took out the evidence of the state government treason, this credibility can be much higher. Ho 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 ho. The old eunuch half covered his mouth and his conspiratorial laughter echoed within the bedchamber. After a long time, Morong Yan's cold voice came out. You think this palace can't figure it out? Need you to show off here? Cold sweat instantly flowed down Eunuch Chen's face as he repeatedly opened his mouth. Old slave damned, old slave damned. If you want to remain in the palace and not be sent to guard the emperor's tomb due to old age, you must keep your mouth shut. Morong Yan glanced coldly at Eunuch Chen and spoke with disinterest. Go down, this palace is tired. Wake up this palace earlier tomorrow, this palace is going to see the action. The old slave retires. Eunuch Chan leaves cautiously. At the edge of Yendu, inside a mansion, dozens of figures dressed in black robes with pure black masks on their faces gathered. And in front of them, a stout middle-aged man had gloomy eyes and an icy gaze. If we didn't do this to the Dai Viet envoys, who did? And favored leaving one alive to tell information about us. Could it be someone from the side of the Flower Moon House? But it shouldn't. Things, it seems, have gotten confusing. The originally clear and unambiguous chessboard became chaotic. Every arranged piece, at this moment, deviates from its position. Dang dang. Inside the room behind the middle-aged man, there was a sound of tapping on a tabletop. The voice was like a signal, more like an order. Without the slightest hesitation, all of them immediately knelt on the ground, moving in a neat and tidy manner like a well-trained and loyal dog. On Morong Yan's side, let her avoid the limelight for a while, don't show her face anymore, and after the limelight passes, then build up momentum for her in the royal family. Over the border, the plan continues. Go down. The voice was calm and steady, with a touch of lethargy and condescension. Yes. The fiery red sunrise climbed up from the east. The Yendu people who did not sleep well were greeted with a neutral voice. Injustice. I beg your majesty, great Yen, to do right by my tragically dead Dai Wei envoys. Chapter 25. Why do you defend Dai Viet so much? In front of the palace gates, the only living member of the Dai Viet envoys, holding a huge wooden box, knelt long and hard under the watchful eyes of many courtiers and people. Middle air voice, from the mouth came out, I Dai Wei envoy, by the order of our Dai Wei His Majesty, came with the letter of the person of Danyan Tonghua, last night was assassinated, is the Danyan Tonghua thieves to extinguish the mouth. I beg your majesty, great Yen, to seek justice for our Dai Yu envoys. Boom! This explosive news detonated the entire Yen capital in an instant. Whether it was the civil and military officials, or the common people, the moment they received this news, they were all shocked into a state of disorientation. After the disorientation came the clamor and disbelief. What? This ambassador from Dai Viet, what is he talking about? On the orders of the Emperor of Dai Viet, come to report that my great Yen is passing on their Dai Viet mole? The tragic death of the Dai Viet envoy last night was the work of that traitor? Hiss. Fake it. Oyoshi would be that kind? It's definitely a fake. Maybe it's a play to pull down a certain loyal subject of my great yen. Can't say it's true, at least the letter in his hand should be true. I guess maybe it is our yen collaborators and their group of Dayu ambassadors dog-eat-dog, and now forced, only took out those evidence to report. It makes sense. If it's about framing a certain loyalist, it's too much to pay to make a play. One of the 24 ambassadors of Dayu is still left dead. Amidst the clamor of discussion, the only Dai Viet envoy who was still alive was invited into the Great Hall by the Great Inner Guards. Above the Great Hall, Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, looking at Lu Sun, who had entered the palace early, with some headache, looking at the other party's face that had little expression fluctuation, his heart burst with helplessness. As an emperor, Manhwa had seen too many troubles. But for the first time, he understood Lu Xiaoxia's words. He had never seen a person who had stabbed a heavenly basket. Lu Sun, apparently, was the man. From the time the news came that only one of the Dai Viet envoys had been killed, the first name that popped into the intuition of Manhwa's brain was Lu Sun. And Lu Sun, after being summoned to the palace by himself, he admitted the matter openly and honestly, and even said that he would let himself see a good show. Although he trusted Lu Sun, Manhwa always still had a headache. Especially, Moron Yen also arrived. Looking at Moron Yen, whose limbs could not move above the hall but still begged to come, Manhwa's eyes had a hidden cold light flashing. Imperial brother, this great you ambassadors are escorting the Imperial sister from a long distance, and they are also considered meritorious to my great yen, so we cannot so easily forgive the thieves who killed them. Furthermore, it is heard that the envoy was trying to report the heavy minister who betrayed my great yen before he was assassinated. This matter must be investigated severely. Moron Yan's pretty face was written with sinister intent as she looked at Lu Sun and spoke with deep meaning. There aren't many heavy ministers who dare to mess around in Yendu. Maybe it's a certain state duke's house, or a marquis house. The surrounding civil and military officials looked at Moron Yen with different eyes, but more often, with some coldness. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth also curled up slightly as he shook his head and smiled. This Moron Yen, she's really stupid and bad. Obviously not much talent, but you have to show your belly full of bad ideas in front of the public. Which of the civil and military officials above the Great Hall today is not a fox of 1,000 years? Ha! The princess knew that the person who made that report was an important minister? It seems that the Dai Viet envoy did not say what the identity of the person who collaborated with the enemy was. Lu Sun looked at Moron Yen and spoke with a curious expression. Could it be that those ambassadors of the Great Yu revealed the identity of the person who collaborated with the enemy to the eldest princess on the way? These words instantly caused Moron Yan's face to turn white, and she busily opened her mouth to explain. This palace is just guessing. If it wasn't for certain court officials who possessed enough power and influence, they wouldn't have had the guts to commit murder in Yendu. Eunuch Chen Lingquan Chen, the eunuch who was serving at the side, pinched a cold sweat for Moron Yen in his heart, and had some anger, but didn't dare to let it out. He had been informed by the one behind him during the night, telling Moron Yen to avoid the front line for the time being and not to come out of the woodwork. Turns out he couldn't stop it at all. Moron Yen must go to the court, even if this matter seems to have nothing to do with her. He said that he wanted to see with his own eyes that the Duke of State was labeled as a collaborator and traitor, and that he wanted to ridicule Lu Sun at the top of the Great Hall. Now that I've just opened my mouth, I'm nearly exposed. Stupid and don't know it. But, and thankfully so, this is the kind of person who can be a puppet without fear. Eunuch Chen, is that what you think as well? Lu Sun suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Chen Lingquan, who stood next to the dragon chair and served. Eunuch Chen, who served at Moron Hua's side, instantly came to his senses and his face froze. A professional feminine smile appeared on his smeared white face, and an unsympathetic voice came out of his mouth. The old slave is just a lackey, he doesn't know anything. Moron Hua frowned slightly, but quickly returned to normal, glanced at Chen Lingquan without moving, and said in a deep voice, Great Yu envoy, get up and speak. The Dayu envoy didn't even dare to move a bit. The corner of his eye swept Lu Sun's direction, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Thinking of the things he said last night, he gritted his teeth and said aloud, I beg your majesty to promise first that you must do right by my Dayu and severely punish that thief. Imperial brother, these ambassadors traveled all the way by boat just to send Imperial sister back to Yin capital safely. And in order to re-establish good relations with my great Yan, he has deliberately uncovered the important minister who betrayed great Yan's secrets. Moron Yan's pretty face quickly revealed a look of sadness, and in her pretty eyes, there were even tears welling up in her eyes. I see the look of love and affection. Turning his eyes but suddenly looking at Lu Sun, he snapped, Young lord, perhaps an explanation should be given. Yesterday, you said you would kill the Dai Viet envoy in front of the civil and military officials, and the Dai Viet envoy was assassinated in the night. This topic turned so abruptly that even Eunuch Chen was itching to go up and slap Moron Yen. We haven't even finished planting the evidence here, and now we're starting to throw new dirt? It's got to be the same thing. By digressing so much, it might not even be possible to plant evidence. Lu Sun held back his laughter, looked at Morong Yen with a straight face, and said in a solemn voice, "Who knows about Mr. Lu's kind and righteous Yen do? Apart from going into battle to kill the enemy, I can't bear to kill even a chicken or a duck on weekdays, let alone a chicken or a duck." Morong Yen sneered and said, "Don't you change the topic, this palace is talking about the ambassador of the Great Yu, and not the animal." When she said this, she suddenly stopped, her pretty face clouded over. The other civil and military officials around them stifled their laughter. You humiliated the Dai Viet envoy." Morong Yen let out an angry cry and looked at Lu Sun. Lu Sun looked at Morong Yen with a puzzled face and said, "The hatred between Mr. Lu and the Daiyuet people is known to all the civil and military personnel in the dynasty, so what about humiliation? But eldest princess, what is your intimate relationship with Dai Viet? Why do you defend Dayoshi so much?" The eyes of the civil and military officials instantly appeared with some scrutinizing gazes, scanning over Morong Yan's body. Morong Yan's pretty face reddened. "Okay, quiet." Morong Hua coughed lightly, interrupting Lu Sun's words, and said in a deep voice, "Let's start with the matter of the great Vietnamese envoys. You say that there are thieves in Great Yin who have passed through Vietnam, but is that true?" The Dayu envoy threw himself on the ground, raised the huge wooden box in his hand, and said in a loud voice, "The envoy uses his life as a guarantee, it will be the real evidence." Chapter 26 must have been written accidentally. Present. Eunuch Chen wanted to pick it up, but this time, it was Lin Tongxian, the commander of the inner guards, who took the lead in picking up the wooden box, opening it first to check it out and make sure that there was no danger before handing it over to Eunuch Chen. Carefully holding the wooden box that has been opened, Eunuch Chen's eyes glanced slightly, but his body suddenly stiffened, a coolness, from the soles of the feet straight to the sky. What's wrong with Eunuch Chen? Is he old and decrepit? If you can't even walk anymore, why don't you go ahead and guard the Imperial tomb? Lu Sun's slightly caring voice came from behind. Chen Lingxuan's heart panicked, but sensing His Majesty's icy gaze, he instantly sent the wooden box to His Majesty. Morong Hua's eyes swept over those letters, looking at the familiar names on the letters and the slightly familiar words. A cold light erupted from his eyes. "Imperial brother, I beg you to severely punish Duke Lu." Morong Yen suddenly opened her mouth, causing all the civil and military officials above the entire hall to look over. That delicate face, at the moment covered with a panicked look, a look of fear, tears are beginning to play in the eyes, delicately spoke, "Actually." In fact, Imperial's sister already knew on the way that the person who collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country was Elder Duke Lu. Boom! The entire courtroom resounded with clamor, and all the courtiers had different faces. Even the Minister of Wen and the Minister of Wu looked at each other, their faces gradually gloomy. Eunuch Chen, who had already returned to serve Morong Hua, repeatedly gave Morong Yen a wink, signaling her to stop in a hurry, but Morong Yen was completely immersed in her own wit and didn't care about Eunuch Chen's wink. What's more, she didn't realize that her royal brother, Morong Hua, the knuckles that were pinching the wooden box at this moment, were already slightly whitened, and the murderous intent that flared up in his eyes was almost too much to hide. "Oh, tell me, exactly how do you know?" The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, as if what was being said was not the State Duke's mansion at all. Morong Yen suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Sun, her eyes flashing with a cold light as if they were quenched with poison. "The great Yu envoys didn't tell me, I learned it through observation and speculation. Whereas the undefeated god General Lu Guogong can be in the border guard for 15 years, is simply that he relies on to sell my Great Yin secrets to the Great Vietnam, in exchange for the Great Vietnam does not attack my Great Yin border, in exchange for glory and wealth. If this palace guessed well," said here, Morong Yan's face revealed a cheerful smile, as if it has everything in the palm of the hand. "Last night attacked and killed the ambassadors of Dayu, must be the old country sent by the killer. Maybe it's really the young lord himself. No, it must have been the little eunuch himself. This palace has heard that some of the wounds the dead had when they were killed were identical to the wounds the young lord left on the Dai Viet envoys when he struck at the palace yesterday." Morong Yan's big eyes were wide open and her voice was filled with freckles. Just after everything was said and done, she froze. The imagined picture of the 100 officials worshipping did not appear. Not only that, the way Lu Sun looked at himself was as chilling as looking at a dead man. Even, at the corner of his mouth, there was that slightly mocking smile. It's ironic. Eunuch Chen had already lowered his head and could not bear to look at him. Morong Hua's finger lightly tapped on the wooden box with a crunch. After a moment, he looked at Lin Tongxian, the commander of the great inner guards, and spoke faintly. "Check. Which one who couldn't keep his mouth shut last night, talked too much around the eldest princess. Even something as salacious as the wounds of the dead are passed on to the Rapunzel." Boom! Morong Yan's delicate body was cold and her face was pale. "The more you say, the more wrong you are." She had been a hostage in Dai Viet for several years and had just returned to the palace. How could she learn how the wounds of the deceased Dai Viet envoys were? Just that one sentence gives away a lot. "Royal brother, I'm just poking around some. Because I'm thankful for the care of the Dai Viet envoys along the way." Morong Yen still wanted to explain. Morong Hua, who was seated in the dragon chair, had taken a deep breath, glanced at the wooden box, and spoke coldly. "The eldest princess just returned yesterday and needs to rest. Have the inner guards keep a good watch, no outsiders are allowed to approach. Morong Yan's face instantly became ugly, and her voice gradually began to become distorted and sharp. Imperial brother. You can't be like this. You don't care about the rebels in Tonkoshi. It's not fair at all that you're doing this to me. Are you protecting traitors to the enemy and the country in this way? At this moment, Morong Yan's heart was incomparably aggrieved. It's not at all what one would expect. I remember that in my last life, everything I said and did would turn out well, and every time, I was able to do what I expected, even if everything was as good as God's help. But now, how is everything out of their control? She broke down a bit, even forgetting that she was at the moment questioning His Majesty of Great Yen in front of the civil and military officials. Moronghua snapped to his feet, raised his hand, the wooden box in his hand, and slammed it out fiercely. Boo! The wooden box, with unerring accuracy, smashed into Morong Yan's face. The letters inside the wooden box were scattered all over the place. Ah! Morong Yan let out a miserable scream from her mouth. The forehead that was hit by the wooden box swelled up in the blink of an eye. See for yourself what these are. Moronghua's voice was icy cold. The civil and military officials in Morong Yan all looked down and saw that all the envelopes scattered on the ground had the same signature written on them, Morong Yan's pen. Boom! Morong Yan's pretty face changed dramatically, and almost without hesitation, she turned her head and looked at Lu Sun. Seeing the smirking expression on Lu Sun's face, Morong Yan's features became hideous, and with the already swollen face, she looked as horrible as an evil ghost. You did this! A shrill voice roared and echoed above the great hall. Lu Sun, however, as if he didn't hear, slowly squatted down, picked up a letter, opened it and read it to himself. Slave Great Yan's eldest princess Morong Yan is willing to exchange the Great Yan's border defense map for the return of Great Yan's free body. Tisk, TSK, Rapunzel, your handwriting, it looks a bit scribbled. Lu Sun had a smile on his face. Imitating handwriting? Who wouldn't? Not to mention, in his last life, Lu Sun had followed Morong Yan for so long that Morong Yan would often write letters to trick her into trusting him. Lu Sun had wasted a lot of time last night trying to write these letters. Glancing at the Dayu envoy, Lu Sun said with a solemn expression, Lu seeks justice for His Majesty, the Dayu envoy. We must not let these meritorious men who sent the eldest princess back die in vain in my Yendu, much less wrong the Rapunzel. The handwriting on these can be compared to the Rapunzel's. If they are not the same, justice will be done to the Rapunzel. If the handwriting is the same as the princess's, then it must have been accidentally written by the princess and not from her own intention. Civilian and military officials. Looking at Lu Sun, everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. We are all foxes of 1,000 years, who can't see that? If there wasn't Lu Sun's handiwork in this, they wouldn't believe anything they said. But, the civil phase and the martial phase looked at each other, and a flash of sternness flashed across their eyes. They may not get along on a regular basis, but it's just a political disagreement. If it touched the fundamentals of Great Yen, the two of them, who would never have any disputes, would be the first to go and solve the problems outside. The old minister also hopes that this matter has wrongly accused the eldest princess, but it still needs to be investigated severely. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu opened his mouth. After all, it's about the crime of collaborating with the enemy and treason. The old minister also requests that Your Majesty conduct a strict investigation. Martial Minister Li Qingsong bent his head. In the Great Hall, the neutral voice of the Daiyue envoy sounded once again, I beg His Majesty, Great Yen, to make a decision and severely punish the eldest princess. Chapter 27. That's good. Morong Yan is going crazy. She could not have imagined that the letter in this wooden box was not a false accusation against the old Duke of Lu Yuanfang. Rather, falsely accused her. How is that possible? Obviously it was all set up before. She also read the letters with her own eyes. The only possibility is last night. That pair of resentful eyes stared at Lu Sun with a deadly glare. Lu Sun arched his hands up and saluted. Don't worry, eldest princess, I believe you are wrongly accused. Speaking here, with a righteous face, he opened his mouth. The eldest princess is young, and even if she makes a mistake by chance, she should be forgiven, and is not considered to be collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. With one sentence, Morong Yan was directly nailed to the pillar of shame. Morong Yan's eyes widened as she looked angrily at Lu Sun. These means are clearly hers. In her last life, this is how she often treats Lu Sun, after wrongly accusing him, as if she is showing her generosity, so that Lu Sun is tamed by herself step by step. At first it was just blindfolded, and then later on it was suppressed and tamed by such means that it eventually became a good dog with its eyes blindfolded. You. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at that great Yu envoy. Her eyes seemed to be carrying knives, and she scolded sternly, Speak quickly clarify for this palace. Those letters are forgeries. The Dayu envoy trembled with a look of horror, gritted his teeth, thought about the words Lu Sun taught him yesterday, and carefully spoke, Eldest princess, my Dayu emperor disdains your behavior of selling out your country to the enemy. You also deliberately approached my Dai Viet envoys along the way. Didn't you want to pry these news about your collaboration with the enemy? Speaking here, he suddenly covered his face and cried bitterly, and also fiercely smacked his own mouth a few times, bawling, It's all my fault for drinking and blundering, and I even said something about the evidence of collaborating with the enemy under the influence of drunkenness. I'm the one who victimized my Dayoshi mission. At this moment, Morong Yan's eyes widened. Ah, damn it, this ing asshole. How dare he? No, that's not true. It's all fake. They colluded. The real collaborators and traitors are the State Duke's office. It was Lu Sun who conspired with them to frame the palace. Morong Yan was gasping for air, looking like a madman, because the movement of her head was too violent, even her hair was spread out. Under the cape, her face was twisted and her face was high, like a maniacal female ghost. The civil and military officials looked at this scene and shook their heads. What the truth is, I can't guess at all, but I can piece it together. One could only say that this Rapunzel was lifting a stone to hit her own feet. Eldest princess, Mr. Lu is still speaking for you, how can you be so wolfish? Lu Sun spoke with a sad face and sighed. That's just it, since it's like this, then Mr. Lu doesn't have to cover up for you. Ah, Rapunzel, you are confused. How can you collaborate with the enemy and sell out your country? This is a great crime of copying the family and exterminating the 9 clans. Lu Sun's voice, like a ghost, rang in Morong Yan's ears. The family will be raided and the 9 clans will be put to death. Isn't this what she did to Lu Sun in her last life? No. You're planting. She was still screaming, completely losing her image of the Rapunzel, staring at Lu Sun dead in the face like an evil spirit, screaming, You're back, aren't you? You did come back. Lu Sun had a puzzled look on his face and looked at Morong Yan in disbelief, as if he couldn't understand Morong Yan's words at all. Pulled down and grounded. After checking it out, make a separate decision. The eyebrows on Morong Hua's clear face raised slightly and quickly fell, making a deal. Lin Tongxian led the inner guards to quickly take away all the wooden boxes and letters, and incidentally carried away Morong Yan, who had an emotional breakdown. Many thanks, Your Majesty of Great Yin. That great Yu envoy instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and his entire body almost fell to the ground. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up imperceptibly. Before he left, he told the Dai Viet envoy, if Morong Yan is not dealt with, then he will not want to come out of Yin capital alive. Retreat from the court, Lu Sun, come with me. Morong Hua left with a sullen face. Lu Sun easily took big steps, shaking 3 times as eunuch Chen entered the palace again. Young lord, inside the palace, you can't be this reckless, yo. Chen Lingquan had a good old-fashioned look on his face, as if he was reminding Lu Sun. Eunuch Chen, take it easy, it's your turn next. Lu Sun smiled wryly, instantly causing Chen Lingquan's scalp to tingle and goosebumps to rise on his body. Little eunuch really knows how to joke. In a Nanyin and Nanyang voice with a slight tremor, Chen Lingquan looked at Lu Sun in disbelief. He wasn't sure if Lu Sun knew anything. Lu Sun's pair of eyes, as if he could see through people's hearts, wore a smile as he spoke. Mr. Lu will give eunuch Chen some time to prepare. Let's see if you want to prepare to tell what Lu wants to know, or prepare to find some experts to come and kill Lu. Spooking the snakes? It doesn't exist. No matter how it was done, Lu Sun would be happy. Sending more experts was what Lu Sun wanted most. The more you do, the more you get wrong. Just be afraid of the hand that hides behind it and does nothing. Boom! Chen Lingquan's face turned pale. It's whiter than the powder he puts on. He knows. Chen Lingquan's feet were wobbling and he was nearly unsteady. Lu Sun held Chen Lingquan, who nearly fell, and spoke with a smile. Eunuch Chen, you have to be more careful when serving the master of the palace. If you can't walk, you'll be sent to the Imperial tomb. There, it's no place for a human being. Chen Lingquan's lips trembled and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Flustered, he smiled, forced down his mind, and quickly led Lu Sun towards the Imperial study. Inside the Imperial library, Lu Xiaoxiao waited in advance. Morong Hua's back was to the dragon case and also to the door, his slim figure radiating a coldness. After Lu Sun entered the Imperial study and saluted, the entire Imperial study went cold. After an unknown amount of silence, even the sweat on Lu Xiaoxiao's forehead had changed for an unknown number of crops. Morong Hua's voice came slowly. Why did you plant it on Morong Yin? Lu Sun was not ambiguous, and directly pulled out some letters from his arms. Morong Hua turned his head to look at the letter on the dragon case, his eyes suddenly turning cold. From the pile of letters beside the dragon case, he drew out the 800-mile expedited letter that had just been delivered not long ago. After comparing the handwriting, Morong Hua's face clouded over. Obviously, he also guessed, this handwriting can hardly see the difference. There is only one possibility, that is, Lu Guogong's side. There are also hands reached in. This is a letter from Morong Yin colluding with the Dai Viet envoys to frame the State Duke's office for collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. I happened to learn about it last night when I went to kill those Dai Viet ambassadors. Lu Sun spoke aloud. Lu Xiaoxiao was listening in awe. How can he talk so justifiably about such a mess? Morong Hua was silent for a moment and spoke. Have any others seen you? No, the micro-minister has always done things steadily, and the mask that I had Flower Moon House imitate before worked quite well. Lu Sun grinned. That's good. Morong Hua sighed. Lu Xiaoxia? Ha? That's good? Wait, Your Majesty. You You've made such a big mess, and you're just going to say, well, that's good? In just a moment, Manhwa pinched the letter on the dragon case and said in a deep voice, with such a thorough arrangement, on the old duke's side, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Your Majesty is afraid that you don't know my grandfather. Very well, Lu Sun's smile expanded slightly at the corner of his mouth. In terms of stabbing a basket, Lu Sun is just a grandson. In terms of boldness, Lu Sun is just a grandson. If not for the last Moronyen to blackmail his own life, I am afraid that the grandfather at that time has long led the border army, hit the Yin capital to kill Moronyen. Chapter 28 The Man in the Bureau. Great Yin Border. Lu Yuanfang looked up at the somewhat gloomy sky and licked his somewhat dry lips. The last few days have been too windy and sandy, and the weather is turning cooler. Supplies. Supplies On the city wall, Lu Yuanfang glanced at the generals beside him who were also suffering from dry and cracked lips from the wind, and a touch of heartache flashed under his eyes. The transfer of much-needed supplies to the border has already begun, it's just that the transfer to the border will take a few more days. It's been cooling down too fast these past few days. The wind and sand can still be carried, but the freezing cold at night is hard to stop. Today the generals are still covered with thin summer quilts, and thicker quilts to protect them from the cold are still on the way. When sleeping at night, if there is no thick quilt, the generals are afraid that they will not be able to sleep well. Your Highness, the scout I mentioned sent a letter last night, and is arriving today, and also brought back a lot of supplies from Dai Viet in the name of trading, which can temporarily solve the pressing problem. The general behind him had a smile on his face and spoke. The eyes of Lu Yuanfang, who had his back turned, flashed with a flash of sternness, but when he turned around, he revealed a gentle smile. Li Chang, how many years have you been with me? Opened his mouth, but instead of talking to the general about the question about the scouts, he changed the subject. The general known as Li Chang was stunned and spoke with a somewhat unnatural face. Your Highness, Li Chang has been by your side for 5 years. 5 years goes by so fast. A smile appeared on Lu Yuanfang's weathered face. Seemingly with a few moments of helplessness, he sighed, these 5 years, guarding the border and following the old man, do you regret it? Border troops, a lot of military service, but it's hard to get promoted and return to the court. It's safe to say that most people, transferred to the border army, odds are they'll be guarding the border for the rest of their lives. That military service, too, all needs to be fought for with your life. A flash of panic flashed under Li Chang's eyes, and he quickly lowered his head and spoke hurriedly, my subordinate will only guard Great Yin, even if I have to sacrifice my life. If there is an opportunity to transfer you back to Yin-Du, to the court, would you be willing to do so? Lu Yuanfang spoke again, a smile appearing on that weathered face. The hairs of sweat on Li Chang's entire body stood up, and without hesitation, he knelt in front of Lu Yuanfang and spoke, Duke of State, you must not drive my subordinate away. In this life, my subordinate is only willing to follow you and leave his life at this border. Lu Yuanfang nodded non-committally and spoke, if you have the chance, you'd better go back. At this point, there was a pause, as if he was disinterested and didn't want to say anything more. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and said, when will your scouts who went into Dai Viet return? Without lifting his drooping head, Li Chang spoke, looking at the time, it should be almost here. The words had just fallen, when a general on the city wall spoke up, Your Highness, some carriages have come outside. It looks like they're carrying a lot of goods. Li Chang lowered his head, a touch of excitement showing in his eyes. Finally, the ones arranged by the master are going to start. Lu Yuanfang looked deeply at Li Chang, gently patted the cold city wall, and spoke, after checking, if there are no problems, open the city gates. Soon, some of the generals below the city began to check. 15 wagons, loaded with some warmth. After checking and making sure there was no problem, the person was quickly released. Li Chang took the leading merchant-looking middle-aged man with him and quickly walked inside the tent at the edge of the city. Behind them, some generals who had already been arranged had followed. Those are the beloved ones cultivated by Li Chang. Lu Yuanfang and the many generals were already all waiting here. At this moment, a pleasing smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he looked toward Lu Yuanfang and spoke cautiously, Subordinate Lin Zhongyan, pay my respects to your highness. Lin Zhongyan? Good name. Lu Yuanfang looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. Your Excellency, this is the nail that my subordinate has planted in Dai Viet. This time he came back and brought a lot of good things. Li Chang patted Lin Zhongyan's shoulder. Lin Zhongyan always had that humble smile on his face, slightly bent over in a pleasing manner, and opened his mouth. My subordinate has collected a lot of cold weather materials in the name of trading with Great Yin and Daiyu. Now that they've all been sent back to the border, it's just the right time to temporarily relieve the general's immediate needs. 15 wagons of goods is not much. One could even say it's a drop in the bucket. It can be just a brief relief from an emergency, and it's still useful. The number is somewhat low. Lu Yuanfang sank his eyes, his voice somewhat low. Li Cheng frowned slightly and glared at Lin Zhongyan, who quickly understood, grinned, pulled out a letter from his bosom and spoke, there is another big thing. This is something my subordinate got by chance. There are traders in my Great Yin border army making deals with the Great Yu. This was obtained by my subordinates from within Daiwa with great difficulty, and I have not yet had a chance to look at it. Lin Zhongyan cupped his hands and walked towards Lu Yuanfang step by step. A pair of eyes, however, dripped around and landed on the sword at Lu Yuanfang's waist. I asked you to come over? Lu Yuanfang suddenly spoke. Lin Zhongyan's footsteps lurched, and he looked at Lu Yuanfang somewhat dumbfounded. Wait, that's not the right reaction. Before Lin Zhongyan could return to his senses, Lu Yuanfang's eyes went cold and his right hand violently drew out his sword. Swish! A clear and cold sword light arrived instantly. Lin Zhongyan was horrified and tried to dodge. Available at. It's too fast. Before he could move, the sword light had already cut directly across the neck. Put. Blood spurts. The floor of the tent was sprayed. Lin Zhongyan covered his neck unwillingly, twisted his head with all his might, and looked at Li Chang. At this moment, Li Chang's face changed. He didn't expect that Duke Lu would actually make a direct move without even asking a single more question. Without hesitation, he yelled in a low voice, Duke Lu has collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. The evidence is complete, now kill and exterminate. All of you, come in. For the sake of Great Yen, take down Duke Lu. The sound is loud. Available at. Outside the tent, it was quiet. Even the many generals in the tent were just watching Li Chang like a monkey's play. Lu Yuanfang smacked his lips and took out a long prepared cloth from under the table, gently wiping the long sword. Remember, I beheaded a traitor in my tent. You can't take any less credit for this, it will all be inherited by that good grandson in the future. The surrounding generals laughed. Li Chang's entire body went cold, scanning incredulously. By now, he was still undeterred, his eyes reddening as he roared, Are you guys crazy? This Duke Lu made a private deal with Dai Viet, suspected of betraying his country, and now he's even killed my scouts. If you are like this, are you loyal to our Great Yen, or to this traitorous Duke Lu? Roaring, loud. Outside the tent, there was still no movement at all. Inside the tent, however, the voices of the generals gradually faded and eventually became quiet. Li Chang, the person behind you is so stingy with his shots. Lu Yuanfang sighed, and on that old face, irritation was written all over it. I thought that, if the old man personally entered the game, the people behind you would be able to shed more blood in order to plant the old man, but I didn't think that the old man would be worth this much. Old Duke, you deserve more, it's clear that they are too stingy. Li Chang, at this moment, instantly stiffened. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lu Yuanfang with wide eyes. You know? You all knew that already? Looking at the smiling expressions of the surrounding generals, Li Chang's body began to tremble. It took him 5 years to finally think he had become Lu Yuanfang's beloved. Thought it would be an easy game to make. One has always been in the bureau. The bureau. Who's in the game? Chapter 29. This kind of request, I've never heard of in my life. Old man, never knew your mind. It was only after you said you sent someone to Dai Viet that you started to notice something was wrong. Lu Yuanfang's old eyes were cloudy, but they radiated a sharp light. Like a falcon, it pierced straight into Li Chang's eyes, making him not dare to look straight. Old piker. You old piker. Why are you keeping this from me? You're playing me. A moment later, Li Chang roared with red eyes. Lu Yuanfang's action of wiping his longsword stopped slightly, and he raised his head in some surprise, looking at Li Chang, and spoke with a stunned expression. Huh? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Brain and feces? Why don't we just kill them all together? Anyway, this kind of stupid brain should only be an outcast of the person behind it, and should not know much. Confusion was written all over Lu Yuanfang's old face. The surrounding generals spoke up, Old Guogong, keep him alive for now. He may be kept to check out the clues of the man behind it. Even if you don't know much, it's still a clue after all. Lu Yuanfang looked tired and helpless as he sighed. That's all, you guys go check it out, I'm tired. Ah. You idiots. Ha 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 ha. Li Chang was in a state of insanity, looking at the surrounding generals with a mocking face, his face hideously twisted. What do you guys think there is to gain from following him? Let me tell you, the court should have already convicted Lu Yuanfang, the old thief, of collaborating with the enemy in treason. In the border army, it's just a matter of cooperating with what's being done above the court. Even if it doesn't work out, at this moment, the old thief Lu should already be infamous and become a traitor to his country. Saying this, Li Chang laughed out loud, laughing so arrogantly that even tears were coming down his eyes. Scanning the surrounding generals contemptuously, he spoke easily, in a few days, the news will come. At that time, if you still follow this old thief, you'll be waiting for your family to be copied and destroyed. Li Chang's voice was filled with mockery. The surrounding generals' faces changed and they got up to make a move on Li Chang. Lu Yuanfang, however, waved his hand and stopped the generals. Sparingly looking at Li Chang, he spoke, It seems that I have underestimated the person behind you? Li Chang, still very arrogant, slowly walked to Lu Yuanfang's table, his body slightly poking forward, his face full of smugness. You think I've lost? I'm only temporarily under your capture. As long as the court's decree comes down in a few days, I, Li Chang, will be a meritorious member of the border army. Of course, you could also kill me right now, don't you dare? Come kill me. Li Chang's face was full of smug smiles, as if he had already seen the picture of himself mastering the army, or returning to the Imperial court and reigning over the world. Just, swish, the sword light flashed. The head, which was the size of a bucket, fell on the tabletop. Blood instantly sprayed all over the place, even the tabletop was dyed red. To his death, Li Cheng had a smug smile on his face. The horror and incredulity in his eyes didn't even have time to bloom. This kind of request, I've never heard of it in my life. Lu Yuanfang's voice was old and helpless. It's time to wipe my sword again. The generals on the sidelines were a bit anxious. You can still sit down, old lord, can you? How could you kill him? Keep him as a witness to clear your name. You were wrongly planted in the courtroom. It seems that the background of the person behind that is amazingly large. In a few days if the imperial decree comes down, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Or shall we go back and clear your name? The generals around him were chattering and making a lot of noise. Lu Yuanfang gently set Li Cheng's head straight and grinned at the stiffly smiling Li Cheng's head, revealing a mouthful of somewhat missing teeth. No harm done. If the imperial court is blinded by traitors and thieves, then we, the border troops, naturally have the responsibility to return to Yendu to serve the king and clear the side of the king. It's not loud, but it's deafening. All the generals opened their mouths and spoke firmly. Go back to Yendu to serve the king and clear his side. Looking at Li Cheng's head, which was placed squarely on the table, Lu Yuanfang's eyes became heavy. Seekers can't have an accident. Luckily, he had arranged for him to have Afu in. If something happened, Afu should be able to protect him. If you can't protect it, you can escape. This great Yen, after 15 years of peace, was not peaceful after all. Standing in front of the palace gate, Lu Sun looked at the surrounding people with a smile, his voice filled with regret. Hey, what a heart! Unexpectedly, Rapunzel even did that kind of thing. Treason to the enemy. Fortunately, the eldest princess is of royal blood, so she can't be executed, nor can her entire family be exterminated. Ahem. Can't say more. Lu can't say more, after all. The evidence was provided by the Dayu envoys. Surely they are wrongly accusing our great Yin princess. But even if it's true, everyone should be able to understand that the Rapunzel is too young after all. Being young and impetuous means you like to fool around, so let's consider this matter a joke. Every word of Lu Sun's was a real poke in the lung tubes of the people. Chen Lingquan, who sent Lu Sun out of the palace, stood in front of the palace gate. His heart was cold, and he couldn't wait to immediately go and cover Lu Sun's mouth. The words shouted by the Dayu envoys in front of the palace gate in the morning had long since spread throughout Yin capital. The people have been itching to get out for a long time, but when the civil and military officials came out, none of them were willing to take care of the people. Now that Lu Sun, the young lord, had come out, he had actually revealed such a shocking secret. Punish the traitors and the Rapunzel severely. Even a royal bloodline is no reason to commit treason against the enemy with impunity. Communicate with the enemy and commit treason, you shall be beheaded. The voices of the people instantly became boisterous, and there were even people who stood in front of the palace gates and shouted. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly. Doesn't Murong Yen love fame the most? Then, starting with fame, make her step by step, life by death, towards despair. Chen Lingxuan's body trembled slightly, feeling that his heart had gone cold. Shut up! Shut up! No noise in front of the palace gates. Any more nonsense and they'll all be dragged away and beheaded. If today's matter were to spread throughout Yin capital, all those things that were planned before with the eldest princess as a puppet would be over. The Lord will be furious beyond measure. The master's anger will kill a big wave of people. One of them, guaranteed, will be him. When Chen Lingxuan's unsympathetic voice bellowed out, the surroundings did quiet down for a few moments. The people who had originally surrounded the palace gates also stepped back a bit farther. The people are also a little afraid of the eunuchs in the palace. Lu Sun smiled as he walked over to Chen Lingquan and slowly lowered his head. Looking at the old face that was half a head shorter than his own, he grinned. Dead eunuch, I almost forgot about you. Chen Lingxuan's body trembled violently, a chill that instantly caused the hairs on his body to stand up. The palace was suddenly flooded with great guards. Lin Tongxian, the commander of the guards, swept his gaze over Lu Sun, paused for a moment, and then quickly turned to Chen Lingquan and said in a cold voice, Eunuch Chen, please follow Mr. Lin. His Majesty asked me to strictly investigate who revealed last night's matter to the eldest princess, and all the people who should be investigated have been investigated, and now only Eunuch Chen is left. Chen Lingquan, however, was instantly relieved, finally not having to face that little lunatic Lu Sun. Old slave will go with you. Snap. Behind him, however, a palm reached out, gently tapping on Chen Lingxuan's shoulder. Lu Sun's voice rang in Chen Lingxuan's ears like a hypnotic talisman. Uncle Lin, I wonder if I can lend Eunuch Chen to my nephew for one incense stick of time? Chapter 30 The Man Behind the Scenes. Chen Lingxuan's face was uncharacteristically white, and even turned a little green. His lips trembled as he shook his head towards Lin Tongxian. One incense stick of time? What are you going to do? Lin Tongxian looked at Lu Sun warily. Just. Without waiting for Lu Sun to reply, Lin Tongxian waved his hand with some annoyance and spoke, only at the place I found for you. Also, don't leave any traces, internal injuries are fine, no external injuries. Lin Tongxian warned Lu Sun. Chen Lingxuan's eyes widened and his mouth opened in disbelief. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, you arrange a place, I'll just ask about some small things, it won't affect your work, Uncle Lin. Lu Sun spoke. Lin Tongxian blackened his face, glared fiercely at Lu Sun, and turned his head to his guards. Did any of you see Eunuch Chen? Didn't see it. If you don't see it, don't hurry up and find it. Lin Tongxian let out a low roar. The surrounding guards instantly dispersed. Chen Lingquan? Ha! I'm here. Chen Lingquan opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Lu Sun opened his mouth and shook his head in tears. And yet the heart is filled with warmth. If this arrangement is leaked to His Majesty, I'm afraid Uncle Lin will be punished. Go! Lin Tongxian walked ahead with a dark face and looked for a house that was normally used by the great inner guards when they changed guards. After arranging everything, he guarded the yard himself. One eye, however, was filled with doubt and bewilderment. I don't know how this kid has gained His Majesty's trust. His Majesty himself has decreed that he should cooperate with all the demands of this brat Lu Sun. Everything. Hey, this kid is kind of lucky. Luckier than his dad. The corners of Lin Tongxuan's mouth curled up slightly, but his eyes were a little sad. The furnishings of the room were simple. There were only a couple of stools and a table. There was a tea on the table and a couple of used cups. The air reeked of sweat, and some foot odor. Chen Lingquan half covered his mouth and nose, somewhat disgusted, but had to show a pleasing smile. Lu Xiaogongshi, you have something to say, just ask. The old slave will know everything and say everything. Lu Sun nodded, looked at Chen Lingquan, and opened his mouth to ask, the person behind you, who is it? Chen Lingquan instantly froze, his lips wriggled slightly, and the ingratiating smile on his face became even brighter as he crossed his orchid fingers and spoke in a feminine manner. Junior eunuch, you're really good at joking. The only person behind the old slave is my great Yen Majesty. Eunuch Sun is son of the Imperial tomb, and Eunuch Chen Lingquan Chen, the chief of the palace's grand interior. Lu Sun looked at Chen Lingquan with interest. The people behind you, they like to make eunuchs very much, and it can be made to move. Great background. Lu Sun sat down on that stool, gently patted his sleeve, looked straight at Chen Lingquan, and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu usually doesn't like to ask a third time. So, usually after asking a second time and not getting an answer, then you don't have to ask a third time. Chen Lingxuan's lips trembled, his scalp tingled, and his feet subconsciously moved backward. Little young master, you don't scare the old slave off. Lu Sun spoke as if he hadn't heard Chen Lingxuan's words. You should have seen the autopsy of the Daiyu envoy. Guess how those weird wounds were done. Chen Lingxuan's face stiffened, and the smile on his face was somewhat untenable. Little young lord, where does this old slave know? Lu Sun slowly stretched out his palm and spoke softly. It's more or less cool when you tear it open with your hands, but it's always a bit dirty and the blood is too sticky. And then the finger. It's quick to paddle through, not as cool as hand ripping, but it saves a lot of time. It's also convenient to give them a hard time. Gently clapping his palms, Lu Sun narrowed his eyes and gradually lowered his voice. I don't know, Eunuch Chen, do you like being torn apart, or do you want a pain in the ass? Boom! Eunuch Chen's legs went limp and he fell to the ground in panic. Breathing heavily, staring at Lu Sun with wide eyes, his entire body went numb. Daikoshi envoy, really did you do it? He could be sure that it was Lu Sun who did it. After all, whether it was the letter that the Daiyue envoy finally presented, which turned out to be in the handwriting of the eldest princess, or Lu Sun's description of those wounds, it all corroborated the matter. Just kidding, how could Mr. Lu be so cruel? Just livening up the atmosphere. Lu Sun smiled and spoke. But Chen Lingquan couldn't laugh at all. Looking in horror at Lu Sun, who had already stood up, his lips trembled as he paralyzed on the ground, moving backward on his hands and knees. Don't. You don't. Daring to kill the ambassador of Daiyu, this kind of heavenly basket dared to stab down. Chen Lingquan did not doubt for a second that Lu Sun would kill himself in the Imperial palace. Seeing that the finger was a little bit closer to his neck, Chen Lingxuan's whole body went numb. The feeling of death, getting a little bit closer. Until a cold touch is about to contact the skin of a moment, Chen Lingquan suddenly screamed in alarm. Little master, you have not asked the old slave for the second time. You have not yet asked, and the old slave has not yet answered. Lu Sun looked at Chen Lingquan with an astonished expression and spoke doubtfully. Really? Didn't ask? Chen Lingxuan's old face frantically nodded his head, swallowed his saliva, and opened his mouth. Right. Didn't ask. Only then did Lu Sun retract his fingers and spoke with an apologetic face. Recently there have been too many things going on. My brain isn't very good. Eunuch Chen won't mind, will he? Chen Lingquan, with a face of aftermath, shook his head in panic and gasped. No. How could it be? Young lord has a lot of work to do day in and day out. It's all the old slave's fault for not remembering to remind young lord. Lu Sun nodded with satisfaction, looked at Chen Lingquan, and opened his mouth to ask, so, can you speak now? Chen Lingxuan's face turned white, his body couldn't stop trembling, and bean-sized cold sweat fell from his forehead, falling into pieces on the ground. In the back of his mind, he was still torn. Just now, he had only subconsciously grabbed the last straw to save his life. Really say. He hesitated again. Eunuch Chen, it seems that Mr. Lu is still too merciful. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Chen Lingquan. No. It's the old slave. The old slave doesn't know where to start. And the old slave doesn't know much. The old slave really doesn't know much. Chen Lingquan spoke in alarm. The old slave was also pulled in because he didn't want to go to the Imperial tomb and wanted to stay in the palace forever. The identity of the person behind it, the old slave, is not clear, but I know that they have a mansion in the outskirts of Yendu, and on weekdays if they are delivering a message and can't find anyone, the old slave will also go there. As for that master behind it, he never showed his true face. At least, never before the old slave showed his true face. But, speaking here, Chen Lingquan clenched his teeth and spoke in a low voice. The old slave guessed that he should be the royal family. Chapter 31. In my next life, I will never be a eunuch again. Chen Lingquan said a lot. There is a lot of useful information and a lot of useless information. Lu Sun mused, his fingers lifting the teacup and gently tapping the teapot. When. The crisp sound, in the quiet of the house, was incredibly harsh. Every sound that rang out caused Chen Lingquan's body to tremble a little. Royal blood. How did you guess? Chen Lingquan's teeth were chattering, and he spoke in a small voice. Old slave. Old slave had heard that person's voice. When he orders, he likes to make people kneel like dogs, and his voice is also very strange, as if he deliberately changed his voice, but that kind of feeling is the arrogance unique to the royal bloodline. When he said this, Chen Lingquan's pair of old eyes carried a few moments of trance, and after hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. When the old slave listens to him speak, he always feels that the voice seems to be deliberately imitating the tone of the late emperor's speech. When, with a final soft sound, Lu Sun put down his teacup. The eyes flashed slightly. Chen Lingquan grew up serving the late emperor. It was only in recent years when the late emperor died and a new emperor took the throne that Chen Lingquan began to follow Manhwa, the new emperor of Great Yan, again. But in terms of knowledge of the late emperor, there was no one like Chen Lingquan, this eunuch Chen. As for the issue of credibility, Lu Sun wasn't worried. If not for the fact that he, Chen Lingquan, was not yet of age, I am afraid that he would have already been sent out to guard the emperor's tomb. Chen Lingquan in his last life didn't end much better. After Morong Yan's ascension to the throne, Sun Di became the chief eunuch of the Grand Inner Sanctum. Chen Lingquan, on the other hand, has been deported to the Imperial tomb. It should not be there, beloved. There is some credibility in what is being said. Deliberately imitating the late emperor? Lu Sun muttered to himself for a moment, his eyes lifted slightly and looked at Chen Lingquan with a smile. It looks like eunuch Chen has someone he suspects? Chen Lingquan's scalp exploded. Terrified and wide-eyed, almost crying out, fearfully kneeling on the ground, he opened his mouth and said, "The little grandpa. Grandpa yo. You don't ask again. Old slave really don't know ah. The old slave is a dog slave who was greedy and afraid of death. Please, spare the old slave. The old slave will go and beg his majesty to immediately sue for old age to guard the Imperial tomb, and never return to the palace in this life." Chen Lingquan's body was lying on the ground, not caring about the dirty ground, and his entire body was trembling terribly. Slowly crouching down, Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly, but he smiled and patted Chen Lingquan's trembling back, saying meaningfully, "Eunuch Chen, you don't want them to know about your betrayal of them, do you?" Phew! Chen Lingquan abruptly raised his head and looked stiffly at Lu Sun. "What do you, young lord, you, mean by this?" Chen Lingquan's voice was trembling, snot and tears were flowing, and the powder smeared white on his face had now turned black under the wash of tears. "Today's matter, if you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, it just didn't happen, don't you think so?" Lu Sun looked at Chen Lingquan with a smile on his face. Old slaves cannot. Old slaves dare not ah. I beg you to forgive the old slave. The old slave will sue for old age and immediately go to guard the emperor's tomb." As the chief eunuch serving the emperor, he had seen too much with these eyes. As soon as Lu Sun opened his mouth, he knew what it meant. Pretend nothing happened. How can you pretend nothing happened? It was clear that he wanted to keep himself at that master's side and get a steady stream of news from his own mouth. He joined in the affair because he didn't want to become useless in his old age and be sent to the Imperial tomb. But if what happened today were to leak out, not to mention being sent to guard the emperor's tomb, even staying alive would be a luxury. Oh, eunuch Chen is not going to help Lu? Lu Sun slowly got up and sat on a side stool. Look at that old face of anticipation. Shaking his head and smiling, he said, "No harm done, Mr. Lu will not make things difficult for eunuch Chen. Eunuch Chen has said quite a few things to Lu Mao. How can I say that I have helped Lu Mao? How can Lu Mao be gracious enough to return the favor?" These words caused Chen Lingquan to be stunned for a moment, and a trace of joy after the robbery arose in his heart. "Thank you, little eunuch. Thank you, little eunuch." Sighing, Lu Sun shook his head with a regretful expression. "It's just that I'm afraid I won't be able to hide the fact that I've met eunuch Chen today. If eunuch Chen this is directly sue old man to guard the Imperial tomb, I do not know the one behind you, will kill you as a knower to silence, or leave you this useless person's life." Lu Sun's words were like twilight drums and morning bells, striking hard on Chen Lingquan's heart. Knock knock. Chen Lingxuan's breathing stuttered, and his eyes had gone into a bit of a trance. It seems that it's a dead end left and right. However, if Eunuch Chen continues to stay within the palace, Lu Mao can help Eunuch Chen cover up. At least Eunuch Chen's life can still stay for a while longer. Lu Sun had a big smile on his face. In Chen Lingxuan's eyes, however, it was like an evil ghost. Chills crawled down his heart and all over his body. Lips wriggled for a long time, and finally, still revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Little eunuch. The old slave. Old slave would like to stay in the palace. Help, little eunuch. Lu Sun patted Chen Lingxuan's shoulder, his eyes glowing with a touch of ghostly light, and spoke faintly, very well, but today Eunuch Chen will have to suffer some sins. Chen Lingquan had just raised his head in surprise when a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems that is the fist. Boo! A huge force ruthlessly rushed onto Chen Lingxuan's eyes. Ouch, hey! Screamed miserably, Chen Lingquan covered his eyes and painfully kneeled on the ground and wailed. Lu Sun retracted his fist, stifled his laughter, and spoke, today, this little eunuch is very dissatisfied with Eunuch Chen's disclosure to the eldest princess about the deaths of those Dayu ambassadors. I purposely dragged Eunuch Chen here to beat him up to vent his anger. Eunuch Chen, remember to sue the royal court, don't cover up, the bigger the mess, the safer you'll be. Turning, he headed for the door, only to stand abruptly in the doorway and stop in his tracks. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Lingquan, who was covering his eyes and wailing, and his voice turned cold, changing emperors doesn't change your fate. Make yourself useful to change your destiny. Go back and serve Morong Yan's side well, and if there's any new news, find a way to inform me. The door to the room was opened. The slightly chilled air blew away some of the smell of sweat and feet inside. Chen Lingquan, who was kneeling on the ground, painfully covered one of his eyes, and the only remaining eye watched Lu Sun's fading back disappear from sight, and the tears could not stop flowing out. One hand held up an orchid finger, and the feminine voice was filled with a firmness it had never known before. In the next life. In the next life. In the next life the old slave will never be a eunuch again. The palace, it's really not a place for people to stay. Chapter 32 found the right place. The audacity. Standing in the center of the courtyard, watching his men pull away Chen Lingquan who was yelling to sue the Imperial court, Lin Tongshan looked at Lu Sun with a sullen face. Lu Sun gave a dry laugh and spoke, just want to vent my anger, I can't go and beat up the eldest princess. Shaking his head, Lin Tongshan looked steadily at Lu Sun and said in a deep voice, you know what I'm talking about. That black-robed and masked man last night, it was you, wasn't it? The Dai Viet envoy was killed in the envoy's post house. Slaughtered, to be precise. He personally examined the injuries one by one. Each one, a one-hit kill. Dry. Even the heavenly level experts were no exception. Lin Tongshan couldn't think of anyone other than Lu Sun who could do all this and had a reason to do so. The argument between the eldest princess and Lu Sun in the courtroom made Lin Tongshan even more certain of this. I don't care what your reasons are, always. Lin Tongshuan's gaze sank slightly, and he said in a low voice, be more careful in the future, don't leave so many traces, the footprints you left on the ground last night, I've already cleaned them up for you. Lu Sun? Ha? Lin Tongshan sighed, his gaze sank slightly, and he spoke, and, be careful these days, the Marquis of Blood and Guts is coming back. Lu Sun's eyes turned slightly cold and his gaze became deep. The previous statement that the King of Jinan was a power official was just a hatchet job. The Marquis of Blood and Guts is the real powerhouse. As a marquis, he was different from other princes and lords, unwilling to stay away from the imperial government. Among Yendu's courtiers alone, 30 to 40% of the officials had to look at his face. The courtiers scattered throughout Great Yen, hidden in the shadows, I don't know how many were taken under his tutelage. Both the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts were inferior before him. The bottom line is, the Marquis of Blood and Guts has always been at odds with his grandfather. It's not just political disagreements, but even blood feuds. His own father, when he was young, had enlisted in the same army as the son of the Marquis of the Blood and Guts, but was outraged to report that the son of the Marquis of the Blood and Guts had privately sold military food to the enemy. During the chase, the son of the Blood and Guts Marquis lost his footing and fell down the mountain, shattering his bones. Since then, the Marquis of Blood and Guts hated everyone in the State Duke's mansion. In his last life, the Blood and Guts Marquis returned much later. Morong Yan also kindly set himself up this Lu Gua Gongfu young master and the Blood and Guts Marquis to reconcile. In the end, the two parties fell out, and Morong Yan drilled the hole instead. When she usurped the throne and claimed the throne, the Blood and Guts Marquis openly supported her. Coming back so quickly, it seems that the word has spread about me in Yendu. Lu Sun grinned as his eyes turned icy cold. It's good to be back. It seemed that the person behind Morong Yan had contacted this blood-bold Marquis in advance. That's funny. You still have the heart to laugh? Lin Tongshan spoke with a cold face. Before the Marquis of Blood and Guts even returned, he had already sent posts to all the major dignitaries and court officials in Yen capital, inviting them to be guests at the Marquis residence. Looks like Uncle Lin has received the post as well. Lu Sun laughed and looked at Lin Tongshan, grinning like a weasel. Lin Tongshan snorted coldly and spoke, Mr. Lin has always disliked that kind of place and doesn't want to go there. Just to remind you, I'm sure some waves will rise in Yendu by then, so you have to be careful. If the Marquis of Blood and Guts knew about the recent events, he would definitely cause more waves in the courtroom. He would not let go of anything about the State House. Lin Tongxian knew this. Lu Sun also knows. When is Uncle Lin going to go to the banquet? How about bringing my nephew? Nephew is also going to interact with that Marquis of Blood and Guts. Lin Tongxian looked at Lu Sun, who had a bright smile on his face, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. His eyes widened and he tried to lower his voice. Are you crazy, this kid? Thinking that just because you have some strength, you dare to fool around? The Marquis of Blood and Guts. That's the Marquis. There is no harm in killing a few ambassadors of the Great Vietnam, if you dare to kill the Marquis. In Yendu, the entire State Duke's office will have to be dragged down by you. Even the old Duke wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Sun cried and laughed as he spoke. Uncle Lin, how could my nephew be that kind of murderous person? Just going for a chat, just a chat. Lin Tongxian looked at Lu Sun with a questioning face, and after a long silence, he still spoke. No. Seeing that Lu Sun still wanted to open his mouth, he said in advance, just pretend that you don't know about this matter, and don't ever think of going to the Marquis residence to mess around. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he nodded obediently. Hey, I shouldn't have talked too much. Lin Tongxian slapped himself hard on the mouth and sent Lu Sun away with a black face. On the official road leading to Yendu, a wide wagon traveled slowly down the road. The wood on the sedan chair was expensive, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Above it a flag made of brocade silk waved in the wind. The word Orient on the flag is particularly eye-catching. Behind the carriage, there followed a group of guards in brocade robes. The brocade robe completely concealed the tall and majestic figure, looking as if it was a team of ordinary guards. But the eyes of every man who swept around them were tinged with caution. The sharp light radiating from his eyes was chilling. Inside the carriage sedan chair, an old man dressed in brocade clothing sat cross-legged. Flowering white hair, combed meticulously. That face, without the slightest trace of weather, was very rosy, and the features were very heroic, with a touch of righteousness and amiability. It was only the moment he opened his eyes that the glint of gloom in the depths of his eyes flashed by. Slowly, he looked down at the letter in his hand, which had been pinched until it was deformed, and his lips quirked slightly. Lu old thief, it seems like you're in trouble. As it happens, the old man is going to be in Yendu, and add another fire to you. Ho 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 ho. I also don't know whether your grandson, who has the grace of your youth, can hold up. Muttering to himself for a moment, he lashed out with one hand. The power of the peak of the celestial level instantly shook that letter directly into smithereens. Pick up the pace. Get to Yendu before nightfall. The pale but steady voice went out along the sedan chair, and the procession instantly picked up speed. Yendu borders suburb. Lu Sun stood in front of the contiguous mansion, the corners of his lips curling slightly. This was the so-called mansion place that he had learned from Chen Lingquan. It is also a place for private contact. Surely, is unusual. The street was noisy. There are many stalls and traders. But most of those people were so sharp that the aura of an expert that they happened to emit while walking was completely blocked. Especially after his own arrival, it was obvious that the atmosphere around him had changed. Step by step, he walked towards the mansion not far away, hidden in the deepest part of the private houses. The people who had originally set up their stalls also stopped pretending and followed Lu Sun's footsteps. As they went deeper and deeper, people kept coming out of the surrounding homes. Masters. All of them are masters. Lu Sun was happy. It's really the right place. By the time he stood in front of the mansion, behind Lu Sun, there were already 30 to 40 experts following him. Among them, there were also 2 or 3 heaven-level experts. Without even looking back at these experts, Lu Sun stood directly in front of the entrance of the mansion and lifted his foot. Boo! The tall and heavy solid wood gate, weighing several hundred pounds, was actually kicked out hard. Who dares to break in? An icy voice came from the courtyard. A moment later, a middle-aged man, followed by a dozen figures dressed in black robes with pure black masks, rushed in at a fast pace. The moment he saw Lu Sun, the middle-aged man went into a trance and his face changed dramatically. Kill. The order was given without hesitation, without a bit of procrastination. Find the right place. It just so happens that I want to kill it too. A cold light flashed under Lu Sun's eyes as he swept over the surrounding experts, especially landing on those black-robed men with masks. Body shock. Chapter 33 Silent Lu Xiao Xiao. Rumble. A huge shadow rushed out of the body. Lu Sun at this moment was like an immortal god descending. A huge breath poured out. Hands raised slightly. A finger pointed out. Chopping. Fairy. Art. Boom. Like endless mountains rushing out from that fingertip, with a roaring sound, it instantly filled the entire mansion. All anyone saw was a river of stars pouring in. Countless mountains and stars transformed into streams of light, falling with a violent roar. Unbeatable. Not unbeatable, but completely immobile. All of the experts stared with wide eyes, watching in horror as their bodies exploded in a shower of blood under this terrifying power. there were quite a few heaven-level experts available at fighting someone who was not at all at the same level. How could they resist? They use moves, martial arts, but the other side is immortal. Everyone only felt a trance before their eyes, and the intense pain that followed caused them to lose all resistance almost instantly. The sound of flesh bursting was heard one after another. Even those black-robed and masked people, at this moment, their whole body bones were broken in an instant, their clothes were shattered, and the blood vessels on their bodies exploded, dyeing that body into the color of blood. Boom! A loud voice rang out. The huge mansion collapsed. A ruin. Just a finger. The middle-aged man's legs were weak, his pupils were lax, and his lips trembled, bringing his entire body with him. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lu Sun's finger, and his whole body was already wet. Retracting his fingers, Lu Sun was slightly satisfied. After cultivating that technique, the control over casting the immortal beheading technique became easy to use. The middle-aged man was left behind by his deliberate power control. Everyone's dead, only one left alive. Ta-da-da-da-da. Stepping on the ground, Lu Sun slowly walked towards the middle-aged man step by step. You are not Lu Sun. Ha ha ha. This power. You shouldn't exist in this world. You're a demon. The middle-aged man seemed to be scared out of his wits, his lips turned white and he trembled as he stepped backward. Lu Sun frowned slightly. Magic? What's this? Could it be something written in an ancient book? He remembered not having heard of it in his last life either. Lu Sun didn't think much about it and stood in front of the middle-aged man, looking at the man who was already soaked through, slowly squatted down and said in a chilling voice, "Tell me, your master, who is it? Where is he?" Obviously, this middle-aged man would not be the person behind it. The middle-aged man trembled, but suddenly revealed a wry smile. Ha 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 ha. Master. Master of the house, you wouldn't think. Ha 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 ha. And you're not going to get it from me. Lu Sun's face changed as he reached out to clasp the middle-aged man's mouth. But before his hand reached the middle-aged man's mouth, a foul odor came from his mouth. A mouthful of white foam sprayed out of his mouth, and blood followed the white foam and gushed out furiously. The middle-aged man's body twitched a few times and quickly lost his life. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sun slowly got up. His eyes scanned the ruins around him and clenched his fists. The trail's broken again? No, it's not broken yet. Lu Sun's eyes flickered with a flash of sternness as he glanced at the corpses around him, took a deep breath, and his gaze became stern. It seems that it's still necessary to borrow the power of Flower Moon House. Hear that loud noise coming from the outskirts of the border? My house is close by. Not only did I hear it, but I also felt the ground shake. I thought the earth dragon had turned over, so scared that I fled out of the house with my money in my arms. I heard it looked like some kind of god had descended. My brother was working in that neighborhood and said he suddenly saw a huge white-robed god appear, had to be taller than the 9-story pagoda at the White Horse Temple, and in a blink of an eye it was gone, and then that house collapsed. Of all the claims I've heard, you're the only one that's outrageous. Yes, the immortals are out? If there's going to be a fairy, why don't you first smash down those corrupt officials' houses? Hush hush hush. Don't talk nonsense. The officials have just issued an announcement saying that the investigation has revealed that it was the mansion that collapsed because it was already jerry-built and in disrepair. That's right. What with the gods coming down, it's really funny. The clamor outside did not affect the silence of the Flower Moon building. Lu Sun was silent. Lu Xiaoxiao was also silent. But Lu Sun's silence was silent as he sipped his wine and listened to the tune. Lu Xiaoxiao's silence was tinged with anger and shock. She tried to calm herself down, but in her mind, it was always the death of those people and the state of the mansion that had collapsed. As a peak heaven-level expert, he had seen a lot. But for the first time, I couldn't see how that horrible scene was caused. And Lu Sun. And how can you poke a bigger basket than before and still be so comfortable drinking and listening to music here? Lu, the little duke. Lu Xiaoxiao tried to make her tone calmer, but still with a few trembling, looking at Lu Sun, even with a few pleading, little eunuch. Please, you go to His Majesty to say something. Lu Sun looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with a surprised face and said suspiciously, "Why, has Chief Lu done something wrong?" "No. You go and talk about it, don't be the deputy head of Flower Moon House anymore. If we do this for a few more days, I'm afraid this Yendu will be ruined. Slave can't take it anymore." Lu Sun. Coughing lightly, Lu Sun put down his wineglass with some embarrassment, laughed dryly, and spoke, "It's just a little trouble, it's not in the way. Those people's hiding place, at least they found it. Just check the identity of the person to whom that mansion belongs, and we'll be able to follow the trail and uncover the person behind it. Isn't this matter something that Flower Moon House happens to specialize in?" Lu Sun's words couldn't comfort Lu Xiaoxiao at all, and that playful and flirtatious face had stretched quite a bit. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xiaoxiao's breath trembled slightly as she opened her mouth. "In that case, then I wonder if the young lord can reveal a few points about how you did. It's doing damage that powerful?" Thinking about how neatly that mansion had fallen, with her experience and that of all the Flower Moon Mansion's experts, she could conclude that it had been instantly bulldozed by a terrifyingly huge force. This wasn't something the peak of the heaven rank could do. Whenever she thought of this conclusion, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver. "Mr. Lu, is privately raising a group of heaven-level experts to get them together. Lu Xun grinned. This reason, it doesn't go anywhere at all. Lu Xiaoxia blackened her face, but she didn't dare to ask again. Chief, behind that mansion. A henchman rushed in, only to see the wink that Lu Xiaoxiao made, and instantly shut his mouth. It seems that the chief administrator still doesn't treat vice chief administrator me as one of his own. Lu Xun shook his head with a sad face and sighed. That's all. After all, Lu Mao is still an outsider, and it's inconvenient to get involved in these. Exasperated and laughing, Lu Xiaoxia spoke helplessly. Speak. The henchman carefully glanced at Lu Xun, hesitated, and spoke. That mansion is under the name of Lin Fengcheng, a merchant in the northern city of Yendu. Lin Feng City? Trouble. Lu Xiaoxia was stunned, her willow leaf brows slightly furrowed. After pondering for a moment, he then looked at Lu Xun and explained in a low voice, Lin Fengcheng is a foreign luxury merchant, and after settling in Yendu, he purchased quite a few mansions in Yendu. Wealthy, many places in Yendu have his properties. That's not the most troubling. The most troublesome thing is that he has an old and personal relationship with the king of Jinan. He also saved Marquis Blood and Guts, and has 8 friendships with the Marquis Blood and Guts. With these 2 high-powered backgrounds protecting them, Flower Moon House can't blatantly investigate. Lu Xun grinned and put down the wine pot in his hand. King of Jinan? The Marquis of Blood and Guts? Beautiful. Double happiness. Chapter 34 Many happinesses. The Dai Viet envoys suffered a tragedy in Yendu. The matter was taken up by His Majesty himself, and the specific details were referred to the Grand Chamberlain for investigation. As this matter is connected to the eldest princess, it is temporarily grounded. When the investigation is complete, if there is no involvement, lift the grounding. If there is involvement, hand over to Dayoshi for disposal. Boom. What Lu Xun had originally said in front of the palace gates had already caused some slights to begin to appear in the folklore of the eldest princess's reputation. With the appearance of the notice posted within the palace compound, the entire Yen capital was abuzz. Is what the young master said true? Is it true that the princess has corresponded with the great Yu? Damn it, she really deserves to die. Obviously my great Yan's royal family, but she betrayed great Yan. This matter is yet to be investigated, and is not necessarily related to the eldest princess. Check. What else is there to investigate? If there's no solid evidence, can you be grounded? The people outside the palace are outraged, and the reputation of Princess Moron Yan, the eldest princess, has been completely stigmatized. And inside the palace, Moron Yan's face had been held back until it was red. She grimaced, twisting like a maggot on the bed, wanting to get up and take those vases and smash them to vent her frustration. Except at the moment she couldn't even just stand up. Ah, despicable dog thing. How dare to bad name this palace. Ah ha ha ha. The ear-piercing and sharp roar caused all the palace maids and eunuchs in the bedchamber to kneel on the ground in terror, like little quails, shivering. Chen Lingxuan's one eye was green and black, hanging his hand, and he did not dare to speak in a mute voice. You stupid lackey is also a useless thing. How dare you get beaten by that dog, and you don't know to sue the royal court. Moron Yan's voice was sharp and angry. Chen Lingquan still didn't open his mouth, just hanging his hands and standing still. Only after a long time did Moron Yan calm down. Gasping for air, he said sternly, the few people that this palace has asked you to pull together, can you pull them together? Chen Lingquan was stunned for a moment, his old face revealing a sardonic smile as he spoke cautiously, eldest princess, the old slave has already sent someone to pull the strings as per your instructions. Hearing your name, all 4 of those men were happy to serve you. Moron Yan's face revealed a rare, soothing smile. Turning his eyes, he became gloomy and spoke in a low voice, you, go and send the invitation sent by the Marquis of Blood and Bile to the Sun Mansion, so that Sun Moro can go and make a trip to the Marquis of Blood and Bile's mansion on behalf of this palace. She's a famous talented girl in Yendu, and smart enough, too. Marquis Bloodguts, he appreciates talented girls the most. In her previous life, Moron Yan had relied on Sun Moro to curry favor with the Blood Bile Marquis. Although he didn't completely pull the Blood and Guts Marquis to his side, but after all, the Blood and Guts Marquis still supported him when he claimed the throne. Chen Lingxuan's palms clenched slightly for a moment and quickly loosened, speaking curtly, I'll go now. Inside the bedchamber, silence fell. Moron Yan's delicate face revealed a scowl. Ho 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 ho. Lu Xun will always be nothing but a stone under the feet of this palace. If you don't want to be a stone under the feet of this palace, then die for this palace. How could this palace have lived a new life in vain? The Marquis of Blood and Guts is the one this palace proposed to trick back in advance. And the wise men of this court. Giggle giggle giggle. Lu Xun, you think you can win? Die. Lu Xun, I want you to die. I want you to kneel in front of this palace, with your arms and legs broken, and your tendons and skin removed. Die. On the originally pretty face, veins were bursting out, and a pair of eyes were bloodshot, like the evil spirits under the hell. The voice carried a grim cold air, as long as that lackey will give the invitation to Sun Moro, then from your Lu Xun's death, it's not far away. The State Duke's mansion, in the courtyard. Chen Lingquan knelt in front of Lu Xun, holding the invitation in both hands with a humble expression, young lord, this is what the eldest princess asked the old slave to do. A think tank? Son Maurice? Ho ho ho. A look of surprise flashed under Lu Xun's eyes. Never thought that those filthy goods that killed himself in the last life, that Morong Yen has begun to give himself a collection of wonderful. Wonderful. That's nice. Where's the double happiness? It's like 3, 4, 5, 6 happy days. Lu Xun laughed with tears in his eyes, the tea in his hands spilled on his clean white long shirt still not stopping. In her last life, Morong Yen had a think tank behind her. 4 women. A well-known talented woman in Yendu. Available at. Lu Xun knew how stupid they were. It is true that Yendu has their talents, but their talents are exchanged for wealth. As the concubines are foreigners of major merchants and families, they can only rely on this alternative method if they want to gain more benefits and change their destiny. He was famous for his talent and moved the capital of Yen, in exchange for the attention of the powerful. All it takes is for one to take a fancy to them and they'll be able to go against the grain and fly to the top of the heap. Morong Yen was like that, treating those 4 people as amazing talents and taking them into the think tank. It was also them who had caused all kinds of trouble in their last life, and had offended all kinds of powerful people with their mouths open, all of which Lu Xun had ended up for them. In order to wrap up the trouble they had caused, Lu Xun was really busy during that time. There wasn't much time to help Morong Yen gain the trust of the royal family. As a result, Morong Yen always felt that the only people who were always genuinely good to her and came up with ideas to help her were her think tanks. But thankfully, in this life, no need to hang out with that bunch of idiots. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the corners of Lu Xun's lips curled up slightly with a ghostly light under his eyes and a smile on his face that made Chen Lingquan shiver. This chief eunuch, who had served the late emperor, was a bit scared to face Lu Xun at the moment. Old slave, this will destroy this invitation. No, go deliver it. Lu Xun raised his hand, interrupting Chen Lingquan's words, smiling deeply, be sure to tell that Miss Sun that the eldest princess trusts her very much, to get her to bring out her best and show herself. In front of the young talents of the Marquis of Blood and Guts, as well as the powerful and important officials, don't lose the face of the princess. Chen Lingquan opened his mouth, but in the end, he responded with a dry smile. As the chief eunuch who had seen all sorts of dirty things in the palace, he was a bit confused. But that's okay. It's good to be alive. The Imperial Study. Manhwa read by candlelight. Looking at the Zhangjian letters on the dragon case, an indescribable depression and helplessness in a pair of eyes. Your Majesty, Commander Lin is outside seeking an audience. The little eunuch's feminine voice sounded outside the door. Let him in. Manhwa didn't even raise his head, hearing the footsteps stop in front of the dragon case before slowly stopping himself and raising his head. In the candlelight, the clean face, unexpectedly somewhat softer, was more like a woman's. Lin Tongxian froze for a moment, but he instantly shook that unrealistic thought out of his mind. Respectfully kneeling on the ground, he spoke, Your Majesty, you have asked the Micro-Minister to keep an eye on Eunuch Chen, the Chief Director of the Grand Interior, and there has been a new movement. Oh? Manhwa's expression moved as he smiled and spoke. It seems that he went to a place that surprised you to come here. Lin Tongxian hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, that's right. After he came out of the eldest princess's bedchamber, it seems. Raising his head, Lin Tongxian hesitated a bit before finally speaking, went to the State Duke's mansion. Manhwa was stunned, his eyes flickered slightly and he contemplated for a moment before speaking, in that case, there's no need to investigate Eunuch Chen after that. The manpower following Eunuch Chen can withdraw. Chapter 35 You dog slaves, you forget your manners. Marquis of Blood and Guts. The crowd was boisterous. Almost the entire Yen capital's powerful nobles and wealthy merchants, and even Yen capital's important ministers, were given invitations. As a marquis, the title of Marquis of Blood and Guts was not as good as a Duke of State, and even worse than a King of Royal Blood, but he has real power. The King of Jinan is just a name, a title, and he, the Marquis who is really in charge of the military power and intimidates the party. Even when the late emperor was in power, he was a top power official in the court. Many decrees could hardly be implemented without the permission of the Marquis of Blood and Guts. 30 to 40% of the important ministers above the court of Great Yen were under his door and acted at his command. Secretly, I don't know how many ministers are loyal to him. A paper invitation to invite 90% of the important ministers and dignitaries of Yendu, only the Blood and Guts Marquis could do it. Standing in front of the Marquis residence, Lin Tongxian sighed. He didn't want to come. As the commander of the great household guards, he has always been loyal only to His Majesty. Moreover, he came out of the army and followed the Duke of Lu, and he was even a good brother with Lu Xun, and he did not like the Blood and Guts Marquis. More than that, I don't like this powerhouse behavior. Available at. He was worried that Lu Xun would really come to the Marquis residence to make trouble. Lu Xun was by himself. Even if he was strong enough, he was always afraid that he would suffer. Together with himself, that Marquis would not dare to surround himself, the chief of the great inner guards, in public. I should have known better than to make that extra comment. There really isn't a gate. Slapping his own mouth fiercely, Lin Tongxuan's scalp tingled at the sight of that doorway. Yo! This is Commander Lin Ah. Hurry up. You're here, the Marquis mansion will be in great splendor. The moment the butler who greeted the guests at the door saw Lin Tongxian, his eyes lit up. As the butler of the Marquis residence, he was considered to be in a superior position, with his hands in the air. This Imperial Palace Guard's commander, no real power, not to mention military power, can climb to the commander of this position, is absolutely to get His Majesty trust. Lin Tongxian smiled stiffly and nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings to make sure that there was no sign of Lu Sun for the time being, before striding inside the Marquis mansion under the butler's guidance. The moment he entered the hospital, Lin Tongxuan's jaw dropped. I've seen enough people outside to come in and realize that I'm really just sitting on the fence. The lavish garden in the courtyard was nowhere to be seen, and as far as the eye could see, there were only people everywhere. The powerful nobles and rich merchants who usually took their noses to the ground could only take their seats in the garden and talk humbly at this moment. The heavy ministers, on the other hand, were led into different compartments. Commander Lin, please follow me. The butler smiled humbly and guided Lin Tongxian quickly towards the depths of the Marquis residence. The sounds of the people around them were diminishing. It wasn't until after passing a couple of compartments that things opened up before them. This is an exquisite garden. The exotic flowers and plants emit fragrance, the grass and trees are chic and exquisite, and the pavilions are situated in them. The sound of silk and bamboo drifted through this garden, completely cut off from the noise outside. Rare. Commander Lin coming to my Marquis residence as a guest makes my Marquis residence flourish. In that pavilion in the garden, a stout brocade-robed old man came out with a big smile, red-faced, with a surprised smile on his face, and unfolded his arms to welcome him. Lin Tongxuan's face stiffened as he stepped back a bit without a trace and saluted. Lin Mao has met Marquis Bloodbile. As if he hadn't sensed Lin Tongxuan's movements in the slightest, Marquis of Blood and Guts Dongfang and hastily returned his salute and said, there's no need to be so courteous, elder brother Lin. Today we are not courtiers of great yen. How about just being forgotten friends? Thank you, Marquis Blood and Guts for your love. I'm sorry Lin. Lin Tongxian was still a bit squirmy. There's no harm in it, the old man hasn't returned for half a year, so today I'll have a good time drinking with all of my friends. Old brother Lin, come along. With that, he pulled Lin Tongxian and headed inside. Just before he could take a few steps, there was a sudden clamor from outside. The voice was penetrating. Lu Sun of the Duke of Lu's house, here for the banquet. Boom! Lin Tongxuan's eyes lit up, but inwardly, he let out a bitter laugh. This kid, he's really here. He could clearly feel that the hand pulling on his shirt had clearly increased in strength by several times the moment the voice sounded. The face of the Marquis housekeeper on the side instantly changed, and he confessed towards the Blood and Guts Marquis, the old slave will go to deal with. This, the Duke of Lu, and the Marquis of Blood and Guts have always been at odds. Even during the reign of the late emperor, the Duke of Lu was almost able to curse with the Blood and Guts Marquis above the court. Now that the Marquis of Blood and Guts has returned and the Marquis house is having a big banquet, little Lord Lu has even come. The housekeeper had begun to panic. Coincidentally, it's been a long time since I've seen the young lord, go and meet him. There was not the slightest fluctuation of expression on the old face of the Blood Gallows Marquis, still smiling cheerfully. Lin Tongxian followed without the slightest hesitation. Can't let Lu Sun suffer here. If you do it, you must protect him. In front of the gate, the Marquis guards were all dressed in brocade and fancy clothes, and Lu Sun, who stood in front of the door in the plain white robe, was clearly distinguishable from the others. The powerful nobles and rich merchants in the entrance garden were all dumbstruck, staring at Lu Sun in a daze, their faces full of astonishment. He's got some nerve. Throughout Yin capital, it was almost known that there was discord between the Duke of Lu's house and the Blood and Guts Marquis. Get out of my way, all of you. The old housekeeper's face was grim, instantly separating those guards, and said sternly, young lord, the old slave remembers that no invitation was sent to the Duke of Lu's residence. It's a bit rude to come to a banquet without an invitation, isn't it? Before Lu Sun could say anything, a bellowing cry came from behind him. You dog slave, who told you not to post for the Duke of Lu's house? Boom! The Blood and Guts Marquis parted the crowd with a grim face, walked to the door of the mansion, and kicked that old housekeeper hard. Boo! The old butler's body instantly flew backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the vermilion door. But after falling to the ground, he was too late to wail in agony and scrambled up on his hands and knees, his body trembling. The Marquis of Blood and Bile's eyes were ice cold as he angrily rebuked. The one I admire most in my life is the Duke of Lu. Having not returned for a long time, how dare you dog slaves be so wildly disobedient, forgetting your etiquette, and not even posting to the State Duke's office, which I admire the most. The old housekeeper's whole body was trembling, his voice trembling with fear and trembling. It was the old slave's fault. It's all because the old slave has a bad memory and forgot. Since you're old, get out of the Marquis and take your family back to the countryside to retire. Blood and Guts Marquis Dongfang and spoke coldly. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Sun, and that pair of hawk-like eyes, radiating a sharp light, looked straight at Lu Sun. On his face, he revealed an amiable smile and spoke, young Master Lu, don't mind me, my Marquis lackey was unintelligent and broke the etiquette, the old man is here to make amends. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled, looking straight at Marquis of Blood and Guts Dongfang and said aloud, Marquis, this sound of little lord, Mr. Lu can't afford it. reparations are even more unaffordable. Marquis Blood and Guts is the pillar of my great yen, the backbone of great yen, you represent my great yen. The Blood Guts Marquis eyes twitched and his face changed slightly. That's a nice thing to say, but it can't be said. He was originally a powerful minister who held great power over the court. That's close to saying he's going to usurp the throne. This Lu Sun seems to be not as simple as imagined. Taking a closer look, a gentle smile appeared on the Blood Gallows Marquis' old face as he spoke. I've long heard that the Lu family has produced a unicorn child who is skilled in literature, tactics, and martial arts. I've seen it today, and it's true. Duke Lu, there's a successor. Everyone was sweating over this explicit fight. Only Lin Tongxuan's non-turning brain had relaxation written all over it. Luckily, there was no fight. Chapter 36 Flower Moon House Musicians. Boo! In the courtyard, as he watched a guard being directly hit until he flew backwards and vomited blood crazily, Lin Tongxian knew. Own relaxation, early. Lu Sun looked towards Marquis of Blood and Guts who had already blackened his face, and spoke with a sincere face. Marquis, this guard had just drawn his sword and was ready to take Mr. Lu's life, so it's not too much for Mr. Lu to kick him. The Blood and Guts Marquis' old face stiffened. Even if he was able to disguise himself again, at this moment, in front of so many guests hitting his own face, he was somewhat unable to swallow this breath. Forcibly suppressing his anger, he spoke, this kind of ungrateful dog slave deserves to be beaten. It's just a kick, not too much. Lu Sun looked at the Blood and Guts Marquis in front of him, who had forced himself to swallow this breath, and smiled even more happily. Thank you, Marquis, for understanding. Quickly please come in, don't let these ungrateful lackeys spoil the fun. The Marquis of Blood and Guts made a gesture of invitation, but he himself took the first step and quickly walked towards the inside. Lu Sun did not follow closely behind, but instead, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he walked towards the inside step by step. As he walked, his eyes scanned the people around him. Boom! Those powerful nobles and rich merchants, their faces turned pale in this instant. Ahem! Old man has some urgent matters at home, so I will leave first, and come back to visit the Marquis mansion some other time. My lord has some business to attend to, so I will come back to visit the Marquis another time. My wife at home is about to give birth, so I'll leave you alone for now. Those who were swept by Lu Sun turned pale and grasped at straws. In itself, they were not top-tier dignitaries and wealthy merchants, and they came here just to see if there was any chance of climbing up the ranks of real dignitaries. But those who were placed on the periphery were all at their level, wanting to climb up to the real powerhouses, or even the Marquis, but there was no way those people would recognize them. In order to climb up to the Marquis and offend the State Duke's office, it was simply too uneconomical. The garden, which had been bustling with activity, quickly became chilly. The entire Marquis residence became incredibly quiet. The Blood and Guts Marquis face was as usual, but the bottom of his eyes were vaguely grim. Are you going to fight later? Lin Tongxian asked quietly as he followed Lu Sun. Lu Sun froze and spoke with some surprise. Uncle Lin is trying to dissuade me? Lin Tongxian blackened his face, glared viciously at Lu Sun, and whispered, I'm asking you to tell me in advance so that I can make preparations in advance. Lu Sun cried and laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, this time I'm just here for a chat. If you really want to do it, you won't show your face. Originally, Lin Tongxian had already breathed a sigh of relief, but Lu Sun's second sentence caused Lin Tongxian to raise his breath again. Passing through a couple of compartments, the trio soon reached the garden in the back. In the attic in the center of this garden, the sound of silken bamboo was loud, and was not affected by the outside. Young lord, please. The Blood and Guts Marquis made a gesture of invitation, the smile on his face a little stiff. The attic, not like an ordinary compartment, but more like a tavern look. Directly in front of it, a tall platform. There were singers dancing on the stage. The sound of silken bamboo came mellifluously from behind a gold silkscreen on the stage. Wooden tables in 3 different positions under the stage. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu and Minister of Martial Arts Li Qingsong were seated at the innermost part. Beside him, 3 or 2 of the important ministers of the court accompanied the civil and military ministers. 4 or 5 royal dignitaries sat lazily at another table. There were also a couple of posh merchants who were curtly accompanying the drinks. On the outermost perimeter, there are tables dedicated to young talent. Those, all of them, were the eunuchs of the Great Yan's important ministers' families, the young masters of the state princes' families, and the second-generation grandfathers of the powerful families. The moment Lu Sun stepped into this attic, the entire scene became quiet. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, and Li Qingsong, the Minister of Martial Arts, nearly spewed the wine in their mouths. He's really here? The scene became awkward. Why don't you drink? Let's all drink together. Don't let Mr. Lu's arrival spoil everyone's fun. Lu Sun laughed and swept his gaze around. The royal powers don't care. The heavies frowned. At those tables of the younger generation, a few men and women spoke with some clarity. This is the young lord of the Duke of Lu's residence? It is really different. I heard that he often fights for those commoners. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that this young lord had grown a poor look. Ha 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 ha. You say less, Lu Laogua Gong. If he returns, he may even have to stand up for the little eunuch. Take the lead? That's right, the grandson gets scolded and the grandfather takes the lead, he should. The man who spoke had a maniacal smile on his face, not caring in the slightest about Lu Xun, the young lord. Those descendants of important ministers and descendants of powerful nobles present had long hated Lu Xun. With the status of the youngest prince of the state duke's office, he actually went to help those poor people, vindicate them and help them out. Among the people, the state duke's house, little Lord Lu, had an excellent reputation. But that's all by stepping on their heads. No one is convinced. More still hate. With Lu Xun around, they had to be much more careful in doing many things. Where else can you do anything on the basis of your status? Gao Chou right. With a smile on his face, Lu Xun slowly walked over to the table and looked at the young man with a mocking smile all over his face. The young man who spoke just now whitened his face for a moment, suddenly thinking of Lu Xun's status as a heavenly master. His voice weakened a few points. Lu, Junior Eunuch, you don't want to make a move in full view of the public, do you? That's not true. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled. Mr. Lu doesn't have the intention to be general with. This is the real. Lu Xun knew him because Gao Chou had done a lot of sins on the basis of his mother's royal bloodline. The robbing of a woman is not something that is done too often, and when it is done, he will directly put the woman's family in jail and plant some evidence. Lu Xun had badgered him and helped vindicate those wrongful convictions. Just, great yen laws, not about royal in-laws. You. Gao Chou's face darkened and he shot up. Young people communicating is so simple and direct. When Xiang Sun Ruofu's words interrupted what Gao Chou was continuing to say, since you're all here, take your seats. Those words made the atmosphere around them, too, much lighter. In the attic, the sound of silk and bamboo suddenly stopped. The surrounding dancers stepped back to the sides. From behind the screen that was encrusted with gold, a woman with a delicate figure, with a small maid with a thin figure, slowly walked out, and on those innocent features, there was a touch of sadness that I felt sorry for when I saw her. The moment he saw the woman, a murderous intent flashed under Lu Xun's eyes, and his fists clenched slightly. Sun Moro. In her last life, she was the one who, in the end, sent herself away with a steel needle. The Marquis of Blood and Guts smiled broadly and opened his mouth. Good, as expected of the talented Yen-Du girl Sun Moro. The way of sound and rhythm is so superior. Sun Mo Willow eyebrows slightly knit, shallow smile, not humble salute, in the side of the maidservant's support, such as supporting the wind like a weak willow, softly walked to the stage, softly opened his mouth. To be able to marquee a song, is the honor of the little girl. The Blood and Guts Marquis nodded in satisfaction. Rapunzel, well aware of his preferences. He just loved the kind of delicate beauty with some talent and a touch of mournful style. It was so satisfying to ride them and watch them go pear-shaped every time. By way of introduction, Sun Moro, the daughter of the Sun family, a family from the southern city of Yen capital, was personally recommended by the eldest princess to come to my mansion for the banquet on her behalf. She is the honored guest of my mansion. The Marquis of Blood and Guts turned his head to look at Lu Xun, and his smile became deep. The conflict between the eldest princess and Lu Xun was known to everyone. Saying this at the moment, the mockery was overflowing. Gao Chou, who was on the side, also saw something at this moment and got up and said aloud, the Rapunzel's vision is really good. This Sun family's daughter is not only a lady of the house, but also a talented woman who was famous all over Yendu, and the fall of this song has made Gao realize that only talent that has been seen in person is true talent. Speaking here, he gently glanced at Lu Xun and spoke with slight disdain. It's better than some people who are selling their names. Don't you think so, little Lord Lu? Lu Xun was not the least bit annoyed by Gao Chou's words, and the smile on his face carried a few hints of meaning. Talent? Where did she get the talent? If one is really talented, one will not use wealth to publicize one's talent. Daughter Sun Moro has met young Master Lu. Sun Moro's face carried a touch of grief that couldn't be melted away, and her eyes were like water as she looked at Lu Xun, and deep in the bottom of her eyes, there were a few points of calculations that couldn't be seen through. Ha! Aren't you? Lu Xun's eyes but fell on the maid beside Sun Moro and spoke in surprise. Aren't you a musician from Flower Moon House? Boom! The entire attic was quiet. Chapter 37. A bunch of cuties who don't know how to sound. A musician from Flower Moon House? Everyone's eyes focused on Sun Moro and her maid, frowning slightly. Sun Moro's pretense of a faintly sad expression was a bit strained. The maid on the side, on the other hand, had her head lowered, not daring to raise it. Young Duke, don't talk nonsense. A cold smile flashed across the bottom of the Blood and Guts Marquis eyes, and he boarded up his face, looked at Lu Xun, and said in a solemn voice, the Sun family's daughter came on behalf of the eldest princess, and is an honored guest of my Marquis. You are not only insulting the eldest princess by addressing her in such a manner, you are also insulting my Marquis. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, speaking, Marquis, don't misunderstand, Mr. Lu is not in a good mood these days, and often hangs out at the Flower Moon House. This matter, everyone should know about it. These words immediately caused some people's faces to look a little unnatural, including the Blood and Guts husband. They were still concerned about Lu Xun's whereabouts. Lu Xun pointing it out like this made them a little uneasy. Taking in the expressions of all the people around him, Lu Xun paced, with a light smile on his face, slowly circled around Sun Moro and her maidservant, and laughed, I have no other skills, but I know how to forget everything. It should be Miss Piu Hong from Flower Moon House. 2 days ago, you even played a tune for Lu, and you are called a great man in the field of sound and rhythm. Boom! When these words came out, Sun Mo Ro's cheeks instantly turned pale. Even the deliberately sad expression on his face, which was so pitiful to me, could not be maintained. Lu Sun's heart was soothed as he watched Sun Moru's changing expression. In his last life, he knew that Sun Moru's reputation as a talented woman was earned by spreading her wealth. I don't know how to play the piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Let her use her talent to conquer the blood and guts marquis, and she will surely take some crooked paths. So, he had known about it when she had secretly bribed Piu Hong, the top-ranked musician of the Flower Moon building. And without the slightest bit of stopping, he even told Pao Hong to be on his best behavior, and better bring out the best in himself. Sure enough, she really lived up to her expectations and really played a wicked game. Play music behind the screen. Glancing at Pao Hong, Lu Sun grinned. How did Miss Piu Hong come here? Could it be that you've heard of the talented girl's name and are studying under this Miss Sun? Lu Sun opened his mouth with a surprised expression and asked. Sun Moru, who was already in six minds, instantly nodded with a face of surprise, and opened her mouth repeatedly. No. That's right. This musician, seeing that my daughter's way of sound is superb, followed my daughter around and begged to learn a thing or two. Lu Sun coughed lightly, his expression becoming odd. Being talentless is just as bad as being stupid. It's really nothing but bad, snakes and scorpions, there's not a single characteristic left. The blood bile marquis on the side had his face darkened as he coldly looked at Sun Moru as if he was looking at a dead person. That Miss Sun, the way of sound, is far too much stronger than Wang Qian, the famous master of you. Lu Sun laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, and his eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Sun Moru. Sun Moru hurriedly softly said, my daughter doesn't dare to compare with the famous Yu Wang Qian, that one is the top master of the way of sound. My daughter wouldn't even dare to compare 1/12 of it in front of him. Then Miss Sun can know. Lu Sun's face smile gradually faded down, seemingly a smile, not a smile to look at Sun Mo, faintly spoke, Flower Moon House musicians, are all the you country famous Wang Qian taught out? Pao Hong, moreover, is one of the best of them, and was once called by Wang Qian, a renowned master of Vietnamese sound and rhythm, as a successor. Boom! Sun Mo's face lost its blood color for an instant, and her pupils trembled slightly. Boo! With a dark face, the blood and guts marquis gently tapped the thick wooden table on the side, making a heavy muffled sound. Young lord, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Piu Hong, don't worry, tell us, why exactly are you here? Lu Sun, however, didn't seem to want to stop, smiled faintly, swept his gaze over the blood gallows marquis, and spoke faintly, with little lord here, no one dares to bully you. At this moment, Pao Hong received the eye gesture that Lu Sun looked over, and fiercely knelt down on the ground, that pretty face slightly raised, crying with pear blossoms and rain, her small face was written with grievances. Little eunuch, make a decision for your slave. This Sun family's daughter sought out Nu Jia 2 days ago and insisted that Nu Jia help her make a scene. Ask the slave to play her maid, follow her behind the screen, and the slave will play a few tunes for her. Boom! The faces of all the surrounding powerful and important officials all turned ugly. They were all treated like monkeys. You servant girl. Selling dog slave. Don't you dare talk nonsense again. Sun Mo's petite body trembled, a pair of eyes stood up upside down, her voice became shrill, and she raised her hand towards Pao Hong's face to strike it. Boo! Lu Sun lightly kicked Sun Moru's belly. That dainty body instantly flew out several meters backwards, ruthlessly smashing into that stage, smashing that stage down into a crater. Dare to spread wildness in the Marquis residence, don't want to be killed. Lu Sun angrily rebuked, turned his head to look at Marquis of Blood and Guts, whose face had already darkened into a black pot, and spoke, Marquis, Mr. Lu will educate this unruly thing for you, you don't mind, do you? Humph. The Blood and Guts Marquis snorted coldly. Pao Hong at this moment gratefully glanced at Lu Sun, tears flowing out like broken threads, crying and wailing. Slaves heard that it was to deceive the Marquis and all the important ministers, so they didn't dare to agree to it. Wiping a handful of tears and sobbing, Pao Hong pointed to the painfully twisted Sun Mo on the stage, and whimpered as she opened her mouth. This Miss Sun family then threatened the lives of the slave family members, and also said that it was just deceiving a group of little cuties who didn't know the sound rhythm. Can't hear it. Sun Mo on the stage all but stared in disbelief, even forgetting about the pain coming from her small abdomen as she struggled and screamed, You servant girl, when did I ever say such a thing? Lu Sun nearly laughed out loud, looking at Pao Hong's crying pearly face, he almost believed it. The acting, absolutely. The gentlemen present had all blackened their faces. The heavyweights, the powerful, and the young talents. Under these words, all of them felt that they had been greatly insulted. The Blood and Guts Marquis even felt like his face was going to be stripped clean. You know, when Sun Moru came, he even took Sun Moru to introduce them one by one in order to have a good relationship with the princess, and he even praised her without sparing any praise, calling her a talented woman that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years in Yendu. Now the boomerang is hitting itself squarely in the back of the head. Marquis is not what she said. Really not what she said. You believe in me. Sun Mo-ro's face was pale as she struggled to crawl in front of the Blood Bile Marquis. The Blood Guts Marquis eyes moved slightly and hesitated. This is, after all, on behalf of the Rapunzel. However, before the Marquis of Blood and Guts could say anything, Lu Xun looked at Pao Hong and said, "You girl, seeing as you are good-looking and have a high level of sound, how dare you falsely accuse Miss Sun?" Speaking of this, Lu Xun walked to that stage, his fingers gently tapped the stage a few times, looked at Sun Moro, and said seriously, "This woman has so falsely accused Miss Sun family, but Lu believes that Miss Sun family is innocent. Why don't you play a song in public, so that Mr. Lu can have a reason to be angry for Miss Sun?" Lu Xun's face was filled with righteous indignation, as if the one who kicked her just now was not himself at all. These words instantly caused Sun Moro to freeze. Her body trembled slightly and her face became rigid. Playing in public? If she knew how to play music, why did she need to go around bragging about it and hire Flower Moon House musicians to do it for her? Boom! Seeing this reaction, Gao Qiu was the first to jump to his feet, anger written all over that arrogant face. "I see that this Sun family, too, has gotten better in recent years. A servant girl born to a concubine of the Sun family also dares to tease us. Miss Sun Clan accidentally fell and was seriously injured. Send her back to the Sun Clan to recuperate as soon as possible." The Blood Bile Marquis waved his hand with a black face, not hesitating in the slightest. The Marquis guards quickly rushed in and directly covered Sun Moro's mouth, holding Sun Moro and walking towards the outside. Sun Mo-ro's face was stagnant, just passing by the kneeling Pao Hong on the ground, suddenly went crazy and pounced towards Pao Hong, open teeth and claws, viciously grabbing towards Pao Hong's face. "I blame you. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for your nonsense, I would still be the talented girl of Yendu. I want you dead. You servant girl. A lifelong slave girl." The figure couldn't even touch Pao Hong. With her power, she can't break through the guards. Chapter 38. That mansion, it's yours, right? The scene was somewhat quiet. More still, it's embarrassing. The Blood and Guts Marquis calmed down for a moment, and the smile on his face was a bit forced. The party was just a farce, guys, carry on. Now that the farce is over, Lu has some business to talk to the Marquis about. Lu Xun spoke indifferently, and with a gentle leap, he was already sitting on that stage. With a smirking expression on his face, he toyed with the jug of wine he had passed from the table. He came here for a number of purposes. One of them was to make Sun Moro lose her reputation and die without a burial place from today onwards. This matter is just the beginning, but there are more important things to do, and I've had a good time today, so there will be a long time to come. Secondly, it is to make a big fuss in this Blood and Guts Marquis residence. This thing has also just begun and is not yet over. Thirdly, Lu Xun's eyes slowly swept over the top magnates at the table of the powerful and important officials, and his smile became deep. "I don't know, is Yendu's luxurious merchant Lin Fengcheng available?" The words froze everyone in their tracks. Eyes flickered to a figure at the heavy minister's table, always carrying Lu Xun. Lu Xun, too, shifted his gaze. The figure, from the very beginning of the farce, sat in all directions, even had a glass of wine. The composure almost rivaled that of Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Literature. The blood-bold Marquis finally chilled his face, his eyes carrying a few shades of gloom, and his voice had also gone ice-cold. "Young Master Lu, I'll give your grandfather face and be willing to invite you in. Now that you've made a scene in my Marquis residence, this Marquis asks himself that he has done a decent job. You don't want no knowledge, good, bad." With every word that popped out of the Blood and Guts Marquis, the aura on his body grew 1 point stronger. The aura of a peak heaven-ranked expert caused the hearts of everyone in the surroundings to sink, feeling as if there was a stone pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Xun, who was facing this aura directly, but only felt a breeze on his face. "It doesn't affect you in the slightest. Ho 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 ho. Marquis really knows how to joke." Lu Xun was calm and collected, smiling brightly and kindly, raising the wine jug in his hand and pouring a mouthful of wine into his mouth. His eyes lit up. "It's true that it's the Marquis residence, so rich and powerful that the limited 100 flower dew from Flower Moon House can be bought. You." The Blood and Guts Marquis looked at Lu Xun with his eyes in shock and hesitated a little. How could his own aura not affect Lu Xun in the slightest? "Mr. Lu, I just want to ask your friend here something. I wonder, is it convenient here?" Without waiting for the Blood and Guts Marquis to come back to his senses, Lu Xun had already leapt down. With light steps, he slowly walked behind the broad figure that carried him. This one, who has been sitting as steady as an old dog from the very beginning, is Marquis Blood and Guts' close friend, Yendu's powerful merchant Lin Fengcheng, right? Steady as an old dog. The figure's fingers, which were squeezing the wine glass, exerted a slight force, but eventually slowly lowered it. Turning around, he revealed a face full of smiles, warm and natural. The beard around his lips were quivering slightly with that smile. The young lord has raised his hand. "I am just a lowly merchant. How dare I call myself a magnificent merchant?" The body was fat and heavy, the flesh of the face slightly piled up and drooping, a genial smile, and the beard, instead of adding to the ferocity, made that face seem more affable and comical. What a harmless face. "Lu Xun, you've come to my Marquis house to cause trouble?" The people that this marquis invited to be his guests are all important court officials, royal dignitaries, and also my marquis family and friends. The Marquis of Blood and Guts had a gloomy face, coldly looked at Lu Sun and said sternly, "You are so arrogant and domineering. Aren't you afraid that this marquis will go to the court tomorrow to report you?" As if he hadn't heard the words of the Marquis of Blood and Guts, Lu Sun looked towards Lin Fengcheng, placed the wine jug in his hand on the table, and spoke indifferently, "You say, there are some things that, if I were to ask them here, of all the people present, could you make sure that all of them would be silenced?" Boom! Lin Fengcheng, who was still wearing a harmless smile, instantly stiffened his smile. A pair of eyes looked at Lu Sun with a slight dullness, his heart trembling slightly. Crazy. Is this crazy? Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu frowned slightly and looked toward Minister of Martial Arts Li Qingsong. At this moment, Li Qingsong coughed lightly, gave Sun Ruofu a smug look, and spoke in a deep voice. "Today, old man is out of interest, so I will return to the house first. Old me has some things to do, I have to leave as well, I'll come back to visit some other time." The civil and martial phases rose one after another, causing the blood-bile marquis face to become even more somber. Other important ministers also got up to take their leave, even those royal powers and nobles, who had sensed something at this moment, fearing that they would be implicated, quickly got up to leave. "This marquis is not good at hospitality, quickly send all honored guests." The Blood and Guts marquis forced the corners of his mouth to hook up, sending off the honored guests with a stiff smile. Only a few figures remained in the large attic. Blood and Guts marquis, Lin Feng City. Lu Sun, Lin Tongxian, and Pao Hong, who was always kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing Pao Hong, Marquis of Blood and Guts frowned slightly, his face ugly as he snapped, "You servant girl, get out." "Wait." Lu Sun smiled faintly, looked at the Marquis of Blood and Guts, and spoke, "There's no harm in staying here. Mr. Lu is worried that this girl will leave the Marquis residence in the front foot and die in a mass grave in the back foot." These words caused the blood-bile Marquis to breathe a little, and his eyes stared at Lu Sun in death. However, when he looked towards Lin Tongxian, who was also standing in place, the blood gallows Marquis felt even more breathless. Originally, he wanted to draw Lin Tongxian in, but unexpectedly, Lin Tongxian, a stuffy gourd, even stood on Lu Sun's side. Young Lord Lu had better let that girl leave, there are some things that not ordinary people can know. The Marquis of Blood and Guts spoke coldly. Lin Fengcheng, however, suddenly revealed a wry smile at this moment, and instead of the coyness he had shown just now, he laughed somewhat cheerfully. "Ha ha 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 ha. Brother Dongfang, you still underestimated this little lord of ours. This Miss Piu Hong should be one of the young lord's people." The Blood Guts Marquis face abruptly changed, his gaze looking grimly at Pao Hong. Piu Hong had also slowly gotten up by now, a decent smile on her face. Lu Sun was a bit shocked, but not surprised. How can it be so simple to become a top luxury businessman? Alright, ask whatever you want. The blood-bile Marquis clenched his fists and looked at Lu Sun with a gloomy gaze. "That mansion, it's yours, isn't it?" Lu Sun went straight to the point. These words caused Lin Fengcheng's face to change slightly. Obviously, Lu Sun could have guessed even if he hadn't said which mansion. Yes, but it suddenly collapsed a few days ago. When it was first built it cut corners, and now that it's in disrepair, it's normal for it to collapse. Lin Fengcheng revealed that naive smile again. "I wonder who lived there before the collapse?" Lu Sun asked again. Lin Fengcheng stroked the beard on his chin, pondered for a moment, with a puzzled look in his eyes. "This matter was forgotten. Mr. Lin has too many mansions, there are dozens of them in the border suburbs of Yendu alone. Just who is renting, Mr. Lin still needs to ask the toothman." The toothman not only bought and sold slaves and servants, but also bought and sold houses and rented houses. It seems normal to have so many houses and leave them in the hands of a dentist. But, when he looked at the expression that was disguised as naive, the corner of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly. "Looks like you're not going to talk about it?" Chapter 39. If you want to touch my grandfather, you have to use Lu as blackmail. Boo! The Blood and Guts Marquis' fist slammed hard on that solid wood desktop. The delicious food on it instantly bounced off and landed on the floor, and a huge dent had appeared on that solid wooden tabletop. Cracks cracked inch by inch along the dents. The thick solid wood table had been scrapped by a punch. "Lu Sun, that's enough. Don't make me kill you." The blood-bold Marquis finally didn't want to endure any longer. His eyes were scarlet and filled with intense killing intent. The killing intent towards the State Duke's house almost completely erupted in this instant. Lu Sun, however, as if he did not notice this killing intent in general, just raised his head and looked straight at the Marquis of Blood and Guts. "By the way, Lu Ma would like to ask the Marquis, what is the urgent matter? To have the Marquis return so eagerly?" The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, and he spoke meaningfully. "Let Lu guess. It can't be because of my grandfather. After all, the only thing that could make the Marquis react so much is if something happened to the State Duke's residence." Lu Sun's words instantly caused the blood-bile Marquis' eyes to tremble slightly and his face to change slightly. A hint of horror rose in his heart. This kid, how did he know? "I see, it seems that the answer I wanted has been answered by the reactions of the two of you." Lu Sun shook his head and smiled as he got up and walked towards the outside of the attic. Just as suddenly as he thought of something, he stopped and smiled. "Remind the two of you, my grandfather's place is solid gold. If you want to touch my grandfather, A wry smile appeared on Lu Sun's face, his finger pointed to his head, and he spoke faintly, then you have to use Lu as blackmail. Take Lu down, and at my grandfather's place, he will naturally bind his hands. These words immediately caused the blood-bile Marquis and Lin Fengqing's faces to sink slightly. A powerful minister in a high position, a powerful businessman who had fought his way through the blood and rain, looked at Lu Sun's face, and actually, in a moment, shuddered. Before leaving, Lu Sun's palm gently landed in front of his head and slowly fell. It rested at his chin, a cold smile. The blood gallows Marquis and Lin Fengqing's faces changed drastically. Is that the black-robed masked man? He knew all that? The blood-bile Marquis at this moment had a grave expression on his face. Lin Fengqing's mind even suddenly appeared that image of his mansion collapsing, and he could not help but shiver. Let's go Uncle Lin, Miss Piu Hong, don't delay the Marquis banquet. Lu Sun left the attic with a big smile and left the Marquis residence under the hostile gazes of the guards. Inside the loft, silence without words. This son must not be kept. After a long period of silence, Lin Fengqing was the first to open his mouth, his face grim and hideous. However, the Marquis of Blood and Guts suddenly shook his head and smiled as he spoke. There is no need to worry. Tomorrow, news should come from the border. The old thief Lu's charges are realized, and I still need to take a hand in the court to set things right that the princess's fool has messed up. The Blood Guts Marquis words were easy, but it was just that Lin Fengqing wasn't optimistic. As a businessman who had started as a small trader and had fought for decades, he had an extremely sensitive sense of danger. That Lu Sun. It's too dangerous. Even 2 more words and you can feel death approaching. Brother Dongfang, you just joined, there are some things you don't know yet. The sudden violent deaths of that one's men a few days ago and the collapse of my mansion by an inexplicable force suggests that the plan has gone awry. I'm worried, Lu Sun knows too much, I must go and contact and communicate with that one again. Lin Fengqing's face was cloudy. The Marquis of Blood and Guts frowned, a little dissatisfied with Lin Fengqing's caution. But come to think of it, you did just decide to join in on this. There are some things that really aren't known. That's just it, you go and liaise, I'll do what I need to do first, if I can directly bring down old thief Lu, then it'll be a little better. Marquis of Blood and Guts said in a deep voice. Lin Fengqing continuously excused himself and left the Marquis mansion with a heavy heart. Riding in a carriage, he quickly drove towards the outskirts of the city. Lu Sun lay on the roof of the carriage shed, collecting his breath, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The talented girl, Sun Moru, doesn't even know how to play music, and treats the important ministers and dignitaries of the Marquis banquet like monkeys. This matter instantly triggered the entire Yen capital. Blow up. Extremely blown up. The most explosive thing is that she went to the Marquis house for the eldest princess. The face of the Sun family, the face of the princess, and the face of the Marquis. The original name of the talented girl has become completely and utterly rotten. At the same time, news about the talented woman privately paying people to spread her talent. Sun Mora's name had completely become a street rat. Rapunzel's bedchamber. The shrill sound almost pierced the roof. What? That? Sun Moro. How dare she? How dare you disgrace this palace so? Morong Yan's face was cloudy, gasping for air, and her eyes were bloodshot. Chen Lingquan seemed to be in a much lighter mood, but he forced himself to feign anger, pinching his orchid fingers and speaking in a feminine manner. That's right, such deceitful women are too nasty and lowly. There is no real talent, it's all paid for talent to deceive you, eldest princess. In her mind, recalling everything from her last life, Morong Yan seemed to catch something in a trance, and her heart trembled. He himself had drawn the other party in because of her talent and fame, but it was true that she had never shown her talent since coming to his side. Just a variety of sinister tricks frequently, and his own character is very compatible, he will be so trusting her. Lu Sun had advised himself in his last life not to have too much interaction with her. In the end, is it true what Lu Sun said? No way. What he said could never be right. Only what you recognize is right. Morong Yan's heart was vaguely chagrined, but quickly calmed down, snapped, maybe. Just cannot understand the sound, extenuating circumstances. Chen Lingquan glanced dully at Morong Yan, but quickly revealed a pleasing smile and immediately changed his words. The old slave guessed that it should be the same. Can't get through in sound, but will surely shine in other areas. I'm really looking forward to it, old slave. Morong Yan let out a cold smile, her eyes carrying an icy chill, but soon spoke with some impatience. Has the urgent report from the border side not yet arrived? Then the matter of the old Lu family thief is still unfinished? The palace can't wait. She couldn't wait for Lu Sun to see the image of the Duke of State's house full of people. At that time, she only needed to use a little bit of tactics to make Lu Sun a rat in the street. Let him kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. Let him be in despair and suffer a life worse than death. Let him watch, with his own eyes, step by step, by his own efforts, to reach the top. Go on, give this palace a good attention to the urgent reports from the border. If there is an urgent report, notify the palace at the first opportunity. Yes. Chen Lingquan carefully exited the chambers, lifting his head and looking at the clear blue sky. His heart was actually inexplicably relieved. Luckily, he ended up being the young lord's man. It's a gas to be around such stupid people who lie to themselves. Glancing at the Rapunzel's chambers behind her, Chen Lingquan left with light footsteps. Chapter 40. You're too careful. Boo! Bitchy servant girl. It's simply a disgrace to my Sun family. The Sun family ancestral hall. Sun Mo knelt in front of the ancestral tablets, her delicate face was filled with misery, her petite body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with tears. Father Sun Tian was holding a heavy long whip and his face was gloomy. When he learned that the daughter he had with his concubine, Sun Moru, was valued by the eldest princess, he didn't know how happy he was in his heart. The Sun family had a moment of glory years ago, but nowadays, the people are gone. Without their bloodline relatives in the dynasty, the Sun family has fallen out of favor. Although it is still considered a family, but there is no longer the glory of the past, and even declining. In knowing that Sun Mora went to the marquee for the eldest princess, he felt that the glory of the Sun family was coming back. To be able to restore his former glory in his own hands, then he would be a great contributor to the Sun family. For this reason, to give people, to give money, as long as Sun Mora wanted, he immediately deployed. However, how dare she play tricks on the marquee? It's just a matter of using money to buy your name as a talented woman on a regular basis. In front of so many important ministers and powerful people, she still dared to play such a crooked and evil game. It's a death wish. You sinful. You want to die, labor doesn't want to die. If the entire Sun family is dragged into this because of you, I will make your life worse than death. Sun Tian gritted his teeth and swung his whip, fiercely lashing towards Sun Moro's body. With each stroke, Sun Moro screamed miserably. One pair of eyes, however, quenched with poison, and both fists clutched her sari with a deadly grip. It's all because of that nonsense from Puffy Red. And there's that little lord of the Lu family. Sun Moro's voice was agonized, and she opened her mouth in a hideous manner. If they hadn't broken it up, I would have gained the favor of all the heavyweights and powerful people, and the Sun family would have re-entered their sights. Sun Tian froze for a moment, and the whip in his hand lashed harder. How dare you talk tough? Throw me in the woodshed and no food. Is the young lord also something you can afford to offend? The words fell out of his mouth, and he gave a few hard lashes before leaving with a dark look on his face. Kneeling in front of the ancestral hall tablet, Sun Moro's small face raised slightly, her eyes narrowed into a slit, and her pink fists clenched to the point of whitening. The little duke of the Lu family. Drifting red. Those two ing things, if it weren't for them, how would they have been dismantled themselves? How can the name of a talented woman become a street rat? How could he himself have been beaten by his father at the shrine? Clearly 2 days ago he was his father's pride. Damn. All deserve to die. Miss, please. The Sun family's guard at the side opened his mouth. Sun Moro slowly got up, her eyes flashed with a flash of ghostly light, glanced at the guardian, smiled softly, and opened her mouth. Trouble big brother to go and help my daughter pass a letter to the palace. The guard froze for a moment, and just as he tried to refuse, the petite, soft body was already pressed against the lanky one. A cold artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking down, a four-sided gold bar appeared in his hand. Ice cold. Yet it is coveted. The guard instantly tucked the gold bar into his wrist cuff, a cold sweat developing on his forehead. Pass it on to that chief steward Chen, and say that my daughter has an idea that will make the eldest princess happy for a few moments. The moonlight is slightly cool, like a thin veil, gently spreading over the earth, laying a layer of silver for the depressed grass and trees. A wagon drove smoothly through a wilderness. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly as he lay on the roof of that carriage. It's far enough away from Yendu. There aren't even many villages left around. But there seems to be some sense of familiarity. Lu Xun's eyes sank slightly. This orientation. Fiercely, Lu Xun's eyes lit up. On the outskirts of Yin capital, there was an area that was the territory of the royal family. This land, it's huge. The emperor's tomb. The royal mausoleums that buried every generation of emperors in the great Yin kingdom were located within this area. In addition to the imperial tombs, there is also a royal hunting ground. Every once in a while, the royal family of Yendu and the princes and dukes of the princes and dukes of the princes and dukes, as well as the descendants of the powerful families, would come to this roundup. Of course, in addition to the imperial tombs and royal hunting grounds, there are also a number of private gardens situated in the neighborhood. The royal family occasionally comes here to enjoy the beauty of the gardens. The dignitaries would also boast of having a landscaped mansion in the neighborhood. In the distance, there were already shadows of some buildings. The carriage stopped steadily outside a garden. There were quite a few guards at the entrance, but when they saw that the visitor was Lin Fengcheng, they didn't even check and just let the carriage in. In the garden, several figures were drinking tea. Lin Fengcheng walked quickly to those figures, with cold sweat on his forehead, and told all the things that happened in the marquis residence. I guess that Lu Xun should already know part of what we are plotting with that one. Even that mansion of mine in Yendu in the beginning, it is possible that Lu Xun went to do it. The faces of those people who were originally drinking tea indifferently flashed with a flash of astonishment. A moment later, but shook his head and smiled, saying proudly, "You're too careful. Lu Xun, at best, is just a young man with some talent and some strength. He was able to kill all those heaven-level experts? Just kidding. That mansion, it can't be demolished without dozens of heavenly experts, he alone can do it? There is no need to worry unduly. Speaking here, one of them laughed loudly and spoke, do you know that tomorrow, there should be concrete news coming from the border? I have long ago sent people forward to contact the border to the generals, have been given some information in advance to reveal. Putting down the teacup, the man slowly got up, and under the cold white moonlight, the 5 features of that face appeared clearly and unmistakably in front of everyone. With a few moments of triumph on his face, he laughed. The border has captured the traitor who secretly traded with the enemy country of Dayu and betrayed Great Yen. That rebel resisted fiercely and was beheaded on the spot. Ha 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 ha. The others around them instantly followed suit and laughed, seemingly pleased with the result. It seems that the Duke of State's office, tomorrow, will become everyone's shouting. Lin Fengchang, your worries are superfluous. Tomorrow, that Lu Sun will become a street rat. After all, a businessman is a coward. As long as we take the State Duke's palace, we will see the light of day. Lin Fengchang's eyes sank slightly, always feeling uneasy, but he couldn't say what was wrong. TSK. Royal relatives Good days do not want to live, favor to participate in this kind of dirty things. A cold voice suddenly appeared in this garden. Everyone got up abruptly and looked around with a look of shock and anger. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. A figure, under that cool moonlight, descended from the sky. Boom! The entire garden, a tremor. Dust rose, making the few people drinking tea blush and cover their mouths. Lu Sun slowly raised his head, and under the slight dust, smiled a cold smile. Gaze, straight down on the figure that laughed the craziest just now. You say it, Wu Fei Pang. Boom! The man known as Wu Feiping's face was pale. Chapter 41 He really dared to kill. Eyes scanning around for a few others. The moonlight was hazy, but clearly reflected all the other people's faces. Lu Sun's face became increasingly ugly. No wonder, as hard as it was in his last life, the State Duke's office would be pushed back so easily. Those present, one or the other, are all royal relatives. The Wu family, the blood relatives of the first Empress Dowager, had been trusted by the first emperor, and now, Lin family, now that the Dowager consort Lin is still alive, how dare you start doing rebellious things? They are not only royal relatives, but also a famous big family. Lu Sun's gaze grew cold. His own grandfather, the Duke of Lu, had always hated these families that flaunted around under the name of royal relatives and used public power for private purposes. It had even admonished in court that these royal relatives should be dispersed to various places and should not be supported by the royal family. Opposed to royal relatives holding real power in the imperial court, and even more so, opposed to them holding military power in the military. As a result, it has shaken the interests of many royal relatives and blocked their way in the military. No wonder the people behind it had always wanted the State House to fall. It turned out to be so many royal relatives in power. Lu Sun should be damned. Lin Fengchang, you bastard, even brought him here? The faces of everyone around them changed drastically. Their gazes looked sinisterly at Lin Fengchang. Lin Fengchang's face also turned pale as he looked at Lu Sun incredulously. How did he come along? Ho ho ho. No harm done. If you're here, stay. You'll have to die tomorrow anyway. Wu Feiping of the Wu clan let out a cold laugh, and under the moonlight, a few grimaces appeared on that miserable white face. A low growl. The dozens of guards that had already surrounded the area rushed out in an instant. Sticks and sticks. Only. They are not the henchmen of the man behind that. It's just an escort for these royal relatives. The strongest person was only at the beginning of the heavenly level. Lu Sun didn't even use his real power, simply taking a gentle step, and those attacks that seemed to be so powerful and incomparable instantly fell short. Give me on. You bunch of losers, why don't you kill him quickly? Wu Feiping roared harshly and lowly, his eyes almost completely occupied by killing intent. A cold light flashed under Lu Sun's eyes, and his body suddenly transformed into a stream of light. Phew! All anyone saw was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lu Sun appeared behind all the guards. The guards, their faces pale and their bodies stiff, fell to the ground. Life and death are unknown. The voice in Wu Feiping's throat froze instantly. Cluck cluck cluck. Like a mother hen, there was a sound of disbelief. The others' faces were panicked, and they threw down the teacups they hadn't yet had the chance to put down in horror, and rushed towards the outside of the garden with their brocade robes in hand. Boo! A muffled sound. The one who ran the fastest had a huge force coming from behind him. The entire body slammed hard on top of that fence that was a few dozen meters away. The fence collapsed instantly and was a mess. The figure was also buried under the masonry. Run, keep running. Lu Sun's flat voice sounded behind him. All of them stopped stiffly in place, their bodies trembling. Turning his head, he saw that Lu Sun had already sat down where they were sitting a moment ago, lifting the teapot placed on the wisteria-woven table with an interested face, and sighed in amazement. The Imperial relatives are really wealthy. The jar that holds the tea is actually a superb jadeite. Wealth limits Lu's imagination. Everyone shivered and a layer of cold sweat grew on their foreheads. Wu Feiping's eyes rolled for a moment, and a slightly ingratiating smile instantly appeared on his face. Brother Lu likes it, so I'll give it to Brother Lu. Cannot afford it The great crime of executing 9 clans, but also to harm my state government, to send an emerald jar, cannot afford it. Lu Sun retracted his gaze and smiled meaningfully. Wu Feiping's face turned pale and he spoke in fear. What does Lu brothers mean by this? We're just having a small gathering here for tea. You are trying to make a trumped-up charge with that statement. Boom! The emerald tea canister in Lu Sun's hand, with a terrifying force, ruthlessly smashed onto Wu Feiping's body. The moment that body was smashed, like a boiled prawn, it bowed up viciously. The body flew out backwards for 10 meters before landing on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Heavenly Masters can do this? That's completely impossible. At this moment, all of them swallowed their saliva, their bodies already completely drenched in sweat. The cool moonlight shone down, making them feel nothing but a chill. Lu Sun. Cough. You dare to do this to my Wu family. I am, ahem, a royal relative. Tomorrow you're going to die. Cough. Don't run away at this hour. Lu Yuanfan, that old thief. He's going to become a traitor, ha 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 ha. Cough cough. Wu Feiping was laughing maniacally as he vomited blood. Red-stained teeth, fully exposed. A pair of bloodshot eyes, painfully covering his instantly smashed sternum, seemed to be no longer caring about anything, and laughed uncontrollably. Lu Sun slowly got up and walked towards Wu Feiping step by step. With a maniacal smile, Wu Feiping watched Lu Sun walk step by step and crouch in front of him. Tilting his head slightly, with a bit of arrogance still on that face, he braced his agonized body and laughed. You stupid bastard. Nothing more than a royal family slave. Your grandfather, that stupid thief, how about 3 generations? It's just 3 generations of family slaves. We are royal relatives. With a sardonic smile, the blood sprayed all over Lu Sun's face. We are the masters. A dog slave, be a dog slave. You dare to kill me? Ha! Wu Feiping grimaced, one hand reached out and grabbed Lu Sun's collar, and forced a maniacal laugh. Labor told you. These masters of ours, kill you, and be killed. If dog slaves like you want to devour your masters, you'll have a full house. Swish! Lu Sun's fingers gently traced over. The fingertips left a trail of blood. The palm of her hand that grasped Lu Sun's collar was slightly stiff. The expression on the originally grimly smug face gradually disappeared, revealing a hint of stiffness and panic. Eyes wavered slightly, staring blankly at the sky. Why? It's a little cold. Good. So soft. It hurts. His throat rolled slightly, and the next moment, blood gushed out. That face trembled with disbelief, and his body spasmed unconsciously. Lu Sun frowned slightly, got up and casually pulled a piece of silk from the body of one of the royal relatives on the side and wiped his fingertips. What a racket, and I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm dirtying my hands. Shaking his head with a sigh, he casually tossed the blood-wiped silk to the ground. Looking up, to the others, he spoke. I ask what I ask, you say what you say, is there a problem? Everyone stood frozen in place, shivering and nearly peeing. He really dares to kill the royal relatives. Chapter 42 Living and Dying with Mr. Lu. Why do you do treason? In a word, straight up king bomb. The faces of all the royal relatives turned pale as they spoke in panic. We have by no means done anything treasonous. We just want to keep our position. We didn't want to overthrow the State Duke's office either. It was a mysterious man who hadn't shown his face who told us that only by letting the State Duke's office fall would we, the royal relatives, have a chance to come out on top. It is because of the existence of the State Duke's office that the descendants of our family are unable to access real power, much less enlist in the military. As long as Duke Lu falls, our descendants will have access to real power before they have a chance to become a lineage that will be hard to decline. What treachery! We just want to overthrow the State Duke. We don't know what he's going to do, only that we need to push behind the scenes and use our influence to influence the rhetoric of the court. Please, little lord, let us go. We were wrong. We shouldn't have made a move against the State Duke's house. Lu Sun's eyes stared at those people. In this instant, a sudden chill caused the sweat pores of Lu Sun's entire body to open up. Hiss! All of the royal relatives present were the royal relatives of the late emperor's side. There are blood relatives of the late empress dowager and the dowager consort. Anyway, it's all in the past. Their family, once favored by the late emperor, had jumped from obscurity to become a family. And then there are the original families, which became powerful because of the late emperor. But after the death of the late emperor, the new emperor succeeded to the throne. Their position, precarious. Even the family may fall completely out of favor after a few generations. Just give a little temptation. Even just a little bit can make them go crazy around. The man behind the scenes has such a horrible calculation of the human heart. It seems like you guys don't know much. Lu Sun's eyes skimmed over these people. Though they are royal relatives, they don't have much guts. Now long ago, it was just. Lu Sun, however, shifted his gaze to Lin Fengcheng. Looking at his face that looked as if it had been scared to the point of irony, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. But I see, this great magnate should know a bit more. Lin Fengcheng's face turned blue, his expression a bit stiff, and he spoke somewhat dryly. Young lord, you have lifted up my little one. I am just a lowly merchant with a lowly position, how could I know any secrets? To come here, it was only through the connections of the Wu family that I stumbled upon that mysterious person and lent out my own mansion. That mysterious person promised Little that after he succeeded in planting evidence against Elder Duke Lu, he would give Elder Duke Lu's mansion to Little. When he said this, Lin Fengcheng flung himself to his knees and slapped his hands on his face in turn. Snap! It was very hard, and the face swelled up quickly. Little lowly, little stupid. Little damned. Shouldn't have hit the state duke and the young lord with the idea. Lu Sun always did not stop, until that face, completely unable to see the original appearance, Lu Sun only meaningfully opened his mouth. It seems that no one has said that it is to plant my grandfather. The others around them also looked at Lin Fengcheng with puzzled eyes. None of them knew the exact actions of the man behind them. Boom! Lin Fengcheng's body trembled and spoke in panic. Little is guessing. Yeah, it's a guess. Lu Lao Guogong, that loyal to the king and loved the country, now heard the news that the border out of the rebels must be the means of the person behind the back, planted Lao Guogong. Lin Fengcheng opened his mouth with an affirmative expression. That's right, little lord, you should hurry up and find a way to clarify it. Elder Duke Lu must be in a bad way, you must be sorry for your loss. Looking at Lin Fengcheng, who had a face that was good for him, Lu Sun smiled oddly. A festival of mourning? Condolences for what? Mourn for the rebels? Lin Fengcheng froze for a moment, somewhat surprised by Lu Sun's reaction. Lu Sun naturally wouldn't explain anything to them. Before that, the State House had received a handwritten letter from Grandpa. At that time, Grandpa had already told Lu Sun about entering the game with his body. Lu Sun didn't worry about anything at all. He's only worried about, after the news comes out tomorrow, it will make the guy behind it frightened and more cautious in his actions. But looking at you, you still seem to be very dishonest. Let's have a good chat today. As for you, there are others to talk with. Lu Sun smiled meaningfully. When Lu Xiaoxia arrived with her people and saw this scene, it felt like the sky had collapsed beyond repair. There are pale-faced royal relatives everywhere, and one killed. It should have been a shocking thing, but when you think about it, it seems to be related to Lu Sun. It's not so shocking anymore. After taking away these royal relatives and interrogating them a little, Lu Xiaoxiao's face gradually turned cold. Boo! Moronhua's eyes were lowered, and the inkstone on the side was smashed to pieces on the dragon case. The entire dragon case was shaken slightly. Collecting his power, Moronghua took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Looking at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was kneeling on the ground, a pair of eyes were complicated. Royalty. What a bunch of royal relatives. Every year, funds are allocated within the treasury to support them. Their status is superb, and they can still enjoy the treatment of princes and lords without entering the imperial court. I thought I had treated them favorably enough, but I didn't realize they were all a bunch of greedy assholes. Can't be satisfied with silver money, and you want to reach out and hold the court. That voice was full of anger. Lu Xiaoxia's head hung deeper. Your Majesty, the Wu family's trial. Arrest everyone in the Wu family and put them on trial. Not only the Wu family, all the related royal relatives, all of them are arrested for me. All those who have anything to do with this matter, kill them all. No one will be spared. Moronghua clapped his hands. Anger was written all over the feminine face. A full family copied and decapitated? Lu Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk slightly. Imperial relatives designed to falsely frame and plant the evidence of my great Yan's meritorious ministers, in a vain attempt to hold the imperial government. I'm about to tell all the royal relatives who think they're high and mighty. This great Yan is not their great Yan. It's me, the loyal and righteous people who protect the backbone of great Yan, the great Yan of all the people of great Yan. Whoever dares to reach out, cut off their hands. This night doomed many to sleeplessness. The original high and mighty royal relatives were taken away from their families and imprisoned overnight. Some were wailing and crying out for justice, others were shivering. As for the state duke's mansion, there were likewise people who were shivering. Lin Fengcheng knelt in front of Lu Sun, tears streaming down his face. Young lord, that's all I know, I was used to. If you don't send Junior to the prison of the Ministry of Penalty, Junior will absolutely bear the mistakes he made. Lu Sun, however, was always smiling lightly, drinking a cup of tea every now and then. Looking at Lin Fengcheng's face, he pondered for a moment and spoke, are you stalling, waiting for news from the border to come to Yendu? But if you don't want to talk, Mr. Lu won't make things difficult for you. Uncle Fu, break the limbs, point the mute points, and throw them into the woodshed to watch. Tomorrow Mr. Lu goes to the court, and if he can return, he will be given the opportunity to open his mouth. Can't come back, kill him first. Lin Fengcheng's pupils shrunk and his face turned pale. To live and die with Mr. Lu, you haven't lived in vain. Lu Sun smiled broadly and left. Chapter 43 Impeachment of Duke Lu. Yendu under the cool moonlight was always quiet. But tonight, it's getting busy. In addition to a few suddenly plagiarized and imprisoned families, there are also some important ministers, invited to enter the marquee, a night of scheming. The Minister of Win and the Minister of Wu each brought their ministers with them, not knowing what they were discussing. The Flower Moon House masters were busy all night. the Ministry of Justice, and the city guards were busy all night. Even the great inner guards, who were personally manned by Lin Tongxian, the commander, were busy all night. Even the ordinary people had sensed something unusual about Yen Du. Can't sleep well. The only one who slept comfortably was Lu Sun. Your Majesty, the old minister has a book to present. The sun is high in the sky. Above the great hall, an old man clad in the imperial yellow robe, holding a sangha in his hand, trembled as he came up to the hall. This is Imperial Master Lu Xiao? Hiss. What's this old gentleman doing in court? The unknown courtiers all stared blankly at the old man in the imperial yellow robe, their faces full of shock. Manhwa's long and slender fingers clenched slightly, and a look of incredulity flashed under his eyes. Imperial teacher Lu Xiao. That was his mentor. He never dreamed that the first person to come forward and get involved in this matter would be the benefactor who had taught him propriety, righteousness, and shame. Taking a deep breath, Manhwa tried to convince himself to calm down. Looking at Enshu Lu Xiao, he softly said, Enshu, you are already over the age of old, why do you need to come to the court? If something is wrong, just have someone else say it for you. Manhwa's voice was soft, with a few hints of persuasion. A rough voice from the side rang out, Your Majesty, Imperial Master Lu was once the late Emperor's Imperial Master, and is also your Imperial Master. He personally came to the court. He must have a great matter to initiate. Please listen to the end of this, Your Majesty. The Blood and Guts Marquis, Dongfangen, opened his mouth indifferently. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was deep. It was as if a large stone was weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Your Majesty, it's better to listen. Yes, Your Majesty, listen to what Emperor Lu has to say. One by one, the surrounding courtiers spoke up. Looking at his benefactor's determined face, Manhwa sighed, and his clenched hand slightly loosened. Something has been revealed. Eunuch Chen Lingquan Chen, who was on the side, shouted with great understanding of the eye. Lu Xiao's old face was rigid and upright, a pair of eyes raised, and in his cloudy orbs, with a touch of firmness, he spoke somewhat hoarsely, Your Majesty. The old minister, as an imperial teacher, had been presented with a yellow robe by the late emperor, has the responsibility of monitoring all officials. Raising his face slightly, the creases that filled his face quivered slightly. Taking slow steps, he took 2 steps forward and angrily rebuked with righteous indignation, Old me has always loved and respected the 100 officials of my great Yen. But I never expected that my great Yen would produce a giant corrupter. As the words fell, the pale body knelt on the ground. Throwing himself on the ground, he cupped the zhang with both hands and raised it above his head, saying sternly as if sobbing blood, I beg your majesty to investigate the state duke's house severely. Duke Lu Yuanfang, since taking charge of the army, has excluded dissenters, sold officers and military honors, and even sold the rations of many of my generals in Great Yen, selling those to the enemy. Over the years, the Lu family's wealth has long been rich enough to rival the country's. I beg your majesty to investigate strictly. Boom! Above the great hall, all voices were silent. Most of the courtiers looked at Lu Xiao in shock, their faces filled with surprise. Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, both fists placed on his legs, already squeezing until they were blue. The eyes were dead set on that ancient old man with an uncertain look. Silent for a long time, Manhwa slowly opened his mouth. Who else wants to participate? The voice, slightly hoarse. Some of the 100 officials were instantly dumbfounded. After a glance from Marquis of Blood and Guts, he immediately rushed out and knelt behind Lu Xiao, speaking with a haughty face. The humble minister counsels that the Duke of Lu corrupted the military pay, and that the youngest Duke of the Lu family bullied men and women, and did no evil, and begs for your majesty's strict investigation. Counselor, Duke Lu was headstrong and self-opinionated, suppressing foreign military generals, uniting with foreign enemies, and killing border civilians to claim military honors. Microcosmic Senator. One by one, courtiers stepped forward. Looking at the civil and military officials who had already knelt a dozen or so, Manhwa's face did not change in the slightest, only his eyes twitched slightly. Until there was no sound at all, the Blood and Guts Marquis Dongfangen slowly stepped out and said with a serious face, Your Majesty, although I believe in the Duke of Lu, after all, so many people have impeached, but please send someone to investigate strictly. Return, Lu Guigon's innocence. The Blood and Guts Marquis voice was loud. It shook the entire hall. Innocence? Marquis of Blood and Guts, do you want to return Lord Lu's innocence? Or do you want to take this opportunity to plant some evidence on Lord Lu? A very different voice rang out from the 100 officials. Martial Minister Li Qingsong clenched his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire as he stared deathly at Lu Xiao, who was kneeling at the very front, his voice containing fury. Lu Xiao, you old, uncultivated thing. Never in a million years did I realize that you were the dumbest bad seed of all. Without evidence and with your old mouth, you wrongly accuse me of border merit? If that meritorious man is unjustly killed, you go to guard the border? Lu Xiao got up trembling, with a pair of old eyes with a determined look, hoarsely roared, with my pride in 2 sleeves, I will be able to make the Dai you shocked into submission. That's right, we are not weak either. Dai Viet is nothing more than dirt, in our place, we can still defend it with our pride. The courtiers behind Lu Xiao were sneering. Li Qingsong opened his mouth wide and looked at Lu Xiao, and in a trance, that stout body shook, feeling that the whole person had aged a lot. Murmured, "It turns out that my great Yen generals and soldiers have fought to the death to guard and heap up a peaceful world with their lives, have even raised this group of fools. It is from the late emperor that I wear the yellow robe and fight the fainting ruler above and the treacherous sycophants below." Lu Xiu had a haughty face, his gaze coldly looking at Li Qingsong, his hoarse voice with a few sharp points, angrily rebuking, "So what if the martial prime minister is corrupt? Even if the martial minister is corrupt, I will still fight. You old piker, looking for death." Behind the minister of martial arts were mostly military generals, and at this moment, their faces were unsightly as they angrily rebuked each other. The entire courtroom, almost in disarray. The Marquis of Blood and Guts swept his gaze over the martial minister and finally landed on the Wen minister. Wen Xiang was old and calm, as if he didn't care. However, one of the civil ministers behind the minister of Wen quickly spoke up, "Your Majesty, this matter is still up for debate. After all, without evidence, such charges can be planted at random." The blood-bile Marquis face instantly sank, staring dead at the minister of Wen, Sun Ruofu. This civil servant is Sun Ruofu's confidant. When he opened his mouth, it was the attitude of Sun Ruofu, the minister of culture. Damn! But, fortunately, there are no more planted letters, but the State Duke's mansion is more than just an old Duke Lu. The blood-bile Marquis lightly glanced at the courtier on the side. Someone soon spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have solid proof." Manhwa's eyes slightly condensed as he looked at the courtier and said in a cold voice, "Bring it out." Chapter 44 Debate in the courtroom, a rush of fire. This is what the young lord spent at Flower Moon House. Listening to music and eating wine day after day, in just 3 or 5 days, he spent 5,000 gold. It's hard to imagine how a young prince of the State Duke's family could have such high spending. And, saying that courtier handed out another ledger, slowly hung his head, and spoke, "This is the ledger of that young lord who sold into the Flower Moon House after forcibly robbing the people's women. It was secretly taken out by Mr. Flower Moon House's bookkeeper who couldn't stand to watch." Manhwa was dumbfounded and looked at the courtier, his eyes becoming incomparably odd. "Ha? Planted. You could have picked a different place. You choose the Flower Moon House. Isn't that looking for death? Are your own subjects that stupid? But think about it. They didn't know about Lu Sun's relationship with Flower Moon House. If you want to plant evidence on Lu Sun, naturally you will look for the outrageous things Lu Sun has done recently. The matter of sending the female assassin to the Flower Moon House in an open and above-board manner, as well as the recent matter of going to the Flower Moon House day after day to drink flowery wine. It couldn't have been better to plant this as an entry point. Besides, thinking about it, if the result they are expecting comes from the border today, it doesn't matter if Lu Sun planted the evidence or not. Just a shame. Clenching his palms, Manhwa sank his face and spoke coldly, "Summon Lu Sun for an audience." All the courtiers present froze and looked up in some surprise. "Your Majesty, even declared Lu Sun long ago? Turn your head and look." At the entrance of the hall, Lu Sun ran in with a bit of a mess, with some grease on his mouth and some oil on his hands, and wiped it on his plain white robe with some embarrassment, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth that were still stained with some leek leaves. All courtiers. Lu Xiu's old face was even more furious as he stood up, trembling towards Lu Sun, and angrily rebuked, "Bold. To have an audience with His Majesty and be so unpleasant is simply disrespectful to His Majesty. Your grandfather didn't teach you court etiquette? I'll teach you." Carrying his yellow robe, Lu Xiu approached Lu Sun with a proud face. Lu Sun froze for a moment, his hand stretched forward, rubbing on top of that yellow robe, grinning. That mouthful of leek smell smoked Lu Xiu a stumble. "Thank you, old sir, you're teaching juniors no, next time there will be oil on others." Put. Manhwa on the dragon chair nearly burst out laughing. Eunuch Shen Lingquan Chen, who was on the side, also nearly broke. Even Lin Tongxian, the rigid NEI commander, couldn't strain the corners of his mouth a bit. Lu Xiu's old face reddened, and his hoarse, sharp voice rushed out of his throat. "Bold. Do you know who I am?" Lu Sun froze at once, and opened his mouth with a surprised face and asked, "Listen to this sharp and yin and yang voice of your old man." Hiss. Mo is not the old eunuch of the Imperial tomb? Put. This time, it was Wu Xiang who couldn't help himself and directly broke into a fit of laughter. "Daring. This is Lu Xiu Lu Imperial Master." The blood-bile Marquis sank his face and looked coldly at Lu Sun. Lu Sun was startled and hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Imperial Master Lu." Lu Xiu breathed heavily, too angry to speak. The Marquis of Blood and Guts once again laughed coldly. "Junior Eunuch Lu, what Imperial Master Lu is wearing is the yellow robe given by the late Emperor. How dare you disrespect the yellow robe? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to bow?" Lu Sun froze for a moment, and without hesitation, he lifted his own gold medal of exemption from death from his waist, and said aloud, "This is a gold medal of exemption from death bestowed by the late Emperor, and seeing this medal is like seeing the late Emperor. Why don't you all kneel down?" Boom! The court is full of civil and military personnel, kneeling a large area. Even the blood-bile Marquis, who was so angry that his face turned green, reluctantly knelt down. Lu Xiu's old face suffocated into a purple color, kneeling with his entire body stiffening. Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang somewhat helplessly followed and knelt on the ground. Moronghua blackened his face and glared fiercely at Lu Sun. Lu Sun gave a dry laugh and hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, the microcosmic minister was really hungry from waiting outside, so he slipped out to buy a leek cake and a bowl of goat soup, although it was a bit late, but fortunately this Imperial Master Lu was willing to let the microcosmic minister wipe his hands with his Imperial yellow robe. Now that it's been wiped clean, it shouldn't be considered a charge against His Majesty." Lu Xiu's body was already trembling. Moronghua blackened his face and said in a deep voice, "Forgive your innocence. But, Lu Qing, can know I called you to the so-called what? Your Majesty, I heard it all from outside." Lu Sun grinned as a mouthful of leek flavor began to echo throughout the hall. Lu Xiu had gotten up by now, trembling and almost falling to the ground, pointing at Lu Sun and angrily rebuking, "Your Majesty, such a shameless person needs to be investigated severely." Lu Sun lifted the death exemption gold medal and spoke, "Old sir, if you see the death exemption gold medal again, you have to kneel again." Lu Xiu. The Marquis of Blood and Guts snorted coldly and said, "Young Duke, at this moment, you should be arguing a couple of points rather than making things difficult for the Imperial Master." "Oh, Marquis wants to kneel?" Lu Sun turned his head to look at Marquis of Blood and Guts. The blood-bile Marquis face was dark and ugly, but he didn't say a word. Turning his head, Lu Sun, however, grinned at Lu Xiu and said aloud, "Your Majesty, I have something to report as well. I found that this Lu Xiu Lu Imperial Master, who is a great scholar and an example of the world's readers, is secretly writing a folkloric pornography book. It's simply that the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not ancient." Lu Sun spoke with a sigh on his face. Lu Xiu's old face instantly turned reddish-purple, and with all his strength and trembling, he stretched out his hand, pointed at Lu Sun, and roared, "Harlot! How dare you humiliate old me like this? Lu Mao has evidence." Lu Sun didn't hesitate to take out a racy book that he had shunted from the bookstall outside, and spoke without blushing, "The grandpa at the bookstall outside can testify for Mr. Lu that it was Master Lu who wrote it, and personally delivered it to the bookstall." You. Lu Xiu was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Lu Sun, wrongly accusing the Imperial Master is a great offense. Aren't you afraid of losing your head?" A courtier on the sidelines roared. Lu Sun, however, looked at the courtier who had just spoken and asked with a puzzled face, "So, everyone knows. Lu Mao still thinks that you all don't know it. One by one, they are here to wrongly accuse Lu Mao, and even make up those so-called evidences." Boom! The faces of all the courtiers became unsightly. Turning his head, Lu Sun looked at that Imperial Master Lu and casually threw the lascivious book from that bookstall into his arms, smiling faintly, "Here you go. Go back and continue writing your lascivious book." Put. At this moment, Imperial Master Lu violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell to the ground stiffly and incomparably. Lu Sun didn't even look at him, his back was turned, and he said with a deep face, "Everyone look carefully, Mr. Lu just threw a book, but he didn't do anything, and he spat out blood on his own. All that old, don't talk nonsense, retribution this is not coming immediately? But don't rely on Lu." The blood-bile Marquis face was ugly as he stared at Lu Sun dead in the face. "That one just now. He sees clearly. That book carries an unfathomable dark energy. Even he couldn't see through the energy." This time, Lu Xiu couldn't slow down even if he didn't die. The Emperor-teacher debates in the courtroom, urge and fire, do not blame Lu Qing. Carry down with the Imperial physician to take good care of, the Emperor-teacher is old, then recuperate in the house, do not walk around freely again. Moronghua spoke faintly. "Your Majesty." The Blood and Guts Marquis wanted to say something else. Lu Sun had already said aloud, "Your Majesty is wise." Chapter 45. What do you think? You're the Blood and Guts Marquis. I beg your Majesty to send Lu Sun to the heavenly prison, and strictly investigate the dirty deeds that Lu Sun has done. The courtier who held up the ledger and said it was evidence, snapped. "Young Master Lu, this Marquis believes you are innocent, but you still need to cooperate with the investigation. If you are innocent, you will naturally be released." The Marquis of Blood and Guts snorted coldly from the side and spoke with a sullen face. Everything that had been planned was completely disrupted. Luckily, though, all that's left to do is wait for news to arrive from the border. As long as Lu Yuanfang is planted, Lu Sun is bound to be a turtle in a jar. Lu Sun looked at the Blood and Guts Marquis, looked deeply, looked at the bottom of the Blood and Guts Marquis heart or a little hairy, before a face of astonishment to open his mouth. How? Blood and Guts Marquis weekdays are falsely accused, still need to testify against themselves? Naturally so. This Marquis has been falsely accused and needs to prove his innocence as well. The Marquis of Blood and Guts spoke with a cold face. Then the Marquis can be tired of living. In the future, whoever sees that you are not good, spends money to find some people to go to your residence day after day to accuse you wrongly, and you go to prove your innocence day after day, you will not have time to go to the court to be a minister of power. Lu Sun grinned. The smell of leeks made the Blood and Guts husband cover his nose and back away. In his last life, Lu Sun was living all day long. That Morong Yan and her so-called think tank, nothing will be wrongly planted him something, need him to find all kinds of evidence to prove his innocence, after the other party just lightly come to a word of apology, or appeasement can be. After reciprocating, Lu Sun slowly began to numb. Eventually being planted and wronged, they don't even bother to argue anymore. They just let them pour dirty water on themselves and get used to it. Being suppressed day in and day out, he eventually became a stupid dog who couldn't see the truth clearly and just did what they told him to do. With a cold smile, looking at the courtier who still allowed himself to prove his innocence, Lu Sun slowly crouched down and spoke. You say that this thing is evidence? What proof is there that this is evidence? Since you are citing Lu, you have to find evidence to prove that this evidence of yours is real enough and not forged. Buzz. That courtier froze, stupidly tilting his head and looking at Lu Sun. Ha? Wait. What do you mean? I cite you with evidence, and you want me to find evidence that proves this evidence? For a moment, the entire hall froze. Your Majesty, if this person can't produce evidence to prove that this evidence is not forged, then he is deceiving the emperor and planting evidence on the micro-minister. The humble minister begs your Majesty to make a decision. Boom. Black and white reversed. Instantly that courtier's face went green. The micro-minister got the evidence from the accountant of the Flower Moon House. The accountant of Flower Moon House can testify. The courtier spoke in a panicked voice. The heart carried a few moments of celebration. Fortunately, he had bought out the bookkeeper of Flower Moon House early on, and the forged evidence was forged by him. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly, squatted down, looked at the man kneeling on the hall, and slowly spoke. Then, how did he prove that he didn't forge it? Boom! That courtier was instantly disorganized and, kneeling on the ground, a pair of eyes drifted around in panic, and his gaze finally landed on the Blood Bile Marquis. Ha! Marquis, he's looking at you. Lu Sun looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts with a surprised face and queried, could Marquis of Blood and Guts be able to prove it? But how do you prove that you are not lying, Blood and Guts ho? Do you have any evidence? We have to talk about evidence. The blood-bold Marquis body trembled violently, his eyes slightly red, staring dead on at Lu Sun, and rebuked in a chilling voice, strong words. Nonsense. Little lord, you're being so disruptive. Aren't you afraid of being found out about something? Obviously, the Blood and Guts Marquis was much more sober and wasn't led by the nose by Lu Sun at all. But, Lu Sun, however, laughed. In that case, what does the Blood and Guts Marquis say to do? Then invite the bookkeeper from Flower Moon House. All that's needed is a confrontation on top of the courtroom, and the case can be closed in the courtroom. The Marquis of Blood and Guts snorted coldly. Snap. Lu Sun clapped his hands with a face of approval. This is very good. One person's words can decide the life and death of the courtiers. Marquis of Blood and Guts, you can really be a master of case detection. The Blood and Guts Marquis had a cold face, but he was smoked a bit by Lu Sun, and took 2 steps backward, saying in a chilling voice, the evidence in this matter is complete, so you can't afford to talk nonsense. Good, Lu Mao will accompany me. In the next moment, a weird smile blossomed from the corner of Lu Sun's mouth. This smile instantly caused the Blood Bile Marquis face to change slightly, and some unpleasant feelings arose in his heart. Since the Marquis of Blood and Guts is so insistent, then I, too, will break the case once in this courtroom. Bring all the bookkeepers from Flower Moon House. Above the courtroom, there was a silence. At the moment no one was speaking out of turn. Those courtiers with the Jingji were also a bit wary. Knowing that His Majesty had summoned him, the accountant of Flower Moon House did not delay in the slightest, and in less than half a column of incense, he had already arrived. Lined up in a row, the first thing that courtier saw was the bookkeeper he had bribed. Instantly pointing to the bookkeeper, he spoke, it's him. That's him. Sure, you're not mistaken? Lu Sun kindly opened his mouth to remind. The man sneered and said proudly, I dare not say anything else. But I remember the person clearly, the mole on his chin, I remember it clearly. The accountant who was named walked over with small steps, knelt on the ground in some panic, and opened his mouth. Grasshopper, see your Majesty, long live your Majesty. Get up and speak. Manhwa opened his mouth, his eyes sweeping over the account book held in the courtier's hands, and opened his mouth to ask, this, but did you do it? Your Majesty, it was Herberist who did it. The bookkeeper with a mole on his chin trembled and spoke. That courtier's face instantly surged with joy, pointing at Lu Sun and speaking, ha 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 ha. Look, you missed it. It was this gentleman who paid 5 taels of silver for the grasshopper to do it, and although 5 taels of silver is a bit small, but after all, it was given for nothing, so the grasshopper did it. After all, the money was given too little, so the grasshopper did a somewhat shoddy job, and there were quite a few typos in places, and even the general ledger was written blindly by the grasshopper. That bookkeeper spoke with trepidation. That courtier's face instantly looked bad, grabbed the bookkeeper and opened his mouth to angrily rebuke. What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? It's clearly 5,000 taels of silver. Ha? 5,000 taels? Lu Sun immediately opened his mouth with a face of flesh pain. You give Lu Mao a. Lu Mao took the money and made the fake accounts absolutely true. Boom! That courtier's face instantly turned white, and he knelt on the ground in panic and powerlessness, his whole body trembling violently. No. Microman. He's planting Microman. Lu Sun. It's Lu Sun. He colluded with that bookkeeper to plant evidence against the microminister. The courtier was so horrified that his voice trembled. Lu Xun squatted down and looked at the courtier whose eyes were panicked and godless, and grinned. What? The evidence was provided by you. You say planting evidence is planting evidence. You say colluding is colluding. What kind of words do you say that counts? You think you are the blood and guts Marquis? Boom. The Marquis of Blood and Guts nearly couldn't help but make a move. Report. Border emergency. An urgent voice suddenly came from outside the Great Hall. The eyes of the Blood and Guts Marquis instantly lit up. Chapter 46 Marquis, what are you talking about? The sound of an urgent report from the border gate spread throughout the palace. The expressions of all the courtiers changed instantly. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other and clenched their fists, their gazes becoming deep. For his part, the Marquis of Blood and Guts patted his hands on his court dress as if to pat away the smell that Lu Xun had left on him, and his smile gradually began to spread. That look of a victor made the other courtiers around him laugh along with him. Laughing? You guys still in the mood to laugh? What? Are you guys happy that there's a problem at the border? Lu Xun looked at the Marquis of Blood and Guts and the other ministers with a surprised face and spoke painfully. Those words made the good mood that had been there instantly evaporate. The Marquis of Blood and Guts sank his face, snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and grunted coldly. Perhaps it's the evidence concerning that huge corruption at the border that has been sent in. This Marquis is looking forward to it. You, little Duke Lu, with this gold medal to avoid death, may be able to avoid a death, but with your own eyes, watching the state duke's house up and down the beheading, how should you feel? Lu Xun's eyes were slightly cold as he swept his gaze over the Blood Guts Marquis. An inexplicable coldness crossed his throat. The Blood Gallows Marquis face instantly became shocked. His eyes were actually like knives. Just swept his neck, but even let himself feel a kind of like ice-cold piercing steel knife cut through the general. That awful touch, it all felt like the real thing. Marquis of Blood and Guts, everything has not yet come to an end, don't celebrate halfway, it's easy for joy to give rise to sorrow. Lu Xun opened his mouth in a salty manner. The Blood and Guts Marquis in front of him was already on the must-kill list. With a flutter of his sleeve, the Blood and Guts Marquis didn't care. When he had just joined earlier, he had conspired with that being hidden behind the curtain and had been informed of the full plan. The plan is perfect. The two parties on the border and above the court at the same time will be able to make that Duke of State fall. But I didn't expect that well-thought-out plan could actually be screwed up by that idiot Morongyan. He's also grounded himself in the palace and can't come and go freely anymore. It could only be himself, the Marquis, who came out to put out the fire. Fortunately, it's just that something went wrong on Yendu's side. Over the border, before the move was made, the man who had been planted had written and said in advance that everything was under control. You can be sure that nothing will go wrong. As he watched the border soldier in armor enter the Great Hall, the entire atmosphere within the hall began to become tense. Military orders are to be delivered by the border generals themselves. In the case of expedited military orders, there may be no need to remove the armor or even the sword. When today's generals come to court in bloodstained armor and sidearms, it comes as no surprise that it will be a big deal. Lu Yon, vanguard of the Border Army's Water Character Battalion, greets His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The general knelt on the ground with a solemn face, not looking away. He didn't even look at the surrounding courtiers. Level off. Manhwa opened his mouth, his gaze sinking slightly as he spoke. Is there an urgent report from the border? Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Yong got up, his armor still stained with blood, and spoke with a high voice. Your Majesty, I have found a huge corrupt person at the border, who has been in a high position in the border army for many years, and has been embezzling military pay and provisions, and has been taking advantage of the military's merits. Even colluded with Dai Viet outside the country and tried to assassinate my Dai Viet generals. Now he has been ambushed and summarized on the spot. His henchmen have also been uprooted and eliminated. This is an urgent military report, presented to Your Majesty. The head of that thief has also been brought up by my subordinates. Lu Yong held the still blood-stained military newspaper in both hands, his voice resounding. Above the entire courtroom, breathing began to become rapid. Every courtier looked at that military report with complicated eyes. When Xiang and Wu Xiang's bodies trembled and nearly fell to the ground, deep sadness flashing in the depths of their eyes. The Blood and Guts Marquis couldn't hide the smile on his face, and with open hands, he personally held that military report, and disregarded the difference between a ruler and a minister, and personally sent it to Manhwa. It is really unexpected that this Marquis has always been the most admiring of the old state ministers, and he has even gone so far. He really is such a giant greedy man. The blood-bile Marquis voice was tinged with anger and an incredulous look, but when he looked at Lu Xun, the coldness in the depths of his eyes was as icy as a viper's. Little Duke, you are afraid that you'll have to watch the state duke's house be decapitated with your own eyes. It was a voice that could barely hide its smugness. Manhwa picked up the urgent report with some trembling, and just glanced at it, but his body suddenly stiffened. Breathing began to become rapid. Seeing His Majesty in this state, the Blood and Guts Marquis seemed to have guessed the outcome, and his expression became even more exaggerated. He even went so far as to squeeze out 2 tears and sighed, "Oh old Duke, how can you be so bad? Distinctly the pillar of my country, the backbone of Great Yen. How can one do such a treacherous thing out of ambition? The blood-bold Marquis voice echoed in the great hall. Just. Lu Xun looked at the blood-bile Marquis as if he was watching a monkey's play, and the unsavory look on his face caused the blood-bile Marquis's eyes to slightly stand up and turn into triangular eyes. On what grounds? What makes him so calm? Shouldn't he be wailing? Shouldn't you be on your knees begging for mercy? Why? Why is there no picture at all of what you imagined? Damn thing. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Kneel down. The face twisted slightly. The Marquis of Blood and Guts gritted his teeth and snapped, Bold, the grandson of a rebellious minister, Lu Xun, how dare you stand above the court? Don't kneel down and confess. Lu Xun barred his lips and looked at the Bloodguts Marquis, shaking his head with some pity and did not open his mouth. Marquis, what are you babbling about? On the side, General Lu Yong, who had never spoken, coldly stared at Marquis of Blood and Guts, and said sternly, what are you thinking? How could our Duke of State be a rebel? Boom! The blood-bile Marquis, who was originally still filled with complacency, his face trembled, and a trace of uneasiness inexplicably arose in his heart. When Xiang and Wu Xiang froze for a moment and snapped their eyes wide open. Border giant corruption, who else but Lu Yuanfang? The Marquis of Blood and Guts spoke sternly. Lu Yong at the moment sank to his knees, first kneeling on the ground and confessing, Your Majesty, before the temple, my subordinates should not have opened their mouths without your Majesty's permission. But this thief is so underhanded that he dares to fabricate the Duke of State. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness, my subordinate would like to say a few words for the Duke of State. Manhwa had regained the calmness on his face and spoke faintly, Speak. I forgive you for your innocence. Lu Yong got up and pointed his finger straight at the Blood and Guts Marquis, angrily rebuking, Back then, I enlisted with your son Dongfanglong and the son of the Duke of State, Lu Xun, together with more than 1,000 people, only your son Dongfanglong lent his relationship into the military grain battalion. After that, they stole military rations without authorization, substituting them for good ones, and dared to sell them into the enemy's country without authorization. Being discovered by Lu Xun is what caused your son Dongfanglong to be wanted. Your son, Dongfanglong, who lost his footing and fell to his death, deserved it. You hate the State Duke's house, that's what you should do as a father, but you shouldn't insult the State Duke so much in the courtroom. Lu Yong was not humble, even when facing the Marquis, his body remained still straight. The Blood and Guts Marquis eyes were red as he stared dead at Lu Yong, his killing intent surging. It's amazing that anyone has the nerve to mention these things, or mention it above this great hall. Damn! It seems that you are also a close associate of that giant corrupt Duke Lu. The voice of the Marquis of Blood and Guts was starting to get hoarse. Before coming, Duke Lu entrusted my subordinate to bring a message to Marquis. Lu Yong's voice was heavy as he spoke word for word, Marquis Blood and Guts, your old boy's biggest flaw is that he starts to make stupid mistakes when he gets too complacent. Chapter 47 Give Lu a reason to kill you in the courtroom. Boom! The aura of a peak heaven rank instantly erupted. That face was completely grim. Lin Tongxian rushed to the front of the dragon case at the first opportunity, his body similarly radiating the aura of a celestial-level expert as he stared nervously at the Blood Gallows Marquis. The blood-bold Marquis body trembled slightly, his eyes clouded over. It took a long time before the aura was withdrawn. Calmly, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes condensed slightly, and he said in a chilling voice, What did the State Duke say to you before he died? Our Duke of State will live a long life and will still be able to suppress Daiyu for decades. Lu Yong snapped. The blood-bile Marquis at this moment's heart grew more and more uneasy, and his voice began to tremble. He didn't die? How could he not be dead? The Duke of State personally beheaded the giant corrupt General Li Chang, and from Li Chang's camp, he found out the letter of collaborating with the enemy, and now the letter and the giant corrupt Li Chang's head are all speeding outside the Great Hall. Lu Yong stood up his chest and looked straight at the Marquis of Blood and Guts. The blood-bold Marquis face froze, his pupils contracted violently, and with a movement of his feet, he frantically rushed out of the Great Hall. Just a few moments later, in a flurry of soldiers outside, the figure soon returned. The stout body, however, was slightly stooped, as if it had aged a few more years. His lips trembled slightly, wriggled a few times, raised his head, looked at Lu Xun, and grinned a silent smile. He raised his hand somewhat feebly, and on his hand, and on his sleeve, he rubbed some of the blood that was about to dry. Somewhat listlessly, he walked to the front of the hall and knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he spoke, Your Majesty, microcosm. The microcosm has examined the head. Indeed, it is the mega-corrupt Li Chang. Boom! The heavy ministers in the Great Hall reacted instantly. The courtier who had previously also sighted Duke Lu's face was pale. Panic. Ha? What are you shaking? Are you not a close associate of that giant corrupt Li Chang? Or maybe related to that giant corrupt Li Chang, selling out the country and collecting money together? Lu Xun looked at the courtier who had just held up the ledger to sight himself with a surprised face. Stroking his chin, he said with a serious face, Now that I think about it, with your salary, it doesn't seem right to buy your way out of the accountant's office to come up with 5,000 taels of silver all at once. Your Majesty, I suspect that this. Looked at the courtier, Lu Xun dryly laughed and said, This unknown loyal and righteous person may have collusion with that giant corruption Li Chang, together with selling the country. I beg your majesty to investigate strictly. The courtier's face was pale, and in order to save his life, he did not hesitate to open his mouth. Your majesty, the micro-minister is affected by blood. Before the words were finished, the eyes of the Bloodguts Marquis instantly sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Dong Tian, you dare to participate in selling out the country. Wasted the trust of this Marquis. How can you not think of your family and clan when you do something so rebellious? Boom! All the voices of the courtier known as Dong Tian got stuck in his throat, cackling out an odd sound, and eventually sat down on his knees in a disheveled manner, his eyes becoming lifeless. The faces of the civil and military officials all became complicated. He is, as always, still the same blood and guts Marquis of power. Even during the reign of the late emperor, he dared to threaten courtiers in the courtroom. Now that the new emperor has succeeded to the throne, he is still the same arrogant, domineering, emperorless powerhouse. But it's just. Even the iron-bone martial minister Li Qingtsong was somewhat powerless at this moment. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts have always been at odds. However, due to the existence of the Blood and Guts Marquis, they were forced to secretly join forces. But despite this, in the court, the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts are still lower than the Blood and Guts Marquis. No one even dared to tear away the veil from this kind of dynastic threatening matter. I'm afraid I'll die in the next court. Hiss. If Mr. Lu didn't hear correctly, Marquis is threatening the court officials in front of His Majesty. Lu Sun looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts with an astonished expression. The civil and military officials' eyes instantly lit up, looking at Lu Sun, suddenly trembling. The figure of Lu Sun at this moment, even with that sky is not afraid of the earth, the courage is higher than the sky, ranting the hall, spraying the late emperor dare not open his mouth. Lu Yuanfang Lu Guogong overlap. 15 years. Finally, someone dared to tear away the Blood and Guts Marquis shroud. The little duke of the Lu family. Lucas. What balls! Civilian and military officials, this moment in the bottom of the heart is full of shock, and there are a few points of worry. The blood bile Marquis body shook, his palms slightly raised, and subconsciously, he was ready to make a move. Available at. When he felt Lu San's gaze, his body suddenly stiffened. An incomparably terrifying feeling of fear spread out from the depths of his heart, like a seed that grows wildly inside. In the blink of an eye the body stiffens. Is Marquis Blood and Guts trying to beat up Mr. Lu? Lu Sun opened his mouth with a surprised face, and kindly put his face over, sighing with a face that said, since my father died in my grandfather's town border, it's been a long time since anyone has tried to beat up Lu. Lu's skin is a bit itchy. Come. Fight. Give Lu a reason to behead you in the court. With these last words, Lu Sun lowered his voice. This voice was only heard by the Blood and Guts Marquis. The icy coldness rushed straight to the spirit of the sky. Thump. The originally wildly paradoxical Marquis of Blood and Guts was actually frightened to the point of staggering backward several steps in terror at this moment, nearly tripping over Dong Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. Wolf stumbled a few times, forcing himself to stabilize. A pair of eyes, staring blankly at Lu Sun. The young man in front of him looked harmless, and his smile was even more bright and sunny. But in that instant just now, he clearly felt that as long as he dared to make a move, he would really die here. Anticipation of danger saved his life for the time being. The civil and military officials looked at the scene in front of them with shock and some disbelief. Blood and Guts' husband. Is this a shock? Surprisingly. Frightened by Lu Xiaogongong? Hiss. What a nerve. What a strong aura. Even Lu Yong, who was on the side, couldn't help but sigh in admiration and saluted towards Lu Sun. I heard the old duke praising the young lord day after day when I was in the border army. Previously, when the young lord joined the army incognito, he was in my subordinates battalion, and his bravery was incomparable. Nowadays, it seems that the young lord is not only courageous, but has also inherited the Lu family's legacy of clanking iron bones in defiance of power. These words were almost like pointing his nose at the blood bile Marquis. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lu Sun smiled brightly and looked at Lu Yong with a few softness in his eyes. He had enlisted in the army at a young age. Incognito, it was under Lu Yong at the time. But it didn't take long before he was pulled out by his grandfather, and after following him around and being personally taught by him for a period of time, he was sent back to Yendu. In his last life, almost all of Grandpa's old generals were liquidated in the fall because of the full house of the Duke of State. From the generals down to the vanguard, all were beheaded. I think Uncle Lu is the same. This life. Those who should live, must live. Damn it, all must live and die. Lu Sun clenched his fists, his eyes cold as he stared at the blood bile Marquis. Chapter 48 Blood and Guts Marquis, you really know how to dig a grave for yourself. Marquis Blood and Guts is not feeling well, he should go home and rest. There is no need to attend the court for the time being. Manhwa spoke faintly, but there was a touch of excitement under his eyes. Blood and Guts' husband. Ever since the late emperor, it was a powerful minister that gave the emperor a headache. Holding military power and enlisting courtiers. The late emperor had no choice. This new emperor of his, who had just taken the throne not long ago, could not do anything about him. Available today. Losing out in front of Lu Sun, and the Duke of Lu. Thinking about what was written in the military newspaper, Manhwa felt a surge of exhilaration. The blood-bold Marquis face was cloudy and uncertain, but in the end, he bowed towards the dragon chair, waved his robe sleeve, and left the grand hall without any etiquette. The other ministers who were attending the Duke of Lu's meeting, their faces all turned white. This departure of the blood and guts Marquis is equivalent to completely abandoning them. Looking at these courtiers, Manhwa's eyes also became icy cold. Rising from the cold dragon chair, his gaze swept over these courtiers and said in a chilling voice, Duke Lu is the pillar of my great Yan's protectorate. How dare you slander the Duke of Lu, and how dare you falsify evidence and slander the young lord? Strip the official body and go down to the heavenly prison for strict investigation. If there is a family, even the family will be severely investigated together. Anyone found to have contacted the border rebel Li Chang with letters will be punished as a conspirator. Decree, the border army Li Chang, deceiving the top and the bottom in the border army fraudulent military service, trading military food, the crime is unpardonable. Now the leader of the thieves has been ambushed, his family, the High Vietnam Wheels, all executed. Boom! Once the imperial decree was issued, Yen Du was instantly in chaos. Marquis of Blood and Guts. The blood gallows Marquis face was gloomy. A palm slapped down, and the thick stone table was split in pieces in an instant. His eyes were gloomy and icy as his gaze swept around. Around them, the guards, dressed in brocade, had taken off their brocade coats. Dressed in black with a black cloth covering his face, his burly body exuded a strong aura. Kill me. Kill that damn Lu Yong, in the street. This Marquis wants to see him die at the palace gates. And that Lu soon. Marquis of Blood and Guts' voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone, his eyes almost flushed red as he tore open his own brocade robe, revealing his aged yet robust body, and opened his mouth with a fierce smile. The old man has been in charge of the Imperial government for over a decade, and a tiny Lu Sun dares to provoke the old man's majesty. That foolish new emperor, thinking that with a young duke, he can disrupt all that old me has worked so hard for? It's stupid. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Make you understand. I, the Marquis of Blood and Guts, am the one who speaks the truth in the entire court. Boom! The man in black instantly disappeared into the Marquis mansion, leaping high into the air and flying over the roof. The sun is high in the sky. Lu Sen and Lu Yong left the palace and stood at the entrance of the palace, saying goodbye softly. His Majesty has granted me permission to go home to visit my family for 2 days leave. But it can't be too long. The State Lord always feels that Dai Viet is up to something big, and it's not unusual for the border to be quiet. Lu Yong sighed and looked at Lu Sun with a few moments of relief in his gaze. Fortunately, you have not failed the high expectations of the Duke of State. Lu Sun let out a faint smile, but before he could make a sound, an unsympathetic voice suddenly came from the palace entrance. Chen Lingquan ran out ghostly and spoke cautiously, Young lord, is there any time? The old slave has some things to. Before Chen Lingquan could finish his words, he suddenly let out a sharp cry of alarm, pointing in panic at the roof of a house not far outside the palace. Lu Sun turned his head unexpectedly, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Come on, that was fast. Worthy of being the Marquis of Blood and Guts, this guts, it's really big. Lu Sun's voice immediately caused Lu Yong to freeze. Chen Lingquan also froze in an instant, looking at those men in black in shock. As the chief of the great household, he had seen too much of the dark side, but he had never really seen such a cocky side. When the dynasty refuted his face, they even sent people to kill people at the entrance of the palace. At this moment, Chen Lingquan's entire body trembled as he retreated backwards in panic. Hide away, better hide in the palace, watch out for the blood splatter. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly as he glanced at Chen Lingquan. This old eunuch, there's some use in keeping him. Chen Lingquan obediently returned to the palace. But, apparently, he knew what he had to do too. The moment he entered the palace, that shrill yin-yang voice resounded within the palace. There's an assassin. Someone come. An assassin is trying to assassinate the young lord at the palace gates. Come on. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth curled up slightly as he stood in front of the palace gates. Not bad for him to have some brains. Retracting his gaze, he realized that Lu Yong had already raised the battle sword in his hand and blocked in front of himself. Run! Into the palace! They don't dare enter the palace! Lu Yong pushed Lu Sun with a look of valor. Lu Sun grinned, gently patted Lu Yong, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Lu, you'd better save your strength and go home for the reunion. Lu Yong froze for a moment, but the next moment, his mouth suddenly opened wide. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Sun, who was originally behind him, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the roof of the house where those black-clad men had gathered. The blink of an eye alone made Lu Yong's heart tremble. Those black-clothed men, there were quite a few of them, 50% of them were heaven rank. With such a large number of heaven-ranked experts, only the Hofu could have them. Go back and tell your Marquis that in your next life, don't be ungrateful. Oh, you can't go back. Lu Sun smiled and stood with his arms folded, his clothes slightly trembling in the wind. But you guys can tell him that too. He'll see you all soon. The words fell, before those black-clothed men could react. Lu Sun's body passed through all the men in black in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. The people in black stood frozen in place, looking at their completely unmoving bodies with a puzzled expression. Lu Xun, on the other hand, flung a drop of blood between his fingers with a disgusted look inside. Still need to find a handy weapon. Use your fingernails alone, you still have to wipe. Even after wiping it clean, I still feel sick. With a sigh, Lu Xun leapt down from the roof. Those black-clothed men had ugly faces and started to rush towards Lu Xun. That body, however, suddenly exploded into a trail of blood. Put. Clouds of blood sprayed out from the throats of all the men in black. The blood is flowing. Body, falling helplessly from the roof. Bang bang bang. Like dumplings, they fell off the roof. Smashed down the roof tiles. Lu Yong was dumbfounded with his mouth wide open, looking at the scene in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Lu Xun had already returned to Lu Yong's side and spoke with a face of admiration. Uncle Lu, you're too good. You were able to take care of so many experts so easily. Lu Yong? Ha! Before he could return to his senses, he saw Lin Tongxian rushing with his great inner guards, and seeing the corpses of the black-clothed men that had already fallen, he opened his mouth in astonishment and asked, "This is?" Lu Yong froze for a moment, his gaze complexly glanced at Lu Xun, and after a moment of contemplation, his face blushed a little as he spoke, It's all. Me who solved it. Lu Xun. Uncle Lu is still like this. He blushes when he tells a lie. But, the blood and guts marquis. You really will dig your own grave. Chapter 49. What power is this? Boo! There are assassins in front of the palace gates to assassinate the young lord and Lu Yong of the Vanguard Battalion? In the Imperial Library, the Minister of Wen and the Minister of Wu, as well as Manhwa, who were discussing how to deal with the matter of the courtiers, rose violently, their faces shaking with anger. Lin Tongxian knelt on the ground with complicated eyes and said softly, "There are 25 assassins, and they have been. In his mind, the familiar wound on the necks of those corpses just now instantly appeared. After a moment of silence, he spoke somewhat helplessly. Killed by Lu Yongzhen. Lu Yongzhen killed? Manhwa froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. 25. All killed by Lu Yongzhen? Lin Tongxian smiled bitterly and said, "The young lord claimed that all of them were killed by Lu Yongzhen. The little duke says." This statement instantly made Manhwa understand. Crying and laughing, he shook his head. 25 assassins plotted an assassination outside the palace and were stopped by Lu Yong of the Pioneer Water Character Battalion. Accumulating on top of their military achievements, they can be promoted at their discretion. Manhwa spoke faintly. This is Lu Xun's way of accumulating military honors for Lu Yong. More than 20 assassins were stopped by Lu Yong outside the palace. This military credit. Great. What was the strength of those assassins? How did they die? And what were their identities? Manhwa snorted coldly, his face sinking slightly. Lin Tongxian hesitated for a moment and looked towards the Wen and Wu phases. At the moment, the two phalanxes were filled with curiosity and had no intention of leaving at all. There's no harm in it. Both of the Sangha are their own people. Manhwa spoke. Lin Tongxian spoke. According to Lu Yong, half of those 25 assassins are heaven-level experts. The results of the autopsy, all the killers had no time to make a move before their throats were sealed. A move. These words immediately caused the Minister of Wen and the Minister of Wu to suck in a breath of cool air, their eyes widening in shock. These two old foxes instantly guessed who the person who struck was. How could Lu Xun be so powerful? 25 assassins, half of them at the heavenly level. Surprisingly, it was not even possible to resist, and then the throat was sealed by a move? This means, it seems that it is no longer in the realm of the heavenly ranks. Manhwa's slender fingers placed on the dragon case trembled slightly, and a flash of excitement flashed under his eyes. Those black-clad killers have yet to be identified. But, the little eunuch has gone straight to the Marquis of Blood and Guts' residence. Lin Tongxuan's voice was low and carried a bit of gravity. Boo! Manhwa slapped the dragon case fiercely, shaking the Jingji on the dragon case to a slight tremble. The faces of the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts became ugly. Blood and Guts' husband. This powerhouse has gone a little too far. Assassination in front of the palace gates. What's the difference between that and smacking His Majesty's face in public? Your Majesty, I request an order to go to the Marquis of Blood and Guts' residence to investigate, Lin Tongxian said in a loud voice. Quasi, bring all the manpower. If it's not enough, you can go to Flower Moon House to call for it. Manhwa's voice sunk slightly, his gaze cold, and he spoke faintly. If you encounter an attack, you can act cheaply. Yes, Marquis of Blood and Guts. The guards in the mansion are out in full force. There were only a few slaves serving the Blood and Guts Marquis, who was filled with rage, with fear and trembling. A tiny new emperor dares to ground this Marquis? It's true that you don't know how to be polite. My lord, I will teach you how to be polite. The old hoarse voice, with an icy coldness, spread throughout the entire garden. The slaves in the garden all lowered their heads deeply, the terror in their eyes no longer hidden. It had been a long time since they had heard such treacherous remarks from the Marquis. Every time I listened to it, It scares me until my whole body shakes. But, despite this, no slave was willing to leave the Marquis residence. It's a good place to eat and sleep, and it pays a lot of money for the monthly routine. If you go out and say that you are a lackey of the Marquis of Blood and Guts, you can all be superior. What are you all doing with your heads down? Is this Marquis scary? The Blood and Guts Marquis let out an explosive cry and ruthlessly drank the liquor in his hand, laughed twice and slammed the glass on the ground. Boo! Dull voices rang out along with the sound of a wineglass being shattered. Rumble! The heavy wooden door of the Marquis residence was kicked open. It flew out dozens of meters backwards, hard enough to collapse the compartment directly in front of it. The sound of a house collapsing caused the blood-bile Marquis face to instantly turn cold, and he clapped his hands. Well. Seeing that this Marquis is easy to bully, they all came, didn't they? This Marquis would like to see who was so bold as to come to the Marquis residence to spread wildness. The blood-bold Marquis face flushed red, and his body instantly erupted with the aura of a peak heaven-ranked powerhouse as he rushed towards the front yard with great strides. In front of the Marquis housegate, the onlookers have long been scared silly. Even the people watching are gone. All ran out of shadow, fearing that they will be affected. Lu Xun withdrew his own foot and slowly stepped through the gate. Grinning, he looked towards the Blood and Guts Marquis who had rushed out from the backyard. Buzz! The moment he saw the intact Lu Xun, the hairs on the Blood Gallows Marquis body stood on end. A pair of slightly cloudy eyes, staring round, and an incredulous gurgle sound came from his throat. Surprised? Marquis? That's not like you. Sending someone to assassinate in front of the palace gates. Bold as that. How can you not be shocked to such an extent because Lu is not injured? Lu Xun sank his voice, his throat moving slightly as he took one step towards the Blood and Guts Marquis. With every step, the Blood Guts Marquis felt as if his body was a few degrees colder. It even felt like the veins were frozen. You, little Lord Lu, what are you babbling about? The Blood and Guts Marquis face changed, and his caracal voice rebuked angrily. What palace assassination? This Marquis has always been grounded in the Marquis residence and has not left it. Lu Xun approached step by step, as if he was completely deaf to the Blood Gallows Marquis defense. The aura, step by step, became stronger. Step by step, boom! The half-step true immortal aura exploded. At this moment, the Blood Gallows Marquis old face suddenly grimaced, as if bearing the force of a giant mountain squeezing. The entire body could not move. How? No. What power is this? The blood-bile Marquis heart was shrieking and his body was trembling tremendously. With a low roar, the peak strength of the heaven grade erupted with full force. The clothes on his body burst as much as they could. The old body was still lanky, and even on the muscles that were in blocks, there were veins rolling violently. Countless amounts of power erupted from his muscles, and his temples bulged high. Boo! With a muffled sound, the Blood and Guts Marquis finally moved. With all his might, he just moved his arm forward. The full force of the peak of the celestial level. After all, you can only move forward that one time? This is power you can't touch in your life. Lu Xun slowly extended his fingers, pressed down gently. Boom! That sturdy and strong body, almost instantly, was pressed down by a terrifyingly huge force. The earth trembled, and that body was firmly pressed into the ground, even pressing out a human-shaped crater into the earth. A toothy sound, coming from the bones. The Blood and Guts 07 orifices, has dripped blood. I said, what do you want to know? I said. Chapter 50. This palace will grant you wealth and riches. Lu Xun's fingers gently lifted. Buzz. The invisible power that was like a giant mountain on the Blood Gallows Marquis disappeared without a sound or a trace. Huffing and puffing, the Blood and Guts Marquis gasped for air. His entire body deflated and slumped to the ground. The bones of his limbs had twisted slightly and trembled feebly. The eyelids lifted a little heavily and gave a feeble smile. Ha! Ho 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 ho! Good power. You're too strong to be heavenly. Struggling and standing up with his already twisted arms and legs, the Blood Gallows husband's entire body was trembling. A face that turned red from enduring the severe pain. Don't you want to know who's behind this? Ho ho ho! Attach your ear and I'll tell you. The blood-bold Marquis's voice was trembling. His limbs had twisted morbidly, and he stood swaying in place, looking expectantly at Lu Xun. The corner of Lu Xun's lips curled, fingers tapped down. Boom! The invisible giant force descended again. Boo! The body, which had long been twisted, was once again pressed hard into the original humanoid pit. The mournful screams spread throughout the Marquis residence. None dared to come. Old thing, do you really think that Lu is as stupid as you are? Even though you can't kill me, you don't want to get hit. Lu Xun paced and crouched down in front of the Blood Gallows Marquis head. The blood-bile Marquis eyes were already red with blood. Screaming in pain, he tried with all his might to reach for Lu Xun's feet. However, That arm can't even be lifted. Completely immobile. Ah ha 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 ha. Blood and water, mixed with tears, swarmed out. That hoarse voice carried endless resentment and pathos. The pain, instead, was masked. Powerless. Totally powerless. Why? On what grounds? Why should it be him? Even if you die yourself, you can't die under him. Old thief Lu. I am not convinced. Ah. The sound of pain and wailing, breaking through the clouds, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Protect the young lord. Lin Tongxuan's voice came from outside the door. A black pressurized piece of the great inner guards rushed in, only to all freeze when they saw the scene. In situ, in a human-shaped pit, the blood gallows marquis collapsed powerlessly inside, his life and death unknown. Lu Xun crouched right in front of the blood bile marquis and looked at Lin Tongxian with a surprised expression. This is... Lin Tongxian opened his mouth, feeling his throat go a little hoarse. Lu Xun grinned and opened his mouth. The Marquis of Blood and Guts has encountered an assassin. The Marquis is seriously injured. I'd like to thank a few of the great inner guards for helping Lu carry and send him to the State Duke's office, so that my State Duke's office can heal the Marquis. The corner of Lin Tongxuan's mouth twitched. Coughing softly, he waved his hand with a strange blush. The surrounding Daeni guards quickly reacted and immediately rushed out two of them to lift up the blood bile Marquis. Just a moment after lifting them up, the two men's faces froze. It's too broken. That's right. The blood gallows Marquis arms and legs were as if they had completely turned into broken bones. Bones all over his body pinched and went soft. I'll leave the Marquis mansion to Uncle Lin. Lu Xun smiled gratefully. Lin Tongxian glared at Lu Xun with a black face. It felt like he was completely unlike the great household guard commander and had become the one who cleaned up Lu Xun's mess. Sinking his brows and sighing, Lin Tongxian snapped. The Marquis of Blood and Guts was assassinated within the Marquis residence. Everyone in the Marquis house is suspected. Take them all away and escort them to the heavenly prison to await trial. Boo! Inside an underground dark room, porcelain tiles had covered his feet. Dozens of figures dressed in black robes with pure black masks on their faces knelt on top of that porcelain tile, letting the porcelain around them hit them one by one on their bodies, legs, and the ground, scratching their clothes and flesh. Inside the somewhat dimly lit underground dark room, only a gasping voice could be heard. The others, they didn't even dare to utter a single breath. Lu Yuanfang. Good Lu Yuanfang. That voice, which was high and lofty and carried a natural arrogance, was filled with gloom and murderous intent at the moment. The border army can be made into an ironclad unit by him. It's really unimagined. Inform Dai Viet. Have them press in with a large army and force Lu Yuanfang to fight. Next, just deal with Lu Xun with all your might. As long as we take down Lu Xun, Lu Yuanfang, naturally, will be left to fend for himself. The voice carried a bit of grimness, and the sound was cold to the bone. Yes, master. Morong Yan sighed. That's stupid. Hearing this name, the voice became gnashing of teeth. Voice low. In 2 days is the day of the royal family's ancestor sacrifice, so let her stop messing around. I will find a way to lift her grounding. And, when the royal family sacrifices their ancestors, there will be a roundup of young talents from Yendu, and after that, it will be the descendants of the dukedoms and the royal family who will participate in the roundup. I'll find a way to get Lu Xun involved as well. At that point, being accidentally shot is nothing unusual. Ho 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 ho. That voice carried a grim murderous intent. Yes, sir. Inside the Rapunzel's chambers, disguised as a courtesan, Sun Mo Ro, kneeling in front of the bed, a pretty face full of a grieved look, eyes slightly red. Looks like I see pity. My daughter has failed the eldest princess's love, and I feel that I have no face to see the eldest princess. Today, I entered the palace in disguise, and I only want to beg you, eldest princess, to give my daughter a chance. 2 days from now will be the day of the royal ancestor sacrifice, and on the day of the ancestor sacrifice, the young talents of Yendu will all participate. In addition to looking up to royalty, there's also the idea of showing your face in front of royalty. Every year Lu Xun participates, and this year should be no exception. Slave has a way to make Lu Xun lose his reputation in front of everyone this year. Both fists clenched tightly. Sun Mo Ro's voice carried a few points of sharpness and resentment. If it wasn't for that man, she wouldn't have been torn apart. Now everyone is shouting at her, and she has gone from being a famously talented girl to being a famously stupid girl in Yendu. She wanted to make that Lu Xun lose her reputation. Even, she had already arranged for some fighters who would be hidden among the onlookers, and had also prepared poison to make that Lu Xun die silently in a corner somewhere after his defeat. Just, as long as the matter is ostensibly unrelated to you, you'll be fine. Besides, and Rapunzel, if the Rapunzel is out of breath, her own future, isn't it coming? Stepping on Lu Xun's corpse to get to the top couldn't be better. Those watery eyes were filled with calculations and resentment. Morongyan slightly frowned, slightly sideways, looking at Sun Mo. Cold voice, this matter. You have certainty? 10% sure it will work. Sun Mo's voice was firm. Good. I wasn't wrong about you. Go on. If it comes to pass, this palace will grant you a sky-high fortune. The corner of Morongyan's lips curled up slightly in a restrained smile, but there was already an undisguised sense of anticipation in her eyes. My daughter will live up to the eldest princess' high expectations. Sun Mo's voice was filled with excitement. Looking at this scene, Chen Lingquan, on the side, laughed silently. Chapter 51. You took his punishment for him. Sun Moro? A royal sacrifice? Make me lose my reputation? Lu Sun stroked his chin and casually pulled out a gold ingot and sent it to Chen Lingquan. Chen Lingquan smiled with that old face trembling like a chrysanthemum blooming. Young lord, this can't be allowed. While excusing himself, he took it and carefully placed it in the inner pocket of his sleeve. Lu Sun looked at Chen Lingquan with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Eunuch Chen seems to be acting a little too attentive lately. Chen Lingquan's face straightened and said in a solemn voice, Old slave, I just took the wrong path in a moment of carelessness. Now that there is the road of prosperity in front of the old slave, how can the old slave not go? Just kidding. Having seen Lu Sun's battle prowess with his own eyes, coupled with his majesty's trust in Lu Sun, how could he dare to fall back to that side again? Besides, he knew exactly what he wanted to do over there. If you find out, you are guilty of treason. Can be this way. He's bright. Moreover, having followed his majesty, he naturally understood how his majesty trusted Lu Sun. With such a weight of faith, it's not a hard choice who to follow. Very well, Eunuch Chen. I hope you can keep it up. Lu Sun smiled as he sent Chen Lingquan out the door. Just after exiting the guest room door, Chen Lingquan heard a familiar voice resonating within the State Duke's mansion. Ho ho ho, little thief of the Lu family. Do you think you can get the answer you want by locking this marquis up here? Even if you kill this marquis will not spit out a single word. Release this marquis. Don't give this marquis a chance. Or else, when this marquis goes out, he will kill your whole family first. The unique voice of the blood-bile marquis instantly caused Chen Lingquan's hips to clench, and her entire body was jolted. What's going on with Eunuch Chen? Lu Sun looked at Chen Lingquan with a surprised expression. Chen Lingquan's face was embarrassed as she covered her mouth and gave a laugh, speaking without any shade. Nothing. It's the State Duke's dog. It's really guarding the house. Barking can be very powerful. The old slave can't hear anything except the dog's barking. One had to marvel that Chen Lingquan was able to serve two emperors for a reason. This kind of smoothness and worldliness made Lu Sun marvel at it. Listen to what you need to hear and not a word more of what you shouldn't. There's no harm in it. Eunuch Chen is also one of our own. Hearing some of the Blood Gallows Marquis voices isn't a big deal. Marquis Blood and Guts knows more than Eunuch Chen, but refuses to befriend Lu. Too bad. Lu had to bring Marquis Blood and Guts to the State Duke's mansion and communicate with him day and night in order to befriend him. Lu Sun spoke with a sigh on his face. These words directly caused the sweaty hairs on Chen Lingquan's entire body to stand up. Nodding somewhat stiffly, he spoke. Yes, how could anyone be so foolish as to refuse to befriend such a good and wonderful person as the young lord? What a shame. At the same time, Chen Lingquan only had two words in his mind: celebration. I'm glad I gave a clean account and that I'm just an old eunuch with no power and didn't get involved in the deeper stuff. Otherwise, what happens to yourself? Thinking about it, Chen Lingquan shivered and nearly peed in fear. Alright, Eunuch Chen. I won't be long to see you off. I still have to go and have a good exchange with the Marquis, and try to convince the Marquis to become our friend. Lu Sun smiled faintly. Young Duke, go and get busy. Don't mind the old slave. Chen Lingquan saluted repeatedly and quickly left the State Duke's mansion, carefully burrowing through the small door into a dilapidated carriage and disappearing into the far side of the alley. Lu Sun took one step at a time in the direction the voice came from. Push open the door to the woodshed. Two figures with twisted limbs were hanging from the beams of the room. Lin Fengchang was already bloodless. His entire body was trembling violently, and his eyes had lost their spirit. The Blood and Guts Marquis still had some strength left, and when he saw Lu Sun arrive, he cursed angrily. Lu Sun was not annoyed. He just watched the Blood and Guts Marquis scolding, casually pulling over a tie-shirt chair and sitting in front of the two, holding a cup of tea and quietly drinking it. The look of admiration on his face made the Blood-bile Marquis face hideous and gloomy, almost dripping with water. He didn't shut his mouth with a gasp until his throat was dry from cursing. It was only at this moment that Lu Sun slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Fengcheng, who was to the side, and opened his mouth to ask, "Anything you want to say?" Lin Fengcheng's body trembled slightly, and he effortlessly opened his mouth, but he could not make any sound. "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Lu Sun froze for a moment, looked at the door with a disgruntled face, and spoke. "What's going on?" "I've come back from the court." Why haven't you unlocked the mute point for this great magnate? It's hard to hold it in all day. As the words fell, someone quickly put Lin Fengcheng down and unlocked his mute points. It was only until this moment that a hoarse yet comfortable sound came out of Lin Fengcheng's throat. Aha! Before he could get comfortable for long, though, he was lifted up again and hung from the beams of the room. Now, if there's anything to say, you can just say it. Lu Sun looked towards Lin Fengcheng. Lin Fengcheng's eyes widened a bit with some effort. His eyes drifted off, and he hoarsely opened his mouth to say, "Little eunuch, grasshopper, is just a cheap merchant and really doesn't know anything." Lu Sun grinned, turned his head, and glanced at the long whip on the side. "Lift it up casually and swing it up hard." Pop! A crisp sound rang out from the blood bile marquis body. "Ah, you little sinful animal. Crazy. What are you hitting me for if he won't talk?" The blood-bold marquis roared with a pair of cold and hideous eyes. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled, waving his hand for another whip. Pop! Another crunching sound came from the blood and guts marquis. In this instant, the skin had been split open. He couldn't carry a few lashes, so a painful death would be too easy for him. "But not you, Marquis." Lu Sun laughed, his eyes glancing over the already skinned body with a gentle smile. "You're at the peak of the heavenly rank after all, Marquis. Flesh, it's still strong. In that case, if he doesn't answer, you will be punished for him. Is this a good method?" As Lu Sun's voice fell, the blood gallows marquis face turned green. One eye was wide open and his body trembled violently. "You sinful animal." Lu Sun acted as if he hadn't heard the Marquis of Blood and Guts' words at all, looking at Lin Fengcheng once again, raising the long whip in his hand and laughing. "Still don't know? Don't want to say anything at all?" These words caused Lin Fengcheng's body to tremble, his eyes flashing a look of panic and fear out. Especially, he felt the gloomy eyes of the Blood and Guts Marquis from the side of the "So hard." This kid's means of holding people's hearts and minds is really beyond imagination. In that case, as long as he didn't say anything, that blood bile marquis would be punished. The blood and guts marquis would hate himself in addition to him. Even if both of them ended up surviving and being rescued, they wouldn't end up well themselves. This Lu Sun. Sure enough, there is something. Chapter 52. The sins he has done. You pay them back for him. Lin Fengcheng, real name Lin Sanjin, born in Jianghai City in the southern part of Great Yan, near the sea, lost his father at an early age, lost his mother as a teenager, and started out as an errand boy and handyman. Lu Sun opened his mouth indifferently, only to suddenly stop when he said this. Looking at Lin Fengcheng, whose face had changed slightly, the corner of his lips curled up slightly, the long whip in his hand trembled slightly, and he spoke. "I should have been able to see the head for the rest of my life, but I accidentally gained a fortune. The first money was stolen from his house when you killed the proprietor of the drugstore where you worked as a teenager, destroying his entire family." These words immediately caused Lin Fengcheng's entire body to tremble violently, and his eyes were filled with pain and resistance as his long, dusty and unbearable past was now being turned up again. You're babbling about something." Lin Fengcheng let out a low roar. Pop! With a crunching sound, the long whip viciously smashed into the chest of the blood bile marquis. "The skin is open. If you're not honest, you'll have to get smacked too." Lu Sun's voice was flat, and the long whip in his hand surged up and down. The blood-bold marquis face was gloomy, his gaze dead set on Lu Sun, only that out of the corner of his eye, he swept over Lin Feng City somewhat grimly. "What's so bad about admitting it? Who's clean when they get to where they are now? Anyone who kills a lot knows that for something like killing, there's a beginning and you can't stop." Lu Sun spoke again, pacing slowly, his eyes scanning over Lin Fengcheng's body. "You, Lin Sanjin, are it, the killing of a man for his money, and the pain and easy money that comes with it. Soon has a second time. When you were young, you were in the grain business in Fengcheng, and although you didn't earn much, you were able to fill your stomach, and you had a beautiful and happy family with a virtuous wife. But in the third year of your business, you killed Zhao Zhe, who had entered the business and invested money in your grain store. Zhao Zhe's whole family, that night was burglarized, the whole family was wiped out, a fire burned clean, 3 generations of accumulation, all into your pocket." Lu Sun's voice grew cold, Lin Fengcheng's body trembled incessantly, but his face gradually began to become insane. You don't know, you don't understand. Born in the family of the Duke of State's house, young lord, you were born in fine clothes and food, how would you know my pain? Ha 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 ha. Lin Fengcheng's voice was hoarse and dry, yet it carried madness. One eye had gone red. "If they weren't poor, how could my parents have died at that age? If I hadn't been poor, why would I have had to suffer so long ago? Exactly. I did kill them. So what? One by one. They do whatever they want because they have money. And that look of being superior and treating others like slaves is stupid to look at. Outwardly honorable, but behind the scenes, men steal. All dirty worms, and they claim to be some kind of great benefactor. On what basis are they rich? Why not me? All their money comes from plundering the people. Use it on me. Just right. Lin Fengqing's face was hideous and twisted. Even though he was hung and tied to the beams, he still struggled and roared. Now I'd become a powerful merchant. Since my business has grown big, I've repaired bridges and roads, made donations to put food on the table, and have done all kinds of good deeds. Who doesn't praise someone in Lin for being good? I am truly a good person when I actually spend my money on the poor. Lu Xun stopped and looked deeply at Lin Fengqiang. Wave. Pop. The long whip lashed out hard. This whip fiercely struck half of the blood and guts marquis face. The skin was split open in a flash. Even the lips were cracked. Ah. What are you hiding again? You asshole? What's there to hide? The blood-bold marquis's voice sharpened and he gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Fengqiang on the side. This whip. He took it for Lin Fengqiang. Take a beating yourself. Without complaint. Take a beating for someone else and resent it. Lin Fengqiang's body trembled. His lips trembling slightly, but he still did not open his mouth. Lu Xun sat down on the eunuch's chair, his flat voice rising from his throat. Since becoming a famous and powerful merchant in Fengqiang, he has started to pull in the strong and powerful, buying and selling by force and occupying people's houses. 12 years ago, in Guo town on the outskirts of Fengqiang, the 4 members of the family of poor farmer Jia Erdi were exterminated simply because you, Lin Fengqiang, wanted to build a bridge of merit, and his family happened to be on the side of the bridge, blocking the way to build it. 11 years ago, Lin Chang flooded. A large number of refugees fled to Fengqiang. Lin Fengqiang Lin Big Good Man opened the warehouse to release food, stifled the price of food, became a living god. But that year, a large number of women among the refugees disappeared, and every other month all over the great yen flower houses appeared a large number of women from Fengqiang. 8 years ago, the south city of Fengqiang Lu Tu family, honest blacksmith, never offended, suddenly died violently at home. The old mother of the family, blind and deaf, cannot get out of bed, was alive and starved to death, only because you Lin Fengqiang want to buy that piece of mansion at a low price, ready to bulldoze the place built into the garden for the family to enjoy. 7 years ago, 5 years ago, pile by pile, piece by piece, Lu Xun said very seriously. Not a word. Even the bloodguts marquis on the side had a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. How many lashes would you have to take if they were all whipped? Lin Fengqiang's lips had turned white. Breathing was like pulling on a bellows, huffing and puffing. Heavy. No. No way. How could you possibly know this? I'm all silenced. Cleanly. Lin Fengqiang roared up with a panicked face, his eyes filled with incredulity. Lu Xun looked at the face and shook his head with a smile. Man does what man does. God sees what man sees. Exterminate. It can't be exterminated. The wicked man never reflects on whether he has done wrong or not, he only reflects on the fact that he has not done clean enough. The gold in that statement. It's huge. If it was not for borrowing the intelligence network of the Flower Moon House, collecting some traces of Lin Fengqiang's past, and piecing together a little bit of what Lin Fengqiang had done, I'm afraid that with the power of the State Duke's office, it would be difficult to find out what Lin Fengqiang had done before. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fengqiang was the great benefactor, repairing the bridge, building a garden, opening of warehouses to release grain in times of disaster. One pile, one piece, forged his reputation as a living bodhisattva luxury businessman. Maybe it was the times that made him who he was, but the little bit of dust that falls while accomplishing him is a big mountain that falls on every ordinary person. A mountain big enough to crush, and turn people into slag. You're pretty good for making it this far. Mr. Lu has to admit that you're great, but you, too many sins. Lu Xun's eyes carried a murderous intent. Smiling lightly, but turning his head to look at the bloodguts marquis, he spoke with interest. Anyway, the beating, you took it for him. The sins he has done, you pay for him too. You die for him. Blood and guts marquis? This thing, there's a replacement? Chapter 53. Don't let loose patience run out. You, seriously? At this moment, the blood and guts marquis looked at the seriousness in Lu Xun's eyes and actually panicked a little. I really want him to die. But, you have a hard mouth, and surely you can't say anything. He knows a lot and can't help but fight. I am so curious to know who that person behind you is. Speaking here, Lu Xun spread his hands somewhat helplessly and spoke. I can only condemn you, Marquis of Blood and Guts, to die for him. If you die and he's willing to say something, I'll let him go. Let him live well for you. Lu Xun's voice was serious and sincere. The Blood and Guts Marquis face turned green. Beatings? He took them for him. You want to pay for his sins? When he dies, he says something and lives for himself? It's not. By what right? The Blood Bile Marquis at this moment completely exploded. The scaly body hanging from the beams of the room trembled violently, using all its strength to make itself struggle. A hideous face, instead, looked at Lin Fengcheng and roared, "The sins you created, pay them back yourself. Don't involve this marquis." "Ha! I heard that great benefactor Lin even saved the marquis's life before." "Ah, he has 8 friendships with the marquis. Could it be a fake?" Lu Sun looked at Lin Fengcheng and the blood bile marquis with a surprised expression. The blood and guts marquis face was grim. His gaze swept over Lin Fengcheng, and he said in a chilling voice, "Because of your reputation as a good person, I didn't think much about it, but now that I think about it, although there are many people who want to kill this marquis, there aren't a few who might mobilize so many heavenly-level experts to surround him. Back then, you directed yourself, didn't you?" Lin Fengcheng's face changed, and he was instantly annoyed. "How dare you think that of me when I have saved your life? In vain I treated you with all my heart and was willing to share half of the family fortune with you. Your family properties are divided amongst me only because those family properties are of unknown origin, and I am the only one who can protect you." The Marquis of Blood and Guts gave a mocking smile, watching the 2 men hanging from the beams of the room arguing endlessly. Lu Sun's mouth revealed a faintly unnoticeable smile. Fingers tapped lightly on the eunuch's chair. Pop! A crisp voice rang out, and the 2 instantly stopped, looking at Lu Sun in unison. Lifting his head and looking at the 2, Lu Sun spoke with a breezy expression. "Both of you, Mr. Lu doesn't like, but it could get one of you out of here alive. Or, the 2 of you can live and die together, all shutting up and dying silently under Lu Mao, and being thrown to a mass grave to be eaten by wild dogs." That breezy voice and bland expression caused both of their hearts to tremble. They could hear that Lu Sun was serious. "Lu Sun, although I hate your state duke's house, I have not really laid a hand on you, nor have I ever thought of driving you all to extinction. My sons are dead because of your father. Besides, I am the Blood and Guts Marquis. I am the Marquis of Blood and Guts. If I disappear for no reason, the courtiers will surely find out about you. You'll be in big trouble." The Blood and Guts Marquis no longer had the same bravado or the calmness of a wise pearl. "Ho ho ho ho! Are going to unite the courtiers to frame the old state duke, and you still say that you haven't thought of driving out all the people? You are wanting to kill even the chickens and dogs of the state duke's house." Lin Fengcheng on the side had also torn his face. You cheap merchant. If you hadn't pulled me in, how could I have taken this path of no return?" "Shut the up, Marquis. This Marquis is willing to tell everything he knows." "Shut up. If you say anything, your entire family will be exterminated." Lin Fengcheng roared with red eyes. "Trust me, that person will come to save us. The state duke's mansion will surely be exterminated cleanly." Looking at Lin Fengcheng's crazy face, the blood bile marquis at this moment couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. "Oh shucks." A mouthful of bloodied phlegm was sprayed viciously across the air onto Lin Fengcheng's face. The Marquis of Blood and Guts smiled fiercely and spoke. "Stopping me like this is because you want to live on your own, isn't it? You think I'm going to die for you? You lowly thing like a dog." Lin Fengcheng's face was completely hideous. His body trembled violently. His gaze was gloomy, and he said sternly, "Dongfangen, you really have always looked down on me. You old dog, do you really think that your power is monstrous? Nowadays there are still, above the courtroom." When he said this, Lin Fengcheng suddenly blanched and closed his mouth. No longer speaking, Lu Sun looked up at Lin Fengcheng with interest, his eyes deep. "It's all said and done. Just say it." "I say. I'm willing to say. I know a lot too." The Blood Guts Marquis at this moment was completely unflappable. If he were alone, he would rather die than speak, even if he died at the hands of Lu Sin because of it. Available at. There's one more. Using his own life to pave a way for others to live. He refused to do so. Lin Fengcheng looked at Lu Sun fixedly and smiled miserably. "Ha! Ho 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 ho! Still really underestimating the young lord. It is rumored outside that the little duke's literary and military skills are all of the highest quality, but they all say that when it comes to hearts and minds, the little duke is very lacking, easiest to take advantage of, and is a complete fool. In hindsight, it turns out they're the ones who are a bunch of idiots. How dare you underestimate the young lord so much? A few words can quickly disintegrate and centrifuge our staunch allies." Lin Fengcheng's eyes carried a hint of numbness and despair, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Let's dog bite a dog for a life that we may not get. A mouthful of hair, and the little lord can still get what you want. We are still stupid." These words caused the Bloodguts Marquis to freeze and fall silent. The face was cloudy. Lu Sun was poked and prodded, but his face did not change in the slightest. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he looked at Lin Fengcheng and spoke faintly. "If Mr. Lu wants to kill someone, no one will want to live. The Marquis should know this." The blood-bold Marquis face stiffened, his eyes obscure. That godlike great and immense power in the Marquis of Blood and Guts made his heart palpitate even now. "Lu reasoned with you, properly. Just because. Lu doesn't want to scare the one behind you. The words fell. Boom! The chi of a half-step true immortal spurted out in a flash. A white-robed shadow rushed out to Lu Xun's back in an instant. The huge figure was like a god, radiating endless majesty. Everything in the entire woodshed was reduced to pieces in an instant. The two people on the beams of the room had their mouths wide open, staring at the scene in disbelief. It's a celestial master? No way. This was no longer a heaven-ranked expert. It's a divine tactic. Bam bam bam. Lu Xun stepped out one step at a time. One step to the top. The void submits and turns into a transparent ladder. Right in front of the two shocked gazes, Lu Xun had already walked to a position where the beams of the room were generally high. A pair of eyes blossomed with radiant light. Don't let Lu's patience run out. Otherwise, Lu doesn't mind using some special means to dig out everything behind you. At that time, you, including your family members who are still alive, I will make them live in hell. Chapter 54 Emperor's Tomb. The State Duke's mansion emits a strange light and an inexplicable aura that surrounds it, and the surrounding populace calls it the light of the immortals, saying that there are immortals blessing the State Duke's mansion. The Marquis of Blood and Guts and Lin Fengcheng had their limbs severed and were lying on their backs in front of the palace gates, in a trance, muttering, "The little eunuch is a god descending into the world, and I'm a sinful minister of treason," and holding a list of sins in their hands, enumerating in detail their own sins. Now the whole city of Yendu has moved. The people have gathered outside the palace and the crowd is growing. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Tongxian knelt in the Imperial study, their voices carrying a bit of gravity. Manhwa's face was stunned and he frowned. A moment later, but suddenly as if he thought of something, he frowned slightly and a moment later opened his mouth to ask, "Where is Lu Xun?" The little lord Lu Xiaoxiao, with an odd face, coughed lightly and spoke. He squeezed inside the crowd, drilling around. "I don't know what he's looking for. Immediately deploy manpower to evacuate the people." Manhwa's face at this moment changed dramatically. Lin Tongxian and Lu Xiaoxia also instantly figured it out, and it was too late to apologize. So they immediately began to deploy their manpower to the palace gates for support. The hustle and bustle of the crowd. Zhu Er, who had just squeezed his way to the forefront, watched with interest as a powerful marquis, a powerful merchant whose name was all over Great Yen, slumped to the ground with his limbs twisted and bruised. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an eye-opener. Zhu Er, I've been killing pigs all my life. To see a marquis lying here talking about his treason. As he said this, he pickpocketed the person next to him and opened his mouth. "What do you say, brother?" Before the words were out of his mouth, his face instantly froze. In the next moment, the whole body struggled to squeeze backward, and a sharp voice shouted out from Zhu Er's mouth. "Dead people law. Dead man walking." The figure that Zhu Er pickpocketed had a bucket hat on its head, covering half of its face. Only at this moment, blood was gushing furiously from his neck. Hula! The crowd dispersed instantly. At the same time, there were other directions, and there were cries of alarm. "There are dead people here too. Ah, dead!" Horrified voices made the crowd disperse quickly. As the crowd dispersed, a figure fell helplessly to the ground. All the dead, their necks were cut open and killed with a single blow. Similarly, every one of the dead had a strong aura of a martial arts expert emanating from them. On his head, he wears a bucket hat. There was no one left in place. Lu Xiaoxia and Lin Tongxuan's faces changed as they arrived late with their men. "Take the man into custody and keep him well guarded. Carry the body away and identify it. The others, follow me." Lu Xiaoxiao let out a low roar and led the experts of Flower Moon House to quickly chase after them in the direction where the crowd had dispersed. Starry night. Without the moon looming over it, the stars looked extraordinarily beautiful. The sky is so full of stars that it's disorienting. No one was in the mood to look up at the stars. Two figures with bucket hats on their heads frantically rolled through the forest, several meters a step. It was only after seeing the incomparably magnificent Imperial tomb built not far away that he slowed down. Turning his head, looking into the dark distance, one of them breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped back. "I didn't expect that Lu Xun would be that powerful, but after all, he still came up short and didn't chase you and me down." Two slightly feminine voices sounded under the bucket hat. Looking at each other, their faces were a bit grim as they celebrated. This time, he was originally sent to spy on Lu Xun, as well as to silence Lin Fengcheng. "I didn't expect to witness the Blood and Guts Marquis being captured in the State Duke's mansion." They urgently mobilized all the experts that Yendu could still mobilize and guarded the outside of the State Duke's mansion. When they saw Lu Xun throw the Blood and Guts Marquis as well as Lin Fengcheng in front of the palace gates, they knew that the opportunity had come. All the experts were hiding amongst the people, ready to cause some chaos and take advantage of it to silence the Blood and Guts Marquis and Lin Fengcheng. Unexpectedly, that Lu Xun actually circled around the crowd and actually silenced all of their people. The two of them reacted the moment the people started to get confused. The first fled with the crowd. A wild ride. If a heaven rank tried their best to escape, their speed was very fast, far exceeding that of a horse carriage. They tossed and turned and finally returned to the Imperial tomb. So many experts were lost because of their misjudgment. They didn't know what their punishment would be if they returned to the Imperial tomb. Come on, go back first. There is no escape. Two feminine voices, with a hint of helplessness, trotted towards the Imperial tomb. They did not notice that above the starry sky above their heads, there was a black shadow that was following them high above. The entrance to the Emperor's tomb. The two men removed the bucket hats from their heads, revealing their faces. The guards of the Emperor's tomb hurriedly opened the door. Egu, you two are finally back. If you don't come back, you won't be able to catch up with the news left by the master. Just as he entered the Imperial tomb, an aged eunuch greeted him. Her face was coated with a fawning look as she looked at the two burly eunuchs in front of her. There are two kinds of eunuchs in the Imperial tombs. One kind, a top-level expert, guarding the security of the Imperial tomb. One, on the other hand, is old and decrepit, leaving the palace with nowhere to go but to guard the Imperial tomb and wait for death. In this Imperial tomb, those powerful eunuchs have a higher status. This was why eunuch Chen Lingquan Chen preferred to betray rather than come to the Imperial tomb. In the palace, he was the high and mighty, one-man chief. At the Imperial tomb, he had to grovel to the master eunuchs. The master is not here? Those two eunuchs looked at each other. Their eyes lit up, and they let out a slight sigh of relief. If the master was around and knew what they did today and those powers they lost, I'm afraid they would definitely be punished today. The master is away, but left a message to arrange what you will do for the next 2 days. These 2 days are royal sacrifices, right? The two eunuchs looked at each other and seemed to guess what was going on. Hey yo, why don't I say that you two are the master's beloved? This brain is really good. The old eunuch fawned, his face full of winks. At one time he was also a high-powered governor of the palace. Only, when you come to this Imperial tomb, you have to bow down. Besides, he was still looking forward to that master reinstating him back to the palace. Okay, we get it. Go ahead and go down. The two younger eunuchs waved their hands condescendingly and strutted towards the interior of the Imperial tomb. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, but a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Imperial tomb ah. It's almost forgotten that Sun Tak is the one who went out of the Imperial tomb. By the looks of it, this place had become an ironclad, even a den for the man behind it. Then, take a good walk. Let's see what kind of filth is hidden in this Imperial tomb. This place where the bones of all the emperors of Great Yen are buried. Chapter 55 Nothing else but dedication. The Emperor's tomb. It looks like there's no grave at all. This huge garden was well built with rare flowers and greenery all around. Surrounded by green trees and flowers, the heights are staggered. Stone paths winding through, small bridges and water, actually have a few garden atmosphere. Available at. This is clearly a cemetery. Is this to allow the emperors buried here to continue enjoying themselves even after death? Ho ho ho. Unfortunately, this garden has all been used as someone else's dowry. Lu Xun followed the winding stone path through a garden, and soon stalked his way to a cluster of buildings not far away. The deepest part of the complex is dedicated to the emperor's tablets. Their graves, on the other hand, were built in different buildings, in accordance with the palaces they had traveled in during their lifetime. Those two young eunuchs, led by the old eunuch, had already entered the outermost outskirts of a newly constructed building not long ago, Emperor Xingjing's palace. Looking at the sign on the building, Lu Xun's lips curled. Emperor Xingjing is the honorific title of the late Emperor of Great Yen. He aimed to create the grandeur of Great Yen, but unfortunately, before he could accomplish this goal, he died of illness. Today, those people are in his mausoleum palace, discussing how to usurp the throne. I don't know how he would feel if he knew what was going on in his grave. Who are you? There were also some guards around patrolling the mausoleum. Cruising around, they suddenly saw Lu Xun's figure, and their faces all changed. Someone in the mausoleum had sneaked in without a word, and if what they did was leaked out, it would be a major crime that would cost them their heads. The sound, too, startled the eunuchs inside the mausoleum's palace. Hearing the sound, he instantly rushed out. Seeing the figure that was somewhat unclear in the darkness, they all had ugly faces. What a big dog's guts, daring to break into the emperor's tomb. Do you know what crime should be committed? One of the eunuch's sharp cockney voice, with a few hints of femininity and viciousness, snapped a stern question and casually waved his hand. The surrounding guards rushed out and took a step in Lu Xun's direction. But Lu Xun did not try to hide his meaning. Step by step, towards the crowd. The voice, too, drifted out from the darkness with a few moments of lethargy. What should I be guilty of for intruding into the emperor's tomb? And what is the offense of you who conspired against the emperor in the imperial tomb? The outline of the face, too, gradually began to clear. A moment later, a familiar face appeared in the sight of those two heaven-rank eunuchs. An inexplicable panic and alarm caused the bodies of those two heaven-level eunuchs to tremble tremendously. How is that possible? Obviously dumped you. One of them pointed at Lu Sun with slightly trembling fingers, his voice trembling with great fear. The other one took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but it was still difficult to remain completely calm, and shrieked and opened his mouth. Surround and kill this guy for me. The other guards didn't even need to know Lu Sun's identity. They only needed to hear the order and immediately stepped forward to draw their swords and chop. Phew! A figure rose into the air. One step at a time, the chi of a half-step true immortal was released. A huge shadow suddenly burst out from within. Like the descent of an immortal god, the light illuminates half the sky. Under the ravages of the immortal light, all the guards lost all their power to resist almost in an instant and were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Those two heaven-level eunuchs, using all their strength to resist the suppression of that force, still found it difficult to move even a little. The feminine face was completely devoid of any other expression but one of shock. What are you going to do? Instead of being shocked at my strength, ask me what I'm going to do. Lu Sun's face revealed a touch of depth as he slowly looked at the two heaven-level eunuchs and chillingly said, "It seems that you guys are afraid of what I'm going to do here. Don't you mess around. This place is the Emperor's tomb. Destroying the great Yen Imperial tomb. You will be a great Yen sinner." The two heaven-level eunuchs' feminine voices were sharp and filled with trepidation. The power displayed by Lu Sun was not something they could fight against. Far beyond the heavenly level, it made them unable to put up the slightest resistance at all. Available at. What scared them even more was the damage to the Imperial tomb. That, it will expose something. Lu looks at you guys, you should be hard-mouthed. And from your mouths, you won't get anything. But if you make a big deal out of it, I'm afraid the people behind you, they won't be able to help themselves. The smile on Lu Sun's face gradually widened as he looked toward the two figures. You son of a, no messing around. The sharp, feminine voice was full of anger. But the next moment, Lu Sun's finger gently pointed out. Rumble. The huge figure retracted as much as it could into its body. A power as huge as the sea fell with a loud bang. Rumble. The entire Imperial mausoleum had a huge tremor. All the buildings shook violently at that moment. The Shengjing Emperor's palace at the forefront collapsed. However, under Lu Sun's deliberate power control, just using less than 10% of the power of today's half-step true immortal realm, that palace collapsed and didn't shatter that much. It's as if it just experienced an earthquake shaking and collapsing. Instead, the two eunuchs were pressed deep beneath the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered. The other guards, too, were squeezed to the point of serious injury, making it difficult to resist. Inside the Emperor's tomb, everything was quiet. Lu Sun slowly retreated back into the darkness, raising his head slightly and looking up to the sky, the corners of his lips curling slightly. In a few short days, one by one, he had cut the knives out of the hands of those behind him. The man behind that, he can't hold back any longer, can he? If this is still tolerable, then add a fire. The Emperor's mausoleum, this fire, should be able to put the person behind it, racked on the fire well roasted. Take everyone away quickly. Not a single one. Check. Move everything out of Emperor Xingjing's palace and investigate little by little. Don't spare any clues. Lu Xiaoxiao stood within this emperor's tomb, without the slightest hint of the enchantment she had felt when she was at the Flower Moon Mansion, and her face was filled with coldness. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a ghostly light, looking to the side at Lu Sun, who had changed into a brand new white robe, with deep suspicion in the depths of his eyes. It won't be you, Chief Steward Lu. You can't say this nonsense, Lu Sun said with a solemn face. Mr. Lu has been but sleeping at home, and when he heard the news he immediately rushed here to help Chief Lu investigate the case. The distance between Yen Capital and the Imperial tomb is not far, nor is it close. If Mr. Lu had done this and run back, and then rushed here, I'm afraid I would have already missed the time. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Sun's face that was slightly aggravated in its seriousness and hesitated a little. Lu Sun said so. Indeed, there is some truth. If they were to run back with their legs, even if they were a heaven-level powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to rush back again that quickly. But, thinking of that Sunday, that Flower Moon house caught earlier, the Emperor's tomb, there seems to be quite a few secrets related to Rapunzel. And now, none of the other palaces have collapsed. Only Emperor Xingjing's palace has collapsed. Lu Xiaoxiao's red lips pursed slightly, but she suddenly looked at Lu Sun and questioned. Other days I see that you just know how to drink flowery wine all day long. Why would you be so attentive today? Rushing here in the middle of the night? There is no other. Only dedication. Lu Sun had a straight face. Lu Xiaoxia, Chapter 56 Fake Dragon Robe. Master Chief, there's something. Before Lu Xiaoxiao could taunt Lu Sun for a couple of sentences, he heard the shouts of the Flower Moon Tower powerhouses who were cleaning up Emperor Xingjing's collapsed palace. The two of them didn't have time to fight, and quickly hurried to that palace. The two who stepped inside the palace and saw the situation inside suddenly changed their faces. The huge stone statue of the emperor in the palace has collapsed. Underneath the emperor's stone carving, the emperor's coffin was supposed to be buried. But today, no coffin. There was only one passage, pitch black, leading underground. Damn. Those thieves. No way. How dare they? Lu Xiaoxia's pretty face had turned white. The emperor's coffin was actually gone at some point. And where the emperor's coffin should have been buried, it was dug into a secret passageway leading to nowhere. That's a lot of nerve. Chief Steward, shall we go down? Down. The experts of the Flower Moon Tower glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva, all with a few moments of hesitation in their eyes. Even if they were heaven-ranked experts, they were still under the jurisdiction of Great Yen. They are still Great Yen citizens. If they go down there and there is a coffin with the emperor's skeleton inside, they are insulting the emperor's skeleton. And that is a crime that will cost them their heads. Lu Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment and was just about to say that she would make a decision after reporting to His Majesty, but a figure beside her had already leapt down in a single bound. Phew! In an instant, he was in that passageway and out of sight. The deputy governor went down. A strong person from the Flower Moon Tower on the side opened his mouth. Lu Sun. Lu Xiaoxia's face was somewhat helpless. Only Lu Sun, the grandson of the Duke of Lu, would dare to be so bold, right? Damn! Hesitating for a moment, she gritted her silver teeth and quickly followed. The others, who had no orders, naturally did not dare to follow them in at will. In front of us was a very long passage, pitch black. Willow couldn't see clearly, even if she was a celestial level expert. It could only make her physique stronger than normal, and her eyesight improved a bit, just a bit stronger than normal. There was no way to make her see in the dark as if it were day. All she could do was grope her way through the darkness, until a shimmering light suddenly appeared up ahead. She took 2 quick steps forward. It's an underground chamber. The moment he rushed in, he realized that Lu Sun was already standing in the middle of the chamber, staring blankly ahead. Lu Xiaoxia followed his gaze. At this moment, the delicate body trembled tremendously, and the sweat pores of the whole body opened wide. Right in front of it, a dragon robe, set on an expensive yellow rosewood stand. Whether it was the material of the dragon robe or the real dragon embroidery on the robe, it was no different from a real dragon robe. Even the cuffs and waist size have been altered to look a little more graceful. Found you. About to out you myself. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly. If it's just revenge for the torture of the last life, that's too easy. In the last life of those people, with Lu Sun's strength nowadays, can easily make them lose their reputation, and become a street rat that everyone shouts at. Available at. It's not time yet. Doing it now would only scare the guy. He's going to muddy the waters. Dig out that black hand behind those people. In their previous life, let the people who killed the entire 9 clans of the Duke of State's house experience the taste of despair. Now that's revenge. Eyes swept aside. It's a replica dragon case. On top, there are some books. The Way of the King. The Art of Checks and Balances. That one book. It all looks a little old. Lu Xiaoxia also noticed the book Lu Sun picked up. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Fragrant sweat slightly emerged on her forehead, and her voice slightly trembled. This is the book of the royal family's secret tradition. I have seen it on top of His Majesty's dragon case. She remembered when these books, well protected and imitated by His Majesty in one corner of the dragon case, were never read. After a few times, she couldn't help but ask His Majesty in curiosity, and His Majesty said that those books, all of them, were the secret books of the royal family, but the things in them diverged greatly from what His Majesty was thinking, so it was inconvenient to read them through. That's why she can remember it so well. Looks like the range is getting smaller. Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he swept around. Apart from this imitation dragon robe and dragon case, there was nothing else with clues around. Only the night pearls on the walls looked rare and valuable. Looks like Flower Moon House needs to get busy. Lu Sun sighed, and as soon as he lifted up the imitation dragon robe and the books, he walked towards the outside. You're gentle, careful. That's all evidence. Lu Xiaoxia followed behind in fear. Boo! What? The Emperor's tomb is leaking? And dozens more captured alive? Inside a mansion, a ragged gasp came out. The black-robed, black-masked men around them knelt on the ground with trepidation, not daring to look up. Messed up. It's all messed up. Somehow, everything was supposed to be normal, going as he designed it to go. But ever since that idiot Moronyan failed to execute his plan, everything has gone beyond his plans. Everything about the plan has changed. It also turned out to be nothing like what he expected. More and more things were going unplanned, leaving him with the feeling that everything was out of control. Morong Yan is grounded. Failed to plant evidence on the Duke of Lu. Even the two men, Lin Fengcheng and the Blood and Guts Marquis, had lost control and actually went to the palace gates, in front of the people, to ask for their own pardon. Damn, it's bad. He hated it. He wants it all in his hands. Where are the survivors being held? Back to my master. The living are all locked up in the heavenly dungeon. I personally went and ordered them. They shouldn't reveal anything. A person wearing a black robe with a black mask on his face spoke from the side. It's just that. All the things that have happened recently seem to be somewhat related to Lu Sun. And Lu Sun seems to have a great friendship with the Flower Moon House. And perhaps has joined the Flower Moon House. He's biting off more than he can chew. The voice was a little gruff, with a touch of flattery. The figure known as the Master slowly glanced at the black-robed man and spoke in a deep voice. In your capacity, perform a favor, let someone enter the heavenly prison and silence them. Underneath the black mask, a pair of eyes slightly condensed, like a loyal dog, and without hesitation, he spoke. Yes, all at the command of the Master. The Blood and Guts Marquis and Lin Fengcheng also exterminated. Wasteful things, not enough to accomplish anything. Order someone to send this bone-building pill into the eldest princess's chambers. A little operation in the next couple of days could lift her grounding. Even though that dumbass is too stupid, her heart is poisonous enough to let her go find trouble with Lu Sun. Get someone to send a message to the Dai Viet side. The plan is temporarily put on hold. Let them press the army faster. I want to hear the news of the Great Yen border being broken within 10 days. Since the planting failed, let the Duke of Lu die for his country. Chapter 57 Extermination. There is disobedience under the Emperor's tomb. This matter is top secret. Only a few people know about it. None of the royal blood relatives are aware of this. The Flower Moon House, the Great Household Guard, and the Joint Criminal Investigation Department are working on a case. Summarize all the clues together. Almost within a day, an unknown number of people associated with it were arrested. Heavenly Jail. It was guarded by the Grand Inner Guard Army, which was so densely guarded that even the inner dungeon was patrolled by the Grand Inner Guard Army. Unlike the Great Inner Guard's masters, although these Great Inner Guard's army were also considered as Great Inner Guards, but because of their weak strength, they could only be governed by the Great Inner Guard's commander and could not enter the inner part of the palace. Weekdays are spent outside the palace performing martial arts and training. At critical times, you can accept the order to enter the palace to protect the safety of the royal family. On weekdays, the heavenly prison is then guarded by the Great Inner Guard army. Lin Tongxian sat in front of the door of the heavenly prison and drank a cup of tea, his eyes carrying a few points of gravity. Boss, it's been arranged to make sure that the prisoners are separated, not locked together, and that there will be no collusion. A Nei Guard's army trotted to Lin Tongxuan's side and opened his mouth to resume his order. What exactly happened? The guard's army carefully looked at Lin Tongxian and spoke with some curiosity. So many people were suddenly arrested recently. You've personally made 2 trips today, and the vice commander has personally escorted a dozen people in. So there can't be some big case of treason. The teacup in Lin Tongxuan's hands suddenly paused for a moment, and his eyes lifted slightly to look at his men. As if he hadn't thought about it, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why? The vice commander is here today as well?" "Yes, you don't know? The vice commander also came last night, and personally interrogated those seriously injured Imperial tomb guards captured yesterday. And today he personally led a team to send over a dozen people, saying that they were captured felons, and that they wanted us to take good care of them." That guardsman replied with a smile on his face. "The two of you have such a high status and are still so busy. No wonder you have risen to your current position. We should all learn more from the 2 commanders." Lin Tongxian nodded. The teacup in his hand slowly put down. A smile reappeared on his face as he spoke. "Go on, keep a good eye on it, and be careful with that prisoner I personally escorted here today. It's a felon or an expert. Try not to get close." "Yes." After ordering, Lin Tongxian got up and headed outside. "It's just that the more you walk, the heavier your feet get." Leaving the heavenly prison, he raised his head and looked towards the sun, and under a trance, he felt the piercing sun, which shone on his body, but it was incomparably cold. "Feng, old brother, have you even made a mistake?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Tongxuan's eyes gradually became stern. "Commander, who are we going to arrest now? Where is Vice Commander Feng?" "Mr. Lin is a bit tired and would like to find Vice Commander Feng for a drink. You guys don't need to follow." Inside the dark and damp heavenly prison, even in daylight, it is still difficult to see the light. The oil lamp, which gave off a dim glow, had its flame flickering up and down, emitting a puff of black smoke due to the poor quality oil inside. The smell is pungent, but the people in the heavenly prison do not have time to care about that, only focus on shouting wrong. The great inner guard army would make around every incense burner. The military lords, who had just made their rounds, returned to the entrance of the heavenly prison and chatted in boredom. The deepest part of the heavenly prison, the cell door, however, opened silently at some point. A dozen or so figures, breezing through the passageway, walked towards a few cells not far away under the shocked gazes of a group of death row felons. In the cell, the Imperial tomb guards in their prison uniforms were all limp and slightly trembling, looking as if they had something to say but couldn't say anything at all. Across from them, a slim figure wearing a prison uniform and a cloak of hair. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his pair of eyes stared straight at the dozen or so people who were walking in this heavenly prison in a dignified manner. This is the place. Move faster. After it's over, we still have to deal with the Marquis of Blood and Guts as well as Lin Fengcheng. No one is allowed to stay before the guards come. The figure at the forefront commanded in a low voice. Click. The lock on the cell was instantly opened. The dozen or so swarmed in. Lu Xun kicked the two dirty figures by his feet, which couldn't stop trembling. The Blood and Guts Marquis and Lin Fengcheng had already been changed into dirty prison clothes, their faces blacked out, and their cells temporarily changed. At the moment they clearly heard what the men said. It was full of trepidation. You think keeping your mouth shut will make him save you? Only a dead man can really keep his mouth shut. Lu Xun looked deeply at Lin Fengcheng. Even though he had displayed his true terrifying strength, Lin Fengcheng still looked like a dead pig. Lu Xun was in no hurry to kill them, dropping them directly in front of the palace gates. These two baits lured in a number of hooked fish. Today, there is more bait. The fish that were attracted were also, apparently, bigger. Well, think about it, and see if you continue to talk tough and wait for death, or tell us what you know. Lu Xun smiled faintly, shook his head, and gave a gentle push. The cell door was instantly opened. Squeaky, that toothy voice, in this cell, instantly drew the attention of the killers who had infiltrated in. They were about to silence them, when they turned their heads, but saw a young man in a prison uniform, coming out of the opposite cell. Settle it, don't cause trouble. The lead assassin opened his mouth to command. After saying that, he turned his head to look at those Imperial tomb guards in front of him. A flash of sardonic color flashed across his face as he whispered, "Sorry brothers, it was the master who told us to silence you. Don't blame us." Boo! The words had just fallen when a loud bang came from behind him. The impenetrable cell door was viciously shattered by a figure. "Didn't I say keep it down? So much action. You're crazy." The leader turned his head to look behind him and let out a low growl. Just the moment he turned his head, the face froze. In place, Lu Xun leaned against the wall with a teasing smile on his face. It was his own men who smashed the cell door. The leading assassin's face changed drastically, and he yelled lowly, "Do it! Exterminate them first! It's the master's order that counts." "What's that noise? Who are you guys? Why have you all escaped? Get back to your cells." The loud noise here soon attracted the army of the great inner guards, and their faces turned green when they saw so many people inside the cell. Without hesitation, the men raised their fists and hammered them toward the guards' death throes. Just, Lu Xun's figure passed through the group in a flash. Boom, 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 boom. A figure, at this moment, flew out backwards in an instant, ruthlessly smashing into the solid cage around them. Collapsing to the ground, his chest sunken in, he wailed in agony. The original prisoners who had their cages smashed had wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but at the moment, instead, he swallowed hard and stopped dead in his tracks. Just a dozen? Couldn't have been intimidated by my movements. If the movements out of the palace are getting smaller and smaller, it will be really troublesome. We can't just snatch Morongyan, that snake scorpion, out of the palace and torture her properly. It seems not bad, but Uncle Lin is going to be out of luck. That's just it. It seems more fun to break and torture her when her limbs grow back. Lu Xun muttered to himself, regarded as if it were nothing, surrounded by the army of guards of the great inner circle, striding toward the outside of the heavenly prison. Chapter 58 Finishing the blood feud. Touching the material. It's actually the same as the dragon robe. This is woven by the unique craft of the South Luo Royal Cloth Workshop. Delicate, silky. The embroidery is also the same Suzhou embroidery as the dragon robe, with only a slight change in size. In the Imperial study, Moronghua's cool eyes narrowed, looking narrow and flashing with a cold light. Looking at the wide dragon robe hanging in front of him, he gently picked up the tea on the dragon case and took a sip. Turning his head, he again saw those ancient books placed on top of the dragon case, which were somewhat old. The craftsmanship of the Royal Cloth Workshop in Namro is not spread out. The only people who knew the craftsmanship of this kind of fabric were the people from the Royal Cloth Workshop of Nanluo. The only people who could call on the South Luo Royal Cloth Workshop were members of the royal family. Su embroidery is easy to find. but the only ones that can be so fine are those that are the best of the best in embroidery. Those people, they've been everyone. The status was so high that it was difficult to make even an ordinary family. To ask them to embroider something is basically impossible if they are not royalty. The ancient books on the dragon case are even more accessible only to the royal family. Being so old, it looks like it should be a royal original that only a direct line in the royal bloodline could have access to. This son of mine, it seems that a member of the royal family has already taken a fancy to him. I don't know who it is. After a moment of contemplation, Manhwa returned to the dragon case and casually wrote on the blank imperial decree on the dragon case. Here, the Ministry of Public Works immediately repair the late emperor's mausoleum, completed within 2 days, not to delay the day of ancestor sacrifice. I am hereby authorized. The entrance to the heavenly prison. Lu Sun sat down on the somewhat stained bench, and an army of Dinewei guards trotted to hold the prisoner's testimony they had just gotten in their hands and handed it to Lu Sun. Scanning through the testimonies, Lu Sun frowned slightly. Nothing too important. Those guards in the emperor's tomb didn't know much. Those people from the Imperial tomb have said that there are only eunuch Sun Long and eunuch Zhu Zhang, as well as those two, in the cell where you are, screaming to see you, and only willing to talk when they see you. It's been moved to the same cell at the moment. The man cautiously raised his head, glanced at Lu Sun, and busily lowered his head again. The man in the cell where Lu Sun is seems to be the blood and bile Ho. He had witnessed the blood and guts marquee, and had seen it up close enough to recognize it. Wincing, he watched Lu Sun enter the heavenly prison jailhouse. The blood and guts marquee face was bloodless, and his body trembled slightly as he watched in disbelief as the corpses of those killers who had been all but annihilated by Lu Sun alone were carried away. They had heard with their own ears that those killers were going to exterminate the mouths of those living in the emperor's tomb, as well as the mouths of his blood and guts marquee in Lin Fengchang, at the risk of having your family copied and destroyed. Who isn't looking for wealth and power? Guilty of throwing your life away? Is it worth it to exchange your lives for the riches and honor of the one behind you? Lu Sun's voice, with a few moments of leisure, came wobbling along with a withered pole of grass in the corner of his mouth. The 4 people who had already been transferred to the same prison cell had their faces changed, looking at Lu Sun's young face. In a trance, a figure appeared in the mind of the blood and guts marquis, which seemed to be gradually overlapping. After a long period of silence, the Marquis of Blood and Guts let out a long sigh. That face seemed to have aged a lot. Even the white hair on his head had grown a lot more. You win. Hateful. Old thief Lu. You have a terrible grandson. I lost. Ho 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 ho. 2 long whistles and 2 lines of tears dripped from his cloudy eyes. I don't know if it's for my son who died young or for the situation I'm in now. I'm willing to tell you everything I know. I only ask that you can keep me alive and not implicate my entire family. Lin Fengchang swallowed his saliva. His face is waxy and ugly as a dead man. Merchants seek profits, and powerful businessmen are good at gambling. Lin Fengchang is gambling every step of the way. By getting involved in this, he is also taking a gamble. If you lose, your whole family will be executed. If you win, you'll be rich and powerful and have a bright future. He had stepped on other people's flesh and blood along the way, betting on the matter and treating himself as if he were one of those who maneuvered the board. But he didn't realize that from the moment he bet, he had become a pawn in the game. Useless pawns are then silenced. It wasn't until the last moment that he finally figured it out. With your life gone, you can gamble as much as you want, and the end has nothing to do with you. The eunuchs Sun Long and Zhu Zhang, whose male duck voices were already hoarse and whose bones all over their bodies had long been shattered, spoke up in panic at this moment. The slaves are also being used. The lackeys only know how to serve the royal family. That man claimed to be a royal orthodoxy. He deceived the lackeys. Cheating? Lu Sun looked at the 2 eunuchs and shook his head with a smile. Don't they realize that what they're doing is plotting to usurp the throne? They know. They also know that if they don't, they will die. Whoever speaks first, Mr. Lu has a lot of time and can listen a little bit. Lu Sun laughed lightly and spat out the withered stalk of grass. He opened the cell door and didn't mind. So he sat down on his butt in front of the cell door. The petty officials following outside the cell hurriedly brought over tables and chairs, ready to record. The man, who never showed his face. He is indeed of royal bloodline, and he carries the arrogance and nobility of the royal family in his hands and feet, and he knows the secrets of the late emperor. Those things that only the royal family knows, even the details he knows a lot. The 2 eunuchs, Sun Long and Zhu Zhang, were the first to speak. They grew up in the palace, only because it is a seedling of cultivation, was selected to the emperor's mausoleum. Every day in addition to cultivation is to stay in the emperor's mausoleum, but there was always a lot of royalty to see. Regarding the hidden things of the royal family in the palace, I also know a lot from childhood by ear. In addition to us, there are his minions among the courtiers and even among the great inner guards. with a deep sigh. The blood gallows husband's voice was a bit low. His limbs were broken and unable to move, but he stiffly endured the pain and made himself roll over, lying on his back on the damp ground, grinning. As for who it is, we don't know. Whenever they meet, they rarely show their faces, and all of them have to wear black robes and pure black masks. By the sound of the voices, I can tell some of the courtiers apart. Those names, I can tell you. But, speaking here, Marquis of Blood and Guts looked sullenly at Lu Sun and said aloud, I don't want to die with those dirtbags. Death, not even on the guillotine, just in time. It also puts an end to my 2 lifetimes of grudges with your state duke's house. My son died because of your father, and I want you to kill me yourself. Let my blood and guts Marquis. 2 lives because you state government and cut off the bloodline. Ha 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 ha. The blood and guts Marquis laughed like a madman. His voice was maniacal, and tears were pouring wildly from his eyes. Lin Fengqing's eyes were lowered and he couldn't bear to look at them. After a long time of silence, Lu Sun looked seriously at the blood and guts Marquis and faintly said, have you ever thought about it? Perhaps the blood feud between the State Duke's mansion and the Marquis of Blood and Guts is being done intentionally by someone? Boom! The blood bile Marquis, who had originally lost all hope of life, his entire body suddenly trembled, and his eyes suddenly filled with blood. Chapter 59 Lu can't be trusted. In his last life, Lu Sun had thought about all this. He even secretly sent someone to check it out. Available at the dossier, at that time, was actually destroyed. That's more evidence of something fishy in that case. After the chance to get some clues, but unfortunately, before the time to trace, Yen was hit by a huge change. Himself was also poisoned to abolish the cultivation, was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, reduced to that self-proclaimed great Yen 1,000 years of the first female emperor Moron Yen and her think tank humiliation plaything. You mean? The blood and guts Marquis stared blankly at Lu Sun, his eyes filled with blood, not caring about the pain in his limbs. His old but sturdy body struggled and moved to Lu Sun's body. The old forehead was already covered in cold sweat. What happened back then? Perhaps my father and your son were both players in the game. The powerful Marquis of Blood and Guts, and the Duke of Lu who holds military power in his hands. These two are just not enough political enemies, so that they won't stand in the way of some people. Lu Sun spoke gently, just under his eyes. A cold light flashed vaguely. In his last life, he had only found out part of the clues. The evidence that father had gotten about the son of the Marquis of Blood and Guts stealing military rations and stealing and selling them to the enemy had been sent to him deliberately. As for the death of the Blood and Guts Marquis son, it was even more strange. When the coroner for the Blood and Guts Ho's autopsy was Lu looking for, with the submitted autopsy conclusions are different. He said that the body's body injuries are very strange, although all of them are smashed injuries when they fell off the cliff. But that smash was more like being thrown down after death. A fatal wound to the body, like a blow to the skull with a blunt object. Just check back later and the trail breaks down. Also due to the fact that the people around Moron Yen in her last life were framing herself more and more frequently. She needed to go around to prove her innocence and didn't investigate any further. Why didn't you say this earlier? His voice was urgent, with a touch of anger. He didn't doubt what Lu Sun said. He was dying himself. He didn't have to lie to himself. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he looked at the Blood and Guts Marquis and spoke in a single word. Told you so? Before you became a prisoner. If I said that, would you believe me? The Blood and Guts Marquis face was white. The fleshy skin on his face was trembling violently. His face was hideously twisted, and his eyes had been completely covered with tears. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. Tears welled up wildly. Ha ha ha. How dare I become a sharp weapon in the hands of others? After hating the old Lu thief for more than 10 years, I now realize that I have hated him wrongly? Ha. Stupid. Rubbish. Old undead. The sound of crying and wailing spread throughout the heavenly prison. The voice, sad, helpless, agonizing. Why tell me now? Why should I let my old man die with pain and guilt? The blood bile Marquis voice was hoarse and filled with struggle and helplessness. Because I need you to get out. Go back to the man. Be his right-hand man. Lu Sun's voice, flat, but like thunder, exploded in his ears. The blood bile Marquis face stiffened as he stared blankly at Lu Sun. You mean? The Marquis of Blood and Bile has ascertained that he has nothing to do with this matter, so he can leave the heavenly prison and return to the Marquis residence on the same day. Lu Sun looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts with a smile. The Blood and Guts Marquis face stiffened, and without stopping his vertical old tears, he subconsciously looked at Lin Fengqing beside him. Lin Fengqing also looked at Lu Sun expectantly. Lu Sun smiled and spoke. Today you heard what I said. Can you still leave the heavenly prison alive? Buzz. Lin Fengqing's mind froze and his face turned pale, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain as he stepped backward. but he screamed out miserably. Lu, the little duke. The blood and guts Marquis spoke up in a panic. I still trust elder brother Lin's character. To kill for wealth at a young age. I can take it as a young impulse. Lu Sin raised his eyes slightly and looked deeply at Marquis of Blood and Guts. May kill more people step by step for wealth. The granaries were open to collect refugees, but young children and women were taken and trafficked. Just because you don't want to move your family's house, you victimize a family. Even now, Lu Sin turned his head to look at Lin Fengcheng, who was screaming miserably and hiding in the corner, and smiled a deep smile. By now, he still has not said a word really about the person behind that. You can trust such a person, but Mr. Lu can't. The eyes of the blood-bold Marquis stared at Lin Fengcheng, who was cowering in the corner, and sighed helplessly. The character of a businessman makes him act with grease. Do something, don't do it to the end. Leave a line in everything. Even though he had been scared and was willing to tell the news of the person behind the curtain in order to save his life, he was still hiding and unwilling to say more until now. I would say, as long as I say it, you'll be willing to keep me alive, right? Lin Fengcheng spoke in panic. Lu Sin smiled and looked at Lin Fengcheng, nodding sincerely. Mr. Lu can spare you. Then I'm willing to talk. Tell all that I know. I'm not sure about the identity of the person behind it. I only know that he's very powerful and has hundreds of heaven-level powerhouses under his command, all of which are his privately trained dead soldiers. I helped him to bring in court officials, and I know all the court officials under him who have been brought in, and I'm willing to say so. All I know is that he has a mansion in Nanluo and occasionally goes to the mansion in Nanluo. As to where, I don't know. Lin Fengcheng spoke eagerly and flustered the names of the court officials again. The cold sweat on the forehead of the small official outside the prison is coming out. The hand holding the brush are trembling slightly. The words are not going to be complete. Not too many officials available at all heavyweights. The blood-bile Marquis eyes were cold, and his body trembled violently. These, Lin Fengcheng hid it even from himself. Some of these names are even heavyweights in their own disciplines. It's amazing how they even pull their own guys over. The blood-bile Marquis at this moment suddenly came to a realization. Yourself takes himself too seriously. In today's great yen, he himself is a powerful minister who reigns supreme. But in the eyes of the one, he himself is just a pawn that has long been ready to be thrown away. Name those officials and dish out the names. Lin Fengcheng looked at Lu Sin expectantly. Lu Sin stroked his chin and nodded. Mr. Lu spared you. Lin Fengcheng's face instantly revealed a flash of joy after the robbery. Only under his eyes, a cold light flashed vaguely. It swept over Lu Sin and the blood-bile Marquis. He still has a chance. Haven't lost yet. Gamblers, never think about flopping. Lu Sin waved his hand, and the blood and guts Marquis was carried away, and the door to the prison cell was relocked. With his back turned, he walked out of the heavenly prison step by step. What will happen to Lin Feng City? The Marquis of Blood and Guts was carried. His tone somewhat complicated. Mr. Lu said that Mr. Lu spared him. Lu Sin grinned and took a step out of the door of the heavenly prison. Lift your head and look at the sky. But, the great Yen Law will not spare him. Chapter 60 Old Man's Forgotten Friend. Great Yen Border. Lu Yuanfang stood on top of the city wall, looking straight ahead, a pair of old faces with furrows and gullies, and his face was dry and a little bit off. Directly ahead, the direction of Ogoshi, an endless plain, with just the occasional bit of wind and sand to see far into the distance. Every day, he would take time to stand guard on the walls with the generals. This was something he had to do every day since beheading Li Chang. Beyond that, the scouts kept coming. Daily, a large number of scouts were sent on a constant tour around the Dai Viet border. It's been a year. Okoshi was uncharacteristically quiet. As a veteran general, his instincts told him that Daikoshi must be brewing something. Ta-da-da-da-da. The distant scouts had returned. Dusting off the sand on his battle armor, Lu Yuanfang walked down the city wall to greet the scouts in person. Reporting to the state lord, there is nothing unusual on the border of Dai Viet. Speaking of this, the scout hesitated and whispered. As we approached the city of Dai Viet today, arrows began to be fired from the walls of Dai Viet to repel it, and there are beginning to be pursuers chasing us. Hearing such words, the other generals around them opened their mouths and laughed. It's been a year. They haven't driven away any of the scouts we sent before. It seems that this shrunken head turtle has finally moved more or less. Lu Yuanfang, however, frowned, rubbing his palm on the handle of the battle sword at his waist, pondering for a moment, and whispered, the other side, without hurting lives, is just repelling? That's right. No lives will be harmed, just driven away. It seems to be trying to get us to know what's going on. The scout caught his breath, recalling what had just happened. Lu Yuanfang's face sank as he looked at the surrounding generals and said sternly, quickly, gather the generals scattered everywhere. Order all the provisions and make all the preparations. In these days, send more scouts to patrol. This order caused the surrounding generals to blush. Your Excellency, would you be overreacting a bit? Maybe Ogoshi just doesn't want to be a shrinking violet all the time. Lu Yuanfang shook his head and spoke with a sullen face. I can't say. It's weird. The only possibility for such an approach is that they don't want us to know about the troop movements and marches within Dai Viet. Whatever it's going to be, tense up in recent days. Do not be lazy and idle. If anyone is found to be lazy and lax, he will be punished by military law. Yes. Well. My great Yen is truly full of loyal and righteous people. Manhwa held the list in one hand. His body had begun to tremble slightly. The names on it, one by one, were the courtiers he knew best. There are notoriously incorruptible and honest ministers with clean hands. There were important ministers of both dynasties who had been in high positions since the time of the late emperor. There is also the talent that has just been promoted from Kotaku. They are both highly respected. However, all appear on the list. Your Majesty, the names on it will have to be verified. Lu Sun spoke. Lu Qing is saying. Manhwa froze for a moment and frowned. Lin Fengcheng just said those names to save his life. But these names? I don't know if he confessed them in order to live or compiled them, wanting to frame a wave before his death. This matter still needs to be investigated by Flower Moon House. Lu Sun saluted. The Blood Bile Marquis, who was lying on the ground beside him and whose limbs had been broken off, spoke up at this moment. Your Majesty, little Lord Lu is right. This matter still needs to be investigated closely. Old me. I don't really trust Lin Fengcheng's character. Lu Sun. Just now, in the heavenly prison, he even said that he trusted Lin Fengcheng's character. Why did you change your tune when you got to the palace? This guy. That's pretty fickle. Blood and Guts Marquis you. Manhwa coughed lightly and looked at Blood and Guts Marquis and Lu Sun with a somewhat odd expression. Old me has been convinced by what little Lord Lu has said. The things that were once in the past are in the past. And you shouldn't keep dwelling on the past. The Marquis of Blood and Guts said in a loud voice. As a minister of power, he has a brilliant mind. It's just that being in the middle of the situation, with no one to point him in the right direction, he simply couldn't see the mystery in front of him. Lu Sun had only said a sentence or two, and he had already understood a little. During the reign of the late emperor, the Blood and Guts Marquis and the State Duke's office represented the two major rights of power in military power. If it is said that those who want to see the blood feud between the Blood and Guts Marquis and the State Duke's mansion the most, apart from some of the ministers in the court, it is the royal family. More likely, is the late emperor? It's just a guess that can only be thought about in the mind. There are some things that are still evidence-based. He couldn't tell Manhwa that either. Manhwa glanced at the arms and legs that had been broken off with a somewhat odd expression. How did Lu Qing persuade some? It's natural to reason with old man. Old man's heart is happy to be convinced. And he already treats young Duke Lu as old man's forgotten friend. The Marquis of Blood and Guts sprawled and spoke. Lu Sun had just picked up a sip of tea from the side and nearly spit it out directly when he heard this. Cough cough cough. It took a long time of violent coughing to swallow the tea. Looking at the Blood and Guts Marquis, Lu Sun was helpless for a while. Over. A little too much. No matter what. Marquis Blood and Guts and Minister Lu are both my great Yan's men. It's best if we can put aside our former enmity. Manhwa shook his head and smiled helplessly. In his opinion, it should be Lu Sun reasoning does not make sense, so he exchanged punches and kicks. Lu Sun had acted under his authorization, and he would not care much about the matter of the Marquis of Blood and Guts having his arms and legs broken. It's just that the Blood and Guts Marquis has this hand and foot. Hesitating for a moment, Manhwa just wanted to ask the Imperial physician. The Blood Guts Marquis hastily spoke. Breaking arms and legs is nothing to a heaven-ranked expert. All that's needed is to connect the bones in 2 days of rest and recuperation. And you'll be back as good as new. Even if the injuries are a bit heavier, recovery can be promoted through some special elixirs. These words from the Blood and Guts Marquis caused Manhwa to nod his head. In that case, would Marquis Bloodbile be willing to take a few days off to help me? To uncover the person behind the curtain? Retracting his eyes, Manhwa's face gradually sank. The slender fingers pressed on the dragon case with a slight pressure. The eyes that looked at the Blood Gallows Marquis carried a few deep and complex points. He already knew about the Blood and Guts Marquis collusion with the man behind the curtain. The move Lu Sun took was a risky move that he hadn't even thought of. It was too close. One careless move and not only Lu Sun, but even he, the 9-5, would be pulverized. I am willing to share your Majesty's worries and uncover that rebellious thief. The Blood and Guts Marquis voice was resounding, and he raised his head with all his might, looking up at Manhwa. Strange. Where's His Majesty's larynx? Could it be a problem with your own angle? In this position, the Blood and Guts Marquis could only see that white neck and chin. Quickly, he lowered his head, not daring to look at it more. Great! Marquis of Blood and Guts, don't let me down. Manhwa gently tapped the dragon case. I will fulfill your majesty's trust. The blood bile Marquis voice sank slightly. Go down. I still have some words to explain to Secretary Lu. Manhwa waved his hand. Chapter 61 Imperial Gold Medal. The fall breeze was dry. It's cold. The craftsmen are still sweating profusely, working around the clock inside the Imperial tomb. They had no idea as to what was happening inside Emperor Xingjing's palace. I only know that the craftsmen who built the Xingjing Emperor's palace and the Imperial tomb were all taken and put in the heavenly prison. However, the craftsmen, looking at the way the palace collapsed, guessed that perhaps they had cut corners in the previous construction of the palace, causing it to collapse. His Majesty is also stupid. Since it's already collapsed, let's postpone the Ancestor Festival. We can't do much good work when we're tired as dogs like this, working around the clock, and if there's any more problems, we'll be wronged. Among the artisans, some complained. Someone off to the side kicked the man who had opened his mouth to speak so hard that he nearly knocked the man down. Do you want to die? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Did I pay you less? These 2 days to catch up with the work. 3 taels of silver per day. And you can get another 1 or 2 taels of silver when you finish. Isn't this more than you've earned in half a year? If you dare to insult His Majesty again, I'll be the first to report you. Asshole. That's right. Cut the crap and do it. If we don't finish, we're all out of luck. Once again, the dryness began to heat up around them. No one knows. Under this Xingjing Emperor's palace, long gone are the coffins. What does Secretary Lu have in mind about the coffin? Inside the Imperial study, Manhwa had already sat back on the dragon chair. The eyes were differently colored by the night jewels and candlelight. Lu Xun sank his eyes, thought for a moment in his mind, and spoke. This matter should be related to the Imperial tomb supervisor at that time. That passage. He's been in there and seen it. Some years. The construction of the late Emperor's palace was started after the coffin of the late Emperor was buried first. The only possibility of digging out underground passages, leaving dark rooms, and leaving no traces at all, would be when building the Imperial tomb palace. The construction of the late Emperor's palace for the Ministry of Public Works supervisor, specialized in this matter. The supervisor at the time of the late Emperor. Manhwa's corner of his eye trembled slightly, his gaze gradually cold. The Meng family of the southern city. Nanchang Mengjia. The moment he heard this title, a cold light flashed under Lu Xun's eyes. Meng Jia, one of those poisonous women. One of Morong Yan's think tanks was Meng Jiao, the nominally adopted daughter of Meng Lin, the head of the Meng family, and the daughter of the de facto outlaw, Meng Jiao. In her last life, she was the one who came up with the idea of the cannon branding. The suggestion of decapitating the state duke's house and bringing herself there to watch everyone lose their heads was also made by her. Breathing gradually, Lu Xun's eyes became low. Lu Qing, would you like to take a trip for me? Take the Great Household Guard Army and check. If the Meng family is related to this matter, find out for me how many more people are colluding behind it. I will follow your orders. Lu Xun saluted, and after a moment spoke. If the Meng family doesn't cooperate, the Meng family is a well-known family in Great Yan. The head of the family, Meng Lin, was the contemporary supervisor of the Ministry of Public Works, and his father, Meng Tianqing, was the supervisor of the Ministry of Public Works at the time of the late Emperor. In addition to these two, the branches of the Meng family also had a lot of say in the courtroom. The family, the most difficult thing to deal with, is this. Many of the courtiers were sons of families. If we get rid of it, there will be a considerable vacancy. If it cannot be filled in a moment, the dynasty will be destabilized in the light of the situation, and in the heavy of the situation, a great chaos will start. If you don't cooperate, you can be killed on the spot. Manhwa waved his hand and a gold medal fell into Lu Xun's arms. On the front, there is a big. On the back, there is a golden dragon. Hold the Imperial gold medal. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without pardon. Sinking his face, Manhwa's voice was heavy. I beg your pardon. Lu Xun hung his head, his gaze cold. Yandu. The north of the city is for the emperor, the south is for the people, the east is for the rich, and the west is for the noble. Although this is not entirely the case. For example, there are also wealthy families in the south of the city and commoners living in the east of the city. Most of them are distributed in this way. Officials and dignitaries, for the most part, reside in the western part of the city. This is a beautiful spot, away from the city gates and close to the palace. You can quickly enter the palace when you go to the court, and you don't need to endure the noise of the traffic into Yendu. Besides, there are a number of distinguished people who live here. Many of the important ministers' residences are on the west side of the city. Living in the western part of the city, he could have some contact with those important ministers, and if he happened to do some small favors, and was seen by the important ministers, and was able to serve the important ministers, that would be even better. The supervisor of the Ministry of Public Works is not a top-tier dignitary for the entire Imperial Court, but it's a position that not just anyone can take. Repair of city walls, expansion of the Imperial City, repair of bridges and roads, supervision of the construction of Imperial tombs, expansion of royal gardens, almost all the work related to construction. The Ministry of Public Works supervisor has to manage. If you're talking about power, there's almost none, but it's fat. If you want to become a superintendent, you don't need ability, you need big enough background. Ministry of Public Works supervisor is handled by the silver money, at least can cut off 1 or 2 of the 10. There is no easier money to come by than the Ministry of Public Works in the entire court. The Meng family, too, was not as simple as it appeared. The Meng mansion resided in the western part of the city, a bit to the side. Not far from here is the residence of Minister Wu. This is a position that many people have their eyes on, but they don't dare to mess with the Meng family. Unlike the low profile of the powerful nobles, the Meng family had always sung and danced night after night. The entire mansion was filled with an air of wealth and honor. Even if some of their colleagues were displeased by this, they did not care in the least. At this moment in front of the ancestral shrine, Meng Jiao's body trembled slightly as she knelt on the cold masonry and looked towards the old man sitting on the eunuch chair at the very front, her face full of fear. Master, Grandpa, everything my granddaughter said is true. The eldest princess really appreciates my granddaughter and wants to take her in as a wise counselor. Meng Tianqing stroked his white beard, raised his eyes slightly, and gently put down the teacup in his hand. Snap! The sound of a teacup colliding with the tabletop caused Meng Jiao's body to give a giant shudder. You can fool others, but don't ever fool even yourself. Meng Tianqing's voice was a bit cold, without the twilight of an old man, and with a bit more majesty. Don't you know in your own heart where your talented girl's name came from? The Rapunzel has never seen you, so how can she appreciate you? Only because of your talent name? Before you've been rewarded. You're making up nonsense about this matter. Do you know that if the princess is angry, my Meng family will have to go through the trouble of calming the anger due to your stupidity? Meng Tianqing's words caused Meng Jiao's pretty face to turn white. She has a reputation for talent, but it's all blown out of proportion. After getting the Rapunzel's pull, she, who had never had any ambition, instantly swelled up. She even flaunted it around in the Meng family, and almost no one in the entire Meng family knew that she had become a wise counselor rewarded by the eldest princess. The story, at some point, reached Grandpa's ears. At this moment, Meng Jiao opened her mouth in defense with a face full of panic. Granddaughter has really been rewarded by the eldest princess. And, the eldest princess let the palace eunuch pass a letter. Let the granddaughter think of a way to help her out of anger. The granddaughter has also come up with a few schemes that can perfectly help the eldest princess to solve the Lu Gui Gongfu. Boo! Meng Tianqing, who had just lifted his teacup, heavily slammed it on the tabletop. The teacup instantly shattered, and the stubble cut into his palm without even realizing it. Chapter 62. There are quite a few people who insulted your ancestors. The house of Lu Guogong. The eldest princess is going to deal with the Lu Guogongfu. Meng Tianqing's pale eyes flickered as he gently raised his hand, looking at the blood flowing out of the wound on his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, he coldly looked at Meng Jiao and frowned. Some doubts whispered, how could the eldest princess favor this stupid person? Could it be that there is something special that has been discovered? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Tianqing didn't say much and simply extended his hand. The servant who had been waiting on the side quickly carried water and light gauze cloth, cleaned up Meng Tianqing's hand, and after using the medicine, wrapped it up finely. Meng Jiao's body trembled as she knelt in place, not daring to utter a single breath. In the Meng family, she lives on thin ice. Although she was honored as the adopted daughter of the Meng family, she herself and the Meng family knew clearly that she was only the daughter of the external family raised by Meng Lin, the head of the Meng family. That foreign room, too, has long been abandoned by Meng Lin due to old age and color. She used a lot of tricks to get into the Meng family to enjoy her riches. She even killed her mother with her own hands in order to return to the Meng family. It's venomous, despicable, but effective. She really got into the Meng family, but she was never as good as she wanted to be in the Meng family. And even the Meng family subordinates didn't have the slightest respect for her. In order to stand firm, she used a large sum of money to buy off her subordinates and outside boys. In 10 days' time, the name of Meng Jiao, the adopted daughter of the Meng family, as a talented woman of Yendu had spread to the whole of Great Yen. Now, moreover, because of this talented name, it has been rewarded by the eldest princess. How does this not make Meng Jiao swell? He thought highly of himself, but he had not thought about these things, and they reached Meng Tianqing's ears. At this moment, Meng Tianqing looked deeply at Meng Jiao and said in a deep voice, Do you know that Duke Lu is not something our Meng family can touch? Meng Jiao, however, changed her face at this moment, her eyes flashed with viciousness, and her voice became gloomy. This world, it's all the royal families. For our Meng family to go further, we need to tie up an extremely ambitious and capable royal family. Eldest princess, this is the man. The Duke of Lu's residence is just a stone on the road to glory for our Meng family. If he stands in the way of our Meng family, he must be trampled. If a full house of the Duke of Lu's family can make the eldest princess happy and our Meng family deeply bound to the royal family, then their deaths will be worth it. Meng Jiao's pretty face smiled extremely grimly. At this moment, Meng Tianqing's eyes lit up, and as he looked at Meng Jiao, he actually revealed a few moments of appreciation. Good. Unexpectedly, the wild seed left behind by his own son's affair outside the house had such thoughts. Not smart, but poisonous enough. Meng Tianqing made a comment for this granddaughter of his in his heart. The fact that she spent money to spread her talent is similar to the Yendu talented girl Sun Moro who made a fool of herself before. This thought, however, allowed Meng Tianqing to see the hope of the Meng family. Very well, it looks like you should have already thought of something. Meng Tianqing's cloudy eyes moved slightly as he looked toward Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao spoke with a mysterious face. Please forgive your granddaughter. Grandpa, there are ears on the walls, and you mustn't say anything until it's done. Afterward, my granddaughter will personally meet with the princess to perfect the plan. My granddaughter can only say that if this scheme comes to fruition, it will make that Duke Lu willingly go to his death. A plan for the young lord? Meng Tianqing spoke with some surprise. Meng Jiao, who had been guessed as the main character, blanched for a moment, forced herself to be calm, nodded, and spoke. That's right. Good. Then Grandpa will wait. If something goes wrong, this matter. Meng Tianqing placed his hand, which had just been wrapped, on his lap and slowly raised his eyes. Granddaughter understands. This matter is the work of granddaughter alone and has nothing to do with the Meng family. Meng Jiao's voice carried a bit of excitement. Since entering the Meng family, this was the first time Meng Tianqing had spoken to himself so pleasantly. Okay, go down. Meng Tianqing's eyes moved slightly as he spoke faintly. Recently, your father has been a bit tired from supervising the labor. So if you have time, you can go to your father's side to study for a while. Or you can share some of your father's burden. Meng Jiao's body trembled even more. And with a face of surprise, she knelt on the ground and couldn't stop kowtowing. Thanks Grandpa. What a scene of a benevolent master and filial grandson. So filial that I can't bear to interrupt. A clear and cold voice came from the roof. Meng Tianqing's old face suddenly changed, and his gaze became ugly. Getting up and flinging his sleeves, he rushed out of the ancestral shrine in a dragon's stride, roaring in a low voice. Who is it? Hiding your head and showing your tail. How dare you spill your guts on my Mang clan's ancestral shrine? The surrounding Mang clan's fighters instantly rushed out and looked towards the roof of the ancestral shrine. Boom! Lu Xun fell from the sky, like a god with light in his eyes. The moment it landed on the ground, the entire ancestral shrine trembled. The moment he saw Lu Xun, Meng Tianqing's face suddenly twitched and his eyes became flustered. Meng Jiao had already rushed to Meng Tianqing's side and opened her mouth to roar with a fox-like expression. Who are you, daring to break into my Meng family ancestral hall and eavesdropping on the roof? Seek death. Who am I? Let's see ha. Lu Xun looked at Meng Jiao with a smirk, stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, clapped his hands and spoke. I have quite a few identities. A small, idle and insignificant official of Yendu, deputy chief executive of Flower Moon House, and, speaking here, Lu Xun looked at Meng Jiao and smiled amiably. There's another identity. One that's going to be in your mouth. One that's going to get your whole family killed by your schemes. Boom! Meng Jiao's body trembled. Her big beautiful eyes flashed, and she opened her mouth somewhat incredulously. You are Lu Xun. Lu Xun spread his hands with a helpless face and spoke. What's the matter, talented lady of Yendu? Before making plans to harm Mr. Lu, didn't you take a look at Mr. Lu's appearance first? Little young lord, what are you saying? Meng Jiao's face revealed an ugly smile, and she spoke warily. My daughter never said anything about a plan. Lu Xun, even if you're the youngest prince of the state duke's residence, so what? After looking at Meng Jiao's unproductive appearance, Meng Tianqing coldly grimaced with murderous intent under his eyes, and said in a deep voice, the youngest eunuch of the state duke's house can just casually barge into a courtier's mansion and trample on the ancestral shrine? In my great Yin, those who insult their ancestors will be beheaded. Meng Tianqing roared with murderous intent. If you already know, what's the point of hiding it? Stupid. Glancing at his granddaughter, Meng Tianqing's gaze was icy cold. Just. Lu Xun, however, shook his head and smiled at this moment. Slowly pacing, he looked around at the increasing number of Meng family fighters who had gathered around him, and spoke indifferently. Today, I, Lu, am not here in the capacity of a young lord. Reaching out, he pulled out the Imperial gold medal, waved it in front of Meng Tianqing's old face, and said with a faint smile, by His Majesty's decree, investigating the matter of your Meng family's stealing and digging underground passages. The others looked at each other with puzzled faces, all in disbelief. Only Meng Tianqing, the moment he heard these words, his pupils trembled violently. You, pointing at Lu Xun, Meng Tianqing yelled lowly, you dare to forge the Imperial gold medal. This is a capital offense. Kill me. Lu Xun grinned, waved his hand toward the top, and spoke, then you have a lot of people to kill today. Elder Meng, there are many who insult your ancestors. As the words fell, on the ancestral shrine, a dozen figures instantly emerged. The Great Inner Guard Army, Ground-Level Masters. Chapter 63. In your next life, learn from your mistakes and don't pit yourself against your father. Duh. Inside the ancestral shrine, Meng Tianqing sat helplessly on the ground with his hair and clothes scattered. Meng Jiao on the side was filled with panic and shrank into a ball, making strange, blush-inducing noises every now and then, as if she was trying to get Lu Xun's attention. Pa! Lu Xun crouched down and threw a slap on Meng Jiao's face. With a miserable cry, Meng Jiao's entire body flew backwards and slammed hard on the ground. That dainty little slapstick face swelled up in an instant. How dare you make that kind of noise in front of your ancestor? Meng Jiao, you've really impressed Mr. Lu. Lu Xun shook his head with a faint smile. The eyes were just about to leave, but they keenly saw the deep resentment and viciousness from the depths of Meng Jiao's eyes. Still the same as the last one. Same eyes. But in this life, the ending will not be the same. Turning his head, without paying any more attention to Meng Jiao, Lu Xun took smooth steps and walked over to Meng Tianqing's side. Gloom was written all over Meng Tianqing's old face. Lu Xun, you passed. I, Meng Tianqing, was a court official, and now my son Meng Lin is still a court official. My Meng family is also a great Yin family. You're so arrogant and domineering, breaking into my Meng family's residence and injuring people at will. Aren't you afraid that my son will go to the court tomorrow and sue you for using your power for personal gain and plotting against an imperial official? Meng Tianqing was roaring lowly, and that old face was a bit grim. Lu Xun was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, patted Meng Tianqing's shoulder, and spoke with a sincere expression. Why wait until tomorrow? Today, Mr. Lu can reunite your son Meng Lin with you. Before I entered your house, someone had already gone to catch Meng Lin, the sinful minister who slept on the flower girl. Your family, all of you can be reunited today. Lu Xun smiled faintly and spoke meaningfully. You, don't you dare. You dare to lynch? You dare to kill us here? My Meng family has never messed with your state duke's house. Meng Tianqing's old face flushed red as he roared with incredulity. Lu Xun nuzzled his mouth and looked to Meng Jiao, who was grouped together on the side, and spoke. These brothers of Mr. Lu could have been listening just now. Meng Tianqing's old face was grim as he stared deathly at Meng Jiao and roared through gritted teeth. This is my Meng family's adopted daughter, and she has no blood relationship with my Meng family. Everything was done by her alone. She is delusional, dreaming of climbing up with the eldest princess. Her brain is broken. Just now the old man was just coaxing her. Meng Jiao's body trembled tremendously, and her eyes were filled with fear. No. My little daughter is a descendant of the Meng family. My daughter is the daughter of Meng Lin's outer family, the Meng family's head, not some adopted daughter. She doesn't want to be abandoned. It's a matter of life and death, and the only way to live is to be tied to the Meng family. Either everyone dies together, either that, or we all live together. Meng Jiao's viper-like eyes made Meng Tianqing's face turn ugly. Lu Xun laughed heartily. Yes, that's it. Dog eat dog. It's only fun to watch yourself. Lu, little eunuch. Trying to suppress his anger, Meng Tianqing coughed lightly and said in a low voice, I have some savings, so I'm begging for the young lord's convenience. We don't have any conflicts, so why be so determined? Meng Tianqing, do you really not know why I came? Lu Xun's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at Meng Tianqing. Meng Tianqing's body trembled and his face turned pale. Father, help me father. You guys let go of me. Meng Lin was escorted by the experts of the Flower Moon House and entered the ancestral hall. The moment he saw Meng Tianqing, this Meng family head, Meng Lin, cried like a 300-pound child. That obese body, trembling, rolling and crawling rushed to Meng Tianqing's body, terrified, opened his mouth. Father, who are they? You get someone to drive them away. Why don't you take the money and send them away? Meng Tianqing took a deep breath, filled with disappointment in his son who only knew how to enjoy himself. Raising his eyes, those old eyes looked at Lu Xun and said in a cold voice, when did you find out about the Imperial tomb? Lu Xun was stunned and looked at the obese Meng Lin. His face suddenly became odd, and after a moment, he laughed out loud. I said, why don't you show any sign of trying to escape? It seems that this good son of yours, who is so muddled every day and only knows how to borrow your Meng family's identity and reach out for money, doesn't even know what's going on in the Ministry of Public Works, does he? Meng Tianqing's old face sank as he looked toward Meng Lin and said in a low rebuke, what happened today? Meng Lin's obese face, where he could barely see his five senses, was filled with bewilderment and incomprehension as he opened his mouth and said, there's nothing important. It's just that the Emperor's tomb suddenly collapsed and the Ministry of Public Works temporarily allocated craftsmen to repair it. Boom! Meng Tianqing's old face suddenly turned waxy, and his entire body collapsed to the ground in weakness, looking at his son with a face full of incredulity. Why didn't you? This matter, earlier? Meng Lin had not yet waited for Meng Tianqing to finish speaking, then he opened his mouth and said, this matter is not a big deal. It's not as important as the new flower girl at the Spring Wind Pavilion in the south of the city, so I went to the Spring Wind Pavilion in the south of the city. First, pop. The loud slapping sound was extraordinarily harsh throughout the shrine. Meng Lin's obese face trembled violently like a water wave due to Meng Tianqing's slap. Layer upon layer of flesh, carrying his body with it, were close to collapsing. That pale body, with a slap, actually slapped the 300 pounds of fat man nearly fell down. Waist, ah. Meng Tianqing's entire body was holding his head and bawling, crying until he knelt in front of the tablet like a puddle of mud, completely unable to get up. Meng Lin panicked and knelt on the ground, his body trembling, and opened his mouth. Father, what happened to me? Lu Sun squatted beside Meng Lin and spoke with a smile. You didn't do anything wrong. You did the right thing. Just grow some memory in your next life and don't be such a pitiful father. Not to mention the matter of secretly repairing the passage under the former emperor's mausoleum palace. The collapse of the former emperor's mausoleum palace alone is the responsibility of the previous generation of supervisors. Meng Tianqing, instead of rushing to tell his father about this, he went to play with the newly arrived flower girl first. It had to make Lu Sun marvel that this Meng Lin was really a talent. Meng Tianqing, you should know what I'm looking into. Lu Sun got up and walked over to Meng Tianqing, patted that shoulder and laughed, crying, changes nothing, just stalling. Old me doesn't know. Old me doesn't know anything. Meng Tianqing's face was filled with tears as he spoke feebly. Lu Sun sighed, got up, and turned toward the outside of the ancestral shrine. While walking, he opened his mouth and said, today, I, Mr. Lu, have received a sacred order to investigate the theft of the coffin of the late emperor of the Imperial tomb. Yet everyone in the Meng clan fought hard, unwilling to cooperate. It even puts Lu's life in danger. Mustn't be. Resist and behead the whole family on the spot. Lu Sun waved his hand and stepped out of the ancestral shrine. The surrounding Dni guards' army instantly drew their blades. Meng Tianqing's old face trembled and his entire body shook violently. He, just trying to make a deal. Who would have thought that this Lu Sun is really so determined? I said, let my Meng family live. Lu Sun's footsteps stopped and the corner of his lips curled slightly. Squinting, he looked to the sky. This day, looks like it's about to light up. Chapter 64 Empty Coffins. Meng Tianqing's old face. Some drooping cheeks quivered slightly, and his cloudy eyeballs carried a touch of oily light. Watching Lu Sun walk back to the ancestral shrine step by step, the breath that was lifted up, finally loosened. Waving his hand, he told the surrounding army of Dni guards to take back the blades in their hands, and slowly walked up to Meng Tianqing's body, hanging his head, looking down at Meng Tianqing from above. Say it, saying that will spare me from death? Meng Tianqing spoke again, caution on that old face. Lu Sun glanced at Meng Tianqing with a smirk, casually pulling out his long sword from the waist of the Dni guard's army on the side. Madaka! The long knife flashed with cold light, and the knife chi swung out, gently chopping on that ancestral shrine tablet. Wow! All of the ancestral hall tablets split apart in an instant, turning into a pile of shattered wooden pieces that fell to the ground. Don't delay any longer. Mr. Lu has always disliked making any deals, and I won't make any deals either. It is said that it is up to His Majesty to decide whether to live or die. Lu Sun's voice was deep. The light of the knife is also sharp. Meng Tianqing's old face shivered as he spoke hurriedly. It was someone from Nan Luo who told me to do so. The old man at the time was threatened that if he didn't do as he was told, his whole family would die. Said here, Meng Tianqing carefully opened his mouth. I did it very carefully. After doing it, staring with my own eyes at the original batch of artisans were silenced. Who knows? The old man has truly repented. Looking at the trembling Meng Tianqing, Lu Sun shook his head and smiled. He repented? Just scared to death. Where's the remorse? Someone from South Row? Who? Lu Sun squatted down and looked at Meng Tianqing, who had hung his head and was in tears. Meng Tianqing's body trembled and his expression stiffened a little. Where was the coffin transported? Where is the body of the late emperor? And how do you Destroy the body? The questions Lu Sun asked consecutively shook Meng Tianqing's pupils with a huge tremor. Pop! The palm slapped on Meng Tianqing's shoulder, instantly causing Meng Tianqing's body to shiver. You really don't see the coffin, waiting for them to save you? Guess what? Stalling, waiting for them to save you. You wait until, is it their rescuers, or the killers? Lu Sun's voice caused Meng Tianqing to take a deep breath, and his lips began to tremble. After a long moment of hesitation, it seemed that a decision had finally been made. The people of the South Luo royal clan. They transported the coffin away and buried it not far from the royal garden in Yanzhou. They promised that there was a way for my son to take over my position as supervisor of the Ministry of Public Works before I was willing to help them. Recently, they had also contacted me to find artisans to do work for them. Only those artisans never came back after they were taken away. Meng Tianqing's voice trembled, his eyes raised slightly, and the moment they collided with Lu Sun's, they hung down deeply. Oh, so you don't know anything about what they're planning? And did not know Morongyan, the eldest princess? Not to mention not being involved in any other programs? Lu Sun looked at Meng Tianqing and spoke with a smirk. You really have picked yourself clean enough. Meng Tianqing didn't raise his head, his whole body trembling, only his eyes, which were hanging down, flickered with a few moments of calculation. If you tell them all, you'll die too. Only people who keep something, who want to know this will keep their lives. This was the truth of living that he had summarized over the decades he had been in the official world. You guys, take everyone in the Meng mansion and escort them to the heavenly prison to await trial. Everyone else, follow me and go with Meng Tianqing to excavate the coffin of the late emperor. After Lu Sun commanded, his gaze looked deeply at Meng Tianqing. There was no need for Meng Tianqing to lie. But what was said was obviously only the most superficial of things. He didn't say a word about the real core stuff. But, rather, it was a bit of a breakthrough. The royal family of Nanluo. Watching the back of his men escorting Meng Tianqing away, Lu Sun touched the long knife in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Nanluo, the hinterland of Great Yan. The roots of the Great Yan royal family were in Nanluo. The Morong family was the top family in South Luo. Great Yan's Emperor Taizu started from Nanluo and created 1,000 years of foundation step by step. And Nanluo, too, became the place where the royal bloodline was the purest. The royal clan, that is in Nanluo. The South Luo clan came and took the coffin away. The matter, it seems, is a bit strange. No matter how much the royal family seized power, they would never lay hands on the bones of the dead. Now not only digging passages and secret chambers under the late emperor's grave, but even taking away his coffin. It's not quite like something a royal clan could do. It's weird. Dawn. Digging 3 feet into the ground, we finally found the place where the coffin was. The coffin was excavated. 5-clawed golden dragon coffin with gilt body. The heavy lid, carved with a giant dragon symbolizing royalty, was painted gold. Just looking at the coffin that was carried out, Lu Sun's eyes but slightly condensed. With the sharp senses of a half-step true immortal, he did not feel the aura of the dead from this coffin. Eyes narrowed slightly. Heaven's eye. The heart murmured, and a coolness came over his eyes. Everything in front of him became much clearer in a flash. The eyes focused on top of that coffin, and almost in an instant, it was as if the coffin had turned into a translucent wave of water. Inside, empty, there are no bones of the late emperor. Lu Sun's face instantly changed. Open the coffin. A low rebuke. None of the surrounding Denai Guard's army dared to move. They were all hesitant and didn't dare to go forward. Meng Tianqing's face turned pale as he angrily rebuked. Lu Sun, you're crazy. Opening the coffin is disrespectful to the late emperor. Ha? You still know that this is disrespectful to the late emperor? I'll take that as a no. Lu Sun looked at Meng Tianqing with a smile. That old face instantly reddened at those words. Turning his head, glancing at the people around him, Lu Sun stopped waiting. The palm of his hand slammed towards the thick coffin. Boo! Muffled sounds. That thick coffin lid, unexpectedly, rose up in the air in this instant. Boo! The lid of the coffin fell to the ground with a loud bang as everyone looked on in shock, and everything in that coffin appeared within everyone's sight. It's even empty. Where is the corpse of the late emperor? How? At this moment, everyone was all stunned. Inside that coffin, only the golden brocade cloth, symbolizing royalty, was spread out. Nothing else. Not even an indentation. Meng Tianqing stared blankly, his body trembling up tremendously. Panicked. No way. This can't be right. I have watched them carry the coffin away, and bury it here. This can't be right. This response is very real. Obviously, even Meng Tianqing hadn't expected something like this to happen. Take it away. Lu Sun. I still have something left to say. I'll say it now. Please, give me a chance. I can say it now. At this moment, Meng Tianqing's face was filled with panic, instantly kneeling on the ground, begging bitterly. Finding the coffin is one thing. The absence of the late emperor's bones in the coffin can be another matter. He could be sure that he would suffer the wrath of the royal family. If he hid it any longer, he might not really get a chance to say it himself. Speak up in order to change your life. Chapter 65. I don't dare to say more. I recognize the person from Nanluo. He is the son of the patriarch of the Nanluo royal clan. I was willing to help them in the first place, but also because they gave me a promise that the royal family would keep me. Never thought they'd be so bold. Meng Tianqing's old eyes were already filled with tears of panic. He'd done a lot of daring things, but never had he panicked so much today. What's more, it didn't occur to me that it was just a moment of greed, trying to get his own son to take over his seat, but to his own detriment. All the things that have happened in Yendu recently are also related to the South Luo Imperial clan. Their people have contacted the old man and also asked him to cooperate with them to do something, only that the old man is too timid to do anything nowadays. Meng Tianqing was so nervous that his mouth trembled. Lu Sun's gaze fell on Meng Tianqing's body and he let out a faint smile. In that case, you should also know about Morong Yan's previous plan? Meng Tianqing subconsciously tried to deny it, but when he touched Lu Sun's gaze, that old face twitched a bit and finally nodded bitterly. You also know about the person behind the curtain who wants to seek power and usurp the throne. Lu Sun spoke again, and this time, instead of asking a question, he spoke with certainty. Meng Tianqing's old face was suffocating red, but when faced with Lu Sun's pair of eyes, he couldn't say a single false word. A somber nod. Boom! The surrounding Deny Guard's army all shuddered, a look of incredulity flashing across their faces. This kind of thing, even let them catch up? Lu Sun's gaze was icy cold, his eyes fixedly looking at Meng Tianqing's old face as he spoke in a deep voice. One last question. The man behind the curtain, have you seen him? Meng Tianqing shook his head in panic and spoke with fear and trepidation. I'm nothing more than their eyes placed in Yendu. Although I know some of the plans, I don't know how to execute them, when to execute them, and by whom to execute them. I really don't know anything. Take it away. Lu Sun didn't listen any further. The light in his eyes flickered slightly, and the heavens I was put away. What he said was true. The empty coffins, too, were soon to come and be carried away. The incident was not publicized and did not cause any waves. Just, inside the palace, it was already so tense that the atmosphere didn't dare to come out. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, and Li Qingtsong, the Minister of Martial Arts, stood on either side of the dragon case. Lu Sun said everything he had found out. Morong Hua on the dragon chair, his palm on the dragon case, had pinched until it was iron blue. Even that clear face was slightly darkened. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. South Row, O royal clansman. It was only after a long time that Morong Hua sighed deeply. From the moment he saw that dragon robe, he guessed that it should be related to the royal clan of Nanluo. But when he did get a clue, he couldn't help but feel angry. Your Majesty, please calm the dragon's anger. This matter has yet to be investigated clearly, and a decision will be made after a detailed investigation. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, was the first to speak. On the side, Martial Minister Li Qingtsong also nodded his head and said, That's right, Your Majesty. It's about the royal family clansmen, so it should still be investigated clearly without rushing to a conclusion. Glancing deeply at the Minister of Wan and the Minister of Wu, even though he knew that these two ministers did not want to get involved in the royal family's fight, Morong Hua still felt a pang of loss. Lu Qing, do you have something to say? His eyes fell on Lu Sun. Morong Hua spoke. Your Majesty, the Microchen, has nothing to say. Lu Sun lowered his head and spoke. Unless Your Majesty pardons Wei Chen's innocence. The corner of Morong Hua's mouth twitched slightly, waving his hand with some tears and laughter. He spoke. Speak. I forgive you for your innocence. Lu Sun suddenly raised his head, killing intent in his eyes. Your Majesty, I feel that this matter is of great importance. It is about the royal bloodline, and more importantly, it is about Your Majesty's majesty. The person behind the curtain should be found out as soon as possible. The whole family should be decapitated. Chickens and dogs should be killed, and even the eggs in the house should be shaken to scatter the yolks, and not a single root of the trouble should be left, in order to show His Majesty's majesty. Hiss. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts all stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. This kid is really ruthless. It's also really bold. He dared to say such a thing about the royal bloodline. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the royal family afterwards? As the elders of the two dynasties, when they served the former emperor, their greatest experience was that they must not be involved in the struggle for power and profit in the royal bloodline. Once you're involved, you're bound to get pulverized. How can such a ruthless tactic be considered a manifestation of my majesty? Manhwa did not retort, but spoke with deep meaning. Lu Xun spoke up. Your Majesty, thunder and rain are all the king's favors. Nourished by rain alone, it will only give rise to unwarranted ambitions in those who are ill-intentioned. Your Majesty should also properly apply thunder to make them understand that what they should not touch, they should never touch. Boom! When Xiang and Wu Xiang's bodies trembled as their faces turned pale. This kid, it was almost as if he had said outright that he would pull out the people of the royal clan and cut off their heads altogether. However, the imagined thunderous fury did not appear. Manhwa let go of his palm and hung his head, seemingly pondering something. After a long period of silence, he opened his mouth and said, according to what Lu Qing said, what should I do now? Lu Xun held his head high and said aloud, Meng Tianqing, former supervisor of the Ministry of Public Works, stole the dragon coffin, dug a secret room, and colluded with the traitors. He is convicted of treason, paraded through the streets, and decapitated, and announced to the world. As for how the royal clan is to be dealt with, I dare not say more. The Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang on the side looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching. You're still afraid to say more? Just now or almost straight to say will be the royal family clan of people pulled out to cut the whole family. Now that I'm asking you to talk, you're saying you're afraid to say more? This kid, much more cocky than his grandfather. Manhwa's face darkened and he helplessly let out a bitter laugh in his heart. However, after a moment, he still said in a deep voice, good, what Meng Tianqing did is a treasonous offense, and those who go higher than the wheels of the car, treasonous decapitation. Lu Xun will supervise the execution on my behalf. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great favor. Lu Xun's voice was high. Inside the Imperial study room, the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts had complex expressions, with a bewildered look in their eyes. Go down. Minister Wen and Minister Wu stay behind. About the matter of transferring troops at the border, there is still a need to discuss. Inside the heavenly prison, Meng Jiao's body trembled, and her eyes were like poisonous snakes as she stared deathly at Meng Tianqing. Do something, do something. You must still be able to find someone to deliver the message. Mustn't you? Contact the palace quickly. Contact the princess. As long as I send the scheme that can make the whole Lu family beheaded to the elder princess, it will surely make the elder princess happy, and our lives will be saved. Meng Jiao's voice was filled with resentment and anger. There were tears rolling in his eyes, and more than anything else, a crazy look. Just a little bit more. She was just a little bit away from hitching a ride with the princess. As long as you can get a ride with the princess, glory and riches will be at your fingertips. But it was all ruined by this damn old man. Blame him. Staring deathly at Meng Tianqing, Meng Jiao's face twisted. Meng Tianqing looked at Meng Jiao's appearance, and then glanced at Meng Lin, who was also shut up and sleeping peacefully, and on that face, a feeble smile appeared. The Meng family is actually not as good as one generation. It's all crap. What a waste. Chapter 66. The wheels are flattened horizontally, which is more suitable for your Meng family. Grandpa, you answer me. Will you help me again? You want to help me find connections to beg the princess. As long as I'm allowed to meet the eldest princess and offer the plan to her, she'll definitely be able to help our Meng family. Meng Jiao knelt in front of Meng Tianqing, looking at Meng Tianqing, who was sitting helplessly on the edge. The resentment in his eyes was almost melting away. Meng Tianqing lowered his head and smiled miserably. Laughing, his voice grew louder and louder as he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Ho 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 ho. Laughing until tears came out of his eyes. That crazy look made Meng Jiao's face twist. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? You want to die. I don't want to die yet. Speaking here, Meng Jiao violently stood up and rushed to the cell door, her shrill voice echoing within the heavenly prison. Let me out. I'm not a Meng family member. I am an adopted daughter of the Meng family. I am the eldest princess wise counselor. If you capture me, the eldest princess will not let you go. The voice echoed endlessly within the heavenly prison. Instead, it just elicited a round of jeers from the other inmates in the surrounding cells. Ho ho ho. Meng Tianqing was also laughing, his voice getting lower and lower, and the tears gushed out madly, completely soaking that old face. Meng Jiao turned around violently. A pretty face that had long been unrecognizable, dirty and still twisted to the point of being hideous. He frantically rushed over to Meng Tianqing, grabbed him up by his shirt, and screamed, You tell them! Don't you usually say that I'm the adopted daughter of the Meng family? I have nothing to do with your Meng family. I am the eldest princess's person. Just one step away from glory and wealth. The eldest princess even promised me to make me the first female official of Great Yen in the future. Why? Oh. Meng Jiao's voice whimpered as she grabbed Meng Tianqing's hand and gripped it to death. Idiot, Don't pin your hopes on Morong Yen anymore. She's going to have trouble protecting herself. Meng Tianqing sighed and waved his hand, opening the hand that was gripping his shirt, incidentally wiping the tears from his face. What did you say? Meng Jiao stopped whimpering and stared blankly at Meng Tianqing. Meng Tianqing, however, mockingly shook his head inside. I really don't know. What does that idiot Morong Yen see in you? Seeing as how you're just as stupid as she is, always thinking you have a well thought out plan, but always managing to poke a big hole in it. People you shouldn't mess with them too. Meng Tianqing's mocking voice made Meng Jiao's face grimace as if she had been greatly insulted, and her entire body trembled. Don't say it again. Don't say it again. I'm not stupid. If you are not stupid, you should have noticed why your grandfather knew Morong Yen. A bashful voice came from outside the cell. Lu Sun stood outside the cell with his hands folded. Blandly, Meng Jiao's body trembled as she looked toward her grandfather. But at this moment, she suddenly rushed to the front of the cell, looked at Lu Sun standing in front of the cell, and opened her mouth in panic. Lu little eunuch, please, spare me. I really have nothing to do with his Meng family. I'm just the adopted daughter. Besides, speaking here, she brightened up and opened her mouth to defend herself. Before, when the eldest princess was pulling me in, trying to get me to deal with you, I said that I had come up with a way to do it. It was all a lie to her. In fact, I am filled with admiration for you, little lord. Speaking here, that already dirty and somewhat distorted face, Heart squeezed out a winking smile and opened her mouth. The little daughter is trying to be ready to plunge into the side of the little lord. Lu Sun looked at Meng Jiao in front of him. At this moment, the twisted and hideous face in front of him overlapped with the towering, arrogant and venomous face of his last life. Really interesting. Meng Tianqing, who was on the side, let out a sigh and patted his head with a feeble expression. Young Master Lu, has our Meng family been sentenced? Meng Tianqing's words made Lu Sun look over. Nodding his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Lu Sun spoke. Your Majesty is merciful. Those who sentence the Meng family to be higher than the wheel will be killed without pardon. Boo! Meng Tianqing sat down powerlessly on the ground. But soon, there was a gleam in his eyes again. Okay. The Meng family still has children. As long as you don't go higher than the wheels, you'll live. No. I'm not a Meng family member. You can't even behead me together. Meng Jiao's voice was horrified and her body trembled violently. In a panic, he pulled on the cell door and shook it frantically. The cell door was impenetrable, showing no signs of shaking at all. You let me go. Lu Sun. I'm telling you, I've watched all the Meng children grow up. If I die, they will definitely avenge me. You, by then, will surely die. Seeing that there seemed to be no possibility of getting out, Meng Jiao's voice became resentful. Meng Tianqing's face went white and he went up to cover Meng Jiao's mouth in shock. But Meng Jiao flicked away and threatened again. Our Meng family still has descendants. And money. As long as there are descendants with money, they will be rich again. The descendants of the Meng family will definitely avenge us. You believe me? Let me out and let me take care of the Meng family descendants. I guarantee that the descendants of the Meng family will not know that you, Lu Sun, had anything to do with the Meng family's destruction. Meng Jiao opened her mouth in a self-satisfied manner. Looking at Lu Sun, the smarmy and spitefulness in those eyes blended together and looked exceptionally bizarre. Lu Sun was silent for a moment, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. I forgot to mention, Lu, for the supervising executioner, anyone taller than the wheel will be decapitated. His Majesty didn't say whether the wheels were to be placed upright or flat across. Mr. Lu thinks that it would be more suitable for your Meng family if the wheel was flattened horizontally. As the words fell, Lu Sun turned around and walked towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Boom! Meng Tianqing's old face was bloodless and his body trembled violently. Looking at Meng Jiao still smarting and yelling in front of the cell door, a pair of old eyes became livid. You wild bastard, harming my Meng family's entire family. I'll strangle you. You old dog. You want to strangle me even after you've become a prisoner. I'm dying and I'm still afraid of you? Cough cough cough. Let go of me. Miserable screams resounded within the heavenly prison. Lu Sun sat in front of the door of the heavenly prison, his palms raised to block the blinding sunlight. The heart is cold. The pain of that torture in his last life was as dense and painful as ants biting. The sunlight brought a long-lost temperature that slowly warmed Lu Sun's heart. Phew! Snapping out of the pain of his last life, Lu Sun muttered to himself. How many more? 4. Take your time. It's a pity that we can finally take care of Morong Yen, that poisonous woman. Or the man behind the curtain. Which is more important? Nam Ro Ah. Chapter 67. A full house. Noon. The sun is high in the sky. Outside of the palace, on the chopping table, Lu Sun sat on the side, wearing a white robe. Next to him, Meng Jiao was tied up and kneeling on the ground. The other Meng family members arrived late. After the parade, Meng's family was covered in rotten eggs and leaves. Traitor! Death to the whole family. All of them. These traitors, this group of thieves from the Meng family, their entire family must die out. The people around them were filled with righteous indignation and fought to rage. Everyone in the Meng family knelt neatly on the execution platform, listed in order from largest to smallest. Sinning ah, little eunuch Lu, please, spare our Meng family's children, please, have mercy. Meng Tianqing cried old tears and his entire face was distorted. Lu Sun grinned and didn't say anything. He still kept his word. Flattened the wheels. Anyone taller than the wheel will be beheaded. With the height of a horizontal wheel, even a baby would be taller than the wheel. Even the eggs laid by the hens raised by the Meng family were taken away by Lu Sun to be fried and eaten. Meng Jiao, watch well with your own eyes. Watch your Meng family, one by one, die in front of you. Lu Sun smiled faintly and looked at Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao's entire body trembled, her eyes in a trance as she looked helplessly at the figures kneeling on the execution platform. The hour of noon has come and gone. Decapitation. The moment the voice rang out, all the executioners raised their machetes. Swish! The ghost head knife, which had been sharpened to a bright shine, glinted coldly in the sunlight. The moment it fell, a bucket-sized head gushed out with rushing blood. Put! One by one, the figures fell before their eyes. The blood flowed to his feet. It even soaked Meng Jiao's shirt, who was kneeling on the ground. The shivering of her body got even worse. One eye was confused, as if he had panicked to the point of insanity. No, is not right. It shouldn't be. The one kneeling up there should be the state duke's house. Shouldn't be the Meng family. It's backfired. Meng Jiao's voice was terrified, weak, yet frantic. There's no rush. Take her there and look closer. You can't see it clearly this way, Lu Sun faintly commanded. The henchman on the side directly lifted up the bound Meng Jiao and threw her beside those corpses. Ah! An ear-piercing scream rang out. The heads that rolled off the ground made Meng Jiao's face go white. The pupil fluttered violently, struggling, like a maggot, as the mayfly chrysalis fled. A pair of eyes snapped back from the huge trembling. Their eyes were vicious for a split second. Looking at Lu Sun, their eyes were cold and abnormal. Lu Sun, if you kill me today, the Rapunzel will avenge me. A sharp sound that cut through the air. Lu Sun smiled contemptuously, clapped his hands, and spoke faintly. It's just a matter of giving her a hard time. Torturing a cutie. No fun. The words fell. The executioner, who had long been ready, raised his still-bloodied knife high. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. Everything around them seemed to have come to a standstill. Meng Jiao's pupils trembled. A strange memory appeared in the mind, different from this life. In her last life, she was the daughter of the Meng family's outer chamber, but because of her talent, she was taken under the wing of the princess as a think tank along with 4 other talented women. Serve the Rapunzel with advice. A brilliant trick to get Rapunzel to cloak herself. However, that damned Lu Sun, who was obviously just a blindfolded dog, had to snarl and bark at them, saying that they were a bunch of talentless and unethical people. It also dared to block the Rapunzel's path to the throne. Of course the whole family should die for this kind of damn thing. She personally proposed a scheme to the eldest princess to frame the Lu Guogongfu family and keep Lu Sun's life, so that he could see with his own eyes all the people of the Lu Guogongfu lose their heads in front of him. After that, keeping him alive and torturing him in various ways in the heavenly prison. Anyway, it's a useless, stupid dog. If you dare to snarl at them, you will be tortured. After Lu Sun is completely dead, she, Meng Jiao, was named the White Lady. It is the best in Great Yen, but in just 3 days, Diane was in chaos. She has always been good at scheming, and has pursued all sorts of schemes that benefit the country and the people, but have caused a lot of public resentment. Those unashamed mole crickets, dodgy people. Those schemes of hers are clearly great policies that benefit the country and the people. Those unruly people want to fight back? Repression. Send troops to suppress that unruly bunch. Available at. The border generals also turned against. She was strangled to death with white silk by that unruly people who stormed into the palace with their grief and resentment. Opening her eyes again, the memories in her mind put her in a trance. Nope. Not. It shouldn't be. Yourself. Should be the eldest princess think tank? Deeply trusted by the eldest princess. Lu Sun. Is Lu Sun. He has returned for revenge. Suddenly, tilting her head up, Meng Jiao looked towards Lu Sun who was smirking not far away, her pupils trembling violently. No. Shouldn't. I am a white woman. Before that last word was uttered, the bucket-sized head had risen into the sky. Lu Sun slowly closed his eyes. Tilt your head back and feel the warmth of the sun on your body. The The pain of the last life seems to have lessened a few times. Phew. Exhale a cloudy breath. Lu Xun got up and left. Behind them, on the execution platform, Meng Jiao's pair of eyes had lost their life. Before he died, his eyes still held a deep sense of resignation and resentment. What? Beheading? Eldest Princess Moronyan's limbs were already much better from the pills. Although you can't go straight down to the ground, at least you don't need to be wrapped in a white veil. Sitting on the edge of the bed at the moment, his body trembled violently. His pupils contracted violently, and his hand, squeezing the edge of the bed, had turned iron from the force. Chen Lingquan Chen's chief steward had his head lowered at the moment, feeling this state of low pressure, and had no intention of opening his mouth. It was only when she came back to her senses that Moronyan felt the sensation of her just-healed bones once again being in severe pain due to the overexertion of her strength. Letting out a cry of pain, Moronyan's pretty face turned a little white, and her breathing carried these tremors. It's back. He must be back. Otherwise, it couldn't be so. Moronyan firmly muttered to herself, her face becoming whiter. Chen Lingquan on the side couldn't understand, but listening to Moronyan seemed to have said something like this many times, and it sounded as if she was talking about the young lord. Coughing lightly, Chen Lingquan spoke cautiously. Old slave thinks that Meng Jiao killed well. Daring. Moronyan's pair of almond eyes glared roundly, her voice icy cold. When is it your turn for this dog lackey to talk nonsense? Chen Lingquan panicked and knelt on the ground with a terrified look, shivering and saying, old slave deserves to die. It was the old slave who heard that Meng Jiao was too stupid and actually claimed to offer you, the eldest princess, a brilliant plan to make the Lu Gui Gongfu's entire family beheaded in front of young Master Lu. And that's what angered young Master Lu. These words caused Moronyan to freeze for a moment. The beautiful brows were slightly knitted, and there was a moment of silence. So, that's what pissed off Lu Xun and got the Meng family killed? You guessed wrong? Lu Xun wasn't reborn like himself? Sure enough, not everyone, as special as himself, possessed such wonders. She herself is the destined chosen lady, the empress of the ages. Moronyan, who had returned to her senses, relaxed her face for a few moments. Get up. You dog slave, also considered for the sake of this palace. Next time, don't talk nonsense. Watch your tongue. Yes. Chen Lingquan carefully withdrew from the eldest princess chambers. There was a moment's silence and a trot towards the outside of the palace. Chapter 68 Martial Minister's Anger. The person behind the curtain shot, condemned a medical officer to come to the eldest princess bedchamber. Now the eldest princess's broken limbs have been renewed, although not completely good, but also can be a simple walking action. Just cannot force. That person wants the eldest princess to hold her ground for the time being, and it seems that he wants you, little eunuch, to participate in the royal ancestor sacrifice ceremony. It will be done at that time. Chen Lingquan told all the information he had inquired about from the eldest princess, and told him everything. Don't dare to hide it in the slightest. Lu Xun's fingers lifted the lid of the teacup and gently wiggled it, sweeping away the tea froth and lightly tapping the tea. Yes, eunuch Chen, taste it. This tea was obtained from the Meng family's plagiarized house. It is a good tea comparable to the royal tribute. Lu Xun opened his mouth, not responding in the slightest to what Chen Lingquan had just said. Chen Lingquan froze for a moment, and soon stood up with a smile on his face, scrambling to pick up a teacup from a side tea table, took a sip, and sighed. It really is good tea. Trouble eunuch Chen. This matter is known to Lu Mao. These days eunuch Chen is so busy that his feet don't touch the ground, but he is still willing to send the news to Lu Mao. Lu Mao is grateful in his heart, and he also knows eunuch Chen's heart. Lu Xun smiled lightly and waved his hand towards the side. Fu Bo, who had long been ready, casually took out a small box. The little box is wooden and antique. Chen Lingquan took the small box and the moment he opened it, his eyes rounded. Inside, there was clearly a bunch of white silver bills. Don't dare, little Lord Lu, folded the old slave. Chen Lingquan swallowed, and without the slightest hesitation he knelt in front of Lu Xun and pushed the small wooden box back. Lu Xun helped Chen Lingquan up and smiled. Eunuch Chen, don't be polite. These things were not originally Mr. Lu's. They belonged to the Meng family, and Mr. Lu was just lending them to the Buddha. Eunuch Chen has been working for His Majesty all day long, and also risked his life to help Lu Mao in order to find out who was behind that curtain. These things are just a token of appreciation. Lu Xun's words caused Chen Lingquan to freeze for a moment, and the hand that was squeezing the wooden box tightened slightly. Don't worry, Eunuch Chen. When this is over, Lu will personally advise His Majesty that Eunuch Chen will not be guarding the Imperial tomb. Even in the time of old age and incapacity, Eunuch Chen's old age will be the responsibility of my state duke's house. Lu Xun patted Chen Lingquan's shoulder. Chen Lingquan, who was still in deep thought, suddenly widened his eyes and his breathing began to become rapid. The only reason he got involved in that was because he didn't want to guard the Imperial tomb. Not being able to let go of the power of the palace is only a small aspect. His biggest worry, the eunuchs in the Imperial tomb, hardly ever ended up well. Most of those old eunuchs, most of them are depressed, no one pension, and even some of them are on the verge of death. They were thrown out of the Imperial tomb directly by the guards guarding the Imperial tomb, and let the wild dogs devour them. He's seen a lot of this kind of thing. Now Lu Sun's words directly reduced all his worries to nothing. Today's eunuch Chen is also considered a rich family. After the incident, if you do not want to be in the palace, you can come to live in my state duke's residence, daily walking and listening to music. Do a quick life. How? Lu Sun smiled and patted the small wooden box. Chen Lingxuan's eyes were red, and tears rolled down, drenching the blanched powder smeared on her face. The young lord has your words, and that's enough. Old slaves are willing to break their bones for the young lord. We must uncover the villain behind the curtain for the young lord. Chen Lingquan gritted his teeth and spoke with a face of righteous indignation. This is, for your majesty, Lu Sun corrected. Chen Lingquan froze for a moment, wiped his tears in a panic, exchanged a glance with Lu Sun, and spoke with a smile. That's right, for the sake of his majesty. Sending Chen Lingquan away, Lu Sun sat in his seat, holding his teacup, his eyes flickering slightly. Previous things seem to have happened at the Ancestor Festival as well, not inside the Imperial tomb, though. When the royal family sacrificed their ancestors, they would be surrounded by powerful descendants and the young talents of Yendu. It's a way to show off the majesty of royalty. After the roundup, there is a roundup. Lu Sun remembers that in his last life when he was rounding up, Li Feng, the grandson of Martial Minister Li Qingtsong, had an accident due to rounding up. It seems to have broken into the dense forest in pursuit of prey, only to be killed by an arrow. At that time, they also checked and did not find out who shot that arrow, only that it was an arrow used in the royal roundup. Despite all the grief of the Minister of Martial Arts, Li Qingtsong, it was ultimately difficult to investigate, and in the end, under depression, he did not care about the dynasty. Now that I think about it, it should also be that the person behind the curtain may have wanted to draw on the martial arts minister, and as a result, he failed to do so, and only then angry retaliation. It looks like it's time to meet the martial minister. Uncle Fu, prepare the horses. City West. 90% of the courtiers' homes are located in the western part of the city. The Meng family was raided, leaving the surrounding families all on edge, turned off the lights and went to bed early. If you don't do anything wrong in the daytime, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. But in life, you will always do something wrong, especially in a position of power. In contrast, the residences of the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts were not closed at night. It was not lighted, but it did not rest early. At this moment, within the Wu Sang's waiting room, the martial minister sank his face. His eyes were gloomy, staring at the middle-aged man in Xian robe in front of him with a cold gaze. Get out! Who do you take me? Li Qingtsong. 4. With a wave of his hand, he swept away the large stack of silver tickets that had been placed on the table. Straight away. Boo! The middle-aged man on the opposite side of the table, however, sneered and slapped the table hard, making a sound that could be heard clearly outside the waiting room. What do you think you are, old thing? It's for your face that we from Nanluo look at you and ask you to do something. Do you really think you're some kind of high and untouchable Sangha? You owe this position to our royal family. You're nothing but a lucky ant. That middle-aged man's face was written with arrogance. His eyes were cold, and the way he looked at Li Qingtsong was like looking at a dead man. Li Qingtsong's sturdy body trembled violently, his eyes staring dead at the middle-aged man in front of him, his body trembling tremendously. ******ing dog. Get out of my house. You are dirtying the old man's mansion by being here. Sangha, what is it that makes you so angry? A cool voice suddenly came in from outside. The two people waiting in the living room suddenly changed their faces and looked at the position of the doorway. Dressed in a white robe and with a smile on his face, Lu Sun stomped in. The butler at the side spoke with a bitter face. Master Shang, the old slave said that you were in hospitality, but the young lord insisted on saying that he heard a dog in the hospitality hall, and that he was afraid that you, Master Shang, would be bitten by the dog, so he barged right in. Li Qingtsong nearly laughed out loud. The face of the middle-aged man on the opposite side, however, was gloomy and incomparable. His eyes carried a few killing intent. Coldly glanced at Lu Sun, turned his head, and then looked at Li Qingtsong. Spoke deeply. In this matter, I advise you to think about it. Saying yeah, don't have regrets. With a cold snort, the man turned around and walked away. Please stay. Lu Sun spoke up, the corner of his lips curling slightly. Lu, it seems like I've seen you before. Chapter 69, The Children Are Teachable. That middle-aged man's face sank as he coldly looked at Lu Sun, his gaze sinking slightly. Wrongly recognized. A mole like you is worthy of seeing me? I remember. It's the dog that begged for food in front of my state duke's mansion 2 days ago. Lu Sun suddenly spoke with a face of sudden realization. The middle-aged man's eyes had gone ice-cold, staring at Lu Sun with a killing intent that was hard to hide. Lu Sun, little eunuch? The middle-aged man's face was grim, his voice carrying a few hints of mockery as he approached Lu Sun step by step and said in a chilling voice, "Do you know? Who are you talking to? What? You want to bite me?" Lu Sun looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised face, shook his head inside. Looks like you're in a hurry. Although Lu Mao has always disliked to compete with dogs, but today, Lu Sun's mouth corners slightly curved up, looking at the middle-aged man, meaningfully smiled. Today Lu Mao is a little interested in beating the dog. Boom! The middle-aged man's face went cold and he roared lowly. How dare you? I am a descendant of the royal clan of Nan Luo. Boo! Before the words were finished, Lu Sun's foot had already imprinted on that arrogant and domineering face. Boom! The whole face twisted, taking his body with it, and he flew backwards viciously. Say fight. The action was clean and crisp, not even a little bit of stalling. The old butler on the sidelines was looking numb. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, he realized that Wu Xiang had waved his hand towards him. The old butler understood and quickly left the waiting parlor, closing the door behind him in the process. Ahem! That middle-aged man's face was suffocating purple. His eyes were bloodshot, and feeling half of his face that was rapidly starting to swell. His entire body was going crazy. Landseeker! You dog! How dare you make a move on me? I'm a royal family clan. Is there any other identity? Tell us about it. And incidentally, what are you going to do by threatening the martial minister? Lu Sun had already walked up to the middle-aged man's body, looking down at the middle-aged man and speaking indifferently. At this instant, an icy cold aura caused the middle-aged man to swallow his saliva and turn slightly white. However, it still spoke with a stiff upper lip. Dare to dishonor the royal family. Boo! Lu Sun did not open his mouth, but just stomped his feet lightly. The ground beneath his feet, the stone exploded. The entire ground was sunken in a large chunk. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and froze for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he swallowed back all the other words in his throat. Think before you speak, or the next kick, it'll be in your head. Lu Sun turned around and didn't wait for Wu Xiang to say anything, so he sat his butt down on the guest seat on the side. The martial minister laughed bitterly, but did not mean to stop him, scanning over Lu Sun with interest. I'm just trying to get a small favor from the martial sage. Just a friend made some small mistakes, by chance into the heavenly prison. With the right of the martial phase, you can raise the person. Operation. You can save the person directly out. The middle-aged man's voice was in a trance, with some trembling. Minister, there's no tea. Lu Sun looked at Minister Wu with a disgruntled face as if he hadn't heard. Li Qingsong shook his head and laughed, speaking, old man, a martial artist, does not like to play with those literati things. That bitter thing? Old man never drink. You wait, I got a lot of good tea from the Meng family's copied house not long ago, comparable to the royal tribute. I'll bring it to you in a couple of days. Try it, it's definitely not bitter. It's good to drink, Lu Sun said with a straight face. Li Qingsong shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't open his mouth again. The middle-aged man at the side had a somewhat darkened face, but he didn't dare to snap. He was really afraid that Lu Sun would crush his head with one foot. I'm done. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Sun with an expectant face, and in the depths of his eyes, there were a few hints of resentment. As a descendant of the royal clan, he considered himself to have a pure bloodline. He is a member of the royal bloodline. And Lu Sun, although for the young princes, but even his grandfather Lu Guogong, this honorable status, are given by the royal family. In the eyes of the clan, the entire Great Yen is a bunch of ants. Those officials and dignitaries are just a bunch of lucky ants, royal blood relatives, to be humiliated by the descendants of those lucky griffins. It's just damn. His head was lowered, and there was a deep hatred buried in the bottom of his eyes, not daring to let Lu Sun see it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Feel it, Sagittarius? I'm afraid this isn't going out and trying to kill Lu. Lu Sun spread his hands with a helpless face and spoke. It's not my fault. Give him a chance to talk properly and he always ends up barking and not talking. And now you're thinking of going out and killing Lu. This situation, Lu is just defending himself. Killing him is not a crime within the Great Yen law, is it? Lu Sun looked at Wu Xiang with a helpless expression. Martial Minister Li Qingsong grinned, coughed lightly, and spoke. You brat. Doing so, even if it's in self-defense, killing but the royal bloodline, is still considered a mistake. That's right, that's right. You can't kill me. A few moments of arrogance appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he sneered at Lu Sun. Lu Sun was silent for a moment and glanced at Li Qingtsong. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and asked, Sangi, could you be saying? That's right, as long as after the kill, the proof of identity is destroyed and then thrown to the mass grave to feed the wild dogs, no one will know that Lu killed him. Good idea. Sunga, brilliant. Lu Sun opened his mouth with a face of admiration and gave a thumbs up. The martial minister stroked his chin with a kind face and spoke. The children are teachable. The children are teachable. The middle-aged man on the side had been dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. His body couldn't stop shaking. No. I can't die. You can't do this to me. This is a way to put 9 clans to death. The middle-aged man was screaming wildly in a vain attempt to get the attention of the people outside. Available at. No one came in. Wu Xiang and Lu Sun, 2 foxes, one old and one young, exchanged glances and let out a light laugh. Then you have to speak human to Lu. Barking dogs? Lu doesn't understand. Lu Sun sighed and looked at the middle-aged man, who had slowly gotten up and was rubbing his fists. The middle-aged man's whole body shivered. His face was pale, and he panicked. It's my clan uncle who told me to come. He asked me to come here, and the purpose wasn't to save the heavenly prison killer. It was just to pull in the martial sage and see if he was willing to cooperate. If it fits, after that you can work together for great things. If you don't cooperate, you can find a way to get rid of it. In horror, the middle-aged man hissed and spoke. Boom! Martial Minister Li Qingtsong rose violently, his face unsightly. To work together for great things? Royal clan. Conspire to do great things? Those 2 words, put together, are not a good thing. Chapter 70 Killing to Silence. Uncle Clan. This title caused the corners of Lu Sun's lips to curl up slightly. Royal clan. Your clan uncle. Who is it? To conspire in great things. And what great things? Lu Sun's voice was soft, yet it was already close at hand, carrying an inexplicable chill that made the middle-aged man's entire body feel like falling into an ice cave. I don't know. Uncle Clan didn't tell me. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. His face was filled with tears of terror, and his whole body trembled unceasingly. Lifting his head, the face had been distorted with shock. What I say is true. I don't know much. I only know that tomorrow Uncle Clan has arranged for people to be ready to kill. During the roundup, before the words were finished, a cold light suddenly broke through the window. It was a dagger that shone with a different color. Hardened. It's strangely fast. Too fast to react. Li Qingtsong, who was on the side, changed his face drastically and was just about to make a move when he realized that Lu Sun had already stretched out 2 fingers. Madaka! The sound of gold and iron rang out. The dagger that was wrapped in surging power was easily caught in Lu Sun's palm. Who? With a low roar, Li Qingtsong just wanted to rush out of the room to chase after him, but he was stopped by Lu Sun, sparing a glance at the dagger, and then at the middle-aged man in front of him, who had long been scared pale, his pants soaked through, and emitting a foul odor. He spoke with a faint smile. It seems that you know a lot of things. Much too. They're scared. The middle-aged man's whole body trembled, covering his mouth in panic, shivering and shaking his head, not daring to say a word. Without saying, they will also kill you. Lu Sun smiled faintly and patted the middle-aged man, gently holding his arm, and the palm of his hand, which was originally covered in death, was easily broken open. The middle-aged man was already weak all over, fearfully lying on the floor backward, hiding under the table, and shouting in terror toward the outside. I won't say anything, don't kill me. However, there was no response from outside. Lu Sun glanced at the middle-aged man who was too frightened to speak and sighed helplessly. Sagittarius, I'd like to trouble your old man to stay here for a moment. Then didn't want to make a move. Available at. Look at this. It's not going to work without a shot. Striding out of the room, his eyes swept around, feeling the faint to almost imperceptible murderous aura coming from the roof not far away. The body suddenly shot up into the sky. The heaven-level experts on the roof were stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief, their entire bodies trembling unceasingly. No borrowing at all. Lu Sun's figure, as if borrowing a gust of wind, violently rose up in the air. This is the level that a heaven-ranked expert can reach? Having just reacted. His body, however, was already unable to move. He tried hard to control his body, but everything in front of him suddenly turned upside down. Boom! The heaven-ranked expert was heavily thrown down inside the waiting room. A pair of dead eyes, and the twisted neck that had landed just under the table. Ah! With a terrified yell, the middle-aged man rolled out from under the table on his hands and knees, his entire body collapsing. Unlike the middle-aged man's meltdown, Martial Minister Li Qingsong was staring at Lu Sun with wide-eyed disbelief. He became the Minister of Martial Arts with a certain amount of strength in addition to his own outstanding abilities. That one dagger just now, coming through the air, through the door, and still being able to aim at the target with unparalleled precision. Only a heaven-ranked expert could do that. And this heavenly master, even in such a flash, it was taken care of? For the first time, Li Qingsong began to have doubts about Lu Sun's strength. It was all rumored that Lu Sun had just broken through to a heaven-ranked expert not long ago, and that he was at the top of his strength, but not yet at the peak. But now it seems those rumors are untrue. At this moment, Lu Sun, dusting off the dust that had fallen from his clothes, lifted the middle-aged man up as he spoke with some impatience. Don't make Mr. Lu ask more questions. If you don't want to end up like him, tell Lu, your clan uncle. Who is it? And who was arranged at the time of the roundup? The middle-aged man's body swayed in terror. His feet had left the ground, and his pupils were so frightened that they were about to be lax. Trembling, he swallowed and opened his mouth. My clan uncle, is the young Yan Gan Ho. Who he has arranged I don't know. Only, he was going to kill someone on the same day. Kill, who I don't know. Only know, the clan uncle said, if the martial phase does not cooperate. Speaking here, the middle-aged man's voice suddenly weakened. His body trembled, did not dare to raise his head, and said in a low voice, no, do not cooperate with. Tomorrow, we will kill the grandson of the Minister of Wu, Li Feng, so that the Minister of Wu will know the consequences of not cooperating with the Boo. At this moment, Li Qingsong's entire body erupted with a powerful aura, slapping hard on the tea table. The solid wood tea table exploded. Pieces exploded all over the place. An old face was gloomy, staring at the middle-aged man with a deadly stare. Very good. It's really good. Yang Gun-hu, since you are from the royal clan, then tonight, follow this minister into the palace to face the saint. Martial Prime Minister Li Qingsong's eyes contained anger and his gaze was icy cold. No, I can't go. I can't go to. The middle-aged man's face was pale. He was well aware of the consequences of going to the palace. If he went to the palace, whether it was His Majesty or the clan, he would be an outcast. There's no one to bail him out. You can't afford not to go. Martial Minister Li Qingsong's face was filled with anger. The idea of hitting him, even tried to kill his own grandchildren. How can such thieves not be irritating? Lifting the man, the martial arts minister was about to leave. Lu Sun, however, reached out to stop Martial Minister Li Qingsong. The Sagittarius is in no hurry. Lu here, but there is an idea. I do not know if the phase master can listen to it. Martial Minister Li Qingsong froze for a moment and frowned. This person is also a member of the royal clan, and will also participate in the Ancestor Festival tomorrow. The Marquis of Yangon should also participate in the Ancestor Festival. Why don't we let this person go with Minister Wu tomorrow, and it will also be counted as Minister Wu agreeing to cooperate with that Marquis Yangon. These words made the martial arts minister freeze, a little surprised. Yes. I won't talk nonsense. Really, I won't say anything. The middle-aged man spoke with a face full of horror. Lu Sun didn't open his mouth, but sat on the sidelines waiting for the martial minister's decision. But the details of the Marquis of Yangon quickly popped into his mind. Marquis Yangon had always been an unwavering supporter of the emperor. All decisions about Manhwa were supported without hesitation. Even if it was to weaken the power of them, the royal clans, he was unwavering in his support. It was only after the emperor's violent death that he stood by Yan's side at the first opportunity and supported her in her claim to the throne. Looks like they joined forces a long time ago. Are you planning something? There is no plotting. Whoever does it tomorrow, I will raise the man on the spot and throw him before His Majesty, in front of all the officials, so that His Majesty can try him himself. Lu Sun grinned and gave the middle-aged man a deep look. Chapter 71 Rapunzel. Let's forget about this matter. Ancestral ceremony. From the imperial relatives and royal clansmen down to the common people, all of them regarded this as a great ceremony. Emperor Taizu of Great Yen put an end to the war that had lasted for many years in this land and brought peace to the whole of Great Yen. Even the ordinary people of Great Yen, who were near the capital of Yen, would all go together at this time of the year to pay homage near the emperor's tomb. A luxurious carriage drove by, and there were constantly underlings of powerful people driving away the surrounding people. The brocade symbolizing royalty beckoned, and a carriage of unparalleled luxury slowly drove by. Yen felt the slight pain that traveled to her limbs under the bumps, and her pretty face was vaguely irritated. Originally fire. This moment to see the official rode around the spontaneous worship of the people, but also a burst of anger. Order the personal guards to clear the surrounding eyesores. What a bunch of eyesores. worthy of worshipping the royal family at this time. The low, grim voice caused the surrounding Dani guards army on horseback guarding the area to frown, but nevertheless, he obeyed the order and quickly cleared the people away from the surrounding area. This one carriage beckoned incomparably towards the Imperial tomb, and behind this one carriage, several maids of honor followed. Sun Moru, who had pretended to be a maid as ordered by the eldest princess, couldn't help but tremble as her delicate body swept over the awestruck eyes of those people around her with one pair of eyes. Sooner or later, one day, he or she would be just like the Rapunzel, with an incomparably large platoon, and everyone who saw him or her would have to kneel from afar, like a group of mole crickets. Filled with awe, with his mind stirred, he nearly lost the group. Inside the emperor's tomb, many of the great inner guards have already guarded the place tightly. All those who entered the Imperial tomb were only the royal family and their close entourage. Sun Moru, too, entered the Imperial tomb because of the trust of the princess. Greetings royal uncles and royal uncles. Morong Yen has met all the elders. Morong Yen took small steps and greeted those royal clansmen first. She forgot. This is not the last life. In her last life, with Lu Xun working for her, she had gained royal recognition and goodwill everywhere, and she had already gained the recognition of the clansmen when the Imperial tomb was dedicated to her ancestors. But today, without Lu Xun to help her do this, she was just lying in bed these days rambling on with her memories going haywire in her head. This appearance of closeness, however, caused all the royal clansmen to all frown. They can all be princes and lords, no more than the bloodline of the clan. And the Morong Yen in front of me, the nice thing to call it is Rapunzel. Not good. That is the wild seed of spying with the enemy. Although he carries the bloodline of the late emperor, there is still half of it, which is the bloodline of a sinner. It would have been unpopular in the royal family. Are you worthy to be here? Get out. This is the inner hall, and with your status, you can only kneel outside the hall to worship. The royal clansmen who were known as the royal uncles and royal uncles, at this moment coldly looked at Morong Yen, their eyes icy cold. Morong Yen's small face went white and she subconsciously bit her lips. A pair of big, beautiful eyes held tears. Deep inside, there was a vague sense of frustration. It's like losing something important. But, clearly she didn't do anything either. It's just that in his last life, he lied to Lu Xun and asked him to go and help him gain a foothold in the royal family. This life didn't do it. The attitude of these royal clans is completely different from the previous life. Lu Xun, who was on the side, had a smile at the corner of his mouth and a ghostly cold gaze. This Morong Yen is still really stupid. Do you really think that the favor of those royal clansmen appeared for no reason? If they hadn't been traveling around themselves, using the favors and help of the state duke's office, would they have been able to take a liking to Morong Yen? And at this moment, Morong Yen also seemed to have seen Lu Xun's presence. A pair of eyes suddenly rounded and looked at Lu Xun with a deadly glare, the air of resentment almost overflowing. He is not a blood relative of my royal family? Why would he also appear in the inner temple? Morong Yen's voice was low and full of questions. The face of the royal clansman who had just opened his mouth on the side abruptly clouded over. Duke Lu is a veteran of 3 dynasties and has made great achievements for my royal family. The inner temple worship should be by the Duke of Lu to come. Just the Duke of Lu is stationed at the border at the moment. By the grandson of the Duke of Lu to come. What is wrong with that? Morong Yen, are you questioning this Marquis decision? The Marquis of Yangon slowly came from the side, a pair of eyes a little dull. This stupid woman. If we drive Lu Xun away, how can we arrange the drama behind? Hadn't I long ago ordered someone to tell this stupid woman to be quiet and not make a scene? I don't know why on earth the one in the back must insist on pushing this stupid woman to the top. Marquis Yangon's face was gloomy. Available at. Morong Yen had never seen Marquis Yangon at all. Do not even know. Yangon Hoan himself with the same orders from the same person. In a pair of beautiful eyes, a flash of ghostly light flashed, turning his head to look at Sun Moru, who was pretending to be a maid at the side. A flash of hesitation flashed across Sun Moru's pretty face. The previous plan was to start outside the temple, after the ancestor sacrifice was over. But this look in the princess's eyes, it means start now? Available at. Facing so many princes and lords, Sun Moru at this moment was a bit flustered. Morong Yen did not seem to see Sun Moru's panic, and spoke directly. Identity is naturally not a problem, but his temperament is perverse and violent, and he also forcibly robbed the people's women and humiliated our palace attendants. Such behavior, which qualifies for worship. These words immediately caused the faces of the surrounding royal clansmen to stiffen, and they looked at Lu Xun with some surprise. Lu Xun didn't care. He just wanted to see how much stupidity Morong Yen and Sun Moru, who was on the side, were going to commit. Get lost. Don't fool around in the temple. If you mess up again, you won't have to participate in the ancestor sacrifice today. Marquis Yong'an's face went black, staring dead at Morong Yen, his voice low. Lu Sun, however, smiled slightly and looked at Marquis Yong'an, speaking meaningfully. Mr. Lu thanks the Marquis, but since the eldest princess said so, there must be evidence. Please also ask the eldest princess to be in the Great Hall and bring out the evidence, and Mr. Lu will recognize the punishment. The surrounding royal clansmen were mostly idle princes and some marquises. King Morong Han of Jinan was among them. At this moment, he had already stepped forward, and a few gentle smiles appeared on that face, only with a few unnatural moments when he swept towards Lu Sun. Rapunzel, let's forget about this matter. It's just a small matter. Let's go back and talk about it. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Complaining in front of the royal clan is asking for a statement. Besides, in the Imperial tomb, if things got out of hand and there really was evidence, the Imperial clan would have to give a statement. It's all about killing Lu Sun. The Jinnan king was helping Lu Sun at the moment, which was also considered to be helping himself. Fellow Imperial uncles and royal uncles, this maid of mine is a sister to me, representing the majesty of my royal family, and that Lu Sun, how dare he humiliate this sister of mine in broad daylight outside the Imperial mausoleum. Morong Yen looked miserable, not noticing that Sun Moru, who was beside him at the moment, had begun to look waxy. Chapter 72. Thank you, Marquis Yangan, for administering justice. So, where is the evidence? The witnesses, where are they again? Lu Sun looked at Morong Yen, who was in the middle of crying with a surprised face. Morong Yen was in tears and looked at Lu Sun with an angry face as she spoke. You villain, you don't reflect on yourself, but instead, you perk up in front of all the elders. The face of the Duke of Lu has been disgraced by you. Lu Sun, looking at Morong Yen, Lu Sun still had that same puzzled look on his face. So, the eldest princess has no evidence? Arrogant and domineering, not distinguishing between black and white, not distinguishing between right and wrong, and practicing filth at the time of the ancestor sacrifice. Lu Sun, even if I were to behead you, it wouldn't be too much to ask. Morong Yen continued to speak, only her voice was already starting to sound a little weak. She glared somewhat anxiously at Sun Moro, who was at the side. Sun Moro's petite body trembled and spoke in panic. Yes, here's the deal. Same as the Rapunzel said. Same, despite being called a talented woman. That's a paid title. She was nothing more than an unpopular daughter of the Sun family. A downtrodden family. Where have you seen so many royal relatives? At this moment, she was facing that imperial majesty. Her mind was blank, and all those words that she had prepared before started to come out. Ha! In that case, is it you, the maid, who has been slighted by Mr. Lu? Or is it the eldest princess who has been slighted by Mr. Lu? Lu Sun spoke in surprise once again. These words immediately caused Morong Yan's face to turn gloomy. Lu Sun, how dare you humiliate the royal family? Ha, I suddenly recognize you. Aren't you that Sun Moro of the Sun family or something? After deceiving the civil and military officials before, and also deceiving the Marquis of Blood and Guts, when did you enter the palace as a maid? Lu Sun didn't suddenly show a face of surprise until this moment. Looking at Sun Moru, Sun Moro's delicate body trembled and lowered her head in panic, not daring to raise it. Marquis Yangan was already so angry by Morong Yan's behavior that he had a headache. Taking a deep breath, a pair of eyes stared deathly at Morong Yan and said in a chilling voice, "Take your maid and get out." Wait. Lu Sun, however, laughed and opened his mouth unforgivingly. All of you clansmen may not know that not long ago, this woman had disguised herself as a talented woman, pretended to be the name of the eldest princess, deceived Marquis of Blood and Guts in public, and also called the Marquis of Blood and Guts and the dignitaries present at that time as monkeys who couldn't understand the rhythm of the music. At that time, after being poked and prodded by Mr. Lu, he even disguised himself as a maid, deceived the eldest princess, and even attempted to splash dirty water on Mr. Lu on top of this inner hall. Boom! The faces of all the royal clansmen in the inner hall all turned ugly. Good! How dare you use us and frame the young lord? Young Master Lu is known to be kind and charitable, and is a righteous man. How could he do such a thing as slighting others? A small Sun family, has it turned over the sky? Truly bold, actually daring to stir up trouble in front of our royal family. The faces of the surrounding royal clansmen were grim as they coldly looked at Sun Moru. A portion of the people, however, also looked at Morong Yen. Sun Moro dared to do this. It was bound to be the eldest princess who was behind it. A small eldest princess, itself with the Sinner bloodline, but also just returned to Yendu, actually made so many troublesome things. At this moment, the entire royal clan was somewhat disgusted. Sun Moro had been scared until her whole body trembled, kneeling on the ground shaking like a small quail. Quickly get up, don't be afraid, hurry up and tell the truth. Everything will be done for you by this palace. Morong Yan anxiously tried to get Sun Mo to assist her up, but Sun Mo spoke up in horror at this moment. It is the eldest princess. Who made my daughter do this? She wasn't smart enough, but she was toxic enough. She knew exactly how to blame someone else for her guilt and keep herself alive. Besides, she has more credibility in saying this now than if she had continued to insist on it herself. She forgot that the current Grand Hall is all royal clansmen. Everyone's faces clouded over. Lu Sun looked at Morong Yan with a sullen face and said in a deep voice, "Eldest princess, if you want the life of a microminister, just say it. My humble servant, I wish to serve the royal family with my life, but you are disgracing the royal family." These words caused Morong Yan's face to turn white. The face of the Marquis of Yangon had completely blackened. Stupid. It's so stupid. Getting a maid is even more stupid. He could never figure out how these two women could be stupid enough to stir up such a big mess. It can only be done. Without hesitation, the Marquis of Yangon snapped. The daughter of the Sun family, Sun Moru, deceived the eldest princess with the intention of plotting against little Lord Lu, and even shifted the blame onto the eldest princess. It's hard to calm people's hearts with such vicious behavior. Immediately remanded to the heavenly prison and sentenced to exile. All Sun family officials in the Imperial court re-examine the moral situation. If they do not pass the test, they are all dismissed from their posts and returned to their hometowns. The voice was icy cold, instantly causing Sun Mo's entire body to tremble violently. My daughter is wrong. It's the Rapunzel. It's really the Rapunzel. That horrified voice spread throughout the inner sanctum. Soon a man from the great household guard army came and covered that mouth. Injustice? Lu Sun laughed coldly in his heart. This kind of thought that wasn't overly cerebral was something that only Sun Moru could come up with. This was the case with Sun Moru in her last life. But Morong Yan was convinced of all her schemes because Sun Moru was of the same temperament as her. Every time, when a big basket case was stirred up, it was Lu Sun who needed to go and wrap it up for them. Glancing at the terrified Sun Moru, Lu Sun's lips curled slightly. Take it easy. It's still early. What's this? In the last life one has suffered, in this life, to take back a little. Eldest Princess Morong Yan. Marquis Yong'an blackened his face, coldly glared at Morong Yan, and snapped, indiscriminately, believing in a woman of unknown origin, and falsely accusing the young lord. Kneel outside the temple until the ceremony is over. Get out. He didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the Rapunzel who had nearly ruined his plans. Of course, it's still more about being stupid. If Morong Yan and that Sun Mo could be decent and think of a shrewd way that wasn't so stupid, he wouldn't even be so angry. But these two, like poison, no brains at all. And to dare to make such a move that was so stupid that he couldn't even look at it in front of so many people was simply disgraceful. Many thanks to Marquis Yangon for administering justice. Lu Sun thanked with a solemn face and looked at Marquis Yong'an, but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "By the way, Marquis, last night, Lu, was invited to be a guest at Minister Wu's house, and I stumbled upon a royal clansman who claimed to be Marquis nephew in Minister Wu's residence. I had a good conversation with that clan member. Is that royal clan member here today?" Marquis Yong'an's face remained unchanged, only the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Chapter 73 King of Jinan, Sins. As his eyes swept over the outside of the hall, Marquis Yong'an's face gradually relaxed. Outside the temple, the nephew he had sent out was currently standing beside the martial minister. Although his face didn't look too good, he always stood beside the martial minister. It seems that, already pulling the plug on the martial arts minister. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Marquis Yong'an gently stroked his mottled white hair, gave a faint smile, and softly said, "It's an honor for my nephew to be able to get into the eyes of the young lord. In the future, if the young lord likes it, he can let my nephew walk around with the young lord more." After finishing the scene, the Marquis of Yangon gave another apologetic smile and opened his mouth. "Young Duke, this Marquis still has to arrange for the clan worship, so excuse me," said the man, walking off to the side. The King of Jinan stood beside Lu Sun. A pair of eyes scanned on the back of the Marquis of Yong'an, silent for a moment, looked at Lu Sun, somewhat hesitantly opened his mouth. Strange, the Marquis of Yong'an has always been shy of words. Usually see the king are not much of a good face. How could you have such an attitude towards you? Lu Sun didn't say anything, but just smiled meaningfully. Watching the Marquis of Yangon quickly leave the Grand Hall, he whispered a few times with the guards he brought with him. Apparently, it was off to make arrangements. Nowadays, the martial phase in his eyes is already pulled together. Naturally, there was no need to lay hands on the grandson of the minister of Wushang anymore. Next, it should be just yourself. Junior eunuch Lu, how dare you also dare to come here? Is this inner hall also worthy for you to come in? Come out with me. Outside the hall, the Marquis of Blood and Guts, who had just walked into the great hall, coldly grunted at the moment with a gloomy face. The people from the royal clans present all dared not come forward to stop them. The Blood and Guts Marquis was different from the Rapunzel. This is a powerful official who really holds real power. They can stop the princess, but they don't dare to stop the Blood and Guts Marquis. Marquis seems to be a nobleman. Mr. Lu is here to pay his respects on behalf of his grandfather. Lu Sun spoke with a faint smile, his face still had the same bland expression. A flash of anxiety flashed across the bottom of the blood-bile Marquis' eyes, and he snorted coldly, "Your grandfather isn't here, then this Marquis is considered your elder, and if an elder comes to teach you a lesson, how dare you not listen?" Lu Sun frowned slightly, his face sank, and he said in a chilling voice, "Marquis, it seems that you have forgotten the saving grace of saving your life in public when you were assassinated by Mr. Lu." These words caused the blood-bile Marquis to hold his face red and fling his sleeves in hatred. This was the reason Lu Sun used when he took him away from the Marquis. The whole Yin capital is spreading, all are praising Lu Sun Lu young master atmosphere, despite the world hatred is willing to put down his position to help the blood-gallant Marquis. Gritting his teeth, eventually the blood and guts Marquis came to Lu Sun's ear and spoke in a weak voice, "Be careful, today they are going to make a move on you, I don't know the detailed plan, it should be made by the guards beside the descendants of the royal family clans. King of Jinnan, how? You guys. That's not true. Not. The blood and guts Marquis, and the young prince of the Lu Guo Gongfu. This is not a world feud that is difficult to unravel." His words are. The Jinnan king, who stood beside Lu Sun, widened his eyes and his breathing began to become ragged. "It's a sin. How is one so unlucky? How can you let yourself hear such words?" After being used as a gun before, the king of Jinnan was looking for the door by Lu, and immediately closed the door and became a shrunken head turtle for a long time. And what happened afterward made the king of Jinnan incredibly glad that he was wise. Throughout Yin capital, the things that happened were more horrifying one after another. Dead, more and more every day. He was immensely grateful that he had dodged the maelstrom of power struggles. I had thought that after this ancestor sacrifice, I would be able to hide peacefully in my own little nest again and get drunk. Unexpectedly. Ancestral offerings don't even stop there. The Jinnan king at this moment was numb. Especially when you see Lu Sun and the blood and guts Marquis seems to be the expression that seems to be laughing, Jinnan Wang feels that his whole body's blood began to freeze. Retracting his gaze, Lu Sun took a step backward and laughed out loud. "Haha, Marquis of Blood and Guts is really funny, actually cursing Mr. Lu's untimely death here. Don't worry, Mr. Lu will surely live a long life." Lu Sun's words caused the surrounding royal clansmen to have a look of understanding. Thinking about it, he knew that it was unlikely that the Blood Gallows Marquis would whisper anything to Lu Sun. Must be cursing. Such words were not good to say explicitly with the status of the Blood and Guts Marquis. Besides, the royal ancestor sacrifice ceremony was about to begin, and it would be rude to say it in front of the royal clan. Only the Jinnan king on the side was about to burst into tears. "How is it that everywhere you go, you get swept up in a vortex that you shouldn't be in? Jinnan king, did you hear what we said just now? Don't talk nonsense and tarnish the reputation of the Blood and Guts Marquis, or else I'm afraid the Blood and Guts Marquis will come to your house to find you for a drink." Lu Sun lightly smiled and glanced at the Jinnan king. But old me would really do that. The Blood Gallows Marquis spoke seriously. "Jinnan Wang. It's just that. After the ancestor sacrifice, he hurriedly moved away from Yin capital and found a place where birds don't to be an idle king, never to return to Yin capital again. One by two, they're all hyped up ghosts. Your holiness has arrived." Chen Lingshuan's shrill voice rang out from outside the great hall. Everyone knelt neatly. Manhwa was wearing a dragon robe, and under the purple and gold dragon crown, a clear face with the majesty of the 9 to 5. A pair of eyes swept over Yen, who was kneeling far away, and a cold aura flashed under her eyes. Retracting his eyes, his figure stepped into the great hall. The royal ancestor sacrifice ceremony was extremely grand every year in Great Yen. Not only because of the vastness of the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, but also because after the ceremony was over, there would be a roundup, to which the sons and daughters of the high clans within the Yin capital would be invited to participate. If you are occasionally appreciated by a nobleman, you may be able to soar to the top. The festival is over. Lu Sun was stopped by the Marquis of Yangon. "Hold on, young lord. Next is the roundup aside, won't the young lord participate in it?" Marquis Yangon had a warm smile on his face and his gaze was very expectant. The corners of Lu Sun's lips moved slightly as he shook his head inside. Mr. Lu is not good at roundups and has never participated in one. All these years Lu Sun rarely participated in roundups. This was something that Marquis Yangon knew, and so did the people behind him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the Marquis of Yangon step in. Previously, the Marquis of Yangon had stepped in to mediate between Lu Sun and Yen, and was considered to have sold face to Lu Sun. "I have many children and grandchildren of the royal clan, and I have always admired Duke Lu as well as the young lord's valor. Today, when I learned that the young lord had also come, that we're all very happy, and had to pester the old man to come and ask the young lord to show his majesty." Marquis Yangon smiled, his eyes filled with a kind expression. It looked like a kind and compassionate old man. Lu Sun corner of the eye slightly picked up, shook his head and opened his mouth. Marquis overstated. "Lu Ma, what virtue can? Young Duke, don't be presumptuous." Marquis Yangon held Lu Sun's shoulder and laughed out loud. "If you don't participate in the roundup, those children and grandchildren of mine, they're going to split the old man up and eat him. Then, if Lu Mao doesn't round up a hunt. I'm really sorry for your arrangement of Marquis Yangon. Lu Sun slowly raised his eyes, and the sharp light in his eyes caused Marquis Yangon to be stunned for a moment. Heart, subconsciously born some panic. Chapter 74 is back. Royal Hunting Grounds. It's a huge royal woodland. Every year, after the ancestor worship, the powerful nobles, mainly from the royal family, as well as the sons and daughters of the government families, and also the famous literary and military talents near Yendu, would all participate in this roundup. Mostly, they bring their own good horses that they have raised, but the royal family also provides good horses for the participants to choose from. Bows and arrows are supplied by the crown. Lu Sun casually picked a pure black stallion, dressed in white, and casually lifted a huge bow onto the horse. Throughout the field, most of the gazes of all the princes and nobles were focused on that young face. Is that the young lord? Has the young lord not been involved in the past? What a handsome man, truly worthy of the young lord. There were voices all around. Among the princes and nobles watching from the outer stands, there were also quite a few who had brought their wives and daughters. At this moment, bursts of giggles emanated from some of the women's families, and some of the women were peachy red in color as they looked at Lu Sun. When Xiang and Wu Xiang were both sitting on the wooden platform at the highest point, their gazes narrowed slightly. What a raucous bunch, those ladies. How can they be as good looking as my granddaughter, actually presuming to hit on my future granddaughter-in-law? Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu was indignant. Manhwa coldly glared at Wen Xiang, his eyes inexplicably annoyed for a few moments. Enough, let's get down to business. Minister Wu did not notice Manhwa's emotions, but spoke in a low voice. Bring it up. Clap your hands. Lin Tongxian, the commander of the Great Inner Guards, personally escorted a middle-aged man. The instant he saw His Majesty, the middle-aged man's face turned pale and he prostrated himself on the ground in panic, not daring to raise his head. The events of last night in his mansion, in all their details, were told. Wen Xiang's face abruptly went white, nearly slapping the table, pointing at Wu Xiang and reprimanding him lowly. You old piker, why didn't you say something earlier? This is the kind of thing that can be life-threatening if you're not careful. Wu Xiang was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, this matter, too, is the result of Lu Sun's discussion with me. If we had planned earlier, we would have alarmed those people. Only by surprise can we get in front of the crowd and leave them with no place to hide. Manhwa's eyes sunk slightly, his gaze fell on the white dress that had already ridden away, and there were a few hidden worries in the bottom of his eyes. But, I don't know how much they have secretly arranged. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu's gaze was icy cold, landing on that person, but he eventually sighed and turned his head to look at Manhwa. This is a royal clan relative, he can't go overboard in dealing with it. Yes. What a royal clan. Great Yen raised you, but raised a bunch of cold-blooded vermin. Manhwa's voice was cold, his gaze icy cold as he coldly swept over the middle-aged man. Minister Wu's family is full of loyalty and has made great achievements for Great Yen, so you are just trying to get them together, but you also want to use Minister Wu's descendants as blackmail? And Lu Cheng. On that bare forehead, veins rolled slightly. The icy coldness in one pair of eyes pierced to the bone. You'd better pray that Lu Cheng is unharmed this time. If something happens to Lu Cheng this time, I guarantee you that the name of the whole family will be wiped out from the clan, and then you will be given a full family to kill. After hearing Manhwa's voice, the middle-aged man's body stiffened and instantly went soft, like a puddle of mud, terrified and powerless. Manhwa didn't have the heart to look at this middle-aged man, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Lin Tongxian and said in a deep voice, bring the Great Inner Guard army, disperse the surrounding people, and encircle the hunting grounds. No matter what happens, no matter who it is, no one goes in or out. Yes, sir. Lin Tongxian's eyes sank low, carrying a low pressure as he left with a big stride. If he didn't still need to protect His Majesty, he would have already rushed into the hunting grounds to help Lu Sun make a killing. Ta-da-da-da-da. Horses' hooves sounded in the forest. The moment the deer running and jumping in the forest heard the sound, its ears branched out and its eyes looked soulfully in the direction from which the sound came. Lu Sun was dressed in white, and the black horse under his stride deftly traveled through the forest. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw the deer in the forest not far away, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly as he raised his great bow. Draw your bow and strike your arrows. It's been a long time since I've touched it, but Lu Sun was practicing day in and day out in the army before. It's an action that is beyond skillful. At this moment, the deer seemed to sense some kind of danger. With a tremor in his body, he jumped up and fled frantically, left and right. Just behind him, there was a sudden cracking sound. Shoo! The voice was rapid and incomparable, carrying an aura of terror. The deer stiffened instantly, frozen in place. But that pair of dull eyes, but looked not far away. The arrow, which did not hit it. Instead, he cut through the grass beside him and planted himself hard in the center of the pile. A smell of blood filled the air in an instant. The deer cautiously padded over. In the pile of grass, a human, his head pierced by an arrow, blood staining the grass around him. Nose twitching, the deer cautiously moved over and sniffed hard, his big eyes dull and curious. That white robe passed silently by. Gently pull the arrow up. Incidentally, he cut off the head of the man, picked up a parcel in his hand, and flung the head into it. This breezy look made Deer forget to flee for a moment. 3 now. They're all heavenly level, and I don't know how many more are hidden. Shaking his head and sighing, Lu Xun carried the package and returned to his horse. It was not until this moment that the deer saw the package hanging from the black horse's hindquarters. Up there, bloody. Turns out, it's all human heads. Deer froze, watching the figure right away. Looking back, he hung his head, sniffed the blood-stained grass, and jumped away in some disgust. The young Marquis of the Marquis of Yongan's family is really powerful. One person easily killed 2 wild boars and dragged them straight back. This time, I am optimistic about the grandson of the martial minister's family. He has already shot a deer. As long as he shoots another beast, he will surely be able to surpass the little Marquis. How is it that no one is optimistic about that young lord? I would think that the young lord wouldn't be a waste of time. Above the stands, people couldn't see what was going on in the distance. They could only see the constant stream of prey being brought back. Roundups, by bravery. Just watch whoever shoots the most prey is the top prize in the roundup. It's getting late, it seems, and it's over. On the stands, the Marquis of Yangon stood with the Marquis of Blood and Guts and many other royal clansmen, gently stroking his flowery white hair, tilting his head up and looking towards Manhwa, who was even higher up, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Just the moment he withdrew his gaze, Marquis Yangon frowned and looked at the stands in the other direction. Yen was standing on the bleachers at the moment, her eyes looking resentfully at Marquis Yangon. Yangon who? Is this woman guilty of stupidity? She even resented herself? If it wasn't for the fact that the one behind her had to push her to the throne, with her stupid brain, I'm afraid she would have been made a monkey out of Indaiwa. Taking a deep breath, for Yen not understanding that he was on her side until now, Marquis Yangon had developed deep concern. Can such a fool really ascend to that throne? Here it comes. Back. Look, the young lord has returned along with him. As the voice rang out, Marquis Yangon's mind shook and his face changed slightly. Chapter 75 Yangon Ho, I'm the stupid one. How did he come back? The Marquis of Blood and Guts mentally laughed in mockery from the sidelines, only to feign a few moments of gloom on his face as he clenched his palms and his gaze fell on the Marquis of Yangon on the sidelines. Marquis Yangon's face sank, he didn't open his mouth, but he also subconsciously clenched his palms. 8 celestial level experts. He was all set to be in the royal clan's escort. Those guards, who also escorted the safety of the royal clansmen in the roundup, would go along with those royal relatives and nobles to the roundup. However, as soon as they entered the hunting enclosure, those guards would disengage and lurk in various parts of the hunting ground, waiting for Lu Xun to appear. One in the light, one in the dark. He didn't believe that 8 heaven-ranked experts couldn't kill one Lu Xun. Available at. He still nearly couldn't hold it together when he watched the dashing figure in white clothes and straddling a black horse appear. On the highest bleachers, Manhwa's tightly squeezed fingers relaxed slightly. On the snow-white skin, some blue-purple color had already appeared due to the excessive force. Back! I told you that this brat didn't fall that easily. The martial minister's face was filled with joy and a slight sigh of relief. It was a gamble, and now it seems to have one. If he lost, he wouldn't even have the face to face Lu Yuanfang, who was far away at the border. Manhwa did not speak, his gaze lingered on the figure for a moment, but swept over a package on the horse's back. The package was covered in a bloody mess. Many young talents have dismounted. Each one has several prey in front of it. There were wild boars, deer, soaring eagles, and even rabbits. Only Lu Xun, with a huge package in front of him. What exactly is that prey of the young lords? Yes, it looks like the package is not small, but it's round inside, and looking at the shape, it's just the size of a human head, so it can't be a human head. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, when you put it that way, it's kinda like, ha ha ha. The crowd in the stands was giggling, but Marquis Yangon's heart clenched instantly, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Lu Xun, all of us have prey, how come you're the only one so special that you have to hide it in a package to keep us from seeing it? That is, what is your prey? It can't be just something random to make up the numbers. Young Marquis, go and help rip open that parcel of his, so that we can also open our eyes to what is in this young lord's parcel. A playful laugh came from the sidelines. Those young talents each had a mocking smile on their faces. The grandson of the Marquis of Yangon, the young Marquis Yen mockingly smiled, with a few provocations, waddled up to Lu Xun, and opened his mouth. I thought you Lu Xun was some kind of brave and martial generation, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. As the words fell, Yen reached out to grab the package. Mr. Lu advises you not to mess around, your grandfather can be watching from above. The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled up slightly as he looked towards the Marquis of Yongan on the bleachers. Yen's body trembled, subconsciously following Lu Xun's gaze. Seeing Marquis Yongan's ironic face, Yen's body also trembled. Soon the face hardened. Don't you dare use my grandfather over me. The grandson of the Marquis of Yongan is known for his bravery, but the only thing he fears is his grandfather. The incident even became a laughingstock for others. When he saw Lu Xun's smirking face, he felt a pang of annoyance, feeling that Lu Xun was just laughing at himself. Damn! Gathering all her courage and no longer thinking about her grandfather's face, with her back turned, Yen clenched her teeth and viciously ripped that package away with one hand. bone on bone. 8 bloody heads, just like that, rolled out of it. A pair of horrified, wide-eyed eyes, as well as a hole pierced by an arrow on his forehead, and the red and white stuff that still continued to flow out, with an unpleasant bloody odor, came to his face. The scene fell silent. Morong Yan's lips trembled, his face was pale, and his pupils were trembling violently. After a few moments of stagnation, shrieks of shock came from his mouth. Ah! A sharp sound rang out, and Morong Yan frantically fell back, but stumbled and fell hard to the ground. The moment he lowered his head, he dry-heaved. Vomit! Vomit! As a young marquis, he had done everything but never seen a dead person. The marquis had protected him too well, all he had to do was give orders, and the dirty work was done by others. At this moment, seeing 8 human heads with red and white things flowing from their foreheads, the horrifying visual impact made Morong Yan's intestines and stomach unable to stop spasming. The faces of the other people around them all turned pale as well, and they all fell backward. Ah! Murder! Dead man! Horrified voices rang out from the bleachers. The quiet stands dissolved into chaos in the blink of an eye. The faces of the royal clansmen were unimpressed and gloomy. With a gloomy gaze, Marquis Yangon slapped the fence of the stands fiercely, stared dead at the 8 heads, and roared in a low voice, "Lu Sun, how dare you? His Majesty is here, how dare you kill in public?" The surrounding royal clansmen also clamored with a look of righteous indignation. "Lu Sun, do you really think that a gold medal that exempts you from death can absolve you of all your crimes? Killing so many people and being so cruel, you deserve to die for your crimes. The death exemption medal can't protect you. Bold, in full view of the public, how dare you commit murder in public? Someone come, take down this ruffian for me." Those royal clansmen were afraid that the head would scare the descendants of their own families. Lu Sun just swept over everyone's panicked faces before he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Your Majesty, these 8 men are foreign assassins, posing as guards and trying to secretly make a move against the royal clan's bloodline. Luckily, I found them in time before I secretly sneaked in and killed them, otherwise, none of the descendants of the clansmen would have been spared." Lu Sun's voice, which was not loud, was clearly heard by all the royal clansmen in the entire stands. All of them stopped, their eyes flickering. "If you don't believe me, you can check the identities of these people. They are by no means the guards of the various clansmen, but rather, they are assassins who have been secretly arranged to be killers and assassins." These words caused Marquis Yangon's face to change, and his eyes flickered for a moment. "No. That's right, that person is not my personal guard, he was temporarily replaced down there." A descendant of an Imperial clan family opened his mouth, pointing at a human head at the very front. Those words caused an instant uproar. The others also spoke up. "Yes, this person is also a guard who was temporarily placed at my side. That's right, my guard was struck with a malady yesterday, and a guard was temporarily transferred." The voices are getting louder. The situation was reversed in an instant. Marquis Yangon's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, his eyes flickering. "Please, Your Majesty, order a thorough investigation into the identity of these thieves. I beg Your Majesty to make a decision for me. I have only one grandson. I don't know which one of the seeds that should be cut off from their grandchildren dares to make a move on my grandson." The surrounding royal clansmen were enraged and cried out. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly as he looked straight at Marquis Yangon. Marquis Yangon's heart trembled as he stomped backward a few steps, staring at Lu Sun with wide eyes. "He knows. He knew it all along. So you're the stupid one? I thought that I had set a trap, and Lu Sun, the stupid one, was easily moved by his own words and drilled into it. Turns out you're the one who's stupid. Ho 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 ho. One is still. Ridiculous. Your Majesty, when this palace was being punished for kneeling outside the palace, I saw Marquis Yangon meeting with one of the guards and arranging for them to hide, those killers, they were all arranged by Marquis Yangon." Morong Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Marquis Yangon's eyes widened and his entire body trembled when he met Morong Yan's spiteful and smug eyes. "This stupid and bad. How dare she?" Ah. Chapter 76. The Micro Minister will definitely return the innocence of Marquis Yangon. Wonderful. Lu Sun couldn't stop clapping in his mind. Morong Yan should not yet know that Marquis Yangon is also under the command of the man behind her. This was still resenting the Marquis of Yangon for what happened before the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Morong Yan revealed a brilliant smile at this moment, smiling with some poise, but that pair of spiteful eyes ruined that beauty. "How dare you help Lu Sun to punish us? You're looking for death. This palace is a man of heavenly destiny. The future is going to be 1,000 female emperors. Yangon who is nothing. How dare you make yourself kneel outside the temple?" The seeds of resentment are in the mind, growing violently. Eldest Princess Morong Yan's voice caused the entire scene to be in chaos. Originally, there was still a need to look for clues to find out who was behind the scenes, but at this moment, there was no need to look. The surrounding royal clansmen were filled with righteous indignation, and their eyes looked gloomily at Marquis Yangon. "What are you trying to do, you damned thing, planting all these assassins? Hurting us to cut off our children? Oh, I see, it must be the valuable treasure that you took from your house last time that you resent me. Ho ho ho, I offended you last time, and you're actually jealous of me because of that? We're from the same root. The angry voices of the surrounding clansmen caused Marquis Yangon to go into a trance, and the images before his eyes began to blur. Those young talents who had befriended the young Marquis Moronyen also quickly turned away from Moronyen at this moment, their gazes looking over angrily. Moronyen had just come back to her senses, still in a daze, and when she heard the voices around her, her face turned pale. A feeling of panic struck his heart as his eyes fell on the 8 heads on the ground in front of Lu Sun. No, that's not true. Grandpa isn't like that. Moronyen looked up at his grandfather, Marquis Yongin. At this moment, the Marquis of Yangon did not open his mouth to argue anything, but only sank down and held onto the railing in front of him, his entire body shaking slightly, his eyes in a trance. This trance-like appearance corroborated almost everyone's thoughts and was equivalent to affirming the things that Princess Moronyen had just said. It all happened unannounced. Boo! His Majesty Moronhua sat on top of the high platform and gently tapped the table. All voices fell silent at that moment. Marquis Yangon, planting killers among the clan guards, do you have a defense on this matter? Moronhua's voice came from above the high platform. Yangon Ho held onto the railing, feeling a little out of breath. In the end, he just looked deeply in the direction of the eldest princess, a pair of eyes as hardened as poison. This Marquis is irrefutable. The Marquis of Yangon gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Eldest Princess Moronyen looked at the other party's gnashing of teeth, but she couldn't help but feel a bit smug and sneer. How dare this fool offend the palace? Although the purpose of his arranging those killers was unclear to the princess, she was clear that to take revenge, she must seize any opportunity. If you don't seize this opportunity in front of you, if you want to take revenge again, you'll only have to wait until the day you ascend to the throne. She, for one, couldn't wait that long. Smiling smugly, looking at Moronyen's smug look, as well as Marquis Yong'an's almost gritted teeth, Lu Sun nearly laughed out loud. What a show! Dog bites dog. Moronyen, still really bad to the top, stupid out of a new height. Your Majesty, this matter is a result of a momentary obsession on my part, wanting to capture a few descendants of the same clan and threaten them to hand over the things they took from my residence, or to recover their face. I beg your Majesty. For punishment. The Marquis of Yangon avoided the importance of the matter, his voice was low, and he pushed everything towards personal vendetta and face. This reason is not outrageous. At least for the royal clansmen present, it wasn't outrageous. When they lost face, they would also look for killers, or have the masters raised by their men to kidnap people and get their face back. However, the kidnapping to recover face among the clansmen of the same family origin was something that made all those clansmen angry. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Bows and arrows are blind in the hunting grounds. If you injure a descendant of the clan, what offense should you take? Some clansmen had grim faces and angrily rebuked Marquis Yangon. With a remorseful look on his face, the Marquis of Yangon opened his mouth and said, the ones I have found are experts who can control the force of their strikes, just for the purpose of kidnapping, never for the purpose of hurting people. When these words came out, the clansmen present frowned and their aura weakened a few points. That's just it, since the killer is dead, let's forget about this matter and leave it alone. After all, they are royal clansmen. Who's not related to whom? Nothing happened to their descendants either, and it's not good to make a scene. This palace it doesn't look like they want to kidnap someone. When they were talking, this palace was far away and only saw the Marquis of Yong'an make a move to kill in silence. If they were to kidnap someone, where would they need to make a killing move? Not far away, Moronyen smiled coquettishly. That face, the smile was flattering. It made Marquis Yang'an's face go green. Boo! Nonsense! Moronhua's eyes sunk slightly. The Emperor's Majesty in that voice silenced the entire stands. Where is Lin Tongshen? In the distance, Lin Tongshen trotted and rushed to Moronhua's side, his eyes carrying an icy cold aura as he saluted. Yes. Can the great Yen masters be supervised by the great inner guards? Yes. Lin Tongshen spoke. Check. Find out who these experts are. Who the hell is behind this arrangement? Take down the Marquis of Yong'an and temporarily detain him in the heavenly prison, pending interrogation. This series of orders came down, causing all the royal clansmen to freeze for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, just when they wanted to open their mouths to help Marquis Yong'an say something, they saw that Moronhua on the highest stand had already gotten up. The single thin body exuded a thick dragon's might, and his eyes swept over the stands with icy coldness as he said in a deep voice, whoever dares to plead for mercy will be punished according to the same offense. All the clansmen instantly shut their mouths. It was just that some of the clansmen of the older generation were more or less not looking too good. This new emperor does not seem to respect them as clansmen at all. He refuted it in public, and also escorted the Marquis of the clan to the heavenly prison in front of the civil and military officials and the noble relatives of Yendu. This matter. Humph. Some clansmen waved their sleeves away with a black face on the spot. The Marquis of Yangon was a bit surprised, but he wasn't worried. Kneeling on the ground, he said aloud, the guilty minister accepts the decree and thanks for the favor. His body hung down, but he slightly inclined his head, looking downward in the direction of Lu Sun. A sardonic grin appeared on his face. Lu Sun takes the credit for this matter, being able to recognize a hidden killer with his discerning eyes and getting rid of the danger in advance to avoid the loss of the royal bloodline. Manhwa continued to speak, seeing Lu Xun's pair of eyes staring dead at Marquis Yeoman. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he spoke faintly, meritorious to my great yen. Have Lu Xun preside over the trial of this case, and after finding out what happened, present the matter to me. Rewarded together afterward. Marquis Yeoman's breath stuttered and his face became stiff. A bright smile suddenly bloomed on Lu Xun's face. Saluting from afar, he said aloud, I will live up to your majesty's trust, investigate this matter, and return Marquis Yeoman's innocence. The corners of Marquis Yeoman's mouth twitched as his heart trembled tremendously. It's over. In the hands of Lu Xun, can there still be an innocence? Chapter 77 The Rage of the Princess. Morong Yen was happy. As the eldest princess, she had shown her face in front of everyone today, and before leaving the hunting grounds, His Majesty had even complimented her in public, allowing her to enjoy the gazes of the many royal clansmen gathered. In her mind, this was a big deal. Being able to draw the attention of the royal clan is a good start. And then a little bit after that to get in their good graces. It's just like the ones that I asked Lu Xun to do for me in my last life. Come to think of it, Lu Xun didn't seem to have done anything in the first place, and he himself had easily gained the goodwill of the royal clansmen. In this life, one should be able to gain their favor easily as well. Thinking of this, Morong Yen was overjoyed and had already begun to fantasize in her mind about the future picture of her ascension to the throne as emperor. Boo! A muffled sound caused Morong Yan's carriage to stop. There was a flurry of confusion outside. Greetings, Marquis of Blood and Guts. Get lost, this Marquis has something to say to the eldest princess. The voice of the Blood and Guts Marquis came from outside. Morong Yen was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with a puzzled look. The Marquis of Blood and Guts? Him? What was he doing here at this hour? She was also aware of the things that happened above the courtroom and in the Marquis of Blood and Guts residence before. But she didn't realize that the Blood and Guts Marquis had long been pulled in by the people behind her. There is some confusion at the moment. Just the next moment, after a burst of chaos outside, a burly figure had already drilled directly into the carriages. That pale face carried an unspeakable oppression as it coldly looked at Morong Yen. Although the Marquis of Blood and Guts wanted to laugh a little at the events of today, but at this moment, it was important to do the whole show. Marquis, you're forcing your way into. Like this. Before Morong Yen could attack, Marquis of Blood and Guts had already let out a low roar. You stupid bastard. Look at what you have done today. That voice immediately shook Morong Yen. Ho! Ho! You! Morong Yen was startled, her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. The Blood and Guts Marquis fists clenched, trying to keep himself from laughing out loud. Looking at Morong Yan's frightened appearance, he sank his face, a chill in his eyes, and said sternly, do you know that what you did today has completely disrupted that one's plans? That. Upon hearing this title, Morong Yan's face instantly froze, and all of her voice got stuck in her throat. A mental recollection of all the events of the day went through his mind. Suddenly, as if she had grasped something, Morong Yan's lips slightly quirked as she incredulously opened her mouth. You are young. Yangon Marquis as well. You just found out? The blood-bold Marquis eyes widened and his entire face twisted a bit. Only he knew better, and only with his face contorted could he try to keep from laughing out loud. It was hard for him not to laugh in the face of this smarmy, stupid woman. Looking at the twisted face of the Blood and Guts Marquis, Morong Yan's lips trembled and her face became even more alarmed. If so, that what happened in the Great Hall was not at all a humiliation, but a reminder to stay away from the program. And, if that's the way it looks, those killers are trying to kill Lu Xun? Morong Yan's voice began to tremble. The Blood and Guts Marquis had a dark face, and one of his eyebrows had twisted up slightly. Sulkily, he spoke, do you realize what you've done? That, pretty much, was confirmation. Morong Yan's eyes went black and she nearly fainted directly. Days. What a stupid thing to do on your own. Not only did he ruin the plan, but he also helped Lu Xun and sent the Marquis of Yangon to the heavenly prison. Damn. I blame that Lu Xun. It was all because that Lu Xun misled himself. That's right. A look of trepidation flashed across Morong Yan's pretty face, quickly revealing a few points of resentment. Why didn't you guys say so earlier? If you had identified yourselves earlier, how would I have mistakenly injured Marquis Yangon? Morong Yan's voice carried a complaint. Blood and Guts husband. Try to make yourself take a deep breath. He wasn't sure why that person behind him must hold this woman up to the top. It's stupid, bad, and self-righteous all at once. But these have nothing to do with themselves. At this moment, Marquis of Blood and Guts looked deeply at Morong Yen and said in a deep voice, this matter is not easy to handle, we can only inform that person temporarily and see if there is any way out. Lu Xun presiding, this matter is difficult. The voice of the Blood Gallows Marquis caused Morong Yan's face to look ugly. The white palms of her hands pinched her shirt in a deadly grip, almost gnashing her silver teeth. How did it come to this? At this point in time, is it really only possible to notify that person? Damn! Why didn't you have so much trouble in your last life? Somewhat annoyed looking at his feet, silent for a moment, Morong Yen whispered, I know, after returning to the palace, I will personally write a letter to notify that person. Marquis, go back and wait for the news can be. If the Blood Bile Marquis were to be notified, God knows how that person would punish himself. All that can be done is to hide the unwise things you've done, weigh the vocabulary again, compile some of them, and then inform the one behind the curtain. The blood-bold Marquis had a few points of dissatisfaction on his old face, but in the end, he didn't say anything more, arched his hand, got up, and left the carriage. The carriage drifted away. The blood and guts Marquis stood outside and watched the carriage leave. Only when it completely disappeared from sight did a meaningful smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Looks like you're going to figure out the identity of the person behind you? Lu Sun's voice appeared behind the blood guts Marquis. The blood bile Marquis face stagnated, he turned around unexpectedly, and the moment he saw Lu Sun, that old face darkened. You walk without a sound? Lu Sun grinned and spoke, it looks like you're on the verge of reaching their inner core. Push a little tighter, that person behind the curtain will be completely unable to sit still, perhaps will personally take action, reveal the cloven foot. The blood and guts Marquis gazed deep, looking into the distance, but soon changed the topic, and spoke in a deep voice, the matter of that year. Can have new clues? Lu Sun naturally knew what the blood and guts Marquis was asking about. The son of the Marquis of Blood and Guts, and his own father's feud. After a moment of silence, Lu Sun's face became a bit serious as he spoke, this matter, Flower Moon House has already found out some clues. Someone is indeed behind the scenes. But the evidence is not yet complete, and the person behind the curtain, too, is difficult to find out for the time being. It's been too long. Lu Sun's voice carried a bit of heaviness. There's no need to investigate any further, it's enough to investigate here. The blood guts Marquis body hunched over a few times, as if he had lost his strength, and leaned helplessly against a tree to the side. The surrounding area was overgrown with grass, and the tree, crawling with flies, was filthy. But the blood and guts Marquis didn't care at all. One pair of eyes was slightly bloodshot, and hidden tears glistened in the old eyes. Hated for so many years, and in the end, realized that it was actually a victim of his trade-offs. Who was behind it, he could already guess. It wasn't even necessary to check the evidence any further to be sure. After a long period of silence, the Marquis of Blood and Guts suddenly got up, his body facing the direction of the border, saluted deeply, and said in a deep voice, Old thief Lu, all these years, Count Dongfang and owes you. The moment he got up, the lanky, burly figure paled. All these years, he's only sustained himself with that hatred. Now, also old. Chapter 78 Poisoning. Marquis, take care of everything. The person behind the curtain is far more terrifying than you and I can imagine, and his roots are extremely large within Great Yen. Before parting, Lu Sun deeply exhorted. The blood gallows Marquis nodded somberly, his eyes flickering as he reminded in a low voice, the old man has not fully penetrated the core yet, but it's certain that on the side of the southern Luo clan, aside from the Marquis of Yangon, there are others who have also defected to the man behind that curtain. This time, His Majesty gave you the interrogation in order for you to dig deeper. Speaking here, after a long period of silence, that old face squeezed out a somewhat stiff smile and spoke, pay attention to safety. All those years of hate, and today it turns out to be a joke. Although he said that he didn't hate it anymore, but facing Lu Sun and saying these words of concern still made the blood guts Marquis feel a bit awkward. After saying that, the blood and guts Marquis turned around and left. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly as he let out a heartfelt sigh. What happened between the son of the blood and guts Marquis and his own father back then might have simply been a plant. The death of his own father. It doesn't look like it's that simple either. Lu Sun's eyes flashed with a stern color, and his palm gently slapped on the trunk of a tree to the side. After a moment's silence, he got up and left. On the trunk of the tree, a deep handprint was left. Heavenly Jail. Deepest. It's dark, damp, and cold. Snakes, insects, and ants roam around the neighborhood like it's a cave that can't see the light of day. Marquis Yangnan's eyes were tightly closed as he sat cross-legged on the hay placed on the ground. Although the hay had long been moldy from the darkness and dampness, it was much more comfortable than sitting directly on the ground. The Marquis of Yangon, who had never suffered such treatment before, was furious. Dinner. The daily errand boy who brought the food on time carried it and placed it at the door of the cell. Open the cell door and bring out the meals one by one. Those who could be imprisoned in the deepest part of the heavenly prison were of extremely high status. And it's one that hasn't been arraigned yet, hasn't been convicted yet, and has the potential to be released or even reinstated in office. The food, naturally, had to be different from that of those locked outside. The meals here are much more refined. At least it's made in a small oven, and you can get by on flavor, and it's a decent quality. Looking at the 3 plates of vegetarian dishes, 1 plate of meat dishes and a bowl of rice in front of him, Marquis Yangon did not move his chopsticks, just raised his eyes at the errand boy delivering the food. Although that errand boy's face was expressionless, his eyes carried a few complexities. Marquis, eat, it was made especially for you. When these words came out, Marquis Yangon's eyes lit up and glanced at those dishes. Without further ado, the errand boy quickly left the cell, locked it, and walked straight away. After waiting for the errand boy to leave, Marquis Yangon hurriedly began to rattle those dishes with his chopsticks. There was no note or transmission of any kind. Strange. What does that look mean? Isn't that a hint to yourself? Marquis Yangon frowned, somewhat annoyed, and slammed his chopsticks on the ground, sitting aside, thinking for a while in annoyance about how to solve today's predicament. Aside. A big, fat, gray mouse, seeing a meal that no one had touched, boldly slipped in front of it and feasted on it. Hey! Scram! Marquis Yangon came back to his senses, and when he noticed the big gray rat, his face changed dramatically, and he roared with a black face to drive away the big gray rat. Just before his foot could kick on the rat, the fat rat suddenly jerked twice, his body trembled violently, white foam sprayed out of his mouth, and blood spurted out of his eyes. Marquis Yangon's face suddenly changed, and he took a few steps backward in shock, nearly falling to the ground, his eyes looking at the gray mouse in a trance. Watching the rat, the convulsions slowed and eventually stopped, his body completely hard. Toxic. Toxic. Someone has poisoned this Marquis. Marquis Yangon's face was pale, and his breath began to tremble. While his mind was in turmoil, his face began to grow somber. In this Yin capital, how many people can stick their hands into the heavenly prison? And how many people are going to poison themselves? Damn! Should I gag myself just because I was caught and could potentially leak something? In the past, when sealing others, Marquis Yangon never felt that that person had done anything too much. But now it's your turn. He's angry. How can you yourself end up like others? Eyes clouded over, deadpan, his fists clenched hard as he stared at the hard-bodied gray rat. Outside the heavenly prison, Lu Xun took out a gold ingot and shoved it into the hands of the errand boy. Immediately leave Yin capital, find a poor countryside to live in, and don't ever return to Yin capital again. Lin Tongxian, who was on the side, instructed the errand boy. The errand boy thanked him profusely and stuffed the gold ingot into his sleeve pocket, quickly leaving the heavenly prison. This kind of thing, it's not surprising. The messenger who delivers food inside the heavenly prison often takes money to deliver things that shouldn't be delivered in. As for what that thing was, the errand boy didn't care. He just took the money, delivered the stuff, and immediately disappeared into Yendu. This is money that they can't earn in their lifetime. Find a poor countryside and you can even be the local landlord. Watching the errand boy leave, Lin Tongxian frowned slightly, looked inside, and asked Lu Xun in a low voice, "You are like this. If he does eat it, won't it be a problem if he gets poisoned then? The royal clan can't spare you." The corner of Lu Xun's mouth curled up as he spoke. If it's a poison attack, then it's just right, cut off the head and hang it on the city wall at night. After that, Lu went to the Great Hall to ask for forgiveness, and said that Lu was lax in his interrogation and let the Marquis of Yong'an escape in fear of his crime, only to be rescued by his companions. Lin Tongxian? You're a ing. Really talented person. You kid. Used to feel that you kid is righteous. Now suddenly feel that you kid is righteous hair evil ah. Lin Tongxian looked at Lu Xun with a surprised expression. Lu Xun smiled without saying anything. Living again, he had come to his senses. In this life, it is enough to be worthy of heaven above, worthy of the earth below, and worthy of family and friends and oneself. Well, it's about time. Whether it's poisoned or scared, we'll see the result. Lu Xun took a big step and walked towards the depths of the heavenly prison. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approaching. Before he could see the visitor, Marquis Yangon fell on the bars of the cell door in horror and shouted, "Come to the people! Come to the people! Someone is trying to poison this Marquis. Quickly inform His Majesty that this Marquis has important news to say." Marquis Yangon, don't scream. This heavenly prison is as solid as gold under the guard of my great inner guard army. Where would anyone want to harm you? Lin Tongxian appeared in Marquis Yangon's line of sight with a dark face. Also appearing was the young but hateful face. The moment he saw Lu Xun, Marquis Yangon was silent for a moment, his face a bit gloomy, even ready to shut his mouth. Lu Xun, however, was the first to speak. Marquis Yangon said that someone wanted to poison you? But you saw someone? Don't worry about saying that Mr. Lu is willing to help Marquis Yangon. Marquis Yangon's face, even darker. Again, you have to clear your name and help yourself. This Lu Xun, it's really damaging. It's clear that he's here to see his own jokes. Chapter 79 Murder of the Royal Bloodline. The help of the young lord, this Marquis cannot afford it. Marquis Yangon's voice carried a bit of coldness, rejecting people. Lu Xun glanced at the fat gray rat that had collapsed next to the meal, dead through and through, and spoke with a surprised expression, "Huh? Uncle Lin, it can't be true that someone is trying to poison Marquis Yangon." Lin Tongxuan's face tightened and he said in a deep voice, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense. This heavenly prison is guarded like gold by my inner guards, how can there be a poisoner?" These words made the Marquis of Yong'an want to speak, his face clouded over, and finally his gaze became cold, patting the bars of the cell door, and said in a cold voice, "Young lord, you're not here to see me laugh, are you? That won't be the case, it's just a routine matter to ask if there's still any doubt about the Marquis dispatching 8 assassins." Lu Xun smiled as he slowly walked to the bars of the cell door, a smile on his face as he spoke. "I wonder if Marquis Yong'an has anything missing that he would be willing to share with Mr. Lu?" Marquis Yong'an's hair was a bit messy, his eyes stared dead at Lu Xun, and he coldly grunted, "Lu Xun, you know that those 8 assassins were rushing towards you. In favor of saying that it was directed at the descendants of the royal clansmen, isn't it just to make a big deal out of it and make me bow down? This marquis told you that those 8 killers were only hired by this marquis to kidnap the descendants of the clan to vent their personal anger. Other than that, there's nothing to say. The Marquis of Yong'an sneered, with a few moments of cold arrogance, as he looked at Lu Sun. Lu Sun nodded his head with a look of understanding, took a deep look at the dead rats in the cell, and spoke. Lu Mao knows. Since there is nothing to say, then Lu Mao saves himself from having to ask. Uncle Lin, for the time being, keep Marquis Yangon imprisoned here and wait for His Majesty to deal with him. He didn't have the slightest inclination to ask one more question. This look made even Marquis Yangon a bit surprised. He had thought that his lack of cooperation might make Lu Sun annoyed or continue to press him. Such a reaction, on the contrary, made Marquis Yangon somewhat at a loss for words. Right, Uncle Lin, don't forget to clean out the snakes, insects, and ants inside the cell. How can the titular Marquis of Yangon be in the company of snakes, insects, and ants? The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he lifted his feet and walked away. Marquis Yangon's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled, his gaze fell on the dead rat, and the fear in his heart was like a madly growing seed that quickly spread to every corner of his body. No. Without that rat stealing the food, there was no way he could have known that the meal would have poison in it. Clean up the snakes, bugs and ants. Next time a meal is brought in, who knows if it will be poisonous? Is he or she to remain hungry until His Majesty's judgment? I'm afraid I don't need to be assassinated to starve myself. Eyes cloudy and uncertain, Marquis Yaman's old eyes fell on Lu Sun's body but then quickly shifted to Lin Tongshan as he snapped, Commander Lin, there are people inside this heavenly prison who want to poison this Marquis, you can't just let it go like this. Lin Tongshan's face sank as he raised his iron fist and ruthlessly slammed it against the bars of the cell door with a muffled sound, scaring the Marquis of Yong'an to take a step backward. Nonsense about something? The heavenly prison is solid as a rock nowadays, how could anyone possibly try to poison the Marquis? Can you not see that the rats ate this Marquis' meal and were poisoned to death? Marquis Yang'an's face was ugly, and he angrily rebuked. Lin Tongshan glanced across the railing at the fat rat that had collapsed next to the meal and spoke in a fixed voice, the rat is dead, the Marquis is not dead, how can it be considered that someone is trying to poison the Marquis? Marquis Yangon? Ha! The Yangon Marquis in this instant was confused. A moment later, his gaze fell on Lin Tongshan and Lu Sun, and he suddenly darkened his face. Damn, you two conspired. Collusion? Lu Mao advises the Marquis not to talk nonsense, some words are just costly to say, some words are costly to say, but it's costly to people's lives. Lu Sun opened his mouth with a solemn face, and then arched his hand toward the distance, staring at the Marquis of Yong'an without slanting his eyes. Lu, was commissioned by the Emperor to review the Marquis affairs, but I was so slandered by the Marquis that my heart is very unhappy. Ran. Lu Mao is upright and magnanimous, and will not be general with the Marquis. Uncle Lin, let's go. The Marquis insisted on saying that we were conspiring, in that case, there's no need for a trial. After saying that, without the slightest bit of procrastination, he lifted his feet and walked in the direction he came from. Lin Tongshan didn't stay either, turning around and leaving, muttering as he walked. This old fox can take the bait? Lu Sun didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Old fox. It's true that it's not that easy to get hooked, but even the oldest fox has to be confused in the face of life and death. If you're not confused, you have to act confused. Lu Sun's footsteps were getting farther and farther away, and his figure was about to completely disappear at the end of the unseen passageway. Marquis Yaman's palms were dead on the bars of that cell door, and out of the corner of his eyes, he swept over the dead rat, his face unsightly to the extreme. Wait! Finally, the moment Lu Sun's figure disappeared into the darkness, the voice came out from Marquis Yaman's mouth. The voice was ragged and trembling, as if it had made some difficult decision. Back to, Goo-doo. Swallowing a bit of saliva, Yangon Hoa's face waxed yellow, resting his head against that railing, and said in a deep voice, I have something to say. Darkness. Lu Sun's figure retreated back. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Marquis Yangon and smiled unexpectedly. Why, did Marquis think of something again? Back to the cell door. Lu Sun stood companionably with Lin Tongshan. Suddenly, Marquis Yong'an raised his head, a pair of cloudy eyes staring at Lu Sun dead on through the railing, as if he wanted to see through his face and into his heart. This poison, you gave it to me. That's right, if Marquis Yangon doesn't cooperate, there will still be a sufficient amount of poison in the daily meals to ensure that it will make Marquis Yangon die quickly without having to suffer. Lu Sun opened his mouth without hiding anything. The Marquis of Yangon's breathing stalled, his eyes widened, his arm went through the railing, and he tremblingly stretched out his finger, pointing at Lu Sun, looking dead at Lin Tongshan, who was on the sidelines, and roaring with shocked anger and shrillness. You heard that? He's going to murder this Marquis. He wants to murder the royal bloodline. This is treason. Lin Tongshan didn't open his mouth, as if he was a wooden man, looking as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing Lin Tongshan in this state, the Marquis of Yangon trembled, his eyes looked at Lu Sun and angrily rebuked, How dare you? Before he could finish his words, Lu Sun spoke with some impatience, If Mr. Lu was called back just to say this, then Mr. Lu will take his leave. It will take a few days for this matter to be decided by His Majesty, and if the Marquis can withstand hunger, he will see the light of day, and with luck be relegated to the common people and save a life. Speaking here, Lu Xun paused for a moment. Touching his chin, he opened his mouth with a thoughtful face. I just don't know if the Marquis, who is a commoner, is still able to help others. If it's useless. Hey! This matter is also not something that Lu Mao can consider. The words fell out of his mouth and he twisted his head to leave. Marquis Yang'an's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, he spoke, wait. Ben Ho has something to say. Chapter 80 Betrayal, only once and countless times. If I speak, will I be able to preserve this Marquis title? Marquis Yang'an's old face had turned red. Depends on what you say and whether it works or not. Lu Xun let out a faint smile, stepped forward, gently patted his shirt, and blandly said, it's useful, Mr. Lu will keep you safe and sound. It is useless, Lu Mao guarantees that your head will appear in front of the city gate tomorrow. That naked threat made Marquis Yang'an's eyes widen. Nowadays. For what year and month? How? This a small grandson of the Duke of State, dare to threaten the royal blood relatives? But, life, clutched in Lu Xun's hands. If you don't want to lose your life, you have to keep your head down. Someone in Nanluo is trying to commit treason. A sentence that caused Lin Tongxian, who was on the side, to stare blankly. He guessed some of it, but when it came out of Marquis Yang'an's mouth, it still made him not dare to believe it. Lu Xun was not the least bit surprised, but without waiting for Marquis Yong'an to continue speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, where are the bones of the late emperor? The eyes of the Marquis of Yong'an trembled, and after a long period of silence, he said in a deep voice, it had already been transported back to Nanluo City, and then it was moved away, not knowing where it had gone. What is the intention of using the bones of the late emperor? Lu Xun spoke again. I don't know, the order is that even if it's impossible to excavate a dark room within the Imperial tomb, the bones of the late emperor must be transported out first. Yan Gan Ho answered honestly. Maybe hide some of it, but he wouldn't dare lie. Lying is disrespectful to your life. How many of the clansmen within South Luo City are under him? Lu Xun frowned and asked again. Not many, but mostly those in high positions of power. Even the patriarchs among the clansmen are loyal fans of that one, and I am only acting on the orders of the patriarchs. Marquis Yang'an's voice was deep, his gaze did not flicker. So, you have not met the one behind you? Lu Xun's brows had twisted up slightly when he spoke again. Marquis Yang'an nodded. Didn't tell a lie. Lu Xun's face sank. The influence of the person behind it was beyond imagination, and this caution, even more so. Even the Marquis of Yangon and other high-ranking and powerful people have never seen the face of the person behind them? Then his identity is strange. Among the royal clansmen, the patriarch has a very high status. In terms of the usual hierarchy of a lineage, it would be equivalent to being the head of a lineage. Apart from His Majesty the Emperor, the sovereign is arguably the highest-ranking member of the imperial family. Even to a certain extent, if His Majesty the Emperor wants to ascend to the throne smoothly, apart from the support of the important ministers of the court, he also needs the support of the clansmen. Without the support of the clansmen, anyone who wanted to ascend to the throne would have to make quite a few waves. At this level, the patriarch's power is extremely high. But even the patriarch of the clan has to obey that man behind the curtain. Who is he? I've already said everything I know, and this time, arranging for an assassin is also a temporary arrangement. The Marquis of Yangon opened his mouth, his voice somewhat anxious. The patriarch personally ordered the arrangement, so I can't object. Retracting his thoughtful eyes, Lu Xun's gaze fell on Marquis Yaman's body, the corner of his lips curled slightly as he spoke. After all you've said, you're not afraid of encountering an assassination when you go out? These words caused Marquis Yaman's face to stiffen, and after a long moment of silence, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and spoke somewhat helplessly. As long as I wait until the patriarch intervenes, I'll be able to regain my freedom. They need me to do things for them. Glancing deeply at Lu Xun, Marquis Yong'an spoke again. If I don't speak up, I'm afraid that this Marquis won't live to see the day when the patriarch arrives. At first perhaps eagerly, thinking that those behind the scenes might poison themselves to silence them. But when he calmed down and thought about it, he still had quite a lot of use for himself, and there was no need for the person behind the curtain to be in such a hurry to kill himself. As long as there was pressure from the side of the royal clan, sooner or later one would still have to go back. Available at. He couldn't wait for that time. Lu Xun, too much guts. He didn't doubt for a second that this young lord, who had inherited his grandfather's boldness and was even bolder than his grandfather, would really let himself die in the heavenly prison. Don't dare bet on it. He couldn't afford to gamble either. Let's go Uncle Lin. Lu Xun didn't ask any more questions and lifted his foot towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Marquis Yangon can eat a few meals in peace. That was all a joke before Lu Mao, not to be taken seriously. Yangon who? Are you kidding? You dare to joke, I dare not believe it. Sigh. The eyes became dark. Lin Tongxian quickly followed him up, walked beside Lu Xun and asked in a low voice, just a few questions, nothing else? Marquis Yangon should know more. Lu Xun grinned and whispered, don't be anxious, when he goes out, it's not impossible to go to his marquis house for a cup of tea once in a while. Lin Tongxian? Ha? After a long moment of silence, Lin Tongxian was enlightened and his eyes lit up. Bad. Blah blah blah, wonderful. There is only one time to sell out versus countless times. If you've betrayed him once, you can get information out of him countless times. But next, it's time to talk to your majesty about the details in advance, so that your majesty can make preparations in advance. Lu Xun said in a deep voice. Lin Tongxian, who was at the side, nodded and his gaze became serious. It's not just your majesty. The Grand Chamberlain will have to be ready too. Never thought that the seemingly calm Great Yen, the internal actually has long been a dark tide. Even in the royal family, there are already rebels who have the intention of treason. Uncle Lin, you should also be careful. With your status, I'm afraid, you'll be easily targeted. Lu Xun reminded Lin Tongxian once again. In his last life, Lin Tongxian was the one who was unsuccessfully pulled in by that poisonous woman Morong Yen, and was surrounded and killed by the furious Morong Yen who sent heaven-level experts. In this life, Lu Xun didn't want that to happen again. Yes. Lin Tongxian spoke somberly, his eyes flickering as he glanced at Lu Xun and said in a low voice, you be careful as well, the old duke of the state, but you're the only grandchild left. The winds and waves are too strong, and if any danger arises, you will leave Yen capital and immediately rush to the border, and not return to Yen capital. Lu Xun stopped and tilted his head slightly. A light came through the modestly ventilated window in the wall not far away and shone on the half-face. One half of the face wore a smile, the other half, hidden in the darkness, was unclear to see, but haunting. They better pray, I've been patient. At this moment Lin Tongxian froze. Although he did not understand what Lu Xun's words meant, there was an inexplicable chill that spread from the depths of his soul. It's Lu Xun again. It's this Lu Xun again. Nanluo City. Most of the royal clans had gone to attend the ancestor sacrifice ceremony in Yendu. Only a few clansmen stayed in South Row. Situated in a luxurious mansion in Nanluo, an old man with a somewhat stooped figure, wearing a white robe and a wrinkled face, held a dragon head cane and had a gloomy face. The one standing in front of him, dressed in black robes with a black mask on his face, hung his head and said, my master has ordered me to instruct you that you only need to rescue the Marquis of Yangon. Other redundancies, no need for more. The master has already agreed with the Dai Viet side. In a few days, the army will press in, and Yen capital will be in chaos since, before that, suspend all movements and wait. Boom! The dragon's head cane smashed the ground hard, the old man's eyebrows slightly raised, but he eventually suppressed that anger again and said in a low voice, got it, I'll make a trip to Yendu this time. Chapter 81 Border Emergency Report. Open the gates. Open the gates. In the distance, a rider of blood robes appeared from the wilderness, screaming with all his might. The gates opened quickly. The moment he broke through the gates, the figure fell off his horse and planted himself hard on the ground. The arrow stuck in his back, it was deep. The robe was not red, but earthy yellow, and it was actually dyed red by the blood. Lu Yuanfang had just come down from the city wall, and when he saw this scene he rushed up and picked the person up. The State Duke. The man's voice, shaking slightly. Seeing the man's face, which was already red with blood, Lu Yuanfang's eyes trembled, the corners of his lips twitched, and the hand holding the man trembled slightly. Song Sanyang. What's going on? The name, being remembered by the Duke of State, made Song Sanyang's eyes glow a little more. However, thinking about what he had poked around, Song Sanyang forced himself to endure the severe pain, his lips dry and his face pale, and spoke eagerly, quickly. Quickly! The great Daikoshi is gathering a large army. The number, amount, of, extremely large, rough looking, should be above. There are 500,000. It seems to be, going to, be, a large army. A large army. Boom! These words immediately caused the faces of all the surrounding generals to all turn gloomy. Quickly, medic, come quickly. Lu Yuanfang's carried Song Sanyang and sent him to the tent not far away, and when he returned to his senses, his eyes became heavy. Song Sanyang was the elite scout he had sent out, always very precise about spying on the military. Linking this to the recent calmness on the Dai Viet side, Lu Yuanfang's right eyelid had throbbed slightly. Immediately 800 miles of expedited military information to Yendu. Send in the nearest city guards and garrison. Mobilize the granary stocks of the nearest cities and evacuate the border children. At the same time, issue a warning to the nearby cities to get ready. An order was passed down. I wonder when Dai Viet is going to move his army. But guess what? It shouldn't be long. The general's report must be sent up quickly. Only then will reinforcements arrive as early as possible. Before that, it was necessary to gather all the garrison and city guards in the neighborhood. Lu Yuanfang's face sank a bit, his eyes flickered, swept over the generals gathered around him, and whispered, elect 1,000 warriors, if the situation is critical. Slightly tilting his head up, looking at the somewhat blinding sunlight, Lu Yuanfang spoke in a low voice, you will then take the large force to withdraw and retreat to Yangguan Pass, and the old man, with 1,000 warriors, will defend it to the death. The people are here, the city is here. People die. Cities die. Lu Yuanfang's old face was filled with gravity. 500,000 troops is only a conservative estimate. The army was pressing in, though the border towns were easy to defend and hard to attack. but the difference in numbers is too great. Lu Yuanfang could be sure that this city could only delay time, but could not ensure that, before the reinforcements came, the city would be completely defended. If the situation is critical, you can retreat to the Yangguan Pass, where the terrain is dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if the Great Vietnam's army presses in, it cannot easily break through. As long as we wait for reinforcements to arrive, Dai Viet will naturally retreat. The hand that cupped the war knife at his waist tightened slightly. Take a deep breath. 15 years of silence. Is it finally starting to get completely messed up? Lu Yuanfang sank his face. The surrounding generals led the way. Border, instant tension. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Yendu is quiet these past few days. It's just that the clansmen are making a lot of noise in the courtroom. Marquis Yangon only made a small mistake, not a big deal, and the other clansmen have already understood, so why should he be locked up in the heavenly prison and suffer? An old man with white hair spoke. Among the clansmen, he was the oldest and had the highest seniority. Seriousness was written all over that pale face at the moment. As an emperor, you shouldn't be so harsh on your own kin. A number of accusations down, so that sitting on the dragon chair Manhwa table feeling slightly moved, eyes twitching a bit, but no other expression fluctuations. It's been like that every day for a few days. The courtroom was on the verge of becoming a showplace for the clansmen. The surrounding courtiers had complex faces. These things about the royal family, they didn't want to get involved at all. This matter has yet to be investigated, further investigation is needed. Lu Xun spoke with a smile on his face. Those words made the faces of the clansmen darken. Every day they come and say they are investigating, what is there to investigate? Isn't it just that kind of? You Lu Xun really think you're something? Only the grandson of the Duke of Lu, that Duke of Lu, but also my royal family is divided. Now you're so bold that you dare to raise your teeth against the royal family? In the midst of a chaotic clamor, the patriarch, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his eyes. The dragon-head cane in his hand tapped the ground lightly. Dang dang. A clear and crisp voice, but in an instant, it made all the clansmen shut their mouths. The features of that wrinkled face quivered slightly, slowly relaxing away. A pair of eyes slowly turned to Lu Xun's position, and a flash of bloom flashed across them in a flash. Young Lord Lu, this matter concerns my royal majesty and is an internal matter of my royal family. I've been here for 2 days, and I've purposely waited for you to investigate for 2 days, but you still can't investigate clearly. According to the law, conflicts and clashes between clans should be resolved within my clan. Patriarch, that voice was a bit dry, but it carried an imposing feeling. His body leaned forward slightly and pressed towards Lu Xun. Lu Xun still had the same smile on his face, shook his head and spoke. If it was just for the descendants of the clansmen, then so be it, but there were also descendants of the families of the important court officials on the scene, as well as the young talents of Yendu. If we don't find out clearly, the civil and military officials won't be able to spare Mr. Lu, and the young talents of Yendu won't be able to spare Mr. Lu even more. Lu Xun shouted. The 100 officials around? Ha! We're just watching a play. Why is there anything for us? The civil and military officials all wanted to say at this moment that they didn't care, but they didn't dare to say it. The Lu Xun of the last few days has been bursting with combat power. Even in the face of the clansmen's siege, Lu Xun did not show any weakness at all. This made them feel more and more that Lu Xun had really completely inherited the courage and boldness of Elder Duke Lu when he angrily sprayed the late emperor above the court. Lu Xun. The Zongchang's face pulled down and he took a step towards Lu Xun, looking as if he wanted to eat him, his voice almost coming out of his chest. See what's good for you, the rules of my clan are always higher than the laws of Great Yen. These words made the civil and military officials frown. Even Moronghwa's face followed suit and became a bit ugly. Especially when this came out of the patriarch's mouth, Moronghwa's heart was even colder. When Lu Xun and Lin Tongxian summarized what they had found out a few days ago and handed it over to the dragon case, he thought he had misread it. It wasn't until the patriarch actually arrived in person that he believed it. The patriarch, indeed, takes orders from the man behind the curtain. At this moment, the smile on Lu Xun's face was slightly tightened, but he also knew that he had almost finished acting, so it was time to release him. Turning around, directly ignoring the patriarch, Lu Xun said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, I have found out that all of Marquis Yong'an's previous actions were clan conflicts, and there were no other offenses. These words instantly caused a mocking smile to appear on that Zongjing's old face. What a gutsy little lord. In the face of yourself, in the face of imperial power, you still have to bow and bend your head? Report. Border emergency. The Dai Viet army is pressing in, the border is in a state of emergency. The sudden sound from outside instantly silenced all the voices above the courtroom for a moment. Boom! The moment the voice came, a terrifying coldness suddenly erupted from Lu Xun's body. The closest to Lu Xun, Zongjing, positively endured the terrible coldness of Lu Xun's body, legs soft, actually a stumble one knee down. Chapter 82 Lu does good deeds without asking for rewards. The image caught everyone off guard. Even the patriarch himself didn't expect it. His face darkened and he forced himself to stand up. He wanted to scold Lu Xun angrily, but when he lifted his head and saw Lu Xun's face that was as cold as ice, the patriarch's heart was clenched. anger in his throat, held back, holding his face red. Lu Xun didn't even glance at that old patriarch, and straightly crossed over the crowd to look at the dusty messenger who was rushing into the hall at the moment. The messenger emitted a strong odor of sweat, and his eyes were full of red blood. Kneeling on the ground, he hissed and opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. A scout detected that you has gathered a large army at the border, a rough estimate of more than 500,000, and is about to be pressed by a large army. Duplu was requesting troop mobilization support." When he finished, he gasped for air and trembled all over. The body, all of it, was thrashing around. Strongly, he seemed to be waiting for His Majesty's orders. But in the end, before His Majesty's order came, he fell weakly to the ground and fainted. He didn't close his eyes for days and nights, and he made it through by sheer force of will. Now that the urgent military report is being told, it is finally too much to support. Looking at the messenger who fell at his feet, Zongjing frowned, fanned the air in disgust, and said in a cold voice, "Insolence in front of the temple, unkempt. The border army has indeed been taught by the Duke of Lu to be unseemly." As the words fell, Zongjing lifted his dragon head cane and dropped it down towards the leg of that messenger. Boo! A muffled sound. The entire courtroom of civil and military officials were stunned. Zongjing's pale body flew out backwards, hit the ground hard. Lu Xun composed himself and withdrew his foot. The surrounding royal clansmen instantly exploded. "Bold! How dare you! Your Majesty, this thief is not only pointing fingers at my royal family, but he also dares to be so arrogant and domineering in front of the Holy Spirit. He is too arrogant. I beg your Majesty to punish him." There were voices all around. However, the system's voice in Lu Xun's head also sounded. "Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. In the face of the overbearing royal clansmen, a kick in the face of the mighty officials, straighten your heart, and be a man without fear. System reward, Divine Magic Phase. Divine Magic Phase, Incarnate Divine Magic Phase, 1 strike destroys mountains and rivers, 2 strikes destroy the sky. Note to the host, the power of the phantom is huge. When you perform it, make sure you keep it in check, don't fart, it will shatter the city." Lu Xun. This system. You got a problem with farting? Recovering his mind, Lu Xun's gaze was cold, sweeping over the royal clan. His voice was plain, but with a few points of shenanigans. According to the law of Great Yan, the border emergency report crier to meet the saint to report the urgent military situation, may not dismount the armor, do not follow the etiquette of the law, along the way, blocking the military report crier to be put to death by the 9 clans, insulting the military report crier to be decapitated by the whole family. Mr. Lu is the one who saved Patriarch's family. What, do you all want Patriarch to humiliate the heralds and make Patriarch commit the great crime of beheading his entire family in front of the civil and military officials? Boom! These words immediately caused all the clansmen to all shut their mouths. The surrounding civil and military officials clenched their fists. Cool. This group of clansmen, relying on their status as royal bloodline, have been pointing fingers and making noise in the courtroom in the past few days, which has long since caused many courtiers to be dissatisfied. Today, seeing that lofty patriarch being kicked away and having to swallow his anger, it was simply like a pot of ice water poured down in the scorching summer, refreshing from head to toe. Patriarch wailed on the ground in pain, his eyes quenched with poison as he stared at Lu Xun in death. What, is Patriarch trying to thank Mr. Lu? That's not necessary. Mr. Lu doesn't ask for rewards for doing a good deed. Lu Xun's face wore a gentle smile. The patriarch's face was twisted. How dare you? A sharp voice came from the mouth of the patriarch. Enough! An angry shout came from the dragon chair. Manhwa sank his face, coldly swept over many clansmen, and said in a chilling voice, "Now that the border is in a state of emergency, and you still have a lot to think about in those small matters, it's simply a laughingstock. Effective immediately, all royal clansmen are strictly forbidden to attend the court or enter the palace without being summoned, and if any violators do so, they will be stripped of their status as clansmen and relegated to the status of commoners." Boom! A sentence that puts an end to all the farce. All the royal clansmen reddened their faces, trying to argue something. However, seeing Manhwa's cold face, and the undisguised expression of resistance from the surrounding civil and military officials when they looked at them, in the end, they didn't dare to object. The patriarch was helped to his feet, but it seemed that his ribs were broken, and when he moved, he grimaced in pain. A pair of eyes swept over the civil and military officials above the courtroom and finally landed on Lu Xun. "I'll remember today's events by heart. In the future, there will be rewards." The patriarch spoke in a deep voice, a direct threat in front of His Majesty. He didn't even look this new emperor in the eye. He already had the intention of treason, and at this moment, because of the humiliation of that kick, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. "Thank you, Patriarch, for remembering. Helping you out is what Mr. Lu should do. It's not a trivial matter." Lu Xun grinned, slowly walked to the patriarch, his head a head taller, slowly lowered down to look down, gazing at him, faintly said, "I only hope that next time, the patriarch will have a longer memory, and won't do anything he shouldn't. Otherwise, Mr. Lu can't help Patriarch. You." The patriarch's face was fierce, raising his head to stare at Lu Xun dead in the face, stretching out his cane, but then he suddenly curled up, grimacing in pain. That moment just now was so agitated that it tugged at his ribs, and the sharp pain caused cold sweat to roll down his forehead. Roughly gasping a few times, the patriarch's gaze was somber as he dodged Lu Xun, and with the support of the clansman, he took a step forward and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, since there is no need for us to be in the courtroom, then we will retire first. But the Marquis of Yangon. The matter of Marquis Yangon has been investigated. Since it is an internal clan dispute, it will be resolved by the clan. Manhwa frowned and waved his hand slightly. The patriarch hung his head, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the great hall step by step. With each step, his fists tightened a few points. Good. That's good. This little emperor, when he really doesn't respect the clan. This patriarch of his own was beaten in public, and he went so far as to refute the patriarchs in public instead. This great hall. He or she will be back eventually. Until then, no one will ever dare to treat themselves that way again. Patriarch stood in front of the gate of the great hall and slowly settled, slightly sidelong, his eagle-eyed and wolfish look on display. Turning his head, he gave a cold smile and left in a slightly lumbering manner, assisted by the clansman. Carry the person down, summon the Imperial physician, and treat him with all your might. There must not be the slightest negligence. Manhwa opened his mouth, turned his head to look at Prime Minister Wu, and said in a deep voice, Prime Minister Wu, regarding the border matter, do you have an opinion? I ask your Majesty to immediately mobilize troops to support the border. Martial Minister Li Qingsong's gaze was grave as he said in a deep voice, I understand Duke Lu, if it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, he wouldn't have sent out such an urgent report. Chapter 83 Gathering outside Yendu. A voice came from the crowd. Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. A civil minister stepped forward with a serious look on his face and said aloud, I have always admired Duke Lu, so I have studied Duke Lu's war record. In my humble opinion, Duke Lu is the god of soldiers of my great Yen. Since leading the army, he has won many battles and is unrivaled on the battlefield, repeatedly creating the amazing battle results of winning with less, breaking the enemy's 300,000 with 150,000 troops, and even making the enemy lose their armor and suffer heavy losses. Though you has 500,000 troops, I also hoard 200,000 troops on the border of Great Yen, as well as the nearby city guards, plus some newly recruited soldiers, totaling as many as 250,000 in forests and forests. Border cities are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Coupled with the fact that the Duke of Lu uses his troops like a god, the humble servant thinks that there is no need to be overly tense, and that we only need to deploy the garrison of the nearby cities to support them, which will also save the people from laboring and hurting themselves. I can't say, in a couple of days the Dayu has already been repelled by the Duke of Lu. That civil official's face was full of admiration and sincerity, a look that made Lu Xun tighten his fists. It may seem like he's a big fan of his grandfather, but in reality, it's just a way to stop the sending of troops and to confuse the matter with his former war record in order to make it seem less abrupt. Admittedly, Grandpa used to have an extremely impressive war record, but not every time. It's not always possible to win 100 battles. Knowing that a large army was on the ground, he discouraged from sending troops. Is it stupid, or? Raising his eyes, Lu Xun met the strange gaze of the Blood Guts Marquis. It was instantly clear. This courtier, an outcast under the Blood and Guts Marquis. The man behind the Dayue's army knew about it and made the arrangements? Frowning slightly, Lu Xun's face became grave. The hand behind his back seemed to have influence far beyond his imagination. Such a scheme is intended to cause civil unrest in Yendu from outside? The math, it's pretty impressive. But, I don't think he counted on his strength. Invariably, it was time to give them some minor true immortal shock. The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Dropping his head, he said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I think you can first mobilize your troops and gather them outside of Yendu. Stand by to depart in support of the border. Lu Xun's words were well deserved. All the courtiers did not find anything strange about it. Manhwa's palms, however, clenched slightly, his face turning serious. Move the troops, but have the generals assemble outside of Yendu. It's not to aid the border, but to deploy troops into Yendu at any time. Could it be that Dai Viet's troop out also has the handiwork of that person behind the scene? The eyes of Manhwa at this moment became ugly. Meeting Lu Xun's pair of eyes, Manhwa was even more certain. Good, then first according to what Lu Qing said, temporary deployment of troops in Yendu outside the 10 miles to set up camp, if there is a military order, at any time to mobilize. The Minister of Culture is responsible for the mobilization of grain and grass and the delivery of armor, while the Minister of Martial Arts is responsible for the mobilization of generals and the collection and management. Minister Lu, Minister Wen and Minister Wu stay behind and retire from the court. Outside the palace, the Blood Gallows Marquis face had no fluctuating expressions as he looked at the civil official who had just spoken above the courtroom and spoke faintly, You've performed well, I'll praise you well in front of that person. Behave well afterward, and your future is unlimited. That civil official's face immediately smiled incomparably, and he patted his ass one after another. Greetings, Marquis, the Patriarch has an invitation. On the side, an Imperial clan Patriarch hurriedly came and looked at the Blood Guts Marquis. The civil official had the good sense to go ahead. The blood and guts Marquis followed the patriarch as he quickly walked towards the carriage on the side. On the white carriage, patriarch's face was somber, lying flat on it, his upper garment had been undone, he had just swallowed an elixir, and his chest had been secured by a white veil with a thin board. The moment the blood and guts Marquis boarded the carriage, patriarch's face darkened. Why don't you take a hand in the courtroom? He understood the strength of the Marquis of Blood and Guts. That person said that we are not allowed to cause trouble before Yin capital is in chaos. Has the patriarch forgotten that? The blood-bile Marquis spoke faintly, his eyes slightly raised in slight dissatisfaction. The patriarch's breath stuttered and his gaze was gloomy. The dragon head cane that represented his royal clan status was crushed in his hand with a death grip. The palms of the hands, white under pampering, had turned iron blue from excessive force. Taking a few ragged breaths, patriarch's eyes were cloudy as he said in a deep voice, "How is it going in the courtroom? The ministers have discussed hoarding troops outside of Yin capital and departing for the border on a certain day." The Marquis of Blood and Guts opened his mouth, his face unchanged, but there was an odd smile under his eyes. Patriarch took a deep breath, grinned, and spoke morosely, "Very well, as long as the guards of Yendu are empty when troops are deployed to the border, chaos will rise." Before the words were out of his mouth, he suddenly stiffened, blushed, and sprang to his feet. Hiss! Just this instantly pulled the ribs, the pain showed his teeth, cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. But at the moment he couldn't feel his pain, and in a deep, low voice he growled, "What did you say?" "You said? Where is the horde of soldiers? Hoard your troops, outside of Yendu." The Marquis of Blood and Guts spoke. The patriarch's face clouded over, his eyes flickering. "No. Why are you hoarding troops outside of Yendu? Did something leak somewhere?" The troops were hoarded outside of Yendu, and if Yendu was in internal turmoil, the garrison would immediately be able to react and suppress it forcefully. Patriarch is overthinking. The deployment of troops to Yendu is only because Yendu is in the center of Great Yen, and the troops transferred from all over the world can just be assembled in Great Yen. Besides, as long as the borders are in turmoil, the large armies stationed outside of Yendu will immediately set out to support them. The blood-bile Marquis spoke indifferently, with no abnormality on his face. This calmed the patriarch a little. "Bear the pain and lie down slowly." After a moment of silence, he said in a cold voice, "Then Lusun, pay attention to me. After that, if it messes up, I want to be the first to see him kneeling in front of the old man." With a somewhat shaky palm, he touched the white veil on his chest for a moment, his fingers twitching painfully as his face became more somber. "Also, send a message to that fool in the palace that in 2 days, the plan will begin, so that she can first make some noise, within Yendu." 2 days from now? No need to wait for the garrison outside the city to start? The Marquis of Blood and Guts opened his mouth with a surprised expression. The garrison is going to leave sooner or later anyway. Patriarch's pale face twitched, his eyes murderous. "That fool Morong Yen will not attract attention if she makes some noise. The border, it'll always be a bigger mess than Yendu." A smile of ambition appeared on Patriarch's face, and within the carriage, a wild laugh came out. "Ha ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." Inside the Imperial study, Lu Sun had a mocking smile on his face. When Xiang and Wu Xiang had sad faces, their eyes filled with worry. "You kid, aren't you stupid? You're not worried about your grandfather at this hour and you're still laughing maniacally?" Sun Ruofu slapped Lu Sun hard on the head. Lu Sun nearly choked on his own saliva and spoke with a helpless face. "I was just wondering what Patriarch is doing at the moment, and guessing. Patriarch should be laughing wildly since he thinks he can soon make a mess in Yendu." Sun Ruofu and Li Qingtsong glanced at each other, their eyes slightly condensed. That day, His Majesty summoned them to the palace late at night. Lu Sun also told them everything that needed to be said. The patriarch of the royal family clan is even suspected of treason. Daikoshi, perhaps, has also made some kind of deal with the people behind them. Take advantage of the chaos on the border to make Yendu chaotic as well. Lu Sun's eyes flickered slightly. Moving troops to station outside the city is to guard Yin capital? Martial Minister Li Qingtsong was astonished. Only then did he understand why Lu Sun proposed to move his troops to station them outside of Yendu city. "But your grandfather there." When Xiang Sun Ruofu frowned, his gaze heavy. "Border, there are experts to relieve you." Lu Sun smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Chapter 84 The Coming of the Gods. Woohoo! Bang bang bang. The loud and clear sound of the trumpet, with that heavy sound of the war drums, came from the distance. Under the wind and sand, a dark torrent, with an unstoppable momentum, slowly advanced. Coming! Lu Yuanfang, who was standing on the city wall, had pale eyes that flashed with a stern look. With an unshakably determined gaze, he looked at the black torrent that could not be seen at a glance, and his palms were already tightly gripping the battle sword at his waist. "Your Majesty, the generals have assembled. Defend the city to the death. No one is allowed to let a die viet in." Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuanfang said in a deep voice. His eyes swept over the black torrent that could not be seen to its end, and his forehead veins rolled slightly. "It's not 500,000. Look at the scale. Maybe it's up to 700,000. The whole of Dai Viet has 1,300,000 generals on the surface. The generals guarding the various borders with other great nations add up to 1 million. Today, How dare you give up guarding the borders with other big countries and draw away your generals to prepare for the strong pressure on the border of Great Yen? The palm that squeezed the hilt of the knife had become slightly ironic. Warrior, are you ready? Without turning around, Lu Yuanfang asked the general behind himself in a low voice. The general's gaze was firm as he snapped, it's ready. 1,000 warriors. Or, call it a dead soldier. He was ready, too, among those 1,000 warriors. If the situation is critical, you will take over from the old man and lead the troops to retreat to Sheep's Intestine Pass. I will live and die with those 1,000 warriors, with Border City. Lu Yuanfang's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Only 200,000 people were stationed in the border cities bordering Great Yen and Great Vietnam. Together with the city guards transferred from the nearby cities and the recruits recruited from the neighborhood, there were only 240,000. On the battlefield, it is possible to win with less, but not in this quantity now. He could take 150,000 elite soldiers and defeat 300,000 on the other side. But when the number reaches a certain level, it will form a crushing force. 240,000 against 700,000 of the enemy? The ending was predictable. Defending this city to the death will only result in total annihilation. Retreating to the Yangguan Pass, there is still a ray of hope. If we wait for reinforcements to arrive, Dai Viet will certainly no longer be difficult to move forward. As for myself, just live and die with this side of town, together. Just, pity seeker. Grandpa can't protect you anymore. Lu Yuanfang tilted his head slightly as the wind and sand blew across his pale face, blowing up the dry skin on his skin. Retracting his gaze, he glanced at the generals behind him, his eyes sweeping over the faces that were dry, cracked and peeled by the wind and sand. He suddenly turned his head, drew his battle sword and raised it high. A high-pitched voice rang out from Lu Yuanfang's throat. War! 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 The voice of the Great Yen border army shook this border city. Outside the city, the black torrent of the Great Vietnam slowly came to a halt. The crowd slowly dispersed. A stout old general in black metaphysical armor, riding a warhorse, slowly walked to the forefront. That face, filled with a grim sardonic smile. The pale, dry palm of his hand gently brushed over his right eye. At his right eye, a black eye patch covered his eye. Somewhat trembling, he withdrew his palm, and with his left eye alone, he looked coldly at the figure on the city wall holding up his battle sword, several miles away. Despite being separated by a long distance, two gazes from opposite directions instantly collided. For a moment, time seemed misplaced. The picture is as it was 15 years ago. Two middle-aged generals, looking at each other across the sky. At this moment, both figures had old faces and white hair. 15 years. Old man waited for this day for 15 years. The veteran general's face, slightly twitching, drew his battle sword from his palm. 15 years ago, you stabbed my right eye and nearly killed me with your plotting and scheming. Talk to yourself for a moment. Suddenly, he roared aloud, Great you generals listen to the order. Today, break the city. Tomorrow, enter Great Yen. 5 days of massacre after entering Great Yen. All treasures, women, grab whatever you want. If you grab it, it's yours. Yes. Those close to 700,000 generals, their voices broke through the clouds, filled with excitement. With a sardonic smile and a glance at the sea of generals under his command, the old general was surprisingly calm at the moment. The war sword pointed straight at the figure on the distant wall and roared low, You are Lao Fu's. Kill. Rumble. There was a roar. The entire land trembled as the 700,000 troops charged in unison. Old me is the first line of defense for this Great Yen. Lu Yuanfang let out a low roar, and had already used a cloth to bind his right hand, with his battle sword, in a deadly manner. He was going to kill the enemy as long as he could wave his hand. Boom! A violent air-breaking sound resounded violently from high up in the sky, causing one's eardrums to ache. Hit the ground hard. The earth trembled violently. The army, which had been charging, stalled for a moment. The armies of both sides, all of them stared at that direction in surprise. In place, a figure in a white robe had his back to Border City. Slightly slimmer in stature. A man fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned. However, in the next moment, that person unexpectedly took one step at a time, steadily walking towards the 700,000 strong army of the Great Vietnam. The moment he saw that back, Lu Yuanfang was in a trance for a moment. Seems familiar. The back looks a bit like Seeker. Available at. He fell from the sky. I always like to give people a chance. Lu Sun had already taken one step at a time to a distance of 1 mile from the Dai Viet army, and his voice appeared clearly and unmistakably in the ears of every single person in Dai Viet. It also traveled over the border city. That familiar voice instantly caused Lu Yuanfang's pale body to tremble, and his pupils quivered. Seeker. Is really Seeker. Available at. Prepare the horses. Old man wants to leave the city. It was too late to think too much, and with a low roar, Lu Yuanfang's face turned blue. But before Lu Yuanfang could make his next move, he suddenly heard that voice ring out again. But the Great Vietnamese are an exception. Boom. A low, muffled sound rang out across the thin frame. Lu Sun turned his back to Border City. In the white robe, a silhouette violently rushed out. In the next moment, the aura of a half-step true immortal violently erupted. Rumble. Heaven and earth changed color. Thick clouds covered the sky. The silhouette rushed out of the clouds almost in an instant. Divine magic phase. Boom. Between heaven and earth, a gigantic body taller than a mountain appeared. A golden battle armor was outlined with wonderful and incomparable patterns. On every stripe, a blazing fire was ignited. Radiant divine light emanated around his body, illuminating people's eyes. That face could not be seen clearly, but a pair of eyes swept over the 700,000-strong army of Dai Viet as if they were gazing at a mole cricket. Cold and icy. No mood swings. All the generals of Dai Viet, standing in place, their whole body was trembling violently. They tilted their heads and looked at the figure as huge as the sky, their mouths open as an uncontrollable fear rose to their hearts. God! Gods! Have the gods come down! Quickly! Run away! I surrender! I surrender! Terrified voices resounded through the 700,000-strong army. The pupil of General Wu's left eye fluttered violently as he braced himself and raised his battle sword, yelling lowly, "Shut up! This is just a small blindfold. If you dare to shake the army's center of gravity, kill without pardon." The roar of anger spread through the army. On the city wall, Lu Yuanfang stared blankly, and on his old face, shock was written all over it. The other generals around them, too, had completely forgotten their movements and had even forgotten to breathe. The next moment, that huge figure gently raised his hand, pointing to the distant city on the border of Great Vietnam, and a low and majestic voice rang out, "Destroy." That huge city, in everyone's sight, fell silent for a moment. Time seemed to have stopped, even the wind stopped in the air. In the next moment, a crack like a spider web appeared on that city. Boom! It exploded with a bang. The heavens and the earth shook. Dusty. It obscured everyone's view. The 700,000 generals of Dai Viet, their blood stopped flowing, even their breathing stopped, staring blankly in the direction they had come from. Chapter 85 White God General. There. A piece of dust. Covering the sky. The monstrous air currents swirled up billowing dust that drifted for dozens of miles. Phew. Everyone in the Dai Viet army instantly felt a strong current of air coming at them. The dust covered their black battle armor, covering it in a dirty grayish-brown color. Cluck cluck cluck. All the voices, all of them, stuck in his throat with an odd sound. The smoke gradually dissipated. In the distance, the majestic border city that stood above the wilds and was known as the pride of Dai Viet, now, completely disappeared. Not even a little bit of gravel protruding from the ground can be seen. It's as if there has never been a majestic pass there. Ha! Ha! All the generals of Dai Viet trembled all over their bodies. The seeds of despair took root in their hearts and madly grew and spread to every corner of their bodies. That huge body, like a god, stood above their heads. Despair spread through the Dai Viet generals. No. No way. No way. It must be a blindfold, a Jianghu trick. It can't fool me. General Wu's old face twisted, painfully covering the location of his right eye's eye patch, frantically grabbing off the eye patch, revealing the black, empty eye hole of his right eye. His left eye was bloodshot and his voice trembled as he opened his mouth and roared, "Give me a charge. No stopping. The women of Great Yen, the treasures of Great Yen, are still waiting for us. Don't be fooled by the little blinders." Before he could finish his words, a shadow, unexpectedly covered everything in front of him. Stopping his voice, General Wood's lips quivered. The figure that was surrounded by divine light had its finger pointed at them. A flat, yet slightly icy voice resounded throughout the battlefield. "Perish! Buzz! 700,000 troops, a buzzing in their ears. Everything in front of me seems to have quieted down." On closer inspection, it seemed as if even the tiny specks of dust floating in the air had stopped and the wind had stopped. "It's so quiet," someone murmured in their mind. The next moment, boom! The earth plummeted. A terrifying pressure like a mountain descended from the sky. Almost instantly, it pressed down on every Dai Viet general. Click here. Each and every one of them, the sound of their bodies breaking apart could be clearly heard in their ears. To add to the horror, they could see their bodies crumbling, yet they could no longer feel the pain. Can only look at their own bodies, in an inch cracked, flesh and blood crumbling, turned into mud. A piece of flesh and blood. All the great Yen generals standing on the city wall had the hairs of sweat on their bodies explode. The 700,000-strong army, in the blink of an eye, blossomed into a bloodbath that could not be seen to the end. Boom! The huge idol disappeared. Amidst the blood and flesh spread all over the ground, a white dress appeared particularly conspicuous. Only, that slightly slimmer figure didn't linger too long. Just glancing at the direction of the city wall from afar, his body, step by step, ascended into the void and disappeared above the clouds in the twinkling of an eye. Time seems to have stopped. All the generals of the Great Yen border city all forgot to breathe and stared blankly. It wasn't until Lu Yuanfang's voice came from the front that all of them snapped back to their senses. Quickly, the army leaves the city to check the Dai Viet border with the Dai Viet army. Lu Yuanfang's voice trembled slightly. He can't be wrong. Seekers. That would be Seeker. But Seeker how he? Lu Yuanfang's heart was mixed, and in a trance, his gaze was cast into the distance. In his ears, the excited voices of Great Yan's generals were heard. White gods and generals protect. I, Great Yan, am blessed by the white gods. The 700,000-strong Dai Viet border army, destroyed with a single finger. White god general. White god general. Excited voices echoed over the entire border city. Lu Yuanfang's eyes brightened and flickered as he gently untied the cloth that bound his palms to his battle sword and propped his palms on the city wall. Aftermath. The entire border town began to recover in an orderly fashion. The scouts who scouted the casualties of Dai Viet's generals and Dai Viet's largest and most powerful pass never returned, making all the generals impatient. Standing on the city wall, letting the dry, cold wind blow on his face. Some of the generals' faces, blown until they are dry and cracked, are still reluctant to leave the walls. The 100-man scouting party rode the best 1,000-mile colt in the entire border army and roared wildly through this wilderness bordering Great Vietnam and Great Yan. Their bodies trembled, their pupils trembled, their lips trembled, and even their breath trembled. It's dead. 700,000 Dai Viet generals, none survived. All dead. Those bodies, one by one, seemed to have been crushed and shattered by a terrifying force, and with all the blood and flesh on the battlefield, not even a single intact body could be found. Blood and water flowed into rivers. Sticky blood stained the legs of the 1,000-mile ponies under their seats, but they didn't dare to stay. They were galloping, rushing in the direction of that majestic pass on the Dai Viet border. The terrain, which was familiar, seems to have changed. Far away, the scout who ran at the front suddenly changed his face and strangled his horse in alarm. Stop! With a loud shout, the entire scouting party all strangled their horses in time. The other scouts rode up slowly and opened their mouths, asking, "How do you stop?" Before the words were finished, he suddenly froze on his horse, and the pupils within his eyes trembled violently. Inside the line of sight, a cliff appears without warning. No, not a cliff. It's a huge crater several hundred meters deep, dozens of miles around, deeply sunken. At the bottom, a smooth oval. It's like being pressed down by a finger. This location is. The scout behind him trembled as he spoke, a pair of eyes written with shock. The foremost scout, looking at the deep pit, the fragmented bricks of the city wall, took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but his voice still more or less with some trembling. It's the city of Dai Viet. Dai Viet. Boom! All the scouts froze in place, eyes full of shock. Is this what that white-robed god general did? This is not manpower. I, Great Yan, am blessed by a divine general. I don't know who, trembling, spoke up. The voices of the surrounding scouts grew excited, their eyes glittering with excitement. In the meantime, on the other side of that huge deep pit, the U territory, a dozen Dai Viets stared in disbelief. Their bodies were shaking violently. In that instant just now, they had watched with their own eyes as the border gate, which had been hailed as the #1 majestic gate by Dai Viet, was suddenly shattered by an unknowable force. At the same time, the force pressed down deeply into a huge pit. Look at that, like being pressed down with a finger. Among them, there was no lack of heaven-level experts. But at this moment, those heaven-level experts were kneeling on the ground in despair, their entire bodies covered in cold sweat. The devil descends to slaughter the earth. Quickly inform His Majesty. Chapter 86. My little daughter has been admiring the princess for a long time. Standing in the back garden of the Duke of Lu's mansion, Lu Sun changed out of his blood-stained clothes and had a refreshed look on his face. 700,000 troops, as well as the city that was known as the first majestic pass in Great Vietnam, were destroyed by 2 fingers. It made him truly realize the horror of this power of his. He had enough to collect his strength, but it's still far more than imaginable. Standing high in the sky, he felt a little shocked when he saw the image of that majestic pass after it was shattered. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. National enmity and family hatred. The report should be reported, not to cut off the roots, and roots is to harm themselves. Leaving any of the enemy army alive is disrespectful to themselves. By the way, the enemy border will be overthrown, leaving behind the myth of indestructibility. System reward, the Xuanji sword. Xuanji sword, ancient divine weapon, cultivator will pour power into it, can get 100-fold gain, the strongest can be a sword to break the ancient world. Note, in addition to the cultivator, other people, including heaven-level, earth-level, human-level experts will be Xuanji sword absorbed all the blood to become a dry corpse. Please be careful not to use this property hosts around the pit. The system voice coming from his head made Lu Sun's face darken. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, how could he or she go around pitting people with this trait? But the system guy is watching the fun and wants to let himself use the characteristics of the Xuanji sword to pit people, right? The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, and with a thought, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The scabbard was black, of unknown material, and held in the hand with a hint of coldness. It was drawn out slowly, and for a moment the cold light seemed to dim the sunlight a little. In just an instant, the cold light converged and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The long sword was ancient and simple, with no elaborate patterns, and looked no different from an ordinary saber. Only Lu Sun, who was connected to this long sword by heart, could feel the extraordinary nature of this long sword. Taking it in his hand, the power within his body surged. Only after taking a deep breath did Lu Sun suppress this surge of power. This is Yendu, we can't show our sainthood in front of people anymore. Previously at the border, due to that divine magic phase can hide the face, also need to completely shock the countries in their own before finding out the person behind the quiet down. He only chose to show the saint in front of the people. However, Yendu was crowded with people. If he showed his power in Yendu, he would instantly be found out that the power originated from the state duke's office. Spooking the snakes was not what Lu Sun wanted. Caressing the Xuanji sword, feeling the slight coolness coming from it, and the vague appearance of closeness, Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, sucking up all the essence blood. I think, just a little show a little bit of difference, there will be a greedy snake scorpion will take the initiative to send to the door. In Lu Sun's mind, a figure wearing a martial arts robe with a concave and convex figure flashed. One of Morong Yan's think tanks. The self-proclaimed most capable master in the wise, the most intelligent and talented of the high command. The main one is all sorts of things, and all sorts of things are sparse. In her last life, everyone thought that she was the coolest under Morong Yan. Like the white lotus on the holy mountain, it is indifferent to everything and has no desire for mundane things. But only Lu Sun knew it well. It is she who is the greediest, the most twisted, and the craziest of them all. She had worked hard to create her masterful persona. Obviously, her strength, which had been piled up to the earth level through various medicines, was such that her true battle power could even be equal to her at the peak of the human level. The desire for great strength is also the most likely to drive her insane. Inside the Rapunzel's chambers, Morong Yan's pretty face wore a careless expression. Elegantly lying on the couch, the luxurious silk brocade made of gorgeous clothes, highlighting that figure to the fullest. Opposite her, a woman with a similarly diminutive figure, but dressed in a dry martial arts robe with an exquisitely heroic face, sat on her knees. On that face, it looked unassuming and joyless. Just the palm of his hand on his leg, slightly clenched, the bottom of his eyes, vaguely a few fluctuations. Ji Shengnan, for a woman to be able to come up with a name like that is very much to my palace's liking. Morong Yan at this moment no longer had the hysteria she had when facing Lu Sun. After a few days of recuperation, even his limbs were much better. At this moment, the graceful, delicate features carried a few moments of appreciation. In her last life, she had admired Ji Shengnan, repeatedly stepping in to help her out of trouble. At such a young age, he was already at the peak of the earth level, and was considered one of the best among the younger generation. The head is kind of good. Most importantly, her unperturbed nature was very much to Morong Yan's liking. Ji family is an expert family, generation after generation to serve the country, but the direct bloodline is not as good as one generation, and you Ji Shengnan. Said here, Morong Yan eyes eye waves flow, the corner of the lips slightly curved, as a descendant of the Ji family branch, but can stand out from the rest. Can you ever think of replacing the Ji family head in commanding the Ji family? The corner of Ji Xingnan's eyes twitched slightly at this instant, but she still maintained that cool demeanor. Her tone was bland, and she opened her mouth to say, the eldest princess lifts her love, my daughter is flattered. The matter of replacing the Ji family is not on my daughter's mind. When these words came out, Morong Yan had a few hidden displeasure under her eyes. However, Ji Shengnan spoke immediately afterward at this moment, my daughter has been admiring the eldest princess for a long time. To be alone, to go deep into the enemy's country, to endure humiliation in the enemy's country, I don't know how much more powerful than those powerful and treacherous officials who only know how to hook up in the courtroom. Speaking here, Ji Xingnan's cool face showed a very proper look of contempt, and when she looked at Morong Yan, she switched into that faint look of admiration again. If it is possible for my daughter to follow the eldest princess, my daughter is willing to give up everything in the Ji family and follow the eldest princess. Seasonal family. Just a springboard for her ambitions. If you practice martial arts well, you can be a dog until you are old. Even the head of the Ji family, a heaven-level expert, is still a dog for the powerful? She never wanted to be a dog by being a master. If you're going to do it, you have to be a man of power. Even the elevation to the strength of an earth-level expert was something she had traded in by plying her trade plus performing. Relying on this, she became the most talented junior in the Ji family. All the resources of the Ji family were tilted toward her. Relying on medicine, he piled up an earth-level peak. How good the actual fighting ability was never a consideration for Ji Shengnan. All she needed to do was to reach the peak of the earth level, and then proclaim to the outside world that she had that strength and clever mind. Naturally, there will be people who need themselves. As expected, a splash of riches came to his head. Ji Shengnan wore a shallow smile that was no more or less than a blooming white lotus of the holy mountain. Morong Yan's eyes moved slightly, and her heart was warmed. Sure enough, no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life, only Ji Shengnan was his only confidant, willing to help him wholeheartedly. Very good. Morong Yan got up somewhat lazily, her beautiful eyes falling on Ji Shengnan, her voice gradually becoming high. Follow this palace, and this palace can make you my great Yan's #1 female martial god, a position of great power. Chapter 87 to make Yandu a little more chaotic. Outside the palace, in front of a wide carriage, Ji Xingnan's face was cool and indifferent, without any waves in the ancient well. Just two fists clenched at the small of his back, his feet nearly stepping out of the way the moment he got in the car. After entering the carriage, underneath the brocade curtain isolation, that cool face, finally unable to hold back, revealed a frantic and excited expression. It's a done deal. After planning for so long, the splash of riches has finally come. Just. Ji Shangnan furrowed her brows slightly, and a few thoughtful looks appeared on her delicate features. It's a little hard. She sent people to publicize her name as the best of the young generation and the talented girl of Yendu, with the intention of marrying into a powerful family and becoming a man of honor. But unexpectedly, it is by the eldest princess to see. Although the Rapunzel looks to get more benefits will be more, and yet, you still need to pay for it yourself. At the very least. He can't let the Rapunzel see that his battle power is sparse and his talent is ordinary. The first and foremost issue is to enhance strength. To make herself more important to the Rapunzel. Go back and collect more precious pills that can enhance your strength first. As for what the Rapunzel had commanded, she would let the G family's experts do it. Anyway, what the masters of the G family do is equivalent to what they do. Closing his eyes, a moment later, that slightly hideous and open face returned to its cool and refined appearance. The seasonal family. In the center hall, Ji Changkong, the head of the Ji family, waited with an anxious face. The Ji family is a family of experts. It is the ancestral motto of the Ji family to learn the art of dragon slaying and sell it to the emperor's family. Ji family ancestor was once the Imperial Palace Guard's commander, after the Ji family generations of martial arts, although not the glory of the ancestors, but also can rely on the shade of the glory of the ancestors, followed by those who are powerful and noble side of the mixed life. The name, the High Master's family, was also passed down because of the glory of his ancestors. But the next generation of the Ji family is mediocre. He was all worried that in the next generation, the Ji family, a fallen lineage, would completely die out and disappear from Yendu. But the concubine raised by the collateral bloodline gave birth to Ji Shangnan, who displayed an obsession with martial arts from an early age. A crane in the whole young generation. Especially these days. It was even called into the palace by the princess. This was a great opportunity for the Ji family to get back to the top and revive the glory of their ancestors. Ji Changkong clenched his palms, looking stoic, but his gaze was dead set on the gate directly in front of him. When she saw the carriage pull up in front of the door and Ji Shangnan step down from the carriage, the palm of her hand that was holding the teacup was dangerously close to crushing the teacup with force. Holding back his emotional fluctuations, Ji Changkong's expression was bland as he picked up his teacup and drank a cup of tea. Ji Xingnan's face was bland as she took a steady lotus step and stepped into the center hall. Greetings, family master. Ji Xingnan's voice was clear and cold. Aha. Ji Changkong responded indifferently, the corner of his eyes lifting up slightly, as if he was carelessly opening his mouth to ask, the eldest princess summoned you, but is there something wrong? A few points of calculation flashed under Ji Xingnan's eyes, her eyes moved slightly, and she whispered, the eldest princess is preparing to take me under her wing. Ji Changkong, who was still serving tea, his palm trembled slightly, seemingly absent-mindedly, and then stared tightly at Ji Shangnan and opened his mouth to ask, only you? On the surface, naturally, there is only me. But secretly. Ji Xingnan's lips swung a faint smile. These ambiguous words instantly caused Ji Changkong's face to quake. With that came a sense of euphoria. So, Rapunzel wants to take all of our Ji family under her wing? Ji Changkong put down his teacup and rubbed his hands together with some sense of nervousness. Although he was a heaven-ranked expert, he was only a lower middle class among the heaven ranks. You can only follow the powerful. It would be a great opportunity to have access to royalty. The eldest princess said that if things are done beautifully, there will be no shortage of benefits in the future. Ji Shangnan spoke flatly, still not answering Ji Changkong's words directly. Good. That's great. My Ji family finally has a day of reckoning. Ji Changkong dreamed of changing the current decline of the Ji family. Hearing Ji Xingnan's ambiguous words all but made him completely lose his sensible thinking, leaving him with only ambition for a glory-filled future. Ji Xingnan's heart breathed a sigh of relief, her palm seemingly unintentionally swept through her hair, leaving no trace of the cold sweat that had been born on her forehead. After Ji Changkong calmed down, he endeavored to calm himself down, looked at Ji Shangnan, and spoke, does the eldest princess have any orders? A hint of greed flashed under Ji Xingnan's eyes, but he quickly covered it up and spoke faintly, the eldest princess wants my Ji family to collect precious medicines that can make people quickly increase their strength, the more the better. Secondly, it is that the eldest princess is going to do a big thing, and it needs to be a little chaotic within Yendu. These words caused Ji Changkong's eyes to be slightly stunned. He understood the matter of collecting precious medicines. But what is the point of making Yendu a little more chaotic? He couldn't figure it out. But it doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. It was so hard to embrace this royal thigh, so naturally he couldn't let go easily. This was only the first mission for the Ji family, so it was important to do something good and leave a good impression on the elder princess. Ji Changkong said in a deep voice, don't worry, you can tell the elder princess that what I do will definitely satisfy her. It's dry, be careful of fire and candles. Late at night in Yendu, it was silent. Although Yendu did not have a curfew, most of them went to bed with their lights out late at night. Only a few drunkards, or people who hang out in flower houses, still roam the streets. The night watchman tore his voice and struck a gong as he wandered through the streets and alleys of Yendu. A dark shadow flashed. The pale face of the shifter shivered and looked in alarm to the alley where the dark shadows had flashed by. Who? Bravely, carrying a lantern and gong, the night watchman hunched over and cautiously walked in the direction of the alley. The dim light spread from the lanterns, slowly spreading through the alley. Narrowing his eyes, the shifter's footsteps suddenly stopped as a blur of blood appeared before his eyes. One pair of eyes went round and screamed in horror, "Dead man! Dead man!" The same voice resounded through Yen capital. "Dead people law! Come on people!" In the alleyway not far outside the State Duke's mansion, a frightened, pale voice rang out. Lu Xun got up, quickly put on his clothes, casually hung the Xuanji sword on his waist, and rushed out of the room. With a footstep and a slight point, his body had appeared on top of the roof. His eyes fell on a figure flying not far away. Heavenly Masters. Night killings? It looks like the person behind the curtain is ready to make a move. Lu Xun's eyes were icy cold as they landed on the figure jumping above the roof. With a flash of his body, he reappeared, and was already in front of that heavenly great expert. Who? The celestial level expert's face was masked, so he couldn't see his face, but his pair of eyes trembled. Lu Xun didn't say a single superfluous word as the Xuanji sword in his hand was violently raised. Swish! A ray of light that cut through the legs of that heavenly great expert. At this moment, the surrounding courtyard was illuminated. Everyone watched in disbelief as a light flashed past. And then, a masked man, wailing in terror, fell from the roof into the street. Also rolling down were two legs. Under the light, someone seemed to see the face of the person holding the sword. Little Eunuch. It's the little eunuch who struck. Chapter 88 Heirloom Excalibur. In one night, 10 murders occurred in Yendu. Above the court hall, Manhwa sat on top of the dragon chair, looking at the zhangji that had just been handed up. A touch of coldness flashed across his clear face. Waving his hand violently, the zhangji in his hand came out of his hand and smashed with unparalleled precision onto the city guard commander kneeling on the great hall. That lanky body trembled and slumped to the ground, not daring to move in the slightest. An icy voice rang out. "What are the city guards doing? Sleeping?" Bayong, the commander of the city guards, panicked and opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, for those 10 murders last night, the city guards have captured 7 murderers." "Shut up!" Moronghwa's eyes had flushed with a touch of coldness. "The 7 murderers, you caught them?" City guard commander Bayong's entire body shook unceasingly, not daring to open his mouth. "If it wasn't for Lu Qing's hand, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of the killer." Moronghwa gritted his teeth, and the emperor's anger made the entire court not dare to say anything. Waste. It's all a bunch of crap. In Yendu, which is patrolled by the city guards day and night, 10 murders have occurred at the same time. If Lu Xun hadn't made his move, I'm afraid he wouldn't have even seen the killer's shadow. The cold aura emanating from Moronghwa's body caused the entire hall to fall into silence. "Your Majesty, rest your anger. I will definitely seize the trial and arrest all the killers." City Guard Commander Bayong mentally cursed those killers to their ancestors. "I'll give you 3 days to find out who's behind these killers, find out exactly what they're up to, and arrest the other accomplices. Dig deep to the end, and no matter who's behind it, no one should be spared." Yes. Walking out of the palace in a trance, City Guard Commander Bayong's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The cold wind blew and shivered, and in a trance, he raised his head and looked at the burning white sun above him, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Aftermath. But, the back straightened violently. Bayong looked toward his men waiting outside the palace gates, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. Coldly, he ordered, effective immediately, patrols will be intensified. Wang Laosan, go find those black rats for me to spy on. Witnesses from last night, find them all and bring them to the city guard department. I'll interrogate those 7 killers myself. Bayong's face was filled with fury. 3 days. The people behind these audacious assholes must be dug up. A henchman on the side hesitated and asked in a low voice, "What about little Lord Lu?" Bayong's face stiffened, and he suddenly turned his head, blackened his face, and fiercely slapped towards that henchman's head. The voice spoke in a low tone, "If it wasn't for the little duke's hand, you fools wouldn't even be able to see the shadows of those 7 assassins. Bringing the young lord to the city guard division? You're afraid you want to get your laborer killed." After a moment of silence after the fight, he stroked his chin and spoke, "I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Du Laolu, go prepare some gifts for me and send them to the State Duke's mansion, and say that when it's 3 days later, I'll personally come to the door to say thank you." "Go on." Bayong left with the city guards men in great numbers. Throughout Yen capital, the frequency of patrols by the city guards had increased significantly. Regardless of whether they were dignitaries or peddlers, the most discussed thing was the tragedy that happened last night. 10 people died in one night. There were 10 killers in total, and 3 escaped. The 7 that were captured had all their legs cut off when they were captured. The one who made the move was the young Lord Lu of the State Duke's house, Lu Xun. It's too late for that. Only a man suddenly appeared behind the masked killer. Dressed in white robes, holding an ancient sword, with a handsome face, he is the grandson of the Duke of Lu, the pillar of my great Yin country, little Duke Lu Sun Lu. He holds an ancient divine weapon and swings it lightly. Snap! That sword light, it completely illuminated the night sky on Yendu. Guess what? That flying assassin had his legs cut off in unison. Where it divides, it's called neat and smooth, flat as water, light as a mirror. The storyteller was surrounded by the crowd, his face agitated. There were quite a few people gathered around, even some dignitaries came over and listened mesmerized. I say, old horse chief, you're too able to make this up, is the young lord that powerful? Spoken like a god. That's it. There was an uproar around them. The old horse leader was not happy, sullen, slapping the wakewood in his hand. Last night I witnessed this moment with my own eyes. That thief rolled down from the roof of my house, along with those 2 legs, bloody. I saw it with my own eyes. The old horse leader's voice was solemn, quieting the voices around him a bit. In that case, that little Lord Lu is a supreme expert. Another person was up in the crowd. Old Horsehead smiled mysteriously and whispered, that's not so bad. As we all know, there are too many masters in this world, and there's really no one who can do it with a sword shining brightly in the world. Have you heard of the rumored heirloom divine sword of my great Yin? These words instantly made everyone's eyes all widen. Heirloom Excalibur? The rumored heirloom Excalibur that had helped the great ancestor create unparalleled feats and open up territories? I see. It must be the heirloom divine sword. This heirloom divine sword is rumored to have quietly disappeared after the great ancestor built his career, and is quite spiritual. The voices around them flourished, and various speculations began to appear. Heirloom Excalibur. The name, between word of mouth and the additions of some people, gradually began to change. Touching the sword at his waist, Lu Sun sat at the 3rd floor window of the restaurant across the street, took a sip of tea, and slowly swept his gaze over a mansion not far away. The seasonal family. The 3 who were spared last night were from the G family. It's not that it can't be killed. Rather, to let those 3, with the entire G family, be destroyed. Of course. And also for the great drama that follows. Heirloom Excalibur, the name, and the story that had been compiled long ago at great expense, should be spreading all over Yendu at this moment. That greedy snake and scorpion of the G family couldn't help it. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as Lu Sun drank the tea in one go. Dang it. There was a knock on the door of the box. Before Lu Sun could say anything, the door was kicked open. Boo! With a dark face, Wu Xiang ignored Fu Bo's obstruction at the door and walked towards Lu Sun. What are you up to again, you brat? Lu Sun raised his hand slightly and waved it. Uncle Fu nodded slightly and exited the box, closing the door in the process. Watching Uncle Fu leave, Minister Wu returned to his senses and spoke through gritted teeth. You brat is really something. His Majesty summoned you to the court, but you even claimed to be sick and didn't go to the court. His Majesty is worried, and even the old man is worried that your boy has been injured. And it turns out that you boys are even here idly drinking tea? Yendu is going to be a mess. Lu Sun sank his eyes, his gaze fell on the distant sky, and he whispered, this, perhaps, is just the signal of the beginning. Chapter 89 G Family's Moves. This little mess is just the beginning. Morong Yan's delicate face carried a look of excitement. Before his eyes, it seemed that the image of the entire Yen capital in chaos had appeared. Murder and chaos, the powerful running for cover, civilian bloodshed. Just imagining it makes you feel like your blood is flowing a lot faster, and your mind is in a state of turmoil. Those are the ladder to their own empire. It is a stepping stone to put yourself on the throne of the Most High. The chaos of Yin capital, the blood of both the powerful and the commoners' ants, would not be shed in vain, and to be able to help himself claim the title of emperor would be the greatest value of all. What do you guys think? Should Yendu be messed up some more? Morong Yan's eyes were like vipers, and her face wore a crazy smile that made that delicate body tremble. All the maids serving her around her whole body trembled violently. The Rapunzel seems to be getting crazier and crazier. The seasonal family. Boo! The thick yellow pearwood table was shattered by a slap. Ji Chenkong's fists were clenched and his eyes were red. Lu Sun. 7 masters. Although there was only one heaven-ranked expert, the rest were all earth-ranked experts from the Ji family. Available at. Their legs were all chopped off. This life is ruined. The experts that the Ji family had accumulated over the years were already getting fewer and fewer. Now it was surprising that Lu Sun had wasted 7 of them at once. Damn. Too damn much. Ji Chenkong clenched his fists in death and looked at his men who had gone out to spy and returned to resume their orders. On the side, Ji Shangnan, however, suddenly brightened up and spoke in surprise. Say that again? What is the weapon in Lu Sun's hand? The henchman poking around was silent for a moment and spoke. It seems to be the heirloom divine sword. On the side, Ji Chenkong frowned and spoke with a face full of dissatisfaction. Now that my Ji family has lost 7 experts at once, you still have the heart to care about those? Ji Xingnan's breathing was a little short, his eyes flashing with a strange color as he turned his head to look at Ji Chenkong, trying to calm down before he spoke. The rumor of the heirloom divine sword, the family head has never heard of it? Rumors of a heirloom Excalibur? Ji Chenkong froze for a moment and spoke somewhat less confidently. Is it Taizu Pei Jian? Hearing this, the men who were passing the message on the side laughed a little. Opening his mouth, he said, family master may not know, it has long been rumored outside that the heirloom divine sword, that's an absolute treasure sword. Rumor has it that the divine sword descended from the sky in front of the great ancestor, has spiritual awareness, and possesses earth-shattering power that allows the person holding it to be invincible in battle, which is what caused the great ancestor emperor to open up new territories. The interjection of his men caused Ji Shengnan to be slightly dissatisfied and waved his hand, allowing his men to leave. A flash of volatility flashed across that pretty face, a few inexplicable exuberance in its coolness, as he said in a low voice, Lu Sun was able to be so powerful, and heavily injure 7 of my Ji family's experts without a scratch, due to that transmutation divine sword. These words made Ji Changkong freeze for a moment. This heirloom divine sword contains a powerful force and spirituality within it, and only a supremely intelligent, heavenly genius can be recognized to exert this power. Possessing the heirloom divine sword can cause an ordinary person to possess strength strong enough to kill a heaven-level expert. These words, however, caused Ji Changkong's eyes to tremble. Originally, he didn't believe it, but in the end, all this, it seemed to make some sense. The strength Lu Sun displayed was too heaven-defying. When he had killed a peak heaven-level expert of the Great Yu country in front of the court, he had already become a legend in Yendu. How can such strength exist? Now the existence of this heirloom divine sword made this matter much more reasonable. This is a good thing. Sparing Ji Xingnan's cool face, which had been pretending for more than 10 years, a blush appeared at this moment due to excitement, revealing a few moments of excitement. Good thing? Ji Changkong wrinkled his eyebrows, his gaze dissatisfied. Lu Sun possessed that kind of treasure and wasted 7 experts of the Ji clan, what was so good about it? Seeing Ji Changkong's expression, Ji Shengnan let out a faint smile and resumed her usual cool demeanor, but a touch of disdain flashed vaguely under her eyes. Can't you see the benefits? What's the point of being the head of the Ji family? We've caused some chaos, but we've always caused some trouble. The Ji family members have been captured, and we still need the eldest princess to take action to solve the problem. For the eldest princess, it's instead us who have caused trouble for her. These words caused a layer of cold sweat to develop on Ji Changkong's forehead, and his lips shivered as his face turned pale. Looking at the cold sweat on Ji Changkong's face, Ji Shengnan silently scoffed a bit and quickly continued to speak, but Lu Sun has a treasure in his hands. If we can get our hands on the treasures in Lu Sun's hands, but it's a great credit. The eldest princess will surely look at our Ji family in a different light. Ji Shengnan thought of the moment when she had the legendary heirloom sword and was invincible to the world, and her heart was in a state of turmoil. Utilizing the Ji family to get this heirloom divine sword in their hands, the Rapunzel would naturally look at herself differently when she was invincible in the world. And the Ji family. He himself is already invincible. What do they dare to say? The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and Ji Xingnan's smile deepened. But Ji Changkong, palms unconsciously rubbing in his thighs, eyes in a trance for a moment, quickly calmed down. Lu Sun has that kind of divine weapon, can be called invincible to the world. How do we take it away from him? Capture? The corner of Ji Xingnan's lips curved slightly, a shallow smile, matched with those delicate features, a stunningly beautiful, force is not everything. Sometimes brains work a little better than force. Looking at Ji Xingnan's confident smile, Ji Changkong didn't say anything more. He doesn't understand all the bending and twisting. It was just that as a house master with the intuition of an expert, he always felt that something wasn't quite right. As to what wasn't quite right, he couldn't say. Night gradually engulfed Yendu. It was not yet late at night, and there were already far fewer pedestrians on the road. The number of city guards patrolling the area had apparently increased a lot, though. The city guards would walk by in half a column of incense per street on patrol. Yen capital was so big that a group of city guards would walk by in half a column of incense, which was already the limit of the city guards. Lu Sun leaned against the window of the tavern and drank a glass of wine through the night. Wu Sang had already drunk himself unconscious and fell asleep on the table. The door to the room was opened and Fubuki walked quickly, slightly bowed, a glint in his eyes. Junior Duke, the State Duke's mansion has been arranged as you commanded. All the house soldiers and guards have been ordered not to leave their rooms after nightfall in recent days if there is any sound. And Steward Lee of the back kitchen has been falsely bribed by the Ji family as you commanded. Uncle Fu's words made Lu Sun nod in satisfaction. How's it going over at the quarters? Uncle Fu's gaze tightened, his voice became serious, and he said in a deep voice, there's movement, there are black-clothed men leaving from the Ji family. How many people? Lu Sun's gaze swept in the direction of the mansion not far away and his smile intensified. 10. Phew. Lu Sun's figure had disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he appeared in Fu Bo's line of sight again, he was already standing in that dark canopy. Fu Bo's pupils contracted violently, his eyes filled with shock. He's already a heaven-ranked expert. Available at Lu Sun's current appearance of walking idly in that void, and the aura that leaked out by chance, caused his heart, a heaven-level expert, to plummet to a halt. He had guessed that the young lord was strong, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized what was strong. Simply a man of God. The next moment, in front of a street in the distance, the 10 figures had just leapt onto the roof. before they dispersed. In the sky, a brilliant sword light suddenly erupted. A handsome young face with a smile on its lips, gently swinging its sword. Chapter 90. Try the sword. 10 people. That's 10 people. One sword to waste 10 experts, this heirloom divine sword. I will be determined. Above the attic of the Ji family, Ji Xingnan's slender fingers were clenched to the point of bruising. Within a pair of eyes, the pupils trembled violently, and that delicate face were slightly distorted. It was the first time she had ever been so out of it. In a pair of good-looking eyes, there was only greed and desire at the moment. As for the matter of 10 dead Ji family experts, she didn't care. Being able to make that divine sword display a truly powerful divine might was what she wanted to see the most. Her fragrant tongue licked her vermilion lips, and her eyes flashed with calculation. Tonight, I will make that sword completely belong to me. Invincibility to the world, the power and position she was going to get beckoned to her. Lu Xun swept his gaze over the 10 Ji clan experts who had cut off their legs with a bland expression. Ji Shangnan, still so ruthless. Knowing that sending someone out tonight was bound to be disastrous, she still did it. Do whatever it takes to get what you want. Just her ability to match her greed. Turning slightly sideways, he glanced at the city guards who had arrived late, and Fubuki, who had arrived before them. Let's go, Uncle Fu. Send Minister Wu back to the minister's residence. It's time to go home and sleep at this hour. Lu Xun grinned and put away the Xuanji sword. The late arriving city guards sent Lu Xun away respectfully, their eyes sweeping over the long sword Lu Xun was wearing at his waist, revealing a burning look. The rumors have been spreading for the past few days, even in the city guards. Who doesn't know about young Master Lu getting the sword of God? Those who possessed the divine sword could obtain the terrifying power contained in it and be invincible. It is a great temptation for every person who practices martial arts. It's just that most people, for the most part, have enough self-control to resist such temptations. Lu Xun tilted his head slightly, his eyes still shining brightly in the night. Late night. The state house is at rest. The guards and government soldiers had all gone to sleep as well. The entire mansion was filled with silence. Only on the streets outside, a procession of city guards paraded by every half a column of incense. Ji Shangnan was wearing a rare nightclothes. Wrapped in the tight nightclothes, that curvaceous figure was displayed to the fullest. It was just that no one cared about her figure, and beside her, there was only Ji Changkong, the head of the Ji family. Ji Changkong's pair of eyes looked particularly eerie under the cover of his nightclothes. Too quiet, strange. Ji Changkong carefully walked on top of the beams of the room, his eyes scanning the entire State Duke's mansion. There wasn't a single person making their rounds, even though it was late at night, but this was just too weird. Not surprising, little Lord Lu is that powerful, those government soldiers and guards naturally sleep soundly. Ji Shangnan didn't try to explain anything. But, he's so powerful, we really won't have a problem? Ji Changkong's voice had a few moments of panic. Ji Shangnan smiled contemptuously and turned his head to look at Ji Changkong, his voice gradually becoming impatient. Family head, how can you be a family head with this brain? Since you keep asking questions, it won't do any harm to tell you. I've already bought through the back kitchen of the State Duke's residence. This night, everyone in the State Duke's residence will sleep very deeply. Ji Xingnan's words caused Ji Changkong to huff slightly, but the words that followed made Ji Changkong's eyes light up. No wonder the entire state house was so quiet. There are some things that don't always have to be solved by force. Brains, they're a good thing. Ji Shangnan let out a light laugh and carefully sneaked into the State Duke's mansion. Sinking his face, Ji Changkong's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards Ji Xingnan's back, and his face gradually became dissatisfied. This Ji Shangnan is getting over the top. However, with a stamp of their feet, two black shadows quickly touched into the room of the State Duke's residence. Lightly walking through the connecting corridors, he gently pushed open Lu Xun's bedchamber. Lu Xun was lying on the bed, his breathing was even and vaguely ragged. The sword, which was purposely held in Lu Xun's arms. Even under Lu Xun's urging, at night, it faintly emitted some soft light. Seeing this scene, Ji Shangnan was nearly so excited that she screamed. Ji Changkong was stunned to see this scene. Sword. The sword glowed. That's just unheard of. This is the real treasure of. Ji Xingnan's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were completely drawn to that sword. I'll do it. In the face of this sword, Ji Changkong's heart also inexplicably gave birth to a trace of greed. Carefully, he walked in the direction of Lu Xun. But Lu Xun seemed to be sleeping soundly and didn't notice it at all. This made Ji Changkong feel much more at ease. His palm rested on the long sword in Lu Xun's arms. In that instant, the cold and bone-chilling sensation caused Ji Changkong's eyes to light up. Divine object. Absolutely divine. The touch and feel of this entry is so comforting. Ji Changkong's hand violently exerted force. Swish. The sword that emitted a soft light was instantly held in Ji Changkong's hand. As for Lu Xun at this moment, he seemed to be completely oblivious, still sound asleep. Ji Changkong's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but his eyes gradually became excited. Gripping the long sword, his body trembled slightly as he whispered, "Good stuff. Good stuff. I can be invincible too? Family master. You wake up a bit." Ji Xingnan's voice rang out, a pair of eyes nervously looking at Ji Changkong, snapping, "This is an offering to the eldest princess. Dedicate it to the Rapunzel? Offer it to her for what? Let her reward it to someone else." Ji Changkong let out a fierce laugh, his eyes fixed on Ji Shangnan as he whispered, "As long as I hold this sword and possess the power in this divine sword, I will be invincible to the world. Rapunzel, it's only natural for her to pull me in. Not to mention the Rapunzel, even His Majesty, he had to pull me in. Why cower as someone's dog anymore?" Ji Changkong's eyes were slightly red-blooded. At this moment, Ji Shangnan was already a bit anxious, trying to calm down his tone, and spoke word by word, "Family master, I know you want to bring back the glory of the Ji family. But you're only hurting the Ji family with this. Here, give this sword to me, I'll go hand it over to the princess, and our Ji family will have a brighter future." Ji Shangnan approached cautiously. Realizing that Ji Changkong seemed to be pondering and did not resist, her slender palm had landed on that long sword. The moment it landed on the sword, a wave of killing intent suddenly erupted from Ji Xingnan's eyes. Looking at Ji Changkong, Ji Xingnan's eyes were ice cold. Anyone who dares to stand in his way, no matter who it is, must die. With a clench of her silver teeth, she reached for her sword. Ji Changkong reacted suddenly. Celestial level experts, after all, were celestial level experts. The difference in strength between a solid heaven-ranked expert and an earth-ranked expert that was piled up with medicine was too great. Almost in an instant, that sword had been pulled out first by Ji Changkong. The face under the mask was slightly twisted, and the eyes were covered in blood. "You want to kill me? You dare to move against me with murderous intent." The sword in Ji Changkong's hand instantly raised as he looked towards Ji Shangnan. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. Ji Xingnan's whole body was cold, his face was pale, and in an instant, he even softly knelt on the ground. His forehead was sweating coldly, and his voice trembled. No, not so. I just wanted to try out the sword. Then I will try the sword as well." Ji Changkong's eyes were hideous, and he had no pity for this Ji family side bloodline descendant. Kill. Celestial level power, following the sensation from the past days when he held the sword, was infused into the long sword. Buzz. A huge suction force suddenly rushed from within the long sword. The 3-foot blade lit up. Available at. Ji Changkong's eyes widened as he opened his mouth and let out a mournful wail. Chapter 91. Are you mocking me? Don't you dare mock me. Ji Changkong's entire body was trembling violently. One pair of eyes was full of red blood, and the whole face was waxy and without the slightest bit of blood color. Underneath the nightclothes, it was as if something was traveling inside Ji Changkong's body. Wherever it wandered, it instantly dried up. It was as if something was crazily sucking his physique. A scalp-numbing miserable scream came from Ji Changkong's mouth. The entire body had begun to dry out almost in a flash. His lips were starting to go white with dryness, and he stared in horror, trying with all his might to shake off the long sword. However, it was as if the long sword had grown on him, and the terrifying suction force had even caused his palm holding the sword to become shaped like a wither, with only skin and bones left. The picture is eerie. Ji Changkong powerlessly stretched out his hand with a pleading look in his eyes, reaching out to Ji Shangnan with all his might, his voice already hoarse to the point that one's eardrums were about to crack. Save me. At this moment, Ji Shangnan was in a daze. Just seeing Ji Changkong's movements, he instantly reacted with a jolt and took a few steps backward in shock. Accidentally tripped over the wooden bench behind him. Rolling on the floor in a heap, he took a few more steps to escape, cowering in the corner in terror, his breathing becoming ragged. Where is Excalibur? It's clearly a magic sword. What kind of divine sword can suck a person dry like this? Save me. Ji Changkong stumbled and moved a little bit towards Ji Shangnan. After only a few steps, there was a sudden clicking sound in his body. The body that had already been sucked into skin and bones, after a moment of stagnation, the bones suddenly shattered, as if they were weathered, and fell helplessly and softly to the ground. Almost. All that's left is a pile of shriveled skin, with shattered bones. In the darkness, the frightening image caused Ji Xingnan's dimpled body to tremble violently, and snot and tears flowed down her face. The sword fell aside, but Ji Shangnan didn't even have the courage to look at the sword. Only a talented person who has been recognized by this sword, or a person who is too intelligent, can drive this sword. In this sword, there is power enough to make people void in the air. A bemused voice came from above the bed on one side. Ji Shangnan let out a shriek, his face full of snot and tears couldn't even be wiped off before he rolled and crawled, unimaginatively hiding on the other side of the room, his whole body trembling as he looked above the bed. Lu Sun had slowly sat up and sat on the edge of the bed, resting his hands on his cheeks, looking at Ji Shangnan with interest, and speaking with a few hints of temptation. He said, "This sword, it's a supreme sword. He's too mediocre, this sword doesn't recognize him, that's why. Aren't you the self-proclaimed talented girl of Yendu? The pride of the young generation is none other than you. Try it, pick up this sword, get the recognition of this sword, and you can have the terrifying power of an immortal god, far beyond the heavenly level." Ji Shangnan was full of panic, squatting on the ground, waving his hands in panic, and opened his mouth. You woke up a long time ago? Are you counting us on purpose? Lu Xun flicked his palm and the sword had appeared in his hand. Getting up, he had already walked to Ji Shangnan in 2 steps. Tianjiao, come on, pick it up. You will run the world. Lu Xun's voice was full of temptation, and the long sword in his hand, which had been placed on the ground, was gently pushed in front of Ji Shangnan. Ji Shingnan's eyes were in a trance, her gaze fixed on the sword on the ground, and a momentary impulse made her hand move. But in an instant, trembling with horror, he fell backward, stumbled and rolled to the ground, and spoke with a pale face, no, can't. I can't die. Lu Xun squatted down and looked at the pearly face and let out a giggle. Ha! Are you not the proud daughter of heaven? There's no need to be afraid, you're a genius who boasts of being the #1 of the younger generation in Yendu, you'll be recognized by this sword. Lu Xun spoke, his lips tinged with a bit of mockery. That face suddenly lifted up, and a pair of eyes under the haze of tears suddenly looked straight at Lu Xun and roared, it's you. I understand. You lied to us. The sword you're holding, it's a magic sword. We've all been hoodwinked by you. You're trying to get us killed. Ji Xingnan's words immediately made Lu Xun happy. It still tastes the same as the last one. That's a nice way to shake it off. It's clear that it's your own greed that's at work, but you want to dump it all on someone else. Lu Xun. You already knew we would come, even those rumors outside, they are all made by you, am I right? At this moment, Ji Shangnan suddenly stood up, with an appearance of having seen through everything, with shrewdness written all over her delicate features. Lu Xun, however, laughed even more openly. Yeah, guessed it. What a big smart ass, didn't guess until now. You're mocking me. Don't you dare mock me. Ji Shangnan was growling, her delicate features had twisted up slightly. Tears welled up in his eyes. I can't believe I got ripped off myself. What are you laughing at? What did you think was going to happen to you? Ha 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 ha. What a clown. Ji Xingnan's voice was shrill as she laughed out loud and looked at Lu Xun. Her pair of beautiful eyes had become mocking and spiteful. Do you know that the border is in chaos, and soon, your grandfather will be a piece of meat under the iron hooves of the Dai Viet? That voice was full of smoothness, and Ji Xingnan's face was also filled with sinister venom as she opened her mouth with a fierce smile. Without the Duke of Lu to protect you, Lu Xun, will also have your whole family decapitated. You want to have a good life after offending the eldest princess? Dream on. Ji Shangnan was laughing maniacally, his voice shrill and piercing. The delicate face had been twisted and hideous like a monster. Lu Xun looked at Ji Shangnan with some consternation, silent for a moment, his body trembled slightly, trembling for a moment, finally somewhat unable to hold back, giggling out loud. She actually even told you that? Ha 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 ha. It seems like she's been so foolish for as many times as God has let her start over again. Ji Xingnan's eyes trembled as she looked at Lu Xun, her heart a little uneasy. What do you mean by that? Lu Xun, however, shook his head and smiled, the corners of his lips curling slightly as he looked at Ji Shangnan and changed the subject. Do you know what opportunity you missed just now? This sword, it truly possesses the power to cut through the heavens and split the earth. Pity. Lu Xun gently lifted the Xuanji sword. Boom! A virtual shadow surged out from Lu Xun. The silhouette that was as tall as a god and emitted endless divine light, as well as the aura that emanated from it that made people want to pay homage to it involuntarily when they felt it, caused Ji Xingnan's petite body to tremble and her face to be filled with stupefaction. Pity. Miss this opportunity and you'll never be able to touch the sword for a second. Lu Xun did not make a move, but slowly carried his sword and returned to his bed. The surrounding aura instantly converged and dissipated into nothingness. A monstrous remorse made Ji Xingnan's eyes red. Just now. That power just now. If he had seized the opportunity to pick up that sword just now, would he have possessed that terrifying power as well? Damn it! Ji Shangnan couldn't wait to slap herself hard twice. Chapter 92 Bai is a decent person. Ji Shangnan escaped. There wasn't even the thought of taking one more look at the family head, Ji Changkong, who had already turned into a pile of a mixture of skin and bones. Lu Xun didn't stop either. He didn't want to let Ji Shangnan die so easily. It was too easy to kill with one sword. What comes next is the beginning. Murong Yana. You really trust a few of them enough to tell them even these things just after taking them under your command. Ho ho ho. Lu Xun's eyes slightly raised as he glanced at the leather and bone mixture on the side, his smile gradually becoming meaningful. Would like to come to. The ones you left alive can't take it anymore and are starting to confess, right? Seasonal family. Ji Shangnan. Let her, in her dream of heavenly pride, watch the Ji family come crashing down with her own eyes. As for Ji Shangnan, let her wail in agony and despair. The Ji family, an expert family, is so domineering? It's not bossy, it's perverted. Isn't it perverted when masters go out in the middle of the night and go around killing ordinary people wandering the streets? Bastards, all a bunch of assholes. Usually relying on their status as masters to bully men and women, and using the powerful to give them bravado, they actually dare to be so arrogant as to go around killing people. Under the daylight, the Ji family mansion was copied. There were quite a few onlookers around, some of whom got some insider information and whispered. With a dark face, Bayong, the city guard commander, stood at the entrance of the G family, his gaze coldly looking around as he sternly said, "All of you, copy me cleanly. Don't leave a single crumb. Lift up all the tiles and dig out the floor tiles. Not a single member of the G family can be spared. Compare the list. Whoever is missing, I'll pay for it myself, with a heavy bounty." Bayong's voice was grim and heavy as he let out a long, cloudy breath of relief. Luckily, the Lu family's young master made all the moves to leave the survivors alive, and also purposely released 3 people to leave, leaving clues. Otherwise, when the 3-day period arrived, there would be absolutely no way for him or her to find out about the G family. Just thinking about the ones he had found out, an icy chill ran through Bayong's body. This G family, what class, also dare to participate in the royal family fight? It caused him to nearly lose his head along with it. The hatred for the G family had reached its peak, and at this moment, Bayong, seeing a member of the G family, could not wait to ruthlessly give him a knife to send him on his way. But the supervisor is not himself. Turning his head, looking towards Lu Xun who was on the side, Bayong's face revealed a few fawning smiles. "Young Duke, I wanted to pay a visit to your door to thank you before, but the 3 days given by His Majesty was too tight, so Bai really didn't dare to slack off. When the matter of copying the family is over, Mr. Bai will personally come to the door to pay his thanks." Bayong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, giving Bayong a deep look. He purposely left those alive, and the 3 who escaped, just to give Bayong a chance to take credit. In his last life, when the State Duke's house was being decimated, Bayong did not humiliate any of the people of the State Duke's house, and even ordered all of his men to forbid messing around with any of the State Duke's house's belongings in addition to their possessions. There wasn't even the slightest hint of humiliation for the people of the State Duke's house. He gave all of them the decency to do so before everyone in the State House was executed. "That's enough." The corner of his lips curled up. Lu Xun spoke faintly, "No need to be polite, it's all for His Majesty, for great yen. In the future, if there is nothing to do, we can meet and go to the Flower Moon House to listen to music." These words immediately caused the corners of Bayong's mouth to twitch. "Ha? In front of so many people, you little lord say this? What kind of date goes to the Flower Moon House to listen to music? If this word gets out to his brave lady, he'll lose his little life." Cough cough. If the young lord meets for a drink, Bai Mao will never excuse himself. But if he meets at the Flower and Moon House, I'm sorry, but Bai Mao is a decent person and will never go. Bayong said loudly with a solemn face. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. The city guard, Commander Bai, was a notorious fear of the interior of Yendu. It's been rumored for a long time. Lu Xun also held back a bit. Shaking his head and smiling, he said, "In that case, that meeting to drink 100 flower do?" Bayong swallowed his saliva and spoke in a serious manner, drinking, "Naturally, Mr. Bai can, it would be Mr. Bai's honor to treat you to a drink, young lord. 100 flowers do. This is the famous brew of Flower Moon House. Madam has never been to the Flower Moon House. Should not be able to detect anything, right?" Cough. Once again a roar of laughter rose from the crowd. Soon, the city guards checking the list of prisoners trotted over and saluted before speaking. "Commander Bai, the check has been done. Of the G family's bloodline in Yendu, there is only one person on top of the roster who has not been captured. Ji Shangnan." Lu Xun smiled faintly and opened his mouth, speaking the man's name out for the city guards. The man from the city guards froze for a moment, nodded his head repeatedly, and spoke, "That's right, we've already rummaged through the G family and interrogated the rest of the G family, and we don't know where Ji Shangnan is. She's the main offender." Bayong sank down, his voice becoming indignant. According to the results of the interrogation, it was that Ji Shangnan claimed to have been solicited by the princess, and wanted them to cause some chaos in Yendu, killing people all over the place. When he first got this news, Bayong felt his entire body go cold. After reporting the matter, His Majesty did not say what he would do to the princess. But the person who started this, Ji Shangnan, has to be caught. Now, this main culprit Ji Shangnan can't be found. How can he explain this? There's no harm, it's almost time. Just escort them directly to the execution ground and behead them. The corner of Lu Xun's mouth curled up slightly as he looked into the distance. Ji Shangnan should be in the palace at this moment. She'll be out soon, though. Just by chance. Counting the time, the news from the border was about to reach Yen capital. Bayong froze for a moment, but His Majesty has appointed Lu Xun as the supervisor of execution, and everything is done by Lu Xun. Since Lu Xun said there was no harm, then there was no harm. Should we issue a reward? As long as that main culprit is in Yendu, he's bound to reveal himself. Bayong followed behind Lu Xun and asked in a low voice. "No, when the time comes, she will naturally appear." Lu Xun shook his head and smiled. He knows Morong Yen, that stupid and bad woman, too well, and likewise, he knows Ji Shangnan, the self-proclaimed daughter of heaven. They always feel that they have won, and their favorite thing to do is to start celebrating and being reckless even before the outcome of the matter is known. The procession swept towards the execution ground. The entire Yen capital was watching the fun. The people were mingling and rubbing their shoulders, pointing towards the Ji family. Everyone in the Ji family, with desperate looks on their faces, huddled helplessly in the prison wagon, terrified under everyone's gaze. We're innocent. It's all because of Ji Shengnan that. She's the one who victimized us. Horrified voices rang out, and the sounds of everyone in the Ji family roaring spread through the streets. As for Ji Shengnan at this moment, she was riding in the carriage with the eldest princess, and that cool and delicate face was currently carrying a few moments of sickly redness, and her eyes were flickering with a look of resentment and complacency. The Rapunzel played with a jade token, the corners of her lips curling slightly. The news that the border has been broken is about to reach Yin capital. The matter of Duke Lu's treason will also become an ironclad case, and the Duke's house will be nailed to the pillar of shame. A full house? Let Lu Sun experience it once more, with a full house. Morong Yan's delicate face spread a smile that was full of charm. Only these words made Ji Shengnan freeze for a moment. Experience it again? Wait. It seems that there are some similarities with what Lu Sun said last night. In an instant, Ji Shengnan's heart missed a beat. Chapter 93. This palace is lying in wait to taste the guts. The sun is high in the sky. On the execution platform, the Ji family couldn't even kneel. Most of the descendants of the Ji family's side branches were temporarily imprisoned, after which they would be sent to a bitterly cold place to be tortured. But the Ji family was a family after all. There were already dozens of those experts involved in the main vein alone. Not to mention, their immediate families. Rows and rows of prison wagons waiting to be beheaded have filled up. Hundreds of people are calling it spectacular. Since the founding of the country, there have been very few of these full-circle scenes. Sitting on the main seat, Lu Sun gently twisted the lid of his teacup with his fingers, looked at the sun, and spoke faintly, "Let's begin." Execution. Bai Yong, who was on the side, snapped. The executioner, long ready, raised the machete high and dropped it without hesitation. In the distance, the carriage came slowly. Inside the carriage, came Ji Shengnan's anxious voice, "Stop. Stop it. Just." The wagon was slow. Lu Sun, however, just gave a faint smile, then waved his hand and spoke, "Continue. The wagon is too far away." Ji Shengnan seems to read too much of the storybook and such things, always feel that the protagonist in the storybook as long as a big drink, the whole world will revolve around her. Swish! The cold light took away the blood and water, and a round head instantly fell. The body fell to the ground. Ah! Don't! I don't want to die. The masters in the surrounding prison wagons waiting to be beheaded shook their bodies in terror, not cooperating at all. With the strength of their experts, the heavy metaphysical iron chains would just be able to lock them up, and if they didn't cooperate, those executioners wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Only. Lu Sun slowly got up, looked at Bai Yong, and spoke, "What should we do if these people don't cooperate?" Bai Yong froze for a moment, somewhat confused. It's not too late to waste his limbs with a bow before beheading him. Anyway, His Majesty only said that the whole family would be executed, not that they couldn't be shot with a crossbow before the execution. Lu Sun spoke again. Bai Yong instantly understood, and with a wave of his hand, he spoke, "All of you stay away from some. These experts are not cooperating. My city guards need to use their bows. Please stay away from the torture chamber, lest you be hurt by mistake." The surrounding people stepped back in panic, afraid of hurting themselves. The city guards also raised their bows and crossbows in an instant, aiming them at everyone inside the prison wagon. Those masters were completely desperate. They pickpocketed the rough wooden poles on the prison wagon in horror, looked toward the still as slow wagon on the distant street, and roared in shock and anger, "Ji Shengnan, I know you're there. Hurry up if you want to save us. Get the hell out of here. Putting us through this and slowing us down is trying to get us all killed." Shouting and cursing went on inside the prison van. Ji Shengnan inside the carriage was already going to be unable to sit still, that cool face, slightly trembling, biting her own lip in death, instantly lifting the curtain in front of her, roaring, "You blind dogs, can't you see that this is the eldest princess's carriage? The eldest princess is here, who dares to mess around again?" The surrounding people instantly let out a gasp of shock and made way, ducking to the sides. Those city guards who had raised their bows also looked at each other at this moment, and after hesitating for a moment, some had already lowered their bows. The others, one by one, lowered their bows. Bai Yong had already cursed away in his heart. "It's Rapunzel again. Why doesn't this guy know what he's doing? His Majesty knows all about it. How dare she mess up? Little Lord Lu, this." Bai Yong didn't dare to give orders anymore and looked at Lu Sun. While looking at the carriage, Lu Sun suddenly smiled. Rising, he took 2 steps forward and said aloud, "The criminal, Ji Shengnan, has committed a heinous crime, yet he tries to evade punishment and even holds the eldest princess hostage. All city guards obey. Shoot this thief for me. The contributions the eldest princess has made to my Great Yen will be seen by all the people of Great Yen." Boom! Morong Yen, who was originally still calm and at ease within the carriage, her eyes instantly panicked. That's something people say she doesn't care about. But Lu Sun said. She believed that he really dared to do it. There was that vague pain coming from the limbs again. Morong Yen swallowed her saliva, and without the slightest hesitation, she immediately got up, pushed aside Ji Shengnan, and stood in front of all of them, her face sullen, her delicate features written with gloom, and she said in a deep voice, "You dare? Ha? Rapunzel? You're not being held hostage? Surprisingly, with that thief together? Could it be that you're in league with that thief? Lu Sun looked at Morong Yan with a surprised expression. There was a sigh of relief from the people around them. Morong Yan's delicate body trembled as her gaze became suspicious. It's not right. This tactic is déjà vu. Isn't that exactly what you commonly use? Obfuscate and sling mud before things get started. Now that it's fallen on his head, it's still a hard pill to swallow. Bold. Lu Sun, how dare you demonize the public? Everyone, don't be fooled by this Lu Sun fellow. What the Ji family does is all for my great yen. Morong Yan tried to calm herself down. That face regained its delicacy, its majesty. All the onlookers of the people looked at Morong Yan, their faces full of surprise. Those who were killed were all traitors. They had been lurking in our great yen for several years, gathering information about our great yen. Morong Yan opened her mouth once again and said what she had prepared to say in advance, in her head. These words immediately caused the people around them to be amazed. Seeing that her words had an effect, Morong Yan smiled triumphantly, her eyes swept Lu Sun grimly, and fiercely pointed a finger, pointing at Lu Sun, saying in a chilling voice, and the biggest traitors to the country are the Duke of Lu's family. Boom! The people around them exploded. Everyone looked at Lu Sun in disbelief. Lu Sun, however, did not stop Morong Yan, but just returned to his seat again, picked up a cup of tea, and quietly sipped it. The laughter under Morong Yan's eyes converged, and in its place, there was a look of disappointment. This palace has been lying in wait in you for several years, and has endeavored to pry for information, and has learned that there are great thieves of the state in my great yen who are secretly colluding with great you. After returning to Yen, the palace, and openly and secretly, fortunately, the Ji family and other hot-blooded families to help, finally found that the country's great thief is actually the Duke of Lu. Now that you has violated our great yen border, it was led by Duke Lu. He has defected to the enemy. You will surely drive in, my great yen is in danger. Opening her arms, Morong Yan opened her chest with an expression of grief. The people around them hesitated instantly. With a look of disbelief, he spoke, What? The Duke of Lu is actually a traitor? No way. Why is it impossible? Think about it, where is there a garrison that has been able to win for more than 10 years? Then it must be connected to Great Vietnam, and the Vietnamese side is deliberately giving military honors to Duke Lu. Yeah, when you think about it like that, it's just a fine thought. It's horrible, isn't it? Our great yen has such assholes. In that case, the Ji family is our benefactor. The young lord stepped in, and not to pull out his sword to help, but to kill and kill? The faces of the surrounding onlookers were cloudy, and the way they looked at Lu Sun gradually began to change. Hundreds of people, not knowing the truth, just know that the princess represents the royal family. What royalty says will always be more trusted. Giving Lu Sun a distant glance, eldest Princess Morong Yan's eyes were filled with grimness, resentment, and a few moments of mockery. It seems to say, see, you still can't play me. Lu Sun put down his teacup and did not open his mouth, but only slowly turned his head to look not far away. A rush of hooves sounded. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Expedited military report. Get out of the way. Chapter 94 The Great Success of the Border. The sound came from far away. The penal colony, heck, it's on the mandatory path. Morong Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Sun and spoke, Go, stop the person. Ask in public what's going on at the border. Lu Sun gently put down his teacup. Pop. A clear, crisp voice rang in the ears of everyone in the torture chamber. According to the law of Great Yen, the border emergency report crier can face the Holy Spirit and report the urgent military situation without dismounting his armor, without following the etiquette and law, and those who block the military report crier along the way will be executed by the 9 clans, and those who humiliate the military report crier will be executed by the whole family. The Rapunzel blocked the heralds in public. Is it because she thinks that as a member of the royal family, she can't be executed by the 9 clans? The smile at the corner of Lu Sun's lips swung open slightly, with a few hints of teasing. Morong Yan's pretty face stagnated, her gaze morose. His attitude of being so calm and collected made Morong Yan very uncomfortable. With a cold face, Morong Yan thought of the arrangement of the man behind her, and a powerful confidence came to her. Soon after, she let out a cold laugh and tilted her head high, her fingers slightly cocked, pointing at Lu Sun, sternly and angrily, Even if I risk being punished, this palace will expose your Lu family's betrayal in public. Go, stop the people for this palace, ask about the situation at the border. So many people are here to testify. What consequences, this palace will bear alone. Morong Yan's voice carried a strong sense of confidence, her pair of beautiful eyes staring coldly at Lu Sun, her silver teeth clenched in death. This Lu Sun, how dare he have such an attitude in front of himself even now? It's just stupid. But think about it. Soon, he couldn't be complacent. In this life, let him experience the beheading of all the people in the Duke of Lu's mansion once more, and then watch himself step by step into the position of empress, plan well in advance, suppress all the foreign enemies and internal chaos, and become a true empress of 1,000 years, and then torture him to death in agony. Just imagining it is soothing and refreshing. The corner of Morong Yan's lips hooked up, smiling gracefully, but the icy cold in her eyes was unmistakable. The surrounding crowd of onlookers were whispering, But the ordinary people naturally didn't dare to stop the messenger. The guards under the eldest princess hesitated for a moment, but in the end, under the gaze of the eldest princess, they quickly stopped on the path that the messenger was bound to take. Seeing the sudden appearance of the guards on the street, the messenger froze for a moment, but quickly came back to his senses and yelled with a face full of exuberance, "Get out of the way! Great victory at the border! The Viet Cong army has been massacred, the Viet Cong border has been broken, get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Boom! This voice, like thunder, hit Morong Yen and everyone at the scene. The original Morong Yen, who was still carrying a few points of complacency in that graceful and noble manner, had a stiff expression on her face. The color of blood faded as much as it could. The pupils fluttered violently and his eyes went into a trance. How? How is that possible? That's not true. This can't be true. Morong Yan's lips turned pale. On the side of Ji Xingnan's cool and aloof face, her face flustered up in a fleshy manner. Rapunzel. Didn't you say that everything had been finalized long ago? How is this? How is that different from what was said before about the fix? If it's true. And how did the frontiersmen do it? It was too late to think about it at the moment. The army over there didn't even stop for more than a moment, steering their horses to cross over the person who blocked in front of them, and rushing towards the palace with a face full of exuberance. Morong Yan's nicely manicured nails were already deeply embedded in the palms of her hands. Her body trembled slightly and her breathing was ragged. No. No way. This can't be true. Oh, what does the eldest princess think is true? Lu Sun looked at Morong Yan with interest. Raising his eyes, the handsome face came into view with a smirking look. Ridicule. He was laughing at himself. Morong Yan's delicate features almost twisted together, and suddenly, a flash of panic arose in her mind. Done. If it is true, then the arrangement on the court. In the Great Hall, the civil and military officials knelt a dozen times. Each of their faces wore a solemn look. Moronghwa's face was expressionless, but his eyes were slightly gloomy as he swept over the row of people in front of him and the dozen or so Jingji they had presented. Every single one, he's read. All of them impeached the Duke of Lu. The Duke of Lu collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. There was news before, but there was just no solid proof. Now that the Duke of Lu's collaboration with the enemy has a letter here, the Duke of Lu promises to open the border for you. An old minister spoke up, his face full of righteous indignation, holding a blood-stained letter in his hands. This is the border generals desperately protect the letter, today before the court just in time to arrive to the old minister's hands. Please your majesty for the border for the tragic death of the generals to do The old minister, in old tears, firmly straightened up and straightened his back, his pale eyes looking directly at the heavenly might. Moronghwa swept over those officials who knelt down to impeach, his face expressionless, and after a long moment of silence, he spoke in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else who wants to impeach Duke Lu?" The rest of the civil and military officials did not open their mouths, but only had complex faces. With a black face, Minister Wu turned back violently and pointed at the old minister, angrily rebuking, "You old piker, the situation at the border is not yet clear, and you're starting to climb over the pillars of my country, Great Yin?" The old minister was not the least bit afraid at the moment. Under his white hair, the wrinkles on his forehead were trembling slightly, his eyes carried a few points of sharpness, and under the sharpness, hid a few points of imperceptible complacency, and he spoke aloud, "What the old man has said, every word is true. I think the heralds will soon arrive. If it is just as I said, the border falls, then the evidence of the guilt of the Duke of Lu will surely be realized. Your Majesty, the old minister is willing to bang his head against the pillar and admonish the emperor in death. I only ask that your Majesty immediately order that the whole of the state duke's mansion be decapitated." The old minister's high voice rang out, the wrinkles on his face quivering slightly with bravado. Deadly admonition. For emperors, it has been a humiliation since ancient times. Only a mediocre emperor would be too mediocre and have his head bashed against a pillar by a courtier on top of the great hall of the imperial court, staining the hall with blood in order to die in order to make his will clear. These words filled with threats had caused Moronghwa's face to go completely cold. The other kneeling courtiers around them seemed suddenly enlightened. They all responded, "We are willing to bang our heads against the pillars and die to show our will, only to ask your Majesty to pass the order." Quickly! The voice echoed above the great hall. There was no more sound but their voices. On the dragon chair, the pair of white palms had clenched tightly, so tightly that the skin was slightly green. Yes, all of them are my good ministers. My great Yan's good ministers who protect the country. Gritting his teeth as he looked at these people, Moronghwa's eyes were ice cold. If I hadn't already known that someone was plotting behind the scenes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have realized that all these courtiers were acting so well. Emergency report. Urgent report from the border. There was a sudden sound of extreme exuberance from outside. The messenger ran fast, his head covered in sweat, and rushed frantically into the courtroom. The face that had long been blown by the winds of the border to the dry cracked and skinned face, at the moment all over the red color, high voice spread throughout the hall, "Great victory at the border. The Viet Cong army has been massacred, and the Viet Cong border city has been broken." Inside the great hall, there was complete silence. Even breathing seems to stop. Chapter 95 I, for one, approve. No. No way. How? The army is pressing on the border. The border army has only those troops, how can they resist? You're lying about the military. Angry voices came from the mouths of the courtiers. Those courtiers kneeling on the ground to impeach Lu Yuanfang were filled with trepidation. The messenger soldier was kneeling on the ground at the moment, tilting his head up with solemnity written all over his face. In addition to being a border soldier, my subordinate is also a great yen. Besides, whether or not it's a lie to report military intelligence is only a matter of waiting for a few more incense sticks. The nearby cities will soon get the news and send out messengers that will only burn incense a few incense sticks later than my subordinates. Those words immediately shut everyone's mouths. Manhwa got up violently, his eyes radiating light, and said in surprise, Good. Duke Lu used his army like a god, able to slaughter the enemy's army with such a small number of troops. He is a pillar of my great yen. The messenger, however, shook his head, and his eyes became fervent, while from the bamboo tube on his back, he pulled out a letter and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, in this battle, my border army will not take the credit. These words immediately caused Manhwa to freeze. The surrounding courtiers also froze. The herald hung his head, raised the letter above his head, and said aloud, at the time of the impending war, the sky descended with white-clad divine generals, and one of them transformed into a gigantic statue of a god that was as high as the sky, to protect my great yen. One finger destroys the U border city, one finger crushes 700,000 U troops. Boom! The entire courtroom became chaotic at once. Daring! How dare you demonize the people here? Seeking death! I think you must have been in cahoots with that Duke Lu and betrayed my great yen. Where in the world are the gods and goddesses? Take this thief quickly. Those officials who had originally impeached were once again exuberant at this moment. There was a mocking look on his face. Lying, neither will say something true. Just. At this moment, a figure instantly flashed through Manhwa's mind, the civil phase and the martial phase. Land Seeker. Earlier, when the news came in from the border, his answer, and the white coat he wore. The three exchanged glances and their bodies trembled slightly. This is a personalized letter from Duke Lu. Please have a look at it, Your Majesty. That messenger spoke again. Manhwa's gaze fell on the letter. Chen Lingquan, who was on the side, trotted to the front of the messenger, held the letter in both hands, and sent it to Manhwa. Opening the letter, Manhwa's eyes trembled unexpectedly. What was written inside was, quite literally, the same as what the messenger had said. Even the details of it are described with great specificity. As for the identity of the so-called White God General, Duke Lu did not describe too much. The last words, however, caused Manhwa's body to tremble and he rose violently, his eyes shining. The old minister begs Your Majesty to give the order to send troops, so that we can take this good opportunity to drive straight into the country and destroy you. Good. Manhwa's voice was cold with a few moments of excitement. The 100 officials in the hall, their bodies trembled, although they did not know what was written in this letter, but looking at Manhwa's appearance, it is obvious that he has been biased in favor of the Duke of Lu. The old minister kneeling on the ground had a blackened face and his eyes flashed with a touch of gloom, and after a moment he suddenly shouted in a loud voice, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty not to be deluded by such strange and confusing demonic words. It's all codified and untrustworthy. If Your Majesty insists on believing in that traitorous Duke Lu, the old minister will have no choice but to cleanse this tainted great yen with the blood of the old minister. Grief and anger were written all over that old face. The other courtiers around who had impeached Duke Lu were also exclaiming in shock. At this moment, Manhwa slowly came back to his senses, squeezing the letter in his hand tightly, and his gaze coldly fell on that old minister. Overwhelmed with joy, he nearly forgot to deal with them first. You said that this letter was written by Duke Lu himself? Manhwa sat back on top of the dragon chair, the expression on his face gradually calming down, his eyes falling on the letter in that old minister's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, the old minister lifted the letter above his head and said in a trembling voice, That's right, this is the letter that the Duke of Lu passed on to General Yu. Just now I forgot to ask. Manhwa's lips curled slightly, but his gaze grew colder and colder as he opened his mouth with what seemed like a smile. Since it was a letter passed to General Yu, why did it reach your hands? The old minister's face stiffened, and his downcast eyes twitched slightly. There is no time for him to think more. Panicked and opened his mouth. This is a righteous man in the army, taking advantage of the moment of war between my great yen and the Yu country to start a war, stolen from the Duke of Lu, rushed to Yendu to ask for help, day and night, and arrived. Only before the court today. Before the words were finished, there was an instant burst of laughter above the courtroom. The martial phase and the civilian phase were the first to laugh out loud. The eyes that looked at that old minister were filled with ice coldness. The old minister's face stiffened a bit, but he didn't know where he had said something wrong. Manhwa swept his gaze over the old minister, shook his head and sighed, saying in a low voice, Bachelor Chang, you have always been upright, with both sleeves clean, how could you be so confused? The old minister known as Bachelor Chang's face stiffened, his lips trembled, and a trace of bad feeling arose in his heart. I don't know what I have done wrong. Why does His Majesty have such faith in Duke Lu? He is clearly a traitor. Shut up, old piker. The hot-tempered Minister Wu could no longer hold his tongue and pointed at Bachelor Chang's nose and cursed, do you know that no one who is not a messenger is allowed to change horses at the post stations around the country? If one rushes back to Yendu from the border, and is unable to change horses at the summoning post, one will need to rest and take a break at various post stations. Traveling day and night? Can a man stand it and a horse? Who, do you think, could have returned to Yendu earlier than the herald in such circumstances? Boom! Maester Cheng's face went white. His pale body was trembling violently, so panicked that the wrinkles on his face began to tremble as he shook his head. No. No. Not. He. Can buy other horses on the road? Ha 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 ha. Buy horses? Minister Wu laughed even more sarcastically, his whole body trembling along with him. Bachelor Chang, you're in a high position in Yendu, and you've been an official until you don't know what year it is on Earth, right? Horse trading has long been banned in the private sector, with the exception of the official post and the official stable. Old man said, you this group of civil officials, long ago should go to various places to walk around, to see the folk customs, just do not listen, now well, even lie to find a reason are so poor. The martial arts minister laughed out loud. On the side of the civil minister Sun Ruofu was still following the laugh, but when he heard the words of the martial minister directly open spray civil officials behind him, he immediately blackened his face, snorted coldly, glanced at Bachelor Chang out of the corner of his eye, and chillingly said, this kind of person who does not know the hardships of the people, even among the civil officials, is only a minority. If Minister Wu despises the civil officials so much, don't take the paychecks allocated by our civil officials, lest you belittle Minister Wu's hand. These words instantly made Martial Minister Li Qingsong dumbfounded, pointing at Sun Ruofu, his face suffocating red, unable to speak. Quarrels between civil and military ministers have become commonplace, but at the moment, the courtiers, however, did not care about those, but turned their attention to the many civil officials led by Bachelor Chang. Bachelor Chang's lips had already shivered, and the hand that raised the letter began to tremble, so much so that he didn't even notice the letter as it floated down to the ground. Pray for your majesty's mercy, we have all been hoodwinked by Maester Chang. I beg your majesty for mercy. Bachelor Chang has misled me, he has deceived my humble servant. The officials who had just cried out to be remonstrated with, at this moment did not hesitate to push everything onto Bachelor Chang's shoulders. Bachelor Chang's face was bloodless, his lips twitched feebly, and he shouted, please, your majesty, wait a little longer. The city beyond the border will surely have the latest military reports expedited to it. Beg your majesty. Before the words were finished, a new herald rushed into the great hall shouting from outside. Great victory! Great victory! The Duke of Border City Lu massacred the Viet Cong army and destroyed the Viet Cong border fortress. Great victory! At this moment, Bachelor Chang's hanging heart finally died. The old body, powerless, collapsed to the ground, the wrinkles on his face trembled violently, cold sweat soaked through his shirt. Above the dragon chair, came the voice that was as cold as ice. Maester Chang, Fong said he would bang his head against a pillar to die? Aye, granted. Chapter 96 Lu Mao has an idea in mind. Great victory at the border, Duke Lu massacred the Yu's army and destroyed the Yu's majestic city at the border. The news ignited the entire Yen capital. Originally, Yu's army was pressing on the border, like a heavy stone in the heart of every Yendu people. Now that this news had appeared, it had triggered the emotions of everyone in the entire Yen capital. The stone that had been weighing on his heart disappeared in an instant. One messenger after another, passing through Yendu. Every half a joss stick, or even 1 or 2 joss sticks of incense, there would be a messenger shouting great success at the border and rushing into Yen capital. These heralds were from the border army and from nearby cities. If there were only border troops, the matter would not be credible. Available at the cities near the border city also had garrison scouts to check out the battle. The news they sent back could not be false. The entire Yen capital was abuzz. On the execution ground, Morong Yen had already panicked. A messenger saying that might be lying about the army. But one by one, they all say that, so it's true. Looking up at the sun, Lu Sun put down the teacup in his hand, patted his belly with a smile, and opened his mouth. How much longer does the eldest princess have to wait? I'm full from drinking tea. If there's nothing else, don't get in the way of the micromanager supervising the execution, and don't stop the city guards from arresting the felons. As the words fell, Morong Yan's pretty face changed and her expression panicked for a moment. Inside the carriage, a flash of fear flashed across Ji Xingnan's cool features, and her eyes looked at Morong Yan pleadingly. Lu. Morong Yan had wanted to protect Ji Xingnan. Lu Sun's voice, cold and icy with an inexplicable chill, drilled into the depths of her soul along the contours of her ears. What the eldest princess said just now, about the microminister's grandfather, is witnessed by the people. Since it is a slander, the microminister will definitely ask for an explanation. I, the state duke's house, cannot afford to be slandered by the princess, nor can I afford to bear the name of the traitor. Boom! At this instant, Morong Yan felt as if a huge figure appeared before her eyes. The figure was taller than the sky, covering the sky as if it were a god or devil. With a stumble, Morong Yan nearly fell off the carriage. Barely able to stabilize himself, that face was ghastly white. The surrounding people, at this moment, looked at Morong Yan with eyes filled with disgust and indignation. Duke Lu is the pillar of our country, guarding the country's gates for my great Yen, working hard all his life, throwing his head in blood at the border, and in his old age he has to be slandered by the princess. I really deserve to die. Just now, I even suspected the Duke of State because of the words of the princess. I deserve to die as well. The Duke of State has given so much for my great Yen, and I actually doubted the Duke of State because of the eldest princess's unsubstantiated words. Just now the eldest princess said that the G family is hot-blooded, but now it seems that it is just a matter of saving the G family in passing while planting stolen goods for the Duke of Lu. The G family deserve to die. Chop. The surrounding group was in a frenzy. Some were even smacking themselves hard in the mouth, full of guilt. Morong Yan's eyes trembled tremendously. No. Nope. It shouldn't be. It wasn't so in the last life. None of these things happened in the last life. How could it have changed so much in this life? At this moment, Morong Yan, full of panic and helplessness, subconsciously looked at Lu Sun. Looking at the other party's handsome face that seemed to be smiling, Morong Yan's heart panicked. Everything in her last life was arranged for her by Lu Sun. Anything that went wrong that she couldn't solve, she would just hand it over to Lu Sun, and Lu Sun would also solve it very quickly, within a few days. It gradually began to make her think, too, that those tricky things didn't seem so hard. She could do without Lu Sun. Even the think tank behind her can easily solve everything. But today, to her horror, she realized that her mind only went blank when faced with so many people. The first thought was actually to get Lu Sun to help himself to these. Damn! Suddenly turning her head, looking toward the paralyzed Ji Shangnan in the carriages, Morong Yan eyes looked at her expectantly and opened her mouth. You. Quickly think of a way. Solve the situation at hand. Ah. Ji Shangnan's eyes were hollow, her voice trembled, her cool face had become terrified, her petite body was trembling violently, and she didn't even hear clearly what Morong Yan said. Aren't you the talented girl of Yendu, the first genius of the younger generation? Think of something quickly. Morong Yan looked at Ji Shangnan expectantly. In her last life, she had come up with a lot of good ideas for herself. Those ideas sometimes seem difficult to realize, but in the end they all somehow materialize. I suppose it is possible today. Lu Sun snorted as he watched the exchange between those two at the carriage. Morong Yan should not know, the last Ji Shangnan put forward those good ideas, caused countless trouble. It was Lu Sun who was at the back of the room, wrapping up those good ideas. For this reason Lu Sun was too busy to pay attention to what these snakes and scorpions were doing behind the scenes. If the Ji family members in the prison wagon do not cooperate, the city guards will immediately release arrows and shoot them. The felon Ji Shangnan is on top of the eldest princess's carriage. The onlookers quickly get out of the way. The city guards will arrest the felon immediately. Lu Sun sat in his seat, no longer interested in watching the drama of those two snakes and scorpions. Yes, the city guards instantly split into two. All the way to raise the bows in their hands and aim them at the Ji family members inside the prison wagon. The remaining ones rushed around the wagon and surrounded it. Bayong also reacted at this moment and looked at the people inside the prison wagon, seeing that those Ji family members were still not cooperating and were even screaming in terror. His face sank and he immediately ordered, "City guards, listen to the order. Shoot to kill. Shoo, shoo shoo shoo." The sound of breaking air rang out. The sharp arrows from the bow shot out wildly. 10 meters away, the bow is extremely fast. Within 10 meters, the bow was fast and accurate. Ah! There were screams and screams. The surrounding people had long since hid far away, and the blood stained the prison wagon, flowing down the bars of the wagon to the ground, staining the ground red. Ah! Ji Shangnan had cried out in shock and anger. Incompetent rage. At the moment she couldn't imagine how it could have turned out this way. Obviously, she had expected it to be great, and great riches were about to come her way. So how did it turn out to be the way it is today? Morong Yan froze for a moment, not expecting Ji Shangnan to be only impotent and furious at this time. But in the next moment he looked back and warned in a low voice, "Take me as hostage, and run for your life first." She still had a lot of faith in the wise men of her last life. Ji Shangnan, in a trance, seemed to react a bit. In a panic, he got up and grabbed Morong Yan by the hand. Standing in front of the carriage wagon, with a pair of eyes full of red blood, he spoke in panic, "Get out of my way, all of you. Otherwise." The surrounding city guards all looked at each other, not daring to approach. From afar, Lu Sun's eyes lit up. With a face of excitement, he clapped his hands, got up, jumped out of the execution platform, took the bow, and stunned everyone with his flowing movements. With his bow raised, Lu Sun was already aiming in that direction. Morong Yan's face turned waxy. She always felt that Lu Sun's pair of eyes was aiming at her head. "Lu Sun, you are not allowed to mess around." Morong Yan's voice became shrill. "Don't worry, Lu Mao has a quasi in mind." The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, and the bow in his hand, slightly raised. Shoo! Before Morong Yan could roar again, a cold light penetrated half of Morong Yan's ear. Boo! Sharp pain, accompanied by the sound of a watermelon bursting. In this instant, Morong Yan's entire body froze. Not even bothering to touch her disappearing half ear, she reached out, trembling, to the back of her head. A sticky feeling surfaced in his hands. There were also some foreign objects that were caught in the hands. Trembling, she picked the object up and spread it out in front of her. White broken bones, bloody broken flesh, and a handful of a mixture of red and white. Cluck cluck cluck. In his throat, a sound of horror escaped, and the blood in his body turned cold. Inside his ears, a buzzing came Lu Sun's lightly smiling voice. Mr. Lu said that there is accuracy. Rapunzel need not worry. Chapter 97 White has an emergency at home. How come you're not dead? Why aren't you dead yet? But it's good that you didn't die. What I suffered in my last life, in this life, I'm going to let you live through it again, bit by bit. The only way to get revenge is to make your life worse than death. The eerie voice echoed in his head, and Lu Sun's face was covered in a weird smile, sometimes refreshingly handsome, sometimes grim and covered in blood. Ah! Morong Yan woke up from her sleep. The fear of the dream made her whole body cold and her blood seemed to be frozen, making it difficult to flow. Trying to hold himself up, he realized that his shirt was soaked through. Morong Yan, who had returned to her senses, swept around and realized that she was already in her own chambers, and had just wanted to open her mouth, but because of the distortion of her face, she slightly tugged at her ears. Ah! Screaming miserably and sucking in a mouthful of cool air, the blood on Morong Yan's face faded. The palms of his hands lifted somewhat feebly. The maid on the side had already knelt on the ground and spoke in horror. Eldest princess, don't touch the wound. The Imperial doctor said that if you don't move, it will scab over in a few days. If you move around, I'm afraid you'll have to endure the pain for a while. Morong Yan's body stiffened and her palms trembled violently. Ears. Own ears. It's crippled. The voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Lu seeks me. Want you. Die. What a pity. Under the emotional excitement, the power used a little too much. An arrow burst the head of Ji Shangnan. If it is left alive, only good. Lu Sen and Bai Yong sat in the elegant room of the Flower Moon building, talking and laughing. Just talking about today's events, Lu Sen still had a look of regret on his face. Bai Yong's face is full of redness. The first time he came to this kind of place with Lu Sen, it is really unique and cool. Speaking of this matter, I have to thank Lu old brother. If not for you to step in, Bai Mao at the very least would have to be punished for the crime of dereliction of duty. Don't worry about the matter of you accidentally injuring the princess. Bai Mao will testify that this matter has nothing to do with you. It is the princess who took the initiative to harbor the injuries that caused the injuries. In his life, what he wanted to do most was to be a great hero and a great man like the Duke of Lu. When he had checked into the Ji family before and realized that there was an elder princess behind the Ji family, he had been furious. As the city guard commander, he couldn't move the royal bloodline. Originally on the eldest princess, Morong Yan has some opinions, plus the eldest princess and the torture scene above the slander Ludwig Gong matter, is even more to make Bai Yong anger. At the moment, Bai Yong had a drunken face and patted his chest as a guarantee. Lu Sen shook his head and smiled, raised the 100-flower dew in his hand and said aloud, Brother Bai's atmosphere, Mr. Lu thanks a lot. Good talk, good talk. Bai Yong cracked his big mouth and ate and laughed at the admiring looks of the group of dancing girls. Completely unnoticed, at the door, a woman in a brocade robe had appeared. The woman had a pretty face and coiled hair, her gaze coldly fixed on Bai Yong's body, her entire body radiating an unspeakably low air pressure. Then play the music, then dance. Bai Yong's face was red as he drank the 100-flower dew in his hand. The dancing girls warbled and looked at Bai Yong with an even more odd expression. Lu Sen coughed lightly and said with a serious face, Brother Bai, didn't you just say that you are not allowed to sing and dance anymore? This time coming with me to drink 100 flowers dew has been your bottom line. Never do anything to apologize to your lady, not listen to the song, not watch the dance? Bai Yong, that face reddened, smiled brightly and spoke, bottom line? By someone's bottom line is something that can be moved around a little. Besides, Bai is just listening to a tune and watching a dance. What can Madam do to Bai? Mr. Bai in the whole of Yen Du, that is known as a powerful and tough man, who says one thing but not another at home. Strange, Lu old brother you. What happened to your eyes? What's wrong with blinking? But there is an eye disease? Bai Yong looked at Lu Sen in surprise and confusion. Lu Sen gently covered his face and sighed helplessly. Husband, you didn't return home so late. Slave was so worried that I came to look for you. That brocade-robed woman's face was ghostly, her voice was soft, but it carried an energy of gnashing teeth. Buzz! Bai Yong's whine instantly woke up. The face, which had become red from the wine, faded from blood in an instant. The lanky body began to tremble. His lips quivered slightly, and he twisted his neck stiffly. The moment he saw that face, his legs went weak. That beautiful woman, however, had an arm around Bai Yong. That stout body was just held up by a soft woman, watery. Husband, it is a good thing that the young lord is having wine with you today, but you should always give your slave a word. Let the slave worry for nothing. The beautiful woman spread a smile. Lu Sun. Lu old brother, Bai Mao has some urgent matters at home, so he left first. We'll catch up some other time. Bai Yong's voice trembled slightly, and the eyes that looked at Lu Sun vaguely carried a few looks of pleading for help. Lu Sun. Coughing lightly, as if he didn't see the plea for help in Bai Yong's eyes, he got up, nodded slightly towards the beautiful woman, and spoke, "Sister-in-law will first bring brother Bai back home to wake up to the bar, and some other time, Mr. Lu will make another appointment with brother Bai. Many thanks to the young lord for understanding." The beautiful woman smiled softly and made a salute, that body that looked thin and weak compared to Bai Yong. With one hand, she tugged on that stout body and dragged it away hard. A moment later, a burst of laughter came from the entire Flower Moon building. "Ha ha ha ha. Bai Yong, that fearful goon, was caught by his wife eating wine at the Flower Moon house. He's going to be finished. Tomorrow I must poke around and see if Bai Yong can still patrol the city on horseback." Bai Yong was notoriously fearful of his family throughout Yendu, and many people recognized Bai Yong's identity and scoffed. Lu Sun sipped a cup of 100 flower dew, twirling his fingers around the cup, raising his eyes slightly, and speaking faintly, check on Bai Yong's wife. Bai Yong, although he had not reached the peak of the heavenly grade and was only at the early stage of the heavenly grade, he was completely powerless to fight back against Bai Yong's wife. In addition to his fear of the interior, his power, when held up by his lady, was completely suppressed. Masters, heavenly, above? Lu Sun wasn't sure. There was no display of breath to determine her strength, or it was deliberately hidden. However, Lu Sun had read all the identity information of the masters recorded by the Flower Moon building. There is no Mrs. Bai Yong among them. The dancer nodded and quickly left. It just didn't take long for Lu Xiaoxia's voice to come. "Lu, seek." Lu Xiaoxia was wearing a large red gauze skirt, her enchanting figure gently swinging without the slightest bit of vulgarity, but instead, she set off the delicate face even more colorful. Those bright eyes were full of fury. Deadly staring at Lu Sun, he spoke with a black face and gritted his teeth. "Now His Majesty is looking for you, the civil and military ministers are looking for you, the civil and military officials are looking for you, and the royal clansmen are all looking for you. How about you? You just hide in the Flower Moon house and let me deal with them for you." Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face was drawn long, staring at Lu Sun, grinding her teeth, itching to rush up and bite him. Lu Sun raised the 100 flower dew in his hand and sent in another cup, speaking faintly, "Whoever is looking for me, just tell them that I'm waiting here. Better yet, all of them." Chapter 98. Wait. Flower Moon House. It's been cleared. Many people who drank flowery wine were kicked out of the Flower Moon House without knowing what was going on. What is this about Flower Moon House? And giving us a refund. That's it. Could it be that there's a human life in there? That's hard to say. Someone weighing the silver money in his hand, his eyes already looking in the other direction, grinned and said, "Anyway, the money is returned and it's also this hour. Why don't we change the place to eat flowery wine?" Under the call for friends, a figure hooked up and walked towards the other flower buildings. But there are always some shrewish scoundrels who look at the silver money in their hands with some dissatisfaction. Throw us out just by saying so? What do you take us for? We paid our money, why should we be kicked out? That's right, even if you want to kick us out, you have to give us more. This is not enough compensation. Standing in front of the door, they made a lot of noise and shouted curses, but no one paid any attention to them. Until they saw a luxurious carriage coming here. Yendu's powerful nobles, the royal clansmen, and even they saw the civil and military ministers with the important officials in the court, all came here in their carriages, blocking the spacious road outside the door of the Flower Moon building. Those shrewd scoundrels who stood in front of the door screaming and cursing, their faces went white. Surrounded by those luxurious carriages, if you want to find a passage to leave, you are afraid of bumping into those nobles. The royal clan patriarch who stopped at the very front was dressed in brocade clothes and slowly got off the bus with the support of his clan members. The chest was obviously still wrapped in heavy gauze, and a cold sweat grew on his forehead with every step. Even though the bones were close to healing after taking the precious medicine, they still produced pain when they moved a lot. A pair of pale eyes hawkishly swept over each of the surrounding carriages, cursing mentally. Lifting his feet, he walked towards the Flower Moon building. As he passed by those few shrewish scoundrels, the smell of alcohol from those men caused Patriarch to squint slightly. Throw them away. An eyesore. Speaking indifferently, Patriarch took the lead in walking into the Flower Moon building with a sullen face. Those few rascals instantly surrounded some guards, directly lifting those few people and walking towards the distance. A few moments later, in the alley in the distance, there were screams. The rascals were beaten and left by the roadside with their legs broken. No one in the carriage in front of the Flower Moon house cared about those. When Xiang and Wu Xiang stepped down from their respective carriages, glanced at each other, tilted their heads slightly in the opposite direction, let out a cold snort, and followed closely into the Flower Moon building. Other important and powerful officials followed suit, quickly walking towards the inside of the Flower Moon building. The entire Flower Moon building was incredibly quiet. The tables in the hall on the first floor were filled with wine and meat. The 100 flower dew, which regular people had a limited supply of on weekdays, was now placed in front of every single person's wine table. Everyone stood within this first floor hall, their gazes slightly staring and frowning. Your honored guests are here. My slave has missed the welcome. What a sin. Lu Xiaoxia had a smile on her face and her body swayed as she rushed over with her dancers. The smile became even wider as his eyes fell on these people. Where is Lu Sun? Isn't it here? The patriarch was the first to become sullen, his gaze slightly cold, and he said in a chilling voice. Lu Xiaoxia's charming face revealed a few winks and whispered, "Don't be anxious, your old man. Little Lord Lu said that today we will only talk about the moon and the wind and not business, and that the little lord will appear later." These words caused the patriarch to frown deeply. All talk and no business? Then what are you doing here? But, he glanced at them, but found that the Minister of Culture, the Minister of Martial Arts, and some other important ministers had already found seats on their own and settled down peacefully. The patriarch doesn't want to miss anything either. With that, he chose a seat near the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts and sat down. The other powerful people also took their respective seats. The melodious music plays. The dancers began to twirl and jump on the centermost stage, dancing delicately, fluttering like butterflies on the stage as the aroma filled the air. Just about everyone on the scene was stoic. No one cared about the marvelous dancing of these dancers, and even less attention was paid to them. They were all waiting for Lu Xun. What waited, instead, was Lu Xiaoxia with someone holding the bill. Each table are entertained with the highest specifications, consumption of silver 800 taels, you all have to shell out money, in order to continue to enjoy. In my flower moon house Lu Xiaoxiao smiled so much that her eyes were squinting into the shape of a crescent moon. Lu Xun, this little thief, has a flexible brain. At the time when the idea was voiced, Lu Xiaoxiao was shocked. But, as she watched those people, each with a black face, also pay to stay here and wait for Lu Xun, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled even more happily. 800 taels. On weekdays, this table is 300 taels at most. Earned enough? In that case, send a few more dances and make them wait. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room. Dozens of slightly dim lights, paired with the night pearls on the walls, illuminated the Imperial study. Manhwa looked at Lu Xun, who had been introduced by Chen Lingquan, with an astonished face, and his expression became odd after some surprise. "You're not meeting those people at the Flower Moon House? If His Majesty wants to see the micromanager will naturally come to see His Majesty first. As for the others, let them wait a little longer." Lu Xun's lips curled as he spoke. Manhwa listened to it comfortably, but soon that cool face put away its expression, willow eyebrows slightly knitted up, eyes somewhat sunken, looking at Lu Xun, opened his mouth. "Lu Qing, I would like to know, you said in the first place, there will be masters who will go to the border to help each other. This expert is the white-clothed god general that the military reports are talking about nowadays." Lu Xun nodded, not at all surprised by this question from His Majesty. "I want to know that expert, just who is it?" Manhwa looked fixedly into Lu Xun's eyes. The throbbing flames on the dragon case, reflected in Manhwa's eyes, flushed with a jumping red light. Lu Xun's eyes looked straight at Manhwa. After a long silence, he suddenly snorted. Sulkily, he spoke, "Your Majesty, would you like to hear a story?" Not directly answering Manhwa's words, Lu Xun did not mean to hide them from him. Just, outright, "I'm afraid he'll be shocked." Chen Lingquan, who was on the side, had a slight cold sweat on his forehead and his eyes were trembling. "This isn't going to be anything you can't listen to again? Old slave. Old slave, go outside to keep watch." Chen Lingquan smiled fawningly and looked cautiously at Lu Xun and Manhwa. Manhwa nodded slightly. While watching Chen Lingquan leave the room, Lu Xun waved his hand. Phew! A ray of light suddenly erupted out from his hand, directly enveloping this imperial study. Even if someone were to listen close to the royal chamber, they wouldn't be able to hear a single sound. This hand caused Manhwa's breath to stall and his pupils to tremble tremendously. Glow in the hand. He is really the white god general and protector of the nation that the army is talking about over there. Chapter 99. A story. A baby boy, born from the Duke of State's residence, who lost his father at a young age, but was highly favored from a young age because of the Duke of State's work in protecting the country. Learned bachelors, masters at the top of their game, volunteered to teach. When he was a young man, he had the audacity to steal into the border army and go into battle to kill the enemy and sharpen his strength. Also in the border army, in the grind, strength soared. At such a young age, he is known as the first genius of Yin capital. At that time he was pretentious and high-minded. Lu Xun's voice was melodious, and his eyes were slightly dazed as he swayed and slowly crouched down, sitting on the steps in front of the dragon case. This behavior is already considered an offense to the dragon's face. Available at. Manhwa did not open his mouth to say anything, but was more curious about what Lu Xun was going to say later. He even took 2 steps forward and stood behind Lu Xun. Gaze focused on the straight back, eyes twinkling. Yes. At a young age, he shines like that. He doesn't seem to remember himself as a young child, though. Shaking the distracting thoughts out of his mind, Manhwa had heard Lu Xun speak again. The teenager was found by his grandfather and sent back to the state house. When he returned to Yendu, he was only given an idle position, so he hung around in Yendu every day, learning from the Jianghu chivalry, and going around practicing chivalry. It has also left a good reputation among the people of Yendu. There were a few smiles on his face, but they were only steeply curtailed, and a hint of heaviness was born in his voice. Until that day, a woman suddenly appeared in the house of the Duke of State, claiming to be a persecuted folk's daughter who had been hunted down by evil men. Without the slightest hesitation, the man helped the woman to hide and get away from the evil one who was pursuing her. Later, after many more chases and trials, the man trusted the woman and a deep bond was born. The woman told the man her true identity, that she was of royal blood. Returned to Yendu and asked for nothing else but a firm foothold in Yendu. Boom! There was an explosion in Moronghwa's mind as he stared blankly at Lu Sun, his body trembling slightly. The expression on his face, too, instantly became grave. It's the Rapunzel? Available at. It's not the same as what happened before. His heart was full of doubts, but Moronghwa's lips quirked and didn't ask a single word more. Lu Sun slowly hung his head, his eyes gradually becoming pained as he opened his palms, which trembled slightly, to cover his face. The sound became more hushed. The man believed. He's like a blindfolded dog on a daily basis. He believes whatever that woman who calls herself a princess says, and that man has done a lot to help her gain a foothold in the royal family. Let that woman, indeed, gain the royal family's trust, and even His Majesty, the reigning emperor, treated this half-sister, as if she were his own sister. Available. Everything is a lie. The hand that covered his face grew stronger and stronger, gripping his hair in a death grip, and Lu Sun's breathing began to become ragged. In the course of one night, that princess suddenly announced that His Majesty had died a violent death, and on her deathbed, asked her to take over the throne. But clearly, a few days ago, His Majesty was still healthy. Moronghwa's pupils shrunk and his face became ugly. That man, along with many of the most important ministers of the dynasty, objected and insisted on supporting royal orthodoxy. But that, however, angered that princess. To the princess, that man was just a stepping stone for her, a dog that was blindfolded and only knew how to sell his life. Now the dog, after opening his eyes, actually barks at his master. Then the princess pretended to be soft, but secretly poisoned the man, completely nullifying all his power. And secretly got rid of many opposing dignitaries until there was no more opposition, and she ascended to the throne with the support of all. The first thing I'll do when I ascend to the throne is to kill the entire duke's family. The man who watched his loved ones, one by one, walk to the execution ground and die with their heads held high. At this moment, Lu Sun's arms were bursting with veins, trying to suppress his emotions. Instead, his voice trembled. Torture ever, that man tasted it all, until a steel needle was driven into his head. That man, just because of his own stupidity, his own ignorance, died in a dark and damp heavenly prison. The voice stopped. Lu Sun's palm had feebly released his face. On his face, a red mark imprinted by a huge force was unmistakable. One eye was bloodshot. Turning his head slightly, he saw His Majesty, already seated. The story is told, and this is that person's life? Moronghwa's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps it was an illusion. Lu Sun vaguely heard a few moments of woman's femininity from that voice. Dropping his head, Lu Sun nodded his head, but was dumbfounded. I don't know if it was God's curtain, but as soon as the man opened his eyes, he actually went back to the day that woman appeared in the state duke's mansion. Moronghwa's eyes trembled and his breathing was slightly shortened. So, that's why he reacted the way he did. Break Morongyan's limbs and throw her directly into the Flower Moon building. That was why he had always been committed to tracking down the truth about the man behind Morongyan. That person's body also suddenly possessed enough power to crush everything. Lu Sun spoke again, looking at his hands, his smile gradually widening. Even though God gave that man power and probably meant to use him for something. But so what? Revenge. That man, all he wants is revenge. He doesn't dare to show his full strength for fear that it will scare the person behind that. He was careful to find out the clues little by little, in the most laborious way possible, trying to keep his powers from leaking out. That man, being so careful and cautious, is only trying to make them think that he's nothing more than that, letting his guard down and revealing himself. He only seeks to dig out the people behind him, and uproot all the forces under his control. Not a single person can escape. Lu Sun's voice exploded violently, and a hurricane was violently born around him, blowing the entire Imperial study into a mess. Even the mahogany tables and chairs were blown until they almost fell apart. Phew! Moronghwa's eyes widened as he incredulously felt the power. It's too strong. It's too strong. It's not a heavenly level of power. It was far stronger than the heavenly level. One could almost call it the power of the gods and demons. It's hard to get your mind off of it. At this moment, Moronghwa, staring at Lu Sun in a daze, his heart felt like it had set off a shocking wave, and his breathing was a little short. Lu Sun had calmed down at the moment and turned his head to look at Moronghwa's dumbfounded appearance, as if he was stunned. After a moment of silence, she suddenly snorted and spoke, "Your Majesty, it's just a story, no need to take it seriously." Moronghwa snapped out of his silence, his eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance as he slowly approached Lu Sun, a pair of eyes staring straight at him as he said in a deep voice, "So this is the reason why you could reach the border in a short period of time, descending from the heavens and destroying the enemy's army and the city with 2 fingers? Everything that had been a mystery before seemed to be explained. Even the matter of the man's seemingly sudden appearance in the post house when the Dai Viet envoy was killed had a reasonable explanation. You have the ability to fly and hide." The voice trembled slightly with a touch of anticipation. Flying the sky and hiding. From the world maybe. Lu Sun sighed and smiled faintly, but I can fly in the sky, but I can't make sense of hiding from the world. Can you take me to the sky? The corners of Manhwa's lips trembled slightly, and his voice stumbled a little. Flying. That's a life's dream. Regardless of the important ministers and dignitaries, or masters of the rivers and lakes, or peddlers, no one does not have fantasies about flying to the sky. But at this moment, Lu Sun looked at Manhwa in surprise. He, of all people, has accepted what he's been through so quickly? With four eyes facing each other, the trust in that pair of eyes made Lu Sun's heart tremble. Chapter 100. Ugly in appearance, but beautiful in thought. Standing under the dark curtain, standing on the clouds, looking at Yen capital in the dusk lights, Manhwa's heart was in turmoil. Is this the night view of Yen capital of Great Yen? Contemplating, Manhwa's eyes were deep. He was able to trust Lu Sun so quickly only because, from time to time in recent days, he would wake up in a nightmare. Every day, he had dreams that were so real, it was as if he had experienced them himself. It's just that he only remembers bits and pieces. Among them, there are some. Hooray with Lu Sun said those right. As his eyes scanned the quiet and peaceful night scene, Manhwa's heart tightened slightly. Underneath this calm dark night, there seems to be a pair of big invisible hands, controlling the whole situation. But, in the next moment, Manhwa's eyes trembled. Lu Sun, that palm of the hand is hot, the hand that wraps around the waist, slightly harder, actually touched the chest at. Lu Sun also froze for a moment, his eyes a little puzzled. Your Majesty looks thin, how come your chest is slightly fat? Lu Qing, go down. Manhwa's body stiffened, and the pores of his entire body stood upside down. Lu Sun didn't think too much about it, and with a beat of his feet, he swept Manhwa back to the Imperial study room in an instant. Quickly walking to the front of the dragon case, with her back to Lu Sun, Manhwa's face reddened and her eyes carried a few moments of irritation. Lu Sun hung his head. He knew that being able to fly in the sky was too amazing, perhaps His Majesty would need some time to get used to it. After a long silence, Manhwa tried to calm down. A pair of eyes stared slightly. Pacing, he returned to his dragon chair. After contemplating for a moment, he said in a condensed voice, in that case, Lu Qing, is it to take revenge? Not only to take revenge, but also to uproot that scourge of the nation and the people. Lu Sun spoke steadily, his gaze firm. The great yin that my grandfather and father, guarded with their lives, should not be like this. Lu Sun murmured, his gaze sullen. And, in his last life, because of his stupidity, His Majesty was poisoned, and the entire people of Great Yen were in dire straits. In this life, he's going to atone for the ones he's done, A pair of eyes lifted slightly, looking directly at Manhwa, and said in a deep voice, this great yen shouldn't be devoured by moths, both to avenge and to protect. Good. Manhwa shot up, a pair of eyes flickered with essence, looking at Lu Sun, waves of light flowing in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, from now on, the affairs of the Imperial Court, you can no longer need to manage. Even if you cause a monstrous disaster, I will protect you. Let it go, no need to be afraid anymore. I only need you to uproot those people, not a single one left. Lu Sun's heart was shaken, and after a long period of silence, he looked at Manhwa with a slightly complicated look and spoke, why does your majesty trust Mr. Lu so much? You're not worried that Mr. Lu's strength will raise undeserved thoughts against Yen? Manhwa rose with a loud laugh, without the slightest scruple on his cheeks, even within his eyes, he was crystal clear, and opened his mouth, if I have the heart to do so, I would like to directly give way to you. I believe that under the protection of your strength, this great Yen will completely unify the world and become a dynasty that can last for 10,000 years. As long as I can make my great Yen rise for all time, I, for one, am willing to give everything. Manhwa's voice was incredibly sincere. He, unlike the late emperor, it's never the same. What the late emperor wanted was the eternal nobility of the royal family, sitting on the clouds and looking down on the ants. He only wants great Yen to prosper. Looking at the face that was clear but emanated royal authority, Lu Sun was in a trance. This is the true bright ruler of Great Yen. In his last life, if he hadn't been so stupid, he might have been able to see the picture of a more prosperous Great Yen with his own eyes. But it's not too late in this life. The corners of his lips hooked up slightly as he met his four eyes. At this moment, the most powerful person in Great Yen and the strongest person in this current world had completely reached an alliance. Next, Lu Qing is going back to Flower Moon House to meet them? More than just seeing them, Mr. Lu, I want to force the person behind it, to hide it completely. Where is Lu Sun? Why hasn't he come yet? It's been hours, how long does he want me to wait? The patriarch was already waiting impatiently, his voice became grim as he ran growling with an annoyed face, all of you get off. It's noisy. The music came to an abrupt halt. The dancers on the stage also stopped dancing and knelt on the stage with fearful faces. When Xiang glanced at the patriarch and said with a faint smile, why does the patriarch need to be so eager? It's time to see, always. If you don't want to listen to the music and watch the dance, the patriarch can leave first, but I have not been here for a long time, and today I naturally want to have a good time. Sun Ruafu laughed loudly, clapped his hands, and spoke, then play the music, then dance. The patriarch blackened his face, and his breathing started to get ragged. But he could only hold back his anger and sulk. His eyes swept over the males on the scene and finally landed on the Blood Guts Marquis not far away. The Blood and Guts Marquis didn't leave and waited. Sinking his heart and mind, Patriarch finally endured this. Etc. That kid went to see His Majesty, didn't he? The martial minister really couldn't help himself and came over to Sun Ruofu, the minister of Wen, and asked with a dark face. Sun Ruofu smiled faintly and whispered, I underestimated you, old thing. I thought you couldn't think of anything overnight, but I didn't expect a guess now. It seems that you old thing's brain is still occasionally bright. You. Martial Minister Li Qingsong pointed at Sun Ruofu's nose, and eventually blackened his face and suppressed his voice again. What did you come here to ask that kid? Sun Ruofu was astonished as he looked at Li Qingsong and spoke. Who said that old man was going to ask that brat anything? Then you. Li Prime froze. Sun Ruofu, that old face folds, such as chrysanthemums bloom, a pair of eyes fell on those delicate figure of the dancers, a cup of 100 flowers due down, full of relief. Rarely do you have this opportunity to join hands with the guns to openly stroll the flower house, without worrying about impeachment. The old man naturally want to enjoy it. Li Prime. Looking at Sun Ruofu's enjoying himself, Li Qingsong was furious, but there was nothing to be done about him. Sorry gentlemen, Mr. Lu drank too much and slept for a while. I just woke up and made you all wait for a long time. No offense, no offense. Lu Sun's voice came from high above. The one in white, at some point, appeared at the top railing. Leaning against the wooden post that supported the roof of the building, he had a lazy look on his face, a sleepy look, and a yawn. Boo! As soon as the patriarch slapped the rice on the table in front of him away, but because the movement was too big, it pulled the pain in his chest again, and on that old face, his face skin trembled violently, and a layer of cold sweat was born on his forehead. Stretching out his hand, he pointed at the towering Lu Sun and said in a chilling voice, How dare you? The important officials of the court, the powerful nobles of Yendu, and even the royal clan are all present, and you dare to go to bed and leave us waiting? Lu Sun looked at Patriarch's angry face, stood up straight, stretched long, and spoke with a sleepy face, It's you all who want to see Lu Mao, not Lu Mao who wants to see you all. What's the matter? Do you still need Mr. Lu to go and kneel to welcome all of you before you can do so? Pretty ugly looking and pretty thinking. The last sentence, as if he had deliberately lowered his voice to speak to himself, was just right for everyone to hear clearly. Lu Sun. You. The Patriarch's fingers were trembling, and he was so angry that his face was green and purple. If he didn't have to ask Lu Sun about the border, why would he come here to be aggravated? Taking a deep breath, that old face tried to suppress his anger. Chapter 101 Then you'll be a confused man. The surrounding princes looked at the face of the Patriarch. It was indeed ugly, especially now that it was full of gloom, and the face, which originally had few folds, was now so sunken that it was crowded with folds, twisted together, and all the features had become much uglier. All of you come here is to make Lu Mao happy a lot. Usually it is Lu Mao one person to come here to drink flower wine, now can actually with the important ministers of the court hand in hand to drink flower wine, play flower girl, must be a beautiful thing. Lu Sun stood on the first floor and spoke with an expectant face. The surrounding courtiers were all horrified, and they couldn't wait to go and cover Lu Sun's mouth right now. That's not a good thing to say. If word gets out, how will they ever be human again? Haha, drinking flower wine old man can, but playing the matter of flower girl, old man is not good at. Today will be led by the Patriarch Hao. When Xiang Sun Ruofu smiled profusely, a pair of eyes fell in the direction of the Patriarch not far away. The Patriarch's old face turned green, palms with old age spots and a death grip. Strange shame. These words, to him, a member of the royal clan, were nothing short of a strange shame. Lu Sun, today I have something serious to ask you. Hold back your left and right, I'll ask you alone. Patriarch's hoarse voice carried a few hints of menace as his gaze swept around. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled. Lu Mao said at the very beginning that we would only talk about the wind and moon today, not official business. How come the Patriarch doesn't know? Patriarch blackened his face, but he forced down the impatience and anger in his heart and spoke coldly. I've waited here for so long, it's enough to give you face. Lu Sun, don't give your face away. What I represent is the majesty of the royal family. The Patriarch had become thoroughly impatient. Getting up, supported by the royal clansmen beside him, he endured the pain and walked towards Lu Sun's direction step by step. Lu Sun looked towards the Patriarch who was already walking towards him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he similarly took a step and slowly walked towards the Patriarch. Step by step, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like radiant light, causing the Patriarch to inexplicably develop a trace of panic, not daring to look directly at him. Royal Majesty? Patriarch, have you touched your heart and said this? These words, all of a sudden, caused everyone's face to change, and they all looked at each other. The Patriarch's heart sank as if he had been stepped on as a cat's tail, and his face twisted as he roared in annoyance. What are you babbling about? The old man is the royal family. Excavate the bones of the late emperor, transport the bones of the late emperor secretly, dig secret passages in dark rooms within the late emperor's imperial tomb, and secretly cultivate experts to support the eldest princess. Lu Sun's voice was blistering as he directly interrupted the Patriarch's words. Standing in front of the Patriarch, he lowered his head and looked down at the old face with rounded eyes, full of dismay and shock, and snorted, "Patriarch, you, a member of the Imperial clan, are truly loyal to your country. The late emperor will also praise you when he knows in his grave." Lu Xun slightly raised his hand in a fist and swung it towards the void. Boom! The faces of all the surrounding courtiers changed. Even the faces of some of the royal clansmen who came to watch the fun began to change. The powerful and noble people had wanted to join in the fun, and had frequently gone to the patriarch's place to toast, but at the moment they couldn't wait to slap themselves a few times. You nonsense! Bloody mouth! The patriarch's face reddened, and his slightly hunched body trembled violently. The twisted folds of the old face quivered with it. Lu Xun's eyes were dark and uncertain as he spoke faintly, "Bloodthirsty? Patriarch, His Majesty secretly ordered Lu to look into this matter, knowing that no one else would dare to look into this matter, only Lu. If there is no solid evidence, how dare Mr. Lu expose it in public?" Lu Xun's words immediately caused the patriarch's face to turn pale, his eyes panicked, and his body trembled tremendously. "No, it can't be. I've obviously, clearly silenced." He muttered to himself, but in an instant, he closed his mouth. The voices around them had quieted, staring dumbfounded at the patriarch. "Ha? I said how come I couldn't find any witnesses, so they were all silenced?" Lu Xun shook his head and smiled. The light in his eyes was bright and uncertain. The patriarch's body trembled and he took 2 steps backward in shock. However, he staggered a bit, and the clan members on the side didn't dare to assist him, and that old body swayed a bit, and directly fell to sit on the ground. "What kind of demonic magic did you use?" The patriarch was filled with horror. Facing Lu Xun and looking at the other party's eyes, in that instant, his mind unexpectedly went into an involuntary trance, and he even subconsciously spoke the truth. "Not sorcery, not at all." Lu Xun crouched down and slowly pressed forward, saying in a cold voice, "If you have a ghost in your heart, talk less, and if you talk too much, you'll reveal your cloven foot." Getting up, Lu Xun swept his gaze over the people present and said aloud, "I, Lu, was ordered by His Majesty to find out the truth about this matter, but I didn't want to see that the investigation actually ended up with such a result. For this reason, Mr. Lu is deeply disturbed and terrified." Fingers suddenly pointed at the pale-faced patriarch who fell to the ground, and said in a chilling voice, "If we wait for some more days, this thief grows stronger day by day. What we have to do, you all understand in your hearts." Boom! Everyone's faces became whiter. They all looked at each other with fear. Imperial clan, stealing the bones of the late emperor, raising masters in the emperor's mausoleum, and secretly supporting the eldest princess. What's this about? Everyone has associations. But no matter how the association is made, the end result, in the end, points in only one direction. The wolves are wild. Wolves! Minister Wu's face was grim as he slammed the table and got up violently. The other heavy ministers around them also made their attitude clear without hesitation at this moment. The Marquis of Blood and Gut sat on the sidelines and didn't open his mouth, but there were a few smiles under his eyes. Now, those who can be utilized under the man behind the scenes are being cut out one by one. It works, not much. Himself, there's a chance to reach out to the man behind that. The Blood and Guts Marquis understood Lu Xun's thoughts and knew that he was trying to force the man behind him to jump over the wall. As for the patriarch at this moment, his gaze scanned the surrounding area, and when he saw that even the patriarch was avoiding his gaze, his face turned completely waxy and his eyes dimmed. Suddenly raised his head, stared viciously at Lu Xun, and said sternly, "Good. Good. What a grandson of the Duke of Lu. In this matter, the old man admits it. But, let the old man be an understanding ghost." The words fell from his lips and he braced himself, stumbling to his feet. The clansmen who originally interfered with him have long been hiding away for fear of getting involved with the patriarch. He staggered and ground a few steps forward, his hunched body trembling violently as he stared at Lu Xun dead in the face, his voice low. "Tell me, old man, over the border, what exactly happened?" Since the border emergency, Lu Xun, however, has been dashing around all day, not worrying in the least about accidents at the border. If he said that the change in the border situation had nothing to do with Lu Xun, he would never believe it. At the very least, Lu Xun should know something. He, even if he died, would help the man behind him get the question out. There are still our own people on the scene. The message can be sent back. The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled up, and he came to Patriarch's ear, his voice pressed so low, like a mosquito, that only Patriarch could hear him clearly. "Then you will be a fool." Puff. Anxious fire, the Patriarch's face like a severe ghost twisted, violently sprayed a mouthful of blood, but Lu Xun as if he had expected it, gently moving his feet to flash away. Blood stained the old man's gorgeous cloud brocade clothes. Chapter 102 Poisonous Flower. "Have you heard? Something big is going on." "What great thing?" "You're talking about the matter of Elder Duke Lu's total annihilation of Yu's 800,000 strong army with fewer enemies. It's been rumored for a long time." "It's not that, it's the royal family. I've heard that the patriarch in the royal clan is secretly keeping experts and supporting the eldest princess, wanting to usurp the throne and seize power." "What? He's got a lot of nerve." The whole of Yendu. No, the whole of Great Yen had spread the word about the patriarch in a short period of time. Along with the reputation that eldest Princess Morong Yen valued the most, it also completely stunk. The rumor mill was abuzz with rumors, and a wave of crusades was set off throughout Yen capital. Even the post house where the royal clansmen lived had been surrounded by the people. The patriarchs who were originally high and proud, at this moment, did not even dare to go out of the door. Inside the eldest princess chambers, the injury on Morong Yan's ear had healed, but she was still wrapped in a white veil in an effort to hide her mutilation. A pair of beautiful eyes were sunken and expressionless, but her fingernails were already digging dead into her palm. Chen Lingquan! Chen Lingquan! A shrill voice that echoed throughout the chambers. Chen Lingquan heard it from afar. A flash of displeasure flashed across his face, but thinking that His Majesty needed himself to go to the eldest princess' side, he hurriedly changed his expression again and slowly walked outside of the chambers before jogging and rushing in, making an anxious face. The old slave is here. Breathing heavily, Chen Lingquan opened his mouth. Pretending to be anxious and tired is exhausting. Chen Lingquan hung her head and did not look at Morong Yan's expression, but she could tell by thinking about it that there was resentment and hideousness on her face. You dog slave, have you gone to serve that false emperor again? How is the situation outside? Did he say what to do with the palace? Morong Yan's voice trembled slightly, and there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of her eyes. When this matter was exposed, her greatest fear was that His Majesty would dispose of her. Then she wouldn't be able to seize power so easily. She was the one who was going to be the empress of 1,000 years. The daughter of divine destiny. How can I fall down here? Chen Lingquan hung his head, clamped his voice, and spoke in a feminine manner. His Majesty said that you and His Majesty are of the same father and mother, and even though they are separated by thousands of miles, they are still connected by blood. He believes that you have not colluded with that chaotic bandit, but have only been deceived by that bandit. Therefore nothing will be done to you, only that you don't trust outsiders indiscriminately anymore. Morong Yen raised her head violently, her beautiful eyes filled with a look of surprise. A moment later, the corners of his mouth swung up into a broad smile, only the color in his eyes was as hardened as poison. The whole face, like a brilliantly blooming poisonous flower. So, my royal brother has been so trusting of me for a long time. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, this palace deserves to be the one chosen by the heavens. God's destined empress of 1,000 years. I won't even be disposed of like this. Smug laughter, echoing through the bedchamber. It was a long time before it stopped. The voice resounded again, resuming its usual bland demeanor, and softly said, alright, since there's nothing to do, go down first. Old slave excuses himself. Chen Lingquan carefully took a few steps backward and turned around just before leaving. Morong Yan's voice came from behind her. Wait, has Sun Moro, who was sent to the heavenly prison, been rescued yet? Chen Lingquan paused in his footsteps and turned around, his feminine voice carrying a few complexities. The old slave went a step too late. Morong Yan's body stiffened as she jerked up, her pretty face becoming ugly. What do you mean? Chen Lingquan spoke cautiously. When the old slave went, Sun Moro had already been killed by the Sun family with a steel needle stuck into her skull. Goo. Old slave saw when, terrible, head tied full of steel needles, that little face with twisted twist like, look at all the pain. How much torture this must have suffered before dying. TSK. The old slave doesn't want to see that image a second time, it's horrible. Chen Lingxuan's fingers were slightly crossed in an orchid finger as he described the death with a horrified and rather detailed face. Boom! The blood on Morong Yan's face faded. Steel needle in the head. Stabbed to death with a steel needle. In his mind, the image of Lu Sun being tortured to death surfaced over and over again. She stumbled 2 steps in terror and sat helplessly on the edge of the bed. Trembling, he muttered, He's really back. He's come for revenge. The deaths of the people who had tormented Lu Sun in her previous life, one by one, made her finally notice that something was wrong. What? What revenge? The old slave saw that it was the Sun family who did it, and those Sun family members were cursing that Sun Mora had victimized their family while they were doing it. Chen Lingquan covered his chest with a face full of fear. Morong Yen was silent for a moment and finally calmed down. Took a deep breath. Think about it. Something like being born again is supposed to be a God-given opportunity. She was the daughter of heaven's destiny and had such a precious opportunity. What right did Lu Sun have? He should have no chance to be reborn. Thinking that way calmed the mind a lot. But as his fingers brushed through his hair and touched the ear wrapped in white veil, that face turned murderous. That Lu Sun must die. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Morong Yen twisted her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, no matter who killed Sun Moro, this matter has nothing to do with this palace anymore. Go, send a message to the outside, tell them to make their move earlier and kill Lin Tongxian first, so that this palace here can prepare to make their move. Since Imperial brother trusts this palace so much, of course this palace can't let go of this opportunity. The corners of Morong Yan's lips once again swung into that viper-like smile. In her last life, she had tried to pull Lin Tongxian together, but Lin Tongxian was simply a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. In this life, it also saves you from pulling this program together. Just kill it and let one of your own take its place. It would be much easier to poison that stupid royal brother himself when the time came. Ho 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 ho. Morong Yen laughed louder and louder. Chen Lingquan shivered, bowed his body, said yes, and hurriedly exited the chambers. Only after leaving the bedchamber did Chen Lingquan let out a slight sigh of relief. He asked himself that he had been living fast in this deep palace for a lifetime, and had seen all kinds of people, yet never have I seen such a stupid, yet insidious person. Turning his head, Chen Lingquan then went to His Majesty's Imperial study, and told the conversation with Morong Yen, one by one, truthfully. Vietnam. The capital of the country, Cold City. All the courtiers knelt on the ground, their whole bodies trembling like quails. The king of the country, Yen Mo, stood and looked down on many of his subjects with a gloomy gaze. You guys say that you want me to send a letter of state for peace? And to bow down to great Yen? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yen Mo's face, with madness and violence, his eyes becoming more and more bloodshot, gritted his teeth and raged. All of them are a bunch of chaotic, disorganized thieves. Get the hell out of here. Throwing out his long sleeves, he strides towards his imperial study. After dismissing his left and right, only Yen Mo was left in the imperial study. His eyes flickered uncertainly as he suddenly pulled out a dagger and cut a bloody scar on his palm. Eyes fell on a painting directly in front of him. On the painting is the back of a man. A black coat, unreadable and distinctly blurred. The blood chi, however, seemed to be attracted to the painting, floating and gently surging towards the person on the painting. The devil comes down. Devil, why did you victimize my Dayu? Wasn't it you who said that as long as I send out my troops, I can cause great chaos in Great Yen, and I, Dayu, will be able to benefit from it? Why did you go out of your way to help them? Containing the voice of anger, in the imperial study resounded. A few moments later, the imperial study flashed a flash of black gas, all the sound disappeared without a trace. Chapter 103 Intercepting Messages. South Row. Several horse-drawn carriages lined up in a long, neat line, in order, exiting from Nan Luo and heading towards Yen capital. These wagons were loaded with a full load of goods. A few patrolling city guards stopped, and one of the young city guards frowned, looked towards those carriages, and whispered, Sure, it's so strange that those people are pulling so many goods. Should we go and line up some information? The man known as Sure shook his head and laughed as he took the young city guard by the shoulders, pointed in the direction of those carriages, and opened his mouth to ask, Do you see anything strange about them? The young man froze for a moment, a pair of eyes looking up and down. A moment suddenly eyes bright, opened his mouth. Is the person who drives? Sure patted the young man on the head and teased, Who said you kid is stupid? Isn't this quite smart? The young man's face was annoyed, but before he could be attacked, he heard Sure speak again. Those people who drive the car have a stocky body. No matter what they do, their movements are extremely sharp. A pair of eyes have a constant fine light in them, and all kinds of behaviors are neatly organized. Guess what kind of people are these kind of people? The words froze the young man. After a long silence, he still shook his head. Sure slapped the young man's head with a look of hatred and spoke. What is this place? The young man snapped his eyes and opened his mouth. They are beaters raised by the royal clan? Only the royal clan can afford to raise so many experts. Sure let out a loud laugh, took the young man by the shoulders and spoke. We can't control their affairs. Well, we're going off duty today anyway, so I'll treat my brothers to a drink. You guys go ahead and wait for me at the drunken immortal house. I'll go home to my mother-in-law to get some money. Go 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 go. Sure smiled broadly and patted the young man. Sure is mighty. The other city guards around them roared happily and coaxingly led the young man towards the drunken immortal house. The man known as Sure, after all the city guards left, but his face suddenly became grave. Quickly, he walked in the opposite direction from his house, crossed a few streets and breezed into a flowery building. A huge plaque at the entrance of the flower house, Flower Moon House, with 3 words flying in the air. The surrounding dancers and flower girls greeted them with smiles, and as if they had already arranged it, they led Sure towards the upper floors. Go through a few rooms until you are completely in the cold. A secret door was opened and Sure entered it. It was not dim inside, though there were no windows. A figure was busily moving about, while others ambled around the table, recording various news. All sorts of news from within the South Rhone, all movements related to the royal family, were under the pens and the hands of these figures. In the innermost part, a burly middle-aged man was checking the summary of news from the last few days, frowning tightly. Master Chief, there's a new movement in the royal family. Sure walked quickly to the middle-aged man and opened his mouth with a solemn expression. He is also a member of the Flower Moon House. It had been 2 years since he had been placed in the South Luo City Guard. I've long since gotten acquainted with the city guards. But you have to come here every day after your shift to report. The eyes of the middle-aged man known as the chief steward condensed slightly as he said in a deep voice, Speak quickly. Today, someone in the royal clan shipped out a batch of goods, and those people look like dead soldiers. Sure's voice was grave, his eyes slightly raised. He could tell from the way the men walked and sat that they were trained masters. However, all of their actions were highly uniform, as if they were standardized puppets. This was not like masters who had been professionally trained, but more like dead soldiers who had been collectively trained. As far as I can see, there should be a weapon entrapped in that van. Sure spoke again. Those horses pulling the carts were rare and precious horses, but pulling the goods on those carts was obviously a struggle. It wasn't like ordinary cargo, but more like something heavy like military armor. The middle-aged man's gaze stared and he immediately looked over the information in his hand. A few moments later, his face sank. King Duan. Squeezing the message in his hand, without a moment's hesitation, he put pen to paper and wrote the synthesized information in 2 copies. One of the copies, tied to a carrier pigeon, was given to the men to be released outside. The other copy was given to another henchman, ordering him to fast-track it to Yendu. Make sure it is delivered safely, and make sure Yendu is prepared in advance. The middle-aged man's face sank a bit. Clenched fists. In the sky, a pigeon flew high in the sky, fluttering its wings as it flew in the direction of Yin capital. This was a unique way of transmitting messages between the Flower Moon mansions of various places and the Flower Moon mansion of Yin capital. Air and ground co-passing. The message spreads more securely. Just before he could fly out of the city, a sound of breaking air rang out. Shoo! The pigeon fell in response. It fell at the feet of a figure. The figure was dressed in a black robe. That face, wearing a pure black mask, a pair of eyes, fell in the direction of the Flower Moon house, not far away, stooped down, and lifted up the pigeon that had been killed. Step by step, slowly walking in the direction of the Flower Moon building. Outside the city, the messenger's eyes swept around warily. Just, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure wore a black robe and a pure black mask on his face, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. In his hand, he carried a thin, cicada-like scimitar. The face of the messenger's face changed, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned his horse's head and rushed in the other direction. Just in the other direction, yet another person wearing a black robe with a mask on his face appeared. In his hand, he held a black tungsten steel gun. Swish! Before that messenger could make another move, behind him, a cold light had already appeared. The man's eyes seemed to be getting farther and farther away from his own. The horse carried itself away, blood spurting from its neck like a fountain. The eyes gradually blurred, the sky swirled, and it was completely dark. The masked man in black robes gently sharpened his long blade on the hay on the ground. The blood on the long knife, wiped clean before he took it back into its own sheath. A pair of eyes with a few shades. I've long been displeased with Flower Moon House. Why didn't the master let me do it earlier, but only at this time? The man holding the lance let out a sardonic laugh and spoke. The master has his own considerations. How can your stupid brain understand the master's thoughts? Ho ho ho. Are you the only smart one? If you're so smart, tell me, what is the master doing by transferring his troops and armor into Yin capital? The person holding the long sword, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked across the room. The person holding the lance on the opposite side paused the lance in his own hand and blandly said, the master should not be able to wait. If we don't do something, those fools will completely ruin the master's plan. Go back quickly, or the benefits won't be ours. Chapter 104 Me. Nanluo, Flower Moon House. The whole building is quiet. Originally, the Flower Moon House at this time of the day should be the noisiest. But now, there wasn't even a single dancer in front of the Flower Moon building to welcome the guests. Even a strong smell of blood came out from inside. A familiar guest walked into the Flower Moon building with a puzzled face, but his eyes instantly widened and his whole body trembled violently. Ah! Shouting in horror, he rolled and crawled and rushed out of the Flower Moon House, fleeing while screaming in horror, dead people are. Dead people. The entire Flower Moon building, no matter whether it was the guests or the dancers, all fell to the ground with only one wound on their entire body. One hit kills. In the darkroom, a flame slowly ignited. Quickly all the information in the darkroom with all the people collapsed in the darkroom, burned empty. The entire Flower Moon building was ablaze with a monstrous fire. The flames went straight up into the sky. The smell of blood and corpses spreads for miles. Shri came out of his stupor. The intense pain caused him to scream out in pain the moment he came to his senses. Ah! Eyes trembled tremendously and shuddered as he looked down at his body. The body, already strewn with wounds. Those scars, each one just right. Allow yourself to feel the maximum amount of pain, each one yet none of them fatal. His body wasn't tied up, but his hamstrings and tendons were all picked off. It was all he could do to keep himself awake, but he was trembling helplessly. Looking around, one could only tell that it was a dark room underground. There were some bones around and the smell of corpses was sickening. His eyes scanned, but eventually rested on the figure not far away. It was a stout middle-aged man. Chief Steward. You. Shri blanched and trembled violently. He remembered that he was already about to leave the Flower Moon mansion, but then he saw a suspicious black-robed figure appear. After that black-robed figure entered the Flower Moon building, he directly began to slaughter. After he revealed his identity as a city guard, he went to stop it, but he was no match for his opponent. The opponent is too strong. Peak celestial level. That kind of strength, for him, was crushing. Luckily, the chief steward stepped in. Being at the same peak of the heaven rank, the chief steward's strength and battle power completely crushed that black-robed man. But it was clear that he was close to winning, but suddenly two more black-robed figures appeared. Those two men struck at the same time, directly injuring the chief steward. Looking at the wound in the chief steward's waist that was still dripping blood, Shri's face was pale. When, not far from the door, there was a sudden sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Shri closed his eyes and squinted. 4 footsteps, slowly approaching. At the forefront, was a voice with the majesty of a superior, slightly angry in its composure. Wake him up. Yes, master. Another, somewhat younger voice rang out. Shri's heart tightened slightly and his breath shuddered. This young voice was the peak heaven-ranked expert who had exchanged blows in the beginning. Heavenly Peak Master. Address Master? What exactly is the identity of that person? Put. The sound of splashing water rang out. What followed was the agonized groan of the chief steward. Ahem. Just by listening, Shri could feel the pain the chief steward was suffering. That majestic and slightly angry voice sounded again. I can't see that you're doing a really good job as a small Nanluo division flower moon building chief, even scoping out news within the royal family clan, and even finding out about King Duan's body. The chief steward's voice broke with pain and a few moments of loss as he said, Oh, pity. No. Can't uproot the Duan king. No. But, I'm curious about it. And how do you know about the flower moon house? The flower moon house, always the eyes and ears of the emperor, is also a sword that only the emperor can master. Everyone, even the royal family honored, only knew that the flower moon building was the largest flower building in the entire Great Yan, and those who knew the secret identity of the flower moon building, in addition to the people within the flower moon building, there were absolutely no 2 people. Flower moon house has always done a good job of hiding this. Shri listened with a gripping but curious voice. He listened intently, not daring to open his eyes the slightest bit, and even more so, he made his breathing as steady as possible, trying not to let the others notice anything. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. He asked. Why I would know the existence of this flower moon house That majestic voice sounded again, only it was filled with mockery. After the loud laugh, there was a long silence, and the voice became gritted. Because this flower moon house was created by me. Boom! Everything in the entire space seemed to stand still. Shri could hear a shudder coming from the chief steward's body, and even a cackle coming from his throat. He was also shocked, but he had to suppress his shock with all his might. Inside your head, you can't think about that sentence much. Just thinking about it messes with the breath. Can't be messed with. Shri suppressed himself with all his might not to think about those words. The chief steward's voice sounded again with shocked anger. You are talking nonsense. That is clearly the late emperor. Is the late emperor. Take a good look at my face. See who I really am. That majestic voice rang out, repressed with a hint of arrogance. After a long silence, Shri heard the chief steward's breathing suddenly become ragged, like pulling on a bellows, huffing and puffing, shrill to the ear. Impossible. Impossible. The late emperor. The late emperor he. The late emperor, how can it be possible? Fake. You are fake. Shrieks of pain and struggle rang out, and Shri heard endless fear and trembling in the chief steward's voice. I created this flower moon house to have you dog slaves serve me, not the royal family or the people of Great Yen. You dog slaves, but you're getting in my way. Unwatchful dog slaves. They should all be killed. The majestic voice was inexplicably filled with a wave of violence and madness at this moment. Master, your sword. The young voice from earlier rang out. Shri listened and seemed to hand over a sword. Swish. Rings softly. The sound of blood flowing made Shri's entire body stiffen for a moment. A moment later, a warm touch soaked Shri's legs. Shri's body stiffened and remained in that position, trying to suppress the panic in his mind. Master, will this one be killed? That young voice rang out. Even with his eyes closed, Shri could feel the overpowering killing intent coming from not far away. I have deliberately kept Flower Moon House just for today, and he has to be kept as well. That majestic voice slowly rang out with a few icy chills. I should also go out for a walk. Mobilize all forces and escort this man to Yin capital. This person has committed a great crime, and has committed a heavenly crime in Nanluo, slaughtering the Flower Moon House. When? Please, your majesty, have a royal trial in person. Yes, sir. Chapter 105. Don't let them die in vain. Yendu. The wind is rising. Lu Sun was much more relaxed. Only news about Moron Yen would reach his ears from time to time. For example, appointment with two Yendu talented women, but also hate each other, and those two talented women as sisters, traveling around. Even sometimes, those two would be taken on a tour of the royal gardens. Along with the families of those two talented girls, they had become the new nobles of Yendu, and they couldn't wait to walk horizontally in Yendu. Lu Sun did not pay any attention to these messages. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Lu Sun had already thought about what would happen to those two talented girls. Besides, nowadays, Yendu has eyes and ears everywhere. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Sun. Lu Sun's actions were completely placed in everyone's line of sight. So, these days Lu Sun just traveled around. Either he dines at the house of the Minister of Culture or goes to the house of the Minister of Martial Arts for a drink. When Lin Tongxian, the commander of the Great Inner Guards, is off duty, he will also go with him to have a street snack. He has also been to the home of Bai Yong, the commander of the city guards of Yendu, where the sounds of laughter and anger are heard from time to time. At night, he would go to the Flower Moon house to drink and listen to the music and watch the dance. That's all those ears can see. It was just that no one knew that Lu Xun's figure disappeared without a trace after entering the Flower Moon building. Marquis of Blood and Guts. The palm of his hand brushed through his gray hair and brushed a fallen leaf from his head. The Blood Guts Marquis eyes became heavy. They contacted you? Lu Xun's figure appeared noiselessly from behind him. This godly appearance did not startle the Blood-Bold Marquis, but caused the Blood-Bold Marquis to reveal a look of helplessness. Why is it that every time you appear, you make no sound at all, and I wonder if you're even alive? In recent days, every day at nightfall Lu Xun would appear by his side to inquire about the progress. Lu Xun grinned, glanced at the tree that was still losing its leaves, and spoke, "The Marquis is in a good mood today, it seems that he has made a new progress." Speaking of this, the gaze of the Blood Gallows Marquis suddenly became grave. One cloudy eye twitched slightly, even as the lower eyelid twitched with it. After a moment's silence, he propped his hands on one of the side rails and said in a deep voice, "They're coming." The person behind the scene contacted the old man, is about to enter the Yin capital, want the old man to be ready, secretly gather soldiers in armor, at any time into the Yin capital. Diligence King. The King of Diligence. Lu Xun's eyes were stunned and his gaze sank. Looks like it's coming. The man, finally, couldn't help himself. Among other things, Nanluo Flower Moon House has been destroyed. They sent a letter to me, looking for a scapegoat, and seem to be using it, to ask His Majesty for a public trial, to create an opportunity for them. The words of the Marquis of Blood and Guts caused Lu Xun's body to shake and his face to turn ugly as the oppressive aura caused the entire Marquis residence to become agitated. Taking a look at Lu Xun's face, the Blood Guts Marquis seemed to have guessed what Lu Xun was thinking, and spoke in a deep voice, "The destruction of the Nanluo Flower Moon House has nothing to do with you. The person behind this, has long thought of that link, overthrowing the Flower Moon House, and then bringing people into Yin capital openly and honestly. I pushed him too hard. Or should be more careful." Lu Xun's body trembled slightly, and his eyes carried a few points of pain. He just wants to dig up the person behind it and protect the people he holds dear. For this reason, he hid his strength, suppressed his pain and hatred, and acted carefully. But I didn't realize that it still harmed some people. He knew that the Blood and Guts Marquis was right, but it was indeed him who had pushed the other party too hard, causing them to kill. Those people kind of died because of himself. The Blood and Guts Marquis was silent for a moment, but he snorted a hearty laugh. "You really deserve to be the grandson of that old Lu thief. Just like him when he was young." The Blood Bile Marquis tilted his head slightly, a look of remembrance flashing in his gaze. In front of my eyes, two young figures seemed to appear. At that time, he was only the commander of the Scout Vanguard Battalion, and every time he sent his scouts to explore the enemy situation, as long as one of them came back less, he would blame himself to no end. Lu Xun froze for a moment and tilted his head slightly, looking in the direction of the border. "But you have to understand. It wasn't you who killed them. It was never you who killed them, either. All you have to do is not let them die in vain." Lu Xun's body trembled, his gaze grew more and more determined, and his fists clenched. "You are better than Old Thief Lu." When Old Thief Lu thought about this truth, he thought about it for 2 years before he came out. The Marquis of Blood and Guts shook his head and laughed, looking at Lu Xun in this state, with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. Many thanks to the Marquis for his teachings. Lu Xun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes killing. A lot of things will be born in Yendu recently. In particular, His Majesty's close ministers might encounter all sorts of assassinations. The Marquis of Blood and Guts reminded a word. Lu Xun rubbed his palms against each other, his eyes looking into the deep night, and spoke, "It's all been arranged, Yendu, it'll be safe." All of Flower Moon Tower's experts had already lurked in various parts of Yin capital. He hadn't just been dawdling around and eating wine these past few days. Seeing Lu Xun in this state, Marquis of Blood and Guts nodded his head, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "At this moment, we should have taken advantage of the victory of the border's great breakthrough of the cities of the U-State, and galloped in the U-State in a single burst of energy, but it was necessary for such a sordid thing to happen." The blood-bold Marquis face carried a few regretful looks, and a pair of cloudy eyes carried a few moments of loss. He was also in charge of the army. Knowing that at this point, it was the best time to send troops to the border. Now that the misunderstanding with the Lu family has been resolved, he is even more eager to fight side by side with that Lu Yuanfang again. Let's see who can take the capital city of you faster. Available at. The person behind that, however, is trying to make Great Yen fall into a power-grabbing battle at this time. A feeling of grief and anger yet powerlessness filled the Blood and Guts Marquis with suffocation but nowhere to vent it. Looking at the stifled expression on the Blood and Guts Marquis face, which was never ancient, Lu Xun let out a faint smile. The Marquis need not worry. As long as the person behind it shows up, this matter, it will already be considered over. Lu Xun's voice was resounding, a pair of hands clenched tightly into fists, and his gaze was ghostly cold. With a tired body, Lin Tongxian, who had just gotten off duty, walked into his own mansion. Somewhat feebly, he unbuttoned a coat and let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting in a rocking chair in the courtyard, he dozed off in the cool night air. Swish! On a side ear room, two figures suddenly appeared. The two men wore black masks on their faces and black robes. All held long swords in their hands. Celestial-level masters. Originally, the matter of besieging Lin Tongxian should have been 10 people coming together under steady circumstances. Available at. Rapunzel seemed a bit eager. It must be in one night, quick and easy, so that the whole of Yendu will be in chaos. There were not many remaining companions left in the vicinity of Yendu. They can only act separately. Two peak heaven rank experts should be more than enough to face one Lin Tongxian. Those two looked at each other, and biting killing intent flashed in their gazes, but did not notice, lying in the recliner napping Lin Tongxian, the corner of the mouth curved up a slightly undetectable arc. Chapter 106 The martial phase strikes. Being a heaven-ranked expert, yet so unvigilant, sleeping in the courtyard without even sensing the danger, what a drunkard. Two figures had already quietly touched into the compound. Through the cool moonlight, he looked up and down at Lin Tongxian, who was lying on the recliner. Looking at that lazy and tired look, already in sound sleep, completely unaware of the danger, one of them let out a sardonic laugh and his behavior became unrestrained. Another person also sneered and spoke with slight indignation. Such a drunken bag can be the commander of the inner guards, so you can imagine what kind of decay this great Yen has become. Alright, brother Yen, it's better to hurry up and do it, so as not to cause any complications. The long sword in one person's hand had quietly touched Lin Tongxuan's neck. The eyes raged with murderous light for a split second. Madaka! A sound of gold and iron meeting rang out. The sword-wielding black-robed man's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously took a step backward. Swish! A cold light flashed from where he had just been. Lin Tongxian, who had originally been completely unresponsive on the recliner, at this moment, his body had already leapt up high, the long knife in his hand pulled out a blade flower, under the bright moonlight, flashing with a senile killing intent. The faces of the two black-robed men all changed, arching their bodies, their entire bodies' muscles tensed, while their eyes vaguely carried some annoyance. How could they not see that Lin Tongxian was simply pretending to be asleep and had long since discovered them? Ho ho ho! Good stupid two black-clothed thieves, really think Lin is a dead man? Lin Tongxian had a mocking smile on his face. The eyes of those two black-robed men became even more ugly. With a low roar, the two figures transformed into residual shadows, the long swords in their hands stabbing suddenly or sweeping horizontally, their moves attacking towards Lin Tongxuan's vitals. The seemingly incredibly powerful move caused Lin Tongxian to snort. Just now, listening to the conversation between the two of you, I thought that you had some kind of supreme talent that had been buried, a bright pearl in the dust. Now it looks like just two pieces of rotten wood. As the words fell, his eyes stared slightly, and the long sword in his hand was placed in front of his chest. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the two figures get closer and closer to him. The icy cold sword light was already close at hand. Swish! The long knife in his hand finally moved. The body, too, crossed the courtyard like lightning in this instant. Boom! Standing firmly, Lin Tongxian drew his sword and slowly retracted it into his own sheath. There was a bit of indifference on that face. It's been a long time since I've made a move. Ever since he became the commander of the great inner guards, the chances of him making a move had become less and less, causing many people to forget about it. He, who was back from the battlefield. Maybe the strength wasn't considered to be at the very top of the celestial class, but when it comes to killing, he, too, is a professional. The two black-robed figures' bodies froze in place. Their movements stopped, and their heads hung down just a little stiffly. A pair of eyes rounded. Put! The black robe ripped open unexpectedly. A neat chopping wound, deep to the bone, appeared before their eyes. Blood gushed wildly. Those two men's bodies trembled violently, and the images in front of them became increasingly blurry. In his mind, he recalled what they had said just now. At this moment, they can't wait to slap themselves a few times. Available at. Not a chance. Boom boom. The sound of two heavy objects landing on the ground rang out, and Lin Tongxuan's eyes swept lightly as he ripped his shirt open some more. Lu Kid is right, it seems that tonight, I drink blood with this knife. Tilting his head slightly and touching the sword in his hand, the corners of Lin Tongxuan's lips slightly curled up. The smile gradually spread. With the force of his feet, he instantly scurried up to the roof and quickly rushed in the direction of the palace. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, walked out of the council hall with a tired face. Tilting his head back, his pale eyes fell on the white moon and he sighed slightly. It's been an eventful year. He remembered that Great Yen hadn't had this much trouble before. In the past, even if there were any political matters, they had never been delayed to this time in the hall of discussion. If it wasn't for Martial Minister Li Qingson leaving first, I'm afraid that the matter of the council hall would have been delayed for a longer period of time. The steps stumbled forward a couple of times, but there was a daze before his eyes, his mind was clouded, and his breathing started to get ragged. Bang bang bang. Taking 2 consecutive steps, he steadied himself by holding onto a side pillar. Huffing and puffing. Panting violently, Sun Ruofu laboriously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his palm. It took a few moments to slow down. Getting old. Sigh. Sun Ruofu smashed his old waist and legs that were already sore and weak, and slowly walked up to the carriage that had been waiting for a long time. The carriage left the council hall smoothly and headed towards the Wenxiangfu. Just, from the moment they appeared on the street, there were already two figures, standing far away from the roof, with their eyes fixed on the carriage. The moonlight illuminated the black robe and black mask in a way that was extraordinarily ominous. Seeing that the carriage was already approaching, the corners of the two figures' lips curled slightly. With a movement of his feet, he jumped in the direction of that carriage. Just, boo! Two powerful forces came violently from behind them. The blast struck the bodies of those two figures. Put! The two figures collapsed onto the roof with a loud thud, not caring about their own injuries, and scrambled up on their hands and knees. Turning his head, he saw a stout old man wearing a martial arts robe and a pale face that was not angry. Martial Minister Li Qingtsong. Clenching their teeth, those two's eyes were filled with icy cold. Glancing in the direction of the carriage, which had completely failed to notice the abnormality, Martial Prime Minister Li Qingtsong let out a faint laugh and swept over contemptuously, tilting his head slightly. Even if that old thing is going to die, he's going to be pissed off by the old man. You're nothing. Sneaky, shady things that can't be seen. Those two black-robed figures were furious, and the black robes on their bodies trembled with them. It doesn't matter, it's not bad if the Minister of Culture wasn't killed and the Minister of Martial Arts was killed. One of them let out a low roar and violently rushed towards Li Qingtsong. Li Qingtsong's strength is not weak, but, after all, he is old. It was only through a sneak attack that Feng had injured these two. Now that they were fighting head-on, Li Qingtsong would definitely fall into a disadvantage. Just, Li Qingtsong did not engage in a battle, and a smile with deep meaning around it appeared on that old face. I don't want to play with you shifty things. As the words fell, his body took a few sharp steps backward. Those two black-robed figures accelerated violently. Available at swish. Two sword lights suddenly flashed past the two black-robed men. Put! Blood spurts. The two black-robed men hadn't stopped, hobbling, slowly stiffening in place. The experts of Flower Moon Tower had been waiting for a long time. Martial Minister Li Qingtsong spoke with a disgruntled expression. If you guys had struck a little later, the old man would have died here. The two experts from Flower Moon Tower glanced at each other, their faces expressionless, but their hearts were filled with helplessness. With their strength, these two little thieves they could easily take care of. Available at. The martial minister had to show his saintliness in front of the people. And he said he wanted Sun Ruofu to owe him. That's what led to the party. Okay, you guys deal with it. I still have to go to find Sun Ruofu, that old thing, to ask for some benefits. He an old thing can owe the old man a life. Li Qingtsong, that old face, revealed a smile. Smiling like an old fox who has lived a long time. Chapter 107. Please, King Duan, do me a favor. Overnight, many people died in Yendu. But no one knows. The dead, all a group of unidentified people wearing black robes and black masks on their faces. Lu Sun sat above the roof of the Flower Moon building, leaning against the roof tiles, carrying a bottle of 100 flower dew, and leisurely sweeping his gaze to the four directions of Yendu. 12. It seems like there really aren't many hidden experts in Yendu. There were already 12 corpses of experts that had been transported back to Flower Moon Tower from various parts of Yen capital, by the experts of Flower Moon Tower. Many arrangements had been made in advance, and all the experts of Flower Moon House had been sent out to kill all the experts that the snake scorpion poisonous woman was able to mobilize in Yendu, one by one. I also wonder if that snake scorpion would be happy after knowing such an outcome. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly as he opened his mouth and raised the wine jug in his hand. The moonlight illuminated the wine like silver syrup and poured it into his mouth. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. To be in control of the whole situation without having to make a move is also a kind of thought-getting. System reward, soul stripping. Soul stripping technique. It can strip the soul of a person with an unstable soul from his body, and it can also swap another person's soul with his body. Lu Sun was shocked. Soul stripping? Soul swap? Is this the terrifying tactic of an immortal god? Lu Sun, during this period of time, in addition to being in the process of forcing out the black hand behind the scenes, he had also consulted many ancient books. Although there are only a few strokes on some ancient books, but they also recorded a lot of secrets about the ancient immortal gods. Among them is then the word soul. It may not be overly descriptive. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sun's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. The smile on his face deepened. The more means he had, the more certain he was to make that black hand behind the scenes even more miserable. Tilting his head up, looking at the bright moon, Lu Sun put down the wine pot in his hand, his voice long, the sky, finally almost bright. Boo! In the carriage. Watching the news coming back from Yendu, a figure inside dressed in a wide black robe with a mask on his face fiercely slammed the luxurious jade handstove in his hand. The handstove fell on the horse's ass, startling the horse with an A. But it was quickly suppressed by the expert who drove the carriage, smoothing it out. That figure's eyes carried an icy cold look, and his gaze looked at the letter in front of him with a deadpan expression. That dumbass. How dare she? Hasn't anyone told her that she's not allowed to make any more moves until we get there? The voice under that mask was filled with rage. My people have poked around and it seems to be that she's taken on 2 more so-called wise guys. Those 2 so-called wise men egged her on to make Yendu chaotic before we arrived in order to give us a chance to fish in troubled waters. A slender figure wearing a black robe knelt on the carriage, his voice respectful and with a few tremors. A wise guy? I'm afraid it's a retard. The figure sitting on top had ice-cold eyes. Taking a deep breath, his gaze was somber. In that case, Yendu, completely out of our people? The figure kneeling below froze for a moment, and quickly spoke, perhaps, only the Marquis of Blood and Guts can move. Blood and Guts husband. Blood and Guts husband. Just. Taking a deep breath, that voice was incomparably gloomy. At first, I saw that she was stupid enough to be my puppet. And yet it never occurred to me that she could be so foolish. Inform the Blood and Guts Marquis that he's not allowed to listen to that idiot's mobilization. No more movements until we enter Yen capital. And those 2 wise guys she has with her. After entering Yendu, I want to see both of their entire families slaughtered. Yes. Inside the carriage, the slender figure quickly left. The only figure left was the one with a pure black mask on his face. After a long time, the mask was slowly pulled away. A shadowy face was revealed under a wide black robe. The face trembled slightly, the features were a little stiff, and there were even some corpse spots. A hoarse voice came from his throat with a hint of irritation. That fool, if she were not of my bloodline, she would have been killed first. Yendu was calm. Everything became quiet except for the Rapunzel's chambers, which were filled with hysterical cries of rage. Everyone does their job and it's like nothing happened. Only the very best of the best sensed something out of the ordinary. The entire Yen capital had entered an odd atmosphere. Until King Duan entered Yendu. A vast caravan entered through the city gates. King Duan's royal brocade banner, hanging on the foremost carriage. A lavishly decorated carriage went by in front of the eyes of all the people of Yendu. Both sides of the road were filled with people watching the action. However, they all knelt on the ground and greeted King Duan. King Tuan? Who is King Tuan? Shoo! You can keep your voice down. King Duan, but the late emperor's closest one, his own brother. I heard that the old great ancestor was going to pass the throne to King Duan in the beginning, but King Duan didn't want to be this emperor and directly gave way to the late emperor. And the late emperor also directly honored this blood brother as King Duan and promised to share the kingdom with King Duan, leaving behind a beautiful story of brotherly friendship and brotherly respect. There were people around who did not know the name of King Tuan, and soon other people explained. Lu Sun stood in the middle of the road, looking at the oncoming Duan Wang's convoy, his eyes narrowing slightly. Brotherly and friendly? Ho ho ho! It's a real brotherhood of man. Lu Sun didn't have the heart to care about the truth of those royal secrets. His eyes fell on the very back of the wagon train. The last side. It's a prison van. The car held a man in a prison uniform. The man's body was trembling violently, his face was waxy, his lips were white, and his body was covered with bloodstains and wounds. Along the way, it was clear that a lot of torture and suffering had been endured. Who dares to stand in Duan Wang's way? Get out of the way. The horseman driving the carriage at the front roared. Although he was a horseman, his body exuded the aura of a heaven-level expert. A celestial master as a horseman? Ho ho ho. This Duan Wang, he's really big. Lu Sun's eyes carried a bit of indifference as he remained standing in the same place. He just said aloud, I, Lu Sun, am here by order of His Majesty to pick up the culprits of the Nanluo Flower Moon Mansion massacre case. Please, Your Highness Duan Wang, make yourself at home. It was so loud that the entire Yendu could almost hear it. There was no sound inside the convoy. The carriage, too, showed no sign of stopping. Just like that, it straightened up and crashed towards Lu Sun. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, emitting just a slight hint of breath. The carriages that were originally crashing straight toward them suddenly seemed to sense something terrible, and the horses pulling the carriages were violently violent and restless. It even started pulling the wagon to steer, completely out of control. The people driving the carts panicked, frantically tugging at those horses, trying to yank them back in the original direction. Lu Sun's voice rang out once again, My name is Lu Sun, please, King Duan, make yourself at home. Chapter 108 begged Imperial uncle to make a decision. The voice was bland, but carried a bit of majesty. All the horses, at that moment, from being violent and restless, were quieted in an instant. With huge eyes, he looked at Lu Sun with a deep awe in his gaze. All the voices around them seemed to quiet down. Please, King Duan, make it easy. Lu Sun uttered a third sound. A hoarse voice filled with a lofty yet majestic voice finally came from the carriage in the very center. Oh, the grandson of the Duke of Lu. The moment he heard that voice, Lu Sun frowned slightly. This sound. It's weird. Can't say what's so strange. My king, what if I don't want to perform this convenience? That voice seemed to carry a few chuckles, but anyone could hear the coldness and killing intent in the voice. A smile appeared on Lu Sun's face as he spoke. King Duan doesn't want to perform this convenience, then Lu can only do it according to the rules. His Majesty's orders have to be obeyed. Mr. Lu, I wouldn't dare to disobey the holy decree. These words immediately caused everyone brought by King Duan to clench their fists. A stream of eyes filled with killing intent glared fiercely towards Lu Sun's body. Ho 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 ho. This king has heard of you in Nanluo. Land seeker. Very good, a wonderful man. Give the people to little Lord Lu. Save the little Lord Lu from blocking our way. The unconsciously revealed condescension in that voice did, as Chen Lingquan said, seem to be intentionally imitating something. Lu Sun had also met the late emperor when he was young. The tone, indeed, was very much like the late emperor. Available at. And yet, there was something very strange about it. Lu Sun frowned deeply, his gaze falling on the carriage in the center there. Pacing to one side, he stepped aside to make way for the wagon caravan. Those horses soon returned to normal, and were driven by the driver in a messy manner towards the city. The prison van stopped in front of Lu Sun. The horseman who drove the carriage directly handed it over to Lu Sun and trotted to keep up with the pace of the caravan. His eyes fell on the prison wagon, and looking at that face, Lu Sun's palms squeezed slightly, the veins rolling between his forehead. Flower Moon House, Secret Agent Shri. Lu Sun had read about him. This was a secret agent under the Flower Moon House's branch in Nanluo. The man who was planted in the city guard. At this moment, he has become the murderer who massacred the Nanluo House of Flowers and Moon? Taking a deep breath, Lu Sun's eyes became stern. Soon after, the prison wagon was taken away with his men. Although he wanted to bring the person to Flower Moon House immediately, Lu Sun knew very well that the Black Hand hadn't really shown up yet. Only when he was sure that it was really him could he make a bold move without having to be hiding anything. Take them to the heavenly prison. Lu Sun gazed at the distant convoy, the corner of his lips curling. Next, it was time to meet that Duan Wang in person. In the carriage, the figure known as King Tuan put down the hand stove in his hand. The black robe was removed, revealing the brocade robe underneath, and the black mask, too, had been removed and replaced with a black veil. Still can't see the face. Just a few more spots on the forehead. The figure casually took out a few scented pouches from and put them in the various inner pockets of his brocade robe, and soon the strange smell on his body was covered up. The master driver froze for a moment, glancing suspiciously at the carriage behind him. Fong Kai. It smells like a corpse. Available at. Just for a moment, it was gone. Thinking about it, the one sitting inside is King Duan. How can there be a corpse odor? There must be something wrong with your own nose. Shaking his head and smiling, he started to catch the bus again. Outside the palace gates, hundreds of people stood on both sides of the road. The civil and military officials were waiting in front of the palace gates, each of them looking forward to it. Morong Yen was dispatched by Morong Hua as a messenger and waited outside. The moment she saw the carriage, the smile on Morong Yan's face became brilliant. The body trembled violently. Here we go. Finally, King Tuan is here, and his own bitter days, at last, will come to an end. The blood-bold marquis eyes tightened slightly, but they quickly relaxed and returned to their usual bland state. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with a stern color, the carriage was not in a hurry, as if it was worried that if it went faster, it would hit the people on the sidelines. The Duan Wang sitting inside, his slightly cloudy eyes at the moment, carried a bit of majesty and sharpness. The body was stiff, but trembling violently. My! These should have belonged to me. The cloudy orbs of his heart were stirred as he looked at the people on either side of him through a side of gauze curtains. Even the grip on the hand stove tightened. My humble servant greets King Duan. Greetings, 1,000-year-old King Duan. The voices rose and fell. A wave of respectful voices formed. The voice made King Tuan drop his hand stove and clench his fists. It quickly loosened up. The curtain was lifted. A stout but white-haired figure slowly walked out from inside. Everyone froze. King Duan, dressed in brocade clothes, had a stout figure, but his face was covered by a black veil. There were still patches of skin visible to the naked eye that looked like old man spots and what looked like corpse spots. The princes present looked at each other in dismay and found it a bit strange. Thanks to all the important ministers and people, I am grateful to be here to greet you. That voice was calm and majestic, permeated with a seemingly innate superiority. When Xiang and Wu Xiang froze for a moment, a flash of surprise flashing across their eyes. This voice is actually with the voice of the late emperor. That's similar. Available at. Thinking about it, it didn't seem so surprising that King Duan was the late emperor's own brother. Imperial uncle, you're finally here. If I don't come, this palace will be bullied to death by some traitors in the court. With a sad face, Morong Yen softly walked over and greeted the figure with a graceful salute. Duan Wang, who originally wanted to say something more, saw Morong Yen the instant she saw him, and her eyes sank slightly. The voice followed suit and became a little deeper. The eldest princess is a member of my royal family. Where would any courtier dare to bully the eldest princess? Perhaps, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstandings cleared up, that's all. King Duan frowned as his gaze fell on Marquis Bloodguts. The Marquis of Blood and Guts' gaze fell on Morong Yan's body, and his brows were always furrowed as if he hadn't noticed King Duan's eyes. Morong Yan, however, came to her senses at the moment and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Especially in front of these people, she cried feebly, as if she had suffered much. Imperial uncle, in front of the civil and military officials, and so many people, the palace would not have wanted to say more. Available. but that man is too much. Morong Yan's voice was sad and full of heartbreak. King Duan's face had gone black. Gritting his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "This matter will be discussed after returning to the palace to face the saint. The sun, it's too sunny." He couldn't stay in the sun for too long, and by now his skin was beginning to ache. But Morong Yan's desire to perform at this moment is completely up. She couldn't stop her tears in the limelight. "I beg the Imperial uncle to make a decision, and I beg the civil and military officials and the many people to make a decision for this palace." Crying out hoarsely, Morong Yan knelt on the ground. Boom! King Tuan's eyes went black, and his stiff body began to shake slightly. Chapter 109. Lu wouldn't think twice about it. Dropping her head, Morong Yan's smeared crimson blood-like lips curled up slightly, tears flowing down her cheeks to the corners of her lips stalled slightly and were colored red by the color of her lips. "Lu Sun, you're dead." The idea was the result of conferring with those two wise men. Accusing Lu Sun in front of the civil and military officials and the people, and with the help of King Duan, one of his own people, he would certainly be able to let Lu Sun die without a burial place. Duan Wang took a small step backward slightly, and the sunshade of the carriage covered most of the sunlight, soothing Duan Wang's frame a bit. But his heart throbbed. Through the things Morong Yan had done recently, he had imagined Morong Yan's stupidity, but now it seemed that the imagination was still conservative. "Alright, what does crying look like?" Sinking his face, his hoarse voice coming out of his throat, King Duan's cloudy eyes stared at Morong Yan as he spoke. "Go back to the palace first, the civil and military officials and the people have seen it, and after that, His Majesty won't forgive the thief who bullied the eldest princess." "Imperial uncle, I." Morong Yan's voice with a sob, raised her head, tearful eyes, somewhat unwillingly raised her head. "Return to the palace." King Duan's voice was deep. A touch of eerie hostility actually rose from the cloudy eyes. Under the four eyes, Morong Yan's delicate body shivered, her face turned pale, and an uncontrollable fear arose in her heart. Why is the eldest princess crying like this?" Not far away, a slightly curious voice rang out. "Buzz." The moment she raised her head and saw the young face in the distance wearing a white robe and a warm smile on her face, Morong Yan's eyes went red. "Lu, seek." A pair of pink fists were clenched, and the delicate skin was starting to turn an iron blue color from the excessive force. Ever since he came back from his rebirth, his plans have been ruined time and time again by this asshole. The reputation of the people, as well as the royal family, was in tatters. All because of this asshole. He had the nerve to come before himself. Morong Yan's eyes were so gloomy that they were almost dripping. Looking at Lu Sun's smirking face, she couldn't wait to rush up and tear him apart. "It seems that you, King Duan, are on good terms with the eldest princess, and the eldest princess wasn't even as affectionate and pensive when she met His Majesty as she was when she met you, King Duan." Lu Sun spoke once again and, like an idle stroll, walked to the front of the carriage. Tilting his head slightly, he looked at King Tuan, whose entire body was covered in shadows. These words immediately caused the faces of the civil and military officials to vary. Their eyes flickered as they looked to the eldest princess and then to King Duan, much more cautious. Even the eyes of the people looking at King Duan had changed slightly. The recent matter of that Zong Chang secretly supporting the eldest princess had long spread throughout Yin capital. Although His Majesty was magnanimous and did not dispose of the princess, and even helped to exonerate her, everyone has their own thoughts. The number of times that King Duan has come to Yendu since the late emperor took the throne is few and far between. The eldest princess even went to Vietnam as a hostage for many years, not long ago just returned. It would be unusual for these two to be acquainted with each other. "King Duan is this palace's royal uncle, is it wrong to have a good relationship?" Morong Yan's expression on her delicate makeup was slightly gloomy as she rebuked bitterly. King Duan's face became even darker. "Isn't this getting worse? Although this king and the eldest princess have never met each other, but after all, there is a bloodline connected relatives, not seen for a long time, the eldest princess has some grievances in her heart. Naturally she wants to vent some with her blood relatives. The little lord thinks too much." Duan Wang coldly glared at Morong Yan. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Sun, and there was a bit of depth in those eyes. Lu Xun nodded slightly, smiled warmly, and spoke. "The kinship ties between the eldest princess and you, King Duan, Lu will not think much about it. What Lu thinks much about is whether King Duan, who came to Yendu and brought these dozens of carriages, pulling so much cargo, was checked outside the city." Boom! King Duan's face was expressionless, his eyelids twitched slightly, and his cloudy eyeballs turned slightly to look at Lu Sun. "Is the little eunuch's control a bit wide? The goods on these carts of this king are all specialties paid in tribute by Nan Luo, and are here to offer them to His Majesty." King Tuan's voice lowered a few points. Lu Sun pondered for a moment and his smile surfaced again. "In that case, there's no need to go back to the city gates to check." The surrounding experts who were rushing the car were also slightly relieved. Although the armors that were brought in were arranged outside the city, the goods that were loaded on these carriages were more or less prohibited. If they returned to the city gates to check, God knows how much trouble they would cause. With the master's unpredictable personality, their lives, they wouldn't be able to save them. Coincidentally, City Guard Commander Bai Yong is here. Why don't Commander Bai personally help you, King Duan, with your inspection? How about it? Lu Sun looked around for a moment, and the moment he saw Bai Yong, a smile spread out at the corners of his mouth. The sweaty pores around the surrounding masters who drove the car poured out, their gazes sullen and their fists slightly clenched. As long as the master gave the order, they could do it immediately. Duan Wang's face was not really visible under the shroud of shadows and black veil, his cloudy eyeballs moved slightly, his voice hoarse and icy. This king forgot to ask. Little Lord Lu, what position can you hold in the court? After a moment of contemplation, King Duan's palm stiffly touched his head full of white hair, and his palm inadvertently covered his eyes, flashing a flash of icy killing intent. Lu Sun, your position, can you be qualified to check the items brought by this king? The sound suddenly grew louder. The shock caused the surrounding 100 officials to turn white. The wrath of the king and his vassals is not something that ordinary people can withstand. However, Lu Sun's face remained unchanged, still with the same calm face, seemingly unaware of the wrath of this king's marquis in the slightest. Enough, little Lord Lu, it's almost time, don't delay King Duan's journey here. From afar, Chen Lingquan's cockney voice rang out, shrill and feminine, with a few winks on that smeared white face. Trotting towards King Tuan's direction, old slave Chen Lingquan has met the Duan Wang. The pale body trembled slightly and seemed to be very excited. King Duan's face was cold, nodding his head somberly, his eyes slightly cold as he glanced at Lu Sun and said in a chilling voice, this king will first go to face the saint, and when he comes back, he'll have a chat with the young duke of the Lu family. There is no need to go through so much trouble, it just so happens that his majesty is also summoning the young lord, and all the 100 officials will have an audience together. Chen Lingquan smiled curtly towards King Duan and turned his head towards Lu Sun. Duan Wang's eyelids jumped a bit, his stiff and still somewhat miserable palms, unconsciously touching his flowery white hair, coldly glancing at Lu Sun, his cloudy eyes twitching a bit. Lu Sun, this young lord of the Lu family, really has some skills. The corners of Duan Wang's lips under his veil twitched a little stiffly. However, he quickly looked at Morong Yen, and his cloudy eyes flashed a few points of hatred again. At first, he had planned so much so that Morong Yen would draw Lu Sun, and once she returned to Yen Du, who knew that this idiot would actually be able to mess things up, and even push Lu Sun to the opposite side completely step by step. What a total douchebag. Chapter 110 Strange Diseases. The crowd of people, like stars cupping the moon, clustered around the Duan dynasty, who wore a wide brocade robe and a black veil on his face, as he walked toward the palace hall. Lu Sun stood in place, looking at that back, his fingers twisting his own shirt, his pupils slightly lax, pondering. The moment this Duan Wang appeared in the sunlight just now, Lu Sun saw a phantom flash past him. Spirit. That's a sign of an unstable soul. Ever since he obtained the soul stripping technique, Lu Sun had a very keen perception of souls. Even though it was just a flash and quickly stabilized, Lu Sun was still certain that he hadn't misread it. It seems that he also smelled a faint corpse odor from the Yen King. Now that Lu Sun was a half-step true immortal, his sense of smell had long since left the level of mortals. The smell of corpses, even though it was covered by a scented bag, could not escape Lu Sun's sense of smell. Putting down his shirt, Lu Sun's pupils gradually solidified. Who the hell is behind this? Something like a soul, a heaven-level expert, could not be touched. This means that in this world, there are still existences similar to your own, powerful enough to touch the soul. Magic? In this instant, Lu Sun recalled in his mind the name that the leader had called himself before he died when he was destroying that mansion on the outskirts of Yendu. He had been looking for ancient books after that. However, only the ancient books on immortals and gods were found, and there was no record of devils. Floundering, Lu Sun's eyes traveled back and looked straight ahead. That stout but pale back, that moment, it was as if an inexplicably hideous face had appeared. With Lu Sun's eyes, all eyes met. In just a moment, the face disappeared without a trace. Elder brother Lu, His Majesty has summoned you, why don't you go? On the side, Bai Yong tapped Lu Sun's shoulder. Lu Sun withdrew his mind and the smile on his face suddenly turned teasing. It wouldn't hurt to go back later, there are some things to take care of before then. As the words fell, he slowly turned his head, and his gaze, he landed on the carriages that were being guided towards the palace's internal affairs storehouse. Bai Yong followed Lu Sun's gaze and with a jolt, the hairs on his body stood up. Hiss. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Bai Yong's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Sun and opened his mouth. Lu old brother you. The guts are too big. These words, lowered, for fear that the people around them would hear them. Lu Sun grinned, took hold of Bai Yong's shoulders, and opened his mouth. In recent days, we have been meeting with Brother Bai, and talking to each other, and today we are giving Brother Bai a gift of riches and wealth, depending on Brother Bai, whether he is willing to seize it or not. Bai Yong's eyes clouded over, his gaze flickering. As the commander of the city guards, and considering the exchange of words between Lu Sun and King Duan just now, how could he not know what Lu Sun meant by this? Available at. That's King Tuan. Royalty is too messy. Griffins like them would be pulverized if they were slightly affected. Available at. Looking at Lu Sun, Bai Yong gritted his teeth as his gaze gradually became firm. Yes, Mr. Bai, I'll leave my head to elder brother Lu. It's either one rich game or we all lose our heads together. Bai Yong spoke through gritted teeth. Lu Sun smiled oddly, patted Bai Yong, and spoke, there's no need to lose your head together. Lu Mao has a gold medal of immunity, which can always save Lu Mao's head. The words fell out of his mouth, and with a big smile, he walked towards those carriages. Bai Yong's face instantly darkened, cursing as he followed Lu Sun's footsteps. Inside the Great Hall, the civil and military officials stood still. Duan Wang and the eldest princess stood at the forefront of the 100 officials and had a special position. Moronghua sat calmly on the dragon chair, his face expressionless. I, Morongting, meet your majesty. King Duan's voice rang out, and Moronghua's slim body stiffened for a moment, looking at King Duan with some surprise. This sound. It was unexpectedly similar to the late emperor, Moronghua's father Morongquan. Even the cloudy eyes beyond that veil are almost identical to the late emperor. Imperial uncle is excused. Moronghua opened his mouth mildly, and after reacting, he was silent for a moment, looking at King Duan, frowning slightly. Imperial uncle, this face. King Duan's voice was low and slightly stiff as it came from his throat. I ask your majesty to forgive me for my rudeness. The old minister had a strange disease in recent years and his face was nearly ruined, leaving behind many spots that were strangely ugly. I was afraid of frightening your majesty, so I had to cover my face with a black veil. Moronghua spoke with a concerned face. You are my royal uncle, and you have no choice but to be infected with a strange disease, so what is your offense? The strange disease of the imperial uncle can be cured? If there is no way, the imperial physician can come to diagnose and treat the royal uncle. King Duan's limbs were slightly bent over, his head hung down, his eyes flickered with ice, and his voice produced some fluctuations. Thank you for your majesty's concern, I'm almost well. That's good. A smile appeared on Moronghua's clear face as he looked toward King Duan, his palm gently rubbing the dragon chair as he spoke. Imperial uncle has been working hard in recent years in Nanluo to manage the clan's affairs on behalf of the late emperor, as well as me. Now that he has also helped my great Yen capture a felon who has committed the most heinous crimes, he is truly a model for my royal family, and a model that my great Yen subjects should emulate. King Duan's fists clenched a little tighter, still hanging his head, a touch of gloom flickering in those unseen cloudy eyes. That position should be his. It should have been his. But he, however, had to watch in the gloom, twisted like a monster. It's okay. Soon. This is going to be fast. Duan Wang raised his head, and those eyes were already free of all negative emotions. There seemed to be more than a little bit of gratitude in a pair of cloudy eyes. It is my duty to share your majesty's worries. This time, this king personally escorted that felon into Yen capital. It is really shocking. Your majesty, Lu Sun, he disobeyed the decree. He was obviously outside just now, but when he heard your summons, he didn't even come yet. Morong Yen had long since lost her patience as she listened to the polite words of those two. A pair of beautiful eyes looked left and right to make sure they didn't see Lu Sun's shadow, and directly interrupted King Duan's words. King Duan's fists tightened, veins rolling slightly on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, his gaze fell on Morong Yan's body, finally understanding why Yen Du's behavior had repeatedly failed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a descendant of her own bloodline, she would have died at this moment. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, King Duan's voice sank slightly as he reminded, Eldest Princess, now that we are discussing national events, which are related to my great Yan's national capital, please don't interrupt for the time being, Eldest Princess. Upon hearing the great Yen Kingdom Ben, Morong Yan's face turned white and she immediately closed her mouth. Available at. The corners of Morong Hua's lips revealed a faintly undetectable smile. Soon with a stern face, he coldly grunted, Chen Lingquan, haven't I declared Lu Sun? Why isn't Lu Sun here yet? Chen Lingquan hurriedly spoke in a low voice, little Lord Lu may have been delayed on the road, the old slave will go and hurry. As the words fell, Chen Lingquan was just about to raise his feet when he heard Lu Sun's voice from outside the hall. I, Lu Sun, bring with me Bai Yong, commander of the city guards, for an audience. City guard commander Bai Yong? What's he doing here? The civil and military officials frowned. Shen. Chapter 111 It's all gone. A young man in a white robe raised his feet and stepped into the great hall. Every step on the road traveled leaves a bloody footprint. The sticky bloody footprints, along with the pungent smell of blood, caused the civil and military officials to change their faces drastically. Bai Yong, following behind Lu Sun. But on him, he was not as clean as Lu Sun. A city guard soldier's armor, already stained with blood. Even the clean face was strewn with blood spots. Two figures, both expressionless. Only a slight tremor was evident in Bai Yong's body. Bold. Lu Sun, how dare you? Going up to the hall to face the saint, how dare you dye blood and dirty his majesty's eyes with filth? Morong Yan's face went white, and in its place, there was excitement in her eyes. Her delicate body was so excited that it trembled slightly. A rare opportunity. On the side, King Duan's cloudy eyes stared dead at Lu Sun, as if he had sensed something. Lu Sun did not pay any attention to Morong Yan, but showed his teeth towards King Duan and smiled a gentle and brilliant smile. Your Majesty, the incident was sudden. I must meet with your Majesty at the first opportunity to present this matter, otherwise, I fear it will lead to a great disaster. Lu Sun spoke with a serious face. However, he suddenly turned his head to look at King Duan and spoke, this matter is also related to King Duan and needs to be presented quickly. What are you babbling about? What does it have to do with Imperial uncle for you to bring such filth to the temple? Morong Yen did not miss any opportunity to suppress Lu Sun. Lu Sun looked at King Duan, still ignoring Morong Yen, and opened his mouth. I wanted to come with all the important ministers for an audience, but I heard that Commander Bai said that there was an abnormality in King Duan's caravan, so I went with Commander Bai to check the goods on the caravan. As soon as these words came out, King Duan's fists had clenched, and a pair of cloudy eyes stared at Lu Sun in death. Lu Sun was oblivious and said seriously, who knew that those cart drivers, who were actually experts in disguise, would suddenly strike out at me when I was about to check the goods with Commander Bai. With my low strength, I was nearly assassinated, but fortunately, Commander Bai was so powerful that he fought one against many and saved me. Lu Sun's words caused the corners of the mouths of the civil and military officials present to twitch. Low strength? Who? Lu Sun? That's a lie. One move to kill a peak Tian level expert of you, can this tactic be called low strength? Bai Yong's eyes jumped and he couldn't wait to cover Lu Sun's mouth. He knew Lu Sun was taking credit for himself. Available at. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Thinking that he used his best efforts to kill a person, but when he turned his head, Lu Sun's side had already killed all the people and then looked at Lu Sun to claim the credit for himself so much. Bai Yong was even more ashamed and could not raise his head. Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, the corners of his mouth nearly pressed together. Trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth and sinking his face, Manhwa said in a cold voice, "Oh, there is actually this matter? I see that after Commander Bai resolved those experts, he still has some doubts as to what is hidden in the cargo. I couldn't understand what I was looking at, and it wasn't until Commander Bai discerned the difference that I realized that there was gunpowder in that cargo." Boom! The faces of the entire court all changed. Gunpowder. That was invented at the time of the Taizu. Powerful enough, and in sufficient numbers, it could even directly blow up the entire Yen capital. Therefore, after the great ancestor struck down the great kingdom of Great Yen, he explicitly banned gunpowder. This is prohibited. When King Duan entered Yen capital with prohibited items, the nature of the matter could change. Your Majesty, this matter is completely unknown to me. Duan Wang stiffened, his fists clenched, his voice practically popping out from between his teeth. He had never wondered how a man could be so bold. With his status, with his power, who would dare to secretly check his carriage? Lu Sun. Really dare? I believe that King Duan should be unaware of this. After all, this matter is a major crime of treason. Lu Sun said in a loud voice, those experts should just be hiding beside King Duan, utilizing your identity as King Duan to bring forbidden objects into Yen capital. Thank you, little Lord Lu, for understanding. King Duan forced a smile, his fist shrunk into the wide sleeves of his robe, squeezing them tightly with a deadly grip, and said in a deep voice, this matter started because of this king, so can young Lord Lu hand over those thieves to this king, so that he can personally interrogate them? Surely the thieves behind that group of thieves will be tried out and uprooted. Lu Sun let out a light laugh and spoke, Your Highness, King Duan, you are one step too late. These words caused King Duan's face to stiffen, his eyes staring dead at Lu Sun. Lu Sun's face showed righteous indignation as he snapped, that group of thieves, they actually attempted to plant evidence against you. King Duan shouted that they would never betray King Duan, and then attempted to die with the microminister and Commander Bai. Fortunately, Commander Bai's strength is high, and I'm lucky enough to be able to kill all of those thieves without leaving a single one behind. No one left behind. King Tuan's eyes went black and his body swayed. A dead soldier. Celestial dead man. He's been cultivating sky-level dead soldiers for so many years. Just, all gone? King Duan's cloudy eyes were already covered in red blood. Breathing was starting to get ragged. Morong Yan's face became ugly, and she just wanted to ask Imperial Uncle Duan Wang to do something to punish Lu Sun for being so arrogant, but when she looked at Imperial Uncle Duan Wang, her heart trembled and a feeling of fear suddenly arose. That pair of cloudy eyes was like an ice cellar, shivering at the sight of them. The entire body emanated a strong airy aura. Standing beside King Duan, Morong Yan all felt as if she was locked in a small, compact coffin. The pressure was crushing her. This king. Thanks little Lord Lu for his righteousness. Rao Duan Wang's mind was deep, but at this moment, he was still infuriated and his whole body was freezing cold. You're welcome. In the future, when I encounter this kind of thing, Mr. Lu is still obliged to do it. Lu Sun's face was filled with a bright smile. A pair of eyes scanned over King Tuan. The spirit is getting unsteady again. Lu Sun's eyes were slightly cold. What the hell is going on with this Tuan Wang? Why is the spirit so unstable? Why does the body smell like a corpse? Twisting his palm slightly and withdrawing his mind, Lu Sun spoke again. By the way, I heard that His Highness King Duan has dozens of carriages of goods outside the city, and the people who drove the carriages among them would not be people with evil intentions as well. If His Highness King Duan is worried about safety, Mr. Lu and Commander Bai would like to run this trip on behalf of King Duan. In lieu of His Highness, King Duan, check it out. A pure smile appeared on Lu Sun's face. King Tuan had regained his composure. The face under the black veil was expressionless, and the pair of eyes had lost so much red blood, looking at Lu Sun as if he was looking at a dead person. Thank you, little Lord Lu, for your kind words. This king appreciates it. But since it's someone brought by this king, naturally it should be this king who should be responsible for it. In this matter, this king will find out what's going on and give an explanation to his majesty and to Great Yen. I don't want to trouble the young lord. King Tuan's voice stiffened. Lu Sen nodded his head with some regret, and even had a feeling that he hadn't finished. That expression caused King Duan's eyes to twitch violently a few times. The body shifted slightly, the emotions almost out of control. Chapter 112. Ask yourself daily if your conscience can be at peace. Great. This time Lu Qing and Bai Qing can be as discerning as a torch. To help the imperial uncle to pull out such a big hidden trouble is really a great merit. Can want what reward? Manhwa's gaze swept over Duan Wang's pair of icy eyes, and his heart seemed to understand what Lu Sen meant. Your Majesty, checking the goods entering the city is my duty. I don't dare to take credit. Bai Yong's heart was stirred and he spoke in a panic. Lu Sen directly interrupted Bai Yong's words and spoke. Commander Bai is too modest. This matter should have Commander Bai taking the first credit, and Mr. Lu's credit should also be counted on Commander Bai. Manhwa nodded his head, waved his dragon robe once, looked at Bai Yong, and spoke. Tell me, what do you want? Bai Yong was silent for a long time, tilted his head, and spoke with some trepidation. Your Majesty, can grant me a gold medal to avoid death? The civil and military officials instantly clamored. Daring! How can the gold medal of freedom from death be rewarded so easily? Ho ho ho, do you know the weight of a medal of immunity from death? What ignorance! The surrounding voices rose and fell, and the civil and military officials all mocked. A gold medal of immunity from death. Since the founding of the country by Emperor Taizu, the number of people who possessed the gold medal for exemption from death was only a handful. Manhwa frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the face of Bai Yong, who tilted his head up to look at himself with an expectant expression, and his heart was also slightly dissatisfied. Lu Sen scanned the court officials, withdrew his mind, glanced at Bai Yong, and said aloud, all of you court officials, all of you are scoffing, but no one wants to know. He wants this death-free gold medal. Why? The courtroom was quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes fell on Bai Yong. In the city guard, Bai Yong is the commander. But the commander of the city guards, to put it nicely, is the commander, to put it badly, but it is just a sesame green beans big small official. Now that the civil and military officials, and even His Majesty, had all shifted their gaze to themselves, the pressure was such that it was almost difficult for Bai Yong to catch his breath. But he gritted his teeth, raised his head, a pair of eyes firm and incomparable, and said aloud, the micro-minister begs for this gold medal to avoid death. It is for the wife of the micro-minister, only for the investigation of the goods transported by the courtiers, offended a certain important minister, and when he was imprisoned, he would not implicate his wife. Boom! The faces of the courtiers changed. Punch in the face. It's slapping them in the face in front of His Majesty. The city guards had the responsibility of guarding Yen capital, and checking the goods was among their duties. But the goods shipped into Yendu by the courtiers have always been uncheckable. How can such a small official be worthy of checking their goods? Even Bai Yong, the commander, hadn't been threatened, verbally abused, or even beaten by the heavy minister's men. Manhwa's face went cold. The eyes swept over the civil and military officials, and some of them, with flickering eyes, were obviously somewhat terrified. Boo! A palm slapped hard on the dragon chair, and his slender fingers were reddened. Manhwa's voice was slightly cold, with a few points of ice cold. Bai Cheng protects my Yendu security, labor and hard work. How come? There are still people who dare to threaten Bai Cheng? The civil and military officials were silenced. Passing on my decree, the city guard commander's hard work and discernment averted a calamity. Adjusting the grade of the position, the city guard commander's grade is elevated to the same level as the army's vice-generals, with the same rise in salary. Hold the Imperial gold medal and check by decree. When any goods enter the city, if there are any obstructionists, threateners, cover-ups, or bribes, all of them will be cut off first. Boom! The faces of all the officials in the courtroom were pale, and some even spoke in panic. I beg your Majesty to withdraw your order. I beg your Majesty to withdraw your order. Your Majesty, the city guard commander can adjust his rank, but the rank cannot be so high. Some of the courtiers were pale. Most of them had threatened Bai Yong. The commander of the city guards used to be just a small sesame seed-sized official. It could be elevated to the same level as the vice-general of the army, and that status and power could be much higher. Above the vice-generals, there are only the main generals and the Sangha. It can be said that if the position grade is really promoted, those officials who once threatened Bai Yong, all have to be lower than Bai Yong a big head. King Duan's gaze was somewhat deep, coldly sweeping Lu Sen and then Bai Yong, his stiff palm subconsciously touching his white hair, trembling slightly. Was it intentional, or a coincidence? In this way, the whole of Yendu began to become solid as gold. It would be difficult to get into the city with all the stuff he had arranged. Damn! The cloudy eyes twitched slightly, the lower eyelids danced slightly, and even the spots at the temples tugged with them. Your Majesty, I also feel that this reward is somewhat. Duan Wan lowered his body and slowly spoke. Just before the words were finished, Lu Sen directly interrupted King Duan and opened his mouth. King Duan also feels that this reward is a bit low? I told you, Lu, Commander Bai has solved such a big trouble for King Duan, How could King Duan not be grateful to Commander Bai? But now that Commander Bai has received such a great gift from His Majesty, which is already considered excellent, if you insist on being grateful, Your Highness Duanwang, you can make up for it monetarily by a few points. After all these years, Lu Sun swept his gaze over the surrounding 100 officials and his voice became leisurely. Commander Bai can be described as having two sleeves. Even the official pay, were once offended by the heavy ministers, deliberately bet on not pay. Lu Sun's words caused the corners of Duan Wang's lips under his veil to tremble a little, standing up straight and looking straight at Lu Sun, his body under the wide brocade robe, trembling with a slightly undetectable frequency. As for the heavy minister whose name was named, his face turned pale in an instant, and a layer of cold sweat was born on his forehead. Boo! Manhwa fiercely got up, and an icy aura violently erupted from that lean body. The emperor's anger caused all the 100 officials to kneel on the ground in unison. Above the great hall, only two people stood. Lu Sun, with King Tuan. The two just stared fixedly at each other. The breathing within the great hall all began to become faint, and everyone didn't even dare to take a large breath. As if he didn't see Lu Sun and King Duan, Manhwa swept his eyes over the 100 officials and spoke in a deep voice. I have always known that there are people amongst the 100 officials who have taken advantage of their positions to transport goods and sell them in Yendu. Only, unthought of, it would be so rampant. Even the official pay of the meritorious officials who guarded the peace for my great Yen dares to be withheld. Thou art in authority, the blood and bones of the people. Ask yourself every day if your conscience is safe. These words caused some of the 100 officials to have more cold sweat on their foreheads. Effective immediately, inventory. City Guard Commander Bai Yong, who also serves as an envoy, holds a gold medal from the Imperial Court to investigate those who have transported unidentified objects into Yendu. If there is any obstruction, kill first, kill later. Retreat. Manhwa flung out his sleeves, those eyes icy cold, and turned to leave. The civil and military officials knelt for a long time before getting up as if they were in a different world. His eyes fell on Bai Yong, whose body was trembling slightly as he threw himself on the ground, and his eyes flashed with a deeply complicated look. The officials with eyesight have already gone to assist Bai Yong. Only at this moment, Bai Yong's eyes were brimming with tears and his whole body was trembling violently. The spot where he had been kneeling just now had been dampened to a great extent. Something was mumbled as he was helped away. Mother, you're right. Do the right thing and you'll get ahead. You're right. Mother. Son is worthy of you. Inside the great hall, silence reigned. Even Morong Yen, the poisonous woman, left. There were only two people, Lu Sun and King Duan, standing opposite each other. Your Highness Duan Wang, don't forget your compensation. Commander Bai, but still waiting for your money, to buy rice. King Duan's cloudy eyes stiffened for a long time, but suddenly, as if ice and snow were melting, he revealed a smirk. The voice, too, seemed to have loosened up a lot. Commander Bai has done this king such a great favor, how could this king forget? Also, little Lord Lu's favor. The king, too, has memorized it. Chapter 113 Incompetence. Whoa, Mrs. Look at it, ma'am. 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels of gold. And this, the Imperial gold medal. Envoy. And the holy decree. Inside the Bai family courtyard, listening to Bai Yong's voice that was so excited that it was trembling coming from inside the room, Lu Sun's lips curled slightly. Whether it was in his last life, or in this life, Bai Yong has always been a depressed and upright man. Perhaps in the eyes of others, decent people don't know how to change, don't know how to be humane, and deserve not to be able to climb up the ladder. But not in Lu Sun's case. A decent person should not be bullied or suppressed. If others feel they deserve it, it is others who are sick, not the righteous who are sick. Madam. For husband. Finally have a day out. Woohoo. The whimpering sound coming from the room, stifled incomparably, seems to want to vent all the aggression of these years all in one brain. Lu Sun nearly laughed out loud as the image of a lanky man bird-dogging against a skinny body wailing appeared in his head. A woman's soft voice came from inside. Alright, the young lord is still waiting outside the courtyard. What's it like for you to cry and wail? Bai Yong's whimpering quickly stopped. The door to the room opened, and a rare flash of embarrassment appeared on Bai Yong's heroic face. After a moment, he took a few steps forward and solemnly saluted towards Lu Sun. Only this salute was dodged by Lu Sun. Little lord's great favor, Mr. Bai will never forget it. If there was no Lu Sun, he would have spent his whole life with a glance at his head. It may be that one day, one may accidentally offend a certain important official and go to jail. When he raised his head, he saw that Lu Sun had long since ducked aside. Frozen for a moment, those eyes blinked and shifted their orientation hastily. Lu Sun stopped Bai Yong with a faint smile and said, Brother Bai is polite, isn't he? This matter is also regarded as Lu Mao pitted Brother Bai. After that, Brother Bai can really get into a boat with Lu Mao, and when the boat overturns, Brother Bai's head will be gone. Bai Yong's eyes held a look of gratitude, but he quickly said with a straight face, since elder brother Lu knows that he's screwed over my brother, why don't you still make it up to my brother? For my brother I'm carrying my head to go with you to offend the Duan King, there must be 5 bottles. No. 15 bottles of 100 flour due to make up 4. Before the words were finished, a pillow inside, heavily thrown on Bai Yong's head. Ah! With a miserable cry, Bai Yong directly slumped to the ground. That delicate voice came out through gritted teeth. Bai Yong, if you dare to go drinking flowery wine again, my lady will chop you clean and feed you to the dogs. Bai Yong sobered up with a shiver, turned his head to look at the house, and let out a dry laugh, for my husband was just joking. Get out! The sound shook one's eardrums to the point of vague pain. Lu Xun shook his head inside, looking at Bai Yong's wimpy look with tears and laughter, and spoke, even if in the future, Brother Bai, you are crowned king and worshipped the minister, you are a model of fear of the interior. Nonsense, Mr. Bai is the White House's strong husband. When I say that I will let Madam go east, Madam will never dare to go west. Bai Yong's face was proud, but his voice was obviously lowered a lot, and after he finished, he carefully glanced at the room. Lu Xun sighed. People, they always like to lie to themselves. The scariest thing is that he believes it himself. Brother Bai, now that he has received His Majesty's Imperial Gold Medal, his head, too, is considered to be tied to Mr. Lu. Lu Xun changed the topic, revealed a smile, and spoke faintly, after purposely giving you a day to vent your emotions, there are some things that you should know. Bai Yong froze for a moment, seemingly sensing the seriousness in Lu Xun's voice. Please come inside for a moment. No need, Your Majesty, waiting for you in the Imperial study. Boo! Huffing and puffing. Outside of Yen capital, inside a dark room. King Tuan's veil has been removed. The face, with its features twisted and grim, could not be seen clearly in the dimly lit darkroom. Breathing raggedly, his fists clenched stiffly together, he pounded hard on the table in front of him. That table, there's no good place for it anymore. In many places, it was whacked, a sharp wooden splinter protruding, some of which had scratched the stiff, pale fists. However, King Duan was oblivious to the fact that his fists were still pounding on the table with a steady and frequent frequency. A pair of eyes that were vaguely illuminated with a green ethereal light in that darkness. Eerie and spooky. He stared dead in the face at the painting that was directly in front of him. Slowly, he lifted his palm, which was already riddled with holes from the wooden spikes, and approached the painting. Droplets of blood ran down the palm of his hand. But the moment the drops fell into mid-air, they seemed to be attracted by something and turned into a fishy blood mist that rushed into the painting. King Duan's stiff, icy voice rang out. Was it you who stepped in to help the border and ruin my plans? Why? And when will I really be considered alive? The stench of the corpse on my body is becoming hard to hide again. Tell me. I can't wait any longer. When I see that damned brat, I can't help but kill him. His power and position are all given to him by the royal family, how dare he bully me? And that stupid and lowly Manhwa. Who taught him to be an emperor like this? How dare he allow a person of non-royal bloodline to rant and rave in the hall? A snarling, barking dog, how dare you try to devour the Lord? Come out to me. I, for one moment, cannot bear it. A low growl, like a demonic whisper, resounded through the dark room. After a few years, he finally appeared to be hysterically angry again. There was nothing wrong with everything he had arranged over the years. Everything planned went incredibly well. But today, ever since he had arranged for Morong Yen to approach Lu Xun, everything had taken a turn for the worse. Morong Yen fails to get her limbs broken. Yendu's border suburb strongholds were uprooted. Close henchmen were slaughtered. Fewer and fewer people can use it. Even the cooperation with the Viet Cong and the army's press were destroyed by a magic man who fell from the sky. Now, half of the hard-earned heaven-level dead soldiers were dead or injured. The bottom line is, the civil and military officials who could have been used for him, who could have helped him transport prohibited goods into Yendu, were completely abolished due to Bai Yong's change in power. The intense feeling of being out of control made his heart panic. Demon! You come out! I thought you said you were going to help me? Come out to me and explain. A pair of ghostly green eyes stared dead at the portrait. The figure in the portrait seemed to be alive. The smell of blood grew stronger, and more blood flowed from the wound on King Duan's hand. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came out of that portrait. Incompetent thing. The voice was bland, but with a strong sense of mockery. The moment he heard this voice, the light in King Duan's eyes lit up. One grabbed the portrait and angrily said, quickly, help me. My body, the stench of corpses has reappeared. Ho ho ho, you really consider yourself an emperor? In the portrait, a black gas appeared. A moment later, this dark room, all the sound disappeared. Chapter 114. Once you are in power, you will enjoy all the glory and wealth. Inside the Imperial Library, Bai Yong stood frozen in place. When Xiang Wuxiang's face, which had always been unsmiling, was currently wearing a warm smile. Chen Lingquan, the chief of the Great Inner Household, and Lin Tongxian, the chief of the Great Inner Household Guards, were standing on the side. His Majesty. In the midst of criticizing the zoning, he had been completely dumbfounded after listening to everything Lu Xun had told him about the causes and consequences, as well as the things that Yendu was going to face now. His mind was a bit messed up, and he couldn't make sense of all those relationships with the royal family. But he was clear about one thing. Kneeling down without hesitation, Bai Yong's face revealed a grave expression. Your Majesty's trust, I will die by all means. As long as I am here, those rebels, don't even think of bringing a little dangerous thing into Yin capital. Bai Yong's voice was firm and his gaze was sharp. The tip of Moronghwa's pen paused and slightly raised his head. His clear face was reflected by the dim light with less majesty and more softness. The firelight reflected in his eyes danced, but he cast his gaze in Lu Xun's direction, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Lu Qing, you took the initiative to start today's matter, so I guess, you have an idea? It may be well to speak out, and since all present are credible people, they can pool their wisdom. Moronghwa's eyes were deep, and the light in his eyes shone. Lu Xun was in a trance for a moment under those eyes. It quickly came back to me. Slightly hanging his head, he casually picked up a tea light from the side, poured himself a cup of tea, and gently sipped it. This action caused both the man phase and the Wu phase to widen their eyes. His Majesty hasn't even spoken, and this Lu Xun kid dares to be so bold? However, seeing that His Majesty didn't seem to care, and even Shan Lingquan looked like he was taking it for granted, the Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts were even more bewildered. Lu Xun did not notice the bewilderment of the Wen and Wu phases, and his eyes flickered. King Duan does not look like the person behind the curtain. Yu's 700,000 strong army is not something that King Duan can mobilize. That's not a coincidence, it's a union. Especially that phase of soul instability on the End King. When it comes to touching the matter of the soul, it's not that simple. Lu Xun didn't say any of this. Even if I said that, these people present, they wouldn't understand. Not only did they not understand this, even if the oldest and most knowledgeable peak heaven-ranked expert was brought in, he would not understand this. The scalps of everyone in the room tingled and the hairs on their bodies stood up. The black hand behind the scenes, if not King Duan, then it can't be those 3 great dynasties that are secretly controlling it. There are 3 great imperial dynasties and 5 great powers in the world. But it was well known that the 5 great powers were much weaker compared to the imperial dynasty. The imperial dynasty occupied the most fertile and beautiful land in this world, possessing countless experts and armies. If they want to overthrow Yen behind the scenes, I'm afraid. Lu Xun knew where they had thought of. But he clearly knew that even those 3 great imperial dynasties didn't have an existence with a strength that exceeded the heavenly level. Later on, Mr. Lu will pay a visit to King Duan. Lu Xun touched his tea light. A smile gathered on his face as he drank the tea from the tea light. If it goes well, perhaps we will know the truth this night. Everyone in the room's expression froze for a moment, and the corners of their mouths twitched. They probably understand what Lu Xun is going to do. If it doesn't go well, Duan Wan will not be able to die yet. Lu Xun sighed with a look of regret. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts were both shocked. Is that something that can be said explicitly? However, seeing that His Majesty was not even moved to anger, they naturally did not bother to correct it. If it doesn't go well, we will have to aggrieve Commander Bai. Lu Xun put the tea down. That crisp voice made Bai Yong's heart shiver. Looking at the smile on Lu Xun's face, it even gave Bai Yong the feeling that he had gotten into a pirate ship. Elder Brother Lu. Junior Eunuch, please say, as long as for the safety of His Majesty, Bai Yong, I will go up the mountain of daggers and go down to the sea of fire without hesitation. Bai Yong swallowed his saliva, slightly nervous. After circling around Bai Yong left and right, Lu Xun nodded and spoke. It's normal for Commander Bai to have an inflated ambition in his heart now that he's been promoted to a higher position. The sweaty hairs on Bai Yong's body all stood up. A layer of cold sweat was born on his forehead. He panicked and knelt down on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, your promotion of the Microchin has already made the Microchin grateful. The Microchin would never dare to think of anything else. Moronghwa seemed to understand Lu Xun's meaning. The corner of his lips curled slightly as he spoke. I believe in Bai Qing, but Bai Qing can listen to what Lu Qing said. Lu Xun did not look at Bai Yong that almost want to cry out of the eyes, seems to be thirsty like pouring a cup of tea, drink and drink, smashed his mouth, continue to speak. The dragon swims in the shallows by the shrimp play, a power, naturally, to enjoy all the glory and wealth, bullying men and women, extorting money, and enriching themselves to the fullest extent of their power. Yendu, which was supposed to be solid as gold, has become a cash cow for you, Bai Yong. As long as there is enough money, anything can be transported into this Yendu. Lu Xun squatted down, patted Bai Yong's shoulder and teased. This is an order to amass wealth, you have to grasp this opportunity. Bai Yong shivered and almost cried out when he was slapped on the shoulder by this slap. When Xiang and Wu Xiang froze for a moment, their faces changing slightly. In this way, we'll know both what has been shipped and where it has been shipped, and we'll make those people think that the city guards have been bribed. The White Commander may even be pulled in as one of theirs. When Xiang and Wu Xiang's expressions became complicated as they looked deeply at Lu Xun, they all wondered if Lu Xun was Lu Yuanfang's grandson. Although Lu Yuanfang was bold, he wasn't this bold. Playing such a big game is gambling with the whole of Yendu. Your Majesty, can you promise? Good. This plan is marvelous. Moronghwa nodded in satisfaction. Civilian and military phases. The 2 old men looked at each other, and the slightly piled up wrinkles on their faces were twitching along with their eyes. His Majesty trusts Lu Xun a little too much, doesn't he? Your Majesty. Microchin. Bai Yong secretly looked up at Moronghwa, his face full of bitterness. I'm afraid that the Microchin is not competent. Didn't he do this? Nor do I know what a corrupt official should do, much less a flighty powerhouse. Don't worry, if you haven't done this before, haven't you seen the courtiers? Just learn from them. Lu Xun grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Minister Wan and Minister Wu's old eyes are going up. If it wasn't in front of His Majesty, they would be ready to smack Lu Xun with their hands. This kid, what a cuss. After laughing and joking, Lu Xun's face gradually tightened up and became calm as he said in a low voice, I hope, there is no need for Commander Bai to be ordered to amass wealth. If this night goes well, nothing will happen. Looking at the dim light in the Imperial study with the night pearls around, Lu Xun's eyes drifted off. As if talking to himself, he murmured softly, it better go well. Chapter 115 It's really the late Emperor. Outside of Yin capital, Lu Xun stopped in front of a mansion. Behind the closed door, came King Duan's dignified yet lofty cold snort. You ungrateful dog slaves, how dare you make little Lord Lu wait outside the door? If such honorable guests dare to be neglected, this king should really skin you alive. Steady footsteps, accompanied by voices, approached slowly. Squeaky. The heavy door opened. Under the night, a pair of crimson lanterns emitted a blinding light, reflecting King Duan's eyes in an eerie manner. But, it's not right. Lu Xun's eyes sank slightly. The spirit seems to be stabilizing. The stench of the corpse was gone. Compared to when they met, today's Duan Wang was more like a living, breathing human being. But, there seems to be a hint of strangeness remaining. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly. Today, thanks to little Lord Lu's help, if it wasn't for little Lord Lu's help, I'm afraid that this king would have been planted by those despicable people. The red light was reflected in the cloudy eyes, which were slightly appalling under the slight movement of the eyeballs. The voice still carried that careless condescension, and a bit of grimness. I just don't know what the young lord has to say in the daytime that he must visit late at night. Could it be that he can't see the light of day? Listening to Duan Wang's cold voice, Lu Xun nodded his head slightly and spoke, indeed, it is a bit unseemly. Little Lord Lu, is it possible that you're not seeking pleasure with this king? The red light reflected in King Duan's cloudy eyes bounced up and down, his eyelids twitching slightly. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant and domineering in front of him. Everything he experienced today had made it difficult for him to endure the killing intent in his heart. Lu Xun, however, did not pick up on his words, but changed the subject in a raw manner. A pair of eyes landed on top of this extravagant mansion and marveled, Your Highness, King Duan, is really rich and generous. Leaving mansions everywhere, even outside of this Yendu, there is such a mansion, it really makes Lu envious. That pair of eyes had gradually chilled, their gaze icy cold, looking towards Lu Xun. The voice coming out from under the veil was gloomy to the extreme. Little Lord Lu, there's no need to cover up anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. Who the hell are you? Lu Xun had already opened his mouth to ask before King Duan's voice had fully dropped. The instant this question was asked, King Duan's pupils trembled tremendously, and his breathing was involuntarily shortened. Junior Lord Lu, if you're just asking such strange questions, then this king will have to send his guests away. Taking a deep breath, Duan Wang's eyes were icy cold, seemingly a little angry as he flung his robe sleeves and turned around to head back to the mansion. Before King Duan left, Lu Xun's voice came from behind. Lu, not here to ask questions. Instead, came to find out. That's two things. King Duan's pupils shrank as a biting killing chant surfaced. Glancing at his men, who had long been ready to strike, he nodded slightly in signal. Kill. Dozens of henchmen swarmed from behind the door. It's all sky level. A heaven-ranked expert who had never been recorded by Flower Moon House. Lu Xun's gaze swept over everyone's face, finally landing on the back that was somewhat eerily reflected by the night and the light of the red lanterns. An odd smile suddenly appeared on his face. Said aloud, King Duan resides in the mansion outside of Yendu, and was assassinated by a black-robed masked man in the middle of the night, and his life and death are unknown. These words caused the back to stop abruptly. It shifted, cocked its head, and turned over a little stiffly. Slow motion. The eagle's eye is on full display. In this instant, Lu Xun saw a true and genuine evil light from that pair of eyes. Just in the blink of an eye, that feeling disappears. King Duan, resuming that arrogant and icy gaze, looked coldly at Lu Xun and said in a deep voice, What do you mean by that? Retracting his mind, Lu Xun was surrounded by those masters around him, but he did not rush to draw out his hand and fumble for a moment in the inner pocket of his shirt. A pure black mask that appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the mask, King Duan's body shifted and his gaze suddenly changed. You, King Duan, you don't want this notice to appear in Yendu City tomorrow either. As the words fell, the mask slowly fell onto Lu Xun's face. Rumble. The storm clouds are suddenly changing. The majestic aura was like a boundless sea, turning into an ocean that swept over everything around it. All the experts were struck by lightning at this instant, almost at the same time, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Xun's body. Ho 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 ho. My king, still happy. Duan Wang, however, after a moment of silence, suddenly burst out laughing. A pair of eyes glittered with essence, looking at Lu Xun and laughing as his shoulders shook with him. Okay, all back. Little Lord Lu, you have tried and tested, and should know that this king here does not have the answer you want. You wouldn't dare to kill this king either. Why make it so hard to get yourself down? King Duan was laughing maniacally, his voice filled with mockery and the condescending arrogance characteristic of royal clansmen. Lu Xun took one step at a time, slowly walking towards King Duan. Boo! Those heaven-level experts around them were then as if they had endured the force of a huge mountain crushing them, and they ruthlessly smashed into the ground, spewing out blood. With every step, an expert would sprawl on the ground, alive or dead. With this image, even if it was the sophisticated and knowledgeable Duan Wang, his eyes trembled violently. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked at Lu Xun with some incredulity, as if he had thought of something. Are you a being like him? With him? Who? The so-called devil? Lu Xun's gaze fell coldly on King Duan's body, and without asking any more questions, he only spoke faintly, Mr. Lu's patience is about to run out. Tell me, who? And who the hell is behind you? It was only an arm's length away from King Tuan. Lu Xun was clearly only half a head taller than King Duan, but he was like a high mountain, giving King Duan a feeling of looking up. An unspeakable sense of shame and anger arose within, and King Duan's cloudy eyes trembled violently. Can't feel that way. I am a man of heavenly destiny, ordained by the heavens. How can you look up to others? You are the highest yourself. King Duan looked at Lu Xun, who was close at hand, and suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. The voice was manic and icy, piercing to the bone. While smiling, she reached out her palm and slowly pulled down her veil. The voice, as the veil fell, came from the mouth. Lu Xun, you can see clearly. Exactly who? Boom! Lu Xun stared blankly at the features that gradually became clearer in front of his eyes after the veil was ripped off, his pupils shaking tremendously. Those unmistakably familiar features and the voice of déjà vu. The late emperor. It's actually the late emperor. Chapter 116. Stop laughing, it's disgusting. Lu Xun has met the late emperor. As the grandson of the Duke of Lu, he had seen it more than once. Although his own grandfather, Duke Lu, had angrily sprayed the late emperor in the Great Hall, causing him to be upset, it did not affect him. In his infancy, however, he was well liked by the late emperor. Lu Xun knew very well about the late emperor's facial features, the detailed features of the late emperor's face. So, a quick glance would conclude that this, the face of the late emperor. Why, Lu Xun, seeing me, why don't you kneel down and apologize? In that face, the features were stiff yet majestic. The voice carried a mimicked condescension and heavy majesty. Lu Xun's gaze sank. Looking at the Duan Wang in front of him who topped the face of the late emperor, his voice grew colder and colder. Tell me who you really are. That face stiffened even more. His eyes were filled with gloom and murderous intent, but after seeing his men around him, he eventually caved in. I, just by chance, have been resurrected. King Duan, I don't know what kind of method you used, Lu Mao, to dig up the corpse of your blood and bone relative and then change your face into the face of your blood and bone relative, but you are not the late emperor after all. Lu Xun's voice was icy cold, and his gaze seemed to see through the real soul in this body. That look caused the pale body to stumble backward a step, a strange sound escaping from his throat, and a pair of cloudy eyes trembling violently, as if he was holding back something. Instead, he eventually sank back and snarled in sharp anger. What face change? Lu Xun, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know. I am completely unaware. You dare to offend the might of heaven. Enough. Lu Xun was cold, and his palm had already taken off that black mask from his face. That face, cold as if ice had formed. Your deliberate imitation of the late emperor's voice is sickening. King Duan, why is this so? Lu Xun's voice had become cold and ghostly. He didn't exactly break it down. Nor did he show that he knew anything about souls. The fact that King Duan was able to change his soul into the late emperor's corpse would have been impossible without the help of someone behind him. Lu Xun didn't want to expose too much. Even the strength was only exerted by 10%. The face of the late emperor that Duan Wang was holding over his head was silent for a few moments before revealing a stiff and incomparable maniacal smile. It looks, well, extraordinarily evil. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xun, you are smart. To be able to guess all this by clues is rare enough. The truth, it's far more terrible than you think. But you won't have the chance to know the truth. Now that this king is wearing his royal brother's face, what can you do to me? King Duan's pair of eyes were glazed over, his cloudy eyes covered in red blood, his pupils fluttering madly. You dare to move me? Ha 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 ha. King Duan was laughing maniacally, the brocade robe on his body was shaking, his broad shoulders were shaking, even the corners of his eyes and mouth were shaking madly. Pop! Boom! A loud slap, slapping hard on King Duan's face. That face trembled, and his entire body flew out backwards. Wrapped in a huge force, it flew out backwards for several meters, and that pale body rubbed against the ground for several meters before it slowly came to a stop. Lu Xun shook off his palms, took a deep breath, and slowly spat out a few words. Don't laugh, it's disgusting. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. Even if you know that you are facing the remains of the late emperor, fight as usual, the remains of the 9 and 5 are nothing more than that. Note, the remains are just that, remains, even if they are temporarily preserving their vitality with secret techniques, they are like sandbags, they don't feel good in the hand. System reward, the nation's chi. States luck, the host will be blessed with Yan's luck, bound to Yan's luck, and within Yan's borders, the speed of cultivation will be increased by 5 times. Note, the country of Yen will be deeply bound to the host in the future. If the country of Yen is strong, the host will have more opportunities and stronger cultivation gains. If the country of Yen is in decline, the host will have bad luck, and on the day of the destruction of the country, the host will meet with the catastrophe of doom, and will perish in the middle of the earth and the sky. Lu Sun? Extinction. Is not necessary, is it? You dog slave. You dare to hit me. Crazy piercing sounds came from the distance. Eyes swept over. The pale body, stiffly holding onto the ground, staggered to its feet, its cloudy eyes full of red blood, its breathing ragged, its features distorted. But it is only through the faith of the royal family that one receives supreme honor. Now, you dare to make a fool of yourself over the royal family. I don't want to kill you today. Lu Sun slowly raised his eyes. Just one glance caused King Duan's body to freeze. All the sounds in his throat, all stuck, a pair of eyes staring blankly at Lu Sun, not daring to make a sound at all. He could tell from Lu Sun's slightly disgusted eyes. Lu Sun is really daring to kill him. Tell me, who is the man behind you? Did the person who helped you have a hand in taking power? Lu Sun's 2 questions caused King Duan's face to stiffen and he swallowed. I wanted to continue to be arrogant for a couple of minutes, but when I saw Lu Sun's face, all the words that I had drafted in my stomach became soft when I said them. It's the devil who's helping me. He's helped me a lot. Most of the plans were made by me, but at the beginning of the idea of plotting for me to take over the power, it was him who said that. He can also command the king of Dai Viet. I don't know who he is. He's very mysterious and godforsaken. Speaking here, he suddenly brightened up as if he had thought of something, and added, when he framed your grandfather, he was also the one who led the charge. The Duke of Lu is upright, and cannot rub sand in his eyes. He will certainly not see me succeed in seizing power, and is a stumbling block on the road to power. King Tuan's voice droned on, but when he raised his head again, there was no trace of Lu Sun in front of him. Phew! That pale body instantly sat down on the ground, and a look of exhaustion spread across that face. It's too tough. Facing Lu Sun. It's almost as tough as facing a mountain. I can't. Exposed. Gotta get out of here. Otherwise you're bound to die. Duan Wang, who had a great fear of death, got up hastily at this moment. But just as he stood up, a flash of blood suddenly flashed in his eyes. An eerie and icy aura spread out from his body. The whole body, like a different person. His eyes swept over the dead state of those experts around him, flickering slightly for a moment, and the corners of that stiff mouth sketched out an evil smile. Ho 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 ho. Interesting. It was so much fun. In this world, there are still existences with such power? A somewhat whitish, foul-smelling tongue stuck out, licked his lips, and a grim, low growl escaped his throat. King Duan, with me here, you don't need to worry. Go and take back the power that is yours. That should have belonged to you. As for that Lu Sun, his power, it belongs to me. After a moment of silence, that pale face suddenly laughed up at the sky. 2 completely different voices, coming from the throat. One eerie, one arrogant. Chapter 117. Lu decided to sit and watch. The night is clear and the stars are sparse. On the roof of the Flower Moon building, Lu Sun leaned against the glazed tiles, half lying on it. From time to time, he took a sip of 100 flower dew, and at other times, he revealed a stern look. Revenge, for sure. But today, his own fate was completely tied to that of Yen. There seems to be something more to yourself than revenge. Lu Sun wasn't exactly satisfied with the results he got tonight. Available at. That's rare enough. As for the identity of the person behind it, Lu Sun was also clear that it would be difficult to get an answer if he asked now. But he can still command the king of you. This whole thing seems even stranger. Such a powerful man, and he's only there to help King Tuan seize power? It's weird. Associated with the last life. Before his own death, he seemed to have heard the news that Great Yen was in trouble both internally and externally, and seemed to be on the verge of destruction. That person's purpose. Is this? But, at the moment, he was still more entangled in the matter about King Duan. His eyes flickered for a moment, but in the end, he put down the 100 flower dew, got up, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Late at night in the Imperial study, Manhwa slumped down in front of the dragon case for a few moments with some fatigue. His eyes fell on the dim light, his pupils bouncing up and down with it, not knowing what he was thinking. Your Majesty, little Lord Lu seeks an audience. His pupils shrank and he instantly withdrew his mind. Manhwa's lean face gradually collected its expression, pressing some of the things he had just written into his hand. Declare him in. Lu Sun entered the Imperial study with a somewhat sunken expression. Seeing Lu Sun's face like this, Manhwa furrowed his brows, but quickly let them go and laughed. If Lu Qing has not probed anything, there is no need to blame himself. King Duan is old and cunning, and after today's incident, he should already be on guard. From his mouth, Lu Sun raised his head before Manhwa could finish. A pair of eyes settled on Manhwa's face. Your Majesty, I, the minister, have poked around and found something. These words caused Manhwa's expression to stiffen for a moment, his heart suddenly lifting. Probing into something, the expression is still so heavy, is it? Probing into something, not good news? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xun still voiced his deduction. Your Majesty, prepare yourself. The bones of the late emperor were dug up by King Duan. There is another, far more powerful existence behind the scenes of the Duan king that is far beyond the heaven level. Lu Xun paused for a moment as he spoke. His eyes flickered for a moment before he continued to speak. He made a move and used a secret technique to replace King Duan's body with the body of the late emperor. The reason why King Tuan is masked is because his face is the face of the late emperor. Boom! Manhwa was struck by lightning. The body sitting behind the dragon case violently began to tremble. Along with that, the pupils in that pair of eyes were trembling violently. No way. How is this? Even though Manhwa had already experienced the strength of Lu Xun that could fly through the air, he was still shocked by the news and turned pale. He wasn't sure if he was in shock or awe. Always, the mind goes blank. Lu Xun was clear that for ordinary people, this kind of thing was really hard to accept, even if it's yourself. With his own half-step true immortal strength, he was shocked when he saw that moment. It was only after a long time that Manhwa came back from his shock. There was still some trance-like color in those eyes. Lips trembling slightly, voice a little hesitant, that guy behind him. Nowadays he should know not much, but the minister wants. Lu Xun slowly raised his head, his gaze solid. He cannot help it. Can't help it? Manhwa drew back from his shock and looked at Lu Xun, his heart slightly more at peace. More than that, though, it was puzzling. Why do you say that? Lu Xun's eyes flickered as all the clues from his past and present lives rolled frantically in his mind. A seemingly disorganized thread that hooks those things together a little bit. It was never just for fun that he was able to take control of the king of Dai Viet, but he helped an idle Tuan Wang, who was allowed to borrow his body to plot his seizure of power. Great Yen, have what he needs. Needs to make my great Yen in chaos before he can get it. Lu Xun's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if they were the bright lights in this room. Now that the Duan king has been exposed, if he doesn't make a move, the Duan king will definitely die, and everything he has arranged within Yen will be ruined. He won't be willing, wouldn't be able to resist striking. He will help King Tuan. Lu Xun's voice gradually became cold and stern. This, then, was the reason he kept Duan Wang. He would force the being behind that to appear. Manhwa's eyes also gradually became solid. Looking at Lu Xun's face, a moment of trance. Strange. On him, there was actually a hidden aura that was similar to that of the royal family. This was something that had not been felt from Lu Xun before. Manhwa's eyes were in a trance, his mind echoing what Lu Xun had just said. After a long period of silence, his eyes gradually came into focus again, and he said in a deep voice, "Then what does Lu Qing think?" Lu Xun grinned and opened his mouth. Lu does not have any real power, and has no intention to participate in the dynastic struggle. The royal family to seize power is even more than what Lu aspires to. Therefore, Lu decided to sit and watch. Marie Hua? If that's the case, I wonder, how will they react? Lu Mao is somewhat looking forward to it. Lu Xun smiled gently. But for some reason, Manhwa instantly saw from Lu Xun's face the feeling that when Xiang Sun Ruofu had when he was calculating something. Lu Xun, going to be a little fox? Manhwa was silent for a moment, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes. After a life like that, you can't protect yourself without becoming a fox. Clenching his palms, his long, white fingers, he pinched them dead center into his flesh. Manhwa's gaze became firm. Still not strong enough on his own. If you are truly powerful, you can completely protect the loyalists and protect Lu Xun. Nor will they be allowed to fall victim to power struggles one by one. Taking a deep breath, a stern look flashed across that lean face. Since this is the case, Lu Qing, you can rest for a while. I'll take care of the court. Manhwa spoke faintly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. The micro-ministers will be able to take a good rest. And incidentally, can put a little closure on that one dream. Lu Xun's eyes flashed and his palms squeezed. Until the man behind the curtain is forced out. It is also time to first Yen the snake scorpion, as well as her side of the wise men, settled. Every time he thought of them, the bone-crushing, heart-burning pain of his last life would come from every part of his body. In the dim light, four eyes met, and smiles appeared on their faces. Chapter 118 The Loyal Old Slave. I request the order to lead troops to support Lord Lu, and would like to fight side by side with Lord Lu to take down you together. No way, now my yen has been scorned by the enemy after this battle, and the three great dynasties are even wary. If my yen contributes to the Yu kingdom at this moment, I'm afraid it will cause a backlash. If other great powers and imperial dynasties secretly support it, it's not good for my great yen. It should be restrained. A bunch of wimpy bastards, it's come to this, it's either you or me, and they're still preaching to me about restraint? The court debates over whether or not to send troops to the border for reinforcements to destroy the Yu kingdom in one fell swoop. The civil ministers represented by Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, and the military generals represented by Li Kangkang, the Minister of Martial Arts, argued until they were red in the face. If it wasn't above the Imperial Hall, the two parties might even have fought on the spot. Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, his slender fingers clenched into fists with death, pounding the dragon case and angrily rebuking the 100 officials. I want your opinions, not for you to attack and insult each other here. The entire courtroom, a mess. There were only 2 people, standing in silence. Lu Sun cocked his head to look at King Duan. King Duan squinted at Lu Sun. The 2 figures were truly a beautiful sight within this great hall. If there is something to report, if there is nothing to report, retire from the court. Manhwa rubbed his head with a tired face and opened his mouth to wave off. Until this moment, King Duan's fists gradually clenched. The face under the veil gradually stared. Available at. Lu Sun never said a word. Just standing there quietly, as if nothing had happened last night. Retreat! Chen Lingxuan's smeared white face wore a sinister smile, and his sharp voice rang out, causing King Duan to be somewhat bewildered for a moment. Lu Sun. Nothing? This gave Duan Wang, who had been preparing all night and had almost scratched his head in order to break the situation, a hollow, powerless feeling of a punch in the cotton. The civil and military officials gradually dispersed and left in groups. Lu Sun walked at the end. Little lord, don't want to say anything? King Duan's gaze was somber and complicated as he spoke in a ghostly manner. Those eyes were cloudy with a bit of killing intent. Lu Sun, however, seemed as if he didn't feel any killing intent at all. His eyes swept up and down Duan Wang's body for a moment, and he snorted. What did Duan Wang ask Mr. Lu to say? Let Mr. Lu tell what happened last night. Don't be a fool, Your Highness Tuan Wang. Lu Sun slowly took 2 steps backward and slowly turned around. With his back to King Duan's face, the smile tightened and became icy cold, but his voice still carried a few moments of ease and naturalness. Mr. Lu, it's just that I'm a bit curious sometimes. As the words fell, Lu Sun left with easy steps. King Tuan stayed where he was. After a long time, the cloudy eyes twitched up and down, but went in another direction. Cross a long stretch of red brick road. When he stopped, Chen Lingquan had already appeared in front of him. A look of surprise was written all over that smeared white face, and his lips were trembling slightly. You, Duan Wang, you come with the old slave. Chen Lingquan led Duan Wang, bypassing the great inner guards, and soon arrived at an undisturbed house. There are no big guards here, and no eunuchs come here. After closing the door to the room, Chen Lingquan slipped and knelt on the ground, and as soon as he did, he embraced King Duan's thighs, and that old face was filled with a look of resignation, with tears pouring out of his eyes like a dike. The heavy powder on his face, under the effect of his tears, became dirty, a black trail, causing Duan Wang's eyes to twitch slightly, and with some effort, he pulled his leg out of Chen Lingxuan's hands. Master! Master, you're finally here. The old slave. Old slave thought you didn't want the old slave anymore. The first moment I heard my master's voice, my old slave knew it was you, my master, who had come. Wah. Chen Lingquan cried miserably. Even the Duan Wang, this deep-minded person, at this moment actually gave birth to a few touches. There! King Tuan's voice softened a bit. It seems that it is still Chen Lingquan, this old slave, who is loyal. His eyes fell on Chen Lingxuan's body. The glint in the bottom of King Duan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he asked in a deep voice, you stayed by Manhwa's side, could you have served last night? Chen Lingquan froze for a moment, nodded his head repeatedly, and spoke. The old slave has always been serving, and was serving last night as well. Last night. Duan Wang was silent for a moment, raised his head, looked straight at Chen Lingquan. His voice gradually became majestic, imitating the tone and majesty of the late emperor, coldly said, last night Lu Sun can go into the palace to look for Manhwa? Chen Lingquan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and spoke in a somewhat perplexed manner. Last night Lu Sun never entered the palace, but the old slave was always by his majesty's side, and whoever wants to see his majesty must pass through the old slave. These words made the stone that Duan Wang's heart had lifted up, fall hard to the ground. In its place, there was a hint of relief. Lu Sun, really don't want to meddle? That would be awesome. One's own plans remain or can be carried out. Lu Sun, then, can be put out of the plan. Alright, go back. Leaving for too long will easily cause Manhwa to be suspicious. King Duan sighed, his eyes complicated. All those ways to break the game that I thought of last night while I was up all night are useless? Land Seeker. What on earth was he thinking? Obviously already knew his identity, even guessed what he was going to do, but did not have the slightest intention to dismantle. Duan Wang's mind floated, but the only missed a most terrible possibility, his eunuch Chen, has rebelled. Chen Lingquan paused for a moment, his old eyes carrying a few moments of hesitation. The way he wanted to speak made King Duan frown slightly. Lifting his head and looking toward Chen Lingquan, King Duan was disgruntled. What else? Chen Lingquan sighed and knelt on the ground, speaking with a helpless face. The old slave is really unable to see past this. Her Highness the Rapunzel is too easily compelled. Some ungodly people, who by chance have gained the affection of Her Highness the Princess, have even begun to steer the princess in a bad direction in the capacity of a guest-wise counselor. Chen Lingquan, a heartbroken look, said here, tears are going to stay, soft and weak, voice somewhat feminine, the old slave Look at all heartbreaking. After this, if there is a day when you get to ascend to the great throne, will those unclean people not put their hands on that throne? That's a lot of words to say. King Duan's pair of eyes had filled with ice. Yes. Mu Rong Yen. is by no means stupid. Must have been compelled to do that unwise act. Repeatedly sabotaging her own plans is also because those people taught her wrong. Damn thing. Go down, keep an eye on Morong Yen, and I'll take care of what's going on outside. Sinking his face, King Duan left with a big stride. Inside the house, after a long period of silence, Chen Lingquan suddenly covered her mouth with a feminine smile. Young lord, the old slave can be considered to have completely tied his head to your waist. You can't fool the old slave. Chapter 119 I Want It Tenfold. The top floor of the Flower Moon building. The melodious sound of the zither and the piping ensemble, the delicate dance moves up and down like a butterfly in front of your eyes, and an aroma comes to your nose. The Marquis of Blood and Guts gazed slightly, frowned, looked at Lu Sun, and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? It's been a few days already, and King Duan is ready to start making new moves. You're still here listening to the song?" Those pale eyes held a few looks of disbelief and hatred. Lu Sun waved his hand and looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts with a smile on his face. "Do you not love beauty, Marquis? Or don't you love drinking? Nowadays, here, the beauty and the wine and meat are enough, so what's the point of thinking so much?" The blood-bile Marquis sank his face and looked at Lu Sun. Despite guessing that Lu Sun had his own arrangements, the plans on King Duan's side made his heart tremble, and he had to find Lu Sun to discuss a plan. Who knows? My men found out that Lu Sun has been indulging in alcohol and sex for several days. He came in anger, but he was dragged by Lu Sun to sit and listen to the music and drink. Looking at Lu Sun's appearance, the Blood and Guts Marquis face had darkened. Raising his hand, the wine glass in his hand slammed hard on the ground. Click! A cracking sound startled the crowd, and the shards of the wine glass shattered all over the floor. The surrounding dancing girls, however, seemed to be unaware of it, twisting their waists and limbs in a dance of their own. Lu Sun smacked his lips, some meat pain to open his mouth. Langya Ambercup, and the 100 flowers do. Are all good things. You're a waste of things, Marquis. The Blood and Guts Marquis blackened his face and angrily rebuked, "Lu Sun, this matter. Do you really do not want to care? Your grandfather is at the border for Great Yen." Speaking here, the Blood and Guts Marquis voice lowered, a pair of eyes still residual anger, palms involuntarily pinched the corner of the table, seems to want to lift the table at the drop of a hat. Lu Sun wept and pressed down on the table. "This is a table of good wine and meat, the Marquis can't mess with it." The Blood Gallows Marquis breathing was starting to become ragged. But then I heard Lu Sun say again, "Be patient again. Susu Tuji, Marquis back in the day for revenge can be hidden for more than 10 years to Lu Mao. Why today is so anxious?" Lu Sun's words made the blood-bile Marquis face even darker. "This one. It's still really lacking. Which pot is the wrong pot?" However, very soon, the Blood Gallows Marquis face gradually sank into silence as well. A pair of eyes looked Lu Sun up and down, his gaze flickered for a moment, and he said in a deep voice, "Did you know that they're already preparing to forcefully break through Yendu? They can't transport the things they prepared into Yen capital, and King Duan is already in a hurry." King Tuan's plan was epileptic. Perhaps. It was Lu Sun's previous move that caught him off guard, killing all those gunpowder that he had transported into the city in one go, and even the strong men under him, driving him to the edge of madness. The corners of Lu Sun's lips curled up as he lifted his wine glass and slowly toasted toward the front, as if he were talking to himself, or as if he was speaking to someone. "Good show, it's just begun. Dongbei Chui, we don't dare to go over there. Yes, today is Bai Yong by Commander personally checked the goods. I heard that in the past few days he found out a lot of illicit goods. The one above us was in front of a lot of people, personally gave him a slap. This revenge, he can let us pass?" A convoy of 5 carriages hesitated outside the city gates. From afar, seeing that serious-looking Bai Yong, the bodies of those rickshaw drivers shivered. Although they were working, they had heard about the exploits of Bai Yong, the city guard commander. It's also clear who they're doing this work for. What was pulled on the wagon was all private goods, and there were even some things, of unknown origin, mixed with some forbidden things. If it were a normal day it would be just that. Today, it is Bai Yong who personally checks. How dare they go up there and get into trouble? Dong Beichui's face was cloudy and hesitant, but after hesitating for a moment, he still hardened his heart and jogged to Bai Yong's front. The arrogance that was once there turned into a pleasing smile under Bai Yong's Imperial gold medal. "Bai Commander, do you still recognize villain? I am the proprietor of the Chui family grocery store in the south of the city, Chui." Before Dong Beichui could finish, Bai Yong frowned slightly and looked at the person in front of him, a touch of teasing on his face. "Bai remembers you. Last time, Bai Mao found out that you had hidden forbidden substances in your goods, but it turned out that behind this store of yours was Lu Shengshu of the Ministry of the Interior, and Lu Shengshu personally came to give Bai Mao a slap on the face, a slap that Bai Mao remembers very clearly." Bai Yong smiled meaningfully. Dong Beichui's face went white, cold sweat rolling madly down his forehead, his face pale. His lips quirked a bit, and he spoke dolefully, "White Commander. You are an adult. Lu Shengshu he is also just a momentary." Before Dong Beichui could finish, Bai Yong laughed. "Bai Mao has never held a grudge," Bai Yong said, grinning a sincere smile, like what gave Bai Mao a slap on the face and held back Bai Mao's official salary from being paid for such things. Bai Mao doesn't remember very well. Dong Beichui's body shivered and his lips began to turn a little purple. Done. It's completely over. Ben had offended Bai Yong, and now Bai Yong, the commander, although his position remained unchanged, his official rank was directly through the sky. Even that Lu Shangshu behind himself doesn't dare to mess with it anymore. How could you be so stupid as to get yourself killed? Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Bai Yong slightly tilted his head, his eyes toward the row of carriages not far from the city, his palm began to rub on the hilt of the saber at his waist, his face showed a sardonic smile. Chui boss, over there, that is Lu Shangshu's goods, right? These words caused Dong Beichui's entire body to tremble with excitement, and his footsteps were so weak that he couldn't even stand a little unsteadily. Done. These goods are worth a lot of money. If something goes wrong and the Lu family is held accountable, not to mention themselves, even their own families will die. White commander. Though little one had much offense before. Here to apologize to you. Chui Dongjia carefully pulled out a bulging bag of money. It opened slightly to a tiny slit. Golden light, very bright. Without changing his face, Bai Yong took the bulging money bag and ruffled it. Golden bean. Bulging with a pocket full of golden beans. It's heavy when you put it in your hand. Rough estimate. Bai Yong couldn't estimate it. After all, the only time he had ever seen gold was when King Duan sent it to him. It was also just seen and taken away by Mrs. But, at this moment, Bai Yong, however, smiled in an indifferent, cold manner. In his head, he thought about what Lu Sun said. By following the example of the courtiers, you can. In the next moment, Bai Yong violently raised his hand. Pop. Crisp and clear, it was thrown hard in the face of Chui Dongjia. It was so powerful that it hit Chui Dongjia, spinning him around 3 times in place and rolling down to the ground in a sorry state. Crouching down and looking at Dongjia Chui, who was so terrified that he was almost in tears, Bai Yong's face was so heavy that he couldn't see the slightest fluctuation in his expression. The voice, cold and unrelenting. This stuff, you're sending out beggars? I want 10 times as much. Chapter 120. The farsighted Lu Shangshu. Dong Beichui's body trembled and tilted his head in shock. Looking at Bai Yong's expressionless face, an inexplicable feeling of excitement arose. There's the door. It's not that he's too greedy, it's that he doesn't take anything. White commander. You. Wait a moment. I'll get ready right away. As for this cargo. Chui Dongjia covered his face, and a little bit of anger and hatred after being beaten could not be seen in his eyes. Only pleasing. Bai Yong got up, his palm resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his voice a bit heavy as he spoke. Check the goods from the Chui family's grocery store, and if there are no prohibited items, they can be released. Dong Beichui's eyes jumped up, and under the impact of the huge surprise, he almost forgot about his swollen face. Getting up in a roll, he ran quickly to his wagon and carried a small wooden box out of it. Tucking it into his arms, he ran back to Bai Yong. Carrying the gates in and out of the city, they were carefully delivered to Bai Yong. This is some of Mr. Chui's small intentions? You smile. The moment Bai Yong opened the wooden box, his face stiffened for a moment, and his fingers pinched the pull handle of the box. Ice cold. Dong Beichuai shivered and spoke in a panic. This time, Mr. Chui came out with less. Commander Bai, next time Chui will definitely bring more. With his eyes fixedly glancing at Dong Beichuai, Bai Yong's hand that was groping the hilt of the sword at his waist was about to be unable to hold back from pulling it out to decapitate the person in front of him. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Bai Yong's expression remained stiff and cold, expressionless. Next time, I'm going to add another 50%. All of Lu's goods, plus. Bai Yong's voice was low. Dong Beichui's sweaty hairs stood on end and he nodded repeatedly with a pale face. Before Dong Beichui could curry favor with him 2 more times, he heard the sound of a caravan walking outside the city gates. It was accompanied by the voices of the city guards. Checked, normal, no contraband. Dong Beichui's entire body was floating lightly, as if stepping on a cloud, back to the carriage. The moment he sat down on the wagon, the whole thing went limp. The feeling of having been robbed of his life made his whole body sweat profusely. After being paralyzed for a few moments, Dong Beichuai reacted and immediately opened the curtains of the carriage, looked at the horseman driving the carriage, and spoke, quickly, tell them to send the goods back, and you take me to the Lu mansion first. Bai Yong squatted at the edge of the city wall, his body trembling violently, his hands and feet cold, his palms couldn't help but wipe them on his shirt, sweat pouring out uncontrollably from his forehead, back, and hands. On the ground, it's the bag of golden beans, and the wooden box was full of gold bars. How much contraband did they transport to earn that much? Great Yan's criteria for determining prohibited items were extremely strict. However, all of the things that are judged to be contraband have one common characteristic. That is something that hurts the peace of heaven. What has the Lu family been doing all these years? Bai Yong's breathing was ragged, and while one hand held the hilt of the blade in a death grip, the other, however, held the first hand in a death grip. After calming down for a long time, Bai Yong finally resumed his expressionless appearance once again. It was just an outstretched hand, recalling the slap that he had just slapped Chui Dongjia with. The eyes were cold. No wonder, fanning it does soothe the mind and body. It should have been the same when Shangshu Lu slapped me. Bai Yong sank his face and looked out of the city gates. Since he can't hit the grass to scare the snake for the time being, he will take this opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to have a good physical and mental comfort. Grinning, the aura on Bai Yong's body changed abruptly. In his mind, the unassailable look of those heavyweights in front of him came back. And he, learning just 0.1% is enough to bluff. Boo. Yes. Give it to him. Give him as much as he wants. Lu's house. Lu Yangxiu, the Minister of Revenue, slapped his palm on the desktop, excitement written all over that face. The surrounding mahogany tables and chairs, which looked unremarkable, were extremely precious. Cui Dongjie kneeled on the ground, winks and smiles, raised his head, opened his mouth and said, Lu Shangshu, according to my opinion, that Bai Yong, but also just humble half a lifetime, suddenly a dynasty of power, villainous behavior only. He won't last long, and if he's so unruly, someone will always get upset and sue. Lu Yangxiu's pair of old eyes glanced lightly at Dong Chui, and one word, as if it had popped out from between his teeth, stupid. Dong Beichui's face was stunned, and instead of being the least bit unpleasant, he became terrified. I'm not as far-sighted as you are, and I'm just too stupid to realize it. Lu Yangxiu stroked the goatee on his chin and didn't smile, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up a bit. Come on, you're not in my position, it's normal that you don't understand. His voice became calm, only for his eyes to gradually twinkle. Do you think that after exterminating one Bai Yong, our goods, will be able to enter and exit Yendu City unharmed? On the contrary, if we destroy a Bai Yong, an even more insatiable one will come instead. The city guard commander used to be just an inoffensive position, but nowadays, it's the meat and potatoes of many people's eyes. Lu Yangxiu's old face, with a few points of calculation, his fingers gently pointing on the mahogany table, making a dull sound. In these few days, go for more goods and give Bai Yong an extra 30% when you make offerings, just say it's Lu's apology. Waving his hand, Lu Yangxiu's eyes flashed with a dark light. But 30% is too much. Dong Beichui was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised by Lu Yangxiu's generosity. 30%, to buy the goodwill of a heavy minister at the rank of vice general, who also holds jurisdiction in his hands, do you still feel that it's a loss? Lu Yangxiu smiled bashfully. Dong Beichui's face became serious at once. Even if he knew that Bai Yong's status and position were now different from before, he still subconsciously treated the other party as a stinky watchman. But nowadays, Bai Yong's position is already on par with those top heavyweights, although the influence and power is still much short of the. That's only a matter of time. The Cui Dongjie of this moment understood, but then curiously said, why? Do you want to ship goods frequently these days? Lu Yangxiu stroked the goatee on his chin and smiled wisely. I'm afraid, there will be quite a number of important ministers and families lining up to find him to send money in these days. Send less and he'll remember my Lu family? Cui Dongjie's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw himself on the ground, his face full of admiration. Many thanks to Shangshu for pointing this out. If not for Shangshu's guidance, I wouldn't have thought of this at all. Lu Yangxiu looked at Dong Chui with a smile on his face, shook his head and spoke faintly. You're good at everything, but you pretend to be too deliberate when you pretend to be confused. Dong Beichui's face stiffened and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. Alright, get down there. By the way, the people over at Nanluo City, give them the message that Yendu is strictly investigating prohibited goods, and that the prices of all goods will be raised by 50% in the future. Chapter 121 A Net for All. Inside the mansion outside of Yen capital. Duan Wang, who was wearing a veil, sat in the main eunuch's chair, the knots in his throat rolling up and down, his cloudy eyes flashing a few smiles. Ho 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 ho. That royal nephew of mine really doesn't know what he's talking about. The old face of the blood and guts marquis, who was sitting on the side, wore a faint smile as he said aloud, that Bai Yong, once he gained power, was so arrogant and domineering, amassing wealth, we just happened to be able to take him to court, striking a blow at the young emperor's prestige. No! King Duan's eyes carried a meaningful, cheerful smile. You go, and help this king pull in Bai Yong. But, the Marquis of Blood and Guts frowned slightly, a few moments of hesitation appeared on his old face, and after a moment he spoke, but if that Bai Yong is unwilling to join, won't he have to get rid of? Before he finished speaking, King Duan shook his head and laughed. That pair of cloudy eyes seemed to see through the human heart generally penetrating, his voice with a few deep and meaningful. As long as he reaches out and takes something he shouldn't have taken himself, then he can't turn back. He will surely join us. Our previous program can also be put back on the agenda and proceed as usual. The Marquis of Blood and Guts got up, bowed deeply towards King Duan, and said in a deep voice, My lord has great foresight, I'll go now. As long as I show enough sincerity, I believe I will be able to impress Bai Yong. Go on. King Duan was in a good mood. After watching the Blood and Guts Marquis leave, King Duan's hand picked up the tea at the side and slowly poured it into his mouth. The water, which was bubbling hot, was poured into his mouth, but King Duan didn't even frown, and his cloudy eyes carried a touch of anticipation. Nowadays, there are our own people in the palace, there are our own people in the court, and even the city guards can be pulled together as our own people. That seat is destined to be mine. Ho 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 ho. Laughing maniacally, he suddenly jammed, and another grim voice came out of his mouth, Don't forget Lu Sun. I'm interested in him. Can't wait to suck him dry. I am also interested in him, but you have to wait for me to take charge of the great yen after. The cloudy eyes rolled up and down, and the Duan King's throat let out a pale voice. The voice, crestfallen, the eerie aura, vanished silently, as if it had never come. King Duan clenched his fists, and his eyes were hiding a bit of hostility. The devil is getting more and more unrestrained. He himself was going to be the existence of the 9 or 5. How can he control his body at will? Sitting on the carriage, the Bloodguts Marquis turned his head to look at the mansion behind him, and the stiff expression on his face gradually began to thaw. Ha! Ho 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 ho! A soft chuckle escaped from his mouth. Those pale eyes held a sigh. Old. Patience is actually not as good as that boy from the Liu family. That kid from the Liu family. This is what you call timing? Bai Yong. His cloudy eyes unconsciously played with the jade pendant at his waist, and the Blood Gallows Marquis eyes flickered. A moment later, he patted the carriage and ordered the driver, go to Yendu's White House. The carriage drifted away, in place, leaving a shallow wheel mark. When the wind blows gently, the shallow traces disappear without a trace, as if they never existed. White House. It is located in the west of Yen capital city. Ever since King Duan sent 2,000 taels of gold, Mrs. Bai had bought a mansion on the west side of the city in a generous manner. This mansion is the mansion of a certain powerful family. Heard that it was Bai Yong's family who wanted to buy it, and dropped the price by 30% on the spot, which was almost equivalent to giving it to Bai Yong at sticker price. In just 2 days, the Bai family had moved from a small commoner's mansion to a luxurious mansion in the west of the city where the powerful and wealthy were concentrated. The word White Mansion in front of the door shines in gold. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth twitched as he stood in front of this white mansion. Let him learn the extravagance and greed of the heavy ministers, not let him learn to be so pompous. Those 2 words on the plaque were actually made of gold dust. Young Master Lu has come to visit. Mr. Bai has missed out on welcoming you. Bai Yong's voice came from inside. There was a stiff and detached smile on that face, and the voice was slightly clipped with an imitation of a 4-pronged arrogance, but with just a hint of self-importance. Lu Sun swept his gaze around, the corner of his lips curled slightly, and said aloud, these 2 days, Bai Commander, here must be a constant stream of aristocrats traveling to and from this place. Lu Mao has been drunk in the flower house in recent days, and I have just been informed of the news, and I came a little late, so don't be offended, Bai Commander. Bai Yong's body stiffened, and his eyes were almost red. Jealousy makes a man's face hideous. With a cold face, he spoke, Little Lord Lu is so noble that the matter of Mr. Bai's moving can't enter Little Lord Lu's eyes. Lu Sun coughed lightly and pulled out a wine pot from his own sleeve. In that case, the 100-flower dew is also saved. Sighing, Lu Sun was just about to leave. Bai Yong instantly became taut, pulling Lu Sun with him as he thievishly closed the door behind him. Lu, old brother, you can be really uncouth. Go to the flower house, also do not call. Bai Yong's sullen face, eyeballing the wine pot in Lu Sun's hand, licking his lips, complaining. Ha! Isn't Commander Bai very good at pretending? Why don't you pretend anymore? Before Bai Yong could finish his sentence, Lu Sun gave a wacky smile and dodged towards the side with his wine jug. Bai Yong, black face, gritted teeth, looked at Lu Sun, but did not dare to speak out, lowered his voice, it's not you? Bai Mao has lived an honorable life, and his reputation has been ruined in your hands. Lu Sun oddly smiled, carrying a wine pot and walked towards the inside, while walking and looking at the well-tended garden in the courtyard, exclaimed, Lu Mao, see, brother Bai is happy in it. The money sent by powerful people alone in recent days has been enough to buy 10 more such mansions, right? Bai Yong stood on his feet, his eyes sunken, and his voice became heavy. Tilting his head, he glanced at the sun and the sky. The temperature is slightly cold, but the daylight is extraordinarily harsh, piercing Bai Yong heart are in a gripping pain. Yes. So much money just for casting stones. Just how much contraband are they transporting? How many evils are actually festering within? Yan Du. Clenching his fists, Bai Yong's pupils fluttered violently. Lu Sun's eyes dimmed, and soon let out a light laugh. What's the point of thinking about those? Now that His Majesty recognizes it and allows you to amass wealth by decree, why don't you take the opportunity to amass it properly? Bai Yong didn't open his mouth, and with a dark face, he pulled out a ledger from his pocket. Handing it to Lu Sun, he spoke, this is all the money and goods that Bai has received in recent days. Which store, which family and powerhouse is behind it, and how many prohibited items are in the goods they're transporting, and what are they all about? It's well documented. As he spoke, Bai Yong pointed to the locked treasury not far away and spoke, the belongings collected in recent days have all been stored there, and Bai Mao has not moved a single cent. Speaking here, that face grimaced down and spoke through gritted teeth, just waiting for His Majesty's decree. Mr. Bai will be able to wipe out those vermin, all in one go. Chapter 122 Commander Bai, don't be ungrateful. Brother Bai is magnificent. Lu is impressed. Looking at Bai Yong, whose eyes were filled with anger, Lu Sun had a look of admiration. The remaining light from the corner of his eyes moved and saw a slender figure. The corners of his lips curled up slightly and he spoke, such bravado. When you go to the Flower Moon building to have a catch-up, it's on the house of Mr. Lu. Seriously? The expression on Bai Yong's face instantly turned into surprise. Bai Mao. is going to call 2 this time. With Brother Bai's grandeur, how can 2 be worthy? Yes, 10. Bai will call for 10. Bai Yong grinned a wide, open smile. Lu Sun coughed lightly, rubbed the back of his head, carried the wine jug, and sat down on the wooden railing by the side of a connecting corridor. Bai Yong froze for a moment, looking at Lu Sun, but in the next moment, suddenly his face changed and he stretched out his finger, pointing at Lu Sun, so furious that his fingers were shivering. Behind you, has come that soft and with a few points of anger voice. Oh? I heard that my husband's grandeur is going to go to the Flower Moon House? Still want to call 10? Bai Yong's body was a bit stiff. He coughed dryly and spoke righteously, Madam, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Bai is just preparing to go to that Flower Moon building to eat wine with old brother Lu, and fight for 10 pots of wine. Turning his head stiffly, the small face that was soft with a few moments of coldness made Bai Yong want to cry. In a moment, the ice melted off that little face, revealing a smirk. The small hand patted Bai Yong's solid and thick shoulder and spoke, alright, I know you brothers are joking. Bai Yong breathed a sigh of relief like he had survived a robbery and let out a dry laugh. Well, small dishes have been prepared. You 2 brothers haven't drank for a long time, so have a good drink today. Lu Sun got up and saluted. Thank you for your hospitality, sister-in-law. Bai Yong glared fiercely at Lu Sun before he blackened his face and tugged Lu Sun towards the wine table. As he walked away, he mumbled as if he were speaking viciously. Today, I have to make you drunk under the table. At the table, light porridge and small dishes. Not an extravagant dish, but it was eaten with gusto. Just before he could take 2 bites, another voice came from the door. Is Commander Bai at home? The Marquis of Blood and Guts seeks an audience. It's not very loud. However, it penetrated the spacious courtyard and passed through the houses, reaching the ears of Lu Sun and Bai Yong who were drinking. Bai Yong's face changed. Blood and Guts' husband. He remembered that there seemed to be a blood feud between the Blood and Guts Marquis and Lu Sun. You hide first, after I've dealt with the Blood Bile Marquis, you can come out again. Bai Yong spoke nervously. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled as he spoke. Invite Marquis Blood and Guts to come in and have a drink together. Bai Yong immediately blackened his face, gritted his teeth, and spoke, Elder Brother Lu, do you know what the Blood and Guts Marquis is doing here? If we see you there, we have some words that we can't talk about. No harm done. Lu Sun still had no intention of hiding. Bai Yong had no choice but to sigh and open the door. The door was opened. The Blood and Guts Marquis had a warm smile on his face. Commander Bai, did I come at a bad time? Just as I arrived at the door, I smelled the aroma of your home, but are you eating? Looking at the Blood and Guts Marquis face, Bai Yong felt his face stiffen. Marquis is polite, Bai Mao just happened to be eating, but your guest is here. Bai Mao does not dare to be slow. Today Bai Mao do the east, let's go outside. Before Bai Yong could finish his sentence, the Marquis of Blood and Guts gave a soft smile, extended his hand to stop Bai Yong, and spoke, no need to be polite, I originally came to talk to Commander Bai about some personal matters. It's less convenient to go out instead. Speaking here, the Blood and Guts Marquis opened his mouth and asked, is it convenient for the White Commander? At this moment? Bai Yong. After a moment of silence, Bai Yong just wanted to refuse, but Marquis of Blood and Guts had already laughed out loud. I see, there are honored guests inside. Let the old man guess. It can't be. The little lord. The Blood Gallows Marquis looked at Bai Yong with a smirk. The sweaty hairs on Bai Yong's body stood on end, and his eyes trembled slightly. The Blood and Guts Marquis, however, was already striding towards the inside. Bai Yong's face stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he closed the door of the mansion. Lu Sun sat at the table and had already poured another glass of wine and placed it on the other side. Seeing the Blood Gallows Marquis appear, a smirking expression appeared on his face. Bai Yong's face stiffened. As he watched the Blood and Guts Marquis sitting beside Lu Sun with a big grin, Bai Yong tried to suppress the panic in his heart. The atmosphere became odd and unsettling. Bai Yong's gaze scanned the faces of these two. A glance to the left, a glance to the right, some hesitation in his eyes. Lu Sun leapt up, his whole body emitting a cold aura, a pair of eyes staring deathly at the Marquis of Blood and Guts, his voice becoming murderous as he opened his mouth. Marquis, the cup you dropped last time was worth a lot of money. Oh, so what? The Marquis of Blood and Guts sank his face, slapped his palm hard on the table, got up, and went toe-to-toe with Lu Sun. You still dare to make this Marquis pay for the damages? The two of you. Bai Yong rose with a stiff face and rounded off in a row. Lu Sun spoke coldly, this is not necessary. But last time, Marquis, you ordered 3 flower girls at the Flower Moon House and credited them to Mr. Lu. How is this calculated? This. Bai Yong was confused. Wait. Something's not right. The Blood and Guts Marquis snorted out a laugh. Lu Sun grinned back. You kid, just don't scare Commander Bai. The Marquis of Blood and Guts glared at Lu Sun. Bai Yong watched in a daze, his eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Sun and the Blood Bile Marquis, his face filled with bewilderment. Lu Sun also smiled and spoke. Well, it's true that it's Lu's fault that he didn't make it clear to Brother Bai. But next time, you are not allowed to keep Lu's account. Lu already owes several thousand taels. If he owes any more, the Flower Moon building won't let Lu in. The Marquis of Blood and Guts coughed lightly, and seemed to know that he was being unreasonable as he sat back down. Bai Yong stared blankly at Lu Sun, his face filled with a blank expression. The Marquis of Blood and Guts is a pawn that His Majesty has placed beside those rebellious people. Lu Xun explained the matter in a single sentence. Bai Yong's lifted heart was completely put down. A bitter smile appeared on that face. In that moment just now, he was so nervous that he felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. This time, the old man has come to take the place of that disobedient man and bring in Commander Bai. The Blood and Guts Marquis lips curled slightly, glanced at the table's clear porridge and small dishes, and smiled innocently. I hope that you, Commander Bai, will not be ungrateful, and it's best to order more. Bai Yong? Great Yen language, very easy to understand. Every word, too, is well learned. The voice of the Blood and Guts Marquis was also very calm and strong, and could be heard clearly. Every word he said, Bai Yong recognized and understood. Can be linked together into one sentence. Bai Yong was at a loss. Do not understand. Totally incomprehensible. 8,000 taels of gold? Lu Xun glanced at Bai Yong, shook his head and smiled, stating the conditions for the bewildered Bai Yong. The Blood and Guts Marquis smacked the 100 flowers due in his wine cup and shook his head. This 100 flowers due, or the one that the flower Kuei feeds to Lao Fu was better. A little more guts. That disobedient man has money anyway. Lu Xun pondered for a moment and spoke. 18,000 taels. 30,000 taels. The Marquis of Blood and Guts directly clapped his hands on the decision. Happy cooperation. Lu Xun lifted his wine cup with a smile on his face and clinked it with the Blood Guts Marquis. The four eyes met and turned to Bai Yong again. Bai Yong. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Chapter 123 Peacemaking. 30,000 taels of gold? This Commander Bai has quite an appetite. But, that's a lot of money to pay. King Duan's fingers twisted the jadeite trigger on his thumb, placed it in front of his eyes, examined it for a moment, snorted, and his cloudy eyes carried a few points of contempt. That Bai Yong boasts of being clean and upright, but never thought that he is such a huge corrupt. After I take the throne, such vermin will not be allowed to stay. The Marquis of Blood and Guts slightly arched his hand, his face still somewhat red from the lump of wine, and opened his mouth. An aura of wine filled the air. My lord's holy wisdom. That wine breath smoked. Duan Wang frowned, waved his hand in dissatisfaction, and spoke. Go down. After that, we can set up to send those things into Yen capital. For the time being, you liaise with Bai Yong, and maintain more affection on weekdays, money and goods not exceeding 100,000 taels of gold. No need to report, just go directly to the treasury to draw. Yes. The Blood and Guts Marquis left drunkenly. It was only after getting into the carriage that the feeling of intoxication instantly disappeared without a trace. The alcohol vapor disappeared with it. His eyes fell on the token that had been delivered to his hand before he left. That's the token to enter the Tuan Wang treasury. Spend up to $100,000 in gold and spend as much as you like. Himself is finally considered to have entered the core of the End King. Lu Suna. Next, we must hold Yendu. Woohoo! Horns sounded over the walls. Warnings. Lu Yuanfang suddenly woke up from the military camp. Almost immediately, he lifted the battle sword on his hand, and without armor, he rushed out of the tent and directly onto the city wall. Under the gray mist, a group of carriages and horses, holding the great flag of Yu, slowly emerged from the mist. The caravan, at a distance of 2 miles to the city gate, stopped. Lu Yuanfang frowned tightly and touched his dry and peeling face. His cloudy eyes only glanced at the distinctive carriage in the center of that caravan. The carriages on the wagon were obviously much more spacious than the others, and the wood of the main frame of the wagon was made of rosewood. Comparatively speaking, rosewood isn't exactly top-of-the-line expensive. Available at. This is the Yu State royal family only. Any family in power are not allowed to use rosewood. Who dares to secretly use, in the Yu State, is a violation of the majesty of the royal family, the whole family to beheading. The brocade banner on that carriage was also the symbol of the royal family of Yu. Pull the string. Duke Lu sank his face, his voice icy cold. Shoot. The generals around them drew their bowstrings and shot in the air. Buzz. The sound of the bowstring straining and shooting startled the caravan 2 miles away into disarray. Like birds of prey, some had even rolled off their horses to hide. But after a few moments, they realized that it was just an empty release. Carefully, he peeked his head out from behind his horse, a look of some annoyance on his face. The wind blew away some of the fog, and Lu Yuanfang's facial features became much clearer in front of those people's eyes. The general behind him had already taken out a fur cloak and draped it over Lu Yuanfang's body. The cold wind blew Lu Yuanfang's dry, peeling face even more stiffly. Opening his mouth, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from it. Fawn, just a warning. Viet Cong, one step closer and it's a solid arrow. The aura of solemnity in his voice made the Yu people harden and not dare to refute a word. After a long period of silence, the man at the head of the group organized his attire, saluted from afar towards the city wall, and spoke. Greetings to Duke Lu of Yen. I am Chu Chang, an envoy of the state of Yu, and with the delegation of the state of Yu, we are going to the capital of the state of Yen, Yendu City, to beg for peace. Boom! The last 2 words, the voice bites down. The Yen generals on the entire city wall were suddenly stunned, and then the atmosphere gradually became complicated. Some were full of disbelief, some were stiff, and some were still hostile. Someone is celebrating. Others are already in tears without realizing it. The wind blew Lu Yuanfang's dry and cracked skin, snapping him out of his thoughts. Gazing at the man at the head of the group, and then at the royal carriage in the center of the caravan, he was silent for a moment, and ordered in a deep voice, "Enter the barracks first, and check the state papers." The entire border city was abuzz. The gates of the city were opened. A team of generals rushed out and surrounded that caravan. Under hostile eyes, the caravan entered the city. After entering the outer city, there is the barracks. The barracks are followed by the inner city. Lu Yuanfang personally received the messenger. Flipping through the state book, Lu Yuanfang's eyelids jumped. His pale eyes sank slightly, his gaze ghostly cold, and he closed the book of state, his fingers lightly tapping the hardcover of the book. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere was stiff. The surrounding generals all had lowered gazes, and their palms would occasionally skim over the war swords at their waists. Chu Chang, the envoy of Yu, had cold sweat on his forehead. His palms were cold, and he sat on his knees on a cushion, but it was like sitting on pins and needles. Pop! The fingers stopped tapping and were replaced by the palm of the hand. The rough peeling palm of his hand, slapped hard on the cover of that national book, and the crunching sound that came out, shook Chu Chang's face pale and his body trembled a little. The straight and stiff body bent slightly. Clank! Already some generals had drawn their war swords, and cold light flashed in the tent. Lu Yuanfang waved his hand and told the generals to put away their swords. The old, cloudy eyes swept up and down on Chu Chang's body, revealing a smirk-like expression. "You, the ruler of Daiwa, are thinking well. But to beg for peace, one should always show the attitude of begging for peace. I'm afraid it's very difficult for me, Great Yen, to agree to this condition of yours. Lift up the letter of state and hand it out." Chu Chang, the envoy of the Yu state, carefully wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve robe, received the state letter, and nervously took 2 steps backward. Release. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuanfang raised his eyes, glanced at the general at the side, and spoke faintly. "Fang Long with 100 men, escort into Yen capital." The urgent military report was sent to Yendu first. Yes. Yes. Military orders are like mountains. After Lu Yuanfang's military order was given, the surrounding generals acted one by one without the slightest delay, much less anyone suspecting. Outside the tent, above that one royal carriage, a pair of beautiful eyes flickered as they looked through the gauzy curtains by the window at the generals outside who walked like the wind. A deep sigh. The generals of Yu, when can they have this kind of spirit as the generals of Yen? I am afraid that they would have already stepped on Yen as a flatland. But, even if you had that kind of generals, it didn't have the devil that fell from the sky. When she thought of the huge impact that was close at hand when she passed by that huge sinkhole, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear was revealed in those beautiful eyes. Once majestic border of the huge pass, the pride of the Yu country, thousands of miles of majestic pass, even overnight, became a sinkhole, the edge of the crumbling debris, that's so powerless. Father, I hope you made the right decision. Otherwise, my country of Yu is in danger. Chapter 124 Su Su Zhu Zhu. The debate in the courtroom about whether or not to send troops finally came to a halt as well with the arrival of the urgent military report from the border. Make peace? Manhwa's eyes flashed with a refined light, his gaze swept over the civil and military officials in the Great Hall, and he spoke faintly. What do you all think? Your Majesty, although the border of Yu has been calm for some days, but as usual, the border is harassed year after year. It is my Yen generals and soldiers who have exchanged their lives for the calmness of the border. Now that Yu has been broken up once, he wants to ask for peace and then ask for peace? I am the first to disagree. Martial Minister Li Qingsong clenched his fists, his eyes became stern, his gaze swept over the 100 officials, his voice filled with hostility. As the Minister of Martial Arts, he had also climbed up step by step from the bottom. He knew what the border generals had given, and even more so, how dangerous the border of Vietnam was. I don't have any problem with you seeking peace, but it depends on the conditions. Minister of Wen Sun Ruofu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he offered a different opinion. Watching Li Qingsong about to angrily spray himself again, Sun Ruofu hurriedly spoke up. No matter what the conditions are, I, Great Yen, will never let go of the Yu kingdom so easily. Their city is broken, we have the initiative. Besides, speaking here, a serious look flashed across Sun Ruofu's old face. The 3 great imperial dynasties and the other 3 kingdoms can't possibly stand by and watch us swallow the Yu kingdom. Balance, for them, is important. There is no one who would wish for a new dynasty to appear in the world. This is a matter that requires long-term planning and a slow approach, not a moment of anger and courage. Sun Ruofu's words caused the hot-tempered Li Qingsong to fall silent in a rare moment. It was also clear to him that Sun Ruofu was right. If, in a moment of anger, he directly annexed you, I am afraid, the other 3 great powers would not hesitate to form an alliance and simultaneously rebel on the borders of Yen when Yen sends out its troops. Those 3 great dynasties, too, would not let it go. Yen, which will be belly up to the enemy. Sui sui sui, sui sui sui. You old piker will only talk about Su Su Tuji, how to Su Su Tuji you can't think of anything. Li Qingsong cursed angrily with a black face and turned his head in another direction. Sun Ruofu's face flushed red, pointing at Li Qingsong and just about to curse angrily, but then he heard a meaningful laugh coming from the side. The entire court turned their gazes around, only to realize that the one who let out the laughter was clearly the Marquis of Blood and Guts. These days, the Blood and Guts Marquis, a powerful minister, was completely different from the previous days, almost completely invisible in the affairs of the court, without the flight of fancy above the court. But right now, it seems to be coming back a bit. Marquis of Blood and Guts, do you have any ideas? Manhwa looked in the direction of the Blood Bile Marquis and opened his mouth to ask. Duan Wang, who was on the side, also looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts, his gaze carrying a few moments of questioning. The Marquis of Blood and Guts, however, acted as if he didn't see it, and a few moments of heartfelt admiration appeared on that slightly rosy old face. The old minister doesn't have any special thoughts, but only to congratulate your majesty in advance, and this time, when you begs for peace, he will definitely bleed profusely. My great yen, on the contrary, can take advantage of this opportunity to cut a large piece of meat from you without bloodshed. Speaking of this, Marquis Blood and Guts looked at Li Qingsong with a broad smile and spoke. Minister Wu shouldn't be in a hurry to scold this Marquis, and this Marquis didn't say that he was going to let the Yu kingdom go. First cut a piece of meat off of you, and then slowly, from that piece of meat, nibble away at the rest of his flesh. Wouldn't it be wonderful? The Blood Gallows Marquis words caused Sun Ruofu's eyes to light up. Although Li Qingsong was a bit dissatisfied with the Blood and Guts Marquis attitude, he heard this and fell silent. Indeed. Has a few points. There is also room for maneuver. King Duan frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the Blood and Guts Marquis, always frowning. He couldn't figure out why the Marquis of Blood and Guts suddenly had such an idea, and what was the purpose of doing so. The Marquis of Blood and Guts quickly gave King Duan an answer. The pale eyes lifted their head to look at Manhwa, his voice sinking slightly. The old minister requests an order to receive the Yu State's delegation. Take full responsibility for discussing the request for peace with the Vietnamese mission. The voice of the Marquis of Blood and Guts resounded through the great hall. King Tuan's eyes sparkled slightly. Not bad. It's a good move, indeed. He had already gotten the news from the devil that the Yu delegation had entered Yin capital. He thought about doing something with the Yu mission into Yin capital, but there was little opportunity. Now the request of the Blood and Guts Marquis provided the opportunity. This matter requires careful consideration. Minister of Wen Sun Ruofu frowned, his gaze sweeping over the Blood Bile Marquis body as he spoke. Manhwa's gaze swept over everyone in the great hall, and his eyes landed on King Duan's body, the corner of his lips curling slightly as he spoke. Does Imperial Uncle have any ideas? King Duan took a step forward and bowed slightly. I came to Yindu this time only to put an end to the Nanluo Huayula tragedy, and I have no idea about the affairs of the court. Imperial Uncle, don't be polite. Father once said during his lifetime that Imperial Uncle has always been eloquent and could obtain more favorable conditions for my great yen in dealing with you. These words caused the face under King Duan's veil to stiffen slightly, and the palms of his hands, hanging in his sleeves, clenched up tightly, his gaze grim. Yes, he was eloquent and more capable than his foolish royal brother, yet he lost the throne to himself through his father's injustice. Luckily, I still have a chance. Taking a deep breath and shaking those distracting thoughts out, King Duan raised his head, his cloudy eyes carrying a serious look as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty is wrong, but if your Majesty needs it, I am willing to go on behalf of my great yen to negotiate with the Chu country. Great! As if he was relieved, Manhwa had a smile on his face. Imperial Uncle promised, this stone in my heart can be counted as landed. But, said Manhwa, his eyes swept over Duan Wang, hesitated, frowned, and spoke. It seems a little inappropriate and unreasonable for only Imperial Uncle and Marquis Blood and Guts to receive the Yu State's envoys. According to the system of etiquette, when a foreign mission comes to visit, at least 5 people should be sent to receive it. Martial Minister Li Qingsong flashed a stern color in his old eyes at this moment and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Old me is also willing to go. Not to be outdone, Sun Ruofu opened his mouth. These words caused King Duan's gaze to flicker and he frowned. Manhwa, however, patted his head and exclaimed, oops. I actually forgot. The Rapunzel was once a hostage in you, it's just right for her to receive it. Those words stilled the scene. King Duan's cloudy eyes twitched up and down for a moment, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. How can such a coincidence? Chen Lingquan, you go as well, you represent me, if there is any news, you can return to the palace at any time to inform me. Manhwa looked at Eunuch Shen who was at the side. Eunuch Shen hurriedly threw himself on the ground in gratitude and opened his mouth. Your Majesties will be obeyed. King Tuan had frozen. A pair of eyes with a few moments of trance. The last person. Manhwa touched his polished chin, the corner of his lips slightly curved, his voice with a touch of inexplicable meaning. I heard that Lu Qing has been very flirtatious in recent days. Linger in the House of Flowers and moon day after day. Then find something for Lu Qing to do. I'll leave the reception of the mission to you all this time. I, for one, will wait to see what you all do. Chapter 125 Rapunzel, be careful what you say. Reception of 5 persons in the mission. 4 of them were their own. What if there's a Lu soon? What kind of waves can ye make? King Duan's face underneath his veil displayed a sardonic smile. A pair of cloudy eyes, both squinted into slits with a smile that squeezed out stiff crow's feet. In that case, then it would be a good idea to think about how to arrange things after the arrival of the Vietnamese envoys. At this moment, King Duan had already taken the matter of receiving the envoys completely into his own charge. As for Lu Xun, doesn't matter. You five, cooperate. If there are disagreements, resolve them internally first and never show them in front of the Vietnamese envoys. Manhwa's eyes swept over Chen Lingquan and the blood-bile marquis as a smile appeared on his face. My lord, obey. King Tuan was also laughing, smiling cheerfully. Today, the 5 reception ambassadors, you can discuss how to receive the matter, the process and ideas synthesized, so that the Ministry of Ceremonies to look over, if it is feasible, then according to your ideas to do. If there is something bad to do, you can Imperial uncle as the main one. Manhwa reminded twice. Duan Wang's eye slits narrowed completely, and his face, under the veil, clearly showed a stiff smile. Own lead. Then there is more room for maneuverability in it. The Vietnamese envoys may have brought a secret message from the king of Dai Viet. Yes. Flower Moon House. The 4 figures were wide-eyed. Morong Yan's face was the first to darken. Looking at the other side, Lu Xun, who was carrying a wine pot and huffing and puffing, his beautiful eyes flashed with resentment. Royal uncle, why do you come to such a filthy place? And why must we find him? Imperial uncle, when will we settle this? Lowly man. Morong Yan's voice was low, her delicate body trembled slightly. If not for the fact that there were still attendants from the Flower Moon House waiting at this moment, she would have been ready to kill Lu Xun, who was drunk to the point of unconsciousness, to vent her anger. Eldest princess, be careful what you say. King Duan's cloudy eyes settled, and the knuckles of his fingers tapped the tabletop, making a dull ringing sound. Morong Yan's face went white and she didn't dare to open her mouth again. Turning his head slightly, King Duan's eyes landed on Chen Lingquan. Trouble eunuch Chen, go and wake up little eunuch Lu, we can't delay for too long. Besides, in our capacity. Slightly disgusted, Duan Wang swept the surrounding area and brought a few points of contempt into his tone. This place is truly unworthy. The eyes of the attendants of the Flower Moon Mansion had some annoyance in their eyes, but they didn't dare to open their mouths, and their faces didn't even dare to show half of it. Unworthy? Ho ho ho. I'm afraid, on all of you, it's much dirtier than Flower House. Lu Xun's drunken voice, slurred, sounded from the side. Everyone's faces changed at once. Especially Morong Yan, that pair of beautiful eyes were like quenched poison. Her face was slightly twisted and her killing intent was completely undisguised. Ha! So many people? They're also all having trouble with Lu. This is coming to get Lu killed? A look of awe was written all over Lu Xun's face as he stretched out his palms and rubbed his face. With a few moments of anticipation in his eyes, he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Lu has been looking forward to this for a long time. I didn't think that all of you would be so tolerant that you're just now trying to get Mr. Lu killed. Boo! Morong Yan was the first one who couldn't hold back. Her palm slammed hard on the desktop, and she got up violently, her delicate body trembling violently, her fists clenched tightly, and she stared at Lu Xun with a deadly stare. Lu Xun stood in place, looking at Morong Yan who reacted like this, hesitated for a moment, and asked curiously, is the eldest princess going to stare at Mr. Lu to death? You. Morong Yan's face is gloomy. But before he could continue speaking, he heard Duan Wang, who was at the side table, speak in a deep voice, sit down. Morong Yan's eyes almost spewed fire as she took a deep breath and was just about to say something, but when she came into contact with Duan Wang's muddy and icy eyes, her heart trembled and she subconsciously sat back down. King Duan's cloudy eyes turned for a moment to look at Lu Xun. His eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled faintly and said, young Lord Lu has been drunk for a day, so I'm afraid he doesn't know yet. News has just come in from the border that Yu's envoys will be arriving at Yin capital soon, ready to discuss the peace talks. His Majesty has ordered the 5 of us, as reception ambassadors, to receive the envoys of the U-State and discuss the U-State's request for peace and compensation. Lu Xun threw the empty wine jug in his hand aside and staggered to the table. With one but, he sat beside Morong Yan. The matter is ready for your own deliberation. Mr. Lu's opinion should not be able to influence your decisions either. These words, said lightly, after finishing, and even directly take chopsticks will be like no one else to eat up the delicacies on the table. While wolfing down the food, he wondered, it's so delicious, why haven't you all moved a bit? Really don't know how to enjoy. Morong Yan's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Xun with a deadly glare, her teeth clenched and creaked, and her pink fist was placed under the table, squeezing it with a deadly grip. She wanted Lu Xun to die in front of his eyes right now. His eyes swept over King Duan, but he trembled, and even his hand, which had been clenched into a fist in death, let go. For some reason, King Tuan forbade himself to move him now. Regrets, however, himself as when he ascended to the throne in his last life, he, still, must die in his own hands. When she thought of the images from her last life, the corners of Morong Yan's lips hooked up into an icy smile. His Majesty decreed that the 5 of us should discuss ideas. Duan Wang's gaze fell on Lu Xun's body, his eyes staring into Lu Xun's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Lu Xun's heart. Just before the words were finished, Lu Xun had already put down the chopsticks in his hands, stretched his waist, smoothed out the hair on his forehead, and slowly walked towards the direction where Fong was sleeping. Eat your fill. and sleep a little. You guys don't want to disturb Lu. Mr. Lu fought 10 flower goddesses last night, and I'm dead tired. Covering his waist, Lu Xun staggered back to his position with a weak look on his face, but his voice carried a bit of smugness. The corner of King Duan's eye twitched, and his cloudy eyes scanned Lu Xun for a moment before he snorted coldly. In that case, it would be inconvenient for us to confer with young Lord Lu. Go! Taking the lead, he headed for the door. Morongyan's delicate features with a sardonic smile, slowly walked to the front of Lu Xun, condescending to look at Lu Xun, chirping, Lu Xun, you just enjoy it. Soon, you won't get a chance to enjoy it. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, the corner of his lips slightly hooked up, did not refute, just looked at Morongyan with interest and spoke faintly. This look of the eldest princess having everything under control is really admirable. It can't be that there are high people behind it. Then we must properly protect those high people. Morongyan's face went white as she raised her hand, but was grabbed by the blood bile Marquis. Go first. The Marquis of Blood and Guts stared at Lu Xun with a deadly gaze, his voice icy cold. Morongyan coldly grunted unwillingly and turned to leave. Little Lord Lu, you still need to protect yourself. Looked at Morongyan and the end of the king have gone away, only to lower his voice, whispered, Lu kid, bragging don't so blow, this Marquis young, but also with the 5 flower queen sound battle, you kid. Speaking of this, glancing up and down at Lu Xun, the corners of the blood gallows Marquis lips curled up slightly, with 3 points of disdain and 7 points of mockery between his brows as he shook his head and sighed as he left. Lu Xun, what do you mean by that? What does that smile mean? Lu Xun blackened his face. Eunuch Chen Lingquan Chen only pinched his orchid fingers and trotted to Lu Xun after the blood and guts Marquis left, and opened his mouth to say, Ego I say the little eunuch yo. You can't be eating flowery wine all the time these days. His Majesty is in a hurry, said the man, looking around cautiously. By the way, that Duan wine can transport a lot of things to Yendu City, you can pay some attention. Getting up, Eunuch Chen purposely increased his voice and growled in a shrill voice, Little Eunuch Lu, you don't know what's good for you. The old slave is going to go back and report you in front of His Majesty. Turning her head, she gave Lu Xun a big grin and quickly left with a great deal of energy. Lu Xun lazily lay on the collapse, the smell of alcohol on his body disappearing without a trace. Even the drunkenness on his face had completely disappeared. Vietnam seeks peace. That devil can't help but move. Chapter 126. There won't be anyone who thinks Lu is joking, right? Yendu is in the wind. Since the rumor of Yu's mission into Yen capital to seek peace spread, the entire Yen capital's powerful and noble people began to move around. Whether it was within the mansion where King Duan resided outside of Yen capital city or the Blood and Guts Marquis mansion, there was an endless stream of powerful and wealthy people traveling to and from the mansion. It was clear to all that Yu's quest for peace was bound to result in a hemorrhage. It may even seed the city. That's fat. The world's great families and powerful people were all eyeing that piece of fat meat. In contrast, the State Duke's mansion was much calmer. It's not that no one came. Rather, can't get in. The State Duke's mansion closes its doors all day long, and anyone who approaches, whether powerful or worldly, is driven away. Even the civil and military ministers were turned away. The 2 old faces of Sun Ruofu and Li Qingtsong were so angry that they blew their beards and stood at the entrance of the mansion cursing Lu Xun for a long time, but in the end, they both left helplessly. Uncle Fu bowed, stood in front of Lu Xun, a pair of pale eyes with a few hesitations, opened his mouth and said, Junior Duke, the 2 ministers Wen and Wu are both the state prince's lineage friends. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to reject them like this. Lu Xun sat on the chair, twisted a piece of tea cake in his fingers, gently put it into his mouth and chewed a few times. Eyes, with a few glares. Instead of answering Fu Bo's words, he changed the topic and faintly commanded, What I asked you to prepare before, is it all ready? Fu Buki froze for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Previously, Lu Xun had asked Uncle Fu to prepare enough coins for each of the government's soldiers and guards, and he didn't understand what it was for, but he still prepared them all according to Lu Xun's instructions. Lu Xun nodded, picked up the tea and drank it all in one go, the corner of his lips hooked up, revealing a meaningful smile as he spoke faintly, Distribute it. After I leave the house, Uncle Fu, you take the house soldiers and leave immediately. If there are any who are willing, they may go with you to the border to seek my grandfather, and if there are any who wish to leave on their own, let them go. Fu Bo's bowed body stiffened slightly and raised his head in surprise, his eyes staring blankly at Lu Xun. That said, like they're going to make them flee with their coils. Could it be that the little lord is in some terrible trouble? Young lord, the old slave has watched you grow up. No matter what you want to do, the old slave will follow you. Uncle Fu still bowed, his voice unchanged. Looking at Uncle Fu, Lu Xun's heart was warm. Available at. I'm afraid what I'm about to do will make big waves. Fu Bo had protected himself with his life in his last life, and in this life, he could not die. Putting down his teacup, Lu Xun's expression became solemn. Getting up, he straightened his clothes, and towards Uncle Fu, he made a deep bow. Uncle Fu's face instantly changed and his hands were busy assisting Lu Xun. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help Lu Xun. That arm, as if there were a million mountains, did not move. Little lord, what are you doing? Fu Bo's forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were slightly red. Lu Xun raised his head slightly and smiled brightly. Uncle Fu, you have protected Seeker for half of her life. To Seeker, your family. What Seeker is going to do nowadays is too dangerous to involve you, Uncle Fu. You should know that with Seeker's methods, no one can stop him. Listen to Seeker, let's go. If you don't go, Seeker won't get up. These words made Fubuki's body stiffen. He stared at Lu Xun in a daze, and there were tears flickering in those old, cloudy eyes. Red eyes. After a long time of sullenly looking at Lu Xun's insistent face, in the end, Fu Bo still gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Yes. Yes. The old slave. Listens to the young lord. Gritting his teeth, that pale body trembled slightly. Or is he too weak? He had seen Lu Xun's terrifying power. As a heaven-ranked expert, he could once protect Lu Xun. But today, even if he put his life on the line, he would only be dragging Lu Xun's feet. Can't hold back the young lord. Fists clenched tightly, veins rolling across the slightly wrinkled pale skin. It seemed like resignation and helplessness. Well, Fu Bar, go on. As the words fell, the corners of Lu Xun's lips curled up slightly, and his palm grabbed through the air. Phew! A cold light broke through the air. Xuanji sword. Although it looked no different from an ordinary long sword, but now, that Xuanji sword was filled with a cold and austere aura. Lu Mao is going out. The entrance to the palace. The sun is high in the sky. Hundreds of people stood on either side. Not many civil and military officials came. Duan Wang sat on the eunuch chair at the very front, his eyes closed tightly as if he was resting with his eyes closed. The Marquis of Blood and Guts and the eldest princess sat on the chairs behind King Duan. Chen Lingquan then bowed and stood behind them. Slightly raising his head, looking at the sun, and skimming his head to look at the sundial, Chen Lingquan moved his legs, which were standing somewhat stiffly, with a few points of dissatisfaction in his voice. Egu, why hasn't this Yuan boy arrived yet? It's already this hour, those dishes we prepared are almost ready. You old slave, you can't stand it. Morong Yen smiled contemptuously, as if she had seen through Chen Lingquan, and spoke in a slightly mocking manner. Chen Lingquan's complexion stiffened, and he hurriedly bowed with a low brow and a curt smile. Egu, your highness the eldest princess, what do you mean by that? If I were to serve my master, it would never be a problem for my old slave to stand for even a few days and nights, but to wait for that defeated group of Viet Cong, my old slave would find it excessive to wait for even just half an hour. That feminine and shrill voice, however, made Morong Yen sound very comfortable. With a faint smile, you dog lackey, you know how to talk. That's just it, give me a seat. Rapunzel waved her hand. Before Chen Lingquan's voice of thanks could ring out, a city guard rushed over in the distance. While rushing, he nervously opened his mouth. Your Highness King Duan, it's not good. Duan Wang, who was still sitting blandly in his eunuch chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The cloudy eyes seemed pure black in that moment, but soon it was back to normal. An eerie aura emanated from the inside out. Duan Wang's heart was vaguely uneasy. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the city guard who had rushed to him and opened his mouth to ask, what is it? The city guard knelt on the ground and spoke with some urgency. Little Lord Lu, he went to wait at the city gates himself. Our white commander was afraid that something would happen, so he asked my little one to come here first to inform you. Boom! King Duan's face changed dramatically. The faces of the surrounding 100 officials also changed dramatically. Greeted at the palace gates, as discussed earlier. It was also negotiated by the Duan Wang line. Every step of the way, the Ministry of Ceremony confirmed it with His Majesty. What is Lu Xun doing at the city gates on his own? That uneasiness in Duan Wang's heart worsened. He stared dead in the face at the city guard who had passed on the message. The knot in his throat rolled stiffly, and his voice was hoarse, with a few hints of grimness, as he opened his mouth. Commander Bai, why are you afraid that something will happen? That city guard raised his head and spoke with a slightly flustered face. Because of little Lord Lu. He's holding a sword. Standing outside the city. When our white commander went to ask questions, little Lord Lu only said one thing. What words? Duan Wang's heart was beating like a drum, his right eyelid fluttered madly, and his breathing began to be ragged. In this life, if you see a Dai Viet, you will kill a Dai Viet. This is a royal oath, no one will think that Lu is joking. Chapter 127 Today, Lu is going to kill someone. There is no one under the city. Everyone stayed far away. Only because outside that city gate stood a white coat, long sword in hand. The sword, it seemed so normal. However, the body of the sword exuded a solemn and murderous aura that even an ordinary person could detect. Mind-blowing. Bai Yong's eyes were filled with a look of anxiety and worry. Glancing around, he walked up to Lu Xun and whispered, Elder brother Lu, you're crazy. This time, it is about the peace talks between the two countries. If you want to kill the Yu people to take out your anger, after the peace talks, Bai is willing to accompany you to secretly hunt down and kill the envoys. Now in full view of the public, you do this. People's words, His Majesty cannot protect you. Bai Yong's voice was lowered, so low that only Lu Xun and Bai Yong could hear it. Lu Xun grinned, but soon the smile on his face turned icy cold. Glancing at the growing number of people around him, he violently reached out, pushing Bai Yong away with one hand, and snapped, "Commander Bai, don't think that just because you are in a high position of power, Lu will be afraid of you. It's useless to threaten Lu. If Mr. Lu wants to kill, no one can stop him." There was a lot of chatter from the surrounding onlookers. Bai Yong's face was cloudy, and he also knew that Lu Sun was deliberately acting this way to set himself aside. Available at. Gritting his teeth, Bai Yong stood sideways beside Lu Sun, his palm falling on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Everyone thought it was to block Lu Sun. Only Lu Sun heard Bai Yong's mosquito-like murmur, "This head of Bai's has long been tied to old brother Lu. That the Yu country thieves burned and plundered my Yen border people countless. Bai Mao has long wanted to go to the border army to kill the thieves. Today there is this opportunity, then try Bai Mao this knife, sharp or not it." With a light laugh, Lu Sun's eyes warmed slightly. "Stupid Lu, but there is an exemption medal," Lu Sun murmured in a low voice, his gaze cast into the distance. In the distance, the Yu carriage had gradually appeared in sight. In the very center, the Imperial brocade flag of Yu, fluttering in the wind, was particularly conspicuous. "Lu Sun, how dare you!" Behind him, there came King Duan's stormy shout that contained anger. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up, his head didn't even return, his body rushed out like lightning, and almost in an instant, he had rushed not far in front of that caravan. Bai Yong didn't even react and was just about to do so when he realized that Lu Sun had already raised the long sword in his hand. Swish! Rumble! A cold light flashed. Outside of Yendu City, a huge sword scar appeared between it and Lu Sun. The sword mark was 3 inches into the ground and several dozen meters long. The sword chi raged, causing everyone's eyes to tremble tremendously and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Celestial-level powerhouses were also able to make sword marks on the ground with their sword chi. Available at. To make such a long sword mark through the air, a heaven-ranked expert, putting his life on the line, would not be able to do it. Today, Mr. Lu is going to kill someone. Those who cross the line are Lu's enemies. Think clearly. Lu Sun's voice was flat and leisurely, but it carried a chill that made his entire body go cold. King Duan's eyelids throbbed, a pair of cloudy eyes staring deathly at that white-clothed back, and his breathing began to get ragged. Both fists were clenched, and her teeth, under her veil, were clenched. His schemes. His scheming based on the Vietnamese envoys. Can't just leave it like that. Sullenly, King Duan took one step at a time towards Lu Sun's direction. He didn't believe that Lu Sun dared to kill himself in front of so many people. Boom! A cold light came in an instant. King Tuan's blood stiffened. The sword, cut against his neck. It was only so close to slicing through his neck. Ice cold. Numb. Cluck cluck cluck. A strange sound of panic escaped from his throat as King Duan staggered back 2 steps, his eyes looking at Lu Sun in shock and anger. He actually dared to take a shot at himself. Lu Sun still had Duan Wang on his back and didn't move again, but spoke, "Seeing that you haven't crossed the line, Mr. Lu will leave you alive. Your Highness King Duan, your life, it's very expensive, be careful with it." These words caused King Duan's body to tremble, and he clenched his teeth in death, his cloudy eyes filled with red blood. "Commander Bai, guard His Highness Duan Wang well, but don't let anything happen to His Highness Duan Wang here. When Lu kills, he doesn't care about status." A flat voice echoed through the city gates. Immediately following, no matter if it was a high official or a commoner, all of them stood outside the city gates dumbfounded, looking at that white coat. It was arrogant, but, with a hot blood, a fire was born in the heart of every one of them. Who wants the Viet Cong to make peace? They want the Viet Cong dead. This is a grudge between Yen and Yu for eternity. Lu Sun slightly tilted his head, holding his long sword as he walked step by step towards the Yu State's caravan directly in front of him. The horses in the caravan, seeming to sense the danger, stamped their hooves uneasily and even tried to turn around uncontrollably. The border generals escorting the Vietnamese envoys looked at each other after seeing Lu Sun. The general in charge of the escort, Fong Long, dismounted, quickly stepped in front of Lu Sun, and saluted, "My subordinate, Vice General Fong Long of the border city, meet young Lord Lu. Is this the little Lord Lu Sun Lu who killed his country as peak Tian level expert with one strike?" The face of Chu Chang, the Yu envoy at the forefront, was filled with panic. Forcing his mind to settle down, he dismounted his horse and saluted in Lu Sun's direction, and spoke, "My name is Chu Chang, envoy of the Yu Kingdom. I'm honored to meet young Lord Lu." Lu Sun didn't look at the Vietnamese envoy, but instead looked at Fong Long, nodded slightly, and spoke, "Uncle Fong, no need to be polite, how is my grandfather?" Fong Long revealed a smile and spoke, "There's no need for the young lord to remember, the state duke is in good health, even his rice can be eaten in a bowl more than his subordinates." Chu Chang, the neglected envoy of the Yu Kingdom, looked slightly displeased, but he didn't dare to say anything more, and spoke aloud once again, "My name is Chu Chang, envoy of the Yu Kingdom, I'm here to meet young Lord Lu. On the order of my king of Yu, I have come to Yen to make peace." Lu Sun's eyes swept over lightly. With just one glance, the Chu envoy, Chu Chang, stiffened his entire body. An inexplicable chill, from the inside out, emanated. Even his lips quivered uncontrollably. Lu young master, what are you doing? I have been ordered by my king of Dai Viet to come and Opening his mouth dolefully, Chu Chang's eyes darted wildly, his body trembled, and he stumbled backwards a few steps. Lu Sun grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his voice icy cold. Lu Ma once made an oath before the Imperial court that in this life, if I see a Viet Cong, I will kill a Viet Cong. Today, Mr. Lu has come to fulfill his promise. Everyone's faces were stunned as they stared blankly at Lu Sun. Chu Chang, on the other hand, took a few steps backward with a panicked face and shouted in horror, "You are crazy. You are crazy. I am an envoy of Dai Viet. Fong Long commander. What are you doing? Quickly stop him." Fong Long stood up straight, turned around, looked at the border generals, and said aloud, "The military order of the Duke of State allows us to escort the envoys of you to Yen capital. Yen Du has arrived." All generals listened to the order to depart back to the border city to garrison the border. Yes. All the generals' faces were solemn, and they left the caravan without the slightest hesitation. Fong Long turned his head to look at Lu Sun, a smile on his cheeks. "Young lord, then we'll take our leave." On the side, the Vietnamese envoy Chu Chang's eyes flickered as he watched in panic as Fong Long retreated with the border generals, his face turning pale. However, in the next moment, he saw the veiled Duan Wang in the distance with Morong Yen, whose face was slightly distorted behind Duan Wang. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. "Quickly! Stop this person! Save us!" Chapter 128 Killing the Viet Cong. "Lu Sun, you're bold. How dare you intercept and kill a Yu envoy outside of Yen capital?" Morong Yan's voice was miserable, a pair of beautiful eyes quenched with poison as she looked at that figure. The smugness at the corner of her lips could not be hidden. Finally, the opportunity. Under such public attention, Lu Sun, this bastard, had done this kind of mischief, and he must be nailed to the pillar of shame, making him a sinner of Yen. Thinking about this, Morong Yan's voice became louder. "Lu Sun, you sabotaged the peace talks between the two countries. What should be your offense? Peace talks?" A flash of coldness flashed between Lu Sun's eyebrows as he took one step towards the U-carriage convoy, his aura getting a few points colder with each step. That overpowering aura pressed people to the point where they couldn't breathe. The entire U-caravan were forced backward, the frontmost U-envoy Chu Chang even staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Lu Sun's voice also resounded through the city gates. In the spring of the 5th year of the great ancestor's reign, the state of Yu invaded the border towns and massacred 30,000 of my Yan's civilians, burning and looting them. In the winter of the 9th year of the great ancestor's reign, when the Yu country was starving, the Yu people pleaded with my great Yen to open the country's gates, but, after entering great Yen, they went on a killing spree, feeding on my Yen people. In the spring of the 18th year of Emperor Taizu's reign, without warning, you opened a floodgate in the upper reaches of the Luo River, drowning 18,328 of my people in Great Yen and destroying 21,532 acres of good land. In the spring of the 25th year of King Taizou's reign, the state of Yu. Voices, knuckleheads. The people surrounding the onlookers also clenched their fists and their breathing gradually became ragged. The eyes fell on the Yu envoy, and the hostility grew thicker. Lu Sun was still taking one step at a time. With every step, one more sentence comes out of his mouth. Autumn of the 32nd year of Emperor Taizu. In the fall of the 2nd year of the Shang Jing Emperor, all the Yu people went to war, and their armies pressed in, slaughtering them wherever they passed. When they evacuate, wherever they pass, they burn to the ground, withered in charred bones and mourning. The legs of the Yu envoys were starting to go weak, not just one Chu Chang, but the other envoys around them. Their faces were pale and their bodies trembled violently. These. For the Viet Cong, it's a war record, a bragging capital. Available at. For Yen, this is a debt of blood. The 23rd year of Emperor Xingjing. Lu Sun's voice suddenly lowered and his footsteps stopped. Slowly, he raised his head, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Everyone stopped breathing. And Vice Admiral Fong Long, who hadn't gone far, also stopped his horse, slowly turned around, dismounted, and his expression became solemn. Emperor Xingjing, 23 years. The Viet Cong army is pressing in. The main general is defecting from the battlefield, and the Vice General Lucian is at risk. Outnumbered and outnumbered, defend the border city to the death. At some point, 2 tears, down his cheeks, slowly slid down. Lu Sun's voice remained calm, as if he was completely unaware of it, only that the hand holding the Xuanji sword trembled slightly. Ultimately outnumbered. The head was cut off and hung at the gate of the majestic city on the border of Vietnam. Border city, another 50,000 civilians slaughtered. The voice came to a screeching halt. Lu Sun's footsteps were steady, and with each step, it was as if he was pressing on the heart of the Vietnamese envoy. The sword in his hand, its cold aura became more and more prevalent. Like a brilliant flower in bloom. The blood debt is so great that a word of peace can be passed over? Is it not heard that blood, debt, blood, pay? The long sword in Lu Sun's hand was placed in front of his chest, and with his other hand, he wiped away the undried tear tracks on his face. In a loud voice, he said, Lu is not that great, not for the sake of the many slaughtered souls of Yen. Lu, it's just to avenge the Yu's murder of his father. Kill the Viet Cong. Raising the sword in his hand, Lu Sun's voice shook the heavens. Next moment. I don't know where the voice came from. Kill the Viet Cong. Kill the Viet Cong. Kill the Viet Cong. The voice shook the heavens. Even the faces of King Duan and his party all turned pale. The sound surrounded them all. From the commoners down to the powerful and high-ranking officials, all of them had clenched their fists at this moment, and there were even tears welling up on some of their cheeks. The entire Yin capital was filled with anger and killing intent. The aura of solemnity and murder went straight to the sky. Don't mess around. We are sent by the king of you to make peace. You have to protect our safety. Two nations at war don't kill each other. You can't do this. Chu Chang's entire body trembled as he stumbled and fell to the ground completely, nearly getting trampled over by the horse he was leading. Looking at Chu Chang, who was trembling like a quail in front of him, Lu Sun slowly took 2 steps forward, and the sword in his hand was already placed at Chu Chang's neck. You, who are sent by the king of you to make peace, this is your business? What has it to do with me? Lu Mao, it is Lu Mao's own business to kill you people. What does it have to do with you? The cold touch caused Chu Chang's entire body to freeze. The next moment, swish, a cold light suddenly rose. Chu Chang's eyes were in a trance, trying to reach out and grab it, but somehow, the hand, always powerless to lift. The power seems to be draining away. The temperature, it seems, is starting to run out as well. It's cold, so powerless. It's as if an inexplicable fear, with coldness, spreads through the body. So panicked, so want to escape, but cannot escape. So, is this the fear of death? Chu Chang sat on his knees, his palms clawing feebly at the ground, blood gushing wildly from his neck and spurting onto the back of his hands. And it dawned on him, pupils that are slowly dissipating. Bold, kill me. It was only at this moment that the surrounding experts sent by the Yu Kingdom to guard the Yu envoys finally reacted and rushed towards Lu Sun with pale faces. Lu Sun held his sword, step by step, towards the experts who were riding their high horses and charging over. It brushed past Chu Chang. The figure fell helplessly on its back. The poisonous sun shines on Chu Chang's pupils, but it seems to be very cold and not harsh at all. Twitching unwillingly twice, Chu Chang completely lost his vitality. And beside him, just in the blink of an eye, several more figures were already lying down. They reached out and clawed with equal reluctance and powerlessness. It's as if he's trying to claw back his passing life. 1, 2, 3, 10. Kill like a chicken. The word, never has it been so shocking. Duan Wang's right eyelid beat wildly, looking at Lu Sun's shirt that was not even stained with a single drop of blood. The pupils in his cloudy eyes gradually contracted. Kill, kill, kill. With each kill, the people around them roared in anger. His face was red and he seemed to be roaring with all his strength. Fists clenched. Although it wasn't them personally, but even as they watched, they could feel the blood boiling inside them. Some fell to their knees and covered their faces as they wept. I am the border city all the way to beg for food to come to Yendu, when my grandfather to let me live, with his body to block the entrance to the cellar of my family, by the Viacom cut 3 times. Unhumanized ah! Unhumanized ah! The voice was sadly argumentative and unexpectedly complemented the screams in the Yin envoys. Chapter 129. This palace has confidential information to tell. Lu Sun, you're bold. This is my Yu's royal bloodline. Here's my Vietnamese state letter. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be an enemy of my Yu royal family, an enemy of the entire Yu kingdom. The perimeter has been killed. The Yu guards and the Yu envoys died out, leaving only a pale figure standing straight despite his drooping age. The eyes were filled with righteous indignation. In his hand, he held the Book of State. Just that Book of State, stained with whoever's blood, had appeared blood-stained red. That old man blocked in front of the carriage that represented the royal family of Yu, not retreating a step, and said sternly, I am already in my old age this year. If you want to insult my Yu royal family, you can cross over my corpse. Speaking here, he sneered at Lu Sun and spoke in a slightly provocative manner. Little Lord Lu, if you just kill even the old and weak, what's the difference between you and the Yu people you resent? Old age? Lu Sun lips slightly curved, eyes icy cold, faintly opened his mouth, ancient and rare years. Can be accompanied by the royal family around, I think. When young, must be in my great Yin rampage, for the Yu country to make sweat and toil. I don't know how many Yin people have died at your hands. Killing you is considered to be a way to avenge the unjust deaths of the Yin people. These words immediately caused the old man's body to tremble, and his face panicked for a moment. He had wanted to use his age and his status as an old man to force Lu Sun's hand. If Lu Sun gave up killing himself, it would be better to stand on the moral high ground and bind him. If he killed himself, he would be even more ridiculed. Just kill even an old weakling. Available at one sentence, but it directly destroyed all his ideas. Damn, Lucas, always come out with these headaches. Why wasn't the Lu family born in Dai Viet? The old man's last thought rose. The old body, unwillingly, collapsed beside the car's driver. A pool of blood reflected the old, unwilling face with unmistakable clarity. This palace is Princess Xian Gui of the Yu Kingdom, pleading earnestly to little Lord Lu to spare this palace's life. This palace has a secret to tell. Inside the carriage, a nice voice suddenly came out. It was as crisp and clear as a large pearl falling from a jade disc. Just unsteady breathing, even a quivering throat. It sounds like it's trying to maintain composure, but displaying obvious trepidation. From afar, King Duan's eyes sank, and his fists, which had some spots on them, were clenched in a deadly grip. Flickering for a moment, his eyes swept to the crowd not far away. In the crowd, a few figures dressed in black nodded, burrowed into the crowd, and reappeared with additional pure black masks on their faces. Boom! Several figures shot out explosively, madly rushing towards Lu Sun. Just crossed that line. A cold light then appeared unexpectedly. A flash of gloom flashed across Lu Sun's cold face, but his eyes fell straight onto King Duan's eyes. Two pairs of eyes locked. One pair was muddy with the color of blood, and one was filled with pure killing intent. Whoever crosses the line, dies. Swish! A cold light flashed. All anyone saw was a cold light. Next, it was a gush of blood. King Duan watched as his men, just like that, fell unopposed in a pool of blood, and his breathing began to become more and more ragged. The fingertips were so hard that they went hard into the flesh. Waving the Xuanji sword in his hand, Lu Sun bent down, pulled a piece of clothing from the black-robed man, and wiped the blood on the Xuanji sword, wiping it off. The blade of the sword, once again, resumed its dazzling cold light. Lu has killed enough for now. When do you want to kill? Lu Sun's eyes were light, slowly tilting his head to look in the direction of the Yu Kingdom's royal carriage. The corner of his lips curled up. Depends on the mood. Boom! The sound of items falling came from inside the carriage. The brocade curtains on the wagon shuddered with them. Ding dong, the beginning of cultivation is most concerned with a thought that is through and through. A strong man keeps his word, keeps his oath, and kills a Viet Cong when he sees one. System reward, the art of Inner Dan. Inner Dan technique, cultivation of basic introductory techniques, can make the practitioner will be in the body of the mortal chi, condensed into Dan, across the mortal level, stepping into the door of the cultivator, until the great success, can become a land god immortal realm. Note, can be taught to others to cultivate, open the path of others to cultivate. A fart like the hosts that crumbles a city is a waste of time to cultivate this kind of garbage. Lu Sun. This gong method, when placed in this world, could make the entire heaven-level expert powerhouses all go crazy killing each other. The system actually calls it garbage. Take a deep breath. Lu Sun spat it out and shook his head with a bitter smile. Also right. Thinking about his own strength, and then thinking about his feats, the system was indeed right. For the current self, this kind of basic cultivation technique could indeed only be considered trash. With a flash of his eyes, Lu Sun withdrew his mind and retrieved the Xuanji sword. Step by step, he walked towards the Yen capital city. Blood stained the edges of his robes and the soles of his shoes. One bloody step at a time. Walking past King Tuan, his arm bumped into King Tuan's shoulder. With a stumble, King Tuan nearly fell to the ground. Stopping his footsteps, Lu Sun tilted his head sideways and spoke faintly. This physique of King Duan, it doesn't seem to be very good. You'll live longer if you have time to make up for it and mind your own business. The surrounding civil and military officials and dignitaries held their breath and stared blankly at Lu Sun. An uncontrollable shock shook them to the point where their blood froze. No one had ever dared to speak to King Duan in such a tone. By the way, there's always one left of the Yu envoy. Mr. Lu won't compete with you all for the credit, so next, it's up to you all to receive that envoy. Lu Sun's voice was bland, his eyes shifted from King Duan, he took his sword back into its scabbard, and slowly walked towards Yendu City. A long bloody footprint, from the outside of the city, spread to the inside of the city, and finally disappeared completely. King Duan's eyes were cloudy and sullen, seemingly expressionless, but the muscles at the corners of his eyes were involuntarily twitching. Morong Yan's pretty face flickered, the smugness at the corner of her lips could barely be concealed, and her voice carried a bit of excitement. Lu Sun is dead. He's dead. This time, I will make sure that Lu Sun will have a hard time. Pa! Before Morong Yan could continue to be happy, King Duan's stiff and cold palm had already ruthlessly slapped Morong Yan's delicate little face. The moment it came into contact, an inexplicable putrid and grim feeling permeated Morong Yan's face, causing an inexplicable feeling of nausea to arise from deep within Morong Yan's soul. In a split second, they widened their eyes, their red lips trembling, one hand covering their beaten face, their voices weak, yet with a few sharp points. Imperial. Imperial uncle. You. Why did you hit me? Boom. The pupils of the cloudy eyes, which were so black that it was frightening, stared at Morong Yan with a deadly stare. The hairs on Morong Yan's entire body stood up. How did he know the exact time of the mission's arrival in Yendu? I think you owe me an explanation. King Duan's voice was cold and airy. Morong Yan's beautiful eyes slightly dodged as her face turned pale. Chapter 130. A botched stimulus. The night in Yendu was not too quiet, yet still fit to kill. In the city's Dong'an province, an aura of blood rises to the sky. Several figures in black robes with black masks on their faces patched up everyone who had fallen to the ground. Once again, no survivors were left behind, but Annabelle, whom the master told us to kill, was not found. She's obviously back at the house. Where could she have gone? Quickly, search for me. Search Annabelle even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. A rush of footsteps came from inside the Anfu. Off to the side in a dark alley, there was a sudden scraping sound coming from the wall. Thumbs up. At the corner of the dark alley, a stone door assembled from a dozen bricks was pushed open, revealing a knee-high, arm-width hole that looked like a dog hole. A petite figure poked its head out of the dog hole-sized hole, carefully glancing from side to side before quickly drilling out of the hole. Pushing the stone door of the cave back, he saw that it was tightly closed, and his eyes narrowed slightly in a narrow slit of indignation. In a low voice, he cursed angrily, which damned and family member provoked these killers. Just a little bit closer, I'll be able to become the eldest princess's guest secretary for good. If I find out who offended you, I'll dig up your graves for all of you. Those damn ankles. What a way to block one's path to riches. As the unfavored concubine of the Yin family, she had been alienated from everyone in the Yin family since birth, and even hated the Yin family. Though the Yin family didn't really treat her poorly, but simply had that little bit of favoritism towards the firstborn son. But she always felt that she had been wronged in the Yin family and had never thought of herself as an Yin family member. In order to make a name for herself, she went around befriending talented men and women, and in order to bring those people together, she spent a great deal of money and even sold a lot of the belongings that she and her mother had saved up. In the end, it earned the name of Yendu's talented daughter. After becoming a bit more famous, her status in the Yin family has risen. Befriending the powerful and the wealthy, and interacting with the descendants of the heavyweights, finally, opportunities fall from the sky. She was favored by Princess Morongyen. In recent days, the relationship had grown so intimate that they had been able to refer to each other as sisters. She even advised the princess and offered a brilliant plan. It was so hard to hold on to the thighs of Princess Morongyen, who knew that the Yin family was suddenly struck by disaster. Overnight, the Anfu was massacred. She climbed out by means of a trapdoor she stumbled upon. At this moment, he didn't dare to stay longer, but just lowered his voice and pointed his finger in the direction of the Yin family, and angrily cursed the Yin family members twice in the same place, before he indignantly ran towards the exit of the dark alley. Just, a voice suddenly appeared from overhead. I know who drew those killers. And Suzu's pretty face went white, her petite body instantly stiffened in place, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she raised her head somewhat stiffly. A white coat on the wall of that dark alley in the night. The side of his face was teasing in the night. In his hand, he played with a couple pieces of something dark. It seems that is stoned. Obviously, he looked like a rich male, but the moment he saw that white coat, and Suzu's heart beat like thunder and her mind went blank. Who are you? Who are you? Annabelle forced down the panic in her heart and lowered her voice to open her mouth to ask. The face slowly turned to face Annabelle. The handsome face froze Annabelle for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, cold sweat broke out on Annabelle's spine. Feet shifted unconsciously, staggering back in panic, lips quivering a little, not daring to speak. It seems that you know Mr. Liu. Lu Sun sat directly on the wall, a few small stones in his hands, playing with them a little faster. Who are you? I don't recognize. Annabelle's eyes subconsciously dodged to the side, and her feet moved imperceptibly in the right direction as she prepared to rush toward another opening in the dark alley. Just before he could move, Lu Sun's fingers flicked out slightly. Shoo! Even in the darkness of the night, a stream of light could be seen, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Annabelle's left leg. The stone was extremely fast and its power was extremely terrifying, and it penetrated in Suzu's left leg almost without any obstruction. Ah, well. Annabelle wailed in pain, only to cover her own mouth before the sound could come out. Lying on his back, breathing heavily, a hole in his left leg, running through the back. Even the bones were penetrated. Unspeakable pain caused Annabelle's entire left leg to twitch slightly. But with each twitch, a new pain arose, stacked on top of each other, the agony growing deeper and clearer. She tried to control her left leg to stop twitching, but there was nothing she could do to control it. The left leg doesn't seem to have any feeling left in it other than pain. Sweat on his forehead, wetting his hair, messy, with a bit of a different kind of beauty. Annabelle forcibly suppressed the pain, twisted his head, but did not dare to look directly into Lu Sun's eyes. His voice was lowered but with a few points of misery. Lu, young master. Daughter has never had any contact with the young master. Why? Why are you so bullying me, such a weak woman? Lu Sun stepped out from the wall. Under Suzu's shocked gaze, Lu Sun walked through that void as if he were walking on steps. Easy, at ease. It was as if the air was subservient to Lu Sun. Swallowing hard, Anzu could even hear her heart beating wildly. Slowly, Lu Sun took one step at a time and walked over to Suzu. Slowly, he crouched down and looked at the messy and rather beautiful face, the corners of his lips curling. It seems that it's not as if you don't recognize Lu. And Suzu's breathing stuttered, her face pale as she looked at Lu Sun, laboriously bracing herself on the ground with her palms, trying to keep her left leg elevated in contact with the ground. But as soon as he moved, a heart-eating pain would come, the kind of pain that made Suzu nearly faint. Stifling a grunt, she didn't move. Strongly bracing herself up, her voice weak down. Lu, young master, my daughter's family encountered thieves and robbers. Exhausted, naturally, I dare not say that I know young master you. I think that besides recognizing Mr. Lu, you should also recognize Morongyen. Lu Sun spoke again. Annabelle's frame stiffened, and the hand that was holding up half of her body nearly fell off. Eyes flashing, opened his mouth. Elder princess. My great Yin royal family elder princess, who does not recognize? Lu Xun did not continue this topic, but stood up, playing with the stone in his hand, but his speed was getting faster and faster, and his voice was getting lower and lower. The great Yu envoys are coming to Yin Du to make peace. This matter is a matter of national rejoicing for all of Great Yen, only Lu is unhappy. At a time when Lu was so unhappy, someone else sent a provocative letter to mock Lu. When he thought of the letter he had received 2 days ago, Lu Xun couldn't stop himself from laughing, and almost went off the deep end. That letter was filled with mocking words. With that kind of crude agitation, Lu Xun could tell at a glance who did it. In his last life, only Bell liked to use this stupid and shallow agitation the most. Obviously shocking. Incidentally, the exact time when the Viet Cong arrived at Yindu was written on it. What a great move to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Let Mr. Lu, in his emotional turmoil, go and kill the Viet Cong, and you guys reap the benefits, making my Lu family a sinner in both countries, with a full house. The corner of Lu Xun's lips curled up, glancing at Suzu out of the corner of his eye as he spoke faintly. Thinking of this solution should make you very proud. Chapter 131. Being alive is more painful than being dead. No. It wasn't me. Wasn't what I was thinking. I had absolutely nothing to do with this. Bell spoke in a panic, her lips quivering. Just the next moment. Shoo! Another stream of light pierced straight through Bell's left arm. The left arm that was originally supporting half of his body, the moment it was penetrated, the bone and blood were so thick, almost simultaneously screamed miserably, and Suzu's right arm was difficult to support his body, and fell to the ground in pain. Ah! Nothing to do with me. Really nothing to do with me. It's the Rapunzel. This idea was thought up by the eldest princess. Bell couldn't care less about what the Ansetian assassins would hear, and screamed out in horror. Lu Xun stood still and didn't move, just watched as Suzu trembled in terror and moved a little bit more towards the distance. 2 bloodstains in place, clear as day. Shoo! Another stone. In an instant, it penetrated Bell's right arm. Ah! With a cry of misery, Bell's body stiffened for a moment, unable to crawl. At this point in time, you'd actually rather dump the matter on that idiot Morongyan than betray your good sister, Dongfang Xin? Buzz! And Suzu's eyes froze and she looked at Lu Xun in fear, her petite body trembling unceasingly. How did you? How did you? She opened her mouth in horror, and even her voice began to tremble with her. Don't worry, after the Yin family is destroyed, it won't be too late for the Oriental family. It's estimated to be tonight, and your good sisters, they'll soon catch up with you. The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled slightly, and he slightly tilted his head, looking in the other direction, and in his eyes, a stern light flashed. In his last life, when the State Duke's house was copied and destroyed, the Yin family and the Dongfang family jumped the most. He even took the lead in insulting the State Duke's office, and compiled and organized many trumped-up crimes to publicly humiliate the State Duke's office when all of them were beheaded. This is also the reason why Lu Xun left these 2 people at the end. Anyone else's family can keep it, but the families of these 2 men must be slaughtered clean. And Belle opened her mouth and a strangled sound of horror escaped her throat. Cackle 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 cackle. Like he had something to say, but blocked himself out. After a long time, Lu Xun, as if suddenly interested, squatted down again, looked at Annabelle, and spoke with a smile. You know, what's the stupidest thing about you guys? The stupidest thing you can do is think you have the whole picture. But what is seen is not even a fraction of the whole picture. Speaking here, Lu Xun slowed down the speed of the stone spinning in his hands, the corner of his lips curled up slightly as he looked at the panic-stricken Ling, and spoke again. You offered Morongyan a plan, thinking that you could help her destroy the State Duke's mansion. But what you did just happened to destroy all of King Duan's arrangements in Yin capital. Do you think that Mr. Lu beheaded the Yuan envoy in a fit of rage at your provocation? It just so happened that Lu wanted to kill someone, and you guys delivered the reason. And this happens to spoil all of King Tuan's prepared plans. Guess who sent the men who slaughtered the ANS in there? The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled slightly as he looked at Suzu, whose pupils were gradually dilating, and smiled happily. No way. Didn't Duan Wang also want you to die? Rapunzel told us so. And Belle's voice was horrified and her face was pale. She's just arrogant, just toxic, not completely stupid. The Yin family's entire family was slaughtered, and whoever did it could almost be guessed without even thinking about it now. King Tuan, I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to stop me from escaping? And Belle's shrill voice pierced the night. Lu Xun looked at Annabelle with a surprised face, a touch of disbelief in his eyes. You're going to design to harm Lu's whole family, and you actually say that you have no grudges with Lu? And Suzu's petite body trembled and her face held a red color. Under Lu Xun's astonished gaze, and Suzu's eyes were lowered, but they were as gloomy as hardened poison. Green veins popped out on her forehead, her palms didn't dare to clench up hard, and her heart was filled with hatred for Lu Xun. At the moment. First commission. Ask for forgiveness. Being alive is most important. As long as you live, you will definitely be able to take revenge in the future. Lu Xun looked at the drooping face and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. She was like that in her last life. Thinks he's covering it up pretty well. But in the heart, it was completely written on his face. Lu won't kill you. Lu Sun grinned. The face, in the night, smiled brightly. And Suzu was stunned for a moment and suddenly tilted her head, looking at Lu Sun with some disbelief and some surprise. The heart celebration excited and Belle. Lu Sun smiled even more cheerfully. But you have to understand one thing. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Moron Yen covered her swollen face and knelt on the ground with a few moments of resistance in her eyes. Duan Wang sat on the eunuch's chair, the palms of his hands dead against his temples. As if that was the only way to hide the pain in his temples. Imperial uncle, you have to believe me, those two, they really are rare talents. They are extremely skillful, I have experienced it firsthand. Moron Yen didn't dare to divulge her last life's experience in front of King Duan, but she still looked at King Duan with stubbornness. Hearing these words from Moron Yen, King Duan felt like his head was going to split open, and his soul, which was already not very solid, seemed like it was going to burrow out from inside his head. Ah! A low growl. King Duan's eyes darkened for a moment. After a moment, though, the cloudy, black and white eyes returned. This instantaneous change made Moron Yen, who had been staring at King Duan's pretty face, turn pale, and in shock, she got up and staggered backward a few steps, fell on her butt and sat on the ground, and opened her mouth in horror. The Emperor. Imperial uncle. Eyes. Your eyes. King Duan's eyes went cold, only to see Moron Yen's face that bore a slight resemblance to her mother's. He gritted his teeth again and held that anger in. Stupid. Stupid. Available at. Who made her the child of the only woman he ever loved? Besides, she was still her only descendant. Taking a deep breath, King Duan dropped his palms on either side of his temples, gently rubbed them on the tabletop for a moment, clenched his palms into fists, and viciously slammed the side table. Boom! The table made a dull sound, startling the already frightened Moron Yen a little more. Clutching his legs in horror, he cowered in the doorway like a frightened little quail. King Duan didn't say anything more about the eyes, but said in a deep voice, in the future, you shouldn't even look for any more handlers. Moron Yen froze for a moment, the memories of her last life, vivid in her mind. She gritted her teeth and forcefully contradicted, Imperial uncle, you can't do this. Just because the staff I found is better than yours, and the wise men are more powerful than yours. Shut up! King Duan blackened his face. In a deep voice, he spoke, the Yin family and the Dongfang family, they will be exterminated tonight. In the future, if you look for any more handlers, find one and slaughter it. Chapter 132 Imperial uncle he has overstepped his bounds. Why? On the basis of what? Moron Yan's petite body was trembling violently, her face full of disbelief. Imperial uncle he never even treated myself like this in my last life. What gives him the right to do this to himself? Those handlers, all of them, were his own most capable think tanks in the last life. They had helped themselves step by step to the imperial throne. Each one, with outstanding abilities and similar interests to their own. How could he do this to himself? A seed of resentment took root in the heart. That pair of eyes, staring at King Duan, couldn't see any emotions in their eyes, but it was as if something was brewing. King Duan didn't even have the intention to look at Moron Yen more than once. Pick up the teacup on the side table. Before he could reach his mouth, he suddenly stopped for a moment, raised his palm and threw it out hard. Click! The teacup smashed hard at Moron Yen's feet. Ah! Moron Yen let out a shriek and dodged backward with a pale face. Get out! Get out! No one leaves the palace without my order. King Duan roared out in anger. A pair of cloudy eyes looked like they were trying to eat people as they stared deathly at Moron Yen. Moron Yan's body shivered, not daring to stay or resist, not even daring to open her mouth to say a word as she turned away in panic, only to stop abruptly as he walked outside to the front door. Turning his face slightly sideways, his eyes looked sideways at the courtyard. In a pair of beautiful eyes, a few points of sinister flashed. Without his own wise man, his own path to the throne may be a little harder, but that's okay. Yourself is a proud daughter of heaven. The first female emperor of heaven's destiny. It was like that in the last life, and it's still like that in the real life. Only, Imperial uncle he seems to have overstepped his bounds somewhat. Today, he dared to shout at himself, who was about to become the first female emperor. In the future, after he ascended to the throne, wouldn't he be even more arrogant? Damn! Same as Lu Sun, all deserve to die. After you're done utilizing it, kill it. Hands kneaded together with deadly force, almost bruising their palms. Eventually got on the carriage and took advantage of the night to drive toward Yin capital city. Woo! When Dongfang Xian woke up, she was already in a damp and dirty place. Opening her eyes to look around, Dongfang Xian's face instantly went white. Black market. As the adopted daughter of the Dongfang family, she lived in this kind of place when she was a child. It was the head of the Dongfang family who saw her resourcefulness and took her away to raise her. But she could never forget this place. Yendu Black Market. It was only when late night fell that outside of Yendu City, on the dirtiest streets, there would be an outpouring of people like sewer rats burrowing out of nowhere, covered in filth and with hideous faces. The things that are being sold are completely forbidden and damaging. Whether it's a human being, or a human object, if someone buys it, they dare to sell it. But after freezing for a moment, she suddenly saw another figure off to the side. The figure, on all four limbs, had bloody holes, gurgling blood. By the little bit of faint light in the distance, she looked closer and suddenly covered her mouth in horror, her face pale. After all, it's Belle. And she seems to be alive. Not only alive, but with eyes open, eyes glistening with tears, and a gurgling sound in his throat, as if he couldn't speak and was pleading with himself with his eyes for help. Somewhat hesitantly, he approached. Dongfang Xian gently pushed Annabelle with her palm. Annabelle blinked. You're alive. You're alive. What's wrong with you? Dongfang Xian instantly breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest, her face pale as she asked. Annabelle couldn't speak, her vocal cords had been shattered. All you can do is stare and wonder. Off to the side, but a derisive voice came. She had her limbs broken and her vocal cords destroyed by me. Who are you? Compared to Annabelle, Dongfang Xian was obviously much more calm. The moment he turned his head, he jerked back a few steps. Just taking a step, she blanched. Phew! A stream of light penetrated her right leg viciously. The pain of tearing, with the pain of cracking bones, swarmed like a tidal wave. Dongfang Xian's face turned pale and her body trembled violently. He dropped to the floor, but screamed in misery at the sheer magnitude of the movement. In the distance, dark shadows were already hovering, but it seemed to be too scared of something to come over. The corner of Lu Sun's lips slightly curled up, looking at Dongfang Xian, faintly opened his mouth. Dongfang Xian did not think that the Dongfang family was destroyed, but you dodged a bullet because of private meetings with a lover. But it really made Mr. Lu look for it. Lu Sun's face gradually appeared in Dongfang Xian's line of sight. But what shocked Dongfang Xian was not Lu Sun's identity, but what Lu Sun said. Eastern home. Overwhelmed? No. No way. The Dongfang family is a truly great family. Even though it wasn't the top of the line, it was still considered a second-rate family. How can it be overthrown? Believe it or not, it's none of my business. Mr. Lu brought you here to give you a chance. Two men, fighting for a chance to live. Lu Sun had a smile on his face as he looked towards Dongfang Xian. Dongfang Xian looked at Lu Sun warily, her gaze icy cold, as if she didn't want to do what Lu Sun said. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not, and I'll never do what you say. Dongfang Xian's voice was firm. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up, and the stone in his hand rose unexpectedly, transforming into a stream of light. Phew! Swish! In an instant, the other leg was penetrated. At this moment, Dongfang Xian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Ah! The screams were horrifying. The sound, however, drew more dark shadows. They watched from afar, eyes lit up with excitement in the night. For the black market. Such screams are most tantalizing. Lu Sun smiled faintly and spoke. Mr. Lu doesn't have that much time to explain anything to you. You should know in your heart what you've done. These words caused Dongfang Xian's eyes to flash and her face to turn pale. The moment she saw Lu Sun, she knew why he had come. Now Mr. Lu is giving you two a chance. Both of you, only one of you, will leave the black market alive. These words caused Dongfang Xian's eyes to flicker, and out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Suzu, who was paralyzed on the ground, and her gaze gradually changed. The black market was what it was, and she knew it well. Staying in the black market is worse than death. Whoever kills the other will live. At these words, Dongfang Xian's eyes instantly lit up. His own legs were ruined, but he could still move his hands. A big advantage for yourself over Annabelle. I'm sorry Annabelle, you should be willing to do that for your best sister. Dongfang Xian's voice was mournful, with a few moments of deep pain. And Suzu stared at Dongfang Xian with wide eyes in disbelief. She didn't expect that she hadn't betrayed Dongfang Xian even when she was on the verge of death, but Dongfang Xian, at this time, had actually betrayed herself. To add to the fun and fairness of this, the corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up, and the stone in his hand burst out unexpectedly. Phew! Phew! Two streams of light, almost instantly, penetrated Dongfang Xian's arms. With a miserable cry, Dongfang Xian collapsed to the ground. That's only fair! Lu Sun slowly dropped the stone and looked at the two figures that fell softly to the ground but squirmed their way closer toward each other, the corner of his lips curling up. Chapter 133 Tearing. Ah! A mournful scream lingered in this dark night. For the dark shadows that hovered in the distance, not daring to come forward, it was like the most delicious bait. The aroma is shuddering. Dongfang Xian screamed miserably, her whole body twisting like a maggot as she squirmed on the ground. Every little bit of crawling, there was a scream. Lu, little Lord Lu, we were wrong before. We shouldn't have gotten any ideas. Please, have mercy. We've all paid such a great price. Please, keep us alive. As she begged for mercy, she was slowly approaching Anzu. And Suzu also crawled towards Dongfang Xian, her eyes filled with pain and panic. At the moment they regretted it afterward within themselves. Regretting that they didn't think of a more ruthless way, letting the eldest princess directly send someone to assassinate Lu Sun. It wouldn't have brought them so much trouble and made them fall from the sky into a deep valley. It was only Dongfang Xian's eyes flickered, glancing in the direction of those dark shadows in the distance that didn't dare to approach, and she seemed to have made some kind of decision. Young lord. We can't move our limbs nowadays, it's simply impossible for you to let us divide life and death. Dongfang Xian's voice was deep. It was already close to that Anbel. Anbel froze for a moment, but quickly nodded laboriously. Only the movement tugged at the wound again, and a muffled sound of pain escaped his throat, but nothing else. Lu Sun didn't open his mouth, he just stood aside and watched with interest. Two figures, writhing on the ground. Blood gurgled and stained the ground. A look of sisterly love. Until the moment the two figures came into contact. Almost at the same time, the mouth opened and bit towards the other's neck. Ah! Dongfang Xian was bitten by Ansuzu and was shocked that she forgot to continue biting for a moment. Ansuzu's mouth exerted itself, biting Dongfang Xian with deadly force, not even wanting to raise her head to look at Dongfang Xian. She knew what Dongfang Xian was thinking from the moment she said those words just now. Although they were only superficial sisters, she knew Dongfang Xian too well. She knew that if she didn't make the first move, it would be she and Belle who would die. To live. Even if you live meticulously, you have to do it first. The tender white skin ripped open under the friction of his teeth. Blood trickled out of the corner of Anbel's mouth, down her bare chin, and onto Anbel's neck. Warm, but it made Anbel cold through and through. Ah! Don't you dare! You dare! I'll kill you! Miserable screams of agony emanated from Dongfang Xian's throat. This mouth did not bite the lifeblood of her throat. It just ripped away her skin. But even so, it still caused Dongfang Xian pain. A pair of beautiful eyes had turned into triangular eyes, upside down, opening their mouths and biting down towards Ansuzu's neck that was already red with her own blood. Even with the pain of ripping skin coming from her neck, she didn't stop. Ah! Screamed miserably, but with those polished teeth, he bit down hard on Anbel's neck. The mouth, almost instantly, broke through Anbel's skin. Bite on the most critical vein. Blood gushed wildly and sprayed Dongfang Xian's face. Scarlet blood, with its warm yet fishy odor, poured down his throat. Dongfang Xian, however, had red eyes and became more and more frantic. As a young girl, she smelled it every day. She was scared at the time, but after being taken away by the Oriental family, she had changed her life. Available at Unexpected to end up back here again. No way. Stay alive yourself. To step over the corpses of all and walk to the top. It was a vow she had made since leaving the black market. And for that, she'll do whatever it takes. Goo goo goo. Without realizing it, the force of Anbel's mouth was diminishing. In his throat, there was a sound of blood churning. One pair of eyes went dead round, and his body began to produce unconscious spasms. The pupils slowly dilated, and all of the power that was there disappeared without a trace. But Dongfang Xian was still biting. As if to vent his anger, he frantically tore down a few more bites on the pale skin of that neck. Red flesh and blood, torn to pieces. Ah! Completely disregarding her wounds, Dongfang Xian was like a wild wolf that had gone berserk, shaking her head and tearing it with all her might. Until that neck, showing a piece of white bone. It was only then that Dongfang Xian stopped powerlessly. The whole body trembled, and his head lay on Anbel's corpse, panting heavily. Just about every breath sucked the blood deeper into his throat. The disgusting smell made her stomach turn. Pain in the neck, more pronounced. Little lord. I live. You can leave me alone now. Grinning, Dongfang Xian's mouth was full of sticky plasma, smiling in a miserable and hideous manner. Looking at Dongfang Xian, Lu Sun smiled, waving toward the dark figure in the distance. Those black shadows' bodies trembled and dodged backward in terror, even pushed each other and shoved a lanky dark figure out of the way. The lanky, dark figure came cautiously, carrying a red lantern in his hand. A scarlet glow illuminated the figure a bit. It was a middle-aged man with 5 or 6 scars on his face, a scar that had even cut down to the bone. The face was hideous and ghastly, the body stout, and in the red light it looked like an evil spirit. Available at. However, 10 steps away from Lu Sun, he flopped down on his knees, his whole body trembling. See, your honor. He didn't know who was in front of him. As rats of the underground, they never bothered with anything in the light world. Don't care about those either. All he knows is, the one in front of me, he came a few days ago. It was the one who suddenly appeared in the black market, as if he had fallen from the sky, and with one punch, he had smashed that most powerful heaven-ranked expert in the black market, into pieces of flesh. Even if every single person in the black market is a murderous lunatic, they also value their lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cowering outside of Yendu City, engaging in this black market. Facing this young yet terrifyingly strong person, they didn't dare to take any offense. Lu Sun's voice was light and flirtatious. This girl who is still alive. It's all yours. Remember, you can open up and gut her, but you must hang on for dear life and not allow her to die. Lu Sun's voice seemed to be coming from the netherworldly hell. Every word, all of them carried a biting, eerie aura that drilled into Dongfang Xian's ears. In a pair of beautiful eyes, the pupils were trembling violently. The feeling of panic and powerlessness caused Dongfang Xian's entire body to tremble violently. Looking at Dongfang Xian's expression, the corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up, revealing a bright smile. Fists, deathly tight. The skin turned an iron blue color. In his last life, Dongfang Xian had cut his chest open with his own hands. The beauty of it is that it opens up the chest. In this life, give her hope that she will live well again and experience what she once suffered. I understand. Don't worry, my lord, there is no shortage of other things in this black market, and there are countless means of hanging lives. Don't say that you can hang on to your life by disemboweling her, even if you have to gut her organs. Very well, then. Let her live well in this black market. Lu Xun smiled, looking into the trembling pair of beautiful eyes, and slowly walked towards the distance. Behind them came a mournful scream, with the sounds of a group of madmen reveling. The blackness in front of me seemed to blur a bit. Mu Rongyan, you're almost there too. Palm gently rubbed his eyes. Lu Xun grinned, hidden into the depths of the black night. Chapter 134 End King's Surprise. Wastes, all a bunch of wastes. Click. The floor had shattered with shards of teacups. King Duan's eyes were cold and bloodshot as he stared deathly at the men in front of him wearing black robes with black masks on their faces. Hands clenched in a death grip and slammed down on the table. The heavy solid wood table was smashed out of a crater. My subordinate is incompetent. Although I exterminated the Yin and Dongfang families, I really didn't find in Bel and Dongfang Xian. The voice of the black-robed man at the front was muffled as he knelt on the ground, a pair of eyes under a black mask that was written with panic. Cluck. Teeth clenched under the black veil. King Tuan's breathing was starting to become disorganized. It seems that everything has gone off the rails. The plan that once worked perfectly every time, now fails every time. What went wrong? King Duan's breath stuttered, and the figure in white instantly appeared in his mind. Damn! Why are you thinking of that little Lu family again? Throwing his head back, he threw out Lu Xun's figure. But a black-robed man on the side hesitated and suddenly opened his mouth. King Duan's eyes stared at the black-robed man in death, his eyes seeming as if they could kill. When my subordinate was searching around the edge of the city, I discovered that the Yendu black market is bustling with activity today. Boo! Before that black-robed man finished speaking, King Duan had already gotten up violently, rushed to the black-robed man, and kicked the black-robed man hard in the face. The mask, all but nearly kicked off. The black-robed man's body, all of it, flew out backwards. However, the black-robed man didn't dare to make any complaints and scrambled up, kneeling on the ground like a loyal dog, crawling in front of King Duan. What's the use of talking about such irrelevant things? Damn dogs! King Duan's eyes were gloomy. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The black-robed man trembled and spoke, Yes, master, can. But this may have something to do with the Anbel and Dongfang Xian you asked us to kill. Duan Wang, who had already drawn the dagger at his waist, stopped himself. Eyes were grim as he looked at the man, the dagger in his hand glinting with a cold light as he tapped on the black-robed man's mask that had been imprinted with his own footprints. The dagger slapped against the black mask with a dull sound. Say it. If you can't satisfy me, this tongue of yours, it's useless. The black-robed man panicked and fell to his knees, trembling. My subordinate entered only to learn that there is a top expert who brought 2 women today. Break the limbs of those 2 women and let them kill each other in the black market. Broken limbs. Killing each other? King Duan was stunned for a moment, sinking his eyes. How do you kill each other with broken limbs? That's right. It's with the mouth. The black-robed man spoke, his voice carrying some trembling. King Duan's fingers trembled, and a flash of shock flashed through the depths of his eyes. Yendu black market is even more cruel than him? Those 2 women, they actually did it. One of them bit all the flesh off the other's neck. These words made King Duan's eyes tremble. He was cruel enough, he asked himself, but this was a picture he didn't even want to think about. That master, promising to keep the one who survived alive. The black-robed man whispered, swallowed, his eyes filled with a look of fear, and whispered, Can. Instead, he commanded the black market to do with her as they pleased, as long as the woman's life was hung by means. It also says that you can be open and gutted, but you must hang on for dear life. Hiss. Even King Tuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this keeping her alive? It's clear that it's worse than death for her. Live to experience the world's cruelest torture. Black market. What was there? King Tuan knew well. After all, to seize power, you need to know everything about this country. No one in the black market, so to speak, is sane. All of them are crazy with a heart of gold. The means of hanging on to their lives, they have more than enough of. With their tactics, I'm afraid the woman who survived will be living in hell on earth for the rest of her life. My subordinate took a special look at them. Those 2's faces were stained with blood, but their clothes seemed to be something only the rich and noble families within Yendu City could afford. From what I heard, that expert is a white coat. Boo! King Duan snapped to his feet, his eyes clouded over and his fists clenched. A master in white, 2 women from wealthy Yendu families. And let those 2 women kill each other, and the one that's left, live worse than death in purgatory. Such a feud. There was only one person he could think of. Land Seeker. How dare he check out? King Duan knew that Lu Xun could guess that the person who gave him the exact time of the Yuanvoy was Morongyan. But he didn't expect Lu Xun to be able to find out the 2 drunkards behind Morongyan. Narrowing his eyes, King Duan's heart sank slightly. It seems to have underestimated Lu Xun. But Lu Xun never made a move on Morong Yen, nor did he make a move on himself. Looks like he still had no intention of making an enemy of himself. When he thought of the image of the last time Lu Xun came, the scene where one person died in a single step, he shuddered physically and mentally. Now that he had only killed 2 of the drunkards behind Morong Yen, he was clearly warning himself. After a burst of unwarranted speculation, King Duan's eyes became inscrutable. Under the black veil, a grim smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Lu Xun, powerful was powerful, but too cautious, completely lacking the heart that a top-tier powerhouse should have. If he possessed the kind of power that Lu Xun had that surpassed that of a heavenly ranked expert, the first thing he would do would be to kill all the heavenly ranked experts before destroying the country one step at a time. Then, rebuild a nation that honors only itself as a god. All nationals, they can only be their own loyal dogs. It's okay. Wait until you take control of this country. When the time comes to gather all of Yan's heaven-ranked experts. Although the Yin King is not clear, why does Lu Xun have more than heaven-level power? He can think that it will not exceed too much. With the entire Yin Kingdom besieged by celestial-level experts, he didn't believe Lu Xun could survive. Retracting his mind, his fingers lightly tapped on the dagger in his own hand with a crisp sound. Clank! All the black-robed men seemed to have heard some order, and one by one, they hung their heads like loyal dogs. Tomorrow if I don't come back after going to the palace, go inside the palace and bring me out. Then, ignite all the fireworks buried in Yendu. King Tuan's eyes looked out into the night sky. Another brilliant light flashed in his cloudy eyes. It's as if you've already seen that image. Reaching out his hand, he covered it in front of his eyes and laughed softly. I don't want to go that far either. But if that princess you betrayed me, and only to bury you and make you a stepping stone for me, to take back the power that rightfully belongs to me. The voice became eerie and crazy in that moment. Chapter 135 Little Lord Lu, by no means a sinner. Please, your majesty, punish Lu Xun severely. Please, your majesty, punish Lu Xun severely. Destroy diplomatic relations and execute Lu Xun. Destroy diplomatic relations and execute Lu Xun. Above the great hall illuminated by the radiant sunlight, a dozen courtiers knelt on the ground, their voices filled with excitement. When Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other and cast their gazes in the direction of the Blood Gallows Marquis. Those people, all of them, were close friends trained by the Blood and Guts Marquis. It was the Blood and Guts Marquis who took advantage of the situation. Sullenly, when Xiang and Wu Xiang's gazes sank slightly, he looked at Lu Xun, but froze. On that face, there was still an unmistakable look of calm. It was as if it wasn't him that those heavy ministers had asked for orders to be put to death. Moronhua's slender fingers knotted on the dragon chair, his gaze sweeping over those kneeling officials. Great, another wave of courtiers who only know how to fight for power can be cleaned up. Retracting his mind, Moronghua's eyes cleared, his finger pointed to the official kneeling at the front, and he spoke, "Come to you, what is Lu Xun's offense?" The official at the forefront was thrilled by Moronghua's point and raised his head high, speaking with a face of righteous indignation. Your Majesty, that Lu Xun was clearly appointed as a reception officer, yet he went alone to kill the Yuan envoys, causing the deterioration of diplomatic relations between my country, Yen, and the country of you to become mortal enemies. Ming. It's clear that nowadays I, Yen, have the initiative. Immediately, the blood feud with the Yu kingdom that has lasted for generations can be ameliorated, and we can even live in peace, but it is completely destroyed by this son. Simply unforgivable. His crime is punishable by death. At the end of his words, the official even broke his voice and growled, even the state duke's office should be executed. It's not too much to execute all 9 clans. These words were said in a righteous manner, but Moronghua's eyes were getting colder and colder. The important officials in the court even looked at that figure with contempt, with a few moments of disdain in the depths of their eyes. If these words were his sincere words, then this person, he was not even worthy of being a citizen of Great Yen. Lu Xun looked at the man with a faint smile, nodded slightly, and spoke, do you think that I, Great Yen, can take the initiative and force the Yu people to beg for peace? Because of who? Is it because of your mouth? Execute Lu's 9 clans, are you trying to kill my grandfather? Don't you know that my grandfather was the one who guarded the borders and caused my Great Yin kingdom to take the initiative nowadays? Speaking here, Lu Xun stroked his chin and spoke thoughtfully, advising the emperor to kill a meritorious official. Are you a subject of my Great Yen or a traitor of the Great Yu? These words immediately made the official who was impassioned a moment ago turn pale, kneeling on the ground with a bloodless face and explaining in a panic, Your Majesty, I'm not. I'm just. And you said, to improve the blood feud between you and Yen for generations? Lu Xun directly interrupted the man's words, condescendingly looking at the man, his eyes gently glancing, suddenly letting out a light laugh. Your ancestors would have to lift up the coffin boards to come out and whip you if they heard you say that. Ho ho ho. Instant laughter rang out around them. The heavy ministers above the courtroom looked at the courtier who had just spoken with undisguised derision. That courtier's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, his body trembled tremendously, his eyes were suffocating red, but he couldn't refute a single word. Shut up, Lu Sun, you are now committing a heinous crime, killing the envoys of you without authorization in full view of the public. This is already a violation of the Imperial grace and holy decree, and now you're still here to argue without authorization. What crime should you be held responsible for? Among the kneeling 100 officials, an old minister opened his mouth. The white hair is mottled and the face carries a positive color. You see, this is like splashing dirty water, splashing greasy, even if Lu can refute, will not draw fire to himself. This level is still poor, some have to learn more. Lu Sun squatted down and taught the courtier who spoke at the beginning with a long and serious face. That courtier's face was horribly gloomy, and his entire body trembled. The old minister's face was also ugly as he angrily rebuked, Lu Sun, this is above the court, you can't fool around. Lu Sun slowly got up, pointed his finger at the old minister, and spoke faintly, don't be in a hurry, it'll be your turn soon. You say that Lu Mao has violated the imperial favor and holy decree? Lu Mao and ask you, the imperial decree only said that Lu Mao should be the reception officer, it didn't say how Lu Mao should be received. These words suddenly silenced the entire courtroom. Everyone stared at Lu Sun with wide eyes. What does he mean by this? Lu Sun touched the exemption gold medal on his waist, feeling as if it was a bit brighter today. Lu Mao is just using his sword to receive some new ambassadors. I didn't expect the you people to be that useless, not even a single opponent. Who says reception with a sword is not reception? You strong words. The old minister's face held red, and the wrinkles on his cheeks trembled. The other courtiers around them also spoke out angrily. Duan Wang, who had been waiting for a long time, his face under the veil was slightly cold, the corners of his lips curled up as he stood out of the crowd and bowed. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Speak. Manhwa's gaze was ghostly cold as he looked at King Duan. Duan Wang's eyes curved slightly, looking as if he was smiling, and he spoke, I feel that little Lord Lu has not done anything wrong this time, and there is no need to punish him. Even that should be rewarded. These words caused the entire courtroom to squabble. Lu Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at King Duan, a coldness in his eyes. King Duan smiled gently, his voice soft. I feel that Lu Sun embodies the strength of my Yen kingdom, and its attitude toward the outside world. Great Yen, should be so tough. Besides, you itself is a defeated country. If they beg for peace, they should know that we, Great Yen, will not accept it. Young Lord Lu is a meritorious official of my Great Yen. I propose that he should be rewarded. These words immediately caused the surrounding courtiers to talk even more. But the eyes of the courtiers looking at Lu Sun gradually began to look unkind. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled. It looked as if it was a good laugh. A soft knife to stab people, King Duan's tactics, it's a bit interesting. Lu Sun's last life, dealing with Moron Yen that snake scorpion caused too much trouble, there was no shortage of people like Duan Wang. It looks as if they are thinking and speaking for others, but what they say pushes the other person directly against everyone. But Lu Sun's smile became incredibly bright. Hands snapped up and pressed down slightly. Buzz. The chaotic courtroom, in this instant, was strangely quiet. Gentlemen, you say Lu is guilty? Available. It's not like the Vietnamese envoys were killed. Is there a crime? Why don't you ask the Vietnamese envoy? Everyone froze at these words. Looking at Lu Sun, he didn't understand what kind of medicine Lu Sun was selling in this gourd. Declare, an audience with the envoy of you. Chen Lingxuan's deathly white face was holding back some redness from the overly sharp voice. In the next moment, a woman in a gorgeous robe, veiled, walked in style to the top of the great hall. Those courtiers who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads with astonished faces. Envoy of the Yu Kingdom, Imperial Princess Yen Ruomin, meet your Majesty of Great Yen. Yen Ruomin curtsied in style. It's not a big gift, and it's a good way to give face. Raising her long swan neck, Yen Ruomin said in a loud voice, Little Lord Lu is by no means a sinner. Whether it's for the state of Yu, or for the state of Yen, Little Lord Lu is a credit to the country. Boom! All the courtiers looked over in surprise, somewhat taken aback. Chapter 136 The Adulterous Dog's Servant. Princess Yu, your Yu envoys were killed and wounded to the point that you were the only one left, and now you're still excusing Little Lord Lu, it's really strange. The old minister who had spoken earlier let out a cold laugh, a pair of eyes standing over the body of the Princess of Yu and Lu Sun, and after a long period of silence, he opened his mouth again faintly. Previously, there were many people above the court who impeached Duke Lu for having unseemly dealings with the state of Yu, and the old minister didn't believe it. But today it seems difficult to explain if not. There was a silence above the courtroom. In recent times, there has been a lot of fuss about the Duke of Lu's passages through Vietnam. Now that it's being brought up again, it does make you think about it. Everyone threw their eyes in Lu Sun's direction. However, he saw that Lu Sun's face didn't have the slightest hint of annoyance. Instead, it carried a few hints of bashfulness. Before Lu Sun could speak, Princess Yen Ruomin of Yu was face under the veil, with a few frosty eyes with a scornful look, looked at the old minister who had spoken, and said in a deep voice, this palace heard it all just outside the hall. People like you, in my Dai Viet, are called servants of the treacherous dog, betraying good ministers and famous generals, and using the corpses and blood and bones of others to forge a pedestal to fulfill his own proud and clear name. It's just disgusting. The voice was clear and echoed continuously within this great hall. The old minister's cheeks flushed, his dry lips quivered, and his eyes filled with blood. The minister of treacherous dogs. He hadn't heard of it. But I guess it can't be a good word. As one of the 100 officials of Great Yen, he wasn't considered a top-heavy official, but he was still considered to be able to speak his mind. Even some of the great families had to be respectful when they saw themselves. However, today, he was even pointed at his nose and scolded angrily. You are bound to be fly-by-night and work together in a wretched manner. The old minister gritted his teeth, his voice popping out from between his teeth, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Lu Sun and the princess of Yu. Now that you've said this, Mr. Lu also happens to have something to say. Lu Sun sighed, disappointment written all over his eyes as he looked towards Manhwa and said aloud, Your Majesty, I have this to present. Permission granted. Seeing those old ministers attacking Duplu like this, Manhwa had long been unable to hold back, and the speed of his fingers tapping on the dragon chair increased. Lu Sun turned his head, looking at the old minister, and the other ministers kneeling around him, smiling meaningfully. Mr. Lu has been frequenting the Flower Moon Tower for some time recently, and as such, has befriended some powerful families and gotten some news. The words made everyone frown. Lu Sun, the fact that you went in and out of the flower house is simply an offense to the dragon's face when you say it in such a solemn hall. The old minister seemed to have caught Lu Sun's loophole again. The wrinkles on his aged face trembled slightly, as if he was so excited that he was trembling. Lu Sun suddenly turned around, looked at the old minister, and spoke with a smile, Don't be anxious, Elder Yu, it's going to be your turn soon. The old minister known as Elder Yu's breathing stuttered, his heart had a not-so-good premonition, and his lips quirked for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say anything. In his throat, a cold grunt escaped. Humph. Then, with a cold smile, he looked at Lu Sun. Forcibly robbing people's women, killing people and robbing their fields, destroying people's families, and misappropriating the court's disaster relief money. Without saying a single thing, Lu Sun would look at one of those people. Those who were kneeling on the ground, one by one, shuddered violently the moment they were seen by Lu Sun. Even the old minister known as Elder Yu's face steeply turned pale. When Lu Mao heard those news, he still thought it was unbelievable. After all, it's about the pillars of my country, Great Yen, and we must not allow those rumors to spread in the civil world. But after Mr. Lu's investigation, he found that all these things were done by my Great Yen's brachycephalic ministers. Boom! The 100 officials in the courtroom suddenly widened their eyes and looked at those courtiers who were kneeling on the ground who had just attacked Lu Sun. How dare you? You're full of. The old man has never done what you say. Yu Lao's hoarse voice roared angrily, his pale eyes tinted with a slight color of blood. 3 months ago, there was an influx of some foreign refugees from the south of the city who came here to beg for a living. Lu Sun's voice was indistinct, with a few sighs. Just this one sentence caused Yu Lao's body to stiffen, then trembled and spoke in panic, Your Majesty. Enlightens Your Majesty. The old minister is guilty. It is the old minister who should not have been instigated by other courtiers to attack Duke Lu, much less target young Lord Lu in such a manner. I beg Your Majesty to forgive me. The voice was unmistakably loud and full of sincerity. It's as if they're genuinely repentant. Lu Sun looked at Yu Lao's appearance with interest and sighed, Yu Lao, Lu still likes your proud and strong appearance in the square. Yu Lao's face was ghastly white, his eyes carrying a begging look as the blood faded from his face. But Lu Sun turned his head directly and said in a deep voice, After investigation, the beggars who flocked to the south of the city 3 months ago, half of the women inside were taken away, and those who had families among them were directly exterminated by the whole family. The captors are those under the steward of the Yu residence. The man is not known to have gone anywhere, available at. Speaking here, Lu Sun's gaze became stern as he suddenly turned his head, looked straight at Yu Lao, and said in a deep voice, Half a month ago, outside the city's mass graves, a large number of women's corpses appeared. Every body is covered with wounds, whipping, branding, nail-pulling. None of it is a good place. In his last life, Lu Sun had looked into the case of the missing woman in the south of the city. Every time I look into a critical area, the trail breaks. Only later did he realize that Yu Lao was simply a member of Morong Yan's gang. Every time he informed Morong Yan of the progress of the investigation, new clues would suddenly break off, and even some witnesses were silenced. In this life, everything checks out. Not just Yu Lao. There were several other high-ranking officials that were involved in this. The offense is a big one. Boo! Moronghwa's slender fingers stretched out and slapped hard on the dragon chair. Rising, one eye narrowed narrowly and his breath began to catch. Well. Truly a pillar of my Great Yen, a pillar of the nation. Being in a high position, but not thinking about people's livelihood, attacking loyal officials and good generals all day long, and secretly actually doing such despicable things. His voice was icy cold, and Moronghwa's gaze became stern. Duan Wang's eyes sank, hesitated for a moment, and spoke, Your Majesty, this matter has yet to be investigated, and at this moment there are still Yu envoys present. We, Great Yen, cannot lose our face in front of the Yu envoys. Lose your face? Your Highness, Duan Wang said, it is not bad, but Lu Xun's voice was slightly lowered, but his eyes slowly raised, looking directly at Duan Wang, and spoke in a deep voice, if you don't do it, you won't lose face. Now that you've done it, sooner or later you're going to lose face. Doesn't Dai Viet have any traitorous officials? Just because there are ambassadors around, they don't deal with treacherous dogs? Or say, Lu Xun slowly paced, step by step, walked to Duan Wang's side, crossed his hands at the small of his back, his voice low, this Yu Lao did something related to His Highness Duan Wang? Your Highness, King Duan, is afraid that this matter will be found out? Bold. King Duan's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a flash of hostility as he suddenly turned around and looked straight into Lu Xun's eyes. With four eyes facing each other, for a moment, the voices above the entire courtroom fell silent. Chapter 137 The Three Cities. The atmosphere was stiff as hell. Young lord, is it really true that you want to make the face of my country, Yen, lose its face in front of the envoys of you? After a long silence, King Duan's eyelids twitched, his cloudy eyes gazed at Lu Xun, and his voice became low. Lu Xun let out a light laugh and slowly walked over to that Princess Yen Ruomin of you, his gaze indulgently sizing up the enchanting body under that gorgeous robe. Dare I ask the envoy of you, my country, Yen, if I can be considered a disgrace? Don't dare. Yen Ruomin's voice visibly trembled, and even her gorgeous clothes began to tremble along with her dimpled body. Turning his head, Lu Xun, however, faced the civil and military officials in the courtroom, the corners of his eyes picking up slightly, and said in a deep voice, Lu doesn't care about the name in front of him or behind him. No matter how Mr. Lu is attacked, Mr. Lu doesn't mind. But if you step on Lu's bottom line, it doesn't matter who you are, what your status is, and what kind of power you have. Lu Xun slowly turned in the direction of King Duan, his gaze looking straight at him, his biting eyes meeting, icy cold. Opening his mouth softly, he spat out a few light words, Mr. Lu, even if I fight to the death, I will let you die without a burial place. Boom! Within the great hall, it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts rang out. The faces of all the heavy ministers were not very good. This is true even for the civil and military phases. Turning his back on the emperor and threatening his courtiers. So wildly paradoxical above the great hall. Even the Duke of Lu would not dare to do so. Turning around, Lu Xun saluted towards Manhwa and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, Mr. Lu had a moment of emotional turmoil and begs your Majesty's forgiveness. I forgive you. Manhwa let out a faint smile, his gaze fell on those courtiers, his tone was flat, but in that pair of eyes, it was as if waves were churning up. I will send someone to investigate what Lu Xun said. You will be given 1 day to submit a petition of guilt, with only one chance. If you submit the petition, the punishment can be reduced. If you are unrepentant, after the investigation, you will be copied and beheaded, and the 9 clans will be exiled. Boo! Another hard slap on the dragon chair. The voice was dull and seemed to carry endless anger. The bodies of all the courtiers trembled, their eyes not daring to look directly at Manhwa. Your Majesty is wise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The voice rang out. King Tuan stood still. The body stiffened, a pair of palms clenched up tightly, and a hint of blackness entwined in the cloudy, yellowing eyes. Today's court meeting is for the matter of Yu's request for peace. Yesterday's Yu's envoys rested well? Manhwa waved his hand, letting the ministers calm down, and then looked at the veiled Yen Ruomin with a solemn face. Hearing Manhwa's words, Yen Ruomin's body trembled once again, her beautiful eyes rippling as she nearly burst into tears. Vietnamese envoys, a dynasty left to themselves. Can you sleep? No sleep all night. Even if the post house is luxurious, with all kinds of delicious food and exotic fruits in front of her, she has absolutely no appetite. Especially. Raising her eyes and glancing aside, Yen Ruomin's body trembled even more. Last night, the man fell from the sky and landed in front of her. That white dress. And the figure that fell from the sky made her suddenly recall the rumors about the demon man. There was not a single living soul in you, only that a demon had descended and destroyed Xiongcheng. However, after entering Great Yen, she heard many rumors about the white god general. To summarize, it was one sentence, a white coat, descending from the sky, transforming into a god statue, and destroying the city with a single finger. Regarding the tragic picture left behind after the destruction of Xiongcheng, she remembered it vividly. At this moment, she trembled as she looked toward Lu Xun, her gaze filled with awe. Why is Princess Yu looking at Mr. Lu? Lu Mao doesn't know if you slept well or not. Lu Xun had a look of unconcern. Yen Ruomin wanted to cry. Did you sleep well? You don't know? The thought of that deep conversation last night kept her awake all night. Forcibly suppressing the trepidation in her heart, Yen Ruomin curtsied in a graceful manner and said in a low voice, Thank you for your Majesty Yan's concern, this palace is resting very well. After a pause, Yen Ruomin spoke again, the land of Yen is vast, and the humanistic splendor has mesmerized this palace, and this time I came to seek peace with the hope of staying in Yen to enjoy the splendor of the country. Staying hostage in an enemy country? All the courtiers instantly understood what the king of Yu was thinking. This is the same method as the once weakened state of Yen. Sending a princess as a hostage to an enemy country. Just to put it nicely, it's navigating the humanities. At this moment, Yen Ruomin, holding out the state letter with both hands, slightly trembling voice, with a few points of sincerity, "This is the father's state letter in the handwriting of the king of you. I beg your majesty of Yen to read the state letter." The book of state was held over the head. It had long been stained red with blood. The hands holding the book of state were trembling slightly. Present Manhwa, however, didn't seem to see that the state letter was dyed red with blood, and reached out to take it from Chen Lingxuan's hand. After opening it, a pair of eyes narrowed unexpectedly. Fingers pinched slightly, seemingly a little disgruntled. After a long period of silence, he raised his eyes, looked at Yen Ruomin, and opened his mouth to say, "The envoys of the Yu kingdom have traveled hard, and should be very tired. On the matter of seeking peace, let's talk about it later. Arrange for the envoy to return to the post house and stay there." Yen Ruomin's eyes were clear, but with a few moments of trepidation, she hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty Yen, I beg your Majesty to consider this carefully. If there are any other conditions, they are all negotiable." The surrounding courtiers froze, looking at the scene with some confusion. What's going on here? What exactly is written in the Book of Nations? Why did His Majesty keep his mouth shut and even drive the Yu envoy straight back to the post house? King Duan spoke up at this moment at the right time. "Your Majesty, this state letter was written by the ruler of the state of Yu in his own handwriting. No matter how outrageous their plea for peace is, it should be resolved by having the civil and military officials confer together. It shouldn't be rejected so easily. Keeping his mouth shut is almost like rejecting the peace talks. Duan Wang has not had the opportunity to meet the Yu princess in private since he witnessed Lu Sun killing the Yu envoy outside the city yesterday. It is also not at all clear what the king of Vietnam actually wrote in the state letter. At the moment he was slightly curious. Besides, he's going to pick this up. Only by taking it could he get the secret message from the Lord of Yu to himself. Manhwa glanced deeply at King Duan and pondered for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking in a slightly low tone. "The ruler of the Yu state's state letter begs for peace. Said he could see 3 cities along the border of Vietnam, including the majestic city on the far side." The surrounding civil and military officials were all of a sudden talking, and some of the high-ranking officials even had an excited look on their faces. "Your Majesty, it should be promised. This is a rare victory. There are 3 cities on the border of Vietnam. It's simply a feat that has never been done before in all of history. Surely such an offer should be agreed to immediately? Why is His Majesty still so dissatisfied? And even look at the expression. With a few points of indignation. Ho 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 ho. A low voice suddenly issued from the side. The eyes of the 100 officials turned around, only to realize that the one who had made the noise was, quite literally, Lu Sun. 3 cities? Has anyone thought about? I, Yen, have already ceded 5 cities to the Yu kingdom back in the time of the late emperor. Those 3 cities should have belonged to my Yen kingdom. Chapter 138 Greedy Lu's Body? Manhwa's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Sun and his breathing became rapid. That's right. None of the civil and military officials, in fact, cared about the cities that had been ceded. Or, they see that as a shame, and more often than not, they turn a blind eye to those. The expressions of the civil and military officials sank. The official who had been so excited just a moment ago, hesitated for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. "This is a rare victory for my Yen. 3 cities, that's enough. We can't sacrifice our generals for more. The lives of the generals are more important than the city. One should be content with what one has." Looking at those people who were sympathetic, Lu Sun smiled contemptuously. Are they concerned about the general? No. They were only concerned about how much benefit they, along with the forces behind them and the lineages, would be able to share if they were to obtain those 3 cities. They turned a blind eye to so many generals who guarded the borders and died in battle on weekdays. Now that it's about them, they are concerned about the general. Oh, you are so concerned about the border generals? I implore your Majesty, Mr. Lu, to send these loyal and righteous men to garrison the border and personally care for the border generals. Lu Sun's face was sincere, but what he said infuriated those officials whose eyes were red, and they couldn't say a word. Indignantly, he turned his head and returned to his position, not wanting to say anything more. Turning around, Lu Sun looked at Yen Ruomin, who was not far away. His eyes were clear and cold, as if they had knives in them, and he spoke coldly. 3 cities, your country's ruler is too greedy. If you sincerely seek peace, you should apologize by offering 10 cities as compensation. With such a behavior, Lu thinks that your king has no intention of seeking peace, just delaying each other. Lu Sun's voice carried a bit of coldness, and the killing intent almost filled the air. Yen Ruomin felt like his breath was freezing. Not a word. In the face of this killing god, she didn't even have the courage to raise her head to meet his eyes. Manhwa on the dragon chair, but meaningfully placed his arm on the armrest of the dragon chair, his fist propped up on his chin, raised the state letter in his hand, and said in a faint voice, "In addition to this, the king of Yu will also marry his daughter, the only princess of Yu, Yen Ruomin, to Yen, to make peace." A reconciliation? The heavy ministers above the courtroom frowned. It's common to send princesses as hostages, but it's not common to send a princess to make peace. Lu Sun fiercely felt a gaze that pierced his body to the point of some pain. Raising his head, he met Manhwa's eyes with a strange look in them. froze, somewhat incredulously. The person who made peace is none other than the grandson of the Duke of Lu, Lu Sun. Manhwa spoke faintly. The surrounding officials instantly exploded. Everyone's faces turned ugly. This thing. It's too obvious. If he had agreed to a peace treaty and had a marriage with Vietnam, would Duke Lu have been able to kill the Vietnamese and resist the Vietnamese army like that at the border? Though they all knew that elder Duke Lu was loyal to the king and loved his country, and would never do anything unfavorable to Yen because of his personal emotions. Available at. Even if there was only a slight possibility, they couldn't bet on it. The consequences are too severe. How dare ho ho ho. Still crave Lu's body? Simply delusional. Lu Sun spoke. That look of loyalty and innocence drew laughter from the courtiers. King Duan's face had become increasingly ugly. Things have gone completely beyond his imagination and control. At this moment he actually developed a sense of powerlessness. Your Majesty, this matter is not impossible. King Duan forcibly suppressed the voices around him and opened his mouth. Regarding the matter of the cities, it can be negotiated by the minister. I think that, if we can't do 10 cities, it's possible to give back the 5 cities that our Yin kingdom once lost. As for little Lord Lu's reconciliation. Speaking of this, King Duan's eyes danced slightly as he looked toward Lu Sun and spoke. This matter may just be a joke. You can leave the princess of you behind first, and then make other plans after I intercede. These words made the courtiers freeze. It feels strange, but it's not a bad idea. Lu Sun looked at King Duan with a smile on his face and said in a deep voice, in a moment just now, a sudden thought came to my mind and I had a great solution that would perfectly solve all of this. Oh, Lu Qing has a solution? Quickly tell me. Manhwa spoke with interest. Lu Sun looked at King Duan and laughed. I see that King Duan's heart isn't old when he's old, so he can join the family in you. Now that the king of you only has a princess as a descendant, everything in the future of you will be inherited by the princess, and His Highness, the Duan king, will be able to hold the power directly. Don't you want to give me as many cities of Great Yin as you want? There was an instant burst of laughter around them. King Duan's body trembled as an unspeakable depression burst from his heart. The palms of his hands were clenched and his breathing was beginning to become labored. The black veil, almost blown up by the heavy panting. The color of the blood in his eyes was growing almost as if it was visible to the naked eye. Only at this moment did Lu Sun suddenly cold his face and spoke somberly, everyone. Didn't he notice it was strange? The courtiers who had originally laughed instantly chilled. Doubtfully, he looked at Lu Sun. Snorting, Lu Sun spoke gently, the ruler of you has only one heir, and that is the princess in front of us, Yen Ruomin. But now he has sent this heir as a hostage to my kingdom of Yen, and will marry his only heir to the kingdom of Yen. The faces of all the courtiers changed dramatically. Now they just suddenly woke up. The king of you, is he stupid? There is no king that would joke with his only heir. Sending your only heir to an enemy country would be the direct equivalent of giving away your country. Manhwa's hand that was squeezing the state letter tightened slightly, and his eyes sank. If Lu Sun hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have thought of this. King Duan's eyes were slightly gloomy and he didn't say anything, but he inclined his head, a pair of eyes slanting at Lu Sun. He didn't think about that at all. But what did the Chu king really want to do? That damned devil, he doesn't tell himself anything. Just dominate yourself and make yourself do things. Damn. A low mental curse. King Duan's eyes sank as he looked at Yen Ruomin. Yen Ruomin's eyes were slightly red, and on the skin exposed by the veil, it was white as snow. Slightly hanging his head, he said in a low voice, if Yen fights on with my Yu kingdom will definitely be destroyed. My father cannot bear to see this. Prefer to put things to rest and let the people live in peace. These words caused the eyebrows of the surrounding 100 officials to jump slightly. Anyone can say such things, except the king of Yu. State of Yu. But the 3 great imperial dynasties, among the 5 great powers, are notorious for their cruelty and violence. Send the UN envoys down to rest, and we'll talk again on another day. Manhwa waved his hand with a lack of interest. Lu Sun tilted his head and looked at King Duan, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. Your Highness King Duan, if you keep tilting your head like this to look at Mr. Lu, you could easily sprain your neck. Chapter 139 Lu Mao has a sobering medicine. Above the Great Hall, the 100 officials have retired, and His Majesty has departed. The sun shone in through the wide doorway, stretching the 2 figures to slender lengths. A voice, hoarse with a few moments of stiffness, rang out in the Great Hall. Junior Duke Lu, today is quite a powerful minister. I'm afraid that the position of the Blood and Guts Marquis, the first powerful minister, will soon be taken over by Junior Duke Lu. In Duan Wang's voice, there wasn't the same impatience as before. It was just that the pupils in those cloudy eyes were as black as a deep, bottomless abyss. Lu Sun also lost his tit-for-tat in front of the 100 officials, and with a soft smile, he turned around, and spoke lightly, Your Highness Duan Wang is too kind, it's all for the sake of Great Yen, and for the sake of His Majesty. King Duan also slowly turned around and faced Lu Sun directly. Looking at that young, yet déjà vu-like face, King Duan's eyes drifted for a moment. The face, in his memory, gradually overlapped with a figure clad in battle armor, holding a battle sword and surrounded by blood. Lu Yuanfang Lu Yuanfang. Really like. Too bad. He's not you. And it can't be you. King Duan's heart murmured and flashed with a flash of hostility. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he withdrew his mind. Looking toward Lu Xun, King Duan's voice seemed to become much gentler. This king thinks that Duke Lu should be more willing to hand over the border military power to you, instead of letting you stir up the storm above this fly-camped, muddy courtroom. Border military power? Lu Xun's voice raised slightly, his eyes burning, slowly taking 2 steps forward, only an arm's length away from King Duan, his body leaning forward slightly, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, his voice low. Are you willing to hand it over to Lu? Buzz. Duan Wan's face under that black veil suddenly turned ugly. Deadpan stared at Lu Xun with a gloomy gaze. Wear your veil better, since you're going to pretend, you have to pretend to the end. Tuan. King. Temple. Down. Lu Xun's voice was a single word, and turning around, he walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. When he reached the entrance to the Great Hall, he suddenly stopped. With his back turned, his voice carried a hint of indifference. Also, regarding the matter of dealing with the Yu Kingdom, please leave it to your highness, King Duan, to leave it to Mr. Lu. That princess of you said outside the city earlier that she had a secret to give to Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu is very interested in it, so I hope that your highness, King Duan, won't take it away from him. Duan Wang twisted his neck somewhat stiffly, his eyes cloudy as if they were quenched with poison. However, he grinned, his voice and eyes displaying 2 different attitudes that were completely opposite of each other, and spoke with full gentleness. Don't worry, little Lord Lu's heart's desire is not of interest to this king. The matter of the echidnas will be left to little eunuch Lu. This king will also have a free time. Many thanks, your highness King Duan. Lu Xun spoke aloud, his face with the Duan king at his back, revealing a faint smile, glancing at his side from the corner of his eye, slowly lifting his foot and leaving the grand hall. In place, only a figure remained. It was just the sunlight that made the black shadow seem to vaporize something eerie. The black shadow, trembling and twisting slightly on the ground, as if something was about to break out of the ground. White House. Lin Tongxian and Bai Yong drank their faces red. This is all open and honest people, because of the Lu Xun mutual acquaintance, and meet each other, at the moment while drinking and chatting. Why hasn't that Lu Xun kid come yet? Appointing us at this white mansion of yours, and he's late. Lin Tongxian opened his mouth with a big tongue. Bai Yong hooked shoulders with Lin Tongxian and opened his mouth with a big smile, less changing the topic. You still drank 1 bowl less than me, make it up to me. Ma'am, fetch the wine. Mrs. Bai Yong shouted, only to turn his head, seeing the delicate body appeared in front of him, his eyes jumped a little, hardened his head and looked at his lady, dryly smiling and opened his mouth. Madam. Go. To fetch some wine can be good? It's not appropriate for a husband to drink on duty tonight. There was not the slightest expression on that delicate face. Bai Yong's body shivered, and the wine instantly sobered up halfway. Lin Tongxian, who was on the side, coughed lightly, his expression a little odd. Although, he's also afraid of the inside. Available at. Never feared so much. Pak Young is truly a paragon of the fear of the inner circle. 2 bowls of soup emitting a strange medicinal aroma were placed on the table, and Mrs. Bai spoke with a cold face, drink it and wake up. Without hesitation, Bai Yong picked up the bowl and tilted his head back. Lin Tongxian picked up the bowl and took a tentative sip, then his face gave a lurch, looked at Bai Yong with a shocked expression, and gave a thumbs up. To be able to pour it in 1 gulp even when it's so hot, old brother Bai is really great. Bai Yong's face turned red, and there were a few moments of embarrassment on his face. That's natural, Mr. Bai is steel, not afraid of heat. On the side, Bai Yong's wife gave Bai Yong a blank look and softened her voice a bit, still not sober. Net nonsense. Lu is late, but does have a sobering medicine that can help brother Bai wake up. Cleansing voices appeared in the courtyard. Bai Yong's wife visibly paused for a moment and turned her head towards the courtyard with some surprise. The gate was untouched, the roof tiles silent. Lu Xun just appeared in the courtyard without a sound. It's as if it came out of nowhere, and as if it fell from the sky. With a smile on his face, Lu Xun walked inside. Before he could take his seat, Bai Yong spoke up, Elder brother Lu, even if you're late, you actually blabbered about having some kind of sobriety medicine. Speaking here, Bai Yong looked at his lady with a proud face, feeling his lady's gaze at him. Bai Yong converged a bit, but still full of complacency. My Mao has never seen any sobriety medicine that is more useful than the sobriety soup that my lady boiled. Lin Tongxian, who was on the side, sighed with a helpless face and turned his face away. Bai Yong's wife all red-faced and glared hard at Bai Yong. Lu Xun, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled as he spoke mysteriously, the sobering pill that Mr. Lu brought as a gift. A gift? The 3 people present all froze and looked at Lu Xun's empty hands in confusion. Lu Xun did not explain more, but stepped forward and gently pointed towards Bai Yong's head. Boom! At this moment, Bai Yong's body trembled and his eyes went into a trance. In his mind, a huge wave of information appeared violently. That's cultivation techniques. Jindanjutsu. Bai Yong's eyes were in a trance, and his pupils were lax, but only the internal chi in his body, at this moment, could not help but run in accordance with the cultivation technique that appeared in his mind. Boom! Boo-hoo! Explosive sounds came from within Bai Yong's body. The internal chi is surging. Lin Tongxuan's eyes widened suddenly, his pupils shaking as he felt the power climbing within Bai Yong's body. Mid-sky level. Peak sky level. So soon. In just a short period of time, the aura within Bai Yong's body had directly climbed to the peak of the heavenly grade. This speed of strength enhancement was beyond imagination. On the side, Bai Yong's wife did not move, but she had already stood beside Bai Yong. It may seem like a worry, but Lu Sun knows. If anything goes wrong with Bai Yong, she can be the first to step in. This Mrs. Bai Yong is very interesting. Chapter 140 The Real Celestial Pride. Rumble. Feeling the surging power in his body, which was suddenly blocked by something, Bai Yong's face suddenly turned red, and the Jindan technique in his mind operated crazily in his body, with one force after another impacting crazily like a tidal wave. Break! Inwardly roaring with rage, all the power, transformed into a shocking wave, fiercely slapped on that layer of barriers that blocked him. Boom! This moment. Physical and mental comfort. Bai Yong's body stopped trembling. Available at. Lin Tongxuan's face twisted a bit, and his features were all a bit twisted and shifted. He couldn't feel Bai Yong's breath at all. It's as if Bai Yong's heaven-level power disappeared at this moment. Available at. It was clear that he couldn't feel his breath anymore, but he could feel an unspeakable sense of oppression from Bai Yong's body. Lu Sun had already withdrawn his finger, and in the next moment, it pointed towards Lin Tongxuan's heavenly aura. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out in his mind, and everything Bai Yong had encountered suddenly appeared in his mind. Like Bai Yong's choice, he subconsciously began to run this Jindan technique. It was already the peak strength of the heaven rank, and at this moment, the power in his body exploded with the help of the cultivation technique. The power in his body swelled uncontrollably, and it was as if a monstrous river was surging within his meridians. The barriers appear quickly, just. After years of accumulation, Lin Tongxian broke through the power barrier almost without any hindrance. Boom! The sensation of a relaxed body appeared in Lin Tongxuan's heart. The breath also calmed down quickly. The gong method operated and began to stabilize his strength. Retracting his fingers, Lu Sun had a faint smile on his face. However, he suddenly turned his head, looked at Bai Yong's wife, and opened his mouth. I wonder if my sister-in-law has ever heard that there was a martial arts prodigy at the time of the late emperor. Just by saying this, Bai Yong's wife's eyes trembled slightly and she took 2 steps backward, looking at Lu Sun warily, but happened to protect Bai Yong at her side. What did you say? I don't understand. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled as he spoke. Don't worry, they are now caught in the cycle of feats and can't hear our conversation. Without waiting for Bai Yong's wife to say anything, Lu Sun walked towards the door on his own, and as he did so, he opened his mouth and said, the Su family, a martial arts family. Born from a martial arts family, Su Xinlong showed an astonishing martial arts talent at the age of 5. Lu Sun's voice was filled with admiration as he took a step out of the house, raising his head slightly to look at the dull sky. Sighing, his voice gradually lowered, entering the human level at the age of 8, entering the earth level at the age of 10, and at the age of 18, he is already at the peak of the heaven level. Favored by the late emperor, he was brought into the palace and became the commander of the great inner guards. Young talent, teenage pride. Such geniuses should not be mortal, but they are ruined by power struggles. For discovering things that should not have been discovered, he was angered by his majesty, had his cultivation wasted, and was thrown out of the palace. Lu Sun's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked at the dreary night, as if he had seen that image. When he entered the palace, the spirited young man vowed to break into a world of his own. Available at. But became a victim of the power struggle. Time passes, and then out of the palace, has become a waste of time, unspeakable downfall. Behind him, Bai Yong's lady's eyes were slightly red, but she still looked at Lu Sun warily, her gaze lowered. Who is this you speak of? I don't even recognize it. Lu Sun did not respond, but as if he had not heard Bai Yong's wife's words, he continued his narration. Ever since Su Xinlong left Yandu, the Su family has also fallen out of favor ever since. And there was no news of Su Xinro. But instead of dying, he went to a small, isolated town, got married, and had children. A daughter was born, named Su Yu. He is indeed a genius, to be able to create a technique that breaks through the heavenly level without any technique inheritance. Speaking of this, Lu Sun turned his head, looked at Bai Yong's wife, and smiled faintly. You're also a martial arts genius, to the extent that you managed to actually break through to the celestial level based on your father Su Xinlong's teachings. Su Yu. Boom. Those 2 words, however, caused the blood to fade from Bai Yong's lady's face. Her body trembled slightly and she staggered backward 2 steps. Within a pair of eyes, the pupils trembled violently, and his breathing began to become rapid. Don't worry, the fact that I can find out all this and still speak calmly with you here means that there is no hostility. Lu Sun spoke, his gaze deep. When he first noticed that there seemed to be something strange about Bai Yong's wife, he had someone from Flower Moon House look into it. But the things that were found out filled Lu Sun's heart with shock. Especially about the life of Suzuki's father, Sunoburo. Before he was 20 years old, he was the proud son of heaven that everyone admired. But as a result, he was trapped within the palace walls. This kind of top masters, not in the hands of the emperor's heart cannot rest in peace. Back. And because of the righteousness of his heart, he crashed through something he shouldn't have seen, and was deprived of his cultivation and thrown out of the palace walls. From the clouds to the dust. Su Xian Lang, however, did not give up, but delved into various methods, wanting to repair his own meridians. Just a shame. He glimpsed the level above the heavenly level, but could never reach that level, placing his last hope on his daughter, Suyu. He made it. Suyuki also succeeded. Available at. They had glimpsed the power above the celestial level, and had broken through to the celestial level as well, yet they had absolutely no idea how to utilize this power. This power is no longer like the power of the mortal world. Performed with an ordinary internal force-powered technique, the result could only be the opposite of what was expected. Behind him, there was a rustling sound. The beautiful woman's shoulders were trembling slightly, and her hands covered her eyes helplessly as tears streamed down her fingers. She was crying silently. Only after a long time did he speak hoarsely. Father has experienced too much in his life. Everyone thought that father had just had his cultivation wasted, but instead he's being hunted all the time. Ever since I can remember, my father has been weak and sickly, all over the place. It was father who gave his life, in exchange for theirs. Suyu's voice was hoarse and trembling, and her beautiful eyes were already flooded with tears. Father told me that I can help him once I break through above the celestial level. Available. I broke through, but I have absolutely no idea how to help him. There is a huge amount of power in my body, but I can't utilize it freely. Even when I helped him renew his meridians according to my father's method, I caused him to be seriously injured and spit out blood. Speaking of this, Suyu was already sobbing uncontrollably. Powerlessly, he crouched down, even as he sat paralyzed on the floor, whimpering too much to speak. Lu Sun looked up at the night sky. Powerless. Despair. Yes. He could imagine it. Empty treasure without access, even nearly harming his own father. Your father will not blame you. By being able to break through the heaven rank, you've already fulfilled your father's greatest wish. Suyu, are you willing to switch to cultivating Mr. Lu's technique? Breathing stuttered. Suyu, who was originally in tears, fell silent. A pair of eyes trembled for a moment, but their gaze grew firm. This gong method of yours allows me to control this power freely? Yes. Then I'll fix it. Chapter 141 White Eye, sharpen my knife. Rumble. Raging power bubbled up throughout the White Mansion. The breath stumbled and ebbed. Compared to Lin Tongxian and also Bai Yong, Suyu's power was even stronger. She had always hidden herself on weekdays, and those powers she almost never used, but at this moment, under the Golden Dan technique, all the powers in her body were gathered together in this instant. The breath is much stronger than even Lin Tongxian. Lu Sun looked at Suyu with some surprise. He had thought that Suyu was strong, but he had never thought it would be this strong. The Su family, father and daughter, are truly geniuses. One created a technique to break through the heavenly grade out of thin air, and the other, without ever having the experience of his predecessors, broke through the heavenly grade with the technique created by his father. Even accumulated so much power. Beyond imagination. That's the real heavenly man. Rumble. It was only after a long time that the entire White Mansion was completely quiet. Bai Yong opened his eyes, only to realize that he had woken up last. Lu Sun sat beside him with a smile, while Lin Tongxian clenched his fists with an excited expression, feeling the power within his body. His wife, on the other hand, had red eyes and was holding his arm as if she was worried about herself. With a warm heart, Bai Yong softly said, "It's alright ma'am, husband just practiced for a while and now he's still breaking through, don't worry." Lu Sun sighed, tapped the table, and spoke helplessly, "It's just that, Uncle Lin, let's go. Can't stay in this hole for a moment." "Yeah, I didn't eat much rice, but I was hardened by Bai Yong's pretentious voice that made me sick to my stomach." Lin Tongxian fanned the air with a disgusted expression. Bai Yong, however, said smugly, "You two don't understand." However, he quickly changed his face, hesitated, looked at Lu Sun, and spoke, "Elder brother Lu, I wonder if you can pass this gong method to my wife for a while. When Mr. Bai goes on duty, the one who worries the most is Madam. If you can." Bai is grateful. Bai Yong had a straight face. He knew how strong this gongfu was. Feeling the power within his body, he could feel that his entire being was now different from before. Available at. He was worried about his lady. Especially this thing we're doing right now, it's dangerous. The slightest slip of the tongue could put her ladyship's life in danger. It was just that this gong method was after all imparted by Lu Sun. He couldn't just pass it on to the lady without Lu Sun's consent. Lu Sun's face became complicated, sighed, shook his head and smiled. "No wonder, sister-in-law is so beautiful and talented in martial arts, it can be called the pride of heaven. Can look at the white brother you." Bai Yong froze for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he scratched the back of his head and spoke in a puzzled manner. "If Bai didn't think wrongly, elder brother Lu is scolding Bai for his ugly face and martial arts talent that is inferior to your wife's, and that he is not worthy of your wife?" Lu Sun. Bai Yong's perspective on this issue can really be considered tricky. Face-wise, Bai Mao is indeed inferior to Madam. Coughing lightly, Bai Yong's face with a few points of positive color, tapped the table and rose, proudly opened his mouth. "In terms of martial arts talent, Bai Mao is not the top, but is also considered to be a first-class genius. You this. Before Bayong could finish his words, Suyu on the side covered her mouth and let out a light laugh, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring slightly. Boom! Breath erupted. The aura that had completely crushed Bayong descended on Bayong's shoulders with a bang. Boo! Bayong sat on his butt on the stool, a pair of eyes trembling, pupils shrinking slightly as he stared blankly at his lady. Ma'am, you this. Regarding your lady's matter, you guys can talk about it afterwards. Lu Sun slapped the table, his eyes fell on the three people in front of him, the corner of his lips curled slightly as he spoke lightly. Now that you guys have broken through to the heavenly level, take one step at a time, and sooner or later, you can ascend to the heavens. When this technique is cultivated to the end, one can become a land god immortal. Land immortals. Although they have never heard of this kind of existence, they feel shocked when they listen to it. Suyu, on the other hand, let out a cry of surprise and spoke with some disbelief. Are there really land immortals in the world? His father, when he was in the palace, had consulted the canonical records and found that there was a record of land immortals in the canonical records. That was why he had relied on his natural talent, which had never been seen before or since, to harden himself and create the technique to break through the heavenly grade. During his lifetime, my father had mentioned these many times. Lu Sun let out a faint smile and didn't explain too much, but continued to speak. Next, Mr. Lu will make a move. King Duan, perhaps, will be driven to the dogs. Upon hearing Lu Sun's words, the three people present froze, and then their faces turned serious. Don't worry, old brother Lu, just command what to do next. I have long since sharpened my knife. Bayong's eyes glowed with a refined light, and a sense of bravado arose. It had been a miserable time for him. Power and possessions did not make him covetous. Instead, he loathed them even more. Every gold ingot is the bone and blood of the people. He only felt that his room where he kept his gold ingots was filled with people's corpses. Thinking of all this, all of them could not wait to immediately hold a sword and go and cut off the heads of those worldly families. He just couldn't be alarmed, so he stayed patient and camouflaged. Don't worry, on the side of the palace, if Mr. Lin still has a breath in his body, there won't be a single thief setting foot in the palace. Lin Tongxian also snapped back from the excitement of his powerful strength at this moment, and his gaze became serious. Lu Sun nodded. Passing this gong method to Lin Tongxian and Bayong was also considered a layer of insurance for their lives. At least, any more celestial-level powerhouses wouldn't be able to do much harm to them anymore. An existence that surpassed the heavenly level, and the heavenly level, were two completely different existences. A different kind of cloud. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up, the corner of his eyebrows lifted slightly, and he smiled faintly. So, then let that Duanwan Highness prepare for a bit of despair. There's no rush. Follow the plan and take your time. It's more fun to walk up to despair one step at a time. Lu Sun didn't say anything about the specific plan, he just told them to wait for news. The figure left the white mansion and disappeared in front of its gate. The three of them then stood in the courtyard, staring blankly into the darkness. Silence, it seemed, became the eternal color. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lin Tongxian took the lead in breaking the eerie silence. You said, how strong is Lu Kid he is? With these words, Bayong, who was at the side, was silent for a long time, breaking his fingers and counting the number of people he had killed compared to the number of people Lu Sun had killed when he was fighting against those people under King Duan's men. Only after a long time did he speak. Should be 10 times more powerful than me? Suyu, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of something, suddenly widened her eyes, and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. You guys said, could that white-clad war god at the border be? Hiss. The sound of pouring cool air resounded in the courtyard. Chapter 142. The princess goes to the palace. The Imperial study. Chen Lingquan knelt in front of the dragon case, his head lowered, and cautiously raised his head to secretly glance at the figure behind the dragon case. Manhwa set aside the just-approved Zhengji and let out a sigh of relief, rubbing his sore wrist. Lifting his head, the dim candlelight on the dragon case bounced up and down, reflecting a throbbing light in those clear, watery eyes. Morongyan wants to leave the palace? Good-looking eyebrows raised, the corners of Moronghua's lips curled slightly, revealing a touch of meaning. Chen Lingquan knelt on the ground and bent over. The thick powder on his face couldn't hide the ugly look on his face. Somewhat fearfully, she spoke. Yes, your majesty, the eldest princess requested that the old slave create some opportunities for her to leave the palace. Out of the palace for what? Moronghua raised his eyebrows slightly and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Lingquan coughed dryly, with some eccentricity in his shrill voice, and said softly, the eldest princess said that she wanted to solve the trouble for King Duan, and personally went to meet that princess of you. Moronghua's face was instantly taut, and he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his lips. As I recall, you said that King Duan ordered that she must be grounded in the palace and not ordered to go out and make trouble? Chen Lingquan's scalp tightened, nodded with a bitter smile, his 5 senses slightly tightened, and the thick powder on his face began to fall down, and opened his mouth to say, the old slave was given such an order, and also conveyed it in this way, but the eldest princess she's inclined to say that she wants to show King Duan her wisdom and scheming, so that King Duan can't underestimate her. Put! Moronghua nearly burst out laughing. Forcing down the laughter at the corners of his mouth, he coughed lightly, the light dancing in his eyes flickering slightly. It just so happens that today, Lu Qing should be at the post house. I would like to. Lu Qing is also trying to end this. Morong Yan's eyes, with a bit of coldness and arrogance. Dressed as a palace maid, with a veil covering her face, she easily left the palace gates. Turning his head to look at the guards at the palace entrance, he snorted and whispered to himself, "When I ascend to the throne, I will definitely replace all of you lazy things. What's the use of having a bunch of you fools when useless things have made it so easy for me to leave the palace?" Morong Yan's tone carried a bit of disdain and a bit of smugness. The idea of leaving the palace dressed as a courtesan was her whim. Together with Chen Lingquan, the head of the inner sanctum of the palace, she was able to enter and exit freely in this palace, which was said to be difficult for flies to enter and exit with such ease. Thinking about it this way, in his last life, every time Lu Xun met with her, he had to go through a lot of trouble and spend a few days plotting before he could pick her up from the palace. Clearly he was not paying attention. Compared to himself, he was simply an absolute fool. With a cold smile and a smug stride, Morong Yan just walked in the direction of the ambassador's post. The great inner guard stood in the doorway, looking at the misshapen figure, shaking their heads and sighing. Never seen anyone so dumb and yet so confident. If His Majesty had not already greeted this eldest princess, I'm afraid that when she just left her own bedchamber, she would have been taken down by the inner guards as a stupid thief. Ambassador's stagecoach. The cold wind of late fall blew through, and the two guards at the doorway tightened the clothes on their bodies. Although there was inner armor in their clothes, it was too cold, but it made their bodies even colder. "Lausan, go see if the street wonton sheets have closed yet. If it's confiscated, order me a bowl of ravioli as well, I'll be right there. This damn weather, when it says it's cold, it's cold." A tall, middle-aged man, holding the palm of the hilt of the knife at his waist was raised to his mouth, rubbing his hands together and huffing as he did so. The man standing on the other side of the doorway of the post house, with a thinner figure, grinned and joked with a raised eyebrow. "Your kid has been going to the Flower Moon house too often lately, right? You can't stand such a bit of cold, you're weak, right?" The tall middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and instantly straightened his back, one hand crossed his waist and the other placed on the hilt of the knife at his waist, grinning and cursing. "Your second brother, I'm a real man, and I can piss 10 feet against the wind. How dare you question your second brother? 10 feet? You have a special way of peeing, second brother, while riding a horse?" The thinner man laughed even more. Between the banter, it didn't seem so cold. But, in the several taverns near the ambassador's post, 5 figures wearing black robes and black masks on their faces slowly emerged. Everyone was scattered in different directions, their eyes carrying a stern look. They didn't know why, but the master suddenly changed his plans again. When he got back, after throwing a tantrum, he locked himself up in that dark underground room, not knowing what he had done. When he came out, he ordered to kill the Yu envoy, that princess of Yu. As the most loyal dogs under their masters, they don't ask why or wonder why they changed their plans. All they knew was that the master had ordered it and they were to carry it out. The figure directly across from him raised his palm slightly. As soon as it falls, it is a signal to attack at the same time. Available at. That palm was just about to move, but it suddenly stopped in midair. In front of the stagecoach, a familiar figure appeared. Although she was dressed in the clothes of a palace maid, the veil had been removed, and the face, which appeared in everyone's line of sight. The delicate features displayed an arrogance and grimness that was completely at odds with the noble temperament. A familiar voice rang out in front of the stagecoach, causing all the black-robed men to stop their movements. "Get the hell out of my way, I'm going to meet the envoy from you." At the entrance of the post house, Morong Yan, dressed in the costume of a palace maid, had a spiteful voice and a pair of eyes with a lofty coldness, glancing contemptuously at the guards who were a head taller than herself. The two guards had frowned at the moment, looked at each other, put away the smiles from earlier, saluted with a stern face, and spoke. "My subordinates have met the eldest princess. Now at this hour, the envoy should be asleep. The eldest princess should still come back tomorrow during the day. Coming to meet a foreign envoy at night is a statement that will get people pointing fingers. How could Rapunzel not know this?" But at this moment, Morong Yan's face became twisted in an instant. His features were grim, his fists were clenched, and his silver teeth were clenched in death. Things were not going well for her during this time. It's just that one Lu Xun caused her a lot of trouble, but now even the two janitors dared to reject her like this? Damn! Raising her hand, Morong Yan reached out and struck towards the two guards. Just before the fight could go on, the door of the ambassador's post opened. "Ask the Rapunzel to come in." Inside came the clear and cold voice of Princess Yen Ruomin of Yu. The two guards glanced at each other, looked at the complacent Morong Yan, sighed helplessly in the bottom of their hearts, and got out of the way. Morong Yan coldly glanced at the two guards. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. "You two are good. This palace remembers." The words fell from his lips, and, with a deadening tread on the ground, as if to give vent to his anger, he walked quickly toward the stagecoach house. Those black-robed masked men outside the post house glanced at each other and frowned. "Hold off, go and consult your master." Chapter 143. The Sigh of the Princess of Vietnam. 4 black-robed men gathered together. Lying on the roof tiles of the building, it seemed to blend in with the night. It should have been 5. There's one to go and break the news. The remaining 4, then, were all assembled. They didn't know what the Rapunzel was here for, but they were worried that their master had changed his plans and had allowed the Rapunzel to come with a new plot. If he strikes out indiscriminately, he will spoil his master's plans. It's such a cold day, lying on this tile, it's really suffering. The voice rang off to the side. The black-robed man at the head of the group sighed, his eyes still staring deathly at the not-too-distant ambassador's post, and opened his mouth to respond. So what if I suffer? The master's mission must be accomplished. Besides, our glory and wealth are behind us. If we don't suffer, how can we get the glory and wealth behind us? Where's the glory? Where's the riches? Where's the bitterness? Where's the more bitterness when you've eaten the bitterness? The voice sighed again. The black-robed man at the head froze for a moment, suddenly his face changed dramatically, his body rolled over and rushed aside, fixing his eyes, his pupils dilated in an instant. The 3 black-robed men beside him had already silently slumped on the tiles, and even just a little sound did not come out. At the neck, blood dripped outward. And less than a meter in front of him, Lu Xun looked at the leading black-robed man with interest, casually pulling out a cloth from the inner pocket of his robe sleeve and wiping the blood off the Xuanji sword in his hand. After raising his sword, which glowed coldly in the night, Lu Xun was satisfied and put away the cloth, and spoke with a bitter smile. Look at this, when you don't have a weapon, you want a weapon, and now that you have a weapon, you're worried that the blood won't look good on it, and you have to carry a cloth to wipe it with. You, when are you? The black-robed man's voice trembled slightly, his gaze was grave, and his hand had already touched his hindquarters without any trace. As if he didn't see his little action, Lu Xun reached out and gently stroked the sword to himself, and looked at the black-robed man again, speaking seriously. Don't believe in such words as you can get better by suffering. Lu's personal experience, if you want to become a human being, you have to eat the talent. Too much suffering will only be followed by more suffering. By the way, this word, to your brothers. Lu Xun let out a faint smile as the Xuanji sword in his hand flickered. Phew! An unfathomable ray of swordlight flashed. The heaven-ranked expert who had just touched the dagger on his back waist froze in place before the joy in his eyes could dissipate. A moment later, 2 hands stiffened and reached out to cover his neck helplessly. Blood gushed wildly down his fingers. Ice cold. It's cold. Colder than Yendu's late fall tiles. The body fell stiffly, sprawled on the tiles, gradually stiffening. Blood dripped onto the tiles. After a few moments, it dripped down the tiles into a stream of water. Snap! Not far from the tavern came the sound of water dripping. The 2 guards standing in the doorway looked at each other and tightened their own shirts again. Look at that, it's so cold it's vaporized. Water is dripping down from the tiles, and I see that it will be winter before long. We have to hurry up and buy some charcoal. In a couple days, the price of charcoal will go up. There is also rice and flour. That group of families are not human, they will never let go when they see money to be made. The price of rice and noodles will definitely rise in the next 2 days. 90% of my yearly salary will be sent to those families in the winter season. The 2 had a chat, completely did not feel that the night overhead, a figure, and that night completely blended into one. Inside the stagecoach house. Standing in front of Yan Ruomin, the corner of Morong Yan's eyes were slightly raised, carrying a bit of royal majesty and a bit of the arrogance of a victor. Yan Ruomin, you and I are old acquaintances. Seeing as you spoke up for this palace backing you, this palace will give you a chance. These words caused Yan Ruomin's eyelids to flutter slightly, and a flash of severity flashed across her eyes. When she was in you, Morong Yan was not in this appearance. She was kneeling in front of Yan Ruomin begging for her blessing. Yan Ruomin also only helped her because she was a woman of the same gender and Morong Yan at that time was only a child of the same age as her. I can't say that it gave Morong Yan much of a favor, it just allowed Morong Yan to not be bullied as a hostage in an enemy country. This condescending attitude now caused a wave of laughter to grow within Yan Ruomin. As long as you cooperate with this palace and put on a big show, when the time comes to make Lu Xun as well as the Lu Guogongfu a target, it will be enough. Speaking of this, Morong Yan's eyes lit up. The light in those eyes was sinisterly intimidating. Yan Ruomin froze for a moment, looking at Morong Yan in front of her, but a layer of cold sweat was born on her forehead. Lu Xun came before Morong Yan came. She instructed her on a few things and told her that soon, either King Duan or Princess Morong Yan might come to her. Say yes to whatever the other person says. Now that I think about it. Perhaps, Lu Xun has long known what Morong Yan is going to say. Thinking this way, Yan Ruomin's breathing became a little more rapid, her heart gave birth to more fear, and on her bare forehead, a dense layer of sweat was born. The beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of color, hid it, slightly raised her eyes, glanced at the Morong Yan who had put her emotions completely on her face, and sighed in her heart. The choice of who to work with is easy to make in comparison. Is this matter known to His Highness King Duan? Yan Ruomin did not hastily agree, but instead gave a light smile and spoke faintly. Morong Yan's face stiffened and quickly returned to normal. With a few flickers in her eyes, she spoke stiffly, as long as you and I cooperate in this matter, solving Lu Xun and the Lu family will be the solution to the Emperor's uncle's heart problem. With military power in the hands of Imperial uncle, you will have a better time in the future. When the time comes, we only need to operate a little, and we will still have the final say in the future of our great Yan and Yu kingdom? Morong Yan's words caused Yen Ruomin to freeze for a moment, staring blankly at Morong Yan. Is that what you think? This great Yan's eldest princess, really as she showed in the time of you, only look at the immediate interests, cannot see the long-term big picture. With a faint smile, Yen Ruomin softly said, since the eldest princess is so gracious in her invitation, this palace will be able to cooperate as well. Just this plan. This palace has long had a full plan. Morong Yan's voice became eager, and the resentment in her eyes deepened a few points. With a sardonic smile, he opened his mouth and said, it only requires you to bear with it for the time being, and after that, when talking about the city, deliberately put forward some meanings that are favorable to the Lu family, and that are valued by the Duke of Lu as well as Lu Sun. By the way, also, you said you had a secret to tell Lu Sun? Don't tell him, tell that secret to the palace first. Looking at Morong Yan's commanding and arrogant appearance, Yen Ruomin inwardly sighed. Wouldn't it be nice if this Princess Morong Yan were the successor of Great Yen? Until then. You will then be able to take Yan's capital with a large army. Chapter 144. In this life, you have not yet claimed the title of emperor. With a boo, King Tuan's palm slammed hard on the desktop. The thick table, after all, was unable to withstand the successive blows and let out a piercing creak as it fell to the ground with a loud crash. Duan Wang's stiff palms were trembling, but it was as if he hadn't realized it at all, and his eyes were bloodshot, the muddy color of blood rolling and growing in his eyes. Breathing raggedly. What's that idiot going to do? I don't know, my subordinate and the others thought that you, my lord, had sent her, so they didn't dare to make any moves. The heart of the black-robed man who was still alive to deliver the message was half cold, and his lips began to tremble. If they hadn't aborted the operation if not ordered by their masters, they would certainly have been chastised afterward. You stupid bastards! Who told you to stop moving? Boom boom boom. Without a table, King Tuan started banging on a side table again. The whole thing looked like a raging lion. Seems to be an illusion, the black-robed man at this moment, seems to smell a corpse odor. But it quickly disappeared without a trace. Retrieving his mind, the black-robed man threw himself on the ground, his entire body curled into a ball, trembling violently. Do it immediately and kill the Princess of Yu. That idiot. If he acts any more strangely, kill them all together for me. When he said this, King Duan suddenly stopped. One cloudy eye flickered slightly. Before her eyes, the woman's face seemed to appear again. That was his favorite woman, and the only woman he's ever loved, in his entire life. Morong Yan. Even more stupid, is his and her only descendant. Huffing and puffing. Breathing heavily, King Duan's voice was devoid of that aloofness that exalted and controlled everything. At the moment, there was only exhaustion and hoarseness. Kill the Princess of Yu, and bring back that fool, Morong Yan. Get out! Get thee out of here! With a roar, the black-robed man crawled out of the hall on his knees before quickly jumping out and rushing towards Yendu. King Duan, who was inside the hall, trembled violently all over his body. Obviously dressed thickly, but on his body, there was a cold chill coming from him. Palms trembled as he touched his head, gently sweeping through his hair, only to bring down a handful of gray hairs. His eyes narrowed slightly and his voice became low. Running out of time. Running out of time. My location. This is my location. Why don't you pay attention to me anymore? You damned devil, I should never have listened to you in the first place. His men, fewer and fewer. The power that could be utilized was becoming less and less. These several courtroom encounters, those secretly developed henchmen in his courtroom were actually uprooted little by little. In the past, even an assassination could send out dozens of heaven-level assassins. But today, sending someone to assassinate the Princess of Yu at the ambassador's post, he could actually only cautiously utilize 5 heaven-level assassins. An ominous aura lingered over his entire body. A cold wind blew in, bouncing the lights up and down in the lobby. The black shadow that was reflected by the light also seemed to be twisting and throbbing. In the darkness of the night, a figure wearing a black robe and a pure black mask was stalking. The speed of a heaven-ranked expert rushing at full speed was a bit faster than even a horse carriage. Just when he reached the gathering place, the black-robed man's figure suddenly froze. In situ, the 4 black-robed companions were just lying stiffly on the cold tiles. The blood had coagulated. On the cold tiles, it became sticky and stiff. Some, even, have air-dried. No. Who did this? The black-robed man's face became alarmed. These 4 companions, all of them were at the heavenly level. Celestial level experts, yet they were killed without a trace of combat. Who is it? He looked around warily. But the next moment, a sharp sword light cut through his neck. A faint voice rang out from behind, too much trouble, and you have to polish your sword. If it is not going to force the Yen King to go to despair step by step, Lu Sun will not let people go to report. Wiping the Xuanji sword in his hand, Lu Sun looked toward the black-robed man who had used his last ounce of strength to turn back stiffly. Cluck cluck cluck. One of his hands covered his neck in death, and the other, reaching out in death, seemed to be trying to grab Lu Sun. Available at. Eventually it hung down feebly. The body lay stiffly on the tiles. 5 figures, neat and tidy. Not far away, the wind made the 2 guards shiver slightly. Second brother, did you hear something? It seems like the sound of something falling. The man known as second brother listened carefully for a moment, and then spoke helplessly again in a moment. Old 3, your brat is hallucinating. It's obvious that there's cold air falling down on the tiles as drops of water again. Okay, in a moment, when that Rapunzel has left, you hurry to the street to see if the wonton Zhang has left, and order 2 bowls of wontons, and then later, I guess it will really close. Those nobles are really troublesome. Not leaving even after staying inside for so half a day, making it necessary for us to continue guarding at this door. 2 low grumbles followed, and the 2 were soon quiet again. This time, Lu Xun did not leave and sat beside those 5 corpses, polishing the longsword in his hand. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The eyes were dark. Penetrating the post house, in his mind, Morong Yan and Yan Ruomin had appeared. Even the conversation between the 2 of them could be heard clearly. The speed at which he wiped the longsword in his hand quickened a bit. The smile grew wider. Retracting his mind and looking at the 5 corpses on the side, Lu Xun's eyes flashed with a ray of cold light. Muttering to himself, he said, it looks like is about to be cornered. Let's start with that poisonous woman. Morong Yan was happy. More still, arrogance and disdain. In her last life, she had left many things to Lu Xun. Every time, Lu Xun would tell her how bad those things were, how bad those people were to contact. Obviously taking credit. Look at her, it's just a slight outing, not much more than a few words, and she's convinced the other side to help herself. Lu Xun really is a waste. A punk who only knows how to take credit. Piece of. Inwardly cursing angrily, the smile on Morong Yan's face grew wider and wider, and her footsteps became much lighter and faster. Even in the slightly freezing black night, Morong Yan could not notice the cold at all. Being so happy, something good should have happened. A familiar voice came from behind him. Morong Yan subconsciously picked up, naturally, when someone you don't like is dying, you're naturally happy. Just. That pretty face instantly became stiff and hastily quickened her pace, rushing forward 2 steps and turning to look behind her. Boom! The moment he turned around, Lu Xun's face, with a bright smile, appeared in front of Morong Yan. Morong Yan's body trembled tremendously, her face was pale as she staggered back, tripped over the gravel on the side of the road, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Tap tap tap. Lu Xun's footsteps were soft, but in this dark night, the sound was incomparably clear, as if he was stepping on Morong Yan's heartbeat. Looking condescendingly at Morong Yan, on that face, there was a meaningful smile. Does the Rapunzel want Lu to die? Wouldn't it be better to say so? If the king wants me to die, I have to die. Speaking here, Lu Xun suddenly paused for a moment, but then shook his head with a smile and slowly spoke, oh, by the way, I forgot, in this life, you haven't yet claimed the title of emperor. Also, won't be claiming the throne. Morong Yan's eyes rounded in an instant. Chapter 145 To kill someone, do you need a reason? You're back too. You're really back too. Thought about it countless times, but Lu Xun said it himself, it still made Morong Yan's heart press a big stone, weighing her down, and the blood in her whole body was so cold that it almost stopped flowing. Huffing and puffing. The whole body trembled incessantly, and his breathing was as ragged as a bellows. She thought she was the only empress of heavenly destiny who had been reborn and had been draped by the heavens, but now, Lu Xun turned out to be reborn as well. Then from the beginning, Lu Xun has already started to take revenge? Their own think tanks, one by one, died horrible deaths. Even some people's entire families were copied and exterminated. This is Lu Xun's revenge. He's taking revenge. Her whole body couldn't stop trembling as her mind recalled everything that had happened during this time. In one pair of eyes, the pupil trembled violently. Lu Xun condescendingly looked at Morong Yan's disoriented appearance. The corner of his lips picked up, raised his leg, and his toes lifted the delicate chin. You had a lot of fun torturing Lu in your last life, didn't you? The voice was low, as if it were a ghost walking out from under the 9 specters. The cold voice provoked Morong Yan back to her senses with a shiver. Her face was pale and her eyes scanned from side to side as if expecting someone to pass by and save her. Available at. It was so late at night that not even the city guards passed by on these streets anymore. Land seeker. You know, me. Morong Yan's voice trembled, the makeup on that delicate face all started to become wrinkled, and panically changed her words, this palace can't help it. Then, at that time you caused a monstrous disaster, this palace just wanted to lock you up in the heavenly prison to keep you alive, who knows that the group of sinister people even left so many wounds on your body and tortured you like that. Fortunately for you, your lucky man is now reborn. On Morong Yan's face, the smile was forced. Telling all those lies and not even blushing a little bit. Lu Xun gently exhaled a breath, the corner of his lips curled up, and his foot rested on Morong Yan's shoulder. Morong Yan's delicate body trembled, a flash of gloomy resentment flashed in the depths of her eyes, but it disappeared without a trace very quickly. In that case, Mr. Lu has to thank you properly? Lu Xun smiled brightly and stepped on Morong Yan's shoulder, but his voice became gradually low. Your several wise and good sisters, Lu Mao has thanked them one by one. Now, it's just you. Rapunzel. Think about it, how can Mr. Lu repay you for the favor of using him in your last life? The favor of destroying my Lu family's entire clan? And the voice here has become low and incomparable, the strength of the feat also gradually increased, and Lu Mao in the heavenly prison, the grace of the torture experienced. You don't mess around. Morong Yan's voice abruptly increased in height as she exclaimed, this palace is the eldest princess of Great Yen. In this life, this palace has not done anything. That's right. In this life this palace has no ambition and does not want to be any empress. Now nothing has happened, you have no reason to do anything to this palace. Morong Yan's voice became shrill as if she had found a reason to justify herself. Even straightened up and stumbled trying to get up. Lu Sun looked at Morong Yan, a pair of eyes that were ancient. Looking at Morong Yan's heart, her heart went straight to the ground. Do you need a reason to kill someone? The corners of his lips quirked slightly, and an icy voice came out of his throat. The next moment, there was only a shriek in place. Some people in the neighborhood were awakened by the shrieks and got up to come out to check, but when they came out they saw nothing. Only a few bloodstains hidden in place. The sunrise, rising from the sky. Duan Wang rode within the carriage, his eyes eerie and bizarre, and his body exuded an eerie aura. His eyes were icy cold, staring deathly at the towering walls of Yin capital city not far away. Gently exhale a mouthful of cloudy air. Can't wait for. I, for one, can't wait. Today, I will make this great Yen a new master. If you can't replace it, let this Yen do, then, follow me on my way. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. A strange voice rang out from the carriage. The surrounding heaven rank experts who were already dressed as ordinary guards followed closely behind the carriage. Their gazes were icy cold, and they tightly gripped the swords at their waists. Last night the master waited all night for news of the return of those 5 companions. Should have failed the program. The morning began with the Lord summoning the Blood and Guts Marquis for discussion. After the Blood Bold Marquis left, the master didn't wait long before gathering them all together as well. Backwater. If they succeed, they will be the new dynasty's meritocracy. They had waited too long for this day. It's finally coming. At the entrance of the city, there were originally many people lined up to enter the city. But when King Duan's carriage arrived, all the people were driven away by the city guards. Bai Yong personally welcomed King Duan's carriage as it entered. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the city. The small curtain at the window was opened, and the spots on King Tuan's veiled face stood out in the sunlight. Commander Bai, I think, the Blood and Guts Marquis has greeted you. King Duan's voice was soft, with a few points of majesty and affinity. A pair of cloudy eyes, staring at Bai Yong, faintly spoke. Your Highness King Duan, my subordinate understands and will arrange everything. Bai Yong's face seemed to be flushed with excitement, and even his hands couldn't stop trembling as he saluted. King Duan laughed, and the carriage gradually walked away with the sound of harumphing laughter. Looking at the faraway Duan Wang's carriage, Bai Yong slowly straightened his back. The palm of his hand cupped on the hilt of the saber he wore at his waist, trembling slightly. It's finally coming. Close the city gates for the time being. No one may open the gates without authorization unless by His Majesty's holy decree. Those who disobey, behead. Bai Yong snapped and flashed the Imperial gold medal in his hand. Although the surrounding city guards were puzzled, they did not dare to disobey and quickly closed the gates. Bai Yong slowly mounted the city gate, his palm pinched on the hilt of his saber, slightly hard, his eyes cast into the distance, his eyes low. Hurry! Pick up the pace! Dozens of miles outside of Yin capital, 20,000 elite soldiers, heavily armed, intensified their journey. The general at the forefront had a face full of flesh and a sinister look in his eyes. If we delay the master's good deed, we'll all be court-martialed. The speed at which the generals around them were hurrying was obviously much faster. The deputy general at the side blanched a little and spoke cautiously. Does master really want to do this? This is. Before he could finish his words, the main general slapped the vice general's face so hard that the vice general nearly fell off his horse. Shut up! The chief general at the head had a grim gaze, but a sardonic smile appeared on his face as he whispered, riches and riches. If everything goes according to the master's plan, without any surprises, we, the elite soldiers who have been privately bred, will be of no use at all. Today, the master's plan is obviously not that successful. If we put up a fight at this time, the next Duke of State will be us. The laughter grew progressively more boisterous, echoing long over this open field. Chapter 146. The thief's mouth is so tough. The atmosphere above the courtroom was depressing. All the courtiers were at a loss as to why. They looked at each other in disbelief, but could not see where exactly the oppressive feeling was coming from. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts, too, seemed to have run out of tit-for-tat. Standing still, he seemed to be waiting for something. King Duan crossed his arms in front of his body, his calm eyes looking towards Marquis Bloodguts. The Marquis of Blood and Guts took a step forward and opened his mouth to say aloud, Your Majesty, I want to impeach His Highness, King Duan. These words immediately caused the courtiers to talk. Manhwa gazed at him and spoke faintly, Why do you want to impeach Imperial Uncle? Duanwang, your highness has been down to Yandu for a few days. According to the royal family's ancestral training, the royal relatives cannot interfere in politics. Duanwang, your highness should avoid suspicion, but in this courtroom for a few days to hang around. I impeach Duanwang, your highness, covetousness of power, delusion of domination of the dynasty. The blood and guts marquis spoke with righteousness. The surrounding courtiers were talking. Duanwang stepped out without haste and walked out of the line of courtiers, bowed slightly and saluted before opening his mouth. I have no intention of meddling in political affairs. It's just that. The felons I escorted here from Nanluo City to massacre the Flower Moon House have never been sentenced, and it's hard for me to feel at ease in my heart, so I've been waiting all this time. King Duan's voice was full of worry, a worried look on his face. With an aggressive look on his face, the Marquis of Blood and Guts opened his mouth and said, in that case, as long as that felon is sentenced, His Highness King Duan will be able to go back to Nanluo? Exactly. King Duan seemed to be forced to speak in agreement. The double act of these two people caused the Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang to look at each other, a coldness flashing across their faces. The two of them are 2 generations old and have served 2 generations of kings. Although the new emperor was not as treacherous and difficult to recognize as the previous emperor, they were considered to have seen too many sinister plots. This is the kind of scene that they can see through at a glance. This marquis will personally inquire about it, and will definitely break this matter cleanly within 3 days. The Marquis of Blood and Guts let out a cold smile and opened his mouth. King Duan took a step forward, his hunched body jolted straight and looked at Marquis of Blood and Guts without retreating in the slightest, and a tough voice came from under the veil. Forgive me for being blunt, but this king doesn't trust you, Marquis of Blood and Guts. In this matter, only His Majesty's personal intervention can quell the unjust souls of those massacred at Nanluo Flower Moon House. King Duan spoke aloud with a sad face. Manhwa looked deep into King Duan's eyes. Eyes drifted for a moment. When he thought of what Lu Xun had told himself about that face of King Duan's, his insights flipped. After a long period of silence, Manhwa spoke again. This matter, I have given full authority to Lu Qing. I believe. Your Majesty. I don't trust little Lord Lu. I only beg your Majesty to personally inquire so that this matter can be investigated clearly. King Duan's voice was filled with sad arguments, and in his cloudy old eyes, it was as if tears were about to fall. If Mr. Lu doesn't believe it, who else can your Highness Duanwang believe? A clear and cold voice rang out from outside the great hall. King Duan's body stiffened, and his gaze gradually went cold. Here we go. The surrounding courtiers jerked their bodies. They all felt it. What had been a depressing feeling suddenly changed. It became full of smoke. Ling Ling. Lu Xun had already stomped into the main hall. After standing still, he raised his hand and opened his mouth. I beg your Majesty's pardon, I captured a treasonous thief last night, and tortured him until this point, and only then did I come here. Only at this moment did all the courtiers' faces change dramatically. Lu Xun's shirt was stained with bits of blood. Even the raised hand had dried plasma on its fingers. A foul-smelling blood aura caused the faces of all the courtiers to change. Bold. Lu Xun, how dare you be so wild in front of the Imperial court, bringing unclean things to pollute His Majesty's eyes. The blood-bile Marquis eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and the corners of his lips smiled unnoticeably, but his voice became stern as he roared out angrily. King Duan sank his face, a hint of a not-so-good feeling rising in his heart. He thought of the 5 men who never returned last night. It's understandable that little Lord Lu is busy with his official duties and relieves His Majesty's worries. Duanwang at this moment but began to excuse Lu Xun. Cloudy eyes staring at Lu Xun, faintly spoke, but torture all night. I do not know whether that thief can confess to anything. Lu Xun sighed with regret, looked at King Duan, and spoke. That thief's mouth is really hard, refusing to say anything. Even though Mr. Lu had already slit her chest open, she was dead set on biting the static cloth in her mouth, not even letting out a wail of pain. Lu Xun's regretful voice, however, made the courtroom quiet for a moment. Although what was said was a very serious matter, even the always serious Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang were close to bursting out in laughter. The quiet cloth is the most commonly used gagging cloth in the heavenly jail, or to put it nicely, the quiet cloth. Gagging is not being tough, it's clearly not being able to say anything even if you want to. Seeing the courtroom quieted down, Lu Xun only suddenly seemed to think of something, a face of chagrin patted his head, sighed, and opened his mouth to say, look at this brain of Lu Mao, I actually forgot, take off her quiet cloth to come. There was a rustle of laughter from the surrounding courtiers. King Duan's palms were shrunk in the sleeves of his robe, clenched tightly. The eyes narrowed slightly, their cloudy orbs twitching slightly. He could see that Lu Xun was saying this on purpose. Fruity is really his own man. It just so happens that I heard that your Highness Duanwang wants His Majesty to go to the trial of the felon who massacred the Flower Moon House, so why don't your Highness Duanwang take over for him and go to the heavenly prison with Mr. Lu for a walk? Would it be good to try that felon, and then try the rebels that Lu has captured? Lu Xun's smile, which was very bright, rubbed his hands for a moment, as if he was admiring the blood on his hands. King Duan's hands had exerted themselves until his knuckles were white, and a hint of gloom flashed across his cloudy eyes. Minister, I ask your Majesty to personally arraign that Flower Moon House felon. It's better to get out of the palace. Where can I do it if I don't leave the palace? I also ask that your majesty personally arraign me. These words caused King Duan to freeze for a moment, his cloudy eyeballs flashing with a flash of doubt. Lu Sun He. What does this mean? I have ordered the prisoners to wait outside the palace. If his majesty is to be arraigned, he can be escorted into the palace, and there is no need to condescend to go to the heavenly prison. Lu Sun spoke with a sweet face. Well, King Duan felt a mouthful of stuffy air gushing into his chest, clogging it up. Slowly, he hung his head, hiding the blood and murderous intent in his cloudy eyes. The corner of Manhwa's lips curled slightly as he spoke faintly. Good, I allow it. King Duan exhaled a long breath of turbid air and watched as the 100 officials left the hall and surged towards the outside of the hall. Even Manhwa had already left the great hall with great interest as he quickly stepped forward and tugged on Chen Lingquan. The instant he was tugged, Chen Lingquan turned his head and was about to curse angrily, but when he saw that it was King Duan, that angry face instantly turned into a pleasing smile. Carefully hanging his head, his sharp Cockney voice endeavored to soften a lot as he spoke in a low voice. Does His Highness King Duan have any orders? In regards to Chen Lingquan's address to himself, King Duan did not notice any abnormality. In this palace, the title master is too sensitive. Lowering his voice, King Duan said in a deep voice, go inform Morong Yan and tell her that the time is right. Prepare and she will have her hands full. Chapter 147. Why are you forcing me, old slave? Chen Lingquan hung his head, his body slightly trembling, just about to say something, but heard Lu Sun's voice from the side. Eunuch Chen, why are you here? Ha, Your Highness, King Duan? What are you and Eunuch Chen chatting about? Could it be an old acquaintance? Lu Sun's voice caused the 100 officials to subconsciously turn around. King Duan's face darkened again. Shrugging his sleeves, he headed out of the great hall. Just before he could take 2 steps, Lu Sun's voice came. Your Highness Duan Wang, you must be prepared. That scene was so overly bleak that Mr. Lu nearly vomited in disgust when he did it himself. Buzz. Duan Wang inclined his head, sinking down slightly, his eyes raised, radiating harshness. Eagle-eyed. The corners of his lips curled up, and the smile that swung out on King Duan's eyes was infinitely hideous. What kind of talk is this from little Lord Lu? Rebels, how can you call them miserable? They all deserve it. Lu Sun froze for a moment, but grinned and followed Duan Wang's footsteps as he spoke. It's still Your Highness Duan Wang who is cultured, and what he said has really reached the heart of Mr. Lu. Duan Wang's eyes were slightly cold. He didn't open his mouth too much, he just paused on his feet and his eyes became even colder. Take a deep breath. It seems that his own plan to try to assassinate on the outside failed. It's okay. His own elite, soon to enter the city. Bai Yang is already one of our own. With the elites entering the city, this Yendu city will be completely under their control. At that time, he himself would be the sky of this Yendu city. The martial arts field where the great inner guards practiced on weekdays had been emptied at the moment. The 100 officials gathered around, and Manhwa, the emperor, sat on the dragon chair that the little eunuchs had carried. Lin Tongxian stood at his side, his gaze narrowed, his hand grasped on the hilt of his sword, seemingly ready to strike at any time. The prisoner has arrived. As Chen Lingquan's shrill voice rang out, all eyes shifted to that direction. A prison wagon, bringing a figure covered in blood, into a clearing in the middle of the crowd. Hiss. The moment they saw that image, the 100 officials present sucked in a breath of cool air. The man, who could no longer be seen in human form. The clothes were soaked with blood and could only be vaguely seen as a woman's costume. Her clothes were disheveled and her half-naked skin was covered in various bruises, cut, whip, brand. The body's not perfect. And she actually did have a static cloth gagged in her mouth. This is. Looking at the figure inside the prison wagon, King Duan froze for a moment, and in the next moment, his cloudy eyes were suddenly covered in blood color. Yenner. This is Yenner. The Duan Wang, who was still bland, had a huge tremor in his body at this moment. Morong Yan inside the prison wagon, at this moment breathless eyes open, no essence, only endless pain. But when he saw King Duan, it was like a sudden surge of strength came over him, and a dull sound came from his throat. Woohoo! Whoa! With all my might, I couldn't spit out the shizuku in my mouth. That's Rapunzel! It's the Rapunzel! Chen Lingquan was the first to cry out in alarm, panic written all over one face. Manhwa stood up, his brows furrowed as he looked towards the blood-soaked figure inside the prison wagon. Rapunzel? Bold Lu Sun! How dare you torture the eldest princess like this? King Duan sank his face and roared. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up as he took one step towards the prison wagon. Seeing Lu Sun walking over, Morong Yan's body with 100 holes trembled violently, and a smell of urine traveled out along the prison wagon, instantly emanating in the air, merging with the bloody smell and wafting out to everyone's nostrils, instantly causing some to retch and nearly vomit. With every step, Morong Yan's body trembled. Last night, all night long, Morong Yan wanted to die every time. Lu Sun, on the other hand, is very sure of himself every time he strikes. Let her feel the pain, but then clear her mind to live. You can't even die if you want to. In his last life, Lu Sun was tortured by her in different ways, a few days and nights. In this life, Lu Sun had no intention of letting her die so easily. At this moment, Lu Xun had already walked to the side of the prison car, let out a light smile and opened the door of the prison car. Available at. Morong Yen, however, was like a frightened cat, her entire body curled up dead in the corner of the prison wagon, shaking like chaff. I'm sorry, it was Mr. Lu's negligence. I thought you had a hard mouth, but I forgot to take the static cloth off your mouth. With an apologetic face, Lu Xun reached out his hand and directly pulled off the static cloth from Morong Yan's mouth. The surrounding 100 officials' faces clouded over, staring dead at Lu Xun, and someone angrily rebuked, "Bold! How dare you torture the eldest princess of the royal family?" King Duan sank his face, a pair of cloudy eyes staring dead at Lu Xun, and roared in a cold voice, "Lu Seek! You have so defied the imperial authority and privately tortured the eldest princess, you are simply unpardonable. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to severely punish Lu Xun." Even up to this moment, King Duan still had a trace of sanity left. Lu Xun let out a faint smile, reached out his hand, and patted the railing of the prison wagon. Boom! That soft muffled sound caused Morong Yan's body to tremble as tears mixed with the blood on her face and gushed out crazily. "I wouldn't dare. Please, let me go. It was Imperial uncle who said he would help me to the throne. Not me. I don't want to be an emperor at all. It was the Imperial uncle who compelled me." The frightened and hoarse shrill voice, though breathless, silenced the entire arena. The civil and military officials widened their eyes and subconsciously looked in the direction of King Duan. Only Lu Xun patted the prison wagon, not minding in the slightest the plasma on the prison wagon that hadn't dried up yet, and spoke with a faint smile. "Sure enough, it's still Lu's negligence, forgetting to take off the static cloth." After saying that, he revealed a disappointed look, but the Rapunzel's mouth, "It's too soft," confessing so quickly, making Mr. Lu feel a little unreal. "You wouldn't be afraid of being tortured again and randomly climbing over His Highness Duan Wang. His Highness Duan Wang has always been loyal to the king and loves his country. You can't talk nonsense, eldest princess." These words caused King Duan's fists to clench, and he took a large step in the direction of the prison wagon. But before he could walk in front of the prison car, he heard Morong Yan's voice coming from the prison car. "No, no, 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 no. Don't listen to him. Loyalty and love for the country? He has long been in secret communication with the ruler of you." Morong Yan was afraid that others wouldn't believe her, so she forced herself to endure the pain and roared with all her strength. Before the border was pressed by the Viet Cong army, it was him who discussed it with the king of Viet Cong in secret letters. He wants to completely master Yen, and the Lu family is a thorn in his side. He said all day long that position of the 9 to 5 was not the late emperor's at all, but that the late emperor used a scheme to take it away from him. "It's him. It's all him. He compelled me to seek the throne. Said he would help me." Eldest Princess Morong Yan's voice echoed throughout the palace. At this moment, everything in the palace seemed to have stood still. Duan Wang's cloudy eyes trembled violently. After a long silence, a hoarse and unpleasant laugh escaped from his throat. "Ho ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho." The sound, slightly harsh, finally, has come this far. Why? Are you forcing me? Why? All to force me. At this moment, Duan Wang's body was trembling and his eyes were red, as if he was insane. Chapter 148. That position, it would have been mine. Yendu's city. It's not good. White Commander. There are unidentified troops arriving. Exclamations of surprise rang out from a distance. Bai Yong, who was sitting on the city wall sharpening his sword, paused for a moment with his sharpening hand, his fingers gently stroked across the blade, feeling the sharpness of the blade, and suddenly got up. Raising his eyes, 20,000 well-equipped elite soldiers had quickly arrived from afar. Smoke and dust. The people who were originally gathered around the city gates were also running around in panic at this moment when they saw the elite soldiers coming from afar. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the city guards defending the city, squeezing the sword slung at their waists with stony faces. These generals came in a bad way. The military order of Yen, except for the city guards and messengers, the army cannot approach within 10 miles of Yen capital city without a transfer order, and those who disobey the order will be dealt with by military law. If there was a transfer order, then the city guards should have been the first to get the news. Since there is no news, and there is no imperial decree from His Majesty, the generals in the distance have not received the transfer order. Under the eye. They were no more than 3 miles from the city gates. "Commander Bai, are we sending someone forward to negotiate?" The vice-general at the side spoke up, his face all gloomy. Waving his hand, Bai Yong crossed the sword in his hand over his chest, his eyes flashed with a stern look. "No need, keep an eye on the soldiers guarding the city, and whoever dares to open the door for those people, hack them to death with a random sword. These people will be dealt with by personally." "Yes." The vice-admiral sulked and headed off to the side. Standing on the city wall, Bai Yong looked at the gradually clearing generals, his eyes gradually cold. The knot in his throat rolled slightly as a cold smile appeared on Bai Yong's face. "The messengers have all finally arrived. Mr. Bai has endured for such a long time, and it's finally time to draw his sword. Outside the city gates, the main general rode his high horse and slowly walked to the forefront, slightly tilting his head up to look at Bai Yong on the city wall, and said aloud, "Brother Bai, His Majesty's word of honor is that there is civil unrest in the palace, and he wants us to go and rescue him. Quickly open the city gates." Looking at the meaningful look on that main general's face, Bai Yong grinned, glanced at the surrounding men who were looking at him in confusion, raised the sword across his chest diagonally toward the sky, and let out a low roar. City guard generals listened to the order. Ready. Yes. The entire city guards on the city walls had solemn faces, their palms gripping the hilts of their swords. Some of the city guards, carrying bows and crossbows, were already strung. Slowly lowering his head, Bai Yong looked at the 20,000 elite soldiers outside the city, and his gaze landed on the body of the main general at the very front, and that cold and solemn look caused the main general to freeze for a moment, and a hint of a not-so-good feeling grew in his heart. Brother Bai, Commander Bai, is me. Last time we had dinner together with the Marquis of Blood and Guts, have you forgotten about me? That main general's face panicked, feeling as if things were out of control. Ming, Bai Yong is already one of their own. They had even dined together and met under the Blood and Guts Marquis arrangement, so how could they not recognize each other? It had also been agreed before that the city gates would be open to let them enter the city when they arrived. Everything was so well planned. What is Baek Young doing? An uneasy feeling surfaced in his heart. Bai Yong's gaze was fixed at the moment, and a touch of gloom flashed under his eyes. The voice was not loud, but it shook. That main general under the city nearly fell from his horse. Bai Mao has always refused all delicacies, but that time, it was the only time that Bai Mao felt that the delicacies on the table were, well, disgusting. City guardsmen at your service. The generals in front of us have not received their orders and are attempting to break into Yendu City to cause chaos. Military justice. Kill. Boom! Bang bang bang! The war drums sounded throughout the walls of the city, shaking Yen capital city. Buzz! The arrows from the bows, like locusts crossing the city, densely rushed towards the generals under the city gates. Too close. They're too confident. Confident that Bai Yong will open the gates for them. There weren't even ladders to ascend to the clouds, much less siege crossbows. Now there were only 20,000 elite soldiers, neatly arrayed in front of the city gates. Underneath the dense bow, there was no cover for the rain of arrows. Ah! The screams rang out. If it was a long distance away, bows and crossbows wouldn't be able to create that many casualties. But it's too close. The Lord General, terrified, pulled a dead soldier to himself as a human shield and frantically retreated. As he withdrew, he yelled in a low voice, "Attack the city! Attack the city!" The Vice General followed suit and carried a soldier who had already been shot into a hedgehog, retreating while speaking helplessly. "Before coming, you said that the generals defending the city would open the gates for us and take the initiative to welcome us, ordering that the siege crossbows and the ladders be unloaded and traveling light." The Lord General's frame stiffened and his steps were fixed for a moment. Yes. At that time, where would he have thought that Bai Yong would actually not open the city gates for himself? Withdraw. Retreat quickly. The main general growled and spoke with some irritation. The adjutant general was carrying the soldier's body in fear and was about to give the order, but he suddenly froze. A pair of eyes looked into the distance and stood fixedly in place, their pupils fluttering violently. Front. Front. Before he could finish, the Lord General also settled. Dumbfounded, he looked in the direction of the evacuation. A cloud of smoke and dust appeared. The earth beneath his feet began to roar. It was the sound of war horses running in unison. Kill! 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 A wild surge of battle intent echoed outside Yin capital city. The main general stood frozen in place, smiling bitterly, and the body that had been carried behind himself as a shield slid down helplessly. Losing. Full circle. King Duan, inside the palace, was in a state of madness. Listening to the sound of war drums coming from the city gates, a pair of cloudy eyes flooded with scorn. Ho 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 ho. What's the point of this for you guys? Why must I be forced to go this far? Said here, the end of the king of a pair of eyes stained with madness, step by step walked to the prison car, looking at the inside of the scaly, and even almost to be disemboweled Moron Yen. His voice became hoarse and low. The whole body is trembling. It's obvious that you can be a puppet empress without worry. A life of wealth and power. According to my plan. Suddenly, the cloudy eyes turned to Lu Sun, and that voice became resentful again. You can obviously still enjoy some time of glory and wealth, even as long as your Lu family is willing to hand over the military power, you can save your life. And you. That stiff finger pointed dead center at Manhwa standing in front of the dragon chair, the resentment in a pair of eyes almost overflowing. How good is it to die in comfort? Why must you stand in my way here? Why? The vocal shouts made the whole scene go silent. Originally, there were officials who wanted to help King Duan say a few words, but at this moment, after hearing King Duan say these words, they all closed their mouths. Rebel! You really have been plotting treason all along. When Prime Minister Sun Ruofu's old face was gloomy, his gaze icy cold. Ho ho ho! Ho 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 ho! Plotting treason? How ridiculous! King Duan opened his arms, his face raised, and under the sun's rays, the dots of corpses on the bearskin beyond the veil gave off a faintly foul odor. That position would have been mine. A pair of eyes that suddenly filled with blood. He was like a raging lion, more like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 149 You bunch of messy officials, look at who I am. Huffing and puffing. Rough gasps echoed within the quiet martial arts arena. Everyone stared blankly at the Duan Wang in front of them with a veil on her face, her whole body unable to stop trembling, and the hairs on her body stood up. I thought you would continue to pretend, but I didn't expect it to leak so soon. It really makes Mr. Lu a bit bored. In front of the prison wagon, Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he looked at the fried Duan Wang. Pretend? At this point, what's left to pretend? Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. King Duan laughed wildly, his arms unfolding, his cloudy eyes filled with fire as he looked toward the dragon chair behind Manhwa, his voice hoarse and low. Hear the war drums at the city gates? A pair of eyes gently swept over the civil and military officials, and eventually turned back and landed on Lu Sun's body, with a teasing look in his eyes. 20,000 elite soldiers, enough to put this Yendu city under control. Boom! The faces of the surrounding civil and military officials turned pale and murmured, and there were even people whose eyes flickered, and the eyes that looked at King Duan also vaguely became complicated and hesitant. Duan Wang stared at Lu Sun with a deadly stare, yet Lu Sun's face, however, was ancient. Even the eyes didn't move. King Duan's breathing stalled, his unfolded palm retracted and his right hand pointed at Lu Sun, his fingers trembling slightly. Why aren't you afraid? Give me fear. Why that look? I can already dominate your fate. Why aren't you afraid? The shrill voice almost shifted, and what King Tuan was expecting fell flat, that feeling of being unmanageable reappearing in his mind. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up as he slowly took a step forward. Staggering the Duan Wang's outstretched finger, a hint of mockery appeared on his angular face, his body leaned forward slightly with a suffocating sense of oppression, and his voice was low, but like thunder, resounding in the Duan Wang's ears. Dominate my destiny? You are afraid that you have forgotten the strength of Mr. Lu. Boom! King Duan's body trembled as an icy feeling of fear struck his heart. Yes, he's been too smooth lately. Shun until he forgets. Forget about the last time Lu searched for the door, that fear of the unknown with the image of those henchmen being instantly subdued. Even forgot that behind the devil, warned him not to take the liberty of messing with Lu Sun shot, to Su Juji words. Pop. Lu Sun's palm, it was warm, tapping on Duan Wang's stiff and cold shoulder. It didn't use much force, but it made King Duan's footsteps unsteady and nearly fell straight to the ground. A sharp pain was born in his body, as if his soul was being seared. The same feeling as when he was transferred to this corpse. Ah! With a miserable cry, King Tuan stumbled backward a few steps in shock. Lu Sun looked at his palm and spoke somewhat helplessly. Mr. Lu didn't really want to take a shot at you, so don't you dare rely on Mr. Lu. King Duan's face was ghastly white, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his cloudy eyes stared at Lu Sun in death. You, he stammered, unable to say a word, fear lingering in his mind. Lu Sun, however, let out a light laugh, as if he didn't want to look at King Duan more than once, and spoke faintly. Killing you seems to be too merciful for you. If you can let Lu Mao as a bystander, watch you step by step, said Lu Sun. His voice sank, and the corner of his eyebrows lifted slightly, step by step toward despair. Lu Mao is even happier. You really won't do it. Duan Wang finally forced himself to calm down and stared dead at Lu Sun. Lu Sun raised his hand slightly and said with a faint smile, Mr. Lu is a man of his word, and when he says he won't make a move, he won't make a move. King Duan's gaze carried a ghostly coldness as he looked deeply at Lu Sun. It had come to the point where he didn't believe it, and he had no choice but to believe it. City Guard Commander Bai Yong, with all the generals of the City Guard, has come to rescue us. Outside the palace, a familiar voice came. Duan Wan's cloudy eyes revealed a caracal color. The mouth under the veil grinned, a smile gradually expanding. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Still I win. It's still me who wins. King Tuan was laughing maniacally. The fact that Commander Bai has arrived proves that the entire Yendu city is under control. When these words came out, the faces of the civil and military officials changed dramatically. What? Commander Bai has already been bribed by you. Martial Minister Li Qingtsong covered his heart, his face full of anger, his finger pointing at King Duan, his knuckles trembling. Ho 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 ho. Not only white commander. King Duan's eyes were cloudy, but he revealed a cold smile as he swept his gaze toward the civil and military officials and spoke faintly. What's the point of pretending when the matter has come to this? Those who support me, come forward. Among the civil and military officials, some of them hesitated and cautiously walked out. There were also some officials whose eyes flickered as they hesitantly looked towards the Blood Guts Marquis. The Marquis of Blood and Guts never moved, standing amongst the 100 officials with a deep smile on his face. Marquis of Blood and Guts, what are you still standing there for? King Duan spoke again, his voice bland. The 100 officials instantly set off waves of shock. What? The Marquis of Blood and Guts? The Blood and Guts Marquis is actually also heaven. This courtroom actually has a majority of those who support the rebels? The 100 officials' faces were unsightly as they looked towards the Blood and Guts Marquis. It was only at this moment that the Marquis of Blood and Guts slightly hung his head and saluted in Moronghwa's direction, his voice resounding, "I swear to serve your majesty to the death." Boom! Duan Wang was, at the moment, like a fish in his throat. Looking at the Blood and Guts Marquis' face of loyalty, a chill suddenly grew in King Duan's heart. The 100 officials also responded, respectfully saluting, "My subjects, we swear to serve your majesty to the death." In the crowd, only a few people hesitated and did not kneel down. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked in the direction of King Tuan. "There's a big army out there. They want to live. Other people want to die, but it's none of their business." Only King Duan, at the moment, his ears were buzzing and his eyes were black. Blood and Guts' husband. The Marquis of Blood and Guts is loyal to Moronghwa? How did he? His footsteps were a bit unsteady, stumbling a few times, and King Duan snapped, "Bayong, come to the rescue." The figures of the city guards fishtailed. The blade that was glinting with a cold light was instead aimed at King Duan and those court officials who were gathered around King Duan. At this moment, those officials who stood to the side of King Duan's body had green faces. "Aha! Air dare! Air dare!" King Duan's cloudy eyes quivered, and something in his throat was about to spurt out. The anger was so intense that it made his soul start to tremble. His feet stumbled, his body swayed back and forth, and his pupils trembled enormously. Those who were relied upon by themselves, those who were most important in their plans, were actually traitors. For a moment, however, King Tuan let out another sardonic laugh. Palms, gently pulling towards the veil on her face. A pair of cloudy eyes looked at Moronghwa with a deadpan expression. Swish! The black veil falls. An old and familiar face appeared in front of Moronghwa. It was accompanied by a slightly condescending, arrogant and hoarse voice. "You bunch of disorganized people, look at who I am. Chapter 150 I lose, you don't win." Breathing, all stopped. Throughout the martial arts arena, the civil and military officials, and even the eunuchs in the palace, saw that face, and their bodies couldn't stand still. Some had fallen to their knees in shock. Even the Minister of Culture, Sun Ruofu, and the Minister of Martial Arts, Li Qingson, were stunned. First Emperor. The late Emperor went so far as to. Moronghwa, as the new Emperor, hadn't been on the throne for very long. The late Emperor's voice is still there. Especially among the courtiers, there are many veterans of the two dynasties. There are even fewer who have served the late Emperor. At this moment, looking at that familiar face, they had been horrified to the core. "I see your majesty." Those courtiers who had originally stood behind King Duan, at this moment, reacted at the first opportunity and hooted and hollered as they knelt down. The courtiers who were watching from afar were also hesitant, not knowing whether they should kneel or not. Duan Wan's cloudy eyes glittered with pride. He was never as this, and counted on nothing. Even after the defeat, he counted on it. When he dug up the body of his own royal brother, who was connected to his blood, it was also for today. With this face on top, even if he lost, he had a chance to turn the tables. The sardonic smile that appeared on those stiff features was ghastly and extremely appalling. Even under the sunlight, it caused the entire martial arts arena to overflow with yin chi. Fingers suddenly pointed at Moronghwa. That voice became gloomy. "You rebellious son. When you see father, why don't you kneel down and bow?" Even though he already knew this from Lu Sun's mouth, Moronghwa still drifted off for a moment when he saw that face with his own eyes, which was completely identical to that of the late Emperor. Soon, though, a flash of gloom flashed across the clear face. This damned Duan Wang, how dare he use his father's face to perform such treasonous deeds? "Uncle Royal, that's enough. Stealing father's corpse, changing his face with a secret technique, and secretly plotting treason. Father, he is your blood relative." Moronghwa's voice gradually became shrill, and his eyes, deadpan, stared at King Duan. King Duan's face stiffened, and the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Retracting his mind, a look of anger appeared on his somewhat stiff features as he spoke in a low voice. "You rebellious son. At first, in order to ascend to the throne, he secretly harmed me, causing me to nearly die for real. Luckily, I was saved by a trusted lackey in the palace, so I was able to survive and get out of the Imperial tomb." Boom! These words instantly shocked the civil and military officials present. They covered their mouths in horror, incredulously recalling the things they had just heard. Is this true? Your Majesty actually killed his father with his own hands in order to gain royal power early? The corners of Duan Wan's lips curled slightly, satisfied with the words he had long thought of. This statement. Civilians and military officials who have seen the struggle for imperial power will believe 80% of it. Impeccable. Moronghwa's fists were clenched tightly, and a few shades of greenish purple were even born on his fair skin due to the excessive force. When King Tuan said this, it seemed that everything was flawless, rounding up those things that had happened. Sufficiently self-explanatory. Available at. Gritting his teeth, Moronghwa loosened his grip. The tone became muted. All of this, Uncle Royal, seems to be self-evident to you. Available. You are not father. You are not father even if you disguise yourself as such. King Duan's face stiffened and his eyes blazed. Moronghwa smiled faintly and looked at King Duan, with a few bitter words in the depths of his eyes. If I had done all of this, father would not have angrily scolded me for being unfilial in front of the courtiers, and asked them to come and support him. He will only kill me himself the first time. Boom! The 100 officials' bodies stiffened, and in their minds, they gradually recalled the late emperor's vicious and violent. Perhaps, the first emperor will take revenge after escaping, but it will never be so step-by-step planning. But, thunder and lightning! The late emperor did not care whether the courtiers would support him or not. In the eyes of the late emperor, he was the sky of Yen. Under the sky, all are mole crickets. King Duan's body shook, his face pale. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu snorted coldly, pointing his fingers together at King Duan, and said in a chilling voice, I told you that you spoke in a strange manner, so it turns out that you have been imitating the late emperor all along. It's just a pity that the old man has served the late emperor longer than you, the late emperor's sibling, and your imitation of a four-legged voice is nothing but a joke. King Duan's footsteps stumbled a bit, and the pupils of his cloudy eyes began to lax. That's right, the late emperor has always been retaliatory. Coughing. Love and hate. Another heavy minister opened his mouth, stroking the beard on his chin, and spoke coldly. If what you're talking about had really happened, the late emperor wouldn't have waited until now to strike. King Duan, you're not like the late emperor at all. The last sentence was like a heavy hammer, striking hard on King Duan's heart. Something that had been held in his throat for a long time, he finally couldn't help it, and it gushed out. Put. Black pus and blood, sprayed all over the place. And there was actually something writhing in that black pus and blood. Upon closer inspection, they were actually worms. The stench of decay emanated from that pus and blood, causing everyone around them to change their faces drastically. King Duan's footsteps were weak, a pair of eyes looking sinisterly in Moronghwa's direction, his gaze sweeping over Chen Lingquan beside Moronghwa, his heart carrying a hint of hope. Do it! To me! Do it! Chen Lingquan, you dog slave, give me a hand to kill him! He growled out. Chen Lingquan stood beside Moronghwa, unmoving. The whole picture, the silence was overpowering. Off to the side, but an ill-timed laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sun leaned on the side of that prison wagon and laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. The entire prison wagon trembled along with Lu Sun's body. Shivering so much that she shrank inside, Morong Yen clutched her head in pain and stiffened into a ball. You're laughing at me. You're laughing at me. King Tuan's throat was almost completely covered by that pus and blood. The sticky pus and blood took his voice and made it hard and stiff. He hissed with all his might, but was somewhat breathless. Lu Sun hurriedly waved his hand and spoke seriously. Mr. Lu didn't laugh at you, he just found it interesting. Speaking here, he spoke somewhat oddly. Never would I have thought that among the rebels, all of them, except you, King Duan, were loyal to his majesty. Put. The Duan Wang, who was already furious, could not help himself at this moment, and a mouthful of black pus and blood spewed out, again spewing out a field of wriggling worms. The stench of corpses can't be hidden. The sun was shining, and the strong stench of the corpse, along with the corpse spots on his face, was becoming more and more apparent. Those courtiers who were still following King Duan originally sensed something was wrong and ducked out of the way. Ho 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 ho. A hard laugh escaped his throat. Against the face of the late emperor, King Duan smiled a hideous and bizarre smile. Land seeker. You think you won? A strange gurgling sound came from his throat. Palms trembling, he felt for his waist. A compact dagger, pure black, appeared in his hand. With his other hand, he shakily clutched the blade of the dagger. Raise it as hard as you can, as hard as you can. Blood and water tumbled with the dagger. It's just that. Is suddenly floating weirdly in the air. Me, just the pawn. A tiny pawn in his hand. Ho 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 ho. You think you're strong? He is the one who controls the destinies of all the people of the 3 great imperial dynasties and 5 great powers. Your destiny, after all, is to get back on track. It was arranged by him personally. If I lose, you won't win either. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Duan Wang's sardonic laughter grew louder and louder, but his mouth was suddenly chanting some kind of incantation. An eerie wind suddenly blew up from the martial arts arena. The cold air was thick, and it fell from the sky. The cloudy eyes, at this moment, suddenly sprouted a red light. Lu Sin raised his hand and ran it through his hair, his fingers twitching slightly as he smiled brightly. Finally, forced it out. The devil behind that. Chapter 151 Forgot. Mori coldness swept through the palace. Everyone felt as if the blood in their body was going to freeze, and an inexplicable sense of fear struck their hearts. Duan Wang's staggering body was trembling slightly. The eyes dazzled with blood and a visible black smoke emanated from his body. Terrifying fluctuations slowly swept up from that body like ripples. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. You lost? TSK TSK TSK. Losing is really miserable. What a dumbass, can't even get that right. The eerie voice came out of King Duan's mouth like an evil spirit, carrying a power that painfully struck one's soul and shook one's mind. The 100 officials have panicked into a frenzy. Some people were so terrified that they fled in panic, only to fall to the ground due to their cold and stiff hands and feet. while others rushed quickly in the direction of the dragon chair and blocked in front of His Majesty. Ah! Morong Yen, who was inside the prison car, watched from close range and let out a horrified scream, and fainted after about a violent trembling. Ho 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 ho! A bunch of mortals! Cowardly fools! The eerie voice was as if it came from a soul, cold and long. Just listening to the voice made one's whole body involuntarily tremble, even timid. The figure with strange black smoke coming out of its entire body slowly turned around and looked at Lu Sun, and on his stiff features, he pulled up the corners of his mouth, revealing an ugly to the extreme smile. Only you are a bit interesting. Only your destiny has escaped this honored one. What fun! Oh, so, Lu Sun slowly walked forward 2 steps, a pair of eyes with a sharp light. Is he really just your pawn, Lu Mao, with the Lu family? Are all your victims on the way forward? The entire martial arts arena was in chaos. Everyone hid far away, and there were even timid officials who had already fled out of the martial arts arena and out of the palace. In front of the prison wagon, Lu Sun locked eyes with King Duan, whose entire body exuded an eerie and ominous aura. Quiet, yet bizarre. Cocking his head, one hand gently tapped the position of his temple. The pair of eyes that flashed with red light seemed to be pondering something for a moment, but then he suddenly let out a light laugh and spread his hands out. Ho! Ho ho ho! Forgot! All our ants! The ants in the way, just trample them to death, who will remember? The light, and a few moments of unconcerned voice, with an unspeakable contempt, made the hearts of everyone in the entire palace seem to be pressed with a heavy stone. Lu Sun's fists were clenched in death. All the pain experienced in the last life, in the mouth of this devil in front of the eyes, just turned into a light forget. Ho ho ho! Grandpa, Uncle Lin, Uncle Fu, the loyal government soldiers, the warlords of the border. In his last life, the figures of those who had died because they had gotten in his way floated before his eyes. The pain he had once experienced coalesced and settled in his heart, like a fire that burned his heart throbbing. Veins surfaced on his forehead, and Lu Sun's eyes were as harsh as a falcon's. The corners of his lips curled up, seemingly smiling, but the icy cold on his face could not be blocked. Lu Mao is stepped on is going to bite back. Ha 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 ha. The figure with a maniacal laugh, the black soot on his body, actually turned into a ladder, letting Duan Wang's body that emitted a putrid odor ascend step by step. There were cries of horror all around, and the sound of gulping, and even a foul odor from someone's lower body. Sideways, leaning on top of the black ladder in the void, King Duan sought a comfortable position, slightly mockingly sweeping those around him. He spoke, "It's just that you're a bit interesting. Look at this group of them that haven't seen any sense of what's going on. When you see my father, you are scared less. Not even the courage to stand beside you and face my father. A mole is a mole. How weak and lowly." The faces of the surrounding civil and military officials were ashamed, but no one had the guts to face this bizarre presence. The source of man's fear is the unknown. The image before me is already an unimaginable unknown presence. The city guards are under orders to protect His Majesty to the death. On the orders of the great inner guards, protect His Majesty to the death. Bai Yong and Lin Tongxian let out a low roar almost at the same time. The city guards and the great inner guards snapped out of their shock and rushed in front of the group of ministers with their war swords, their blades pointing directly at the bizarre Duan Wang. Step by step, Bai Yong and Lin Tongxian walked towards Lu Sun. Steadily, he walked to Lu Sun's side. The long knife in his hand, pointed downward and diagonally towards the ground, its sharpened edge carrying a few moments of ghostly cold light. Bai, a mole, is not afraid to face it. It's just that your face, it's so dirty and ugly, it makes me want to vomit when I look at it. Spitting lightly, Bai Yong squinted at King Duan. Lin Tongxian tensed his body, his eyes glaring at the figure. Phew. Disgusting is disgusting, but it's too strong. Is this the power that far surpasses the heavenly level? So strong. Lin Tongxuan's eyes carried a wild look. In the face of this bizarre image, he didn't have the slightest fear, but instead developed an incomparable feeling of excitement. A martial arts nerd is not necessarily a martial arts prodigy, but a martial arts prodigy is bound to be a martial arts nerd. His palms trembled slightly, Lin Tongxuan's pair of eyes were filled with a sense of anticipation, and even his footsteps moved forward a little bit, as if he couldn't hold back from the battle anymore. 3 figures, blocking in front of the 100 officials, faced directly at the Duan Wang who was half lying on the black steps of the void. This moment, like 3 high mountains, they blocked all the eerie aura. When Xiang and Wu Xiang clenched their fists, veins popping out on their foreheads, their pale bodies trembling violently. There was a time when they were as young as the 3 men who stood in their way, and they were courageous in the face of any hardship. Nowadays, older, even fear death. The cloudy eyes flashed with a touch of toughness, and his teeth were chattering, but he casually snatched the sword from the guards on the side. Griffins are old, but they also have the will to fight. The 2 figures were pale, but they carried an unyielding aura. Clank! A cold look flashed across Moronghua's clear face as he drew his guard's sword and said sternly, "How about mole crickets? A mole cricket can also be unyielding." Boom! The surrounding 100 officials also snapped. How about mole crickets? Mole crickets, they can still be unyielding. The aura is strong. It's not threatening, but Duan Wan's scarlet glowing eyes, however, gradually grew gloomy. These molehills are offending him. It is clearly not as large as the power of those 3 great imperial dynasties, but how dare they offend his heavenly authority? Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. It really makes my father want to laugh. In his throat, a grim hiss escaped. That pair of eyes, red in color. Maneuvering that soon-to-be rotting body, he slowly got up and stood on top of the black ladder, but the red light in that pair of eyes was pointed straight at Lu Xun. What's the point of hanging around with this group of ants? But, since I like it so much, this honored one will fulfill you. Incidentally, sucked your soul. Your soul is delicious. This father had a craving for it last time. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 152. Lu doesn't care. Hoo hoo hoo. The gloomy winds suddenly blew throughout the palace. The piercing coldness almost made this palace enter the winter months in an instant. Even if the sun is high in the sky, it can not bring half the temperature. Stepping on top of that black ladder, corpse spots became more and more obvious on that face of Duan Wang. A pair of eyes erupted with a fishy red light, and a low roar like that of a monster came out of his throat. Roar. It was almost always the color of blood as far as the eye could see. The trace of courage that the civil and military officials had just developed completely dissolved in this instant. He was paralyzed with terror and his face was pale. Is this the kind of strength one can achieve? A terrifying pressure descended, as if it was a giant mountain through the sky, pressing down dead center on everyone's heads. Inside the palace, the 100 officials had already found it difficult to resist the force and had fainted. Even those great inner guards and city guards fell one by one. There were only 3, still standing. So strong. So strong. Lin Tongxuan's face trembled violently as he used all his strength to resist under that terrifying power. A pair of eyes grew brighter and brighter, raising their heads stiffly and staring the bizarre presence dead in the face. Is this the power of the land immortals that Lu Xun talked about? Sure enough, it was too powerful than the heavenly level. It's almost like a cloud of difference. What the hell is this damn ghost thing? Bai Yong resisted with all his might, his hands gripping the hilt of the knife with a death grip, the blade already deeply inserted under the ground. The flesh on his face trembled tremendously, his voice trembled along with it. When this time I survive, I will definitely take a trip to the Flower Moon building. Well, drink 10 pots of 100 flowers do. At that time, Mr. Lu will help you call your sister-in-law, and the scene should be beautiful. Lu Xun's voice was cloudy. Bai Yong forcibly turned his head and roared, "You kid! You dare!" The words did not fall. Instead, his eyes glazed over. They used all their strength to barely stand, but Lu Xun, as if he had never felt a bit of power, he walked towards that figure step by step. One step at a time. Rumble. With every step Lu Xun took, the pressure around him diminished. The void submits. The Duan King's body trembled as the scarlet light in his eyes began to flicker, his lips trembling violently as he exclaimed, "No way! How could you? How could you? Lu Ma thought how strong you are, but you are only in the land god immortal realm." Lu Xun's voice, bland, carried a few disappointments. The red light in those eyes flashed, and he barely hesitated. The black steps under his feet, like black lightning, instantly carried the somewhat decayed body towards the distance and frantically disappeared. Lu Xun's palm pointed towards the front. Speaking faintly, he said, "Set." Boom. The power of a half-step true immortal caused this heaven and earth to turn into substance, deadeningly squeezing on that figure. Buzz. The figure that was as fast as lightning suddenly froze in the air as if it had entered a time-stopping area, stiffening and completely freezing. There was only one pair of eyes, flashing madly. "Who the hell are you? You're not Lu Xun. You can't be Lu Xun." Sharp and frantic sounds came out of that body. It was no longer a sound from the throat, but a sound from the soul. In this world, there can't be a stronger one besides this one. Back then the group. They were all dead. How exactly? Exactly. How? Exactly. Do you surpass the land gods? The voice was hoarse. Full of mania. Everything, beyond his control. As in, keeping several nests of ants, and stumbling upon one of them, realizing that one in one of the nests is even stronger than you are. Lu Xun paced. The void submits at his feet. There was a big smile on that face. Lifting his hands, he looked at the slightly trembling palms, his breathing gradually relaxing. "You're too loud. The noise is distracting." However, having finally dug up you, the real mastermind behind this, Lu is very happy. Finally, I can take revenge with my own hands. The smile at the corner of Lu Xun's lips grew wider and wider, and his eyes sparkled with light. After a long period of silence, the existence in the Duan King's body shook violently and let out a sharp hiss. "What? You did all this, just for revenge?" He couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't this kind of existence be thinking about controlling the destiny of heaven and earth? Damn it! Don't you want to know who my father really is? Why is he doing all this? Forcibly stabilizing his mind, the voice struggled to keep his voice from trembling. Lu Xun stood in front of King Duan's body, rubbing his palms and smiling brightly. "Those things about you, Lu doesn't care. Your life is what Lu cares about." With his palm, he suddenly grabbed towards Duan Wang's body. Soul stripping. Thumbs up. A tearing sound suddenly came from within King Duan's body. Ah! Miserable screams rang out over the entire palace. A translucent soul appeared violently from Lu Xun's hand. Screaming and struggling. Lu Xun's eyes were slightly cold. It is actually a soul that looks a little similar to the late emperor. King Tuan. The spirit of King Tuan. No. Is not right. There was also a translucent chrysalis-like thing clinging to Duan Wan's soul. Ah. That mournful voice was shouted by the spirit of King Duan. The translucent chrysalis-like thing was also screaming miserably. Two red lights glowed from above, staring at Lu Xun with a deadly glare. Without hesitation, Lu Xun swung his palm out again, and the terrifying power ruthlessly chopped at the chrysalis-like thing. The chrysalis-like thing violently exploded into a cloud of dark, black smoke. A spiteful and mournful voice snapped out, blood transportation. Rumble. A flash of red light and black smoke dispersed in all directions. Almost instantly, it disappeared without a trace. Nope. Lu Xun's face turned ugly as his palm swung down, leaving behind only a trace of pus and blood. That voice, tinged with resentment, came from all directions. Lu Xun. This honored one remembers you. You caused the power that my father had accumulated for so long to nearly go up in smoke and be greatly injured. But that's okay. You're strong. But you won't be able to protect the Yen Kingdom and your state government forever. There's always a time when you're not there, isn't there? Until then, I want you to watch everything you hold dear go up in smoke. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Hideous voices, coming from all directions. It was as if this heaven was controlled by that weird existence. Lu Xun's forehead veins rippled, his breathing gradually became heavy, and his eyes stared deathly into the surrounding void. You can't kill my father. Next, just wait for my father's revenge. This is everywhere. The moment the voice fell, Lu Xun fiercely looked to his side, his eyes exploded with cold light, and the Xuanji sword suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a sword light violently rushed out. Swish! The light of the sword shines on Great Yen. Almost the entire Great Yen territory saw a brilliant light explode in the void. Ah! A mournful scream came from the void. The voice was mournful, spiteful, and tinged with horror. The scent disappeared without a trace. Lu Xun held the Xuanji sword in a death grip, his eyes sunken. He stood in the void for a long time before putting away the Xuanji sword. Escaped after all. This tactic is not like the bright stuff. Lu Xun sank, and his heart sank, glancing deeply at the translucent soul of King Duan, still held tightly in his other hand. Somewhere in a dark room within the palace of the Yu Kingdom. Thumbs up. A portrait ripped violently through a gash and blood gurgled out. The blood soon stained the portrait red, and along it, it slowly flowed out towards the outside of the dark room. Overnight, the Yu State Palace, many palace maids eunuchs, inexplicably disappeared without trace. Chapter 153 My daughter. Inside the heavenly prison. The odor of dampness and decay is somewhat pungent. Inside the heavenly prison, which was already devoid of sunlight, the smell of rotting flesh and blood was added today. Huma, I am your father. I am your father. Duan Wang's voice was hoarse and stiff, and on his exposed skin, the corpse spots were as dense as mold, emitting a putrid and unpleasant corpse stench. Effortlessly raising his arm, he tried to pull Morong Yen. Morong Yen's pupils trembled violently, her whole body had been wrapped in a tawdry odor, and she used all her strength to try to avoid the approaching Duan Wang. But that scaly body was so painful that her whole body was hunched and curled up into a ball, and she let out a feeble and miserable cry from her throat. No, don't come over. Imperial uncle. You stay away from me. Morong Yan's voice was filled with pain, that pretty face had long been covered with dried blood and was unreadable. At the moment, cold sweat rolled down from her forehead, and by the time it reached her jawline, it had turned into blood. Her lips whitened, still squirming with fear, even though it made her whole body shake with pain. The palms stiffened in the air. Duan Wang's stiff face carried a few scowls. Breathing gradually became rapid. If it were not for you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be doing this. It was to push you to the top, to get what you wanted, that I used so much effort. Now, you dislike me. A stiff, unpleasant sound came from his throat, as if it were the sound of rotting flesh rubbing against each other. Morong Yan's body trembled, a pair of eyes full of panic, but it was soon replaced with resentment, and her voice gradually became angry and gloomy. You clearly just made me a puppet. Let me get what I want. Ha 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 ha. Slip of the tongue. What am I to you? I'm just an unpopular princess who has trouble getting a foothold in the royal family. Just easy to control. Morong Yan's voice was sharp and piercing. It was just the sound that ripped and jerked at the slashed and stitched wound in his chest, and the pain soaked his blood-soaked shirt with cold sweat. Tilting her head up with effort, Morong Yan was still as arrogant as she once was, and with a look of contempt, she looked at King Duan, her voice hoarse but with a lofty smugness. I, after all, am stronger than you. My royal brother is the current emperor. He will at least leave me alive. But you. Before the words were finished, he saw an ugly smile appear on King Duan's stiff face. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Never would I have thought that the only descendant I had with the woman I loved the most would be such a fool. Boom! Duan Wang's unpleasant voice caused the expression on Morong Yan's face to stiffen. His face twitched slightly, and his sweat pulsed along with it. All the voices screeched to a halt in their throats with the odd sound. Cluck 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 cluck. After a long time, her pair of eyes trembled tremendously, as if she thought of something, and her voice spoke in fear. What did you say? Duan Wang's voice gradually went down feebly, even with a few hints of grief. Sending you as a hostage was arranged by me. You, who are not the bloodline of the late emperor at all, are my daughter. Rumble. That feeble voice, in Morong Yan's ears, was like 5 thunderbolts. Her lips, long pale and crusted, quivered, her head shook stiffly, and her body, no longer able to maintain its huddled position, lay trembling and flat. Stretching out, he ripped wounds all over his body. The pain made her shudder even more. Available at Morong Yan's face, as if it was devoid of all essence, or even without a soul, stiffened with powerlessness and numbness. I fell deeply in love with your mother at the first sight when she was sent by the ruler of you. Available. And yet I shall see your mother, with my own eyes, serve that insidious villain, my royal brother. In order for you to grow up safely, that's why I've secretly operated to send you to you. King Duan's voice rose and fell, his breathing was ragged, and a pair of cloudy eyes dripped with tears. But the tears were dirty, even with some dirty blood. He gritted his teeth and braced himself, holding onto one of the side rails as he stood up stiffly and sluggishly. Although he was standing, his body was swaying unconsciously. Eyes slowly turned to Morong Yan. Silent laughter. Muddy tears that flowed yet more. It's a shame to lose. 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 Everything that was planned was lost. I'm not happy. Not happy. The mournful and unpleasant sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling shook the entire inmates within the heavenly prison and made them rise up in fear. Unwilling? And what? A low voice sounded not far away. In the darkness on the far side of the heavenly prison, a figure slowly walked. It wasn't until he got a little closer, and the dim light from the walls flickered over the face, that he could see it clearly, the handsome face. Stand still. The dim light of the fire on the side of the wall of the celestial dungeon illuminated the half-face. The other half of his face, still shrouded in black shadow. Half brilliant, half grim. Lu Sun's face subconsciously made King Duan subconsciously fearful. By that time, everyone had fainted and didn't see anything. But he saw the whole thing. Lu Sun's strength made the devil, who claimed to control the fate of the world and the dynasty, flee with his tail between his legs. He swallowed, but the fishy odor of the saliva made King Tuan nearly cough. Staggering back a few steps, he dropped to the floor. His lips quirked, but he couldn't get a word out. Morong Yan's whole body was trembling violently, but, as if she was trying to grab the last straw, she stretched out her palm and reached towards the railing. The vision is blurring. Her voice trembled. Lu Sun. No, I'm wrong. I was wrong in my last life. It was me who shouldn't have done that to you. I'd like to make it up to you. I'll do anything if you'll forgive me. Lu Sun's lips curled up at the corner of his half-face illuminated by the dim firelight. The other half of his face, though also smiling, looked extraordinarily grim. Oh? What would you do to make me forgive you? Then, you will cut open your own chest, and let Lu Mao see if you mean what you say. The hand, halfway out of the air, froze. Swallowing, Morong Yan's breath trembled. Horrified, he retracted, his eyes flickering, his body shrinking back into a ball, trembling violently, screaming in terror, No. Don't! Stop torturing me! I was wrong! I was wrong! Looking at Morong Yan in this frightened state, Lu Sun's palm slightly squeezed tight. That's what scares you? But this? It was less than 1/12 of those torments that he himself had suffered in his last life. Not enough. Far from it. Retracting his eyes from Morong Yan's body, Lu Sun looked at King Duan, gently tapped the railing, and spoke, Your wish has been accomplished. Let you meet your daughter. Next, it's time for us to talk. Chapter 154 I'm the stupid one. Phew. I love the light. But, have been afraid to see the light for a few years now. Inside the only cell in the darkened heavenly prison where light could be seen, Duan Wang lifted the heavy black iron shackles with some effort, and reached out his hand as if to touch the wisps of light that came in through the pierced hole. But the moment it was about to touch the light, it shuddered and shrank back as if it had been caught in flames. The cloudy eyes twitched violently, and his breathing gradually became ragged. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. It's all because of him. It's all because of him. King Tuan was hissing, but his voice was feeble. He staggered to a paralyzed position, shifting with all his might to lean against the chilly, damp corner of the wall. A pair of eyes swept over Lu Sun's face and his eyes drifted off. I have hated my royal brother ever since he seized the throne by conspiracy, and I can't wait to die immediately. I am not interested in those, I just want to know. The devil! Lu Sun didn't mind the dirt on the floor of the heavenly prison and sat directly across from King Duan. King Duan seemed not to have heard Lu Sun's words, and on his stiff face, a meaningful smile flashed, his voice gradually lowered. I'm a loser. Those who fail will have to return to Nanluo City and cower. It was also in Nanluo City that I found the secret of the founding emperor's founding of Yen. Ice trance, Duan Wang seems to return to that day. A dark, deep and eerie creepy cul-de-sac. A long walk was followed by a bizarre scene. The huge dark room has a painting. The painting was actually floating in the air, and even gave off wisps of strange aura. At a glance, it looked as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood piled up. It was a painting, from which came a voice calling itself a demon. He is everywhere, knows nothing, controls the destiny of heaven and earth, and the fate and alternation of royal power of the 3 great imperial dynasties and the 5 great nations are all under his control. King Duan's voice gradually became agitated, and his tilted-up head trembled slightly as he looked towards the wisps of light, his cloudy eyes seeming to have light in them. It was he who gave me hope of taking back my place where I belong. It was he, too, who told me that the position that belonged to me should be taken back by me personally. The voice was hoarse, but full of excitement, spoken impassionately. Thumbs up. An ill-timed laugh rang out from the heavenly prison. Lu Sun's smile caused King Duan's face to stiffen a bit, and he sank his face, looking at Lu Sun. You said, he mastered the 3 major imperial dynasties and the 5 major kingdoms of the imperial power alternation. Can you think about why obviously has mastered the imperial power alternation, but still want to tell you that the throne should have belonged to you personally take away? Lu Sun's voice was flat, but it was like a thunderclap on the ground, shaking King Duan's pupils with a huge tremor. He might be, maybe. King Duan's voice was slightly trance-like, his cloudy eyes rolling up and down, his palms squeezing the ground beneath him in a deadly grip. Maybe it's that he's not that powerful? Can't control the alternation of royal power? Lu Sun smiled faintly, and touched his chin. A thoughtful face said, should not be, land immortals well, is ultimately strong, mastery of the imperial power alternation of this kind of thing, as long as to do some caution, or can be mastered. And why did he seek you out? Enabling you? Should not the late emperor, too, be supported up according to his destiny? Use you to overthrow his own support? King Tuan is in disarray. The heart that had held out for so long was in total disarray. These, not so hard to see, but his ambition and his hatred blinded him. Huffing and puffing. The ragged breathing became heavier and heavier, and King Tuan trembled even more. Muddy tears mixed with dirty blood flowed out of the cloudy eyes, and the stiff face was written with unwillingness, yet hatred, as he spoke in a single word. He wants civil unrest in my Yen. Ambition and hatred blinded his mind and eyes, but he was always still a prince who had once competed for the throne. What exactly is the purpose of the other party in doing all this? After really sobering up and being outside the situation, it is easy to see clearly. Ho 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 ho. In vain I called Morong Yen a fool. The original. I'm the stupid one. Ha 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 ha. King Duan laughed maniacally, his whole body trembling with laughter, his muddy tears connecting into sheets and gushing down furiously, his whole body becoming more and more powerless, and his voice becoming more and more shrill. Ah ha 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 ha. Whoa. The stiff body, now helpless, slipped from the corner and howled, its whole body curled up into a ball, trembling. Lu Sun didn't open his mouth. Reaching out, the wisps of light fell into the palm of his hand. Inside this dark and human heavenly prison, it seemed extraordinarily warm. Just wait quietly. Only when King Duan finally calmed down did Lu Sun put away his poems. Now that painting is in my mansion outside of Yendu City. In addition to that, there is my correspondence with the ruler of Yu. The king of Yu, too, is being manipulated. Speaking here and hesitating for a moment, King Duan's voice was heavy with a few moments of powerlessness. In addition to the Yu kingdom's ruler, he claims to also control the other 3 great imperial dynasties along with the remaining 3 great powerhouses rulers. I think it should be true. Now that Yen is surrounded by wolves, I'm afraid that the world is about to become hostile. King Duan struggled to hold onto the wall aside, his stiff body slowly getting up and staggering towards Lu Sun. Through the wisps of light, the burning sensation appeared on King Duan, but he didn't realize it as if he was not aware of it, and he looked at Lu Sun in a fixed manner. There's only so much I know about demons. But you can go to the Royal Library. The Imperial Study, which houses all the books recording history since the founding of the country by the great ancestor, perhaps something can be found. Flutter. King Tuan staggered to his knees, his kneecaps knocking against the hard stone of the ground with a dull thud. His whole body trembling violently, he gritted his teeth, enduring the burning sensation of the silky sunlight on his body, with the pain coming from his whole body, and spoke in a low voice, please, save Yen. Looking at Duan Wang's appearance, Lu Sun slightly side-eyed him. After pondering for a long time, he faintly asked, Lu looks at you. Not like a person of great justice. Hasn't it long ago buried gunpowder in all parts of Yendu, so that in the event of failure, the city of Yendu will be buried with you? King Duan's body stiffened, but he was not surprised that Lu Sun knew this. What was so strange about Bai Yong being all Lu Sun's men and knowing where his gunpowder was buried? Ho ho ho! With a feeble, light laugh, King Duan strongly braced himself to support his body and looked at Lu Sun. Trying to take over the royal power. And for that, do whatever it takes. It won't stop even with uncountable corpses underfoot. But I am still a yen. A yen man who doesn't want yen to disappear just like that. Lu Xun's palms squeezed tightly and the corners of his lips curled up. Don't worry, yen will not be destroyed after your death. Chapter 155 Magic. What exactly is it? Morong Yan's mournful screams and King Duan's insane voice that cried and laughed were full of conflict and bizarrely blended together. Lu Xun stood at the entrance of the heavenly prison, slightly tilted his head up to look at the clear sky, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. You want to run away? The world is this big, where can you escape to? The pain of his last life was brought to him by Morong Yan's line. But the root of the problem is that the Lu family, as ants, are in the way of the devil. The smile on Lu Xun's face grew even wider as he recalled the threat that the devil had made to himself before he fled. A ghost of coldness spread across his lips. One certainly can't protect the whole of yen by oneself. In that case, then let yen become the most powerful in the whole world. Whether it's the power of the country, or the strength. Let the mouse that lurked and twisted and crawled in the darkness watch as yen quickly became so powerful that he feared it. About what it says in there, does it need to be reported to His Majesty? Lin Tongxian also walked out of the heavenly prison with a few complicated glances in his eyes. When Lu Xun went to inquire, he didn't approach. Available at. His strength had far exceeded the heavenly level, and his ears had long since ceased to belong to the realm of mortals. He had heard all the exchanges between Lu Xun and King Duan clearly. Those words. He didn't know if he should tell His Majesty everything. Uncle Lin, you are serving His Majesty, not Lu, no need to ask me. Lu Xun returned to his senses and grinned. Lin Tongxian froze for a moment, and his expression became calm. Well, let's go. Brother Bai said he wants to invite guests at the Flower Moon House. Go to the Bai mansion first, and inform your sister-in-law. Lu Xun, however, suddenly revealed an odd smile, patted the dust on his clothes, and walked towards the outside. You brat, bad water bubbling in your stomach. The old Duke of State has lived a bright and honorable life. How could he have a grandson like you? Lin Tongxian darkened his face. Outside of Yin capital, King Duan's residence. The generals who were raiding the house counted the belongings in this temporary mansion of King Duan. The boxes of wooden crates half a man high were carried out. Dozens of large boxes filled the garden. Opening the box, the bejeweled aura caused everyone at the scene to suck in a breath of cool air. Some people swallowed their saliva, their faces shocked. 8 boxes of exotic treasures. Even the fist-sized night pearls that were paid in tribute to the palace had a whole box. The rest, all gold ingots. Bright and shiny, all open, shaking one's eyes. Looking at the eye-shattering gold ingots close at hand, even the most determined person will subconsciously give birth to an impulse. The garden was quiet, and everyone was restraining their primal desires. But a shriek came violently from a compartment not far away. Get over here, there's still a culvert. Half of the people who were still counting in the garden were now rushing in the direction the sound came from. They're afraid they'll stay where they are and won't be able to resist reaching out. The cul-de-sac is long. Almost no light. Follow the cul-de-sac until it ends at a wooden door. The general at the head of the group carefully pushed open the dark door and his eyes lit up. There's something else here. In front of us, a dark room. There was nothing bejeweled inside, but there were many books and scrolls. These things, too, are worth a lot of money. The surrounding henchmen also reacted quickly and hurriedly began to pack up the contents of this. The general at the head of the group scanned the busy men around him, monitoring them for hiding. A moment later, though, it was drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. This painting. It's a silhouette. A black dress, but only the back. It was clearly not that cold in this dark room, but when he saw that painting, that general inexplicably felt a layer of goosebumps on his skin. The painting, however, looked as if it had been scratched by something. The painting is all torn up. I don't know what these noblemen are thinking, actually hanging a torn painting. The painting, quickly rolled up by one of the men, was received in a box. Perhaps it was an illusion. The moment the painting was rolled up, the general at the head vaguely saw that the figure on the painting seemed to flash a trace of blood. But a dark room, after all, is too dark. Maybe it really is just an illusion. Rubbing his eyes, the general in charge slapped the back of the head of the henchman who had just spoken and spoke. You're the one who talks too much. What nobleman? Clearly a rebel. The men laughed dryly and called a general to carry away the chest with them. Perhaps it was an illusion. The moment that box was carried away, the goosebumps on the head general's body disappeared. Shaking his head and shaking out those chaotic thoughts, the general in charge roared lowly, "I'll be honest with me, if I see anyone with unclean hands and feet, moving something that shouldn't be moved, they'll all be dealt with under military law. This is all stolen property. It's to be taken to His Majesty." Yes, the Imperial study. The floor had been piled up with various books. It looks messy. Manhwa flipped through the books about the ancient legends, his eyes flashing slightly with a stern color. Magic. Magic. What the hell is that? And what happened on that day after they passed out? As an emperor, Manhwa only knew that when he woke up, everything had returned to normal. Bai Yang led the city guards to send the 100 officials back to their homes, and Lin Tongxian led the great inner guards to capture King Duan and all his men in the heavenly prison. Lu Xun. also went to the heavenly prison, not knowing what to do. Available at. What the hell happened? He remembered that when he fainted, some warmth came from under the dragon chair and woke up for a moment. Seems to see something. Heard something too. But when you think about it, you can't remember anything, and it only gives you a splitting headache. In his mind, there was only one word: devil. The Imperial study room, not the palace book depository. There aren't many books in the collection, but it was only the Imperial Secretariat that had all the ancient records about Yen before it was founded. Your Majesty, you've been searching for 3 hours, you can't go on like this. Let the old slave help you find what you're looking for. Chen Lingquan opened his mouth with a heartbroken face, his voice shrill, and thick powder falling as he spoke. Moronhua's slender fingers paused, lightly tapped on the books, put down the books in her hands, looked at Chen Lingquan, and spoke. Lu Sun, where is he now? Chen Lingquan froze for a moment, pondered for a moment, and hesitantly opened his mouth. Before little Master Lu left, he said that he was seriously injured fighting with that thief, and that he needed the 100-flower dew from the Flower Moon House in order to be cured, and now, he should be going to the Flower Moon House for treatment. Moronhua's face darkened and he took a deep breath. Going to Flower Moon House, can that be for treatment? Although he is the deputy head of the Flower Moon House, but he is in the Flower Moon House, there is no shortage of debauchery. There are tens of thousands of gold in the silver money owed from bookkeeping alone. Summon him to the palace for an audience. Chapter 156. Ravioli is good, I don't want to eat it again in my life. The Imperial study. One figure looking for a book became 4 figures looking together. Lin Tongxian and Bai Yong flipped through the books with trepidation, looking at Lu Sun from time to time. Eyes with deep resentment. Especially Bai Yong. Lu Sun, this kid, actually really shouted his mother up as well. 3 big men, with a beautiful woman together in the flower house. This picture is really a bright landscape. Listening to the tune and watching the dance, Bai Yong was afraid to move. Even the eyes look at the 100 flowers do, but do not dare to drink a cup. I thought that would be enough, but who knew that Lu Sun had been summoned by His Majesty and had dragged the 2 of them along. Go to the palace first to resume your orders, slave first go back to the house and wait for you to come back. Thinking about the lady's coquettish smile with a few hints of shyness before he was dragged away by Lu Sun, Bai Yong felt his skin tighten. There are records here. Here. Lin Tongxian let out a low cry and raised the yellowed book in his hand. The books are yellowed and even the writing on the covers is not legible. Some years old, by the looks of it. Lu Xin and Moronghua walked over quickly and came together. What was written on the yellowed book in front of him made Lu Xin frown slightly. Immortal. Magic. Good is immortal. Evil is devil. Feeding on blood, those who want to become immortal need to cleanse their sins with the chi of their country. When he saw this, Lu Sun's expression had become odd and complicated. Is he here for Yan's chi? Yan's chi is already bound to himself. The formation of the nation's chi is too complex. Not every nation gives birth to chi. It takes an emperor of a nation who loves his people as his children and is truly dedicated to his country. Later, there is an explanation of chirography. Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Looks like this devil is trying to become an immortal and use the chi of the country to wash away his sins. Controlling the alternation of royal power seems to be for this purpose. But could it be that the 3 great imperial dynasties, which were as powerful as they were, had not produced the national chi? Or is it he sinned so much that he needs the chi of all the nations of this world to cleanse it? After pondering for a moment, Lu Sun looked through it to make sure there were no other records before continuing to rummage through it again. All night long, nothing more was gained. Looking at the mess all over the floor, Lu Sun sighed long and hard. The truth still can't be pieced together. But the truth didn't matter to him either. Where the demon was important to him. Moronhua's eyes were a little tired, and his white fingers rubbed between his eyebrows. That's all that's been written about demons. Perhaps there will be more records about demons in those imperial dynasties. But I only realized today that the world's strongest person is actually so terrifying. Moronhua's voice was also a bit tired and slightly hoarse. In addition to the records about demons, there are also some records about immortals and land deities in the Imperial Library. Although there was only a little bit of information, what was shown in it was truly shocking. Moving mountains and breaking seas. That kind of greatness is intimidating just to think about. It's just that for some reason, those existences are completely disconnected. It's as if they all disappeared without a trace in a single moment. Shocking and scandalous. Your Majesty, I wonder if you have ever thought of making the Yin Kingdom go further. Lu Sun held the yellowed book, his eyes fell on the Chiluk, and his fingers pinched tightly. In his mind, recalling the thoughts he had when he came out of the heavenly prison, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Moronghua was stunned, his pupils trembling slightly. But to become a new dynasty? 5 great powers, 3 great imperial dynasties. Although it sounds good, but the country is always lower than the imperial dynasty ahead. Between the country and the imperial dynasty, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that even Emperor Taizu, who had created the Yin country, was unable to break through. But if Lu Sun helps, then this barrier, it seems that it is not impossible to break through. Lu Xun's fingers gently crushed the yellowed book, pointing his finger at the word immortal, and one word after another popped out of his mouth, immortal. Dynasty. Boom. In this imperial study, however, it was like a thunderclap on the ground. Manhwa's eyes trembled tremendously. The clean face was expressionless, but the corners of his eyes were twitching unconsciously. Rising to his feet, his slender fingers were hidden under his wide-sleeve robe, which could be faintly seen trembling slightly. First, go down. In front of the temple. The 100 officials had been waiting in the Great Hall for a long time. But it's been a long time since we've seen His Majesty arrive. Chen Lingquan trotted into the Great Hall and announced aloud, "Today, His Majesty's dragon body is ill, so he will not be attending the court for the time being. Present the sungdae if you have something to do, and retire from the court if you have nothing to do." The 100 officials murmured, completely unable to understand what this meant. Outside the palace gates, Lu Xun sat in front of the wonton stand and ate a bowl of wontons beautifully. Bai Yong and Lin Tongshan on the side wanted to say something, looking at Lu Xun eating as if nothing had happened. Their faces were uncertain. In the end, it was Bai Yong who was the first to hold back and spoke. "Elder brother Lu, what you said is too reckless. The Immortal Dynasty is too big a title. Besides..." Speaking of this, Bai Yong's expression was a bit hesitant. It was only after a long time that he knocked on the table and spoke in a low voice, "You've got too much guts too. Celestial level experts, they're all a bit out of control. Which generation of emperors weren't terrified of those heaven-level experts? Now, you are going to create a generation of immortal dynasties in front of His Majesty, the Immortal, who destroys the heavens and the earth at every turn, appears again in this human world, the Emperor who can bear it." Bai Yong's voice was lowered. Although he had already transcended the heavenly experts and had left the level of mortals, it was only when Lu Xun and the devil made a move that he truly felt the horror of the immortals. A heaven-ranked expert would already be in existence that emperors were afraid of. If we really build an immortal dynasty composed of land deities, then there's no guarantee the emperor won't go after the Lu family out of fear. It's delicious. Brother Bai, you have a bowl too. Lu Xun didn't seem to have heard what Bai Yong said and waved his hand towards the shopkeeper not far away. "Have another bowl." Bai Yong blackened his face, but when he saw the wontons being served, he directly picked up the bowl. "What a big heart. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't bear to waste the food, I wouldn't have eaten it." "You are indeed too hasty." Lin Tongshan spoke. Bai Yong nodded his head as he ate. Sighing, Lin Tongshan unconsciously tapped his palm lightly on the desktop and whispered, "We can clearly do this. Secretly." The words, in mid-sentence, stopped abruptly. Lin Tongshan's eyes were cloudy, and he gritted his teeth without saying any more. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, holding a huge wonton and sending it into his mouth. It would be a real taboo to do it in secret. Although Lin Tongshan is out of the army, not good at camping, and his mind is very straight, but he is in the palace, and will more or less see some things. What the emperor is most jealous of is not the strong. Rather, the powerful are not under their own control. Tastes good. Another bowl. Holding the bowl, Lu Xun took a big bite. Bowl after bowl. From time to time, he chatted with Bai Yong about the flower girl, seemingly not caring about the decision of the one in the palace. Just as the sky turned from bright to dark, the light within Lu Xun's eyes gradually began to flicker. Inside the Imperial study, the chiseled voice just stood there facing the mess around them for an entire day. The dim light of the setting sun, through the door and window of the Imperial study, fell on that clear face. The face, bright and dark, finally moved. A hoarse voice rang out. "Chen Lingquan." Chen Lingquan, who had been waiting at the door, cautiously entered the Imperial study and knelt on the ground. "The old slave is here. Let Lu Xun come." "Phew. Get up." Lu Xun looked at Chen Lingquan, who was trotting from the palace gates, and his smile seemed to have become a little brighter than before. Burping, he turned his head to look at the ravioli stand and laughed. "The ravioli tastes good. But don't want to eat it again in this life." Chapter 157. Emperors don't go to morning court for 7 days. The emperor doesn't go to court in the morning for 7 days. Above the Great Hall, the group of ministers had all clamored. History of Great Yan. Not. Throughout the history of the 3 great imperial dynasties and the 5 great powers, there has never been an emperor who did not go to court for 7 days. On the first day, the courtiers only thought that His Majesty was frightened. The next day, they consoled themselves that His Majesty had not yet returned to his senses. By the 3rd day, and they started to notice something was wrong. Now, it has been 7 days in a row. They can't comfort themselves or convince themselves. How come Minister Wen and Minister Wu have not been to court as well? Yes, the Blood and Guts Marquis has not been to court either. What's going on here? The courtroom was in chaos. The Wu Xiangfu is peaceful. Minister Wen, Minister Wu and Marquis of Blood and Guts sat cross-legged. Picked up a cup of tea, gently skimmed the tea leaf foam, Wen Xiang gently sipped, and with a face of disgust put down the cup of tea, slapped the table, red-faced, pointing at the Wu Xiang open mouth angrily. "You this old piker, how dare you give me on this kind of bad tea?" Martial Minister Li Qingsong blackened his face and said in irritation, "Surnamed son, I have always been clean and cannot afford good tea, unlike you, who has 10,000 kilos of gold stashed in his family's mansion. and the tea leaves are all tribute. What did you say? You old thing. Looking at the two are about to fight, the blood and guts Marquis face did not have the slightest fluctuation, holding a cup of tea, gently sipping a mouthful. Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of hot air, the blood guts Marquis only spoke up at this moment in an unsavory manner. Both of you, stop pretending. His Majesty hasn't been to court for 7 days, and this matter still requires the two ministers to make a decision. The two ministers who were originally still at swords drawn, but at this moment, as if nothing had happened, they sat back to their positions in a peaceful manner. Wen Xiang also no longer disliked the tea as being too inferior, and even quickly finished a cup and lifted the teapot to pour himself another cup. Martial Minister Li Qingsong also did not open his mouth, his eyes leisurely looking out of the window as if he was in a state of delirium. Blood and Guts' husband. Looking at the appearance of these two phalangists, Marquis Blood and Guts was somewhat in tears. His Majesty disappeared for 7 days. Are neither of the two Sangha members worried? Worry? What is there to worry about? Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu finally spoke up. Some disgustedly spit out a mouthful of tea froth to the side, took out a hand towel and wiped his mouth before continuing to speak. If you are really worried, just go and find Lu Kid and ask. Junior Duke Lu. The eyes of the Blood and Guts Marquis were slightly stunned, and the fingers pinching the teacup, subconsciously pressed a little harder. Cackle. The teacup was squeezed tightly and made an unpleasant sound. Hey. You be careful, old man home not a few decent tea utensils, pinch bad you have to compensate. Martial Phase painfully looked to the Blood and Guts Marquis hands of the teacup. The Blood and Guts Marquis stiffened for a moment and carefully put down his teacup. Since the first day when he did not attend the court, and even summoned Lu Sun in the evening, His Majesty seemed to have disappeared, and did not attend the court for 7 consecutive days. If not for the fact that the Imperial chef was still cooking, Chen Lingquan was still delivering His Majesty's oracles, and Lin Tongxian was still guarding the palace, the Blood and Guts Marquis would have even thought that His Majesty had been taken hostage by Lu Sun. No matter what the truth was, it certainly had nothing to do with Lu Sun. Where is Lu Sun today? The Marquis of Blood and Guts subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. These words, however, caused Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang to glance at each other, a helpless bitter smile appearing on their faces. Looking for Lu Sun? It's too easy. Near dusk, go to Flower Moon House, you will be able to meet him by chance. Wen Xiang shook his head and spoke with a disappointed face. I was thinking of marrying my granddaughter to that brat, but I never thought that brat would be so Thai, that's all. I don't want to be upset in the future. Martial Minister Li Qingsong despised and gave a glance to the Minister of Wen and spoke. Why do you old thing know so much about it? You don't go up to Flower Moon House in disguise every day at dusk to have a good time, do you? TSK TSK TSK. A life of cleanliness, old age, but even like to go to the flower house. Ho 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 ho. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, was instantly furious and cursed in annoyance. Looking at this appearance, the Blood and Guts Marquis understood that this was an expulsion order. Getting up, he bowed towards the two Sangha members and left the Sangha. The two phase masters, who were originally still arguing with each other, quickly quieted down. Silence for a long time. The martial minister Li Qingsong frowned, took out a letter, and said in a deep voice, the old man's messenger in the country of Yu wrote, saying that the king of the country of Yu is going to have a new move. Perhaps today, and tomorrow, the new envoys will come to the capital city of Yen. I also don't know what the hell kind of tricks the Lu family kid is up to, but it's a matter of state, so I'll go and make a personal trip later. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu sighed and placed the letter aside, pressing it under his palm and gently tapping his finger belly. Flower Moon House. Lu Xiaoxia's exasperated voice rang out, Little Lord Lu, you've hung up tens of thousands of gold, and you still want to hang up the account? Didn't you see the words posted at the entrance of Flower Moon House? Little Lord Lu and the dogs may not enter. The daily punctual sound drew a smile from the people who came to the Flower Moon building to drink and listen to the music. Little eunuch Lu and the dog are not allowed to enter. It had become the laughing stock of the entire Yendu city. Lu Sun was still leisurely half lying on the couch. The flower girl meekly poured wine and gently danced in front of Lu Sun. The luscious body is as agile and natural as a butterfly, and the pleasant tunes resonate in the room in a pleasant way. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll trouble Chief Lu to stop the people who come looking for Lu. Lu Sun sipped a glass of wine and gently rubbed his head. After 7 days of consecutive power transmission, one was always a bit tired. The Golden Dan technique was not something that could be passed on to an expert and they would be able to directly cultivate it. This kind of gong method, the way it operated and cultivated, was completely different from ordinary cultivation gong methods. It was necessary for Lu Sun to personally guide them one by one to take the first step. It took 2 days just for the heaven-ranked experts of the Flower Moon Tower. Lu Xiaoxia nodded her head respectfully and walked out of the room, a big red dress so splendid that it was mouth-watering. Crossing her waist and pointing at the door of the room, like a shrew, she scolded angrily, Little Lord Lu, if you don't pay today, you don't want to walk out of the door of this room. Someone, lock the door for me, no one is allowed in. 2 burly men arrived and put a lock on the door. Turning around, Lu Xiaoxiao still had a face of lingering anger, and seeing someone staring at her, she stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at that person and scolded angrily, what are you looking at? You pay for Little Lord Lu? The man who passed by slipped away in a panic. The disguised Sun Ruofu and Li Qingsong stood dumbfounded at a distance and swallowed their saliva. I said, she come for real? Isn't Lu Sun the deputy head of Flower Moon House? She really won't let him go if he owes money? Li Qingsong was silent for a long time before asking in a small voice. What is the Flower and Moon building? Other people are not clear, the two-phase masters are clear. The fact that Lu Sun was the deputy head of Flower Moon House was something that they had even witnessed with their own eyes. Coughing lightly, Sun Ruofu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a wise look as he stroked the beard on his chin and said, that's all just an illusion for outsiders to see. Li Qingsong nodded in understanding. The two figures quickly headed towards that door. The moment she saw the two phasers, Lu Xiaoxiao's face changed. Greeting them, a humble look appeared on his face, saluting slightly and speaking, greetings to the two phases. Look at the two phalangists, but are they going to look for little Lord Lu? When Xiang Sun Ruofu nodded his head lightly, revealing a faint smile, and lowered his voice, Chief Lu, is it convenient? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled, the deliberately drawn heavy makeup on her delicate features were much more splendid. The voice became freckled as well. The white, tender palms were spread out, extended, and placed in front of the two phalangists, their fingers jumping with freckles. That's a good feeling. The 80,000 and 3,250 hardware owed by little Lord Lu's pending account. The two Sangha members will help him pay for it first. Chapter 158 Lu Guogong personally escorted. Crank up the horses. Under a bright moon, a burst of hoofbeats rang out on the otherwise silent official road. Dusty. The caravan from Yu, under the supervision of a team of heavily armed generals, traveled by night and by star. The Yu envoy was full of fatigue, but he didn't dare to say a word. His eyes were fixed on the old general riding at the very front, and his body could not stop trembling. Duke of Lu. Stopping his horse and glancing at his slightly familiar surroundings, he let out a long, cloudy breath. Rubbing his face, a little stiffened by the cold wind, his rough palms, he rubbed down a layer of dry flakes of skin. Taking the sturdily strapped water bladder from the saddle, he tilted his head back and took 2 gulps. Step up your rush. Tomorrow, we'll be able to reach Yin capital. My throat was moisturized by the water and my voice was less hoarse, but it was always still a little dry. As the second batch of Yu envoys dispatched with a new order from the king of the country, they were in agony but did not dare to say a word more. Eyes looked to the very back of the group, a trance in his eyes. It was a prison van. Blood, dripping all the way. A hoarse wail went all the way through as well. Inside the prison car is the envoy who has been handpicked by the ruler of Vietnam this time, holding the newly issued state letter from the ruler. Just because. While at the border town on the border of Yen, this ungrateful envoy went so far as to taunt Lu Xin, the border general who died defending the border town back then and eventually had his head cut off. That's the son of the Duke of Lu. Then he had his tongue cut out by the Duke of Lu himself. Thrown into a prison wagon and bumped along like this. Retracting their minds, the Yu envoys looked at the face at the very front. Where was the coldness of the barracks on that face at the moment? Under the bright moon, there was only a look of anticipation and softness on the pale face. Pick up the pace, old man, it's been a while. The guests of the Flower Moon building had long since dispersed. Inside the top floor box, only Lu Sun's room was left, and there was still loads of singing and dancing. Jug after jug of 100 dew was empty. Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu has long been drunken eyes blinded pine, martial arts minister Li Qingsong although red face, pale eyes but still quite sober. The Marquis of Blood and Guts wrinkled his brows tightly as he looked at Lu Sun and said in a deep voice, you still don't want to tell us what you intend to do? Marquis, when you come to Flower Moon House, you will only drink and not talk about business. Lu Sun sipped a cup of liquor, his eyes with appreciation, looking at the flower girl who was moving like a butterfly in front of his eyes. Boom! The blood and guts Marquis veins rolled on his forehead as he fiercely slapped the table and said in a deep voice, His Majesty hasn't been to court for 7 days, Lu Sun. What exactly have you been doing for these 7 days? The flower girl stopped dancing and the musicians stopped. The entire Flower Moon building was plunged into silence. Lu Sun, however, seemed as if he hadn't realized it as he picked up his wine cup and staggered over to the Marquis of Blood and Guts. Standing, yet somewhat unsteady, he appeared to be in a drunken state. Lu Mao. These 7 days naturally hang the account at the Flower Moon House. Holding a wine pot in one hand and a wine cup in the other, Lu Sun spoke with a sincere face, speaking of which, I still have to thank the Marquis. Many thanks to the Marquis for settling Lu's bill, otherwise, Lu really didn't have the money to settle the bill. Lu Sun hemmed and hawed, raised the wine cup in his hand, and drank it all in one go. Looking at Lu Sun's hobnailed appearance, the blood and guts Marquis blackened his face, gritted his teeth, and drank the liquor in his hand. The old man asked. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Sun was already staggering towards the window. Push the window open. A soft moonlight shone through the window. Lu Sun's face, under that moonlight, half of his face was clear and soft, while the other half of his face, however, was filled with mysterious colors and could not be seen clearly. Eyes, looking away. The corners of his lips, too, hooked slightly in the moonlight. Marquis, you, it seems, have lost your former patience. At first, in order to take revenge, he held back for so many years before retaliating thunderously. Now how come he can't even hold back for a few days? The blood-bold Marquis was stunned, his eyes flickering slightly. The clenched palms of his hands, after a long time, slowly loosened, and the light of his eyes became much softer. Exhaling a cloudy breath, he sat down in his seat. The moonlight shone on half of that blood-bile Marquis' body, reflecting that sturdy body and hunching it over a few times. What happened back then has been thoroughly investigated. The blood-bold Marquis voice was slightly hoarse and tinged with a bit of bitterness, his head slowly lowered, his eyes looking at the wine that was placed on the table. In the wine, a young face seems to appear. For a moment, the sight began to blur. Breathing has become less steady too. After a long period of silence, the Marquis of Blood and Guts reached out his hand and rubbed at the corner of his own eye before he spoke as if nothing had happened. It was King Duan who did it. In order for the Marquis and the State Duke's house to change from political enemies to mortal enemies, King Duan sent someone out to plant evidence against my son, and he was also the one who sent someone to push my son off the cliff. The tone had calmed, but the nails were embedded in his palms in a deadly manner. The facts certainly go beyond that. There is also the handiwork of the late emperor in it. The late emperor didn't want to see the Marquis and the State Duke's house living in harmony. Available at. It doesn't matter anymore. Even if he tortured King Duan for a few days and nights because of it, what had happened could not be undone. With this in mind, Marquis Blood and Guts got up, looked at Lu Xun by the window, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry to Duke Lu for everything that happened before. For the sake of revenge, there is no less attacking and framing Duke Lu. Nearly exploited in a big way." Before the words were finished, Lu Xun turned his head and revealed a faint smile. If the Marquis apologizes, he can wait a little longer. The Blood and Guts Marquis froze. A pair of eyes looked at Lu Xun with a puzzled expression. Lu Xun turned his head and looked out the window again. The palm of his hand was stretched out, and the white moonlight enveloped the palm, reflecting that palm in white, etc. Keep waiting. The Marquis of Blood and Guts and the Marshal Phase were suddenly stunned, glancing at each other as if they had guessed something. Sun Ruofu, the minister of one, who was drunkenly blinded and loose, staggered up and walked towards Lu Xun. On the old face, there was a dissatisfied look. Lu kid. You're not hurting. Not as painful as your grandfather. Talking in a roundabout way. Living like he's lived 2 lifetimes. Old fox. Li Qingtsong, that old thing. Not as turned around as you are. Listening to you. Might as well be watching the dance and listening to the music. Jump up. Once again, the gaggle rang out behind them. The Blood and Guts Marquis and Martial Minister Li Qingtsong were pestered by Sun Ruofu, an old drunkard, and there was no chance for them to ask Lu Xun anything more. Turning his head, the smile on Lu Xun's face did not disappear. Lifting his head and looking at the moon high in the sky, Lu Xun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Some of the depression in his heart seemed to have disappeared. Yeah, who says it isn't? Cautious as an old fox at an age when you should be at the top of your game. If not after 2 lives. Who would not want to be as dashing as a young man? Talking to himself for a moment, Lu Xun shook his head and smiled, lifting the wine pot and drinking a pot of 100 flowers due under the moon. Go to court. Long live your majesty. The sun rises. Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, his eyes glowing. The 100 officials also boiled over. 7 days. His majesty finally came to court again. Meanwhile, the messenger rushed into the great hall. Your majesty, the second batch of ambassadors sent by you visited. Duke Lu personally escorted them and has arrived outside of Yen capital. Chapter 159. Spare their lives. Yendu City was sensationalized both inside and outside. The gates are wide open and the city guards are lined up. His Majesty's royal presence. Far out. The Yuan envoys saw such a grand scene and their expressions were slightly relieved. It seems that Yen also values us. That's right, after all, it's going to be peace talks, so how can we not take it seriously? The Yuan envoys saw the flag and imperial chariot representing the royal family of Yen from afar. At this moment, when he looked at the Duke of Lu, his smile became meaningful. There were even people whose eyes turned grim. Duke Lu, it's better to release our Yuan envoys. You have already made a mistake by injuring my Yuan envoys at the border, and you're still transporting them in a prison wagon. If word of this gets out, your reputation as a Duke of State will be ruined. A Vietnamese envoy spoke up. However, there are still some Yuan envoys who frowned, looked around suspiciously, and opened their mouths. Strange. Why have you not seen my Yu princess? Nor did we see the Yuan envoys. As ambassadors who had been given new orders and arrived with new letters of state, they were unaware of what had happened to the previous batch of Vietnamese ambassadors. Even when Yu's scouts in Yen sent the news back, they had long been on their way, and simply could not get the news that the last batch of Yu's envoys had been decimated by Lu Xun. The last batch of ambassadors were not seen at the moment and frowned. Lu Yuanfang rubbed his face, which had been stiffened by the wind, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. He was aware of it. Lu Yuanfang nearly laughed out loud when he learned that the last batch of Yuan envoys had been beheaded by his own grandson outside the city. Along the way, it did not say much to these Vietnamese envoys. In the distance, 100 officials had greeted them. The smiles of the Yu envoys grew brighter as they looked towards the Duke of Lu, and someone said in a deep voice, "Duke of Lu, the words have been said, if you remain so rude, we will definitely seek an explanation from your Yan Empire." As the words fell, those Yu envoys crossed over the Duke of Lu and walked towards the 100 officials. When they were about to approach, those envoys of Yu stopped and said aloud, "Envoys of Yu." Before the words were finished, the civil and military officials stopped in unison. Toward the Duke of Lu respectfully saluted, "We respectfully welcome the Duke of Lu." The sound was deafening. Shocked, those Yu envoys' faces were green and red, uncertain. The latter didn't say much more. No one even cared about the Vietnamese envoys, much less greeted them, and left them hanging where they were. Lu Yuanfang dismounted, striding through the crowd, and saluted from afar in the direction of the Imperial chariot. "I, Lu Yuanfang, see your majesty." "Long live your majesty." "Duke of State, quickly rise." Inside the Imperial carriage, Moronhua's voice came out softly, "You are the pillar of my Yen kingdom, no need to be polite." "Thank you, your majesty." Lu Yuanfang then got up. Only in the distance, there was an untimely sound. The envoy of the state of Yu is angrily denouncing, "Is that how rude you Yen are? My ambassadors from Great Vietnam came all the way here, and you just ignore them, but you even welcome the sinner who brutalized my ambassadors from Vietnam?" The sound was sharp and shrill. Lu Yuanfang's face remained unchanged, his eyes deep. Clank! A cold light, falling from the sky. Before anyone could see where the cold light came from, it had already pierced through the person who had just spoken, and was nailed deep into the ground. It was a sword. Lu Sun slowly separated the crowd and walked out. The moment he saw Lu Yuanfang, his eyes were slightly moist and he clenched his fists. 2 lives. Seeing his grandfather's face, which was rough and dry from the cold wind, up close again, Lu Sun only felt a surge of excitement. The last time he was in the border city, he could only look at it from a distance and didn't dare to get close. "Grandson, meet Grandpa." Lu Sun held back his excitement and saluted towards Lu Yuanfang, but he was pulled back by Lu Yuanfang's palm. Rough, dry-skinned palms, solid and incomparable, landed on Lu Sun's arms and gently patted his shoulders. Eyes scanning up and down, a less than skillful smile appeared on Lu Yuanfang's old face. It had been too long since he'd smiled, and he'd practiced for a long time to come back. Still a bit hoarse and slightly trembling, his voice spoke, "Very well, boy, I've heard all about what you did before. Worthy of being the old man's grandson. Well done. Beheading all the Yu envoys outside the city in public, this is something that, if Duke Lu was 40 years younger, he would have been able to do." On the side, Minister of Culture Sun Ruofu and Minister of Martial Arts Li Qingsong exchanged glances and helplessly shook their heads with bitter smiles. Not bad for a grandparent and grandson. It's all so ballsy. In the distance, the untimely voice came again. Who dares to commit murder in Yendu City? Come on. Arrest someone." The Vietnamese envoys were in a state of panic, as well as shouting in anger. "Where are the previous batch of my Vietnamese envoys? Why didn't they come?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. Their faces changed slightly. Looking down at the envoy who had fallen in a pool of blood earlier, his pupils trembled violently. Lu Sun turned around and walked step by step in the direction of the Vietnamese envoy. With every step, the Xuanji sword, which was stuck on the ground, trembled a little. The Yu envoys swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to look at Lu Sun, wondering where the last batch of Vietnamese envoys went. "Lu Mao will tell you." Figure, stopping in front of all the ambassadors. In a pair of eyes, a cold aura emanated, making all the ambassadors feel like breathing became difficult. Swish! The Xuanji sword, which was originally stuck on the ground, buzzed and returned to Lu Sun's hand. "In addition to that, princess of your Yu country is still somewhat useful. The others have all been killed by Lu." Boom! The faces of all the Yu envoys turned pale in an instant. Some people didn't believe it, but when they saw the surrounding Yan civil and military officials with complicated eyes, great fear instantly enveloped their bodies. "No, you don't mess around. We have come here with the handwritten letter of state from the ruler of Yu." Someone was yelling, trying to get Moronhua's attention. Available at. Morong Yen, who was on top of the Imperial carriage in the distance, however, just opened the teas made by the Imperial chef that she brought with her, and her slender fingers gently pinched them up and sent them into her mouth. Fresh and flavorful, not too sweet and not too greasy. Nice. Moronghua took another gentle sip of tea, the corner of his lips slightly swirling with a smile. Outside, Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, sighed and spoke from his heart. "Lu Sun, this grandson, is practically the same mold as you were when you were young. Old me still remembers that when you were young, you could get into even more trouble than this Lu Sun kid." Martial Minister Li Qingsong looked at Lu Yuanfang and grinned. Lu Yuanfang immediately widened his eyes and said with a serious face, "What kind of stuff are you guys babbling about? The old man has been old and serious since he was a teenager. How can something like breaking into trouble have anything to do with the old man? You've misremembered." The Wen Xiang and Wu Xiang looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. It seems that Lu Kid That's Shameless also learned from Lu Guogong, right? Turning around, Lu Yuanfang looked at that back, his pale eyes flashing with a touch of sadness. He knew why his grandson had killed the Viet Cong. Available at. These people, there is still some use for them. Seeker, it's just a matter of sparing their lives. This time, they came with a new state letter. Chapter 160 Vietnam's new state book. Above the Great Hall. The Vietnamese envoys were trembling all over, looking at Princess Yen Ruomin of the State of Yu, who stood at the front of them, her face pale. Seriously? Is there really only one princess left? Some people's breaths began to catch. When he looked again at Lu Sun and Lu Yuanfang's grandparents standing together, his right eyelid jumped wildly and his lips trembled with it. A family of gutsy killers. No one dared to ask why Lu Sun was not blamed. Since there will be no accountability, that is, the 100 officials of Yen cannot move Lu Sun, and the Emperor of Yen will not move Lu Sun. They're just ambassadors from you to seek peace, and they can be moved? The ambassadors who can come to seek peace are all old foxes above the court of Yu, knowing that everything is fake and only life is real. The king of Yu has already sent his princess to seek peace, so why did he send your second batch of peace ambassadors here? Manhwa's cool voice rang out, interrupting the thoughts of the Yu envoys. The head envoy shivered and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It should have not been him who was the outlier. However, the head of the bird, in the border city of Yen, was cut out of the tongue by the Duke of Lu, and is still thrown in the prison wagon unattended. At this moment, that envoy carefully held the state letter, his 5 senses fluttering on his face, revealing a stiff and flattering smile as he opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty Yen, my sovereign of Yu is deeply concerned that the conditions in the last state letter were insincere, and has specially redrafted the state letter. Speaking here, he bowed deeply, held the state letter over his own head, and spoke, Command our ambassadors to come here with the greatest sincerity of my Yu. I beg your Majesty of Yen to see this state letter, presented by Chen Lingquan. Turning over the state book, Manhwa's fingers holding the state book tightened slightly, his eyes widened a few points, and his breathing became a little unsteady. When the surrounding civil and military officials saw Manhwa's appearance, they were instantly curious, like 100 claws scratching their hearts. Taking a deep breath, Manhwa tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and handed the state letter to Chen Lingquan. Read. Chen Lingquan respectfully held it in his hands, cleared his throat, tilted his head slightly, and narrowed his eyes as he read, Yu has repeatedly invaded the borders of Chu, and knows that its sins are deep, so this time, I would like to offer 10 cities as a gift. When he read this, Chen Lingquan's voice had trembled slightly. A pair of narrowed eyes widened slightly, and the thick powder smeared on his face showed fine lines from the change in expression on his face. For a moment, it was even more breathless, and looking at the words on it, even the hand holding the state letter trembled. With a trembling voice, he spoke, the Yuguo would like to. May I bow down? Voluntarily become a vassal state of Yen, to quell Yan's anger in exchange for peace between the two countries. Boom! Above the courtroom, the faces of the civil and military officials immediately revealed a look of shock. And with it, great joy. The enmity between Yen and Yu has been as deep as the sea since the founding of the country. Every generation of Yen thought of stepping on Yu. Today, the Viet Cong army was subdued and killed, and completely killed in fear. With 10 cities as a gift, even willing to bow down and voluntarily become a vassal state of Yen. This is simply a great victory for Yen. Above the courtroom, the civil and military officials were full of red faces. It's a book of state. A state letter means that as long as Yen signs the state letter, it is an official document of the two countries and is recognized by both countries. The faces of the Vietnamese envoys were a bit ashen, their fists clenched in death, and their bodies trembled a bit. They were all shocked when the king of Yu rewrote the state letter. Now, reading it out in the Yen courtroom, they also felt dishonored. However, thinking of the king's thoughts, all the ambassadors forced themselves to hold back that breath, keeping their faces rippling. Lu Sun's eyes moved slightly as he looked toward the one and Wu faces not far away. The expressions on the faces of these two, though somewhat moved, always carried a hint of hesitation. The blood and guts marquis frowned even more deeply. Do the ministers have any ideas? Manhwa's mood gradually calmed down after the initial surprise. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, his eyes flickered, and his fingers tapped on the edge of the dragon chair, as if he was pondering something. Your Majesty, the old minister feels that this matter is not urgent and can be slowed down first by arranging for the Yu envoys to stay. Minister of Wen Sun Ruofu stepped out with a warm smile on his face, looking towards those Yu envoys. This journey has been a long and tiring one, and the Yu envoys must be tired. Regarding the matter of seeking peace, we can discuss it in detail after the Vietnamese envoys have rested. These words caused the Yu envoys to hold back a bit, leaping forward to say something, but they were stopped by the head envoy with a look. Then I'd like to thank Minister Wen for arranging the ambassadors. Manhwa spoke. Sun Ruofu, the minister of Wen, bowed deeply and retreated back to the group of ministers. Most of the civil and military officials in the courtroom were puzzled, but no one spoke out of turn at this time. Manhwa directly brushed aside the Yu envoy and looked at Lu Yuanfang, his smile much warmer, his voice also became softer, not so much of His Majesty, Elder Duke Lu has worked hard, guarding the country's gates for me, Great Yen, laboring hard and making great achievements. It's just as well to take advantage of this return to Yen capital, so we can rest some more time. Thank you for your Majesty's concern, the old minister doesn't work hard. Lu Yuanfang was on top of the great hall, grinning, and spoke, the main thing is that this grandson of mine is too rowdy, and can't move without causing trouble, so I can only work hard to accumulate military honors in exchange for a death-free gold medal for my grandson. There was an instant burst of laughter around them. Lu Sun also laughed heartily. Grandpa, grandchildren, don't need a get-out-of-jail-free card these days. Murmuring in his heart, Lu Sun did not open his mouth. The corners of Manhwa's lips curled up, and his mood got much better. The old Duke of State has labored hard and been loyal to my Great Yen. As long as I'm around, no one in the entire Great Yen can touch your grandson. That comment made the laughter weaken a few moments. Lu Sun looked deeply at Manhwa and nodded slightly. The Yuan boys, however, looked at Lu Sun one by one, their gazes carrying a complicated look. It was not just for the Duke of Lu to hear, but also for them to hear. For a while, the Vietnamese envoys began to become unsettled, especially when they felt Lu Sun's eyes looking at them. They became even more panicked. Heavenly Jail. Lu Yuanfang, who had retired from the court, did not return to the State Duke's mansion first. Instead, he appeared in the heavenly prison. Looking at Morong Yen, who had already been tortured to the point of being inhuman, and Duan Wang, who was reeking of disgusting corpse odor, but was still lingering on, Lu Yuanfang's pale and cloudy eyes took on a few eerie tones. The dry and cracked callous thick palm of his hand patted the railing of the heavenly prison. In a hoarse and somewhat heavy voice, he spoke, "What happened to my son back then? Was it also your doing?" King Tuan's entire body was rotting to almost nothing, and his breath carried a black aura. The pair of eyes that were so cloudy that they could barely see the whites of their eyes struggled to see Lu Yuanfang's old face before revealing a horrifyingly eerie smile. A rough and hoarse voice, with a gasp, came from his throat. Who? You're here. Who? Ho 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 ho. Cough cough. Coughing violently, he spewed out a mouthful of black pus and blood, with bizarre maggots writhing inside. I'm huffing and puffing. I'm hanging on to this breath. Huffing and puffing. Just waiting. Who? For you. If not for my henchman. Who? Henchman striking. Who? Lu Shun. Cough. Who? Is able to hold. Cough. Can guard the border city. Chapter 161 New Target. Lu Yuanfang's old face was expressionless, but the thick railing clutched by his hands had been pinched to the point of deformation due to excessive force. The dry, flaky skin on his face was shaking violently. Lu Sun stood aside and took a deep breath, his palms clenched into fists and his skin had turned iron blue. It wasn't the first time he had heard King Duan say this. When the Blood and Guts Marquis tortured King Duan earlier, King Duan smoothly told him about the things that had once harmed his father. Every time I listened to it, an uncontrollable wave of grief is born. He wanted to kill King Duan immediately, but no way. He would make him suffer in despair. And Grandpa, he wanted his grandfather to know the truth about that year. Let King Tuan himself say it. At that time, I was watching from afar. Ho ho ho. Who? Duan Wang's voice was getting fainter and fainter, his voice trembling more and more, and it was also getting more and more harsh and unpleasant. Your Lu family. It's really, who? Adore. Who? Adore three masters. It should have been a blessing for my yen. But, who? Too bad it's not. Not mine. Got in the way. Got in his way. Who? By the time he said this, the body was no longer able to support itself and collapsed lopsidedly to the side. Lu Yuanfang's breathing was ragged, and his palm, already resting on the battle sword at his waist. Gritting his teeth, his face reddened and shook violently. Open the door. That old face was covered with killing intent. Already red-eyed. The door was opened, and Lu Yuanfang shook his body and took a step into the cell. With every step, it's like going back to that war. The young face of his own son, far and wide, was hung on the walls of the city of Yu. It was so painful that it was hard to breathe. Standing in front of the already powerless Duan Wang, Lu Yuanfang's tears rolled down his face as his palms trembled and he drew out his battle sword. The cold light of the battle sword shone brightly in this dimly lit cell. Duke of the country, Lin Tongxian, who opened the door for Lu Yuanfang on the side, gazed gravely and said in a deep voice, "Let me take care of this matter. Your life's reputation can't be ruined on this. He's the Duan king after all, and the royal clansmen will attack you for this." Lin Tongxian's gaze was firm. King Tuan must die. Available at. The old countryman can't go down for this. Duke Lu is the bone of Great Yen. Lin Tongxian is willing to take the blame for killing the royal blood relatives. Lu Yuanfang, however, as if he hadn't heard Lin Tongxian's words, his hands already gripped the battle sword in his hands. The battle sword, which had originally trembled along with his body, revealed its sharpness the moment his hands were gripped tightly. Old Lin Tongxian was about to stop it, but he was stopped by Lu Sun. Wordlessly, he shook his head towards Lin Tongxian. And Duan Wang, who was currently leaning helplessly against the wall, turned his head stiffly and looked at Lu Sun. Opening his mouth, he moved it feebly. No sound came out, but seemed to say something. Swish! The head, already on the verge of rotting, flew high, rolled down to the floor. From the side came Morongyan's terrified screams. No one cares about those. Lu Yuanfang held his sword in both hands, maintaining the posture of swinging it, standing stiffly. Between his eyes, tears welled up wildly, and his breathing was ragged. It wasn't until almost an incense stick of time that Lu Yuan slowly put away his battle sword. Keep your feet up. The body swayed and nearly fell to the ground. Holding onto the wall, he steadied himself and walked out of the cell, step by step, slowly. At this moment, that upright body seemed to have aged a lot. Lu Sun's eyes fell on his grandfather's head. The hair seems whiter. Take grandpa aside to rest. As the words fell, Lu Sun wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Lu Sun had few memories of his father, but the fact that his grandfather had avenged his father's death with his own hands had loosened a stone that had been weighing on Lu Sun's heart. It's about time too. Looking at the terrified and trembling Morongyan, who was not far from the corpse of King Duan, Lu Sun had already entered the cell. This period of time, tormented day and night, caused Morongyan to collapse long ago. The pain and despair had caused Morongyan to almost go insane. Seeing Lu Sun coming over at this moment, he dragged his crippled body and frantically dodged towards the corner. Ducking as he did, he pulled at his hair in horror and hissed shrilly, "Don't come over. Please don't come over. I am the daughter of destiny. God will avenge me." Lu Sun swept over the already mutilated and wretched body and exhaled deeply. The originally white skin was already littered with torn and whipped broken flesh. It was bone deep in places. Beneath the rags of her clothing, where visible, she had been cut open quite a bit, bloody, but it would save her life. One of the legs has been broken. Everywhere you go, there's everywhere. Crazy, mentally deranged already. Although, not as bad as what he suffered in his last life. Available at. Lu Sun crouched down and faced the face that had been severely deformed. Speaking faintly, she said, "Morongyan, Lu will never forgive you." Morongyan, who was originally crazy, suddenly froze, and a pair of manic eyes seemed to appear a few moments of divine splendor. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lu Sun. Her breathing became shaky, and her palms stretched out laboriously, enduring the pain, as if she wanted to touch Lu Sun's face. Lu Sun's fingers, already a step ahead, crossed that neck. Swish! Blood, gushing from his throat. The palm that was originally going to touch Lu Sun's face trembled and touched the neck. Put! The palm pressed down, and that blood gushed out furiously. Cold! Why? Is the blood so cold? Morongyan's eyes, staring blankly at her palms. The sticky blood on his palms stood out. Available at. I thought. Blood was warm? It's cold. It seems. Quite painful. Powerless. I am not happy. A final roar, with a steady stream of resentment and blood, erupted from his mouth. Watching that figure, completely draining the last drop of blood, Lu Sun felt that the heavy stone in his heart was finally much lighter. In his head, there was a system beep. Ding dong, the first stage objective, chanting access, has been accomplished. Open the second stage goal, create a supreme immortal dynasty. The host has become an immortal and an ancestor, so he should return home in fine clothes and make him the strongest supreme immortal dynasty in the world. Reward for completing the first stage, the true immortal realm. Rumble. There was a roar within Lu Sun's body, and it was as if there were endless stars circling between his eyes, and with the slightest movement of his palm, it was as if he could destroy everything. Phew. In an instant, the sensation withdrew back into his body. All the power, too, subsided in that instant. The Nimrod passage. System has opened a new task. But that devil has not yet been killed. Lu Sun's eyes sank as he let out a long breath, but he quickly collected himself. Heading outside, he saw that his grandfather was already crouched against the wall outside his cell. A pair of eyes stared blankly at the blood in the cell. Seeker. Go home. After a long time, Lu Yuanfang got up with some effort. Obviously, he was a heaven-ranked expert, but at this moment, Lu Yuanfang seemed to have lost all his strength. Being assisted by Lu Sun, he walked towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Lin Tongxian personally drove the carriage towards the State Duke's mansion. Chapter 162 Bohemia. A message came out from the heavenly prison, and in the time it took to burn incense, it spread through the streets of Yendu. King Duan and the eldest princess killed themselves in prison out of shame at what they had done. I heard that the son of the former Marquis of Blood and Guts was also framed by that traitorous thief, King Duan. How can such an arrogant thief be ashamed? Who knows? Good death anyway. The carriage stopped at the State Duke's mansion. Lu Guogong, who had just gotten off the bus, froze. Staring blankly at the front of the mansion, a flash of color flashed in his pale eyes. Lu Sun also froze for a moment. In front of the door, an equally pale, but shirtless figure knelt. His hair was gray, but meticulously combed. That bare upper body, carrying a large bundle of thorns. The thorns on it had gone deep into the skin. Blood was running all over his back. It even dripped down his shirt. The sun was high in the sky, but it wasn't warm. Today's time of year is cooler. The blood gallows Marquis face was already bloodless, and his lips were trembling. He arrived after getting off the court, carrying thorns all the way. When I learned that Duke Lu had not returned, I knelt at the entrance of this mansion and waited. It has been waiting until this hour. There were onlookers at first, but soon the city guardsmen chased the onlookers away. There is not a single onlooker around today. Lu Yuanfang took a deep breath and quickly stepped forward, frowning as he tried to help up the blood bile marquis. The blood and guts marquis, however, trembled and moved his legs, taking 2 steps backward. The thorns on the thorns picked through the skin, revealing blood-soaked flesh. What are you doing? Lu Yuanfang sank his voice. The Marquis of Blood and Guts kowtowed deeply towards Lu Yuanfang and said in a trembling voice, "When my son died, I always blamed the State Duke's mansion for the incident, and for that reason, I spared no effort in attacking and plotting against the State Duke's mansion behind its back. In this matter, I apologize to you, Kunigong. All these years, it's been my blindness. Kneeling here is just me punishing myself, not asking for your understanding. I only ask that you take it out on me." The voice was low and shaky. Lu Yuanfang froze for a moment, but then leapt out with a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. While laughing, he reached out to assist the Blood and Guts Marquis. The Blood and Guts Marquis was still trying to dodge, but he was grabbed by Lu Yuanfang. The palm with thick calluses and cracks landed on the blood bile host's skin, and the skin tingled slightly as it tingled. With a slight force, the Blood Gallows Marquis body was pulled up. When I am what I am, the matter goes without saying. Lu Yuanfang shook his head and smiled, his cloudy eyes somewhat deep and meaningful as he said in a low voice, "You and I have no grudges or hatred, and you targeting the old man is something the late emperor would like to see. In that case, you don't owe me anything." But the Blood and Guts Marquis froze for a moment, somewhat eager to clarify what happened in the first place. "Well, it's indecent to be naked in broad daylight." Lu Yuanfang slapped the Blood and Guts Marquis on the shoulder and laughed lightly, not to mention that nowadays the weather is turning cold. If you catch a cold, who will go to the courtroom to spar with the old man? The Blood and Guts Marquis was stunned and opened his mouth, his eyes moist for a moment. It turns out that all these years have been about him being a dumbass himself. Mr. Lu would never have thought that the Marquis would have such a hobby. TSK, thorns and thorns stabbing the body, worthy of being the Marquis. Lu Sun teased. At once, the Blood and Guts Marquis came back to his senses, and with a black face, he was about to slap Lu Sun's head. Just as he moved, the thorns on his back stung his body again, and he grimaced in pain. Lu Yuanfang personally helped the Blood Bile Marquis remove the thorns from his back. "Next time you have the idea of apologizing, send over some gold ingots." Lu Yuanfang grinned, the smile a little stiff on that dry face. "Old man was garrisoned at the border, haven't seen that stuff in a long time. You are a notoriously powerful and corrupt official, send some over here so that I can see more." The Marquis of Blood and Guts also finally relaxed a bit, but then blackened his face and spoke, "Don't talk nonsense. This Marquis has always abided by his duty and never embezzled. If you talk nonsense again, this Marquis will have to report you in front of His Majesty." As the words fell, Marquis of Blood and Guts and Lu Yuanfang glanced at each other, but smiled at each other. The smile on his face was bright and pure. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lu Sun's eyes however looked not far away. That direction. There was a hidden glare coming from the eyes. The corners of his lips curled slightly, but Lu Sun didn't go over. Instead he turned around and returned to the State Duke's mansion. Outside the State House, at the end of this street, a horse-drawn carriage was parked in that spot. The carriage was simple, and looked no different from an ordinary carriage. But in the carriage, sitting there, was Princess Yen Ruomin of Yu. At this moment, Yen Ruomin's face, which was covered by a white veil, was full of eagerness. A pair of beautiful eyes, the pupils of which were slightly trembling at the moment, and the forehead was already filled with cold sweat. She already know what the father wants to do. The moment she knew that you would be finished. Regardless of the final outcome of this matter, Vietnam will surely be finished. She's going to stop it. Available at the moment, she was afraid to even go over there. A glance at Lu Sun from afar would make one's heart flinch. "Father, you should not have committed such a bold act. This will harm you." Murmuring in a low voice, Yen Ruomin's pair of beautiful eyes were flickering slightly, her hands clenched and rubbing against each other, nervous sweat dripping down on her forehead. Vietnam. Inside the palace. A dark room. The ruler of Yu's eyes were tightly closed as he felt the sinister power rippling through his body. His face was expressionless, but he was obviously in a good mood. Across the street, there is a painting. On that painting, where there was white space, there was a trace of blood. Good. Really is a terrible power. To think that it can make me, in just a few days, possess a power that far exceeds that of the heavenly grade. You should have done so long ago. By imparting this miraculous gong method to me, I will soon be able to completely reign over the world. The voice of the ruler of Yu was filled with excitement, even the dragon robe on his body was trembling. Instead, a cold, low voice came from that painting. With a bit of mockery, "Oh, it seems that you, the son of heaven, really doesn't love your own people at all. This technique requires the consumption of a large number of living people. Feed the growth of your strength with the lives of the living. Your heart is truly shocking to me as a demon." The face of the ruler of the state of Yu stiffened, and soon let out a cold smile, his eyes carrying a stern look as he slowly approached the painting, looking at the back of the figure dressed in black, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy and greedy. What I want is to unify this world. The district's children. For the sake of me, to unify this world and stand at the top of the world, it is their blessing to give some. By the way, I would like to ask you. You said that those 3 great imperial dynasties have already reacted, my state letter, but it has already been sent to Yen. You don't want to fall off the wagon. I want Yen to be crushed. On that face, the cheeks trembled violently, his hands gripped the painting in a death grip, and his eyes flashed with an eerie and bizarre light. Chapter 163. Take your place, would you be interested? State House Family Feast. Only one table was arranged. There were no delicacies, all were home-cooked small dishes. But there's enough bacchus stew in the tube. Not many people came. But those who can sit at the family banquet table are all trustworthy people. The Minister of Culture and the Minister of Martial Arts were seated apart from the Blood and Guts Marquis, while Lin Tongxian and Bai Yong accompanied them. Lu Yuanfang had changed into his regular clothes, and his weathered face looked a bit out of place with the flashy clothes. Between pushing cups and exchanging drinks, Chen Lingquan pinched the orchid finger, the fat powder smeared the face has no blood color, but still with a smile, from the door to come in. Yo! Let the old slave come over, why are you all drinking? You people, you don't treat old slaves like human beings. He blamed on his mouth, but he couldn't stop smiling on his face, and he lost a lot of his thick fat powder. As the chief eunuch at his majesty's side, he had never been wined and dined before. Those people either fear him or secretly mock him. These, he understands. The family feast, willing to invite him, was really treating him like a human being. Eunuch Chen, what are these words? It's obvious that you are late and are trying to escape from the bar. No, the old man proposes that you be punished with 3 glasses of wine. When Xiang stood up with his wine cup and opened his mouth with a smile. 3 forfeitures. Lin Tongxian grinned and coaxed. Chen Lingquan hurriedly came forward with a playful smile, took the wine cup, looked at Lu Yuanfang who was smiling cheerfully on the side, and said with a bitter face, Duke Lu, you have to be the master for the old slave. You say that a slave like me must not serve his majesty first? But this time, it is indeed the old slave who came late. The old slave punishes himself with 3 cups. Push the glass in the garden. But there was no sign of Lu Sun. Those present, however, had the presence of mind not to ask anything. You're looking for Lu? Ambassador Stagecoach. Princess Yen Ruomin of the Yu Kingdom had just pushed open the window, when she heard the voice behind her, her slender fingers trembled slightly, and she grabbed the window frame with a death grip. Turning her head somewhat stiffly and nervously, Yen Ruomin's heart was once again shrouded in fear when she saw Lu Sun's face. Here it is again. Noiselessly appearing. Before, Lu Sun had also appeared in her room like this without a sound, deep in conversation. After that time, it had created a deep fear in her. Somewhat stiffly, he closed the window. Turning his head again, he found that Lu Sun had already idly sat down at the table, lifting the teapot and pouring a cup of tea. The finger gently tapped the tabletop, seemingly signaling the Princess of Yu to sit down. Yen Ruomin's delicate body trembled as she carefully sat beside Lu Sun, her face under the veil flashing a hint of panic. Does the princess have to wear a veil within her own room at the stagecoach? It's really a unique fetish. Lu Sun let out a faint smile, picked up the teacup and took a light sip, but frowned slightly, placed the teacup in front of his eyes, and said suspiciously, is it true that you can't afford to drink good tea? This kind of thing that can't enter your mouth can still be supplied to your royal family? The words fell, and the teacup in his hand was gently placed on the table. Pop! The crisp sound made the delicate body on the side tremble, and her breathing began to become confused. It seems that your Yu kingdom really doesn't take you, the princess, seriously. Lu Sun shook his head and smiled, slowly getting up and walking towards the window. Open the window you just closed. The moonlight spills a light veil that enters the room instantly. Lu Sun's shadow, falling to the ground. Slender, but with a touch of ice. Wouldn't it be a waste to keep the windows closed in such moonlight? Lu Sun's voice was still as bland as ever. It's like they're just here for a family reunion. Yen Ruomin finally forced down the fear and panic in her heart, her voice still trembling, and violently raised her head to look at the figure in the moonlight. Lu Xiao Gongzi. Concerning the state letter presented by this mission, I beg you to prevent His Majesty of Yen from signing it. This matter was made by my father's prophet in wisdom. I beg you to forgive my father. The voice was urgent. A pair of beautiful eyes fell on the figure in the moonlight, and her eyes went into a trance. Lu Xiaogonglong is handsome. Whether it is placed in yen or in yu, it is one of the most handsome available at. Every time she saw that figure, she thought of the look of holding a long sword and killing a man with it. Again, this same bland look. When he killed the Vietnamese envoys, it was as if he was chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, and his expression didn't even change in the slightest. Handsome, but shivering. Lu Sun slowly turned around again, leaning against the window, looking in the direction of the palace, smiling faintly, yet with a few flirtatious words. What are these words of the princess? This time it is my country of Yen that has gained the advantage. How does that make your father's interest in the country foolish? Yen Ruomin's breath shuddered, and she rose in fear, kneeling on the ground, her whole body trembling into a ball. Lu, little Lord Lu, it's all my father's fault. He shouldn't have done it. Lu Sun slowly turned around and glanced at Yen Ruomin, who was kneeling on the ground, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Tap tap tap. Steady footsteps, slowly approaching. Yen Ruomin saw the pair of black boots had appeared. Black, yet immaculately black. Strange. The entrance of the post house and the staircase were clearly spilled with grease due to the carelessness of the boy carrying the luggage. The grease, unique to Vietnam, is extremely difficult to clean. Even if it looks clean, it actually remains. As soon as you step on it, it stays on the bottom of your shoe. But the black shoes were spotlessly clean, without a trace of grease. Retracting her mind, Yen Ruomin rested her forehead against her palm and bowed deeply. Tap tap tap. The feet walked away and seemed to return to the table. The sound of a finger tapping on the desktop rang out, causing the breath that Yen Ruomin's heart was pressing down to completely loosen. This move by the ruler of you, ho ho ho, is indeed a good move. Lu Sun's voice was bland, but it made Yen Ruomin's whole body tense up. Listening to the tone, doesn't seem good. Ta da 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 da. The tapping on the desktop finally, at some point, stopped. Lu Sun looked at Yen Ruomin, who was kneeling on the ground, the corner of his lips curled slightly, and he spoke faintly, the ruler of you. Replacement, would you be interested? Yen Ruomin raised her head violently, her beautiful eyes looking at Lu Sun in shock. Lu Sun did not say anything else, but lifted the teapot, took a new teacup, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the table in front of Yen Ruomin. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desktop, he got up, and headed for the door. Drink your tea, tomorrow, and wait for news. Yen Ruomin's face was cloudy, her eyes flickering with complexity. When she came back to her senses, at the door, there was no longer any figure of Lu Sun. Turning his head, he looked at the warm cup of tea on the tabletop. Yen Ruomin stretched out her hand tremblingly. The moment it touched the teacup, it shrank back in alarm again as if it had been burned by flames. Just gritting her teeth, Yen Ruomin's pair of eyes gradually appeared with a flash of determination. Father, it was you. Who forced your daughter to do this? For the sake of Vietnam. The palm of his hand grabbed the teacup and poured it hard into his mouth. Boo! The teacup was thrown and shattered. Chapter 164. That will live a long time. Overnight, many did not sleep, including Manhwa. As the Emperor of Yen, he hadn't been taking over the country for very long, but just after taking over Yen, he suffered a succession of incidents. Today, the Book of the State of Vietnam is an even tougher test. Sitting in the Imperial study, his eyes fell on the dimly lit lamp on the desktop. As that light pulsed, the pupil's light bounced up and down. Chen Ling. After a long time, he sighed and was just about to ask Chen Lingquan to serve some snacks when he froze and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had forgotten that Chen Lingquan had already gone to the State Duke's family banquet. Somewhat tiredly, he rubbed between his eyebrows, and sighed as his gaze fell on those books on power struggles in the Imperial study that the late emperor had held as his greatest treasures. As an emperor, even though he had not been on the throne for a long time, he was still able to find problems in the state letters of the Yu Kingdom. It's not a small problem, it's a big problem. The conditions offered by the King of Yu were good and tempting. As soon as it is signed, it becomes effective. Available at. If you gave up 10 cities and then bowed down to Yen, then Yan's strength and territory would be infinitely close to those 3 great imperial dynasties. Those 3 great imperial dynasties will not allow another imperial dynasty to appear. The other 3 powers would not sit back and watch Yen become stronger. At that time, Yen will be the enemy of the world. But if they don't sign, the fists of the people of Yen will suffer a serious blow. The generals will also be resentful about this. Yan's morale will be greatly diminished and even disorganized as a result. This is the kind of phallic conspiracy that not everyone can understand. The King of Yu, when it comes down to it, has dug a big hole. Father, if it were you, what should you do in the face of such things? The King of Yu is really for me, digging a big pit. Manhwa's eyes flickered slightly, a pair of eyes fell on the dancing lights again, her slender fingers slightly stretched forward, as if she wanted to touch the dancing fireworks. Lu Sun, if it were you, what would you want to do? You said you wanted me to wait. I waited 7 days. Now, what are you going to do? The moon was cold in the early hours of the morning. Standing in the back garden of the State Duke's mansion, Lu Sun looked up at the moon, carrying the 100-flower dew in his hand, not knowing how long he had been standing there. Lu Yuanfang wore a thick cotton coat and carried a thick fur cloak that was draped over Lu Sun's shoulders. Lu Sun, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly wanted to take off his cloak and drape it over Lu Yuanfang. That rough palm pressed Lu Sun's hand. Lu Yuanfang's face showed a stiff smile, raised his head, glanced at the moon, and spoke, on the border. It's still cotton clothes that are more warm, old man can't wear that kind of thing. Lu Sun's hand paused and said in a deep voice, Grandpa, now that the border city has been stabilized, it's time for you to come back and spend your days. These words immediately caused Lu Yuanfang to slate his face. The cloudy eyes seemed to clear up a bit in the moonlight. Skimming his mouth, he spoke with some disdain, You monkey boy, do you really think that the old man is senile? Is the border city stable, when I can't see it? That dog of you, this move of Yang is holding back the bad, just waiting to deal a fatal blow to my great Yen. Lu Sun guffawed. Just a hint of heartache flooded his heart as he looked at the face that was already a little dry and cracked and peeled. Why don't my grandson personally run to the 3 great imperial dynasties and exterminate them? All gone, and all is quiet. You, old man, will also be able to take care of yourself. Looking at his grandfather's aged face, Lu Sun felt the urge that lingered in his heart. Lu Yuanfang's face, however, became serious, his gaze sullen, looking at Lu Sun, solemn voice, Sun, although I do not know exactly how strong you are. You've slaughtered the 3 great dynasties, but you can't kill all the people in the world. The old man knows you have your own goals. Regarding the matter of that devil, His Majesty has already informed Lao Fu by secret letter and fast horse. Lu Sun was slightly stunned and looked at his grandfather with some surprise. I didn't expect that His Majesty would have such faith in Grandpa that he would even pass these also to him by secret fast horse. Lu Yuanfang let out a faint smile, showing a few proud looks on his face, and said in a deep voice, Seeker, my Lu family can serve 3 generations of emperors and still stand, relying not on how prim and valiant the old man is, nor how strong he is. Rely on the heart of the Lu family, which has been loyal to the king and the country for generations. Even if the old man angrily sprayed the late emperor in the courtroom, before the late emperor died, he still entrusted the orphan to the old man. This is the bottom line of my Lu family. Most of the things that happened in the courtroom, which I was aware of when I was at the border, were informed by His Majesty in secret letters. Speaking here, as if noticing that the topic had drifted, Lu Yuanfang patted Lu Sun's shoulder, turned around, and sat on a stone bench to the side. The moonlight shone, and those cloudy eyes looked much clearer. The voice, too, became softer. When I was at the border, in addition to garrisoning the border, I would also wild fish with some of the generals in my spare moments. It's cool at night, but the wind and sand are small. The hooks on the fishing rods can easily pierce the flesh and cut through the bones of the fish. But the old man is not at liberty to take the hook and fling it into the water. It might fling itself on a fish by chance, but it wouldn't hook it, and it would only spook the fish and make them run away and hide even deeper. Lu Yuanfang's lips were tinged with a smile as he looked up at the moon, seemingly remembering the images of wild fishing when he was at the border, and showing off his movements with his hands. Old man will put enough worms on that sharp fish hook. Throw some more worms where the old man set the hook. Those fish, when they see so many bugs, will naturally flock to them. When he said this, Lu Yuanfang seemed to see the image of fish grabbing worms and eating them in front of his eyes, even his hand subconsciously lifted up, and spoke. At that time, naturally, there would be fish biting on the worms on the hooks. The hook that is strong enough to pierce the body of the fish will then easily catch that fish. Lu Yuanfang smiled gently. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sun's eyes retracted, and the impulse in his heart, too, was suppressed. Yes, that demon that can possess anyone. I don't know how he did it, but one can't slaughter the whole world just to kill him. Since he is willing to hide, then let him watch the birth of a huge immortal dynasty. Until then, he naturally couldn't hide it. The one who killed himself and his grandfather in his last life, the one who was really behind it all. If Grandpa insists on going to the border, my grandson can only give you Grandpa the cultivation technique he obtained, which can break through the heavenly level. Lu Sun's finger slowly stretched out and nodded towards Lu Yuanfang's forehead on the stone bench. Available at. That finger, however, was clutched by Lu Yuanfang's large, rough hand. Rough, but warm. A stiff smile appeared on a face full of wrinkles and rough, dry, cracked skin. Laughing cheek to cheek. Seeker, Grandpa, doesn't want to be any land god. That will live a long time. Grandpa's heart, it won't last that long. The Lu family is full of doors, only Lu Sun this grandson is left, even if the strongest, in the bottom of the heart, is still painful. Holding on to the border for so long, Lu Yuanfang never fell, relying on the support of Lu Sun, his grandson. Available at. Transcending the mortal realm and prolonging his life meant that he would always have to face the pain that never went away in his heart. I'm afraid I won't last that long. A head full of white hair, in this moonlight, it was especially harsh. Lu Sun's body trembled, and his outstretched fingers retracted with a gentle shudder. Chapter 165 Lu Sun's killing intention. Above the court. The civil and military officials were not in very good spirits. Only Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, got drunk last night and had a good sleep. Manhwa sat on the dragon chair, his gaze sweeping across the courtroom. Secretaries, do you have any thoughts on the matter of Vietnam's state letter? The Marquis of Blood and Guts stepped out, bowed, and spoke. Your Majesty, I have an idea. This ruler of the U state has ill intentions, and is trying to use this to make my Yen state a target, plunging it into endless war. It should be reprimanded, and troops should be sent directly, to kill the Viet Cong. The blood-bold Marquis voice carried a few hints of anger. But the martial minister frowned and said in a deep voice, this matter is a difficult to understand young conspiracy. The ruler of you is so sincere within the state letter, even if it is for the purpose of victimizing me, Great Yen, but if we take our troops and kill you in this way, we will surely end up with the name of a thug. Moreover, the 3 great imperial dynasties have always disliked to see the increase in the number of strong countries' territories and their strength, and will certainly make an issue out of this matter, and at that time, I, Yen, will still be the target of all the people. Sending a large army to kill the Viet Cong would be a target. Accepting Vietnam's conditions remains a target. A letter of state from the king of you, but it made the entire courtroom of civil and military officials in a dilemma. Of course, there is another way, and that is to leave them alone. This can be done. It just happened to be what the king of you wanted again. Give nothing and you will have peace. The hearts of the people of Yen will be scattered. If it's possible, I would really like to rip the head off of the Chu state's ruler. Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, sighed deeply on the side and shook his head helplessly. It's not good for Minister 1 to be so murderous. Lu Sun's voice rang out from outside the hall. With a smile on that handsome face, he slowly stepped into the great hall. For Lu Sun to be so rude in front of the imperial court, the 100 officials had long been surprised. Only at this moment, the eyes of the 100 officials looking at Lu Sun became strange. And you have the nerve to say that others have a strong killing spirit? I don't know who it was that killed the first batch of Vietnamese envoys right outside of Yendu. Moronhua's eyes lit up, looking toward Lu Sun, his palm on the dragon chair, slightly pinched tightly, speaking expectantly. Lu Qing, do you have an idea? Lu Sun nodded slightly, his fists clenched slightly, his eyes flashed with a touch of ghostly coldness, and his voice was slightly sullen. Mr. Lu has some ideas. This condition, Mr. Lu feels, is too little. Boom! The civil and military officials were instantly sensationalized and quarreled. Silence. Hear Lu Qing out. Moronghua gently patted the dragon chair. The voices around them instantly quieted. The 100 officials looked at Lu Sun with indescribable complexity in their eyes. Lu Sun continued to speak. Mr. Lu thinks that he can send someone to send a letter of state to the state of Yu. Tell the king of Yu, my great Yen, wants all the cities and lands of his great Yu. From now on, you, submit to my great Yen. Bow down to my great Yen. There will be no more Yu kings, only Yu kings. Boom. Lu Sun's heavy words seemed like a big stone that ruthlessly smashed into the calm water surface, splashing a raging splash. The silence that had just been maintained for a few moments above the courtroom was instantly chaotic. What? Isn't this the equivalent of declaring war directly on Vietnam? It's not just a declaration of war against the Yu kingdom, it's clearly a declaration of war against the other 3 great imperial dynasties and the other 3 great powers. But, is indeed over the top. Yes. Can be too childish. Wouldn't this make my great Yen suffer from the enemy on its back? No, absolutely not. My country of Yen has just recuperated for more than 10 years, how can we start another war? The surrounding voices were so loud that the entire hall seemed to be trembling. When Xiang and Wu Xiang and the Blood and Guts Marquis looked at each other, frowning slightly, but, there seems to be so much intention. Ho ho ho. Lu Sun's light laughter caused the voices of the 100 officials to weaken. There was a bit of coldness on that face. The laughter was cold too. Anyway, how it's going to be done is to raise the world. Might as well, make it a big one. Let Vietnam be history. Lu Sun's voice echoed in the hall, deafening. Your Majesty, this state letter, I, Lu, would like to deliver it myself. Lu Sun stood at the forefront of the 100 officials, a fire flashing in his eyes. Moronghua had never seen such obvious killing intent in Lu Sun's eyes. He's not there to deliver a letter of state. It's to kill people. What happened to him? What happened last night to change his attitude so much? Moronghua didn't know what had happened. His eyes flickered slightly and he said in a deep voice, Are you ready? When these words came out, above the courtroom, all the 100 officials were shocked. Never, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please, Your Majesty, reconsider. I, Great Yen, cannot be hostile to so many countries at once. Please, even for the sake of the border generals, think more. The jumble of voices seemed cacophonous. Shut up. 3 voices sounded almost at the same time. The 100 officials stared blankly at the 3 figures that made the noise. When Xiang, Wu Xiang, and the Blood and Guts Marquis, the 3 high-powered existences above this courtroom all clenched their fists tightly. I, Great Yen, have been a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh of the 3 great imperial dynasties since I struck down the borders of you. Even if they don't strike against my Great Yen at this moment, they will strike against my Great Yen sooner or later. Do you want to leave the war, and this present mess, to future generations? Sun Ruofu, the Minister of Culture, crossed his eyes, a pair of pale eyes, still lingering from last night's drunkenness, exuded a coldness that nevertheless silenced the civil and military officials. Martial Minister Li Qingsong also sank his face, with a touch of excitement in his gaze, and said in a deep voice, My Great Yen has been resting for more than 10 years, but it cannot wear out its bloodlust. By doing this, the state king of you is not only punishing my Great Yen, he's also insulting my Great Yen. He thought that we, Great Yen, were afraid to face other enemies, and didn't have the courage to sign the state papers, much less make more demands. The breathing of the surrounding 100 officials gradually became ragged, and their eyes gradually reddened. My Great Yen is never short of good fighters. This Marquis will personally put on his armor and guard the border. If there are any incoming enemies, this Marquis, with this old life, will keep them out of my Great Yen's borders. The Blood Guts Marquis let out a low roar, and at this moment, his blood chi was like a dragon. Throughout the great hall, the sound disappeared completely. Lu Xun slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, met Manhwa's clear eyes, and opened his mouth. My lord, I'm ready. Great Yen, ready too. It's time for Great Yen to make its mark in the world. Manhwa's eyes became heavy. Hands squeezed the armrests of the dragon chair, breathing in confusion. After a long time, a pair of eyes became firm. Chen Lingquan, sharpen the ink and take the jade seal. I, for one, will write the state letter with my own hand. Notify Vietnamese envoys. In the future, there will no longer be a Yu king in the world, only the Yu king of my Great Yen partition. Chapter 166 The anger of the Vietnamese envoys. In the world, there will be no more Yu kings, only the Yu king of Great Yen. The slender fingers of Princess Yen Ruomin of the state of Yu trembled slightly as she held the state letter written by the ruler of the state of Yu himself that was returned to her, and in an instant, she bowed helplessly and sat paralyzed on the stool. The surrounding Yu envoys had ugly faces, all of them filled with righteous indignation. It's too much. I, the ruler of Yu, came with sincerity, wanting peace between the two countries from now on, and Great Yen has bullied us too much. How dare you return a letter of state in your own handwriting, unwilling to sign such a favorable offer, but greedy instead? Does Great Yen really want to be the enemy of the world? All the Vietnamese envoys were filled with righteous indignation. Available at. Standing opposite the ambassadors Chen Lingquan, a change in the usual fawning smile, that white face, without the slightest fluctuation of expression, the voices not yin and yang, but with a few points of disdain to open the mouth. Yo. The king of Yu is really so sincere? What is the meaning of this state letter, thinking that none of my Great Yen can read it? Even the old slave, a eunuch, has read it, and you guys are still playing dumb here. Ho ho ho. Down and dirty. Chen Lingquan raised his chin slightly in a condescending manner. These words scolded those Yu ambassadors with their faces turning green and red. That last naked abuse even made their faces all turn gloomy. What did you say? Eunuch Chen, you're the imperial chief of the great household. Be careful when you speak, you're representing your Great Yen's majesty. The surrounding Yu envoys all held their faces red and their voices low. Chen Lingquan coldly glanced at the person who spoke, his eyes slightly raised, and his sharp voice rang out, the old slave can't represent anyone but a Great Yen people. What the old slave says is what the people of Great Yen say. By the way, dear Vietnamese ambassadors, I forgot to tell you the news. The envoys who will follow you this time to Vietnam and send down the state letters. Speaking here, Chen Lingquan, however, turned his gaze to the transfaced Princess Yen Ruomin of the Yu Kingdom, and hummed softly with a smile on his face, oh. That's little Lord Lu Xun Lu. What? Absolutely not. That's a mob. Murderers who brutalized my Vietnamese mission. How can His Majesty of Yen do this? The entire mission panicked. They already knew about Lu Xun's killing of the first ambassadors who came to peace talks outside the city. The details also probably know quite a bit. At this moment, when she heard that there was also Lu Xun on the road together, the fear in her heart could not be concealed. Alright, words, the old slave can bring it. Chen Lingquan slightly raised his hand and saluted in the direction of the palace. The old slave still has to return to the palace to resume his orders. Guys, help yourselves. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Turning, he walked toward the outside of the ambassador's post, laughing freely as he walked. That voice, there is not the slightest eunuch's caution, only is pure pleasure and cheerfulness. In the ambassador's post, the faces of all the Yu envoys were pale, and their bodies could not stop trembling. It's over, it's over. Go all the way to Vietnam with that killing god. I am afraid that before we return to Vietnam, we will die on the road. Shut up, that Lu Xun dares to go to you with us, then it's just right to catch that Lu Xun, and use Lu Xun to threaten that old thief Lu Yuanfang. Won't it be two birds with one stone? He is too strong. Who dares to catch him? Are you stupid? Be careful on the way, don't make him angry. When we get to you, his life is still in the hands of my Yu? There was a cacophony of voices around them. Princess Yen Ruomin of the Yu Kingdom, however, felt her mind buzzing at the moment. Breathing was chaotic beyond measure, and everything around him seemed to become illusory and confused. Trembling, he raised his hand. Looking at that father's handwritten state letter held in his hand, the corner of his lips suddenly hooked up, revealing a trance-like and feeble smile. The corners of his narrow eyes grew moist. Tears rolled down silently, wetting the veil. Father, you are wrong. My Ogoshi is going to be finished. Fingers trembled slightly, and the book of state, in his hand, slipped feebly. Snap. The hard cover fell to the floor with a crisp thud. The surrounding Yu ambassadors finally came back to their senses, staring at their princess with blank eyes. Princess, you need not fear. On this journey, we'll be more careful and serve well. That Lu Xun is after all an envoy of Yen. He shouldn't mess around. Don't worry, we will definitely use our lives to keep the princess safe. The ambassadors comforted Yen Ruomin. It was only Yen Ruomin who raised her eyelids slightly, her eyes in a bit of a trance, sweeping over the ambassadors around her, looking at the look of concern on their faces, and smiling feebly. Rise and shine. One stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. The Vietnamese envoy had just tried to assist, but Yen Ruomin had already stabilized herself and broke away from the other's hand, feebly, staggering towards her room. As he walked, he mumbled something. The surrounding Yu envoys frowned, all of them somewhat puzzled. The princess is the only descendant of my Yu state's ruler. The future Yu state will all be handed over to her. Is the future ruler of my Yu state. How can she be so timid as a mouse? That's right, Amir Lucen scares you like this? You all do not know. I can hear that our king has stray heirs, purposely raised in the folk. I heard that it is to hone the child's heart, so that it understands the people's livelihood. Hiss. Cannot talk nonsense. This matter is true or false? It should be true, or else the king of the country could not have sent the princess, his only heir, to Yen, into a dangerous situation. Ha 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 ha. Is there even such a hidden secret? Then wouldn't the princess be a target and shield that the king of the country purposely left for outsiders? Yes. Think that the heir of the king should be able to grow up and inherit the throne of the kingdom in peace. Shut up. This kind of herd stuff can't be taken as true. Beware that the princess hears about it and cuts off your heads. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. Let's just hear it. The ambassadors of the surrounding Yu kingdom did not seem to be worried about the safety of the Yu kingdom in the slightest, but instead began to chat about some of the secret stories of the Yu kingdom's royal family. Yen Ruomin, who was standing at the door of her room, froze her palm on the door. The conversations of those Yu envoys coming from behind them were not clear, but they could be heard. Breathing gradually became ragged. Silver teeth clenched darkly. The Vietnamese envoys dismissed it as something of a rumor. Only she knows. Her father, the ruler of Yu, had really raised an heir. She was young then. Father thought she didn't remember, but she had, by then, remembered. To others, she was being groomed as a future king. But only she knew in her own heart that she, all along, had been cultivated as a stepping stone for the heirs her father had kept outside. Father, since the Yu kingdom doesn't belong to me, then, it's not bad to be a Yu king of Great Yen. Breathing gradually smooth, slender palm, slowly pushed open the door of the room. Chapter 167 The Clever Princess of Yu. Flower Moon House. Lucen still half lying on the couch, drinking a cup of 100 flowers dew, with a sigh. I don't know how this 100 flowers dew is brewed, drinking it for so long. It's not greasy in the slightest. It's just a pity that there's going to be a period of time after that when you can't drink the 100 flowers dew. Sigh. Slowly, he raised his head. At this moment, in front of him, there was no more Flower Moon House musicians, nor was there any flower leader. Appearing in front of them was a Flower Moon House powerhouse that had restrained its aura as much as possible. All of them had already departed from the realm of heaven-level experts. Now, having mastered the cultivation technique of the Golden Dan technique, he had transcended to a new level. Although they have not reached the land gods, they can think that they are not too far away. Lu Xiaoxiao was still in the same red dress, twisting her concave and convex body like a swaying butterfly as she walked to Lu Sun's side, and let out a delicate smile. When you return, won't you be able to drink the 100 flower dew from Flower Moon House again? Lu Sun gently put down the wine jug in his hand and did not answer Lu Xiaoxiao's words, but instead looked at the Flower Moon Mansion powerhouses in front of him who had collected their aura, the faces that fell into the eyes, as if to burn them into the mind. When you return victorious from the border, Mr. Lu, personally toast you all. Lu Sun's voice echoed in the room. For Great Yen! For Great Yen! The voices of all the powerhouses of Flower Moon Tower were low, their forehead veins popping out in a low roar. They, from all over Great Yen, had different identity backgrounds. But without exception, they are all loyal to Great Yen and to His Majesty. As long as Manhwa gave the order, they could even just cut themselves. This time is a big crisis for Yen. Of course, for Lu Sun, it wasn't a big crisis. But for Great Yen to become an ever-rising immortal dynasty, Lu Sun couldn't do everything for them. There were some things that needed to be done by them personally in order to deter those imperial dynasties even more. This time, Lu Sun was only going to use to kill people. The borders of Yen and the three great imperial dynasties bordering the other three powers would be left to these powerful individuals who had already surpassed the heavenly level and had begun to approach towards the land goddess realm. Maybe someone will die. But, no one stepped back. Yen capital city, and His Majesty, will be in your hands. Lu Sun gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao on the side. The expression on Lu Xiaoxiao's pretty face gradually became serious. As long as Lu Xiaoxiao is around, we will ensure that your Majesty will be safe. Lu Sun let out a long breath, the corners of his lips curling up as his smile gradually became icy cold. Vietnam. Lu Mao is here. In that instant, the room was filled with murderous rage. Even for the powerful people who had long since surpassed the heavenly grade, they still gave birth to a shuddering trepidation at this moment. The Yen mission, which sent not many people. Apart from some minor officials in charge of the daily routine, there were no other high-ranking officials or even generals to escort them. Lu Yuanfang did not follow, and Lu Sun asked his grandfather to stay at the State Duke's mansion to rest for a while. You cannot extend your lifespan or cultivate gong methods, but your body, which has been working at the border day and night, has to be toned up before you can do so. At the gates of Yendu City, there were very few people who came to see them off. Lu Yuanfang was forced by Lu Sun to stay in the State Duke's mansion and was treated by the Imperial doctor. I can't see that little Lord Lu doesn't have much of a position in Yen either, and to go on a mission to my great Vietnam, there's not even a single person to see him off. A yuan boy glanced at the empty city gates and snorted, unable to hold back his mockery. Swish! A cold light flashed. The bucket-sized head flew up and blood sprayed a flower in the air. The faces of the surrounding ambassadors turned pale, their lips trembled, some wanted to angrily rebuke Lu Xun, but when they saw what happened to their companions, they choked all their voices in their throats, not daring to utter a single word. Lu Xun took out a brand new white towel from his robe sleeve, wiped the Xuanji sword carefully, sighed, looked in the direction of the yuan boys, and spoke faintly, on this journey, you all might as well spare your lives. Lu, I only brought this scarf. Kill too many and you'll wipe the slate clean. Lu Xun's voice came as from under the underworld. Icy cold chi, from the soles of all the ambassadors' feet, went straight to the sky. It was so cold that everyone couldn't help but shiver. Out! Go! The leading Vietnamese envoy, trembling, gave the order. The envoy slowly marched further and further away from the gates of Yin capital. On the city gates, Bai Yong was dressed in armor, one hand clenched into a fist, and the other, squeezing the hilt of the sword at his waist with a deadly grip. His eyes fell on the faraway Yu delegation, as if he was saying something to Lu Xun, or as if he was saying to himself, this Yendu, with Bai Mao in it will be as solid as gold. When Bai's strength reaches that land god realm, he will be able to truly stand by your side and not drag you down. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Bai Yong's eyes blazed as he turned to look at the city guards guarding the city and said sternly, effective immediately, strictly inspect the carriages and pedestrians entering and leaving the city. Follow the list provided by Mr. Bai and go to the major families to arrest them. The storage place where they're harboring contraband, give Bai a clean slate. No one will be spared. Bai, I want to try them myself. With his hand squeezing the hilt of the knife dead tight, a scowl flashed across Bai Yong's face. How much they held back in the beginning, now, they can be more unrestrained. He had pretended to be a greedy man for so long in order not to spook the snakes, and now, finally, the time had come when he could close the net. Convoy of Vietnamese ambassadors. While the surrounding Yu guards were all on horseback, the ambassadors were sitting on the carriage in twos and threes. Princess Yen Ruomin of Yugua was naturally in a separate carriage. Only. At this moment, however, Lu Xun was also in the carriage. The Vietnamese envoys saw it, but none of them dared to say more. They were afraid that, like their companions, they would remain in Yen forever just because they couldn't help but say one more word. Yen Ruomin has now lost the cowardice of the previous days, although still fearful, but no longer so fearful, instead, kneeling in the wide carriage, pouring tea for Lu Xun. The carriage went very slowly, the official road is very smooth, basically no bumps, poured the tea, but also just right, not too much, not too little, did not spill out. Lu Xun twisted the ceramic teacup and gently took a sip, slightly stunned. The mouthfeel is light and clean, with no stray aromas. Somewhat surprised, he spoke, changed the tea? Yen Ruomin slightly hung her head, full of obsequiousness and whispered, my Dayu's tea is inferior and difficult to enter the mouth, I am afraid that you will not be satisfied, so before I left Yendu, I purposely bought Yendu's famous tea, the special grade snow bamboo, which was also replaced for you on your carriage. This obsequious look seemed to treat himself as a slave girl. She's smart. Lu Xun's face was expressionless as he nodded slightly and drank the tea in his cup. Setting down his teacup, he placed his hand on the arm-length wooden box he had brought with him when he entered the carriage and gently pushed it open. A scroll appeared in Lu Xun's hand. As it slowly unfolded, the seemingly shattered scroll appeared in its entirety in front of Yen Ruomin's eyes. An inexplicable chill caused Yen Ruomin's body to stiffen, and her breath began to catch. And, she, seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 168 Every word, a desire for power. This painting, rummaged from the things that King Duan had seized. As soon as he got his hands on it, Lu Xun realized how unusual it was. The drawing paper seems to be made from the skin of something, with an inexplicable eerie air. I heard that a few of the generals who had copied the house and touched this object were very sick for 3 days after they returned. Lu Xun went to see for himself, and dispelled the residual devil aura from the soldiers, and only then did they return to normal. Looking at the scroll, which already had a crack in it, Lu Xun's eyes fell on the back of the black-clothed figure. The blackness of that shirt was as if it hid an endless abyss, so black that it was chilling. May I have seen this painting at the Yu State King? Lu Xun's voice made Yen Ruomin, who was sitting on her knees, her eyes tremble, and in a trance, she seemed to remember something. Back then, she did see this. It's scary. There's a black gas emanating from a pair of bloodshot eyes. Hoo. Cold sweat broke out on Yen Ruomin's forehead, her whole body trembled nonstop, her breathing was rapid, and her white skin, without the slightest bit of blood color. A strange sound came from his throat. Cluck cluck cluck. A moment later, snapping out of that unclear memory, Yen Ruomin's face turned pale, not daring to look up at the painting again, her voice trembling as she said, when I was a slave. In my early childhood, I seem to have seen this painting. Slightly raising his head, the moment he saw that back, it was as if he had been burned by fire, his body shrank, swallowed, the fear lurking deep within his heart was touched, and his voice became much weaker. This painting seems to be my father's private stash. Father has always treated me generously, but that time I accidentally saw this painting. Father was furious with me and made me kneel in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights. Speaking here, Yen Ruomin stopped, tried to stabilize her breathing, and was silent for a long time before she spoke again. Since then, I have never seen it again. The exact same painting? Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, and a stern look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Can't remember, but it should be the same. Yen Ruomin didn't dare to say too sure, but at that time, in his memory, it was also such a back figure dressed in black. Lu Xun nodded slowly and retrieved the painting into the wooden box. The moment it was put away, the pressure on Yen Ruomin's heart instantly loosened. Somewhat distraught, he covered the area around his heart and gasped violently. That thing is the goal of Mr. Lu's trip. But your father, too. Lu Xun's voice was flat. Yen Ruomin came back to her senses, her eyes drooping slightly, and after a moment, she whispered, my father was perhaps influenced by such things, leading to a wrong decision. Everything is my father's own fault. I only pray that young Lord Lu can forgive the people of the Yu Kingdom and not to bother with the people of the Yu Kingdom. Very clever. Lu Xun looked at the narrow eyes beyond Yen Ruomin's veil and grinned. She doesn't seem to have anything to say for herself, but every word, she's hungry for power. Smart people aren't scary, and neither is greed. Just be afraid to be smart, but also not greedy. Of course. Is stupid and bad and greedy, that's even worse. Lu Xun shook his head and smiled as he thought of Morongyan and his last life. It's up to you to get the position of king of Yu alive. As the words fell, Lu Xun left the carriage. Outside the carriage, the concerned voices of the Vietnamese envoys soon came. Your Highness, Lu Xun, didn't he do anything to you? You're okay. The voice sounded like it was concerned, but with a malignant suspicion. An unspeakable nausea rose in Yen Ruomin's heart. Only, before Yen Ruomin could do anything, a miserable scream came from outside. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground silenced the entire caravan. Lu Xun's voice came from the carriage behind him. Who allowed the Vietnamese to call Lu by his name? At this moment, the Vietnamese envoys were silenced. Not a word more, not a single superfluous movement. The wagon continued to travel. Just one less Vietnamese envoy. Inside the Imperial Palace of the State of Yu, Yen Mo, the ruler of Yu, sat cross-legged on the dragon couch, with wisps of black gas spreading over his body. His ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of eyes that had lost the whites of their eyes and were black and eerie. In just an instant, those eyes returned to normal. Gently patting his dragon robe, he slowly got up and lazily half lay on the dragon couch. Soon, there was a little eunuch rushing over from the distance in a hurry, panicked, even his breathing was rapid. Rushing into the room, he nearly tripped over the threshold. Stumbling to his knees, his voice stumbled, Your Majesty. Not good. Not good. The little eunuch's unsympathetic voice was distorted at the moment, with a few hints of sharpness and trepidation. Yen Mo's already cold face was now radiating wisps of eeriness as he looked coldly at the little eunuch, his voice low, slow down. The little eunuch did not even dare to raise his head, his breath was trembling, and he opened his mouth in fear. It is a secret message from Yen. Yen. Hearing this name, Yen Mo, who was still calm and abnormal, had his pupils tremble and his breathing became rapid. Rising violently, his eyes burned into the little eunuch as he spoke. What does the secret letter say? Are they ready to sign the instrument of state? Or do they not want to sign the instrument of state anymore? Have those 3 great imperial dynasties moved yet? Have any secret messages come back from spies in other countries? A series of questions, urgent and incomparable, asked the little eunuch to tremble. The whole body is curled up like kneeling on the ground, 5 bodies to the ground, the voice is even trembling to change the voice. His Majesty. Yen. News from the Yen side. They did not sign the instrument of state. Not signed? Both fists clenched, Yen Mo's face grew cold, the corners of his lips curled slightly, revealing an icy smile. It seems that they are not as stupid as I thought. But there's no harm in not signing it, and the crisis of my Dai Viet is over. It's just a pity that if they had signed it, the 3 great imperial dynasties, but they would have directly crushed them into powder. Pity. Both fists slowly unclenched, Yen Mo's voice carried a few moments of loss. The little eunuch, however, did not leave, and raised his head with some trepidation, and the moment he saw the face, he hung it down again in alarm. Your Majesty. They didn't sign it, and they sent an emissary. Demand that I, the state of Yu, bow down and submit, and from now on, there will be no more great Yu ruler, only. The eunuch who said this, swallowed frantically and his breathing began to become rapid, as if he didn't dare to say any more. Only what? Yen Mo's eyes stared, slightly tilting his head as he coldly looked at the little eunuch. The little eunuch finally summoned up enough courage and opened his mouth with trepidation. There is only the Yu king of the great Yen partition. Boom! The eyes of the Yu kingdom's ruler Yen Mo suddenly turned pure black. An icy cold chi exploded. The little eunuch looked at the wisps of strange black chi that appeared on Yen Mo's body in horror and covered his mouth in disbelief. Available at. In the next moment, that black gas directly wrapped the little eunuch. Moments later. In place, all that remained was a blackened powder. It reeks. Chapter 169 You don't forget your roots. The King of Yu and the Great Yen Partition. What a big mouth. Who gave Yen the courage to dare to humiliate you so? The breathing of Yen Mo, the ruler of the state of Yu, gradually became ragged, his body erupted with a gloomy and cold aura, his eyes were as if he wanted to eat people, his fists were tightly clenched, and his veins were bursting out. Without a word, he rushed into the Imperial study with hasty steps. Clunk! The door to the Imperial study was slammed hard. Yen Mo's eyes were gloomy, and his palm slapped hard on the inkstone of the dragon case. Turn it gently. Giggle. A dark passageway emerged from the Imperial study, leading to a dark underground chamber. An inexplicable smell of blood appeared, but the king of you didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, like a hunter who smelled the prey, his eyes glowed red. Darkroom. There's only one painting. A trace of undigested blood remained vaguely on the dark back of that painting. In days gone by you never devoured flesh and blood as madly as you do today. Tell me, what happened to you? Or, what happened in Yen? Yen Mo's voice with a few ragged gasps echoed in the darkroom. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the painting with deadly intensity. An eerie voice slowly came out of that painting. Ho 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 ho. It seems that your plan for Yen has failed? No. Success beyond expectation. Yen Mo cracked his mouth and smiled, only the smile was incomparably grim, and the gloom in his eyes was like a layer of ice plated on them. Now Yen has begun to look for death. They will soon become the target of those three great imperial dynasties and will be crushed by them. It's not good enough? A voice came from that painting, a hint of a different emotion in its voice. Good. Very good. Yen Mo laughed coldly, slowly approaching the painting, a pair of eyes staring dead center at the back of the painting, as if he was trying to see through the painting. The smile at the corner of his lips was eerie and horrifying. Tell me, what happened when you went to Yen? Yen, what kind of courage is there that dares to say, let me become the Yu king of the great Yen partition? The sound was deafening. The entire dark room was buzzing with vibrations. A burst of black gas surged and raged throughout the dark room. The painting fell silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Oh? Is this how Yen replied? Tell me, what exactly happened to you in Yen? Yen Mo did not respond to the voice in that painting, but instead stared at the painting in front of him with a deadly stare, the blood in his eyes obvious. It seems that answer unsatisfactorily and that painting will be torn to shreds. Available at. The voice coming out of that painting, however, gradually brought out a few degrees of grimness. Yen Mo, you seem to have overstepped your bounds somewhat. Boom! Dense black lines suddenly rushed out from within the portrait. The painting, as if it had come to life, was draped in black gas and suspended in the air, and the black threads were like tentacles that quickly wrapped around Yen Mo's body. The tyrannical aura on Yen Mo's body returned to calmness in an instant. In that pair of eyes, the pupils shrunk for a moment, the expression remained unchanged, but the corners of the eyes twitched, and the face turned a little white. This father has given you your present position. This honored one also passes on the technique for you to get stronger power. Yen Mo, you can not forget your roots. The hoarse voice carried a few hints of gloom. The portrait slowly tapped on Yen Mo's shoulder, as if someone was tapping Yen Mo's shoulder with their hand. That sturdy body trembled a little, Yen Mo's pupils contracted slightly, and a blood spilled unexpectedly from the corner of his lips. Breathing began to become ragged as well. The portrait slowly retracted the black lines around it and returned to its normal portrait appearance. Only at this moment, Yen Mo, the king of Yu, no longer had the violent and hideousness of the party. The expression on his face became much calmer, even with a bit of restraint. The hand hidden under the sleeve robe was clenched into a deadly fist, veins rolling violently under the skin. What I mean is, you have to know your enemy and know yourself in order to fight 100 battles. That great Yen is truly abominable, so arrogant, it must have some background in Yen to help. I just want to rely on your help to defeat Yen. The voice had become much more docile. Even the eyebrows became lowered. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yen Mo felt that the back figure on that painting seemed to have slightly sidestepped a little. But just as quickly, a voice came from that painting. Yen, indeed, has something to fall back on. The grandson of Duke Lu of Yen, Lu Sun, is the dependence of Yen. The one who slaughtered Yu's border army and destroyed Yu's majestic pass is Lu Sun. Boom! A thunderclap on the flat earth. Yen Mo's pupils trembled violently as an incredulous look flashed across his eyes. Lu families. Lu Sun, the grandson of the Duke of Lu? He, the white god of war of Yen? No wonder. No wonder the Lu family couldn't move. The Duke of Lu is in charge of the army, and Lu Sun is the most powerful. Whoever dares to move them is digging their own grave. But his strength. Yen Mo's eyebrows lowered, just a little complicated to look at the portrait, his voice with a few cautious inquiry. The voice came from within the portrait, low, but with a bit of coldness. Last time, this honored one was a bit careless, and nearly overturned the boat in the gutter. These words caused Yen Mo's body to stiffen, and he was even a little incredulous. What? He didn't dare to say the latter. The air around them had gotten much colder. There was even a feeling that it was about to freeze him. He felt keenly that there must be no more questions. Breathing slightly stabilized, Yen Mo's eyes flickered slightly, his fists clenched and unclenched, unclenched and clenched again, circulating a few times before exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he said in a low voice, "This is so. Looks like something needs to be done. Ho ho ho. Yen Mo, don't forget your roots." The voice within the portrait came again, still eerie and with a few degrees of coldness. "This honored one has helped some people who have forgotten their roots over the years. After they forgot their roots, they have been transformed into a part of this painting of my father. This honored one is quite fond of you, but do not become part of this painting that carries this honored one." The voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Yen Mo's palms clenched suddenly. Hurriedly kneeling on the ground, fiercely toward the ground cowed out a few heads, panicked and opened his mouth. "Don't worry, I now this all the status and power are derived from you. This, I always keep in mind. It's good to remember. Go on, my father still has to recuperate." The voice coming from the portrait made Yen Mo pause. Somewhat stiffly, he rose and left the dark room at a brisk pace. Standing within the dark passageway leading to the dark room, that pair of eyes gradually turned grim. Turning his head, he looked at the already closed door and gritted his teeth in death, his veins rolling, his fists clenched in death. Unauthorized? The devil also deserves to die. He had the audacity to say that he had overstepped his bounds. Chapter 170 seems to have forgotten Lu's rules. Within the territory of the state of Vietnam, the convoy of ambassadors was not traveling at a slow pace. But every time you pass a city, you stop to fix it. Lu Xun, on the contrary, was not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as he wanted to, he could see everything that was happening in Yen through the heaven's eye. It's just that the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. With Lu Xun's current strength as a true immortal, it wasn't too much of a stretch to cast the heaven's eye. The walk is for fishing. Fishing, as Grandpa would say. That fish, it was greasy. From the time he had entered the country of you, he could vaguely sense that the fish that was there, was in you. Next, let's have a good kill in Vietnam. Mr. Lu, are you tired? If you're tired, you can sleep for a while. The road ahead is official, it's very stable. Outside, came the voice of the envoy of the Yu Kingdom, with a hint of humility. Lu Xun did not open his mouth, but only steadily held a cup of tea and placed it under the only sunlight that came through, watching the sunlight bloom in the tea. There was another rustling sound outside. Several Yu envoys came together, the smiles on their faces gradually turned from humble to grim and hideous. His fists clenched and cackled as he swept his gaze over the guards on the side and sneered. Within Yen's borders, in order to curry favor with Lu Xun, we are as humble as slaves. Now, but it's in my great Vietnam. Waste him and torture him some more. A few Vietnamese envoys laughed hideously, their eyes red. There were other Vietnamese envoys on the sidelines, too afraid to participate, and others discouraged. Are you guys crazy? Forgot about his terrifying strength? Keep your voice down, he should be sleeping now. If you wake him up, everyone will die. The words of discouragement were always a little understated, even with a few moments of intent. Along the way, who didn't want to kill Lu Xun? The way they groveled to stay alive was seen by Lu Xun. You're on your own turf and you're still groveling? On what grounds? Kill. An inexplicable violence rose from the bottom of his heart. Those Yu envoys forcibly suppressed their killing intent and whispered, "No need to get killed, just waste it. If you go before His Majesty, you'll be wasted anyway." That's right, he's also stupid enough. Does he really think that if he's strong, he can do whatever he wants? It's only a single strike that killed my Daiyu's heaven-ranked expert. It's not like my Daiyu's heaven-ranked experts don't have such a battle record. Besides, Daiyue, have plenty of heaven-class powerhouses. Surround him, I don't believe we can't kill him. The surrounding guards had sharp gazes, hiding their own breath as they carefully approached towards the carriage. Ambassadors, as the princess of Yu, this palace kindly advises you not to seek death. A soft voice suddenly came out from the princess's carriage. All the Yu envoys froze for a moment, but their eyes towards the carriage became somewhat disdainful. Your Highness, you're not looking at that Lu Xun. One of the ambassadors sneered and smiled contemptuously. A soft sigh came from inside the princess's carriage. Tear away. The sound of ripping clothes rang out, and everyone froze, a little unsure. The next moment, swish, a cold light shot out. The Vietnamese envoy who had just spoken was killed in a flash. It's been a while since I've killed anyone, you guys seem to have forgotten Mr. Lu's rules. Echidna, not worthy to call Lu by his name. Boom. The fear of being dominated by death once again fell upon all the Vietnamese envoys. He dared to kill so arrogantly in the land of you. Give me. On it. Kill him. Those ambassadors clenched their teeth and let out a low growl. While some of the surrounding guards backed away, others gritted their teeth and charged towards the carriage. It's not stupid, it's just that. They should have already been discovered. If you don't do it, you can only wait to be killed. Kill. Before the sound of shouting and killing fell, there was a flash of cold light. Lu Xun didn't even leave the wagon. The Yu envoys and guards who had just discussed getting rid of Lu Xun had all collapsed in a pool of blood. The few remaining Yu envoys and guards were so stiff that their blood almost stopped flowing, and their pupils trembled violently. Huffing and puffing, breathing heavily. All they could hear was the sound of their own ragged breath, too. The princess had stepped out of the carriage by now. Slowly walking over to the Xuanji sword stuck on the ground, he gently pulled up the sword, and from his arms, pulled out the brocade silk that had been torn from his own shirt. A little bit of gentle rubbing. Gentle, like caressing one's lover. This picture, which should be incomparably beautiful, was icy cold in the eyes of the Vietnamese envoys. The original. What the princess tore in the carriage just now was actually her own clothes. Tearing that expensive brocade silk sewn shirt apart just to wipe Lu Sun's sword. Is she crazy? She's the princess of Yu. The pupils of all the Yu envoys trembled tremendously, and their ragged breathing became even more chaotic. Someone opened their mouth as if to stop it or to say something. Available at. All the sound stuck in his throat, a superfluous word, could not be uttered. Princess Yen Ruomin of the Yu Kingdom wiped the Xuanji sword meticulously clean before she tossed aside the brocade silk that she had torn from her own shirt and walked respectfully to Lu Sun's carriage. Your sword is polished. Come in. Lu Sun's voice rang out. Yen Ruomin carefully held the sword onto the carriage. Lift the cloth curtain. In that instant, all the ambassadors' breath stopped. Lu Sun, all the time just lazily playing with the teacup in his hand. He killed so many people. Surprisingly just playing with a teacup inside the carriage. It seemed to be looking at the tea in the teacup. When did killing become such an understatement? Is this still sky level? The hearts of all the ambassadors were filled with questions. Swallowing. All of his little thoughts were completely annihilated the moment he saw this image. Lu Sun, who was inside the carriage, looked at Yen Ruomin with interest. It's rare that you remembered. Lu only brought one scarf. Of course the slave will remember clearly. You didn't kill anyone along the way, it's because you only brought one towel. There was too much blood to wipe clean. Yen Ruomin sat on her knees in front of Lu Sun, her narrow eyes curved as if, you don't have to worry, the slave brought enough clothes. Kill more than enough people to wipe your sword. The voice, which wasn't too loud, was loud enough for all the UN boys outside to hear clearly. There was an internal upheaval and their eyes went into a trance. This, still their princess of Yu? Distinguished. It's clearly one of Lu Sun's dogs. All the Vietnamese envoys cursed lowly in their hearts. Lu Sun glanced at the Xuanji sword and nodded, a smirk appearing on his face. Taking up the tea in his hand, which he had studied for a long time, he drank it in one go. You scrubbed it well, and from now on, it's still you. Chapter 171 I'll reward you for your position as a horseman. Yan's eastern border. The city walls. The Marquis of Blood and Guts himself was in command, wearing battle armor. Touching his slightly old and dry skin, the Blood and Guts Marquis reached out his hand, felt the desolate and dry winds of the border, and shook his head with a smile. In just a few days, the old man's face is brown. I really don't know with what perseverance Lu Yuanfang has persisted for 15 years. Sighing, his slightly rough palm, he slapped it against the city wall. Flowering gray hair was combed meticulously, and his eyes gazed due east. Directly to the east is the Daqi dynasty. 50 miles separated the borders of Yen and the Daqi Imperial dynasty. But today, the garrison at the border of the Daqi Imperial dynasty, with its entire army, advanced 20 miles towards the Yen border. Obviously, the Daqi Imperial dynasty knew about Yan's decision. Nowadays, it's impossible to sit still. I'm sure that the other three major imperial dynasties couldn't sit still either. The hardness and backbone that Yen had shown against you was a provocation to the three great imperial dynasties. Outside the city gates, there was a puff of dust and sand. 10 riders of generals, holding the flag of the Daqi Imperial dynasty, stopped under the city wall with a high hand. Marquis, the Dachi Imperial dynasty sent someone to deliver a message. From afar, a slightly burly figure then quickly ran towards Marquis Bloodguts. The Marquis of Blood and Guts withdrew his sight and steadily walked towards the bottom of the city wall. The gates were opened. The high horse came in slowly. Those generals, whose battle armor did not look like any officials, were all high and mighty at the moment, and the arrogance on their faces was overflowing. Even though the Blood and Guts Marquis was standing in front of them, they were still sitting on their war horses. Daring, my great Yen Blood and Guts Marquis is here, how dare you be so rude? Each of the surrounding Yen generals glared angrily and gave a low shout. The war horses of the Daqi Imperial dynasty were all scared and their footsteps were a bit disorganized. Only those generals suppressed the panic of the war horses under their seats, and the leading general, with crossed eyebrows and a sharp voice, did not answer, but sneered. General Lu, general of the 100 Victory General of my Daqi Imperial dynasty, has issued a military order. Have this marquis convey this to your majesty in Great Yen. As long as His Majesty Yen is willing to become a vassal state of my Daqi Imperial dynasty and offer 5 cities, my Daqi Imperial dynasty is willing to shelter Yen. And he promised that if he only needs Yen to provide 50 million gold and 300,000 grains every year, he will not touch Yen's land. If you don't agree, you'll have a long drive. Speaking here, the man at the head raised the flag of the Daqi Imperial dynasty and shouted, let Great Yen, with its thousands of miles of red earth, be filled with corpses. Boom! All the Yen generals looked furious and clenched their fists, their eyes staring deathly at the figures riding their horses. The Blood and Guts Marquis stood in place, his expression unchanged. But the breathing became noticeably rapid. Finished? A flat voice rang out. The generals who were close enough could hear that the voice of the Blood and Guts Marquis carried a hint of trembling. In the past, the Blood and Guts Marquis had never been happy or angry in the face of all sorts of great winds and waves, but now the voice is slightly shaky. He's pissed. The generals who understood the Blood and Guts Marquis had a cold sweat born on their foreheads. The man at the head looked at the Blood and Guts Marquis and sneered, "This, Marquis, right. My General Lu said that if you, the Marquis, are willing to give up the darkness, you can do the same. He would reward you with the position of horseman. Feeding the horse for General Lu, my 100 victory general of the Daki Imperial dynasty, is an honor for you, Marquis of Yin." Ha 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 ha. The arrogant and sarcastic voice spread throughout the city. Only the 10 horsemen of the Daki Imperial dynasty were laughing. They laughed happily and wildly, even with a touch of contempt. Tai-in. It has always been lowly in the eyes of the dynasty. Even if he had fought his way out of a corner of Yin, in the eyes of the 3 great dynasties, he would still be nothing more than an ant. The 10 generals laughed and laughed, but they realized that the atmosphere was starting to go wrong. The surrounding great Yin generals looked at them as if they were dead. The corners of the Blood and Guts Marquis lips curled up slightly, and his palm gently brushed through his meticulously combed white hair. Turning his head to look at the general beside him, he spoke faintly. "This Marquis does not like to raise his head to talk to people. Will he, them, chop until you're even with my lord?" Yes. A deafening sound rang out. The gates of the city were even slammed right shut. The faces of those 10 horsemen of the Daki Imperial dynasty faded from their blood in an instant. The leading general roared, "When 2 countries are at war, they don't cut off envoys. Are you crazy? A messenger?" The Marquis of Blood and Guts paused with his palm on his flowery white hair, narrowed his eyes, and his voice grew cold. "Do you have your country's general's seal? Do you wish to negotiate? How dare you call yourself an envoy when you have nothing? You are nothing." The Blood and Guts Marquis withdrew his palm from his head and gently patted the high horse in front of him. "But an enemy scout who has mistakenly entered our army." As the words fell, the Marquis of Blood and Guts turned around and walked towards the city wall again, waving his hand behind him as he did so. "That horse stays, I've got my eye on it." Ah! Miserable screams instantly emanated from the mouths of those 10 horsemen of the Daki Imperial dynasty. Almost instantly, the 10 horsemen were reduced to mush. Their war horses were left behind. The head was cut off and hung with the flag of the Daki Imperial dynasty, which was hung at the entrance of the city. Far away, at a glance, standing at the side of the city wall, the Blood and Guts Marquis looked at the warhorse that was led in front of him, his slightly rough palm gently caressing the oily fur of the warhorse. Looking straight into the warhorse's large eyes, his palm gradually exerted a slight force. The warhorse seemed to sense what was going on, kicked its hooves in some panic, and hung its head humbly again. "Marquis! Marquis!" The newly replenished grain and grass from Yandu has already been transported, and the person who is escorting the grain and grass claims to be the reinforcements sent by His Majesty. A burly man with a big body, panting, rushed to the Blood Guts Marquis, but his scarred face carried a few points of helplessness and complexity. The Blood and Guts Marquis frowned slightly, but in the next moment, it seemed to think of something, as if it was a surprise, and opened his mouth to ask, "Those people can say what their identity is?" The burly man frowned, his features slightly distorted, even the scars on his face followed suit, looking menacing. The voice, however, carried some helplessness. "Marquis, they call themselves. What Flower Moon House?" My subordinate also said, "Isn't Flower Moon House a flower house? How come there are still men?" The Blood and Guts Marquis palm that was stroking the warhorse clenched unexpectedly, directly scratching the hair on that warhorse painfully. Sigh. The warhorse ate the pain and hissed, but did not dare to move. One large eye stared at the Blood and Guts Marquis. As a warhorse, he could see what a human couldn't. If he had fumbled the party, the next moment might be chopped right off the horse. The Blood Guts Marquis palm slowly loosened, and that worried face seemed to relax a lot. "Good. Quickly please." "No. This Marquis, personally see." Taking big steps toward the front. "Masters of the Flower Moon House." "Nope. Nowadays, it's a powerhouse beyond the heavenly level." He had seen Bai Yong and Lin Tongshan strike. The difference between a powerful person who had surpassed the heavenly level striking out and a heavenly level expert could be described as the difference between clouds and mud. "Lu Sun al Lu Sun. Whether my great Yen can become famous in one battle depends on you." Chapter 172. When you return victorious. Bold. Seek death. Raging sounds erupted within the tent of the Daki Imperial dynasty. The generals in battle armor inside the tent were all gloomy and grim-faced, at the moment in a rage. And the young soldier who came to deliver the message, his eyes were also filled with anger and bloodshot, but when he looked up at the veteran general sitting at the very top of the list, his eyes took on some fervent reverence. The old general was wearing a heavy battle armor that should have emitted a metallic luster, but at the moment it was covered with slash marks, and the dark red bloodstains had already dried up and were deeply branded into those marks, making it look more than a little hideous. That old face didn't have many wrinkles, but it was weathered. The rough palm of his hand picked up the small bowl of tea and drank it in one gulp. A look of enjoyment appeared on the old face. The ceramic bowl rested on the table with a crisp sound. Those noisy angry voices around them instantly subsided. The tent became silent. A pair of pale eyes could not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. The voice that had been moisturized by the tea still carried a few hoarseness. My Daki has not encountered such a rampant opponent for a long time. Blood and Guts' husband. Wonderful man. Ho 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 ho. Rising to his feet, he lifted the combat knife he had set aside in a smooth motion. That wide and thick blade was more than 3 times thicker than an ordinary battle sword. But the veteran lifted it with one hand without any effort. His palm caressing the blade, the veteran general's voice gradually sank. Send 50,000 troops and go to the city and call out curses. Let them hand over the husband of the bleeding Guts, and they may be spared. If you don't hand it over, the 500,000 garrison troops of my Daki Imperial dynasty will crush through. Mr. Liu will lead the generals of Daki to capture Yen. Kill, kill, kill. The whole tent boiled over with voices. Even the young soldier who was passing out the orders, his eyes were filled with blood color and his body could not stop trembling. General Liu slowly walked towards the outside of the tent. As he passed the young soldier, his broad and rough palm, placed on the soldier's thin, dusty battle armor wrapped in wind and sand, the old face, revealed a gentle smile. On the battlefield, perform well. After entering the city, kill more Yen people and accumulate military achievements. The future of the Daki dynasty rests on you, the younger generation. Old man, watch out for you. The young soldier's whole body was trembling, his eyes were red and tears were coming out furiously. There is nothing more uplifting than someone you admire, warmly inspiring you. Snap. Gently patting the young soldier's battle armor, raising a trace of dust, General Liu lifted his foot and walked out of the tent. Just. A flash of disgust flashed across that old face as he carried the young soldier on his back, pulling a hand towel from his sleeve robe and wiping the dust from his palms. 50,000 Daki soldiers are screaming and cursing under the city. We are asked to hand over you, Marquis, and they say that if they don't deliver, they'll step on my Yen. That damn General Liu, what does he think he is? What does he take my great Yen generals for? Inside the tent, the generals' voices were furious, and each of their eyes were red, itching to immediately pull out their war swords and go out to fight for their lives. The Blood and Guts Marquis face was taut, and his palm twisted the letter on the table. This was the letter that Liu Sun had left behind before the Flower Moon House powerhouses arrived. Fawn looked at it. Very bold. Raising his head and looking towards those strong men from the Flower Moon House, the Blood Gallows Marquis face trembled slightly. There was seriousness written all over those faces. Almost at the same time, bowing, he said, I beg the Marquis to give us the opportunity to settle this. Raise an army for 1,000 days. We have obtained the legacy of little Lord Liu, and now, it's time to show off our skills. The words of those figures caused the surrounding generals to all freeze. Stunned, he looked at the Flower Moon Mansion powerhouse who had spoken with a bewildered expression. What does this mean? They're going with the army to pursue the 50,000 Chi troops? Someone frowned. That is 50,000, can you be sure? The Blood and Guts Marquis voice trembled slightly. There seemed to be some regret in saying those words, and his pupils fluttered slightly. What? Marquis, you can't mean to let a few of them. The voices of the other generals around them all became shrill. With an incredulous face, he looked at the Blood Guts Marquis. The Marquis of Blood and Guts didn't say anything, but only squeezed the letter Liu Sun had left for himself. One corner of the envelope had been pinched until it was deformed and about to be crushed. Those men laughed loudly and looked around. My great Yan's white-clothed god of war can slaughter an army of 700,000 with a single finger. Although our strength is not good, 50,000 troops are not incapable of fighting. Maybe it will die, but killing 10,000 is enough, killing 20,000 is profitable. Our existence is to be transformed into a ladder for my great Yen to step onto the path of supremacy. Sang, to lead the way for my great Yen. If you die, you will be turned into a ladder to cushion my great Yen. The voice was powerful and carried a strong sense of determined will. The voices around them fell silent. They stared at the figures dumbfounded, their faces filled with incredulity. In the military camp, there were also heaven-level experts. But so what if you're a heaven-level expert? In a solo duel, a heaven-ranked expert could manage to defeat hundreds of ordinary people with one. But the battlefield, after all, is not a duel. In a large army melee, a heaven-ranked expert could at best manage to fight 1 against 100. These few of them are going to face an army of 50,000? Are you crazy? Marquis. A general spoke eagerly, trying to stop it. It was only the Blood and Guts Marquis who suddenly raised his hand. The letter was still in his hand. In the air, slightly raised. Raising his eyes, he looked at the figures and slowly rose, deeply saluting towards those figures. The voice was heavy and a bit depressing. This Marquis, wait for your triumphant return. If it comes to pass, military honors, this Marquis will personally go and ask for them for all of you. If defeated, this Marquis personally set up a mound for all of you, your families, by this Marquis support. Those few Flower Moon Tower powerhouses, however, smiled sagely and shook their heads, with a few moments of determination in their eyes. Your Majesty has been good enough to us, and for us to have gotten this far, we already owe a lot to my great Yen as well as to your Majesty. When we return, I only ask that the Marquis set up a table for us to celebrate our accomplishments. When you return to Yendu, drink a few more jugs of 100 flower dew. As the words fell, several figures took large strides towards the outside of the tent. Figure, righteous and unshaken. Marquis. This. No way. Against an army of 50,000, you will die. The voices of the surrounding generals rang out, looking towards the 5 figures, their voices filled with anxiety. The blood and guts Marquis clenched his teeth with a deadly grip, almost crumbling blood from his teeth. His fingers squeezed the letter sent by Lu Sun in a deadly grip, and his lanky body trembled slightly. Open the gates. Let them go. Chapter 173 The Real Battlefield. Squeaky. The thick gates of the city were strewn with scars accumulated over the years, and on the pitted surface there were remnants of blood that had long since dried up, covered in dust and not clearly visible. The gates are open. The 50,000-strong army stopped yelling. Silence fell far away. Just for a moment, when the figure appeared under the city gates, the 50,000 troops froze for a moment, and in an instant, they erupted into ear-piercing jeers. Ha 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 ha. 7? There are only 7 of them? It can't be that they cut off the head of the blood-bile Marquis and had these people send it to us. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful ah. This great Yen is so cowardly. The sound was chaotic, echoing over the battlefield outside the city. Those 7 figures did not pause and walked out of the city gates step by step, each one holding a uniform weapon. It was a specially built weapon before coming here. It was tougher and thinner than ordinary war knives, and it didn't look like a knife used on the battlefield. Only this kind of sword could carry their power. The blood and guts Marquis on the city wall, his breath trembled slightly. The palm of his hand still squeezed the letter Lu Sun had given himself with a deadly grip. His lips were pursed slightly, and his gaze was dead set on those 7 figures. The 50,000 generals on the opposite side of the room, their laughter gradually subsided. The group parted, and a figure on a brown warhorse, wearing somewhat heavier battle armor, appeared. Looking at the figures lined up, still walking towards them step by step, a snicker appeared on his face full of horizontal flesh. Your blood and guts Marquis of Great Yen is so shameless? Sending you, the people of Great Yen, out to meet the enemy? And only 7 of you were sent? Ridiculous, dang ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. The sound, in turn, caused a new round of bursts of laughter. Everyone laughed their asses off, and some even laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Those 7 people were not annoyed in the slightest, and step by step, calm and steady, they approached towards the army. The battle sword in his hand, gripped tightly. Status, already adjusted. Looking at the army of the Daki Imperial dynasty, which was already within 100 meters and still not taking the slightest precaution, the strongest member of the Flower Moon House, who was in the lead, clenched his teeth, veins bursting out on his forehead, and let out a low roar, kill. Boom! This moment, a terrifying smoke exploded from the feet of the 7 figures. In the line of sight of the blood-bile Marquis, all that could be seen were 7 lights, violently rushing into the enemy army. Boom! A ray of cold light rose up to the sky. Every single one of them was wrapped in broken limbs and screams. In just that instant, the 50,000-strong army had, after all, emptied out. The empty one has turned the color of blood. Boo! The blood and guts Marquis slapped the city wall fiercely, and that face, which was always ancient, turned red, the corners of his lips twitching violently. Huffing and puffing. Breathing raggedly, sweat finally rolled down his forehead. The hand that was squeezing the letter tightly also finally relaxed. In just this instant, the 50,000-strong army, again, emptied a large portion. And is at a speed visible to the naked eye, that 50,000-strong army is rapidly dissolving. No. In a rout. The blood and guts Marquis clenched his fists tightly. The surrounding generals all swallowed their saliva, their faces filled with disbelief. And that 50,000-strong army, at this moment, had been routed. Kill. Kill them now. No. Escape. Escape back. Run away. The mournful screams were muffled by the chaotic crowd and quickly faded into nothing. Some people fled towards the distance, but a brilliant cold light swept through the crowd. Wherever he swept, limbs and arms would surely fly up. A sea of blood. Slaughter. A unilateral massacre. 7 men, slaughtering an army of 50,000 men. This. No one would even believe it if they said it. An incense burner. It took a whole incense stick of time to kill 50,000 troops, in addition to a few people who reported the news escaped. The remaining one is not left. The 7 figures were no longer as dashing and natural as when they came. Blood, dripping down his hair and mixing with the large, slightly sticky bloodstains on his face, slid down his cheeks and quietly landed on his blood-soaked shirt, disappearing without a trace. The whole body's clothes were drenched in blood and became completely dark red, and the blood dripped down the corners of the clothes on the earth that had already been turned into a sea of blood. Those 7 figures were panting violently, standing in that huge mountain of corpses and sea of blood, their whole bodies trembling unceasingly. Finally, someone let out a sharp breath while vomit. Bend over, crouch down, and vomit like crazy. This seems to be a chain reaction. The other 6, too, tumbled for a moment. Some people vomited with nausea like the first, while others forced themselves to hold back something, their bodies trembling violently, but they did not move and stood straight. It's not like they haven't killed before. There is a difference between being able to kill one person and killing tens of thousands of people. The sea of corpses and blood piled up under their feet formed a huge impact that even experts like them, who had killed a lot of people, could hardly endure. A real battlefield, tragically shocking. It wasn't until a long time later that those 7 people stood up again, step by step, and walked in the direction they came from. Every step left a bloody footprint on the ground, neatly spreading to the city. Until the city gates closed, the figure that had been holding back suddenly fell softly to the ground. In his mouth, blood spurted out, and his whole body trembled weakly. Injured. He was cut in the chest. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd saw that the blood on his body didn't just come from his enemies. In his chest, a deep, bone-deep wound was gushing out blood furiously. Quick! Corpseman! The Marquis of Blood and Guts had long since rushed in at a fast pace, his face unsightly as he roared lowly. A forced smile appeared on the man's face, his voice weak and slightly shaky. I held back. Didn't throw up. Cough cough. Yeah. You're better than all of us. You're awesome. The eyes of the other Flower Moon Tower powerhouses turned red as they gathered around. Cough cough cough. You guys. Go back. Buy me a drink of 100 flower dew. Cough poof. I want 10 pots. Hurry. The medic is coming. The medic arrives and treats the wound quickly. Fortunately, the wound was deep, but it didn't hurt the vitals. This also made the Blood and Guts Marquis let out a long sigh of relief. The other 6 intact Flower Moon House powerhouses had become heroes, warriors in the eyes of the great Yin generals. Their divine martial arts subjugated the entire great Yin generals. Standing on the city wall, looking at the location where the corpses and bones of the 50,000-strong army were located, the eyes of the Blood Guts Marquis narrowed slightly. The corners of his lips twitched slightly, seemingly with a few smirks. Daki Dynasty. Next, it's your turn to panic. Boo! The small ceramic bowl on the tabletop was viciously shattered. General Lu's blandness of sightlessness was finally broken. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. A pair of old, cloudy eyes were trembling violently, and his breathing was starting to get ragged. In front of him, kneeling several figures, one of which was his close friend. 7 people. Slaughtered an army of 50,000? General Lu's voice was sharp, with a few tremors. No one dared to look up and answer back. The scout on the side also knelt on the ground at this moment, his voice carrying a stunned panic, and said in a deep voice, indeed. The scouts, in addition to probing for information about the enemy, also had the responsibility of observing the battlefield. What's happening on the battlefield is clear to the scouts. 7 men, slaughtering an army of 50,000 men. That image, it was like hell. General Lu's old face froze, his lips wriggled a bit, as if he wanted to say something, but eventually it got stuck in his throat. Silence for a long time, swallowed heavily, raised his hand somewhat stiffly, and spoke in a deep voice. The army, temporarily, retreated to the border of my Daki Imperial dynasty. Check it out before you make a decision. Chapter 174. Don't be a sinner of Dayoshi. The Daki Imperial dynasty should have already made their move. I'm guessing that the Daki Imperial dynasty is the first to hold back. At this moment, it may be that Yen is already shaken by the storm. Inside the Imperial study, Yen Mo's face was not as gloomy as it was at the beginning. At the moment, he was just smiling gently, his voice carrying a bit of majesty. Below them stood the important ministers of Yu's court. At this moment, each one of them was full of smiles and bowed deeply. Your Majesty is long-sighted and thoughtful, we admire you. Although, Yen's humiliation of you has spread to the whole Yu. The whole country of Yu is furious. Available at. After the anger comes the smugness. Yen took the bait. Their line about wanting the ruler of Yu to become the Yu king of Yan subdivision was provoking the status of the 3 great imperial dynasties. I also don't know how that Yen emperor, how can be so rampant, or stupid. The heavy minister at the front gave a mocking smile, his face full of contempt. In addition to provoking the 3 great imperial dynasties with one sentence, it also caused the other 3 countries, besides Yen and Yu, to feel a sense of crisis. They will likewise hoard troops on the border. Yen, for a moment, is finished. That Yan's emperor is really stupid. Doesn't understand the art of imperial power at all. The surrounding heavies were also full of disdain. It was only the smile on Yen Mo's face that gradually faded. He thought about what the devil in the portrait had said. Yan's reliance on Lu Suna. Tapping his palm gently on the dragon case, Yen Mo snorted in his mind. Strong? So what if it's stronger? Yen has enemies all over the world, and surely some cities have fallen by now. I think that the Daki dynasty, which likes to strike first, should be the first to do so. Yan's envoy, Lu Sun, should be arriving at the capital of my country today. Do you have any countermeasures? Yen Mo's voice was relaxed and bland. The surrounding important ministers glanced at each other, and someone said aloud, Yen is now the enemy of the world. If that Lu Sun arrives and behaves himself, then it's fine. But if he speaks out of turn, he'll be taught a good lesson. That's right. I heard that the first batch of ambassadors from my great Vietnam were killed by that Lu Yen guy. How about When he comes, we order the families of those ambassadors to come and greet Lu Xun. The relatives of the victims greeted Lu Xun. I'm sure, the picture will be great. Those old people and women and children will give Lu Xun a surprise. The voices around them were filled with derision. This, however, made Yen Mo's eyes light up. Old and weak women and children to greet Lu Xun? That's a workable solution. If Lu Xun dares to make a move, he won't dare to kill all the people in his own capital city, openly and honestly. If Lu Xun doesn't do it, then he will be scratched in front of those old and weak women and children. Ho ho ho. Interesting. That image, it's going to be fun. Yen Mo's smile deepened. The old man with white hair at the forefront never spoke until this moment, then he frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, the princess is still traveling with that Lu Xun. If you anger Lu Xun when you greet her, the princess is in danger. These words immediately caused the smile on Yen Mo's face to freeze slightly. Breathing slightly stagnant, his gaze coldly looked at the old man and said in a deep voice, Minister Lu, the face of my great you is always a few points more important than the safety of a princess. The old man known as Minister Lu bowed, a pair of pale eyes drooping, his voice low, but the princess is, after all, the only of my great Vietnam. Boo! Shut up! Yen Mo's eyes were grim as he fiercely slapped the dragon case in front of him. On the dragon case, a clear and obvious palm print appeared. All the people in the Imperial study, silenced, hanging their heads, not daring to raise them. Yen Mo slowly got up and walked step by step to the front of Lu Xiang. His body exuded a treacherous and difficult to understand aura. His eyes were flooded with a few points of hostility, and he opened his mouth in a deep voice. Lu Xiang will not be unaware of the child that I have raised outside of me. That, too, is my heir. I, for one, am going to let him inherit the throne. Your Majesty, that's not in accordance with etiquette. The royal daughter can also inherit the throne. Lu Xiang's voice is still calm, bowed. The exiled prince has never been the royal immersion. I heard that the prince has committed a lot of heinous crimes. If not for your Majesty you. Shut up. Yen Mo's voice had become violent. One pair of eyes actually became all black in that instant. As if it was dipped in ink, it carried an icy air. A large hand, slightly raised, fell towards Lu Xiang's shoulder. Only for a moment before falling, but only to gently dust off Ryu Sang's shoulders. The eyes returned to normal. The voice gradually calmed down, but with a bit of nostalgia. Lu Xiang, I still miss being small. At that time, you taught me a lot as my teacher. I want to thank you. In the blink of an eye, you are so old. For my you, exhausting. Yen Mo's pair of eyes, faintly swept over Lu Xiang, turned around, and returned to his dragon case. The voice grew cold and hard. At such an age, it is not advisable to run around and work for the state. I hereby allow that Minister Lu may return to his hometown early to retire. From now on, there is no need to meddle in the affairs of the dynasty. The heavy ministers around them looked shocked, but soon, they lowered their heads and their eyes twinkled. Lu Xiang is the left minister of the dynasty. Quite a lot of power. Lu Xiang returned to his hometown to retire. Then this vacancy of the left minister is a great temptation. No one cared about the matter of Minister Lu's return to his hometown, but the matter of the vacancy of the left minister was of great concern to all the important ministers. Surprisingly, Lu Xiang did not argue, nor was he annoyed, nor was he shocked. He just gave Yen Mo a deep look. With just one glance, those old and cloudy eyes seemed to have seen through all the secrets within Yen Mo's heart, causing Yen Mo's heart to tremble slightly. After all, is the kid you grew up watching. No one understood Yen Mo's character and thoughts better than Lu Xiang. Gently remove the official hat from his head. Place it in front of yourself and scrutinize it for a moment. Placing his official hat by his feet, Lu Xiang knelt down and performed a big salute, knocking heavily on the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. A few moments later, Lu Xiang got up, but suddenly let out a light laugh. The smile even carried a few hints of relief. Took 2 steps backward, turned, and headed for the door. It was only when he was about to reach the door of the Imperial study that his steps stopped. That pale body slightly trembled a little, slightly sideways head. The voice came, Your Majesty, the old minister. Not. Strawman last remind you of a. Yen, it's not as simple as you think. They dare to raise the world as an enemy, that is. Ready to deal with it. Don't underestimate any enemy, that's what the strawman taught you when you were a child. And, with that said, the head, which was turned sideways, slowly turned back, and the feet stepped out. The voice stayed where it was. The rituals of you must not be abolished. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is as guilty as the common people. Don't let a sinner inherit the great lineage, don't be a sinner of Dai Viet. Chapter 175 When you have killed enough, you may seek out the grasshopper. Echidna City. The gates are wide open. A carriage brushed against the returning caravan of the Vietnamese mission, but stopped almost simultaneously. On the carriage, an old man with gray hair lifted the curtain and got off. A rough linen garment, wearing straw shoes, with a look of respect on his pale face, he made a deep bow and saluted in the direction of the carriage. Herborist Lu Ru, greetings to the princess. The ambassadors around them were stunned and dismounted. Minister Lu, what are you? Minister Lu, why are you dressed like this? Yes, Minister Lu, why have you personally come to welcome us? Did His Majesty send you to meet him? The surrounding ambassadors looked at each other with a series of questions, but Lu Ru did not answer them. With a calm smile on that old face, he simply shifted his gaze toward the carriage where Lu Sun was. Old man, it's just an early farewell to my hometown. These words caused all the ambassadors around them to pause, their eyes exchanging, their expressions varying. The respectful attitude that Fong had shown to Lu Ru was collected. But Lu Ru didn't care, her eyes were fixed on that carriage, her fingers hidden deep in her sleeves, trembling slightly. Lu Sun, who was pinching the tea cake, his fingers slightly lurched, and the tea cake in his hand was pinched slightly harder, nearly crushing it directly. In that instant, he felt as if his body had been swept by something. Frowning, he looked through the curtain at the old man. But, just an ordinary old man, not the least bit strange. Strange. That feeling just now was clearly not an illusion. Lu Sun frowned. On a side carriage, Princess Yen Ruomin got off and eagerly ran in the direction of Lu Ru. The veil was not removed, and a pair of eyes looked worriedly at Lu Ru. Enchanter, what are you? Before the words were finished, Lu Ru leaped forward and stifled a grunt as her face turned white. Well. At the corners of his mouth, a touch of red overflowed. The old body, with the rough linen clothes, trembled along with it. His pupils fluttered violently as he looked incredulously at the carriage. And master, you. Yen Ruomin's pupils trembled tremendously and reached out to assist Lu Ru. Lu Ru, however, took 2 steps back, reaching out to stop Yen Ruomin from coming to assist her hand. Staggering to a steady footing, he raised his head, that old face turning pale as he stared blankly at Lu Sun's carriage. No. No way. This is impossible. In the world, even, actually have, a legendary fairy. As if he was crazy, Lu Ru muttered under his breath, his voice was small, mosquito-like and slurred. No one aside heard him talking to himself, but Lu Sun, who was seated in the carriage, had his eyes glazed over, and the breath on his body involuntarily trembled. The pinched tea cake had, in an instant, turned into crumbs and landed in the car. Listening to this plain-looking old man's self-talk, Lu Sun knew that that was indeed not an illusion just now. This old man, it seems, has a peculiar means. Observe yourself in a mortal body. Interesting. There are such interesting people. Mr. Ryu? In his last life, Lu Sun only knew that there was a divine and skillful minister Lu in the country of Yu, and did not have any contact with him. The corner of Lu Sun's lips curled up as he slowly lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. This is Minister Lu, the god's magic, who is famous for the 3 great dynasties and the 5 great powers. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Lu Ru opened her mouth, her body swayed, her feet staggered for a few moments, and her body trembled tremendously. Something inexplicable seemed to be fluttering in his pupils, and in just a moment, the old man actually covered his eyes and screamed in pain. 2 streaks of blood, seeping out of the corners of his eyes, he was nearly unsteady on his feet from the pain, and his breathing became ragged. Not to be seen straight. His eyes, though mortal eyes, could see a person's destiny through his own ancestral heritage. When he had previously dissuaded Yen Mo, the ruler of the state of Yu, he had seen the change in Yen Mo's fate on his face. When his eyes fell on Lu Sun's young face, he unconsciously began to read the other party's fortune. Available at. Can't see straight. The unseeable light emanating from Lu Sun's body nearly blinded him. Forcibly stabilizing her body and pushing away the Princess Yen Ruomin in front of her, Lu Ru's old face still had traces of blood flowing from her eyes. Eyes lowered, not daring to look directly at Lu Sun again, she respectfully bowed in Lu Sun's direction, her voice humble. Herbalist Lu Ru, I've met young Master Lu. Lu Sun's eyes swept over the respectful old man and spoke with interest. You seem to be very interesting. You will soon become a land under Yen's jurisdiction. Will you serve my Yen? Such wild and paradoxical words caused the faces of all the ambassadors present to turn red and their features to knit and twist. But, not a single person dared to retort again. Too many deaths along the way. Landseeker never changes depending on whether or not he's in Vietnam. He's going to kill, just kill. Even in front of the gates of Yu, those Yu envoys did not doubt Lu Sun's determination to kill in the slightest. It's all going home. It's not worth dying on your doorstep. All the Vietnamese envoys, in their hearts, consoled themselves. Lu Ru's body trembled a little and raised her head, but her gaze went to Yen Ruomin. Those eyes were dry and as painful as pins and needles, but he saw something. His lips trembled slightly, and his eyes seemed to be moist, fusing with the blood and water, turning into blood tears that rolled down. That pale, shaky body made all the surrounding Yu envoys look bewildered. What happened? Why did Ryu Sang react so dramatically? Until this moment, however, Lu Xiang suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply in Lu Sun's direction. Boo! Boo! Boom! Kowtow with all sincerity. With each stroke, there was a dull thud. What does Elder Lu mean by this? Is it to pledge allegiance to my Yen kingdom? Lu Sun had a smile on his lips as he leaned somewhat lazily against the carriage. After kowtowing, Lu Ru, at this moment slightly raised his head, but still did not dare to look directly at Lu Sun. His voice trembled as he opened his mouth. Herb Lu Ru. Pray to little Lord Lu, kill fewer people. They are not considered innocent in the matter of the war against Yen, but they have nothing to do with the matter of your father. The humility in his voice caused some of the Yuan boys to clench their fists, seemingly unable to look away. Yen Ruomin's palms stiffened slightly, and her red lips under the veil opened slightly, but in the end, she did not open her mouth to say anything. You say that. Lu Sun's lips corners smile gradually bright, a pair of eyes lazy, fell on Lu Ru's body, flashed a few points of severity. Lu Mao can be more interested in you. I wonder if Elder Lu could have the time to treat Lu to a drink. Ryu's body stiffened, his frame hunched over for a moment. In that moment, it was silent for a long time before he whispered somewhat bitterly, the grass people will stay in you do. When? Little Lord Lu, you have killed enough, feel free to seek out the grasses. At any time. These words caused the surrounding Yuan voice to stiffen, inexplicably giving rise to a chill. Lu Sun looked at Lu Ru with interest. Watching him stagger to his feet, he got into the carriage in some distress, reversed direction, and headed toward the city. It was fast, as if something would happen to him if he was slow. Just for a moment, the moment the carriage disappeared from sight, at the city gates, a sudden surge of old and weak women and children. Lu Sun's eyes narrowed slightly and his palm gently rubbed the carriage with a meaningful smile. Running so fast, it turns out that he can't see the killing. The old man, he's more interesting. Chapter 176. That's just a kid. Lu Sun, you murderer. Yen Mob, give my husband back his life. Oh, my bitter son. Wow. I want my father. You murdering devil, give back my father's life. Voices rang out in front of the gates, noisily, taking everyone somewhat by surprise. The Yuan boys looked at each other and quietly dispersed, scattering to the sides with a look of amusement on their faces. Yen Ruomin's petite body, however, instantly tensed up and quickly stepped forward, blocking between Lu Sun and the crowd. Who gave you permission to come? This is a great Yen envoy. If you are like this, where do you put my great Vietnam's etiquette and law? Yen Ruomin's voice was serious, and in her eyes, she radiated a touch of royal majesty. The surrounding old and weak women and children seemed to be shocked, but in an instant, a child gritted his teeth and showed his teeth as he rushed towards Lu Sun. In that tiny hand, the dagger, which he had gotten from somewhere, swung towards Lu Sun and rushed over. That childish face was full of hatred and resentment. It was you who harmed me. They said that my father would have been promoted, and that after that promotion I would have had a higher position in the academy with the descendants of the heavy ministers' families in general, and they said that it was you who killed my father and made me a lowly commoner too. I'll kill you. Don't. Yen Ruomin's pupils trembled tremendously. The next moment, swish, Lu Sun carried his sword and leaned against the carriage wagon, a smile on his lips. In front of him, the tiny body stood rigidly in place. The body suddenly trembled. Blood like a fountain. In front of the city gates, it became quiet. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them, completely not expecting that Lu Sun would actually not hesitate in the slightest. Pacing slowly, Lu Sun held his sword and walked in the direction of the crowd. The old and weak women and children were now grim-faced, their eyes bloodshot, and their breathing became rapid. More cacophony of angry curses rang out. Kill him. This damned Yin people, even children are not spared. That's just a kid. How can you even do that? Simply beastly. Angry roars rang out, even the people watching in front of the city gates couldn't help but stop, and some people even joined the old, weak, women and children in rushing towards Lu Sun. Princess Yen Ruomin of Yugua's petite body was trembling violently, her beautiful eyes were lax, her red lips under the veil were wriggling slightly, and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. No. Don't. Lu Sun slowly swept past Yen Ruomin's body, his bland but cold and unusual voice ringing in his ears. My sword, it's getting dirty. Do you want to rub it? Boom. Snapping out of her trance, Yen Ruomin's pupils shrank. She saw that the crowd had rushed to Lu Sun. No. It should be said that Lu Sun has rushed to those people. The sword in his hand, simple and unparalleled, swung. No sword moves. Even each swing was at a very tricky and reluctant angle. Blood and light erupted. The Yuan boys gathered in front of the city gates had cold bodies. Tried to escape, but my feet seemed to freeze to the ground. Completely immobile. Can only watch, the body shaking like a sieve, and even someone's legs crossed place, began to wet. In less than half a column, it was all over. Lu Sun deliberately slowed down his speed, enjoying the pleasure of killing the echidna. You do city gate, never clean, not even the slightest trace of knife and axe, at the moment, but was stained with a little blood. A dark red color that stands out. The ground in front of the city gates was littered with corpses. The old and the weak. There were also a number of strong men who, in righteous indignation, joined those who were old and weak. Just now, he was roaring with righteous indignation, but at this moment, he stiffened and covered his neck, losing his life. It's quiet all around. Even those Yuan boys were holding their breath at this moment, not daring to make a single sound. The sound of Lu Sun's footsteps as he walked slowly towards his carriage was harsh in this environment. And the sound of torn brocade. Yen Ruomin's palms trembled slightly, gritting her teeth, her eyes red, a pair of beautiful eyes looking dead at the city gates, breathing heavily but not stopping herself from tearing the brocade on her body. Thumbs up. Tearing off a large piece of brocade silk, he respectfully received Lu Sun's Xuanji sword and carefully yet gently wiped it. Just a pair of beautiful eyes, still staring deathly at the city gates. Those old and infirm, shouldn't have had to die. Yes, his own father, and those important ministers, before letting them die horribly in front of this city gate. Childish talk. The first child who rushed towards Lu Sun had told the truth. It was someone who abetted them and drew out their hatred so that they would come to kill Lu Sun. No wonder the benefactor left so wretchedly and so quickly. He doesn't want to see this. Trying to make his breathing steady, Yan Ruomin conscientiously wiped over every corner of the Xuanji sword. Only when the blood on it had completely disappeared and the cold light filled the air again did he respectfully hand it back to Lu Sun. Bold! How dare you commit murder under the city of Yudu? You! The Yu envoy until this moment suddenly woke up as if in a dream, his face green and red uncertainly, his voice trembling. You seek death. Lu Sun took the Xuanji sword that was being held by Yan Ruomin and slowly walked towards his carriage, but after a few steps, he stopped. Tapping his temple, he said with a helpless face, look at Lu's brain. Fong forgot to ask before killing them. Turning his head, he looked toward those old and weak women and children who fell in a pool of blood. The corner of his lips curled up and said, I also don't know if I feel the same when I killed you people as I did when all of you people invaded my Yen country and killed my Yen people. Saying this and shrugging his shoulders, Lu Sun looked at those Yu ambassadors and smiled faintly. By the way, a few of you, go to your Yu palace and pass a message. Is this the etiquette of your Yu? Lu Mao is not happy about all this that he encountered at the city gates. Let the ruler of your country of you come to welcome you personally. How many people die in front of the gates of your capital city depends on. Lu Sun slightly tilted his head and slightly twisted his neck, feeling the faint warmth brought by the sunlight, revealing a brilliant smile. On you guys, when the king of you will figure it out and come to welcome him personally. The faces of the surrounding Yu envoys had turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, he frantically rushed towards the inside of Yudu city. Stomping on the flesh and blood of those old and weak women and children, not one of them dared to stop even though the images shocked them to the point of nausea and vomiting. Yan Ruomin stared blankly but didn't leave. Instead, he stood still and continued to tear at the brocade silk on his gorgeous coat. Fingers, on the verge of grinding blood, still didn't stop, very hard. She knows that today's blood, I'm afraid it's not so easy to wipe clean. Chapter 177 Yen Mo's decision. What a nerve! How dare he? Kill him for me. Send out my personal guards. Not to deploy troops to besiege that sinner. Yen Mo's angry roar echoed within the glorious hall of the Yu kingdom. The rest were silenced. The left minister, Lu Ru, returned to his hometown after suing for old age, and the right minister claimed that he was sick and did not attend the court. Without these two phase masters, the heavy ministers above the courtroom, seemingly without a backbone, more like without a shield, they do not dare to say a word of superfluous words. Looking at this look of obsequiousness from the entire court, Yen Mo's hand gripping the dragon chair was a little harder. The armrests of the dragon chair, made of pure gold, in this instant, like thin paper, were pinched into a ball of iron by that pair of big hands. There was even a crisp sound, and some cracks vaguely appeared. Your Majesty, although that Lu Sun is detestable, but now he is going to make a killing spree in front of the city gates, I beg your Majesty to make a quick decision. Those ambassadors were now kneeling in unison on top of the great hall, throwing themselves on the ground. That curled up in a ball was trembling violently, breathing heavily, and covered in cold sweat. They were afraid of Lu Sun. Although he hated it, the fear in his heart was a little more. Not to mention, all are courtiers who have been immersed in the court for many years. How could they not know why those old and weak women and children were in front of the city gates? Not to mention, there are some familiar faces among them. Those, however, were the families of the ambassadors killed by Lu Sun. They should have taken the imperial pension to live, but now, they are all dead. The court pension was even saved. Although I do not know who came up with this underhanded law, the king of the country who may have agreed to the implementation of this kind of law is obviously not innocent. The ambassadors, at heart, were more or less resentful. Yen Mo's eyes were as dark as ink, and the violence in his body was almost hard to hide. Taking a deep breath, that face, coldly scanning those ambassadors, said in a deep voice, "Oh, let me make a decision early? What resolution? A royal visit to meet Lu Sun? Boo!" The armrests of the dragon chair, surprisingly this instant, made a dull sound and broke in an instant. Your Majesty, rest your anger. The 100 officials' faces turned pale and they panicked, kneeling on the ground and shouting in unison. The court was full of people, curled up in a ball. Yen Mo's breathing stuttered and his face gradually sank into silence. Boom boom boom. Dull pounding sounds resounded in the great hall. Yen Mo's fist gently smashed on the dragon chair, but the sound that came out was heart-stopping. Minister Lu has always counted without fail. There should be a way to deal with it. Pass. The words, halfway through, stopped. The left minister, Lu Ru, has withdrawn from the court. To put it nicely, it's a tell-all. To put it bluntly, it is that he Yen Mo has been dismissed from his post. In his rage, he had almost forgotten about it. Eyes darkened, voice sank, the left prime minister sued for old age, the right face claimed to be sick. I actually became a widow. An inexplicable feeling of loneliness gave rise to a few moments of sadness for the furious emperor. No harm done. Everything is fine. Clenching his fists, One Eye looked into the distance. Yourself. And the help of the devil. It can go down a path of power. As long as one absorbed more blood and flesh of living people, one could become stronger step by step. Wait until the day you reach the top. It was when he swept away all the powerful countries and dynasties. Alone? There is no need for anyone to follow around the powerful. Himself, he was to dominate the world alone. Yenmo's clenched fists slowly loosened, seemingly making a decision. Your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to make a quick decision. The ambassadors continued to beg bitterly. Glancing deeply at those ambassadors, a bloodthirsty, bloody light flashed under Yenmo's eyes. Set up a rack and go to the city gates to welcome Yan's envoy Lu Sun. Yenmo's voice was low, devoid of the slightest emotional fluctuation. According to the devil, Lu Sun is stronger than him today. Hasn't he got the guts to do it yet? But, as strong as he is, he's still just one person. Today, Yen is surrounded by enemies on all sides. The day when Yen is destroyed is the day when he kills that Lu Sun. The corner of his lips hooked in a smile, Yen Imo got up and took a big step toward the outside of the great hall. Below the royal library, in the dark room, the painting floated up and down. A piece of flesh and blood was wrapped into the dark chamber. Black lines, like tentacles, covered the flesh, and in a moment it was like a big black mouth, wriggling and chewing on top of the flesh. For just a moment, the black line froze slightly. The painting quivered. A cold, icy, and morose voice rang out, ho 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 ho. Lu Sun even came to the door. Does it really think that this father is easy to bully? Although I don't know how you are that powerful, it is absolutely impossible for this world to carry a true immortal. Since you are looking for death, this father will be properly silent and recover, and then let you understand what is a devil. Ho 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 ho. The voice was cold and icy, carrying an uncontrollable mania and resentment. When he first fled from Yen, he was terrified. It was even suspected that Lu Sun had broken through the level he wanted and had reached the true immortal realm. Available at. That's not possible. After that secret history, in this world, it has long been impossible to give birth to a true immortal. He was nothing more than a powerful land god. The devil who had realized this, deep down, besides anger, was chagrined. Chagrined at why he had desperately turned on the blood escape in the first place. Lu Sun, you don't want to be so stupid as to think that this Yugua, too, is a place where you are allowed to run amok. This is the master who controls the destiny of you. The emperors of those three great imperial dynasties are also subject to the orders of my father. They're all clutched by the honored one, except for Yen. What do you take to fight with this honor? Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. The voice rang out in the dark room. Outside the dark room, a young figure dressed in brocade clothes, his whole body couldn't stop trembling, his hands covering his mouth in death, his face pale, his eyes trembling up and down. Yen Feng was following the blood trail. As the son who was raised in the folklore by Yen Mo, the king of Yu, he also never suffered, much less experienced the hardships of the folklore, and grew up in fine clothes and food from a young age. Arrogant and domineering. All he knew was that he had an omnipotent father who could smooth over all his troubles. It was only later that he realized that his father was the king of Yu. Yourself. A veritable prince of Yu. It's just that father, who has always been generous in the past, is furious that he doesn't know what happened today. Yen Feng was summoned to the palace and severely reprimanded. In a low mood, he wandered around the palace. Instead, he accidentally saw some blood. Along with the blood, he entered the royal study. Another entrance to the dark room was found from the royal library. Now, however, he overheard the voice talking to himself coming from the dark room. Yen Feng's whole body stiffened as if it was frozen, carefully moving his feet. Just before he could take 2 steps, behind his ear, there was an eerie teasing voice. Ho 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 ho. Your imperial son, is it enjoyable to listen? How about this honorable? Asking the imperial prince to listen to some more secrets. Chapter 178. Sure enough, it's wildly paradoxical. In front of the city gates, a dozen more bodies. Staring in disbelief, he collapsed in a pool of blood. Death is not an option. Lu Sun stood outside the pool of blood, but on his clothes, he was inevitably stained with some blood and water. After killing someone, he lightly handed the sword to Yen Ruomin. That princess Yen Ruomin, who was high and honorable in the eyes of the Yu people, was currently using the brocade silk torn from her expensive clothes to carefully wipe the murderous sword. Lu Sun, on the other hand, pinched up a piece of tea cake from the snack plate placed on the side of the carriage's helpers and ate it with relish. After eating the tea cakes, he also did not forget to lift the teapot on the side to pour a cup of warm tea and gently sip it. Quiet. Can't breathe a word. Even the city guards guarding Ekida City had chills rising from the bottom of their hearts as they watched the scene in front of them. They are afraid to come forward. This man, he's horrible. The few people who had rushed out just now were all famous heaven rank experts in the Yu country. They were extremely angry at Lu Xun's bullying and slaughtering of the old, weak, women and children, and they took action. In the heat of anger but lost their lives. Naturally, no one would wonder why the famous heaven rank experts of the U country would coincidentally appear in front of the gates of U capital city at the same moment. But Lu Xun's behavior of eating tea cakes and drinking warm tea as if nothing had happened after killing someone was filled with an unspeakably complex emotion. No one dared approach the gates again. The city guards were oblivious to the bloody scene outside the city gates and continued to guard the city like a machine. The people of U, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation, had long since fled back to their homes, and no one dared to leave the city. What a bore, I thought the U people could have a few with courage. Lu Xun sighed, with a few disappointments in his eyes. Yan Ruomin, who was on the side, did not seem to have heard, and continued to scrub the sword delicately. Thump! A neat stepping sound was heard. The blood and water on the ground was shaken to the point of creating a slight ripple. Lu Xun's eyes lit up as he quickly stuffed the tea cake into his mouth, took a sip of the tea, and rubbed his hands together. Yan Ruomin, who was polishing his sword, paused in his hands and respectfully handed the Xuanji sword to Lu Xun. His Majesty has arrived. The eunuch's unctuous voice, shrill and piercing, carried through the gates. Everyone in front of the city gates knelt down in unison to salute. Lu Xun froze, but he looked at the city gates with a smile, continued back to the carriage, and started drinking tea. The king of you came. Faster than expected. Uninteresting. Can't kill it for a while. The dragon carriage was much wider than ordinary carriages. Even the outer frame on the carriages are expensively shone rosewood, on which the dragons carved by skillful craftsmen are lifelike, and the brocade and silk exclusively supplied to the royal family of Yu looks full of nobility and luxury. While the crowd was kneeling, Yan Mo, the ruler of the state of Yu, had already gotten out of the dragon carriage at this moment. The face, stiff and twitching for a moment, changed to a look of excitement, and with a few intimate smiles, he walked toward the city gates. Little Lord Lu, I can expect you here. I've known you for a long time, and when I see you today, your name really lives up to its reputation. Yan Mo stepped over that piece of flesh and blood as if he didn't see it. The expression on Lu Xun's face also gradually eased, revealing a smile as he slowly walked towards Yan Mo. Two figures, standing on the piece of blood and flesh piled up with broken limbs. A white dress was stained with blood, and a dragon robe was also stained with blood. The two figures stood opposite each other, standing in this blood and flesh, the smiles on their faces, from afar, actually both seemed so sincere, not seeming to be faked. Greetings to the state sovereign of Yu. Mr. Lu has also been a longtime friend of the state sovereign, and has wanted to meet him for a long time. Lu Xun's voice was sincere, looking towards Yan Mo, his voice filled with purity. The expression on Yan Mo's face didn't change in the slightest, his hands raised and fell towards Lu Xun's shoulders. Just the moment it was about to touch that shoulder, the palm paused, and eventually just patted Lu Xun's shoulder and left. Good. Today you and I met for the first time and we met at once, why don't we get drunk? Lu Xun reached out his hand with a bright smile on his face, but dusted it lightly at the location of the shoulder that had been patted by Yan Mo. Thank you for your kind words, however, I, Lu, already have an appointment. Although Lu Mao is new to the country, or Yu country by all means to kill people, but Lu Mao has always kept the appointment cannot break the appointment. Yan Mo's eyes darkened, but he still opened his mouth with a big smile. Good one, little Lord Lu, truly wildly paradoxical. While saying this, he angrily pointed at those Yu's 100 officials and pointed, and opened his mouth. You learn it all. Look at Mr. Lu, he's so crazy that he doesn't die, what a life. You guys can either learn from other people's madness, or you can learn from other people's life. But you can't learn anything, what a bunch of losers. The civil and military officials of the Yu state all knelt on the ground with fear and trembling, not even daring to raise their heads. These two. The words spoken were simply too much to look at with the atmosphere between them that looked incredibly familiar but carried an unspeakable murderous intent. But as an envoy of Yan, young Lord Lu should still not casually walk around the streets of my great Vietnam. Yan Mo had a concerned look on his face and gently went to pat Lu Xun's shoulder again. Only this time, Lu Xun's fingers, gently raised against Yan Mo's palm that was about to fall. Thank you for the concern of the Yu kingdom. Lu Mao has always been bold. The streets of Great Yu can't be full of assassins. Lu Xun smiled faintly, his eyes gently fell on Yan Mo's palm, smiling even more cheerfully, and, don't act so familiar with people when you don't know them well, that is, Mr. Lu is kind, otherwise, your head will fly. Yan Mo's face stiffened slightly, a flash of darkness flashed across his eyes, and his palms retracted slightly, tensing up. Not caring about Yan Mo's ugly face, Lu Xun smiled faintly and walked towards the city gates. The moment he swept past Yan Mo's side, his feet brought up a piece of dirty blood and ruthlessly pounced on the hem of Yan Mo's dragon robe. The dragon that was embroidered vividly at the hem is now covered with dirty blood, dark and heavy, emitting a bloody odor. By the way, on this journey, your daughter was nice to Lu Mao and helped him a lot. In the future, when my great Yan divides your Yu kings, you can have your daughter inherit your king. Said here, Lu Xun suddenly slapped his head with a chagrined face, looked somewhat apologetically at Yan Mo, the king of Yu, and opened his mouth in a slightly apologetic manner. I'm sorry, Lu forgot, the king cannot be hereditary. But You could have given way to your daughter earlier. Lu Xun's face wore a smile and he did not turn around, his eyes gazing at the civil and military officials in front of him who were kneeling on the ground and never dared to get up. Yen Mo's taut palms suddenly squeezed tightly in death, his body trembled, and his breathing began to be unsteady. The impulse was born in him in this moment. Kill him! Kill him! The veins rolled on his forehead. Available at. Those eyes landed on his kneeling daughter and trembled up and down for a moment, but on his face, a stiff smile appeared. The voice was hoarse, but with a bit of grimness. Little Lord Lu, what a big mouth. The deer is not yet known, perhaps. Before long, Yen are gone. You, the little Lord of Yen, may, perhaps, become a commoner of my you. That's just it, little Lord Lu, make yourself at home. If anything bad happens, come to the palace to find me. The gate of the Imperial Palace is open for you, little Lord Lu. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Chapter 179 Lu Ru's Secret. Everything at the gates was cleaned up. It only took an incense stick to burn, and there was no trace of it at all. Only on the city gates, the dark red bloodstains were hard to remove cleanly. The wisps that remained, reeking of blood, spoke of what had happened here. The civil and military officials have returned to their respective, just every one of them, all the body cold, footsteps floating, and even that one hand, tightly pinched together, two cuffs linked together, violently trembling. They were shocked at Lu Xun's audacity, but they were also surprised that His Majesty was so tolerant. But the image of those two people standing in the midst of flesh and blood exuded an unspeakable coldness and terror that was deeply seared into the depths of the minds of everyone present at the time. Your Majesty, it seems to have changed a lot. You mean, able to hold back? Indeed, today's matter, if it were before, His Majesty would have sent an army to suppress it. Wrong, just the opposite, sire. He is even more terrifying. Among the 100 officials, some seemed to see something, and after just a couple of words, they kept it secret and hid it, saying no more. The princess was brought back to the palace and was soon grounded and lost. Only Lu Xun, with great interest, wandered around this you-do. Check out some of the new gadgets from time to time and try some fresh food. Until an old man dressed in rough clothes stood in front of Lu Xun. I don't know, how should I address you, Lu? Is it little Lord Lu, or immortal Lu? Lu Ru's voice trembled slightly, the blood flowing down from his eyes had already been wiped clean, but his eyes were already red and swollen, and the whites of his eyes were already covered with red blood, which made them look exceptionally frightening. The corners of Lu Xun's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Ru and smiled. It doesn't matter what the name is. Mr. Lu came to you this time, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected pleasure. The first reason I came to Vietnam was because of the devil. The second is for Yen to take the first step towards becoming a supreme immortal dynasty. I just never thought that such a wonderful person as Lu Ru would appear. With the power of a mortal, he was able to see through his own identity, and even seemed to observe his own past. As for Lu Ru, Lu Xun was curious. Lu Xun was even more curious about his methods. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xun's reply seemed to personally confirm what Lu Ru that couldn't believe. This was even more shocking and powerless for Ryu. Bowing slightly, the old man's gray hair seemed to be in disarray. Turning sideways, he pointed towards a small stall on the side, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Although I can't talk about the 5 evils and 3 defects in my life, I am a widower, and I have no body or long things, so now I can only ask the young lord to drink a cloudy wine at this stall. You don't mind, young lord? He looked up, only to find that Lu Xun had long since sat on a wooden stool at a side stall. Light porridge and small dishes, a jug of cloudy wine. It seemed out of place in the bustling streets that surrounded it. There is no business at this stall except for Lu Xun's table, and the old man who runs the stall is old, sunbathing and napping on the side. The sunlight on those full creases seemed to brighten that face a bit. Ryo sighed, his swollen eyes retracting from the pale face as he lifted his glass of cloudy wine and swallowed it in one gulp. The cloudy wine, without the slightest hint of softness in the throat, seemed to carry a fire from the throat to the stomach. But it made Rhea slowly close her eyes, a hint of comfort flooding her face. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of wine breath, Lu Ru slowly opened her eyes, looked at the small dishes on that table, and sighed in a low voice. It's been more than 10 years since I drank like this. Since the beginning of Lord Lu's stationing at the border, Mr. Lu has not dared to slack off for a moment. Lu Xun gently took a sip of the turbid wine. The fiery and pungent wine filled his mouth. But soon, Lu Xun followed Lu Ru's example and took a mouthful of it. Feeling the sensation of the alcohol rushing through his body, he then looked at Lu Ru with interest and spoke. You old man, you're quite good at finding excuses. You can blame my grandfather for not drinking? Lu Ru's pale palm slightly trembled, eyes turned to the sky, as if in remembrance of something, but also as if pondering where to start. Only after a moment did he turn his head, looking at Lu Xun, his voice becoming hoarse and complicated. Although the old man does not have the talent of the sky and the earth, but because of chance and coincidence, he has obtained a means. When he said this, he listened for a moment, writhing slightly around his old face as if he were wrestling with something, before changing his words to, a legacy, shall we say. Deducing the heavens, speaking with an iron tongue, and reading people's fortunes. Lu Xun clipped the dish and was just about to bring it to his mouth when he heard this but paused for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to start chewing on the small dish in large mouthfuls. Ryu froze. This reaction from Lu Xun was not quite what he had expected. But, also right. He's a fairy. This little carving of his own was just showing off in front of him. After a few moments of contemplation, Ryu also regained his composure. Picking up the chopsticks to pick up the food, only to pick it up, trembling slightly. Sent into the mouth, chewed hard a few times, swallowed, Lu Ru before shuddering and putting down the chopsticks, continued to speak. When I was young, I was complacent, thinking that everything under the sun was knowable. But, do not know the wickedness of the heart. Ryu's breathing became a little sharper and her fists clenched. And then, I also learned that everything has a price. When I was young, I was too rash to spy on the phases of human life with a mortal body, leaking out information, destined to have a rough life. Although not completely 5 disadvantages and 3 defects, but the old man is now at this age, but still alone. No home, no job, no body. It seemed that he had been hiding a secret for a long time, and he had been holding it in for too long, and now that he had seen Lu Xun, he said a lot, like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. After sighing, he picked up another glass of cloudy wine and slammed it into his mouth. Ha! Feeling the fiery sensation, he let out a breath, and a touch of apology appeared on his old face. Sorry for talking too much. The secret that the old man has been holding for a lifetime can be poured out, so don't be annoyed with the old man. Mr. Lu happens to be bored and wants to listen. Lu Xun wore a smirk. The wrinkles on Ryu's face spread out and she smiled cheerfully. After laughing, a look of trance appeared on that face. The reason why the old man said that he had not drunk since your grandfather's personal visit to the border. Only because. Old man, this life, iron mouth, straight judgment, fate phase, never wrong. But only 2 people's fortunes are completely different from the fortunes that I expected. One of them is Yen Mo, the king of Yu. The second is your grandfather, Lu Yuanfang. Regarding the state ruler Yen Mo, Lu Ru didn't seem to want to say much. There were a few complexities on that old face. I had projected your grandfather's life when I was young, and with his life, he should have died at a young age. But not only did he not die young, he married and had children. Speaking here, Lu Ru's expression gradually became complicated, his palms cupped into fists, and he spoke in a deep voice. After the Great Vietnam versus the Great Yen, it deserves to return with a great victory. The result of my deduction is the same. Available. Your grandfather, Lu Yuanfang, however, in his grief and anger, rewrote the battlefield with the use of his army like a god. The old man's iron tongue is wrong again. Lu Yuanfang stationed at the border in these 10 years, the old man has never slept a good night. In dreams, it's all about your grandfather leading the troops and standing on the walls of my capital city of Dai Viet. Dai Viet is littered with corpses and bones. Your grandfather, the Duke of Lu, is the one whose fate I can't see. And you, little Lord Lu, are the one whom the old man dares not look at. Chapter 180. Lu Mao is not a saint. There was no more talking in the little booth. The only sounds were the 2 of them chewing on their small dishes and the cloudy wine going down their throats with a spicy harumph. Silently, he cleaned the last bite of his plate. Even the leaves of the vegetables, Lu Xun didn't waste them and ate them cleanly, with nothing left over. Thank you for your hospitality, Elder Lu. In the future, Mr. Lu will definitely give Elder Lu a proper feast. Grinning, Lu Xun smiled brightly, and his voice took on a bit more of a teasing tone. Later on, we can take you to Flower Moon House. The flower girl of the Flower Moon House has a great body. When you dance, it's soulful. By that time, that master of sound and rhythm, Wang Qian, should have become the chief sound and rhythm musician of Yan's Flower Moon House. Music played by a famous musician and danced by a flower girl, that picture, it must be the ultimate enjoyment. Lu Xun grinned, seemingly unconcerned about what Lu Ru had said earlier. Lu Ru's pale fists clenched, his breath trembling slightly, looking at Lu Xun, his swollen eyes, seemingly becoming redder, spoke in a deep voice. Little Lord Lu, the old man doesn't care about dynastic change. The old man means the rise of the people's suffering, the death, the people's suffering. This you will die sooner or later, but I only beg you, little Lord Lu, to give these people of you, to leave some way to live. Speaking to the depths of emotion, fingers pointing not far from the old man napping in the sun, voice weak, you say he is now this age, should be nourished, but can only rely on the outside stalls to subsidize the family. If a great war starts, they are the dust under the great war. Lu Ru's voice was sad, and the wrinkles on that old face trembled violently. The smile on Lu Xun's face gradually tightened. Fawn, it wasn't that he didn't understand what Lu Ru meant. He's just somewhat disgusting. Eating more is a way to squash that nausea. You're compassionate, you VCs are dust under the Great War. Lu Xun's voice sounded faintly, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. The sound from the inferior table was not dull, but even somewhat crisp. It shook Lu Ru's body, and her heart seemed to be beating along with that voice, much sharper. If you, Lu Ru, are so compassionate, why didn't you say so when you was raising its army and killing its way into the Great Yan soil, massacring my Yin people? Are the Yin people who were killed, all of them generals? Or is it that in my country of Yen, not one of the people who are worried about their livelihoods has died under your you people? Lu Xun's face laughed, finger tapping speed more sharply, between the eyebrows, there is not the slightest smile, only cold and disgust. How? Do you dajo you killed into my Danyen, massacre the people, is deserved, I Danyen kill you people, will have to undertake that massacre of the people's crime? Lu Ru's face was pale and his body trembled tremendously. He never thought of it that way. After all, he's a Viet Cong. What's it to him if the people of Yen live or die? Available, 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 available available. The people are innocent. Ryu's voice was weak, it seemed, unable to find a better reason. Lu Sun's fingers stopped tapping violently. Even Lu Ru's heart stopped violently for a moment. Breathing seemed to stop. Do you know why Lu hates the you people so much? Lu Sun's expression was like ice melting with a few soft smiles. Ryu shook his head in bewilderment. The corner of Lu Sun's mouth quirked up as he got up and walked over to the snoozing old man. Run for your lives, there's going to be a war with Yen. The old man jerked up, one eye still dazed, and stumbled and nearly fell to the floor. However, when he saw Lu Sun on the side, a dry sound came out of his throat. You young brat, teasing the old man? Soon, however, a look of pride appeared, skimming his thick lips and smiling smugly with a fluttering brow. You young boys don't know that the Yen people don't have the guts to kill their way in here. Back then, I, Dayu, was a universal soldier and raised my country into Yen. In those days, there was carnage everywhere. Kill the Yen people so much that they call their grandpa in fear. Lu Sun had a smile on his face, but there wasn't the slightest hint of laughter between his brows as he turned his head to look at Lu Ru. That old face, it had begun to tremble slightly. But, where is this? Lu Sun grinned and spoke, old man, just brag. You can still kill people with this body? The pale stall owner rose violently, a pair of cloudy eyes glaring round, his dry voice sharpening up, even with a few breaks in his voice, roaring, you brat, you dare to question the old man's war effort of mine? I can tell you, back then, I butchered 5 fleeing people on the streets of Yen. Even the old cow chief who slaughters cows on the next street doesn't kill as many as I do. The son boss of the bun shop on the side has killed 2 more than me, but so what? He didn't live as long as the old man, he died 2 years ago. Speaking here, he also licked his thick lips, barred his mouth, and laughed openly. You don't know, the women of Yen, that taste, it's wonderful. In this life, old me is still thinking of killing my way into that Yen country once more. It would be even better if I could taste the Yen women again. Lu Sun returned to the table with an expressionless face. At this moment, Lu Ru had already hugged that flowery white hair and clasped it to the table in a deadly manner, each finger gripping deeply into the depths of the hair, and the whole body was trembling violently. Fingers tapped the tabletop. Snap! The crisp sound stopped the pale body from trembling. Mr. Lu is not a saint, and he will not preach any great truths. Just know that anyone under the sun can be innocent, but only the Viet Cong, kill all are not innocent. Lu left some people's lives, not to forgive them, it's just that. Need to leave some people behind to be my Yan's dogs. Lu Ru, Lu Ma left you behind and is willing to have wine with you, not to give you face, but to give you the opportunity to reign in this group of dogs, together with your princess of you. If you give a. Lu wants Princess Yen Ruomin of you to be able to command this group of dogs herself. Voices, fading away. But a few moments later, a sudden cry of alarm came from the stall owner's location. Dead man! Dead man! Someone's dead. There was a cacophony of voices around them. The owners of the nearby stalls and stores gathered around. Lu Ru stiffly raised her head, only to find that the pale stall owner, who had been talking so eloquently just a moment ago, had, at some point, collapsed in a pool of blood. At the neck, stuck his own kitchen knife. Who are you? Why are you here? Old Chow was killed and you're hiding here with your head covered. You're the murderer, aren't you? Let's go and meet the officials. Drag him, to the officer. The men gathered around. Lifting her head, Rhea smiled weakly. Eyes gradually moistened, and within his vision, a blur. The faces, now under tearful eyes, gradually twisted and grimaced, opening their mouths wide. It seems to be cannibalistic. Chapter 181 Thinking about the past. Street vendor had wine. And killed someone? In the Imperial study, Yen Mo was sitting upright. The hand cupping the zigzag froze slightly and paused, his brows furrowing slightly. It's the left minister. The guards under his command opened their mouths, only to say halfway, and hastily changed their words. It's the former left minister Lu Ru who invited Lu Sun to eat wine on the street. Slapping the Zhangji in his hand heavily on the dragon case, Yen Mo's features slightly cold and hardened. His pupils radiated a somber look, and the tips of his fingers danced over the zigzag. These subjects of mine, they are good at everything, but they are just too heavy-hearted. Already sued for old age, but still clinging to power. Snorting, Yen Mo's eyes were as dark as ink dyed. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the guard informing the news, and he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the majesty in front of me seems to be even more terrifying than before. Just the aura that emanated unconsciously could give rise to unspeakable fear. It was a long time before the sound of tapping fingertips died down. Yen Mo's voice carried a bit of depth, echoing in the Imperial study. Go down, continue to follow Lu Sun, and see how many other important ministers are willing to befriend Lu Xun in my Dayu. The last sentence was extremely heavy. The guard's face was pale, and without the slightest hesitation, he prepared to exit the Imperial study after receiving the order. Wait. Yan Mo sank his face, looked at the guards who were kneeling in front of him again, and opened his mouth to ask, Fenger is still in the palace today? The guard's face stiffened, hanging his head, carefully opened his mouth, Gongzi in. The palace, since you reprimanded, from the Imperial study out, then went to the thinking pavilion to think behind closed doors. Duke. This is a term of endearment that there is really no way to call it. Yan Feng is a royal son. This matter was more certain to them, the close guards within the palace, as opposed to the other important ministers. Available at. They don't dare to talk nonsense about things that His Majesty hasn't personally confirmed. After all, His Majesty in front of us is notoriously unpredictable, and one wrong word will lead to a question and answer. The title of Duke is the most secure. Yan Mo got up, with a cold face, and walked towards the outside of the Imperial study, waving his hand impatiently as he did so. Alright, go down. As a close guard, the kneeling squire heard the voice, with a few cheerful. The palace's pavilion of thoughts. In front of the door, a few small eunuchs were guarding the door. Seeing Yan Mo's arrival, he immediately knelt on the ground and just wanted to open his mouth, but was stopped by Yan Mo waving his hand. Small steps to the door of that thinking pavilion. The crack in the door gave a clear view of the situation inside. The figure dressed in brocade clothes was currently sitting in front of the bookcase, and he was regularly topographically writing the contemplation text left by his ancestor, and his figure looked very thin and frail. The corners of Yan Mo's lips, in a rare moment, curled up into a stiff but heartfelt smile. Push the door open. Squeak. The sound of the wooden door rang out. Yan Feng, who was in the process of writing his thoughts, froze for a moment, and without lifting his head, opened his mouth and drank coldly. Who told you to come in? Get out. Father has asked me to contemplate. I must contemplate well before I can do so, and I will not eat anything until I have topped writing my contemplation 100 times. These words, even more so, made Yan Mo's face, a smile even wider. His own son is finally getting the hang of it. Told you, your own son, after all, is the son of a dragon. All the bossy things I did before were just a lack of enlightenment. Fenger. Yan Mo's voice rang out. Yan Feng's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, but it disappeared without a trace in an instant. That face, raised in some surprise, and when he saw Yan Mo, the brush in his hand fell stiffly onto the paper, staining that paper, with a large ink stain. Somewhat overwhelmed, he got up, a guilty look on that young face. Father. My son is ashamed. Up to now, it's only been copied 10 times in the civics. Looking at that lowered head, Koi Yan Feng, Yan Mo's heart suddenly tugged, sighed, and somewhat lovingly opened his mouth. It's father who is too harsh on you. No, father, my son has understood. You have not been at all harsh on my son, who has copied the contemplation and has grown remorseful for what he has done in the past. Yan Feng's features were born handsome, but at this moment, he was slightly twitching with a few points of chagrin, slightly hanging his head, his voice getting lower and lower. My son was unintelligent before, unwilling to work hard, letting my father take the trouble, and now I know that I'm wrong. These words even made Yan Mo's eyes light up. Even, slightly moist. Good. Yes. Saying 3 good words in a row, Yan Mo's palm patted on Yan Feng's shoulder and spoke with satisfaction, effective immediately. You won't have to leave the palace. Come back to me, by my side, and learn how to handle government. Yan Feng froze for a moment, but did not have such an excited expression as Yan Mo had imagined. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he replied seriously, Father, my son does not have that kind of ability nowadays. Unable to bear the burden. Yan Mo flung his sleeve robe and let out a loud laugh, looking at Yan Feng, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. If I say you can, you can. Go, follow me to familiarize yourself with the palace. You'll be living here in the future. Yan Feng slightly owed his body, but didn't move, and with one pair of eyes, he landed on that Siguan. After a few moments of silence, he spoke, Father, my son, I want to copy the Siguan 100 times, to brand in my mind the past that my son has had, and the stupid things that he has committed. This, for your account. Yan Feng's words could be said to be right in Yan Mo's heart. Looking at Yan Feng's young and handsome face, Yan Mo's breathing gradually became rapid, and with a face of admiration, he said, Indeed, it is worthy of being my son, and when I was young, it's really looks alike, stubbornness too. Good, then you copy it well. Have the Imperial catering room send some meals, it's not good to be hungry all the time. Yan Mo's mood at this moment has been great, the smile on his face can barely be hidden, striding towards the outside, even his footsteps are a few points more cheerful. Until after Yan Mo walked away. In the pavilion of thought, Yan Feng, who was still looking humble just now, had his lips slightly curled up at the corners. Throwing that pondering text aside, he sat on the table with a pair of eyes that, as if dipped in ink, turned pure black. Yan Mo, you're still so stupid. Your son, on the contrary, has inherited your stupidity, otherwise, he wouldn't have let this father possess him so easily. After Lu Xun is resolved. Next, it's you Yan Mo. In order to solve those troubles, my father has let you know a little too much. You're too greedy, there are some things that are beyond your reach. The young face gradually twisted and grimaced. The smile also began to fill with gloom. The entire thought pavilion was filled with an eerie aura. Chapter 182 Withdrawal. For the entire day, Lu Xun was wandering around. There was no contact with anyone, and arguably, there was a lot of contact. Sampled a number of souvenirs from street vendors. Went to the prosperous restaurant to sample the echidna cuisine. I climbed up to the famous sound building in Vietnam and listened to the music performance by the masters of sound. Of course. Essential, a visit to the flower house. Just got kicked out. While drinking the flower wine, Lu Xun spit it out, bluntly saying that this stuff, even the street turbid wine is not as good as, how is it worthy of being sold as flower wine? So, was thrown out. This day, the palace guards watched Lu Xun just like a prodigal son, not the slightest bit of business. Sitting in the main hall of the princess's chambers, Yen Mo's face sank as he picked up the tea that Yen Ruomin had personally brewed. Tasted it, but froze. This tea is very soft in the mouth, with a unique fragrance and smoothness. Even if he was the king of you, he had never drunk this kind of superb tea. This tea. Yen Mo frowned and opened his mouth. Just before he finished speaking, Yen Ruomin respectfully opened his mouth and replied, "This is the famous tea of Yen, special grade snow bamboo." Boom! Yen Mo's face became gloomy, the teacup in his hand smashed hard on the tea table, his lips shivered a few times, he stretched out his finger, pointing it at Yen Ruomin, trembling for a few moments before he sternly and angrily rebuked, "You rebellious daughter. Is it to piss me off? I heard that you've been by that Lu Xun's side all this way, using your own clothes to wipe his sword for him. It's simply..." Fingers pointed dead at Yen Ruomin, breathing heavily and trembling for a long time before he gritted his teeth and rebuked lowly, self-sacrificing and lowly. "Outside the city, Lu Xun promised you that he wanted you to be the Yu king of Yan's division. Even the tea, it's been replaced with Yan's tea. You, Yen Ruomin, can't wait to sit in my place?" Speaking in excitement, he even snapped and slapped the tea table on the side. The tea set on the shocking ground tea table jumped up and down. "My daughter just thinks that this tea is a bit better than my Yu tea, and has no other intention." Yen Ruomin faced her father's fury, but that face was not half flustered or timid. The voice remained unassuming and bland. Yen Mo's fists clenched as he stared dead at Yen Ruomin. "That's it. That's the attitude. She was nothing but her own daughter, relying on herself to gain monstrous wealth and power. What qualification did she have to be so bland in front of herself? I'll tell you, Fenger will be living in the palace next, and I will soon make Fenger the crown prince. As Fenger's elder sister, you must remember to assist properly and never have any other thoughts." Yen Mo's eyes stared at Yen Ruomin with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to discern a few points of unusual demeanor from Yen Ruomin's beautiful eyes. Available at. Yen Ruomin's eyes didn't change in the slightest. Still calm and self-contained, even with a curved brow and a few smiles, "Father's decision, my daughter should comply." Boo! There was a harsh, muffled sound from the deadened, clenched fist. Yen Mo's face didn't have the slightest fluctuation in expression, but his eyes were already slightly reddened. This bland attitude is irritating. Slowly standing up, Yen Mo got up and walked towards the outside. It only took a few steps, but then suddenly stopped. Slowly turning around, sideways, his eyes slightly squinting at his daughter, his voice gradually became gloomy. "I know. You've been upset about the fact that I have a royal son out there and want to have him succeed to the throne. But trying to rely on that Lu Xun to get ahead is destined to be the wrong move for this." Today that day, Lu Xun was loitering. Apart from killing people, he's just a loitering cockney. "You can overthrow my Daiwe by making him your backer? Ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha." The jeers went away until they disappeared. Yen Ruomin's expression remained unchanged. Her palm gently picked up the teacup that had already fallen onto the tabletop, lifted the teapot, and poured a cup of light tea. Raising it to his red lips, he paused, blew on it, and gave it a light nod. The teacup was placed in the palm of his hand, and the corners of Yen Ruomin's lips curled up slightly. "Father, if you think that he is a loitering male child, then even if you die, it will not be unjust. Besides, to overthrow Daietsu, he would not need to do anything. All it takes is that. Will kill people." The voice gradually became lower. There was a smile on her lips, but there were already tears on her white cheeks, running down the corners of her eyes. Tears dripped down in the teacup, the clear tea, vaguely cloudy. "Father, the matter has been finalized. In order to survive the fire of Dayoshi, it can only be so. Great Yan dynasty." Wei Xian, the famous general of Dian, stared blankly at the battlefield, huffing and puffing. A ragged gasp, like a bellows, carried the pale body all hunched up and shaking violently. A pair of cloudy eyes, looking across the wind and sand, looked at the battlefield, their pupils trembling violently. The battlefield was grueling. Bones all over the place. 20,000 vanguard troops were sent out, and all of them were wiped out. 20,000 vanguard troops were destroyed. Not enough to make him so afraid. As a veteran of decades of war, he has seen too many battles. When conquering with other imperial dynasties, there have been instances where even more than 100,000 generals have been completely wiped out. Available at. He sucked in cool, trembling eyes and looked at the battlefield, at the 5 figures standing in the sea of 20,000 generals' corpses. Wei Xian raised his palms. Withdrawal! Withdrawal! Behind them, an army of over 100,000 men retreated as a whole. Wei Xian didn't even notice that his raised palm, which was currently in the smoke-filled air, was trembling violently. In the battlefield, only 20,000 corpses and mountains of blood remained, along with 5 figures. Those 5 figures, some of them squatted down and vomited. Some people were holding back, but their bodies were trembling slightly. It looks as if it's the first time he's been in battle. Available at. No one dared to rush up again. Whether it's Wei Xian, or the more than 100,000 troops behind them, they witnessed the 20,000 vanguard troops, being slaughtered side by side by those 5 people. The sword light that turned into a blinding light, and the limbs and broken arms that kept flying up, had been deeply imprinted in the depths of the minds of every great Yin Imperial dynasty border general. No one questioned Wei Xian's order to announce the withdrawal of the army. Only celebrates. Be glad it's not you who's up there. At the same time, the border of the Great Summer Dynasty also staged this scene. 5 figures, standing in a sea of corpses and blood, gasping for air, stood as erect as pines and cypresses. The general of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had his mouth open, so he forgot to even make a sound. It wasn't until a long time later that the adjutant general beside him alerted him and ordered a retreat in a panic. Even if 10,000 generals from Yen had slaughtered their 50,000 vanguard troops from the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty, he would not have been so shocked. That's 5 people. 5 men. Killed 50,000 pioneers. 1 against 10,000. Is this still human? The news spread like wings among the 3 great imperial dynasties and the 5 great powers. Chapter 183. Willing to be your eagle and dog. Boo! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Above the great hall, the dragon chair had been slapped to deformation. Yen Mo gasped roughly, his pupils fluttering violently. In his throat, he made a strange noise. It seemed that all the words stopped in the depths of the throat and could not be sent out. The civil and military officials did not dare to speak. After a long period of silence, Yen Mo looked to the frontmost position. The position of the left and right phases remains empty. Ryu was removed from office by himself. Right Minister, since the day Lu Ru was dismissed from office, he claimed to be sick, recuperated at home, and did not go to the court even once. Now, Yen and the 3 great imperial dynasties border fighting, with a few people of the number of tens of thousands of enemy vanguard army news came, civil and military officials, actually all stammered, no one dared to say, damn it. Yen Mo's fists were tightly clenched, veins rolling over them. Cluck. The bones crunch from too much force. The entire great hall heard it loud and clear. Go and ask the left minister to come back to discuss. Before the words were finished, Yen Mo stopped, hesitated for a moment, got up, and said in a deep voice, I will personally go and invite the left minister. Back in the day, it was he who, in a fit of rage, dismissed Minister Lu. Now that the situation seemed bad, it should also be up to himself, to go and welcome back Lu Xiang. Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials opened their mouths in unison, their hearts were relieved, and the sadness between their brows subsided quite a bit. Tianshan Restaurant. Inside the box on the 2nd floor, Lu Ru sat across from Lu Sun and extended her palm, pointing to one of the dishes. This is the famous dish of Yudu City, Yudu Lion's Head. The flavor is unique. The flavor is delicious. The meat is selected from the wild boar on the mountains outside of Yudu, fat but not greasy, but it is a limited supply, and it is difficult for ordinary people to have the opportunity to taste it. Lu Sun picked up the huge lion's head with interest. Chopsticks can be inserted easily without being so soft and aromatic, with a faint aroma of Chinese herbs and more of the meaty flavor of the ingredients themselves. After taking a bite, Lu Sun immediately lit up. Nice. I said the last time I came to Tianshan Restaurant, how come I couldn't taste this lion's head? It turns out it's a limited supply for you powerful people. Also thanks to your Lu Xiang's blessing, this day, really live well. Lu Sun smacked his mouth and wolfed it down again. Hearing this, Lu Ru's pale face expression stiffened, his wrinkled face twitched, shook his head with a bitter smile, and opened his mouth. Where does the old man have this kind of fortune? Even if you want to eat it, this one lion's head will cost 1 or 2 gold. Since I was appointed minister, I have been clean with both sleeves, and I have only heard of this lion's head, never tasted it. After saying that, he clenched his fists, and a pair of cloudy eyes fell on Lu Sun's body, his pupils trembling slightly. I heard that Yen won a great victory. This news, not only to the court above, the folk of Vietnam has also long been spread. Lu Sun's chopsticks didn't even stop and he said something vaguely. Lu Ru's pale eyes twinkled for a moment, nodded bitterly, and sighed, the time is also, the fate is also. I have advised the king of you, but he did not listen and even dismissed me from his post. Now, the old man has been willing to follow under your banner, to be your eagle dog, all kinds of past, are all passing clouds. After that day, the beliefs he held in his heart had collapsed. Looking back, the past persistence seems pointless, more like self-motion. Ho ho ho! Lu Sun gently put down his chopsticks, picked up the restaurant's special brocade hand towel, wiped his mouth, the corners of his lips curled up, his eyes looked up and down at Lu Ru, shook his head and laughed. According to the Lu Mao, being Lu's hawk and dog, you've been wronged. Why don't you just go back to being your left minister? This country of you, but it can't be separated from you, Minister Zhua. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sun's laughter was so bright that Lu Ru's old face trembled, and his voice became weak. Junior Lord Lu, don't laugh at the old lady. Don't misunderstand, Lu didn't laugh at you. Lu Sun put away his laughter, pointed towards the window on the side, picked up another glass of wine, took a small sip, and opened his mouth. You see. Lu Ru's face stiffened, and she suddenly got up and walked towards the window. The window opens. Downstairs. The streets have been cleared. In the entire street, apart from the city guards, it was the Imperial guards of the palace. The dragon carriage had slowly stopped at the downstairs of the restaurant. Lu Ru's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The creased-up cheeks of his face were quivering. Panicked, he turned his head, looked at Lu Sun, and said in a deep voice, Junior Duplu. Old man. Old man don't know. I have no idea at all, old man. I truly want to be your eagle and dog, young lord, I have no second thoughts. Lu Sun did not open his mouth, but just lightly chucked the food and ate it. The atmosphere was a little stiff. It's just that the stiffness was quickly broken. The door to the box, pushed open. Yan Mo sank his face and stood in front of the door of the box. A majestic and eerie light emanated from one pair of eyes. His face was expressionless, but his teeth were clenched in death. Hands behind your back. The close guards standing behind him could faintly hear the sound of clenched fists. It's loud. It's cold. I'm still looking for Prime Minister Zhua, but I didn't realize that Prime Minister Zhua was actually accompanying Yan's envoys for me to taste the specialties of my country. You. Stepping through the door of the room, Yan Mo's face seemed to come out a bit more soft. When facing Lu Sun, his face was still as frosty as ever. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Ru's forehead at this moment, his cloudy eyes trembling up and down. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, Herbrist has met with your majesty. Now that Herbrist is no longer the left prime minister, he is only banqueting little Lord Lu as a friend. Boom! The meaning is quite clear. He's skimming the surface of his relationship with Dai Viet. Yan Mo's fists behind his back had been squeezed until they were green. Face sunken like water, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Ru, soft voice, Lu Fei's. Before I was just joking with you. You are my teacher and Ruomin's teacher. How can an imperial teacher of my Daiwei retire to his home at this age? I, Dai Viet, can't do without you. Lu Ru had slowly straightened up at this moment, a pair of pale eyes that seemed to have a few more inexplicable meanings. Taking 2 steps forward, he looked straight at Yan Mo, and his slightly hoarse voice rang out, Your Majesty, are you willing to agree to the old man's business? If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is as guilty as the common people. That imperial son who was not worthy of the name is sent to the prison cell, and according to the laws of the state of Yu, he will be beheaded in a day or so. The future of this Yu country can be handed over to your highness. Lu Ru. Yan Mo was angry after all. That face, like a furious lion, its cheeks were twitching unconsciously, and its eyes carried a monstrous fury. Dragons have reverse scales. His royal son, Yen Feng, was his scales. Even if he now needs the left prime minister to find a way to solve the trouble of the Vietnamese country nowadays, he still can't touch his reverse scale. He's a dragon. He is the dragon in the sky. The true dragon's son who decides all the destinies of you. Huffing and puffing. Gasping for air, Yan Mo stared at Lu Ru dead in the face, his 4 eyes facing each other, vaguely carrying a few hints of grimness. What, after being an imperial master, you still want to meddle in the matter of the alternation of imperial power? Yan Mo's voice was cold. Lu Ru deeply made a big bow towards Yan Mo. Rising again, that old face had become much colder. Your Majesty, the old man, has nothing to say to you. The atmosphere, it was stiff. Only on the side, Lu Sun's voice of eating vegetables with a big mouthful of food seems to be very harsh. Chapter 184 The old man has 2 sleeves. Cackling. Crisp cucumber was eaten by Lu Sun, a pair of eyes, almost written in the word watch the show. Sinking his face, Yan Mo's breathing was a little short, his eyes staring coldly at the old man in front of him. The heart was sinking. He gets it. Lu Ru didn't even think about returning to the court. You are my benefactor. Yan Mo's voice trembled slightly, seemingly with a few moments of pleading. But, Your Majesty, Lu Ru's cloudy eyeballs were trembling, looking at Yan Mo's face that had gradually changed its appearance. His voice also gradually became bitter, and the ones that the grass people taught you didn't listen to a single word. Nowadays, even your face, grasshopper, can't see. Yan Mo's body trembled, and a dark ink color flashed in the depths of his eyes. The face, gradually, gathered softness and pleading. Cold and hard as ice. An icy cold voice popped out from between his teeth. Prime Minister Lu, this is the last time I will address you as Prime Minister Lu. Please leave the Yu capital as soon as possible. Recently the Yu capital is not peaceful. There are many more thieves who kill people and steal goods. Please Lu Xiang. Speaking here, Yan Mo bowed deeply towards Lu Ru and performed a disciple salute. It's just that this is a salute that's only done when condolences are offered. Yenmo slowly got up, his face had regained its calm, only his voice, still with a few tremors, "Be careful." Turning, he headed for the door. Rio stumbled on her feet and nearly fell to the ground. Shakily, he took 2 steps backward and slumped in his chair. The deep wrinkles on that old face were trembling violently, his nose twitching, his mouth slightly open, and he was gasping raggedly. It was a long time before he came back to his senses and feebly picked up the wineglass on the table and drank the wine from it, in one go. Ho 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 ho. Taught this emperor his whole life. In the end. Still can't see him. He's going to kill old man after all. Forgetting my whole life, boasting that I can count without omission, I can't even count the life and death of the old man himself. Ha 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 ha. Inside the box, came the sound of Lu Ru's unrestrained laughter. It was only the bitter, salty tears that gushed wildly into his wide-open mouth, choking Lu Ru's face. Lu Sun didn't put down his chopsticks until this moment. Carrying a glass of wine, he walked over to the window. As it happened, Yen Mo stood in front of the dragon carriage, tilting his head sideways and squinting at that window. With 4 eyes facing each other, Lu Sun had a smile on his lips, raised his wineglass, and raised it towards Yen Mo. The drink, a sip. The rest, outstretched, toward the window, spilled out horizontally. As in, honoring the dead. Yen Mo's body trembled and his fists clenched. In that instant, he nearly couldn't help himself and was about to expose his strength to strike. Forcibly suppressing the riotous power in his body, Yen Mo's face was expressionless, and he turned around sullenly and got into the dragon carriage, with the city guards and the Imperial guards clustering around, rushing towards the Imperial palace. Leaning against the window, Lu Sun's eyebrows carried a few smiles. The glass of wine in his hand was thrown backward. It landed accurately and securely in its original position on the table. That's funny. That devil, he even imparted him with the technique, causing him to surpass heaven-level strength as well? Just, what is it for? A blindfold? Using him to get my attention? Lu Sun stroked his chin, the corner of his lips curling up. From the first time Lu Sun saw Yen Mo in front of the city gates, he had already noticed the difference in Yen Mo's strength. It's just that Yen Mo thinks he's hiding it well and is smug. Lu Sun, too, didn't much intend to poke Yen Mo's complacency. Wouldn't it be fun to watch him struggle to cover up in front of himself? Turning his head and glancing at Lu Ru, who was still laughing and crying at the table, Lu Sun's lips curled up slightly, and without caring about him, he lifted his foot and left the box. After a long time, it wasn't until Ryu was tired of crying that she finally sat down in place, disoriented. A boy carefully entered the box and asked softly, "Lord Lu, just now, before that man left, he said that this table, buy you to settle the bill." Ryu. Ah ha 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 ha. Crying, louder. He's got both sleeves in the wind. It's clean. Above the court, the civil and military officials were quiet. It's as if the courtroom in front of them has nothing to do with them. Yen Mo's eyes coldly scanned the courtroom, his voice heavy as if he was pressing a large stone. How about the right minister's side? A guard knelt in the great hall. He was sent to visit the right minister at his home. He raised his hands, holding up a letter. Voice with a few points of fear, "Your Majesty, the right minister of the Lord. His family said that he is seriously ill. It is difficult to go to the court, forced to endure the pain of the disease to write his own resignation, go home to recuperate." Boo! At this moment, Yen Mo's fists were clenched. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with deafening airbursts. Damn! It's all damned. Kill them. No. Eat them. This bunch of messed up people. Violent emotions spread in his heart, burning Yen Mo's pupils to tremble violently. Forcibly stabilizing his breathing, Yen Mo's fists tightened and loosened and tightened. The civil and military officials were huddled on the ground, shivering like frightened little quails. I do not know why, although in the past, His Majesty is also like this today, uncertain and irritable, but recently, the uncontrollable fear that came with facing His Majesty, deepened. It even felt like His Majesty's eyes, like they were trying to eat people. Your Majesty, Duke, has come for an audience. The little eunuch didn't dare to address Yen Feng as the prince in front of the civil and military officials, and only dared to use this title. Phew! In an instant, the pressure that had been weighing on everyone's hearts dissipated. Yen Mo acted as if nothing had happened, and that face became breezy. It was only the deep gloom and violence between his eyebrows that lingered. Where is there any prince? Yen Feng is my royal son, the crown prince who will inherit the throne after 100 years of my life. Yen Mo rose, his voice deafening. The entire 100 officials within the great hall raised their heads dully and looked at Yen Mo in a trance. There had never been any acknowledgement of Yen Feng's position as a royal son in front of the 100 officials. Even the little eunuchs only dared to address Yen Feng as Gongzi in front of Yen Mo, His Majesty. Today, why the change of heart? But that doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with courtiers anyway. The 100 officials knelt on the ground, and no one opened their mouths. The little eunuch panicked and knelt on the ground, beating his own mouth. Forgive me, Your Majesty, slave deserves to die, slave deserves to die. All right, summon him for an audience. Yen Mo worshipped his hand with some impatience. Not long after, Yen Feng walked into the main hall with a dragon's stride. When he first entered the hall, an anxious look appeared on that handsome face. Father, my son has heard that my Dayu is in trouble. I beg father to deploy his troops. My son is willing to accompany the army and go into battle to kill the enemy, in order to ease father's worries. With a few words, Yen Mo's body and mind were soothed. The original tightly locked sorrowful face, also in this instant, unraveled. Above the courtroom, the gunners, but not as courageous as my royal son. This great Vietnam courtroom, really is full of waste. Chapter 185 The Kirin Prince. No one in civil or military affairs opened their mouths to refute it. Lowering his head, like an ostrich, he let Yen Mo scold him angrily. In the past, it was the left minister and the right minister who advised and implemented the political affairs above the court, and it was also the left minister and the right minister who stood in the forefront when they angered His Majesty. Without the left and right phases, their lives aren't that easy. Fomer, I know your feelings, but this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Yen Mo smiled gratefully and looked at Yen Feng. Yen Feng's handsome young face revealed a few sharp points as he said aloud, my son has also heard something about Yen. Knowing that you, Father Emperor, have always been merciful and do not want my people of you to be harmed in the battle against Yen, my son here has an idea. These words made Yen Mo's heart feel even more comfortable. The corners of his lips were all slightly curled up, as if the anger of the party had completely disappeared. Tell me about it. Yen Feng hung his head, only in the direction that everyone couldn't see. A flash of gloom flashed across his eyes, his tone still relaxed and natural. Now Yen is shocking the countries with inexplicable means. The three great imperial dynasties and the other three powerful countries naturally don't dare to attack easily. But Yen is not invincible. If you can take down the Yen envoy, Lu Sun, here. Speaking here, Yen Feng's handsome young face had lifted slightly. A broad smile appeared on his face, and he continued to speak again, at least. It will make the Duke of Yen Lu tie his own hands. The danger of Yen is not broken. Yen Mo's breathing was slightly heavier for a few moments, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it regarding the approach his own son was talking about. Available at. When he thought about what the devil had said, he was a bit worried. Can he really keep Lu Sun? So, just thought about it and gave up. Yen Feng's present offer once again made his heart come alive again. Father, if you are worried that Lu Sun is too strong, you can show your goodwill in advance to paralyze Lu Sun. Yen Feng spoke again, with a smile on his face, but his face was just trembling slightly, as if he was holding back his killing intent. As he continued to speak, lower your stance, and let that Lu Sun think that you, have become a possession in his pocket, poisoning the diet when Lu Sun lets his guard down. Speaking here, Yen Feng could no longer hold back his smile, smiling even more broadly. He is no longer strong, but he is also just a human being. As long as one is human, one cannot escape poison. Simmer with poison, and if it's no longer safe, you can summon all the heavenly experts in the whole country of my great Vietnam to arrive during the paralyzing process. Swarm and attack. How strong can a man under poisoning be? Voices that echoed in the great hall. Yen Mo's breathing had become rapid and his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Yes, the devil said last time that he was careless and lost to Lu Sun. It meant that Lu Sun was comparable to him in terms of strength. But that was in Yen, Lu Sun's territory. Now it's in Vietnam, plus the poison. If we add all the heaven-level experts of the whole U country to surround and yourself, and the devil. Both fists clenched, Yen Mo's breathing had begun to catch. In front of his eyes, it seems to have appeared the image of Lu Sun kneeling down in front of himself, wailing in pain and begging for mercy. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Good. Worthy of being my son. Yen Mo's mood was so good that even the eyes that looked at the surrounding civil and military officials were much more relaxed. So what if we don't have the left and right ministers? Great Vietnam has my royal son, can withstand the left and right ministers and thousands of troops. Rising violently and waving his big hand out, Yen Mo's face was full of smiles, even his shoulders were trembling along with him. Congratulations, your majesty. With this unicorn prince, my great you shall prosper for 1,000 generations, for all eternity. Some of the courtiers had already reacted by kneeling down and chanting. The other courtiers responded quickly, chanting. For a while, Yen Mo's laughter could not be stopped at all, and no one notices. At this moment, Yen Feng's eyes had turned all black as if they were ink-dyed. The corners of his lips were slightly curled, his face twitching and trembling slightly as he tried his best to suppress his killing intent. Lu Sun. This time, let's see how you die. Inside the princess's chambers, Lu Sun was half lying on the couch, gently sipping his tea. Princess Yen Ruomin of Yugua was like a slave girl, making tea and feeding snacks. It was only Lu Sun who paused for a moment, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. It's kind of interesting. It seems. Also possessed that prince? It's just really stupid. Really think that Lu Mao has the same strength as you? Obviously, the gap between his strength and his own was too great, causing that devil to be in complete disbelief that he could be that strong. He should have stubbornly thought that he was still at the peak of the terrestrial immortal realm. Turning his head, looking toward the slender jade hand that was pinching the tea cake, Lu Sun's lips curled up and faintly opened his mouth. That portrait, can you find it? The slender jade finger paused for a moment, a flash of fear on the delicate features, panicked, kneeling aside, red lips slightly trembling, voice trembled, and opened his mouth. Slave went to the royal study today, found a secret passage, but because Father Emperor is coming back, he left early, did not dare to go in. Lu Sun's eyes flickered as he lazily waved his hand and smiled faintly. That's fine, you don't need to care about this matter anymore. But, Yen Ruomin's delicate features flashed with an anxious look. Mr. Lu doesn't like to repeat what has been said. Lu Sun stared back faintly. Boom! Yen Ruomin's scalp was about to explode, her face was pale, her delicate body trembled violently, and her entire body was prostrate on the ground, not daring to move a bit. Getting up, Lu Sun stood in front of the door, feeling the sunlight coming straight in, the corner of his lips curled up. Get ready! In a few days, Lu will have to change the name of the princess and call you the King of You. The words fell and the figure disappeared in front of the door. Yen Ruomin knelt on the ground for a long time without getting up, and I don't know how long it took, but that delicate body finally moved. Somewhat stiffly, he held the ground and got up. Stumbling a bit, those eyes, already slightly red, on both cheeks, there seemed to be traces of tears wetting them. Only now, that exquisitely beautiful face was devoid of any expression. A pair of eyes, too, gradually became firm. Now that you have taken this path, there is no turning back. Starry night, Lu Sun muttered as he sat on a street stall and looked up at the sky. The stars in you are not even bright, how can they look as good as mine in Yen? Shaking his head, he took a big bite of his noodles. Eat while you dish out something. Nowadays, that devil seems to be possessing that royal son. Available at. Still need to find that painting. And we can't scare the snakes, with the degree of slipperiness of that devil, the slightest breeze may escape. But, if there is a conflict in the palace, that devil should have no way to escape. This time, let us destroy him completely. Take a big bite of the noodles. It was only then that Lu Sun walked towards the depths of the streets and the depths of the night. Behind him came the stall owner's voice. Customer, you've overpaid. His footsteps paused. Lu Sun didn't return his head and spoke faintly. The night is too late, go back early. It's so late at night. Easy to die. Chapter 186. Is it worthwhile to spend some money in exchange for your life? Inside the city of Echidna, South City Street, Ryu was a little disheveled and stumbled down the street. Those old eyes were filled with the penetration of seeing through the evils of the world. Without the status of the left minister, he couldn't move an inch. In order to pay the bill, he had set his carriage against the Tianshan restaurant. The clothes were nearly stripped off by those shopkeepers. If the shopkeeper hadn't still been concerned about the face of the court, I'm afraid he would have had to take a beating before he could leave. With a sigh, the large U capital, there is actually no longer a foothold for his left minister. The pale white hair was a sight to behold in these streets. Shoo! A cold light, unexpectedly swooped down on a side of the house. Sword! A pair of cloudy eyes twitched violently, and time seemed to slow down around them. I heard that before people die, they feel that time passes very slowly and everything around them can be seen clearly in an instant. The expensive sword in front of him was so clear and unmistakable at night that even the jewel on the hilt was clear to him. It seems that the rumors are true. Just that sword. Something for the Imperial Guard. He clenched his fists hard, but in the end, he didn't get up. It's just tired and weary. If you die under the sword, your life will be considered unattached. In the next life, himself, he does not want this ghost inheritance, and he does not want to be the left prime minister of what is a divine plan. In his mind, a silhouette flashed by. That's a childhood friend from his youth. He had missed out on a lot since he got this inheritance by mistake. Kindred spirits are gone. Love is gone. The most important thing is that both sleeves are clean. Come on. If you want the old man's life, the old man will give it to you. Arms unfolded, eyes tightly closed, Lu Ru let out a low growl. Available at. After waiting for a long time, he did not feel the pain of the long sword piercing his body. Somewhat dazedly, he opened one eye, but it froze. Both eyes opened all the way, staring blankly at Lu Sun who stood in front of him, his breath trembling slightly. The figure that swooped down had, at some point, flown out dozens of meters backwards, embedding itself far into the wall of someone's house. It didn't even make a sound. Lu Ru's old eyes trembled violently for a moment before they turned red, trembling as he stood up and grabbed Lu Sun's right arm, his voice mournful. How can you let the old man settle the bill? The old man has two sleeves. Even when he was assassinated, he didn't let out such a mournful scream. Lu Sun pulled his right arm out and lightly dusted it with his left hand. Spending some money in exchange for Mr. Lu saving your life, is it worth it? Lu Ru was silent for a long time, the tears could not stop flowing on those old cheeks, even filling the furrows under those wrinkles. The old man has two sleeves. His mouth could not stop chanting, and his shoulders were gently trembling, as if he was still blaming Lu Sun. However, that pair of cloudy eyes was staring dead on at the figure embedded in that wall in the distance. I don't know whether it's because of the money that he's crying, or because Yen Mo really wants to kill him. The sun was just rising. The people of Yudu had just gone out when they saw a shocking scene. A huge procession, departing from the palace, marched in great numbers toward the ambassador's post. The dragon carriage is in the forefront, and His Majesty personally went to the post house. To greet whom? The people around them have different opinions, most of them are silent. The three great imperial dynasties spread the news, the border withdrawal, and even declared that the previous war with the Yen state between the Great War, just because of misunderstanding and friction, the three great imperial dynasties have always been in harmony with the Yen state. This news, coupled with the big battle that came out of the palace today, made all the people guess something. His Majesty bowed his head. That vast procession, with the dragon carriage in the front and the 100 officials in the back, really did stop in front of the ambassador's post. Yen Mo, getting out of the car, personally pushed open the door to greet Lu Sun. It's a low enough gesture. The eyes carried a few moments of sincerity, and even the movements, they seemed humble. He went inside the dark room last night and asked about the demon. The devil also looks favorably on the way his son said he would do it. Even took out a bottle of poison. According to what the devil said, that poison is a strange poison that even the land gods can't stop. If you can get Lu Sun to let his guard down and let him eat it, even if he was a peak land god immortal and had stepped into a half-step true immortal, he would not be able to eat it. Having obtained the devil's approval and help, Yen Mo naturally wanted to put on a show at this moment. Who's making noise outside the door on a fine morning? Get out! Lu hasn't slept well yet. Before he even went to knock on the door, he heard a lazy voice coming from Lu Sun's room. Yen Mo's footsteps lurched. Hands tightened under the cuffs, trying to make himself maintain that humble demeanor, he said aloud, "Little Lord Lu, it's me. Now that the sun has risen, but I have personally come to fetch you to the court to discuss matters of state. So it's the state king of you." Lu Sun's voice was still lazy, with a bit of teasing. "Lu Mao has not yet woken up, so I'll ask the state king of you to wait outside the door. When Lu is sober, then we will discuss matters of state." Yen Mo's fists clenched under his sleeves, almost biting his teeth off. His breathing was slightly ragged, but thinking of what the devil had told him, he finally relented. As long as we can get Lu Sun to let down his guard and eat the prepared poison, the dignity one has lost in him can be 100 times, not 10,000 times get it back. Taking a deep breath, Yen Mo's voice remained calm. "Then I will wait for little Lord Lu within this post house. Whenever young Master Lu wakes up, then we will pick up young Master Lu and take him to the courtroom to deliberate." The whole stagecoach house was quiet. Everyone waited in silence. Among the 100 officials, some scratched their ears but did not dare to say much. Yen Mo's heart was anxious, but it was also clear that at this time, he couldn't rush. As the king of the country, he needed to be a little more stable than his subjects were. The sun rose higher and higher. The people wanted to watch the fun, but they were chased away early by the city guards and the imperial guards. Looking up at the sunlight that was already becoming more and more blinding, Yen Mo's breathing had slightly begun to tremble. It's getting longer and longer. Until it was about to be 3 pulls on the sun. Lu Sun finally yawned and walked out of the room. The dazed and confused look left everyone dead in their tracks. After yawning, Lu Sun, that face, full of shocked look, looking at the side of Yen Mo, surprised, even when it is really the king of the country? When he said this, he smiled somewhat embarrassedly and spoke. Lu Mao also thought that someone dared to impersonate the king of the country and tease Lu Mao. These words made the corner of Yen Mo's eyes twitch. Who dares to impersonate the king? You're not afraid of being executed? Besides, with Lu Sun's strength, he couldn't hear whether the people outside were real or fake. This kind of talk is really fooling. "Young Master Lu, please." The smile on Yen Mo's face resumed its splendor, full of sincerity. Walking out of the post house, Lu Sun froze. Looking at the dynasty full of civil servants, and the only seat of the dragon carriage. Turning his head, Lu Sun said with a look of astonishment, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. What virtue or ability does Lu have to ride in the dragon carriage with you?" While saying that, he was already jumping up and down. Boom! The smile on Yen Mo's face froze at this moment. It nearly broke out on the spot. "Who is it? I actually forgot to arrange a seat for Lu Sun."